Family, the birthday party just ended, and my golden short-hair cat Nana actually brought back an owl, which was still holding a letter in its beak. As a reborn person, I was planning to become a literary tycoon, but when I saw the letter, it turned out to be the Hogwarts acceptance letter. My parents thought it was a scam, so I had to figure out how to convince them to let me go to this magic school. Let me tell you, this all started with my rebellious cat. Family, who understands? The birthday party just finished, and I was busy cleaning up the mess when I turned around and saw it. My golden short-hair cat, Nana, was holding a live owl in her mouth. It was flapping its wings. Even more ridiculous, the owl was firmly gripping a letter in its beak. At that moment, our whole family was petrified. What was happening? Was an urban legend coming to life? But before I talk about this letter, I need to clarify my identity. I am ChrisRed, on the surface just a soon-to-be 11-year-old British kid, but my core is actually an unlucky guy named Lou Schauza from 2025. Yes, just like you think, I closed my eyes and opened them again, and I went from a 20-something loser to being reborn back in 1990 as a baby holding a pacifier. To be honest, I was devastated at first. After all, in my previous life, I had a happy family and many friends, and then out of nowhere, I ended up in this situation. But as time went on, I had to accept reality. Over the past 10 years, I had already mapped out my life script. Step 1, intercept J. K. Rolling and write Harry Potter, becoming a literary tycoon and getting ahead. Step 2, once the royalties come in, invest everything in Apple stocks and Bitcoin, then relax and be a plain, wealthy person. This plan was simply perfect. Moreover, my family setup in this life was quite impressive. My mom, Lisa, is a gentle and elegant housewife. My dad, a note, is a retired officer who now runs 3 chain supermarkets, exuding an intimidating presence that I've feared since childhood. I also have a younger sister, Diana, a blonde, bi-G'd little cutie who clings to her male cat, Nana, all day long. Yes, you heard that right, a male cat named Nana. Fast forward to my 11th birthday. In the morning, my mom gave me a big red envelope. Wow, 500 shares of Apple stock. My parents really believe in my future investment theory. I was so happy that I hugged my sister and said, wait, when I get rich, I'll buy you 10 cat houses. My silly sister was left stunned, calculating whether her allowance would be enough to feed the cats, which was just adorable. At the birthday party, my friends were discussing whether to go to Eton or Winchester, places that could be quite competitive. My chubby friend Imp kept bragging that I was a genius. I thought, buddy, don't flatter me. As a reborn person with the answer key, comparing myself to you elementary school kids is like a dimensional crush. I don't want to be a genius the tall tree catches the wind, you know? My persona is just an ordinary person. Mediocrity is the way to go. Get it? After the party, the family was cleaning up the aftermath when an explosive scene happened just as I mentioned at the beginning. My rebellious cat intercepted the owl delivering the letter. I snatched the letter from the cat's mouth, and when I saw the envelope, wow, it was made of parchment with green ink, clearly addressed. London, Clapham District No. 53, living room, Mr. ChrisRed. Flipping it over, I saw the emblem with an H surrounded by a lion, eagle, badger, and snake. At that moment, my mind went buzz. What the? Merlin. I thought I was in ordinary London, but you tell me this is the world of Harry Potter? My plan to become a literary tycoon is directly ruined. My dad snatched the letter and glanced at it, sneering, a scam. Yet I've seen all expression. What Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? The name is so ridiculous you can't fool me. A note read. My mom was also furious. Are scammers so rampant now? Even kids are being deceived. Only my sister, with sparkling eyes, said, brother, in magic school? Can Nana go to school too? Family, I was really overwhelmed. I calmed down and thought, I must go. This is magic. Who can refuse? Danger? What's there to fear? Wealth often comes with risk. The key is how to convince my 2 muggle parents. So I quickly put on a rational facade and said, Dad, Mom, look how exquisite this letter is. Maybe it's real. How about we write a reply and ask them to send someone to prove it? Seeing is believing. My dad probably saw how persistent I was and actually agreed. So I quickly wrote a letter, essentially saying, I believe it, but my parents don't please send someone powerful to demonstrate. Then tied the letter to the leg of the owl that had been tortured by my cat and released it. The next afternoon, the doorbell rang. When my mom opened the door, there stood a woman with an aura of nearly 2 meters tall, wearing square glasses and a green cloak, her hair neatly styled. It was Professor McGonagall, looking just like she walked out of the book. Professor McGonagall didn't waste any time and got straight to the point, saying that I was a natural-born wizard, and if I didn't go to school, the consequences of uncontrolled magic would be severe. My parents still looked skeptical, so I seized the moment to stoke the fire. Professor, words aren't enough, can you demonstrate? McGonagall smirked, waved her wand, and a piece of pastry on the table instantly transformed into a lively tabby cat. That cat ran over and started playing with my Nana. Let me tell you, that moment of shock was more thrilling than watching any IMAX 3D movie. Magic, real magic, was right in front of me. At this point, my parents had nothing left to say. My dad decisively declared, "Let's go. We must go. What if one day our son turns into a cat? We'd be helpless." My sister saw this and got excited, hugging Professor McGonagall's leg and asking if she could also go. Professor McGonagall was amused and told her she could try going to the leaky cauldron next year. If she could see the door, there would be hope. Then the professor explained the route to Diagon Alley and Platform 9 in one breath, finished her tea, and with a whoosh, disappeared, probably using apparition, leaving our family of 4 looking at each other, especially my sister, who was already bouncing around, insisting that we go to that leaky cauldron right now. Let me tell you, my dad was totally flustered, saying that his worldview had been shattered and needed time to adjust, telling my sister not to make a fuss. But the next day, the family still obediently drove straight to that legendary leaky cauldron. On the way, I even gave my sister a warning, saying if you can't see the door later, don't cry, okay? You're only 10. Guess what? We were still wandering around Charing Cross Road like headless flies when my sister suddenly pointed and shouted, "Brother, is it that small, shabby black door?" My mom and I were stunned. Right in front of us was a bare wall. My dad rubbed his eyes and said, "Sweetheart, are you seeing things?" But when I looked closely, hey, there really was a dilapidated sign that read the leaky cauldron. I was so happy that I patted my sister's head and said, "Good job. Looks like there's a spot for you at Hogwarts next year." My sister took off like a rocket, ecstatic like a little madwoman. We pushed the door open, and the light was so dim that I almost thought I had entered some underground black workshop. A few old ladies were sitting in the corner, smoking long pipes, their gazes sharp as knives. A bald man who looked like a shriveled walnut, named Tom, saw us and was quite enthusiastic. I got straight to the point and said we were new students from Hogwarts and wanted to go to Diagon Alley. As soon as he heard new students, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "From a Muggle family?" My sister, being curious, asked what Muggle was. The boss explained that it was the term wizards used for people like us who couldn't do magic. My dad muttered quietly, "That word sounds like an insult." Tom didn't pay much attention to us and led us straight to the backyard of the pub. There was just a trash can and a brick wall. I was puzzled when he pulled out a small stick and rhythmically tapped 3 times on the wall. Tap, tap, tap. No one in my family understood what was happening, but the next second, that brick wall seemed to come alive, wriggling and reorganizing. A hole appeared in the middle, growing larger until it formed an archway. Behind the door was a bustling cobblestone street filled with all sorts of oddly shaped shops and people flying by on broomsticks at that moment. I thought, this special effect would make Cameron hand over a cigarette. Tom waved goodbye to us and turned back, keeping his accomplishments hidden. Our family of 4 stepped into Diagon Alley, like Lou Lau Lau, entering the Grandview Garden. As soon as we entered, the wall behind us slammed shut with a bang. My mom immediately spotted a cauldron shop and wanted to go in. I quickly stopped her. "Mom, calm down. We need to go to the bank to exchange money first, or we won't be able to buy anything." So we headed straight for the most eye-catching white building Gringotts. There was a goblin in a red uniform standing at the entrance, and he looked quite abstract. He was short and dark, with long arms and legs, and his eyes were shrewd. As we entered, he even bowed to us. The second silver door had a poem engraved on it, which translated to, "Those who dare to rob the bank shall surely die." I thought to myself, with this setup, who would dare? Upon entering the hall, what a scene it was! A room full of goblins sitting on high stools, some weighing gold coins on scales, others examining gems with magnifying glasses, and the abacuses moving faster than AI. We were led to a counter. My dad took out 2 £500 and told the fairy to exchange it all for gold galleons. The fairy didn't even look up and coldly replied, "A maximum of 500. I was a bit curious and asked why there was a limit. Only then did the fairy lift her eyelids to glance at me and, for once, said a few more words, explaining that it was to prevent money laundering and to maintain the financial order of the magical world. Fair enough, that made sense. After exchanging the money, I had a heavy bag full of gold coins, and my sister's eyes lit up as she shouted that she wanted to buy. Just as my dad was about to educate her, I waved my hand and said, "No worries. How about money now? Come on, let's go get ice cream." I had my mom accompany my sister for ice cream, while my dad and I went to take care of business, buying a wand. The shop was called Ollivander's. Small and shabby, with just one wand displayed in the window. As soon as we pushed the door open, a bell jingled, and the shop was empty, quiet to the point of being eerie. Just as my dad and I sat down, a light, airy voice suddenly whispered in my ear, "Hello there, little one." I jumped straight out of my chair. An old man appeared out of nowhere, his light-colored eyes shining in the darkness like 2 little light bulbs. This was Ollivander. Without saying a word, he pulled out a measuring tape and started taking measurements of me, from my shoulder to my fingertips, from my knee to my armpit, and even measured my head circumference. I thought to myself, am I buying a wand or getting fitted for prosthetics? After measuring, he began pulling boxes off the shelves. Here, try this one, redwood, phoenix feather. I picked it up and waved it a bit, but it felt kind of ugly and not worthy of me. Just as that thought crossed my mind, the old man swiftly snatched the wand back. No good. Next, ebony, unicorn hair. I waved it again, and it was taken away again. We went back and forth trying 7 or 8 wands, and I was starting to feel numb. Ollivander, on the other hand, grew more and more excited, chattering endlessly, practically my internet mouthpiece, sharing all his wand-making insights. Finally, he presented a delicate box, excitedly exclaiming, "Child, this is the one. Aspen wood, dragon heartstring, 14 inches. The moment I grasped that wand in my left hand, a miracle happened. The tip of the wand crackled and burst forth with a shower of silvery sparks, one of which accurately hit Ollivander's hair, turning his already messy hair into a bird's nest. But he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he danced around laughing. Haha, I knew it. It chose you. While he wrapped it up for me, he started explaining that aspen wood is specifically for those helpful and likable wizards, and it's particularly suited for nonverbal spells, a standard for advanced players. Hearing this, my dad was beaming with pride, repeatedly saying, "My son has been exceptional since he was little." After paying 9 galleons, I walked out of the shop with my very own wand, feeling incredibly secure. This thing would be my capital for survival in the future. After that, it was a crazy shopping spree. A brass scale, a telescope, and a crystal bottle cost 15 galleons. The cheapest tin cauldron cost another 15 galleons. Along the way, my mom was lured into a beauty potion shop and didn't come out until she splurged 50 galleons on a skincare set. Who understands family spending power? No matter what world, women's money is the easiest to earn. Next, we headed to the apothecary, where the smell was a biochemical attack of rotten eggs and spoiled cabbage. I pinched my nose and bought a bunch of material for my list. Then it was off to Flourish and Blots, where I not only bought textbooks, but also got my sister a pile of fairy tales from the magical world. Finally, at Madame Alkin's robe shop, I ordered my school uniform, and I specifically gritted my teeth and bought an automatic ironing robe and a self-repairing robe. I definitely didn't want to be doing laundry every day at Hogwarts. Lastly, I needed a pet. To be honest, I really didn't like birds, but having an owl as a courier in the magical world was just too inconvenient. In the end, at the Elop's Owl Emporium, I chose a white owl that looked like a monkey spending 10 galleons. By the time we drove home with our bags, looking at the tall buildings outside, it felt like a dream. Once home, I couldn't even eat. I rushed back to my room and opened the book standard spells, level 1. I flipped to the illumination spell, thinking it was the simplest one. Surely nothing could go wrong, right? I raised my new wand and shouted as the book instructed, "Lumos." I could feel a warm flow of magic surging towards the wand. Then, the tip lit up. But the problem was, this light was way too bright. Where's the promised firefly? I had summoned a basketball-sized ball of light that lit up the entire room like it was daytime, blinding me. I quickly reduced the magic output, and the light slowly shrank. Something was off. How much magic had I even used? Less than 1%, right? Was my magic this powerful? To test my theory, I flipped to another spell, the Severing Charm. I pointed at my pillow and said, "Defindo." The pillow looked unchanged. Curious. I walked over and poked it, and just that one poke made the entire pillow explode into a flurry of fluff, as if it had been blown up. I was stunned. What the hell? Was I using the Severing Charm? This effect, do you call this severing? This was clearly a molecular decomposition spell. With this power, I felt like I could cast it 100 times. I wasn't just some low-level wizard. I was gifted. At that moment, I was filled with confidence about the future. What Voldemort? What Death Eaters? After a few years of learning, even if I couldn't defeat them, self-defense would definitely be no problem. I was so excited that I tried several spells, all of which worked on the first try. It wasn't until my mom yelled from outside the door for me to hurry up and sleep that I reluctantly put away my wand. During the subsequent vacation, I completely transformed into a study fanatic, researching magic every day at home, and I even used magic to help with household chores. My parents, who were initially shocked, gradually became proud of me. But my sister, Diana, was a completely different story. Let me tell you, she was a little troublemaker, a total brat. Just as I was starting to get the hang of magic, she secretly took my wand and began messing around everywhere. She had no talent at all and kept chanting some random spells she must have heard somewhere at our cat, Nana. One time, she accidentally blew up Nana's fur, making her look like a big hedgehog. I was so angry that I immediately cast a Petri Ficus Totalis on her, making her stand still for an hour. But guess what? It didn't work. She turned around and grabbed my cauldron, tossing all sorts of junk in to brew something, claiming she was making a potion to feed my owl, Rupert. Good grief, Rupert was way smarter than her and didn't fall for it all. This was no magical sister. She was here to test my patience. The summer flew by faster than anything, and soon it was almost September, with Hogwarts just around the corner. I tell you, the excitement made it hard for me to sleep every night. King's Cross Station, Platform 9, the Hogwarts Express. These words that had only appeared in dreams were about to become reality. It was simply exhilarating. On the morning of September 1st, I woke up early, mostly because of my owl Rupert. I thought I couldn't keep it cooped up all the time, so I let it out to roam for half the night. But then it came back with a gift, a dead mouse, which it precisely dropped by my pillow. Who understands family? That nearly scared the life out of me. Though I knew it meant well, wanting to share its catch, it really wasn't necessary. I was so mad I almost cooked it for dinner. When I got downstairs, my dad had already opened the trunk of the car, ready to help me move my luggage. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession and always feel like I need to bring everything, even brought my own wash basin, resulting in 3 big suitcases of luggage. Like I was moving. When my dad mentioned it, he said, "Wow, son, did you pack a gold brick? It's so heavy." My mom also said I packed too much, and I explained that the school is in the mountains and it's inconvenient to buy things. Hearing this, my mom felt sorry for me and said if I needed anything, I could have Rupert send a message back, and she would send it to me. She also prepared a big box of food for me, saying I should share it with my new classmates on the train to build good relationships. The whole family drove to King's Cross Station. On the way, I was humming a tune, and my sister Diana suddenly yelled, "Mom, brother is going to date a man. He's gay." I was speechless and said, "Come on, that's just the lyrics." I then pinched her cheek and gave it a good squeeze. This little girl can't go a day without causing trouble. Around 10 o'clock, we arrived at King's Cross Station. My dad was pushing the luggage cart while my sister sat on top of it. We headed straight for platforms 9 and 10. From a distance, I spotted a chubby little guy in a wizard robe, looking confused as he asked the station guard questions. And the guard looked at him like he was an idiot. As I got closer, I realized it was my good buddy Imk Lesko. I walked up and slapped him on the back, saying, "Hey, Imk, what are you doing? Are you going to Hogwarts too?" He turned around, sweating profusely, and when he saw me, he looked like he saw a savior. "Chris, my God, you know about Hogwarts?" I replied, "Yeah, I got the letter." He was overjoyed. "That's great. We can go to school together again." But then his face fell. "But Chris, there's no Platform 9 here." I nearly laughed to death. This guy really didn't know how to get to the platform. I pointed at the big pillar between platforms 9 and 10 and said, "See that? Don't hesitate. Don't be afraid. Just run straight into it." He looked skeptical. "Bro, you're not messing with me, right? You want me to crash into it?" I laughed and reassured him, "Don't worry, just go for it." Imk, half convinced, gritted his teeth and pushed his cart, speeding towards the pillar. The next second, he and the cart disappeared right into the stone column. With that done, it was time for me to go. I said goodbye to my parents and Diana. My dad gave me a big hug. My mom kissed my cheek and started her usual round of advice. I turned to my sister and said, "Don't cause trouble at home. It'll be your turn next year." She said she understood and to hurry up, but I saw her eyes were red. I waved to them, pushed the luggage cart, and plunged into the pillar. The moment I passed through the stone pillar, everything opened up before me. A deep red steam engine was parked on the platform, bearing the sign for the Hogwarts Express. The platform was packed with little wizards and their families. The sounds of owls hooting, luggage being dragged, and people talking all mixed together, creating a bustling yet dreamy atmosphere. I was still in a daze when I saw Imk stick his head out of a window, waving frantically, "Chris, over here. I've got a seat." I found his compartment and easily levitated my 3 big suitcases onto the luggage rack with a floating spell. Imk's eyes widened. "My God, how did you do that? Did you use magic? Aren't we not allowed to use it outside of school?" I then shared the secret with him, that young wizards who Haven T officially enrolled yet can use magic without anyone caring. He looked so aggrieved, saying he felt suffocated over the holiday because his parents didn't believe in magic and thought he was crazy. He had to run to his grandparents' house just to get out. While he was venting, the compartment door opened again, and 2 identical red-haired boys poked their heads in. They were the Weasley twins. "Hello, do you mind if we squeeze in?" One of them said. "We're late, and everywhere else is full." Before we could answer, the other introduced himself. "I'm Fred Weasley." I, of course, said I didn't mind. The compartment was quite spacious. Fred sat next to me and pointed at his brother across from him. "This is George." Imk was astonished. "You two look so much alike. I can't tell you apart." George proudly replied. "Sometimes even my mom can't tell us apart." We introduced ourselves, and with Imk's outgoing personality, he quickly hit it off with the Weasley twins. It was like three chatterboxes colliding, and the whole compartment was nearly turned upside down. I jumped in and asked, "What is Hogwarts really like?" Fred pounded his chest. "You've come to the right person. We've already discovered 3 secret passages." Im's mouth dropped open. George then started to scare him, saying there was a caretaker named Filch who had a terrible temper and would chain you up and whip you if he caught you. Im turned pale, stammering, "My God, can I still get off the train now?" I was trying hard not to laugh. Then Imp asked about the sorting ceremony. That really ignited the twins' performance instincts. George made a scary face. "The sorting is terrifying. You have to battle the representative animal of each house. For Gryffindor, you have to fight a lion. You can only enter if you win." Fred chimed in, "Right? Last year, I had my arm bitten off by a lion, and some idiot who failed the challenge was eaten." Imp looked like he was losing his mind, sitting there frozen, his little CPU almost overheating. I thought if I didn't save him soon, he might actually jump out of the window. Fortunately, at that moment, we heard the sound of the snack cart in the corridor. A smiling lady pushed the door open and asked if we wanted to buy something to eat. I waved my hand and said, "Bring me all the snacks, I want to try them all." After paying, the table was piled high with snacks. Imp instantly came back to life, and the twins were astonished, asking if my family was printing galleons. I laughed and said, "My family runs a supermarket." They looked confused and asked what a supermarket was, so I had to explain that it was like a Diagon Alley that sold everything. While we ate and chatted, I shared the burgers and wings my mom had prepared. The Weasley brothers also pulled out their sandwiches. Imp opened a pack of chocolate frogs, and one of the chocolate frogs leaped out, bouncing around the compartment before he quickly caught it and stuffed it in his mouth. Fred pulled out a card and exclaimed, "Oh, it's Dumbledore again." I took a look, and the Dumbledore in the picture winked at me before walking out of the frame. It was simply magical. After finishing the chocolate in his mouth, Imp snatched the card and said, "Give it to me. I want to collect them too. Maybe I can sell them." I tell you, when George heard this, his eyes lit up, and he leaned in. "Really? My dad? He is a total Muggle enthusiast. He cleared out a room just to fill it with all sorts of Muggle stuff he has collected. He treasures it all. Next time I'll introduce you. He could talk to you for 3 days and nights." Wow. Imp got that Dumbledore card and found old Dumbledore had sneakily returned to the frame, smiling at him, which he cherished, flipping it back and forth for a long time. We were eating and having fun on the train, and time flew by. Before I knew it, it was dark outside the window. The train began to slow down, and at that moment, the loudspeaker in the compartment announced, "We will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Just leave your luggage on the train. We will deliver it to the school." Fred stretched widely, and when he turned around and saw me, he grinned. "I told you. Buddy, you're still in your regular clothes? We're almost there. Hurry up and change into your school uniform." Oh no, I got so caught up in chatting that I completely forgot about this. I hurriedly dug out that black robe from the box and put on. When the train finally came to a stop, the scene was chaotic. It felt just like the rush hour subway after work. We were pushed and squeezed by the crowd, and it took us a while to finally get off the train. As soon as I stepped out, the cold wind from the mountains hit me like a shock, and little Imp was shivering, complaining about how cold it was in the mountains. The Weasley brothers, on the other hand, were laughing and joking, patting us on the shoulders. "What's this? The sorting ceremony will be even more exciting. Good luck. Hope you can join us in Gryffindor." After waving goodbye, they disappeared into the crowd. It was just me and Imp left, both of us looking around like quails. Thankfully, we didn't have to wait long before a loud voice rang out. First-year students, this way." I looked in the direction of the voice and saw a ridiculously tall guy waving an oil lamp. I quickly nudged Imp, who was still fastening his buttons. Let's go. Follow me." The path, let me tell you, was no path at all. It was dark and steep, and after the rain, it was all muddy. I couldn't stand it anymore, pulled out my wand, and shouted Lumos. The tip of my wand immediately lit up. I grabbed Imp, and we made our way towards the light, stepping carefully through the mud. As we got closer, I realized this guy was indeed very tall. His face was almost completely covered by messy hair and a big beard, with just his eyes shining like black beetles peeking out. Honestly, it was a bit scary at first glance. My heart skipped a beat. "Was he this Hagrid?" "I am Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He grinned and introduced himself. "Is everyone here? Then let us set off." Following him down that path was basically an extreme challenge. We were rolling and crawling the whole way. Imp, the little chubby one, fell flat on his face, and I quickly helped him up, using my wand to light the way, fearing he would fall again. I swear, there was another kid behind us who fell even worse, covered in mud, cursing loudly. Just when we were about to lose hope, Hagrid shouted ahead, "Turn this corner, and you'll see Hogwarts for the first time." Let me tell you, when that castle suddenly appeared before us, The entire place fell silent, followed by a collective gasp. It was so breathtaking. The castle stood atop the mountain on the other side of the lake, lit up against the night sky, with its towers soaring high. It looked like something out of a video game. Everyone was in awe. Hagrid pointed to a row of small boats by the shore. Each boat can hold up to 4 people. Imk and I quickly squeezed onto one of the boats, which already had a quiet-looking girl with ponytails sitting in it. Then a clumsy little boy got on, and if I hadn't pulled him back, he would have fallen into the water. With all 4 of us in the tiny boat, it creaked and groaned, and I felt like if Imk got any heavier, we would capsize. Imk quietly asked me, "We're not going to have to row ourselves, right?" I quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, the boat is enchanted. It moves by itself." Sure enough, once everyone was on board, Hagrid sat in his own boat and waved his hand. Forward. All the little boats glided smoothly across the calm lake towards the castle, and the feeling was just incredible. Our boat took us through a patch of ivy, into a cave, through a dark tunnel like we were on a thrilling ride, and finally reached an underground dock. We got off the boat and followed Hagrid up some stone steps, finally stopping in front of a huge oak door. Hagrid knocked 3 times, and the door swung open immediately. Standing in the doorway was a tall witch in a bright green robe, with black hair and a serious expression that reminded me of my high school principal. Just standing there, she had an aura that was intimidating. I recognized her. It was Professor McGonagall. She led us into the castle, and the great hall was unbelievably high, with torches blazing on the walls, giving off a medieval vibe. But instead of taking us to the main dining hall, she led us into a very small, empty room. Once we were all crammed inside, Professor McGonagall began her speech. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, without a hint of a smile. "The feast will begin shortly, but before that, you need to be sorted into your houses." She went on and on, with the core message being 4 words. The sorting is important. She explained that the house is your home at school, where you attend classes and live together. Good behavior earns points for your house, while mistakes lose points, and, at the end of the year, there's the house cup. Her serious expression made the kids in the room too nervous to even breathe. Finally, she left us with a "please remain quiet," and walked out. As soon as she left, our group of little kids erupted. "How do we get sorted? Is there a test?" One guy, named something like Mike, was boasting while eating some unknown egg, saying his uncle worked at the Ministry of Magic and that this test would be really tough on us. Goodness. When he said that, Imp turned pale beside me, sweat pouring down like rain, trembling as he said, "Chris, I'm doomed. I don't know any spells. What should I do?" I quickly comforted him. "Don't listen to them. They're just creating anxiety. Stay calm. We'll face it together." But he was still incredibly nervous and insisted I teach him a spell for protection, which left me speechless. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly over 20 ghosts swooped out from the wall. They were semi-transparent, floating around, and several timid kids screamed in fright. Imp jumped 3 feet in the air. One of the chubby ghost monks greeted us cheerfully. New students, ready for the test. Hope you get sorted into Hufflepuff. I used to be in that house." Just then, Professor McGonagall returned, and the ghosts immediately swooshed back through the walls. "Now, line up in a single file and follow me." I helped Imp, whose legs felt like they were filled with lead, as we lined up and exited the small dark room. We walked through the corridor and pushed open a set of double doors, and the Great Hall of Hogwarts was unveiled before us without any warning. I tell you, the moment I stepped into that hall, my CPU could have burst from excitement. It was so magical. The ceiling wasn't a ceiling at all. It was a real starry sky, with thousands of candles floating in midair, and below were 4 long tables filled with upper-year students. The scene was amazing. Professor McGonagall brought us to the front, making us line up facing all the upper-year students. Then she picked up a 4-legged stool on which sat a hat. That hat, my goodness, was old, tattered, and dirty, patched up many times. It looked older than me. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes on that hat. Suddenly, a seam opened up on the brim, and in a raspy voice, it started to rap. It rapped for about 5 minutes, with the main message being, "I'm the best. I can see right through you. Come wear me, and I'll sort you into a good house." After finishing, it even took a proud bow to the 4 tables. Imp was excitedly telling me, "So it's just wearing a hat. When I get back, I'm definitely going to give Fred and George a beating." Then Professor McGonagall took out a roll of parchment and began calling names. Marietta Edgecombe. A girl stepped up and put on the hat, and after a moment, the hat shouted, "Ravenclaw." The second table on the left erupted in applause. I recognized that name, ISNT, she the future snitch, the one with the word snitch on her face. Katie Bell. The hat shouted, "Gryffindor." The table on the far left cheered loudly. Wow, this is the poor guy who almost got taken out by the cursed necklace in the future. I was wondering at the time, is this year just a gathering of unlucky ones? Not long after, it was Imp's turn. He went up trembling like a leaf, and without hesitation, the hat was on his head before he shouted, "Gryffindor!" The Weasley twins jumped up and gave him a bear hug, and a tall, red-haired upperclassman shook his hand. Then, Professor McGonagall called my name, ChrisRed. Let me tell you, my legs were shaking. I wasn't afraid of being sorted. I was afraid that the hat could read minds and spill all the secrets of my time travel. Wouldn't Dumbledore dissect me for research? With a nervous heart, I walked up, sat down, and Professor McGonagall placed that oddly scented hat on my head. A sharp voice immediately rang in my head. Another interesting child. Where should I sort you? I was desperately chanting in my heart. Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw. Please, just give me a chill-out house. The hat murmured in my mind. What? Ravenclaw? You don't seem as smart as you think. But you are very kind. No, I can also see the courage hidden deep inside you. Yes, it's courage and determination. So, Gryffindor. I was dumbfounded, folks, completely shocked. What courage and determination? All I wanted was to lay low. Me, a slacker aspiring to do nothing, sorted into the death-defying front lines of Gryffindor? The wheels of fate must be turning randomly. I really could not take it. The Gryffindor table erupted in thunderous cheers. I walked over in despair, and Fred and George warmly hugged me. We never expected you to be sorted into Gryffindor. We thought you'd be in Ravenclaw. Imp was grinning like an idiot. Well done, Chris. After I sat down, the sorting continued. A seemingly simple boy named Val Stubbins was sorted into Hufflepuff. Don't let his honesty fool you. He would later be a tough guy, getting caught by Snape, while causing trouble in the rose bushes. When everyone was sorted, Principal Dumbledore stood up, arms wide open, smiling. Welcome, everyone. I hope you all study hard and enjoy yourselves in the new school year. And now the feast begins. With that, he sat down. The young wizards started clapping and cheering. It seems that every year S opening remarks are indeed different. I waited for a long time, but the classic line, "You fool, crybaby, waste, twist," was nowhere to be heard. No matter, I didn't care about that. I only cared about one thing, food. Let me tell you, the instant Dumbledore finished speaking, our empty golden plates, with a bang, were piled high with delicacies. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, and that mountain of fried potato chips. Folks, who understands? After a long day, finally being able to eat something warm made my eyes light up, and I grabbed a fork and dug in. I have to say, Hogwarts Dining Hall really isn't bad. The house elf's cooking is quite impressive. The chubby imp next to me was also eating with grease all over his face, recommending the steak to me, saying it was much better than what old John S. place at his school made. While eating, I complained to him that I really didn't understand why the sorting hat put me in Gryffindor. I thought courage had nothing to do with me. Imp looked confused too, saying when he put on the hat, his head buzzed, and he woke up here, completely bewildered. Just as we were both puzzled, Fred and George, the lively duo, came over. They threw their arms around us and said, "Guys, don't think too much. Being in Gryffindor means you're a lion at heart. Let us find a chance to sneak out at night and explore Hogwarts." I thought, no way, I'm not going. That kind of illegal activity could get points deducted and put me in detention. I'm here to study magic, not to mess around with you. But then Imp, who had just been timid, got excited at the mention of sneaking out and readily agreed. Wow, it seems this kid has a bit of Gryffindor talent in him. I had just chewed a couple of bites of my steak when, without warning, a transparent head popped out from under the table. I almost spat my food out. ISNT, that nearly headless Nick? I have to say, I really don't have any good feelings towards ghosts. I'm trying to eat here, man. This is ruining my appetite. It's so off-putting. The ghost was gazing eagerly at the steak in Imp's hand, saying, "That looks really good." Imp being carefree. Wasn't he scared at all, and even asked if he wanted some. Nick said he hadn't eaten in 400 years and was just reminiscing about the taste. After a brief self-introduction, he said he was the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower and then floated away. Imp was still there exclaiming, "Yes, so cool." Fred pointed to the Slytherin table. Their an even cooler one. I looked in the direction he was pointing, and wow, there was a ghost covered in silver blood. Looking dazed, sitting there, it was like a horror movie scene. My stomach churned, and I quickly said, "Guys, don't you think this is disgusting? I can't eat anymore." But they found it amusing and started telling me about a troublemaker called Peeves. I was thinking, when I have some free time, I'm gonna study a spell to deal with these guys, wandering around the castle all day, doing nothing and scaring people. Is that okay? They must contribute something to the beautiful Hogwarts. After the main course, the plates instantly became shiny again, and then dessert arrived. Ice cream, apple pie, chocolate cake. Just when I regained a bit of appetite and wanted to taste it, A guy named Cormac McLagan, next to me, started his personal speech. Do you know my uncle is Tiberius McLagan? He's south super close to the head of the Auror office at the Ministry of Magic. My dad is also very impressive. As he boasted, he stuffed a ball the size of a pigeon egg into his mouth. By the way, my name is Cormac McLagan, and I love eggs. If you want to be my friend, just bring me this. I was speechless. Dude, your character is a bit over the top. No one around was paying attention to him, and the atmosphere became quite awkward. Out of humanitarian spirit, to save him from embarrassment, I casually handed him a cheese pie with an egg yolk that I couldn't finish. Here, eat this. I think you'll definitely be more impressive than your uncle in the future. He immediately took the pie, thrilled. Thank you, Chris. You're such a good person. When I get the chance, I'll introduce you to my dad. I roll my eyes. Does that mean I have to keep flattering you to get to know your uncle? Who wants to meet him anyway? Seriously, this is ridiculous. I held a cup of hot milk, listening to their nonsense while observing the professor's table. Hagrid was eating heartily. Dumbledore was in his long purple robe with strange symbols, and I thought his taste was a bit hard to describe. Next to him was Snape, with greasy black hair and a cold expression like ice. Honestly, I always thought Snape was much cooler than Harry's dad. James? Okay. Lily's taste. So perhaps this is what they call being love-struck. What a waste of a pair. When the dessert also disappeared, Dumbledore stood up again and began announcing the important notices. No entering the Forbidden Forest. No magic in the corridors. Third years and under cannot go to Hogsmeade. And Quidditch tryouts in the second week. All the same old stuff. Finally, he grandly introduced the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Madeline Leanras. A tall, middle-aged, bald wizard stood up and waved at us with a smile. Goodness, his head was shining bright, looking just like a soft-hearted old fool. Fred quietly told his friend, "Damn, I lost. I thought this year would have an old man." But it turned out to be a middle-aged, bald guy. They actually took bets on this. They even talked about last year's professor. An old man so shaky he could barely hold his wand, who could fall asleep in class and almost got dragged into the lake by a giant octopus during a walk, nearly losing his life. Imp was indignant, saying it was incredibly irresponsible for Hogwarts to hire such a person to teach. I wholeheartedly agreed. Let me tell you, the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts is all about the abstract. The professors change every year, and each one has issues. It feels like Dumbledore is just playing around when it comes to selecting people. Whether students can learn anything depends purely on luck. And where can you reason about that? Just as I was ranting away, Dumbledore suddenly said, "Now, before we go to bed, let's sing the school song together." I saw the professor's smiles freeze instantly. With a wave of his wand, golden lyrics floated in the air, and he said, "Everyone choose your favorite tune. Ready, sing?" The next moment, the entire hall turned into a giant KTV disaster scene. Various tunes flew around, and I had been wanting to experience this scene for a long time, so I immediately joined in and sang loudly. The Weasley twins were the best. After everyone finished singing, they leisurely wrapped it up with the tune of the funeral march. Dumbledore even conducted them, leading the applause when they finished, his eyes glistening as he said, "Music is more enchanting than anything we do." After the song, the prefect led us Gryffindor freshmen back to the dormitory. This broken place called Hogwarts is simply a big maze. There are a total of 142 staircases, and as you walk, the direction changes. Some doors need to be politely asked to open, while others are just solid walls. Imp next to me was too stuffed and could barely keep his eyes open, looking like he was sleepwalking. I tried hard to remember the way, but I found it impossible. The stairs seemed to have a mind of their own, leading you into a ditch if you weren't careful. After winding through countless turns, we finally arrived in front of a painting at the end of the 8th floor. The painting depicted a plump woman in a pink dress. This was the fat lady. "Password?" she asked. The prefect replied, "Apple fritters." The painting creaked open, revealing a circular entrance. One by one, we crawled in, and inside was the Gryffindor common room. It was a very cozy circular room, with a fire burning in the fireplace and soft armchairs everywhere, wonderfully warm. The prefect guided the girls to one side, and then took us boys up another spiral staircase. Imk and I ended up in a two-person room, with deep red curtains hanging over the bed, and our trunks had already been delivered. Thankfully, I didn't have to share with that egg-loving McLagan. Otherwise, I have to listen to him brag every day. I quickly unpacked my things, and the chubby imp was already snoring away. I was also exhausted. After washing up, I lay down on the bed and fell asleep instantly. The next day, I woke up to bright daylight outside. Since it was Sunday, I didn't have to attend classes. I thought I would first go to the hall for breakfast, and then take a good tour around the castle to familiarize myself with the layout, so I wouldn't get lost on my way to class tomorrow. The chubby guy was sleeping like a pig, so I didn't wake him up and just put on my robe and went out. As it turned out, what I feared came true. I, a self-proclaimed decent navigator, gloriously got lost on my way to breakfast. I swore I remembered the way yesterday, but today the stairs were not in the same place as yesterday. As I walked, I completely lost track of where I was. Just when I was standing in a completely unfamiliar corridor, bewildered and questioning my life. A gentle voice sounded beside me. "Are you lost?" I turned around and saw a fairy-like older girl, about 14 or 15 years old, with long curly hair, smiling at me. My face flushed, and I awkwardly said, yes, I'm a new student, so you know. She chuckled and said, "I guessed as much. You're almost at the Ravenclaw Tower. Where do you want to go? I can take you." I quickly replied, "Thank you so much. I want to go to the hall for breakfast. I'm ChrisRed of Gryffindor." "Really? That's just on the way." She extended her hand. "I'm Penelope Clearwater. Nice to meet you." I shook her hand, and my heart buzzed. Penelope Clearwater? Isn't she the future girlfriend of that Percy Weasley kid? Wow, Percy is really lucky. She looks amazing, more than I expected. She's such a wonderful girl. But unfortunately, she's stuck with someone like Percy, who is obsessed with authority. Let me tell you, Penelope is truly beautiful, kind-hearted, and intelligent. She is practically the walking recruitment brochure for Ravenclaw. But isn't it ironic that such a great girl has luck akin to being in some hell mode? Just the year of the Chamber of Secrets. When Hermione had just uncovered the basilisk's secret, they bumped into each other around the corner. Hermione even specifically reminded her to use a mirror. And what happened? Good grief. It was like they activated shared petrification. They both turned to stone together. Another time, Ron and Harry drank the polyjuice potion and turned into Draco's lackeys, only to run into Penelope. Ron's brain must have been fried because he asked, "Where's the Slytherin common room?" Who understands that? Not even recognizing his future sister-in-law. Penelope must have sensed something was off, but she said nothing and let them pass. That emotional intelligence, that perspective is truly commendable. Then look at Percy. When pursuing her, he was incredibly attentive. He locked himself in his room all summer, frantically writing letters to Penelope. I seriously suspect that the Weasley family's old owl was worn out by him, flying 10 times a day. Who could take that? But after he won her over, the dynamic shifted. Take the Quidditch match, for instance. They made a bet with 10 galleons at stake. Penelope was excited to watch Harry's firebolt. And Percy was thrilled not because his girlfriend was happy, but because he thought he had that 10 galleons in the bag. He even reminded Penelope not to break her broom, fearing he would have to pay for it. This move was simply a ridiculous plot twist that even electronic pickled vegetables couldn't come up with. Even more outrageous was what happened next, after the match ended. And Gryffindor won. Percy's first thought wasn't to comfort his girlfriend, but to excitedly run to Penelope and demand that 10 galleons. I was shocked. Dude, that is your girlfriend. Even if it's a joke with a regular friend, who would actually ask for money. But Percy did just that, his face thicker than the corner of a city wall. Later, when he became the student council president, he strutted up to Penelope, puffing out his chest, afraid she wouldn't notice his shiny badge. The way he acted was just painful to watch. So, when these two finally broke up, it was like a public service. Otherwise, Penelope, such a good girl, would have truly suffered. Anyway, it was this beautiful and kind senior who was guiding me. As she walked, she explained the survival rules at Hogwarts. She said, "You must be careful of that caretaker, Filch, and his cat, Mrs. Norris. That cat seems to have radar. If you step out of line just a bit, Filch will definitely float over like a ghost within 2 minutes." She also mentioned that basically all students would love to give that cat a kick. I, being a bit cheeky, asked, "Do you want to?" Good grief, she immediately exploded. Me? I'm a good Ravenclaw student. The expression on her face, a mix of anger and amusement, was simply adorable. After parting ways with the senior, I quickly finished my breakfast and slipped 2 pieces of bread to that chubby imp. When I returned to the dorm, he had just woken up and thought I had been captured by a ghost. But when he heard that George and Fred were going to participate in the Quidditch tryouts, he suddenly became as energized as if he had been injected with adrenaline, grabbing me and launching into a frenzy of information. He started talking about beaters, chasers, seekers, rambling on about a bunch of rules, gesturing wildly as if he was about to demonstrate flying on a broomstick. Let me tell you, it felt like when a friend suddenly starts explaining calculus to you. I was nodding along while my mind was wandering off into the clouds. I thought to myself, with Imk's athletic ability, he wants to play, he'd be lucky to just be part of the atmosphere. But I didn't say that. It would be discouraging for the kid. I made up an excuse, saying I wanted to familiarize myself with the layout to avoid being late for class. As I was talking, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into my head. I grabbed Imk and said, "Bro, opportunity has come. What if we make a Hogwarts map to sell to the new students? Think about it. Every year there are a bunch of new students running around like headless flies. Forget the new students, even the older ones might not know all the routes. Once we release this map, it'll be a must-have, essential for home travel, class, and dates. Imk's eyes lit up, praising me as a business genius. Hey, that essay given. We rushed to the hall and found the Weasley twins, who were busy eating. Imk, with his big mouth, quickly spilled my grand plan. As soon as Fred and George heard, their eyes lit up, and they immediately expressed interest in investing. I'm telling you, these two are born for business, their minds spinning fast. Fred even suggested we could do an upgraded version, something with 3D display and real-time positioning, selling for a galleon each. Good grief, that idea was straight out of the Marauders map. I said, hold on. Let us start with the basic version first, a flat rate of 1 sickles. Thin profit margin, but high sales volume. Let us earn our first bucket of gold before we talk about upgrades. After breakfast, I began my Hogwarts City walking tour. Let me tell you, this job was truly not for humans. Starting from the eerie basement, Snape's old Batcave, I climbed all the way to the 4th floor, nearly breaking my legs. Along the way, I discovered a small secret passage behind a tapestry that led to the trophy room. I wandered around and saw the Triwizard Tournament trophy, as well as the special contribution award Voldemort received back in the day. How ironic. For an entire afternoon, I explored this 9-story castle, getting lost several times, but finally managed to sketch a rough draft of the map. By evening, I was exhausted, slumped in the common room, studying for tomorrow's potions class. Let me tell you, the first lesson of the semester was Snape's class. This school really knows how to crank up the intensity. Just then, the three of them burst in as if they had just won a battle. It turned out George and Fred successfully made the team as beaters. The chubby guy was even more excited than the two of them. I showed them my afternoon's hard work, the map draft. Instantly, several heads leaned in, pointing and discussing. This isn't right. This road needs to be drawn like this. There's also an abandoned classroom here that you missed. With 1 stroke from you and 1 from me, that map instantly became full. In the end, we decided that I would handle the inside of the castle, while the Forbidden Forest, the Black Lake, and the Quidditch pitch would be left to the 3 of them to tackle separately. The chubby one, Imk, got the heaviest task since he had only been talking and not working before. As a result, early the next morning, it was our turn to experience Snape's warm care. Let me tell you, Snape's potions classroom is really not a place for humans. It's like a basement, gloomy and cold, with walls full of bizarre creatures preserved in formalin. And it feels like one of them could jump out and zap me at any moment. The good spots had long been taken by those Slytherins, so the chubby one and I could only huddle in the back, trembling. The chubby one even muttered to me that this place felt like a biology lab. I said, dude, you're thinking too small. This environment is simply the perfect setting for an escape room. Just as we were chatting, the door was kicked open with a bang, and Snape floated in like a black ghost, his face looking as if someone owed him 8 million. I swear, the moment he walked in, the temperature in the classroom dropped at least 5 degrees. It was like a physical drop in temperature. His eagle-like gaze swept across the room and immediately locked onto McLaggen in the front row, who was sneaking food. Snape directly launched into a tirade. Very well. On the first day of school, you dare to have a private feast in my class. Shouldn't Gryffindor's admission standards be aligned with those of trolls? McLaggen was so scared he almost spat out what was in his mouth, his face turning bright red. A guy next to him tried to speak up for him, but as soon as he stood up and called out Professor, Snape didn't even lift his eyelids. Speaking in class without raising your hand, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Uncultured wretch. That one sentence silenced the entire room. The Slytherins were shaking with suppressed laughter. It was ridiculous. After taking attendance, Snape began his classic PUA opening spiel about brewing glory and preventing death. I was almost falling asleep listening to it. To summarize, it was just one sentence. You are all fools, only I am impressive. The chubby one sat straight next to me, afraid of being the typical example. Then came the main event. Snape suddenly called out McLaggen. He fired 3 questions in a row that made McLaggen question his life. The first was about Puffskein, which he misheard as Puffkin. The second asked for the difference between 2 types of aconite, and his answer blew everyone away. Their names are different, so they must look different too. Family, who understands? This guy knows how to speak nonsense. The Slytherins were already laughing hysterically. Snape's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he angrily docked 10 points from Gryffindor, saying McLaggen was the dumbest student he had ever taught. Then it was time for hands-on practice, brewing a potion to treat scabies. I immediately transformed into a gold medal instructor, directing the chubby one. You, brew that slug potion. Yes, yes, stir. Don't stop. Don't burn the cauldron. Snape floated around the classroom like a big bat, scolding anyone he caught. And the chubby one got scolded a couple of times, making his hands shake with fear. Luckily, I was there, and the two of us managed to finish the potion first. The color was exactly like the one in the book. Perfect. I raised my hand to submit it, and Snape took it, smelled it, and grumbled, barely passing. I thought to myself, well, not losing points is already a blessing. There was a Slytherin named Pusey whose potion wasn't even as good as mine, and he immediately got 5 points added. This double standard is unbelievable. Then just like that, there was a loud bang. Katie Bell's cauldron in the front row exploded. Let me tell you, that scene was like a large-scale beauty product failure. Green smoke billowed, and potions splattered everywhere. I reacted quickly, pulling the chubby one back to avoid it. But McLaggen was the unluckiest. He had just been scolded by Snape. Still a bit dazed, and he got drenched in green potion, instantly breaking out in red, swollen sores on his face, screaming in pain. Snape was furious, scolding Katie mercilessly, and then sent McLaggen to the hospital wing. The most outrageous part? He actually docked his points, saying, "Why didn't you remind Katie?" My goodness. This blame shifting is simply the work of a saint in the art of deceit. The chubby one was so angry he almost took off, but I grabbed him. Arguing with such a person is simply a waste of breath. After class, the chubby one was stomping his feet on the stairs, saying that Snape was biased to the point of being under his armpit. I told him, "Calm down, trust me, this old guy has definitely hit menopause. His hormones are out of balance. Just look at how oily his hair is. We need to care for the patient." The chubby one heard this and burst out laughing, as if he actually believed it. During lunch, the Weasley twins came over to console us, two unlucky ones, saying they were used to it. Snape had been displeased with Gryffindor for days. We also checked on the progress of the map, and I specifically warned them that the Forbidden Forest was just for drawing on the outskirts, and absolutely not to venture inside. Just as I finished speaking, their prefect Percy came over like a radar, warning them sternly that if they dared to enter the Forbidden Forest, he would tell Mrs. Weasley. The twins immediately raised their hands in surrender. In the afternoon, our map-making quartet set off to work separately. I was in charge of the Black Lake and the lawn. It felt as easy as taking a walk, pleasant and enjoyable. I assigned the chubby one to climb all the towers under the pretense of contributing to the team. I figured after he finished this round, the number on the scale would have to bow to him. During dinner, the chubby one floated back, unable to stand straight, gulping down water. According to his own tearful complaints, he was scared half to death by Bloodman Barlow all day and was thrown like a bowling ball by Peeves. It was simply a Hogwarts adventure. George and Fred said they would give him an Indian ancient massage, but ended up giving him a series of love taps, making the chubby one scream, asking if we could act like humans. Amidst the laughter and chaos, we didn't delay our work. We pieced together the maps we each drew, and lo and behold, a perfect version 1.0 of the Hogwarts campus map was born. We decided to sell this initial version first, and later release an upgraded version with secret passages, focusing on sustainable development. That night, the four of us huddled in the dormitory, using the duplication spell to print maps. The spell was good, but it was too effective at preventing piracy, as it couldn't print money, which was a disappointment. We printed about 70 or 80 copies, and I thought that should be enough. But George raised a key question. Those Slytherins definitely won't welcome us. How do we sell to them? I had a sudden idea. We couldn't sell directly. We needed an agent. Find someone from another house to specifically handle the Slytherin market. I already had someone in mind, but I wouldn't tell them first. This is called a trade secret. Early the next morning, the sales practical class began. The chubby guy held a map and saw a Hufflepuff guy, so he went straight over and asked, "Hey brother, do you want Hogwarts map?" He scared the guy away immediately. I pulled him over and said, "Look at me." I walked up to another Hufflepuff blonde guy, lowered my voice, and mysteriously leaned in. "Hey friend, want a map?" Seeing the confused look on his face, I continued, "It's a mysterious Hogwarts map. A rare item I got at a high price, full of secret locations. Since we hit it off, let us be friends, and I'll get it to you at cost." I had my hand tucked in my robe, making it look like a secret meeting. The guy's eyes lit up, and he took out money on the spot to seal the deal. The chubby guy was dumbfounded, whispering, "Impressive, but you seem a bit sleazy." "TCH, that's called a marketing strategy." I said, "All right, let me change my approach." I stretched my neck and scanned the room, spotting a freshman just entering the hall. Opportunity knocked. I went straight up and warmly threw my arm around his shoulder. "Hey brother, good morning. How's it going in Hufflepuff?" The guy looked completely bewildered. "Good morning. Who are you?" I immediately put on a heartbroken expression. "Oh no, have you forgotten me? We took the boat to Hogwarts together. You even marveled at the castle's grandeur with me." The moment he heard this, the guy slapped his thigh and suddenly realized, "Oh, it's you. My memory is terrible." I didn't sleep well last night, and my brain feels like mush. He then enthusiastically came over to shake my hand. Let me tell you, once the act got this far, I had to seize the moment. I immediately put on a concerned expression and said earnestly, "It's okay, just starting school. I understand the excitement can keep you up, but health is the foundation of revolution." Guess what? The guy was so moved, he almost cried, probably regretting forgetting such a friendly acquaintance. The timing was perfect. I quickly pulled out the prepared map from my pocket and said, "Here's the thing. I know a senior who made a Hogwarts map specifically for us freshmen. I asked him for a while, and he only gave me 2 copies, so of course, I thought of you. Here's one for you." The guy was stunned, frantically shaking his head. No, 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 this is too precious." I shoved the map into his hands, launching my PUA tactics. "Hey, who are we to each other? I bought 2 copies. Keeping it would be a waste, right? Just consider it a gesture of friendship." He still felt bad and insisted on giving me money. We pushed back and forth, and in the end, I reluctantly accepted 1 silver sickles from him, and even insisted on giving him back the other 2, saying, "1 is enough, just a token gesture." Who understands this, huh? After all that back and forth, I almost convinced myself. In the end, the guy held the map, teary-eyed, saying he'd de-treat me to chocolate frogs next time. I waved my hand and left gracefully, keeping my achievements under wraps. Once I was far enough away, I figured the guy was still there. Marveling, Hogwarts is such a great place, but what was my new friend's name again? I turned around and found the chubby guy, Imp, and raised my eyebrows at him smugly. "See? Did you learn? The art of sales." The chubby guy mumbled, "But you were selling to someone you know?" "I don't have any acquaintances." I almost choked, slapping him. "Who said this was someone I knew? There were only 4 of us on the boat. You know whether he was there or not." Imp's eyes nearly popped out. "What? This works? ISNT, that deceiving? What if he remembers? How can that be called deception? That S called building an emotional connection. Think about it. It was pitch black at the time. Who remembers who? Besides, our map is a good thing, right?" He spent 1 sickles to get an exclusive guide. Did he lose out? He made a killing. After my spiel, although Imp still looked shocked, it seemed like I had convinced him a bit. I patted his shoulder. "All right, our focus is on sincerity. The product is solid. And what's wrong with using a little marketing trick? Hurry up, we're going to be late for class." The first class in the morning was History of Magic. Let me tell you, Hogwarts is great in many ways, but this History of Magic class is basically a large-scale hypnosis session. The professor is a ghost named Binns, who supposedly died in his office and just floated in to teach the next morning, forgetting to bring his body along. Seriously, I really respect that dedication. But the way he teaches is something else. His voice is as flat as an AI reading a script, devoid of any emotion, dragging out long tones while reading from the textbook, talking about 10 or so trolls waving short sticks, and the banshee gliding around looking for children to eat. Such thrilling content coming from his mouth is more effective than sleeping pills. I initially struggled to take notes, but within 10 minutes, my eyelids started to droop, and I finally gave up and fell asleep on the desk. As soon as the bell rang, I groggily woke up, and the chubby imp next to me was sleeping even deeper, drooling almost. I slapped him awake. "Class is over. Wake up." He jumped up, eyes wide open, shouting, "What? Fire?" I burst out laughing. What kind of nightmare was he having? What fire? He must have been confused in his sleep. "Let us go. Next is Charms class." Fortunately, the Charms professor, Flitwick, was a living person. He was a particularly short old man who had to stand on a stack of books to reach the podium. But his teaching ability was top-notch. He started by giving us a bunch of theories, and then, to prevent us newbies from causing trouble with our wands, he actually had us practice the waving motions with quills first. Can you believe it? A bunch of future great wizards waving around a feather quill like we were performing tricks with monkeys. However, I was well prepared, and my movements were as standard as in a textbook, which made Professor Flitwick's eyes light up, immediately awarding Gryffindor 5 points. At lunchtime, the Great Hall was like a bustling market. The Weasley twin brothers were surrounded by a crowd, boasting about the map like they were performing a comedy act. Their business was booming. The chubby imp was so anxious he couldn't even eat, grabbing the map and running off to find customers everywhere. As for me, I was as calm as a dog, leisurely cutting my lamb chops, because my stock had already sold out completely earlier. I had directly approached the beautiful Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater, and told her my business plan, asking her to handle the sales channels for both Ravenclaw and Slytherin, offering her a 20 profit share. When she saw the quality of the map, she was thrilled and immediately agreed to the deal, even excitedly giving me a peck on the forehead, saying I was such a good person. I was stunned at the time, wiping my forehead. Wait, did I just earn a good person card? Is that really necessary? The afternoon was Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall's domain, with an aura so powerful it felt like 2 meters tall. As soon as she entered the classroom, everyone was as quiet as quail. She immediately launched into a motivational speech about the most dangerous magic and warned the troublemakers to roll out, leaving the room in utter silence. Then she transformed the podium into a pig and back again, showing off to us newbies. Today's practice project was to turn a matchstick into a needle. Let me tell you, the classroom was a scene of chaos. One guy mispronounced the spell, and when he poked the matchstick with his wand, it suddenly ignited, nearly singeing his eyebrows. I originally wanted to try a tricky spell, to see if the silencing charm would work, but after holding my breath for a long time, nothing happened. All right, I decided to just recite the spell properly. As soon as I said, Vera Verdo, hey, it worked. Although the needle's point was a bit thick, at least it was a needle. The chubby guy next to me was so envious he was about to shout, but I quickly covered his mouth. I wanted to keep a low profile. But Professor McGonagall was sharp-eyed and immediately noticed, walking over to pick up my needle and announcing in front of everyone, Mr. Reed has succeeded. 5 points to Gryffindor. Instantly, the whole class's attention was on me. After class, Professor McGonagall specifically kept me back, looking at me with that treasure-discovering gaze. Mr. Reed, you have great talent, and you're very diligent, studying in advance during the summer. What a good boy. I was stunned. No, Professor, let me explain. What I meant to express was that I'm not a genius, and it's all hard work, but in her ears, it automatically translated to this kid not only his talent, but is also incredibly hardworking. Her reading comprehension skills are amazing. I was panicking inside. If this got to Dumbledore's ears, that old fox with a legilimency spell, he would see right through my pants. No, I had to keep a low profile. I had to learn how to close my mind. But where could I learn that? It's not like it's common knowledge. The more I thought about it, the more exhausted I became. So I just collapsed in a bed in the dormitory. That night, when I sat down to eat in the Great Hall, before I could even settle in, Imk and the Weasley twins surrounded me. Imk was bragging about selling 12 maps that afternoon, and the twins were showering me with praise, calling me a genius of Gryffindor. I desperately explained, No, I just studied a bit more during the holiday. Actually, I'm quite dumb. Then Fred smartly asked, So, have you learned all the spells in your textbook? I honestly replied, I've tried most of them. Successfully? Most of them. As soon as I finished speaking, the three of them looked at me as if I were a monster, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The more I explained, the weirder their expressions became, like they were looking at some kind of superhero. All right, I got it. I couldn't keep a low profile anymore, since I couldn't be discreet. I had to take the initiative. I took a deep breath, looked at the three of them seriously, and said, can I ask you guys for a favor? They were all stunned, looking at me curiously. I heard there are plenty of good things in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, and I lowered my voice, my eyes shining. Tonight, I want to go there and check it out, find some advanced materials, and we can upgrade the map to make a live point map that shows real-time dynamics. The two jokers' eyes lit up at once. They were so excited. Let me tell you, I definitely couldn't tell them the truth. I couldn't say I was in a hurry to learn mind-closing spells because I was afraid Dumbledore and Voldemort might suddenly decide to do a brain skin one day, right? Who would believe that? Did he think I was crazy at best? So, the excuse of upgrading the map was simply perfect. It matched our mischievous image and was indeed our next plan. Sure, keep it down. I quickly pulled them back. This couldn't be shouted about. At 12:30 tonight, let us meet in the common room, and then it'll be up to you guys. Don't worry, we're professionals. The twins patted their chests confidently, as if Hogwarts were their backyard. Sure enough, at midnight, I and Imp crept in like thieves into the common room. It was pitch dark inside. The fireplace only had a few embers left, and the chairs looked like shadowy monsters. But what happened? The Weasley twins weren't there at all. I thought, no way. Did those two fall asleep? Just as I was about to sit down, a voice suddenly came from under the chair beside me. Hey, we're over here. We both jumped. A black cloth was lifted, and George's head popped out, looking smug. How about that? Our concealment skills are pretty good, right? I was truly impressed. These two really knew how to have fun. They handed us 2 more identical black cloths, and after putting them on, the 4 of us sneaked out of Gryffindor Tower. The library was eerie. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and the bookshelves looked like rows of giants. We tiptoed to the innermost restricted section, pulled the frayed rope, and used the weak glow from the tip of our wands to search for books. Fred was still reminding us, be careful. The books here can be cursed. Some have dark magic. No kidding, if it weren't cursed, would it be called the restricted section? I scanned through layer by layer, feeling anxious. What were these things? The covers were faded, the titles were in ancient runes, and I couldn't understand them at all. There was even one that looked like it was smeared with blood, sticky and slimy. I felt like it was whispering to me. Anyone understand this? My hair stood on end. Time passed by, and I quickly climbed a ladder to look higher up. Just then I saw it. A thin book with a dark green cover, clearly labeled, "Close Your Mind." I found it. I was so excited, I nearly fell off the ladder, quickly yanking it out and stuffing it into my robe. However, just as I was about to climb down, a piercing scream that could shatter eardrums suddenly broke the silence of the entire library. I turned my head and saw, good grief, it was Imk. He was holding a black and silver book, and that book, it was screaming on its own. The sound was 1,000 times more unbearable than nails on a chalkboard. "Quick, close it," I shouted in panic. Imk, the chubby guy, was so scared he froze in place. George reacted quickly, rushing over and slamming the book shut. But it was useless. The screaming didn't stop at all. It was like an air raid siren. This was it. We were done for. Footsteps were coming from the corridor. It was Filch. "Quick, hide." George shoved the screaming book back onto the shelf, and we hurriedly extinguished our wands and ducked behind the bookshelf with the black cloth. Just as we hid, Filch's old face appeared at the door, his eyes scanning like searchlights, mumbling, "They must be hiding. Mrs. Norris, go sniff them out. That damn cat." Her nose was sharper than a dog's. Slowly approached the spot where Fred and George were hiding. Just when I thought my heart would leap out of my throat, I witnessed a scene I would never forget in my life. Fred and George suddenly stood up, sprinting toward the door while shouting at Filch, "Come catch me, old man." "You can't catch me." Filch exploded on the spot, angrily chasing after them. The two brothers bravely sacrificed themselves to buy us time. Filch grabbed each by the collar and swaggered away, probably to complain to Professor McGonagall. I and the terrified Imk waited behind the bookshelf for a long time, making sure there was no movement before we sneakily slipped back to the common room. Once back, Imk couldn't hold it anymore. His eyes were red, and he kept blaming himself. "It's all my fault." George and Fred. "All right, stop thinking about it." I patted him. "No one could have expected this. I believe they won't blame you." The next morning, Imk, sporting two black eyes, insisted on dragging me to the Great Hall. As soon as we entered, I saw the hourglass for house points hanging on the wall. Wow, Gryffindor's section was completely empty, not a single gem left. All the points we had worked so hard for were wiped out overnight, leaving us at the bottom. Looking at the long table, I saw George and Fred casually boasting about their heroic deeds from last night, completely unfazed. Imk rushed over to apologize, but George pulled him into a hug. "What's the matter? We're the Hogwarts Brotherhood. You'd do the same if you were in our shoes, right?" Watching them, I felt a warmth in my heart. These two brothers really got along well. Just as I was reflecting on this, Penelope came flying over like a little bird, her face flushed with excitement. "Chris, your map is selling like crazy. Those Slytherins are fighting over it." She shoved a handful of money into my hands, and to my surprise, it was 2 gold galleons. She said she sold the map to Slytherin and doubled the price, selling 2 for 2 silver sickles. And there was still more demand. "I told you, this was simply a windfall." I shared her commission, and she bounced off to attract more business. Imp next to us looked astonished. "Wow, you're amazing. Shouldn't we raise the price?" I shook my head. "No way if we raise the price now. That's just taking advantage of our classmates. Reputation is important. We'll talk about selling to the new students next year." As we chatted, we headed towards the greenhouse. Professor Sprout, who taught herbology, was a kind little plump lady. In class, she started introducing a plant called White Fresh. Then that McLagan, the obnoxious guy who boasted in potions class last time, stood up again. When Professor Sprout asked what White Fresh was used for, guess what he said? He cleared his throat and arrogantly replied, "White Fresh, as the name suggests, is very delicious. I had White Fresh chicken soup and upper-class banquet my uncle took me to, and that taste, TSK, you will never experience it in your lifetime." I almost choked on my breath. White Fresh chicken. How could he come up with that? The whole class burst into laughter, and Professor Sprout's expression was priceless. She wanted to scold him, but had to maintain her kindness, so she could only say gently, "Oh, we've never tried that used before. Thank you, McLagan." Later, a Hufflepuff student gave the correct answer, saying White Fresh was an incredibly potent healing herb that could heal wounds without scarring. Upon hearing that, I immediately decided I had to get some. It was essential for home use, travel, and even fighting. In the afternoon, we finally reached the flying class we had been looking forward to the most. Imp was so excited he couldn't shut up all afternoon. However, when we got to the lawn, we had class with Slytherin. Madam Hooch had to stand by our brooms and shouted up. I shouted several times, but that lousy broom just spun on the ground. Finally, out of frustration, I yelled, and it sprang up with a bang, almost hitting my chin. But poor Imp was worse off. His broom didn't budge as if it were glued to the ground. At that moment, A Slytherin named Pusey pointed at Imk and burst out laughing. Look at that fat Gryffindor. What a loser. I'll tell you, my anger shot straight to the top of my head. How could I tolerate my friend being humiliated like that? I drew my wand without thinking and cast a silencing charm right at that guy's face. If you can't speak, don't speak. I glared at him coldly. Pusey's mouth was instantly sealed, and he could only make muffled sounds. The Slytherins across from us all pulled out their wands. And we Gryffindors weren't going to back down either, creating a standoff. What are you doing? Madame Hooch came over furiously, and when she saw the tense situation, her face turned green. Put your wands away. She pointed at me and said, What's your name? How dare you use a spell in my class? ChrisRed. I replied calmly. He insulted my classmate first. That doesn't justify using magic. Gryffindor loses 20 points. Slytherin does too, minus 20 points. Madame Hooch was furious, and Pusey, who had just been freed from the spell, shot me a look that could kill. Wow, that look was like he wanted to come at me hard. I thought to myself, what are you looking at? If you're not convinced, let us train. But Madame Hooch looked so angry like a black pot that I didn't dare to push my luck. She blew her whistle to dismiss us, and I hurried over to pat Imk on the shoulder, saying, Buddy, don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. It's just those Slytherins being obnoxious. I just couldn't hold back. Imk was still blaming himself, saying it was all his fault that it got the Weasley twins punished and now involved me too. I thought, why is this kid so honest? I quickly gave him a pep talk, saying we're brothers. Isn't it right for me to stand up for you? During the next flying class, let me tell you, the atmosphere was like a military training camp. Madame Hooch was like a strict drill sergeant, pacing back and forth among us. And no one dared to breathe loudly. My skills weren't great, so I just obediently hovered at a low altitude. But Imk was a different story. He was already nervous, and after that incident, he looked like he was having a seizure on the broom. Pusey and his Slytherin friends across from us were stifling their laughter, and their schadenfreude made my fists clench again. Finally, when class ended, I was just thinking about how to comfort Imk when we reached the castle door. Hey, what a coincidence. Pusey and his gang blocked our way. That guy had his obnoxious smirk back, his chin almost pointing to the sky, and he started berating me. Oh, Red, right? Getting bold, huh? Shaking your wand in class? Sneaking an attack while I was paying attention. What kind of hero are you? I was so angry I almost laughed. If you got something to say, just say it. Don't whine like a bitter woman. If you want to fight, let us do it now. Pull out your wand. Saying that, I drew my wand. But guess what? That guy flinched. He sneered. I'm not falling for your tricks. You want to get caught fighting here and have us Slytherins lose points too? You Gryffindors are about to hit negative points. You think we'll take the fall with you? No way. Wow. He really knew how to provoke someone. He continued. If you've got guts, come to the trophy room tonight at midnight, and we'll have a proper wizard duel. Whoever doesn't show is a coward. I gave him a look like the subway grandma looking at her phone and said, Not going. Why would I stay up late to do this with you? Do you think I'm going to turn myself in tomorrow? I could just go back to my dorm and play a couple of games. I sent that better? Pusey's face turned green immediately. He probably didn't understand what a game was, but he definitely got the mocking tone. He left with a parting shot. You wait. This isn't over, and stormed off with his followers. Once they left, Imp got fired up, clenching his fists and saying he wanted to explain things to Professor McGonagall. I quickly pulled him back, saying just calm down, let us go back to the dorm and rest. I've got this under control. After calming Imp down, I slipped away. I'll tell you, I was as clear as day in my mind. With this incident, I definitely couldn't avoid a serious talk with Professor McGonagall. I had to set up my mental defenses before she found me. I rushed to the 8th floor of the castle with the book Close Your Mind that I sneaked out from the restricted section. Right in front of the tapestry, depicting a group of giants beating a bald man with sticks, there was a bare white wall. Yes, I was looking for the legendary room of requirement. I crazily chanted in my mind, give me a training room for intense cultivation. It must be absolutely quiet and absolutely private. Then I walked back and forth in front of that wall 3 times. Miraculously, the wall made a click, as if an interdimensional portal had opened, and countless mysterious runes appeared out of thin air, eventually converging into a smooth, large door. Wow, it worked! I quickly glanced around like a thief, saw no one, and slipped inside. Once the door closed, the inside was surprisingly bright. The room was ridiculously large, at least 1,000 square feet. The torches on the walls suddenly lit up, and the scene was spectacular. Inside, there were tables, chairs, and training dummies. And at the back, there were several large bookshelves filled with various magical books, including those on dark magic. A sign hanging on the bookshelf read that knowledge is the most valuable treasure of a wizard, but there was a small print underneath. Only for reading, not for taking away. Donations welcome. Goodness, This is just Hogwarts' hidden VIP study room, right? I was so excited, but I held back the urge to read and focused on the task at hand. I quickly opened Close Your Mind. The author was Queenie Goldstein, and as soon as I saw that name, I realized it was the beautiful sister who could read minds from Fantastic Beasts, right? Her book couldn't be bad. The book explained everything thoroughly with one core concept: emptiness. It was about clearing all the chaotic thoughts in your mind, formatting all emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, so that your mind becomes a smooth wall, making it impossible for others to find a foothold. I sat cross-legged and began to practice. Emptying, then emptying again. Let me tell you, this was much harder than I imagined. The thoughts in my mind sprouted like wild grass, coming up one after another. After practicing for about 2 hours, I felt like I was almost reaching a meditative state, finally finding a sense of it. In that moment, I felt like I had entered a sage mode, seeing everything calmly, as if my CPU speed had doubled. Although this was just the most basic level, and I was far from being as powerful as Snape, it should be enough to handle Professor McGonagall's preliminary investigation. When I came out of the room of requirement, the door turned back into a white wall, seamless as ever. It was then that I realized my stomach was growling, and when I looked at the clock, I had already missed dinner. I hurried back to the common room, and as soon as I walked in, I saw Imk and the Weasley twins huddled together, excitedly discussing something. As soon as Imk saw me, he immediately handed me something wrapped in brown paper. Opening it up, it was a warm beef pie. "Oh, my friends, who understands this? I am crying," George shouted when he saw me. "Chris, I heard you took down that Slytherin kid today. Awesome, man. You dare to act in class. And now the whole Gryffindor knows we have a tough guy this year." While I was munching on the pie, I waved my hand. "What? I just cast one spell on him. The story is exaggerated." This was nothing. Fred leaned in with a mysterious look and said, "We also had a big harvest today." Saying this, George sneakily pulled out a folded and very old piece of parchment from his uniform. He spread the parchment on the table, lowered his voice, pointed with his wand, and murmured, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Wow, my eyes widened. I saw the blank parchment where ink lines rapidly spread, and a highly detailed map of Hogwarts instantly emerged. There were countless moving black dots on it, each marked with a name. The Marauders map. They actually snuck this out from Philip's office while being punished. They said Fred threw a dung bomb at the door to attract attention, and George took the opportunity to pry open a drawer labeled highly dangerous and pulled out this map. The map itself came to life, telling them how to use it and the names of its creators: Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. I watched as the map showed Dumbledore pacing in the headmaster's office and Filch's cat patrolling the 3rd floor, utterly amazed. This thing is 1,000 times better than my hand-drawn navigation. Imk was still in awe, and suddenly an incredible business plan formed in my mind. I told them, "Guys, this is our ace in the hole, but we can't play all our cards at once. I have an idea. We should learn from mobile game companies and do version updates." The three of them looked at me in confusion. I cleared my throat and continued. "Our map business can have upgrades. Based on this Marauders map, we can add 1 or 2 new secret passages to our first version of the map and launch it as version 2.0. Once that sells well, we can release version 3.0 and add a few more. Focus on sustainable profits. This way, we can earn continuously while maintaining our mystery and leading position in the Hogwarts Explorer Circle." The Weasley twins' eyes widened in disbelief, and they exclaimed in unison, "Chris, you are a genius." The next day was Thursday. In Transfiguration class, I effortlessly turned a matchstick into a perfect needle with a silent spell. Sure enough, after class, Professor McGonagall kept me behind. I quickly activated my basic brain-closing technique, feeling completely clear-headed. Professor McGonagall didn't use legilimency. Instead, she launched into a serious criticism, saying my behavior was reckless. Although my intentions were good, my methods were absolutely wrong. In the end, she punished me with a 20-inch long essay on Transfiguration. "Oh, what is the big deal? It's just writing. I can finish it in no time." At lunch, my owl Rupert returned, not only bringing back a small bottle of white ash, but also costing me 2 gallons. The apothecary replied that they only had the raw materials, not the seedlings. I thought about it and decided to let it go. Stealing from Professor Sprout's greenhouse? No way. I have principles. Stealing books is for knowledge sharing, but stealing seedlings is pure theft. So I pondered whether to gather the Weasley brothers and Imk and head to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest to hunt for some wild plants. More people mean more strength. What if we really find wild white ash? That would be a huge profit. If we don't find anything, it's fine. We could just treat it as a post-lunch stroll. So I wrote a letter home to report my safety. stuffing a big bag of magical snacks for my owl Rupert to take back. In the letter, I only reported good news, saying I was making progress in my studies and was frequently praised by the professors, telling my family not to worry unnecessarily. I also specifically advised my sister Diana to sneakily eat the snacks herself and not to share them with her Muggle classmates, or else she might end up with a campus ghost story. In the afternoon, we had charms class. I tell you, I've become a bit of a celebrity at school now. As soon as I entered the classroom, dozens of eyes focused on me. The incident where I stood up for Imk in flying class yesterday made me a hero in the eyes of the little wizards. Who understands? I really don't want to be the center of attention. I just want to quietly be a passerby, but now everywhere I go, I'm the focus. This unwanted fame is really not what I want. In this charms class, Professor Flitwick started with the usual routine, droning on about a bunch of theories, putting everyone to sleep. Finally, when we got to the second half of the class, the old professor probably realized that if he kept talking, this bunch of kids would collectively fall asleep, so he finally let everyone take out their wands. And what do we learn? The most basic Lumos charm. I was stunned. I could cast that spell silently with my eyes closed. However, Imk was the first to successfully light up his wand, earning 3 points for Gryffindor, which made him very happy. The little chubby guy finally regained some face and even had an extra bowl of pumpkin porridge for dinner. In the evening, we had astronomy class. Let me tell you, attending this class was an ultimate test of my physical endurance. The astronomy tower is the highest tower in Hogwarts, and there is no elevator. We struggled up the spiral staircase with telescopes on our backs, almost blacking out from exhaustion. Imk, that little chubby guy, almost collapsed on the spot, lying on the ground, feeling hopeless. At that moment, I realized that the end of magic is physics. Climbing stairs is something you can't use magic for at all. When we reached the top of the tower, the wind was so strong it felt like a hurricane. The professor was lecturing there, and I stood at the back, hearing only whispering. Stars whispering. Planets. Who knows what she was talking about? I figured the exam would just be drawing a star chart, so I planned to copy Imk's notes and be done with it. I wasn't interested at all. On Friday morning, we finally had the legendary defense against the Dark Arts class. Everyone was eagerly anticipating it, thinking they would learn some cool and powerful spells. Only I felt completely indifferent, even wanted to laugh a little. With Hogwarts data teachers changing every year, what good stuff could they teach? When the class bell rang, a bald uncle in his 40s, looking particularly timid, Professor Madeline Leanras, walked in with a book and a cage. McLaggen guessed there was a dragon in the cage, which made me laugh. It was such a small cage, you could fit a loach in there at best. As expected, this class gave off an unreliable vibe right from the start. Professor Leanras asked everyone to open their textbooks, but McLaggen pulled out a book titled Where the Fresh Eggs, causing the whole class to burst into laughter. This guy really has no social skills. He must have been pranked by his roommate. Professor Leanras was also a soft touch. When the classroom discipline fell apart, he could only mumble, okay, stop laughing, showing no authority at all. I thought, hey, this professor is easy to handle. If I want to borrow a book from the restricted section, I might be able to find a loophole with him. Then, this professor started reading straight from the textbook, talking about the red-capped goblins. His tone was so flat, it felt like a chant, making everyone's eyelids droop. Just when I thought the class would drag on in a lullaby, it suddenly took a turn. This bald professor suddenly seemed to come alive, reading more enthusiastically, and I couldn't keep up. He started freestyle rapping. These gnomes. Hey, guess what? They live in the ancient battlefields underground. With spells. Yes, that's right. Drive them away. They're dangerous for muggles. What muggles? Lonely muggles. On a dark night. What do? Hit them with a big stick. I was stunned, folks. It's 2025, and Hogwarts is still doing rap? With that rhythm and flow, it would be a shame not to enter a rap competition. The little wizards were also getting hyped, listening intently. After the rap session ended, the professor finally opened that mysterious cage, and inside was a bunch of little mice. Then he proudly announced, "Today I'm going to teach you a very nice spell, which is the Snivella spell." The whole class fell silent. I had already pulled out my wand. "And you're teaching me this?" But this bald professor was getting excited, bragging about how he once defeated a dark wizard with just the Snivella spell. The story was so exaggerated that I almost believed it. He said that at that time, dark magic was everywhere, and he thought he was about to meet his beloved. Then, in a moment of inspiration, he shot off a few Snivella spells, and the dark wizard immediately burst into tears, giving him the chance to cast a sleeping spell and collect a 50 galleon reward. I was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of pathetic dark wizard is this? Is their skill level so low that they can be dealt with by a Snivella spell? You're blowing your own horn so much that even Lockhart would hand you a cigarette. A dark wizard? One Avada Kedavra, and you're done for. This guy, I think I can crown him the Hogwarts king of nonsense. But those little wizards were completely taken in, clapping for him. Imk's eyes were sparkling, saying we must learn this well. What could I say? I could only watch these naive kids and that bald guy on stage, proud of his so-called masterpiece. Next came the practical exercise. Each person was given a little mouse, and the goal was to make it cry a lot. Imk went wild, casting several Snevellis spells on the poor mouse, causing it to drip snot all over the table. It was a shocking sight. And for that, the bald professor even awarded him 5 points, saying he did the best. However, there's always someone who can surpass my imagination. McLaggen, that guy is different. He is all about bloody violence. He cast a spell, and instead of the mouse dripping snot, it started spraying blood everywhere like a fountain. Wow, there was blood splattered everywhere, and none of the surrounding classmates were spared. They all ended up covered in it. McLaggen panicked and grabbed the rat, stuffing it into his robe, but unfortunately, the poor little thing just passed out. The bald professor watched from the side, completely at a loss, utterly useless. At that moment, I had just one thought. This guy's bloodletting curse is something else. I need to ask about the spell another day. It might turn out to be a powerful weapon. And so, the first week of class ended in chaos due to a bloodbath created by McLaggen. At noon, while I was struggling to write the essay that Professor McGonagall had assigned as punishment in my dorm, I saw Imk sleeping like a pig, and I felt incredibly unbalanced. I directly yanked his blanket. Get up. It's raining. Time to put away the blankets. After dragging the little chubby guy up, I sent him to find the Weasley twins. Once I finished my essay, we would head to the Forbidden Forest. Everyone quickly gathered, and when I shared my plan to grow white ash to sell for money, the Weasley twins got excited right away, thumping their chests and saying, "Going to the Forbidden Forest? What a great idea. Let's go." They even made fun of Snape, calling him a menopausal old bat, which made me spit out the tea I had just drunk. These two are truly fearless. We four arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and I repeatedly warned the Weasley twins not to run off inside. They promised verbally, but their expressions clearly showed they didn't take my words seriously. We searched for a long time without seeing any sign of white ash. However, George found a sprig of rue, claiming it could cure snake venom, so I took it. After searching for almost an hour and finding nothing, I was about to call it a day when I heard barking in the distance, followed by a rough voice. "Hey, you two red-headed guys. What are you doing back here?" My heart sank. Hagrid? Sure enough, not long after, I saw a giant of a man striding toward us, each hand holding a Weasley like they were chicks. The twins were desperately explaining, but Hagrid didn't believe them and threatened to write to their mom. It wasn't until he saw me and Imk, along with the potted plant we were carrying, that he realized it might be a misunderstanding and awkwardly put them down, scratching his bird's nest-like hair as he apologized. I quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying we were looking for white ash. Hagrid, upon hearing this, chuckled warmly. "Oh, you're looking for white ash? I know where some is, but you can't go. It's too dangerous. How about this? Come find me this Sunday, and I'll help you pick some." Folks, I was stunned. I always thought Hagrid was only nice to Harry. I didn't expect him to be so warm-hearted toward us ordinary students as well. This was a win. That evening, we gathered around the fireplace in the common room to play wizard chess. Let me tell you, the pieces are alive. If you make a bad move, they get more anxious than you. I'm terrible at chess and love to give random commands. And Imk's knight piece was so mad it almost jumped off the board to chop me with its 4-centimeter sword. On Saturday, we all slept in until late morning. After lunch, I decided to take them to a good place. I led them to the 8th floor, walked back and forth in front of a bare wall 3 times, mentally reciting a place where one could learn magic and find many books. The next second, a door appeared out of thin air. Wow, this is so cool. The Weasley twins and Imk's eyes went wide. I opened the door and led them into this room piled high with all kinds of precious magical books. A room of requirement. From now on, this would be our secret base. No one could tell anyone but us. Fred announced excitedly. Seeing their satisfied expressions made me incredibly happy. We began to move the useless tables and chairs to the corners, clearing out a large space. As soon as the space was cleared, the Weasley twins immediately dove into a corner, spreading out the Marauders map as if they were working on some top-secret research. I tell you, they're dreaming of creating a Marauders map too. 0 enhanced version. Suddenly, George shouted, "Wow, Chris, look, we're not on the map." I leaned over to take a look, and sure enough, even though we were right there, the map showed nothing, like we had entered some Bermuda Triangle and vanished into thin air. I said, "Isn't it obvious? It's the room of requirement. It must have some no entry for outsiders magic. Otherwise, how could it be called a secret base? Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. Wow, this place is incredible. It's definitely a safe house. Watching them dive back into their map, with Imp following like a little sidekick, I busied myself making my white ash essence. I had spent a lot of money on it, so I needed to turn it into something useful quickly. I tell you, when someone is fully focused on doing something, time flies by like it's on fast forward. By the time I was done, I looked up and saw that the three of them looked like wilted eggplants, hunger gleaming in their eyes, and they didn't say a word to avoid disturbing me. Who understands this brotherhood? It's simply amazing. The next day, we ran to find Hagrid as planned. He was tall and strong, living in a small wooden house by the Forbidden Forest. As soon as we reached the door, we heard barking inside. Imp pointed at a pair of rubber shoes by the entrance that looked like small boats, shouting, "Wow, I could fit in those shoes." I knocked on the door, and Hagrid's large, hairy face peeked through the gap, still struggling with his dog. "Yeah, back off, back off." As soon as we entered, a big black dog that resembled a calf jumped up, licking Imp all over, soaking his face with drool. Despite the dog's fierce appearance named Yaya, it was just a big softy. Hagrid was incredibly enthusiastic, pouring us water and bringing out a plate. I tell you, that thing was called rock cakes, and it looked like a fossil. You wouldn't want to touch it without at least one solid gold tooth. It would shatter your teeth in an instant. I politely declined, saying my stomach wasn't well and I preferred softer food. Poor Imp had no escape. Hagrid shoved the plate right in his face. "Come on, little chubby. You're definitely hungry. Eat more." Imp gritted his teeth and took a bite. I swear I heard the sound of his teeth clashing with the cake. But he had to pretend it was delicious, tears almost coming out. Hagrid noticed he liked it and was thrilled, saying he must pack a bunch for him to take home. Just as Imp was about to be buried alive by rock cakes, I quickly spoke up to save him. Hagrid, have you found the white fresh?" "Oh, Merlin's pants." Hagrid slapped his forehead. "Look at my memory." Then, let me tell you, an explosive scene unfolded. He dragged out a sack from the corner. "Hey, whole sack of white fresh." I was stunned. "Dude, is this wild grass? Is it that worthless?" I felt like I could buy half of Hogwarts with a sack of it made into potions. Our eyes nearly popped out. I quickly said, "Hagrid, this is way too much. This stuff sells for a fortune outside. We can't take it." Hagrid waved his hand nonchalantly. "Hey, it's rare outside, but there's plenty in the Forbidden Forest. I picked it all. I can't just plant it back, can I? Take it and use it." I thought this wouldn't do. I owed him too much. I said, "How about this? We sell it and split the money with you." No. Hagrid suddenly became sentimental. "Actually, I don't need that. I'm a giant blood." Good heavens, the mood changed drastically, folks. Hagrid suddenly started reminiscing about his hard times, how his giant mother ran off, and how his short wizard father raised him. As he spoke, he pulled out a dirty handkerchief to wipe his tears. Listening to him, we, a bunch of big guys, had red eyes and quickly comforted him. In the end, we still left with that big sack of white fresh. I decided in my heart that I must give Hagrid some money. If he didn't want money, I would buy him equivalent gifts. He was just too sincere. Of course, not everyone was happy, like Imp, who looked green at the sight of the mountain of rock cakes in his arms. The Weasley twins were nearby, fanning the flames. "Imp, go for it. If you finish, you could be as tall as Hagrid." Imp's expression was truly one of silent suffering. After that, life at Hogwarts was like being on fast forward. Every day was filled with classes and homework, brewing potions, studying maps, and practicing mind-blocking spells, leaving no time to breathe. I tell you, our Marauders map sold like hotcakes. Everyone wanted one. It was the perfect tool for nighttime adventures. Each sold for 6 sickles, and in the end, we each got over 20 galleons. The Weasley twins were holding the money, so excited they were nearly crying, saying it was more than they had saved in years. As a result, Filch went crazy. The nighttime wandering rate at Hogwarts skyrocketed. He caught over 20 students a night, like playing whack-a-mole, and couldn't keep up. Finally, the professors couldn't stand it anymore and banned our map. Well, it was a classic case of the higher the magic, the higher the trouble. When the weather turned cold and the rain poured down, all 4 of us caught colds one after another like a string of gourds. After taking Madame Pomfrey's medicine, my ears were buzzing, feeling particularly cyberpunk. We gathered around the fireplace in the common room, doing homework, and Imp started complaining again. "Chris, why doesn't Snape give you homework?" "Why not? What Gryffindor gets this treatment?" Fred, not lifting his head, replied while copying homework. "Of course, Chris is a genius, always adding points to the house. Snape is too embarrassed to take points from him." I really felt helpless. Am I a genius? I'm just a walking expired snack distribution machine. My mom always sends me nearly expired candies and chocolates from her supermarket, telling me to share them with classmates to build good relationships. I've been doing this since I was little, and it actually works. Plus, I kept bugging Professor Sprout with questions about growing white fresh, and she thought I loved herbology, always asking me questions in class. Whenever I got one right, I earned points. Over time, my reputation as a genius spread. It was even bigger than Cedric's. On Halloween, during Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall had us turn a mouse into a storage box. I was secretly practicing the silent spell, making slow progress. That McLaggen, who always bragged about how great his uncle was, started causing trouble again. He waved his wand and shouted a spell, and hey, he actually turned a mouse into a box. He immediately held it up to show off. See, I did it. The McLaggen family is awesome. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to praise him, an accident happened. To demonstrate the box's internal space, he stuck his finger inside. The next second, slap, the box turned back into a mouse, and the mouse bit his finger. The mouse seemed stunned and instinctively took a bite. That guy screamed, "The mouse is eating me. My hand. I really can't deal with this. Dude, that's not how you get sympathy." Professor McGonagall hurried to stop the bleeding and found a hapless classmate to take him to the hospital wing. By the time class was almost over, I managed to use the silent spell successfully and transformed a dull gray box, and Professor McGonagall gave me 5 points. After class, she kept me behind. Oh no, this can't be good. I knew something bad was coming. She started praising me, saying I had exceptional talent and a bright future, then suddenly changed her tone. However, you can't keep hanging out with the Weasley twins. You need to use your talent for the right purposes. My heart sank. My mind-blocking spell was almost overheating. She continued, "I suggest you write a paper on Transfiguration and submit it to the Daily Transfiguration magazine. Professor Dumbledore published articles there when he was young, and I also won their newcomer award. If you write it well, you can show it to me first, and I'll help you revise it." As soon as I heard this, I completely understood. Good heavens, isn't this just to launch me into the spotlight? Once the paper is published and the newcomer award is won, and if Dumbledore pays attention, my low-key development plan will be ruined, right? What a joke. I just want to lay low and develop. Okay. I quickly shook my head vigorously. No, Professor, I can't do it. I'm still far from it. I still need to learn more and accumulate knowledge. Let's talk about it later. As a result, Professor McGonagall saw me like that and thought I was being modest. She really thought I was just being humble. I tell you, the way she looked at me was as if she was seeing the next Dumbledore in the making. She earnestly said to me, "Mr. Reed, your talent should not be buried by modesty." Wow, I was taken aback at that moment. Sure enough, the next second she assigned me, "Your idea about the Transfiguration spell in the last homework was very innovative. Next week, submit a draft for me to review." Who understand this, guys? Not only did she set the topic for me, but she also set a deadline. I was originally thinking of agreeing and then dragging it out, playing the "I'll definitely do it next time" card. Now, I've been cornered. I really want to cry, but have no tears. In the afternoon, I went to the charms class with a belly full of frustration. I vowed to myself that today in class, I had to be invisible. No one was allowed to notice me again. But as soon as class started, Professor Flitwick announced that today we would learn how to make objects fly. I tell you, the eyes of the whole class lit up like they had just seen a bone, all eager to get started. For the group practice, my partner, of course, was that little chubby imp. He was overflowing with confidence, thinking that if he followed me, he would definitely succeed first and earn points for the house. Brother, you might be disappointed. Professor Flitwick stood on a stack of books, emphasizing in his high-pitched voice, "Remember, a flick and a swish. The incantation must be precise. Don't be like that Baruffio, who pronounced emphasis and ended up with the head of a wild bull on his chest." I laughed so hard. That negative example was too specific. As practice began, I pretended to flick and swish, internally chanting don't move," and sure enough, the feather on the table remained stuck, not moving an inch. Imp, on the other hand, was working hard, swinging his arm like a windmill, shouting, "Wingardium Leviosa." My head was aching from the noise. So I quickly reminded him, "Dude, you need to stretch that gar out and make sure to pronounce OSA clearly. Otherwise, if you summon something weird later, I won't be responsible." Just then, the center of attention, our classmate McLaggen, who had just healed his finger that morning, started his performance again. He suddenly poked the feather and shouted an incomprehensible incantation. Guess what? The feather flew, but the next second, it turned into a stone the size of a brick in midair. My pupil shook. "Dude, this is charms class, not transfiguration class. Are your skill points misallocated? Going for a rebellious style? Huh?" The whole class was dumbfounded, and McLaggen himself panicked. The stone was teetering on the tip of his wand, as if it had drunk fake alcohol. Then, the most ridiculous part came. The stone, as if equipped with navigation, wobbled and floated right above my head. And then with a thud, it lost its magic and came crashing down. Oh my God, is this a physical execution for me? In that instant, all thoughts of being low-key and hiding my strength vanished. My survival instinct skyrocketed. I raised my wand and shouted the most standard incantation I had ever done. Wingardium Leviosa. The stone hummed and hovered just 4 inches above my head. I breathed a sigh of relief. My legs turned to jelly. My life is precious, very precious. I slowly placed the stone on the ground. And only then did Professor Flitwick react. He probably was also ready to intervene, but was slower than me. He excitedly shouted, "Oh, well done, Mr. Red, quick reflexes. Gryffindor gets 20 points. Wow." The entire Gryffindor cheered. As for me, I was smiling awkwardly, looking worse than crying. "Guys, do you want this kind of luck?" After class, as expected, I was kept back by Professor Flitwick. He earnestly patted my shoulder. "Chris, I've long seen that you have extraordinary talent and charms. Don't be shy. Don't be introverted. Be brave in showing yourself. Don't waste your time on mapping. Focus on learning magic." At that moment, I had only one thought. Did I not check the almanac before going out today? Why is every professor trying to PUA me? Back in the common room, I collapsed on the sofa, feeling like I had lost all hope. Then, I overheard some gossip from an upperclassman. "Hey, have you heard? That first-year McLaggen wants to use a stone to kill ChrisRed." "What? Has he gone mad? Chris is such a nice person, even generous with snacks." I tell you, that rumor was explosive, but it was pure nonsense. They said McLaggen was filled with jealousy and wanted to murder me to become the top of the year. But isn't he at the bottom? Oh, you don't understand. He is aiming for a precise strike. Some even said his uncle must be a dark wizard and that he himself is an undercover agent sent by Slytherin. I closed my eyes, almost laughing out loud. This imagination is too good to waste on anything but writing novels. In the evening, it was a Halloween feast. The hall was filled with pumpkin lanterns, and thousands of bats flew around the ceiling, creating an amazing atmosphere. Just as I entered, Peeves popped out from a large pumpkin to scare me. I tell you, I had no place to vent my anger today, and you dare to provoke me? Without a second thought, I took out my wand and cast a banishing spell I had just learned from the Room of Requirement. Maybe I was too angry. I used a bit too much magic, and with a whoosh, Peeves was sent flying out of the hall, his screams still echoing. "I'll be back." I snorted. "I'll hit you every time I see you." The classmates around were stunned, looking at me with admiration. Great, I couldn't hide anymore. Sigh, it's hard to guard against. As the feast began, Professor Flitwick's Toad choir started singing Double Trouble. I tell you, I love that song. It felt like being at a concert. I was so excited that I clapped and shouted for another round. But my classmates looked at me like I was an idiot, silently munching on their chicken legs. Then, Dumbledore invited the famous witch singer, Celestina Warbeck. The whole place went wild, like they had seen their idol. I listened for a long time and felt. It was just okay. Not that amazing, right? Is there something wrong with my taste? The Weasley twins beside me were wildly explaining that their mom was a huge fan of hers, and tickets for her concerts were impossible to get at 5 galleons each. I silently complained. Dumbledore is using school funds to chase after stars. Huh? With that money, he might as well support our Toad choir more. After the feast, I returned to the dormitory, and Imk, still full of energy, suggested going for a night stroll. I gave him a look and said I was going to bed after watering the plants. I had class tomorrow. Who had the time for that? Friday morning. Defense against the dark arts class. I arrived early, and it was just me and the snotty Professor Leanless in the classroom. He now particularly likes this nickname, saying it brings the teacher-student relationship closer. When he saw me, he enthusiastically greeted me, saying he had heard how excellent and amazing I was, and I could come to him anytime with learning problems. I politely thanked him, while inwardly I was cursing. Consult you? Consult you on singing, dancing, and rapping? After class started, he announced that today we would learn a new spell. The whole class cheered. God knows we were so tired practicing that snot spell. The professor cleared his throat and said, "Today, we will learn the smokescreen spell." Then he began his personal stand-up routine, talking about his younger days working in a bar in France, where a powerful wizard used this spell for stage effects, and later turned smoke into a skull to scare off a dark wizard who tried to rob them. He was spinning tales so extravagantly that the little wizards listened in amazement, their eyes filled with admiration. I thought to myself, this story had way too much embellishment. When he demonstrated, sure enough, it was just a bunch of ordinary colored smoke, not even changing shape. Is this it? His verbal skills are much better than his wand skills. However, the students believed him, all practicing with great enthusiasm. Fortunately, McLaggen didn't come today because he had an upset stomach. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble he would have caused. There was a Hufflepuff guy who finally conjured a wisp of smoke as thin as a line and insisted it was a smoke whip. But before he could finish his sentence, he blew it away in one breath. Who understands this awkwardness? Of course, I just continued to slack off, pretending that I couldn't learn anything. In the afternoon, I sneaked into the room of requirement, ready to tackle Professor McGonagall's paper on transfiguration. Let me tell you, this spell is something we only learn in 4th year. Hermione only knew about it in 1st year, and now I'm expected to write a paper with unique insights? Does Professor McGonagall have a misunderstanding of the word simple? I feel like those university professors who say a topic is easy because we've all covered it in the basics, only for the basics teacher to say it's too difficult and that the specialized teachers will explain it. The ball just gets kicked back and forth. I sat in the chair for hours, my brain's CPU nearly overheating, yet I still had no clue. Just when I was about to go crazy, I suddenly remembered that Hermione once tried to turn a dragon's fang into candy, but it failed because the dragon's skin had too high magical resistance. Right? Isn't the problem about penetration? How to enhance it? I casually turned a table into a dog and back again. I thought if it were me, I'd just pump my magic into it. Miracles happen with brute force. What dragon skin can't be penetrated? A bullet can't pierce a bulletproof vest, but a shell can, right? But the problem is, not everyone has magic like mine, which is like a power bank. I've long realized that if my magic level is 10, Imp and the others are at most 1. This plan is routine for me, but a fantasy for others. As for combining several spells to create a new invention, don't joke with my limited knowledge. If the experiment goes wrong, I could end up sending myself away, and that would be the biggest joke of the year. So, I decided to honestly focus on mastering this displacement spell first. You have to eat one bite at a time. Let me tell you, I spent the entire weekend locked in the room of requirement for this one spell. It drained all my energy. I tried different angles for my wand and different tones for the incantation, like tuning a sound system, meticulously working on the details. Goodness, this was more mentally taxing than preparing for a graduate exam. If I got distracted for even a moment, my magic could run wild, and I might end up turning into a puddle of mosaic, irreversibly so. Who understands this? But believe it or not, I actually managed to do it. I discovered that if I elongated the final sound of the incantation just a bit and combined it with a very flashy little hand gesture, my magic consumption dropped to 65 of what it was originally. What does that mean? With the same big move, I could save a third of my magic compared to others. I would call this the ultimate magic-saving operation. Done. I wrote the paper and submitted it perfectly, dragging my exhausted self back to the common room. The Weasley twins immediately came over, insisting on giving me a piece of candy. When I saw the packaging, it looked so cheap it was practically bursting off the screen. These two definitely had no good intentions. I pretended to eat it, and then, in a flash, stuffed it into George's mouth. Sure enough, this thing was called Nosebleed Nougat. Eating it would cause a nosebleed, and they referred to it as their instant skipping class candy series. These two geniuses had quite the logic. They said the inspiration came from McLaggen's conspicuous bag. Previously, he had made a mouse's nose bleed in class, resulting in the professor stipulating that anyone who bled in class could go directly to the hospital wing. So, they sensed a business opportunity and came up with this. I gave them a lesson, saying that using themselves as guinea pigs was one thing, but wanted to test it on classmates? What if someone had an allergy and ended up getting sent away? Did they want to go to Azkaban for research and development? They were scared enough, repeatedly assuring me that they would only use mice for experiments from now on. Before I knew it, it was Monday again, and there was Snape with his eternally unchanged sour face. This class was about making the forgetfulness potion, which sounded quite mysterious. As soon as Snape opened his mouth, it was the usual PUA routine, saying he didn't expect this bunch of little giants to succeed. As for me, attending his class was completely stress-free now. Why? Because I had secretly gotten my hands on one of his private manuals, Advanced Potion Making, which contained his own notes from when he was younger, and he was famously known as the Half-Blood Prince, with an exaggerated sense of self-importance. Let me tell you, that book was like a cheat code. It had all sorts of clever tricks, and the production processes were all optimized. Following the instructions, by the end of the class, I produced a perfect pot of pure green potion. Snape's face was so dark, he couldn't find a flaw to pick at, and could only force out 2 words, not bad. The Slytherin next to him, that Pusey who I had taught a lesson to last time, was giving me a glare that could cut through steel, his jealousy palpable from 800 meters away. After class, Pusey came over, intentionally walking past me, the coins in his pocket jingling, as if afraid others wouldn't know he had some money. He stopped me, saying that he came from a poor family and only had 6 estates and a dozen house elves at home. I wanted to punch him. This wasn't tea, just flaunting wealth. It was blatant Versailles plus. Could I let him get away with it? I directly said, "Is being rich impressive? Do you dare to bet on this week's Quidditch match?" He asked what we were betting on, and I said, "Let us bet 200 galleons and see if your impoverished family can afford it." Goodness, he immediately took the bait, betting on Slytherin to win. Imp was nearby, nearly crying, saying I was crazy for betting all my possessions. Should I tell him? Bro, I have a guaranteed winning strategy. This opportunity is like an ATM. Why not take it? In the afternoon, I brought the Weasley twins to the Quidditch pitch. When they heard I bet 200 galleons, their eyes nearly popped out. They kept saying that Gryffindor had lost for several years, and that money would definitely go down the drain. I told them not to panic and to follow my lead. I said, "You're the beaters, right? Don't you usually just hit the bludgers far away?" They said yes. I said, "Expand your horizons. Think about it. The rules say you can't directly attack the opposing players, but they never said you can't let the ball attack, right?" I had them practice a new tactic, using their bats to aim the bludger precisely at the golden snitch, turning it into a cruise missile to knock Slytherin players off their brooms. Goodness, when the Weasley twins heard this, their eyes lit up like two 300-watt light bulbs. They immediately agreed, saying this idea was a stroke of genius. It would not only infuriate the Slytherin team, but also wouldn't break any rules. Who understands the thrill of exploiting loopholes in the rules? They excitedly told me that their older brother Charlie was graduating this year, and his biggest wish was to win the Quidditch Cup one more time before he left. Now, it was perfect. For their brother's glory, they had to practice. No sooner said than done. As soon as I finished speaking, they started practicing on the pitch. But just hitting a stationary target wouldn't work. We needed something alive. So, our poor chubby friend Imp honorably became our human moving target. I told him to fly slowly in the air, and the rest was up to fate. Goodness. The scene was something else. Imp was wobbling the air while the twins were furiously hitting the bludgers. Although the hit rate was dismal, there were always one or two times when Imp would scream as he got knocked off his broom. Luckily, I was prepared. I had a levitation charm ready below to catch him. Otherwise, Gryffindor would have lost a member that afternoon. We practiced like this for a week, and the twins' accuracy kept improving, while Imp was getting knocked off more frequently. Sometimes I doubt whether those two guys are settling personal scores, using training as an excuse to beat people up. Before I knew it, the day of the match had arrived. Hogwarts in November was freezing cold, and I bundled myself up like a dumpling and rushed to the pitch. The scene was packed with people, with the Gryffindor lion flag and the Slytherin snake flag facing off against each other, the tension thick enough to ignite. Next to me sat a Gryffindor commentator. And let me tell you, this guy was my internet hype man. Before the match even started, he took the microphone and praised our Gryffindor team to the heavens, calling us the elite of the elite, the best team at Hogwarts, giving me goosebumps. Then he switched gears and started trash-talking the Slytherins, saying their captain was tall and strong, clearly on lots of supplements, and even reported one of their players for making faces, demanding the referee penalize him. I was laughing so hard. Madam Hooch ignored him, probably used to it by now. With a whistle from Madam Hooch, 15 brooms shot up into the sky, and the match officially began. I'm telling you, the start was exhilarating. The Slytherins came at us like rabid dogs, and with their experience, they scored the first goal, 10-0. The Slytherin stands erupted. They were so arrogant. But we weren't pushovers either. Angelina grabbed the quaffle, made a beautiful pass, and Alicia charged forward. Although her first shot was blocked by the keeper, we were building momentum. Then it was a crazy back and forth. That Flint from Slytherin played dirty, pulling all sorts of tricks. But it didn't matter. We had the Weasley twins. I watched as a bludger seemed to have eyes, heading straight for a Slytherin player's back of the head. And that guy was knocked out of the game. I felt so good. I'm telling you, this tactic worked. The bludger hitting someone, what does that have to do with us Weasleys? We were innocent. With this tactic, we successfully pulled back a point, making it 10-10. The entire Gryffindor crowd cheered. The Slytherins got anxious and started maliciously crashing into us, directly getting caught by the referee, and it was a penalty, but they were really tough, slowly pulling the score to 30-80. I was on the edge of my seat, thinking 200 galleons wouldn't go down the drain, would they? Just when it was the most tense, the commentator suddenly screamed, "That's the golden snitch." I quickly grabbed my binoculars, and sure enough, a flash of gold zipped across the field. Our captain, Charlie Weasley, and Slytherin's seeker dove down like cannonballs. The whole stadium fell silent. Everyone was watching them. Charlie was getting closer. He was about to catch it. At that critical moment, that dirty Flint from Slytherin actually abandoned his defense and turned his broom to crash into Charlie. I couldn't help but curse. But then, I witnessed a moment that would go down in history. George and Fred, those two, moved almost simultaneously. George smacked a bludger right onto the golden snitch, changing its trajectory. And Fred, on the other side, seemed to have predicted it, pushing another bludger from the side. That snitch shot off like a guided missile, trailing flames. And with a bang, it hit Flint right in the waist. Flint, broom and all, plummeted from the sky like a kite with a broken string. That coordination was like a special forces operation. The crowd was first dead silent, then the Gryffindor stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Charlie seized the opportunity and caught the golden snitch, holding it high. Madam Hooch blew the final whistle. 180-80. We won. As soon as the match ended, I rushed to block the Slytherin stands. That guy Pusey, who I bet with, walked out looking dejected, and when he saw me, his face was as dark as a pot bottom. I cheerfully walked over. Hey, Master Pusey, how is it going? 200 galleons, please settle up? The chubby kid next to him, Imk, chimed in, pay up. That guy was so furious he was shaking, but he still pulled out a heavy pouch of coins and threw it at me, mumbling something about how this amount was nothing to him. I weighed the pouch, feeling great, and deliberately mimicked his tone. Of course, if there are more good things like this in the future, you must think of us poor folks. He was so angry he nearly fainted right there. With the winnings, I went back to the common room with Imk, and it had turned into a sea of joy. The Weasley brothers were being tossed around like heroes. I didn't hold back either. I went back to my dorm and brought out all my snacks to share with everyone. Charlie came over to shake my hand, thanking me for the strategy, and asked if I wanted to join the Quidditch team next semester. I quickly waved my hands, saying no way. I'm just a theoretical master. I did get creamed on the field, but I took the opportunity to recommend Imk. The kid was so excited he could barely speak. Fred handed me a glass of butterbeer, and when I took a sip, wow, that taste was amazing. Sweet, with a rich toffee flavor. You could hardly taste the bitterness of the beer. I fell in love with it right away. It was so good. In the following weeks, life finally returned to normal. In potions class, because I performed so well, Snape exempted me from all assignments, making the other students green with envy. As for transfiguration, it was even more ridiculous. I only wanted to turn in a paper to get by, but I overdid it, stunning Professor McGonagall, and now I couldn't hide my skills even if I wanted to, being praised in every class. So it was really exhausting. But the good news was that the batch of Dittany I had asked Hagrid to help me with sold at the Diagon Alley Apothecary, bringing in almost 200 galleons. I originally planned to split this money with Hagrid since he helped me get the herbs, but that guy was really tough, telling me that if I dared to give him money, I should never come to him again. All right, I noted that favor down and just thought I'd get him a big gift for Christmas. Calculating it all, I was close to having 600 galleons. Who understands? My fortune has finally come. I was thinking, should I open a vault at Gringotts? Otherwise, where would I put this noble identity, right? As a wizard, not having a vault would be embarrassing to admit. After graduating, I could take this money abroad, avoid Voldemort, and enjoy life. This script was perfect. Before I knew it, it was December, and Hogwarts began to be covered in snow, so cold that I had to wear 3 sweaters every day, walking through the hallways like I had entered an ice cellar. But the good news was that Christmas break was just around the corner. I've always been curious why wizards also celebrate Christmas, so I looked it up. Turns out, it's completely different from Muggle traditions. They actually celebrate the festival of the sun god Mithras, who is the god of contracts. As soon as I heard that, I had an epiphany. Wands, the unbreakable vow. House elves, the magical world is all about contracts. This festival is about not forgetting 1S roots. In the afternoon, I was outside building snowmen with the twins and Imk. Talking about the holidays, the twins were going home while Imk was staying at school alone. His parents hadn't forgiven him yet. So it was kind of pitiful to look at. I asked him to take care of my Dittany, and he looked confused, saying watering it occasionally would be fine. I was speechless. He had learned nothing in herbology, and I had to teach him from scratch. Unbelievable. On the day of the holiday, Imk was going crazy alone in the dormitory with his homework, and I could only comfort him by saying I would send him an amazing gift. Then I went to find the Weasley brothers, only to discover that Percy wasn't going home. George immediately started to roast him, saying he wasn't studying but was staying behind to chase after that Ravenclaw senior. Penelope, Fred was nodding crazily beside him, saying Percy was tailing her every day, pestering her so much that she was almost fed up. Simply the best case of a common guy in 2025. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. As we passed the lawn, we saw Hagrid carrying a huge Christmas tree. The tree was moving on its own, and when we got closer, we realized Hagrid was underneath it. We greeted him and wished him a Merry Christmas. And he was so happy he seemed to have extra energy while walking. We chatted about gossip all the way to King's Cross Station. After saying goodbye to the Weasley brothers, I turned around and saw my parents and my sister. My mom immediately gave me a big hug. Her eyes were red, and she kept saying I looked thinner. My sister, on the other hand, was still as proud as ever, pouting and saying she didn't miss me at all. My dad was pretty cool, patting me on the shoulder and picking up my suitcase to walk away. Family, still the familiar formula, familiar scent. After getting home and having a big dinner, I became Santa Claus, packing gifts overnight. Let me tell you, my gifts were all about precision targeting. For my dad, I got a bucket of butterbeer. For my mom, the latest elegant dress from a fancy brand, which cost me 10 gallons. As for my sister Diana, a book titled Hogwarts, A School History, just to annoy her. For Imk, I got him his favorite Chudley Cannon's Quidditch model. For Hagrid, it was a big one, a brand new Muggle motorcycle. This was something I'd saved up for several years. For the twins, I got them a toad with a frilled head. This thing has tough skin and thick meat, perfect for their magical experiments, saving them from blowing themselves up all the time. The best one was for Snape. I sent him some nearly expired candy from our supermarket, just as a good deed, hoping he wouldn't get a stomachache. As for Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore, forget it, they've been in the spotlight too much lately, better not get too familiar. The next morning, there was a pile of gifts by my bed. Before I could even start unwrapping them, my sister rushed down in her pajamas, threw the book Hogwarts, a history at me, and stomped her feet in anger, saying it was the most boring gift she had ever received. Plan succeeded. Once she angrily took her cat upstairs, I began to unwrap the gifts. I casually picked up a small one, and upon opening it, I found a plain silver ring. Just as I was wondering about it, I spotted a note inside. Wow, it was from Professor McGonagall. It said the ring had a protective charm. I was shocked. Isn't this just like being treated as a favored child? The professor must be treating me like her own son. Then I panicked because I hadn't prepared a gift for her at all. I really don't understand these social norms. Just as I was scratching my head, my mom called me for breakfast. Suddenly, an idea struck me. The last time Professor McGonagall visited, she praised the snacks my mom made. Got it. I rushed downstairs and asked my mom if there was any freshly baked cake left. While she packed it up, she scolded me for forgetting about the professor. Family members just don't understand. I didn't forget. I was just pulling off a last-minute operation. My mom packed a large box of cheesecake for me and even threw in a roast turkey for dinner. I grabbed the box and rushed upstairs, pulling my owl Rupert away from his food bowl, urgently asking him to deliver an express package. You've worked hard, my dear. I'll treat you to extra food when you get back. Guess what happened next? Rupert gave me a look that was almost like he was looking at an idiot, flapping his wings in my face as if to say, "Are you out of your mind? I just flew all night and haven't even finished my meal. And you want me to deliver an express package? Am I your drone?" But there was no helping it. After all, I am his provider. So he reluctantly took my mom's heavy lunch box and flew off, grumbling all the way. After sending off my grumbling owl, I hurried downstairs to eat. Well, my little ancestor sister, Diana, was pouting, giving me a look that said I owed her 8 million. I quickly went over to pat her head, saying, "Oh, my sweet little darling, don't be mad. I'll get you an amazing gift later, I promise." Her eyes lit up immediately, sparkling like 2 LED bulbs, and she fluttered her eyelashes asking, "Really? You can't be lying." I assured her I was serious, but she insisted on picking it herself. How could I let that happen? I didn't even know what to give her, so I said no, I would choose for her. She pouted. "Humph. Chris's mouth is a liar. What good thing could you pick for me?" I was so amused, I almost sprayed milk everywhere. At the dining table, my mom joined the fray, putting down her fork and launching a soul-searching question. "Son, the clothes you bought me are really nice quality, but ISNT the style a bit too. Plain?" I was dumbfounded and replied, "Mom, that's the latest winter collection from a high-end wizarding brand. Waterproof, wrinkle-free. No ironing needed. It cost me a lot of galleons." My mom sighed and said, all right, as long as the quality is good. I like it." I realized that in her eyes, my taste was clearly single by strength. Upon hearing that I bought such a nice gift for my mom, Diana got upset and started shouting that I was biased. I could only continue to coax her. Okay, Big Brother will get you a fantastic gift later. Sigh. Family members just don't understand. Taking care of this little ancestor is so hard. After breakfast, I quickly sneaked back to my room to unwrap gifts. Diana wanted to follow me in, but I mercilessly shut the door on her. Come on, how could I let her into my room? I unwrapped a few gifts. Mostly candies, small toys, things from casual acquaintances. Fine, I'll just share more snacks with them next time. Penelope sent me a spell notebook, super useful. A gift from a top student. Imp sent me 2 wizard adventure novels I hadn't read yet. I tell you, this guy really gets me. Then there were George and Fred, who sent me a set of wizard chess and a scarf knitted by Mrs. Weasley herself. The scarf was really warm, and Ron didn't even like it. He really doesn't know how to appreciate good fortune. Hagrid sent me a wooden griffin he carved himself. It was rough, but heartfelt, so I placed it on my bedside. Finally, my parents hit me with a bombshell, a big box, and when I opened it, well, it was a Jaeger-LeCoultre Moon phase watch. Over 7,000 pounds. Now I won't have to worry about running out of battery at Hogwarts. It's a mechanical watch. Those who know. I was overjoyed, thinking when could I be like Dr. Strange, having a cabinet full of famous watches, changing one every day. Just as I was basking in happiness, I suddenly remembered that I hadn't settled my little ancestor's gift yet. What to do? Suddenly, I had an idea. I grabbed the wizard chess set George and Fred gave me and dashed into Diana's room, all about resource recycling. I said to her, "Look, wizard chess. The pieces move by themselves and talk. When your piece captures an opponent's, it crushes it. How cool is that?" Diana was skeptical, but after we played 3 rounds, I wiped her out completely. The little girl was so mad she screamed, saying she would never play with me again. Ha ha ha. Finally found someone worse than me. But not long after, she called our housekeeper, Elnot, for backup. Once Elnot got involved, he completely crushed me. All right, it seems wizard chess isn't my strong suit. The holiday was incredibly relaxing. I slept in every day, played with my cat, watched TV, teased my sister, and enjoyed my mom's little cakes. Such a heavenly life. But happiness is always short-lived, and soon it was time to go back to school. On the Hogwarts Express, I ran into the Weasley twins. As soon as they saw me, they got excited, saying the toad I sent them was a scientific breakthrough. They almost wanted to experiment on Ron's rat. I quickly changed the subject, afraid they would ask me how the wizard chess was going, and asked, "Hey, have you finished your homework?" They both looked at me as if it was obvious and said, "We're about to write it on the train. We're too busy at home." They started venting about how they had to clean, chase away house elves, and develop products. All right, you guys have it tough. I quickly pulled out a big handful of snacks to shut them up. When we arrived at school, I saw Imp, whom I hadn't seen for half a month. I tell you, when he saw us, it was like seeing family. He was crying and saying that he felt like life lost its color without us. I thought to myself, buddy, isn't that a bit too emo? But George and Fred's way of comforting him was also unique. They said, "Let us go. We'll take you for a night tour. Get a thrill." At first, I refused. A night tour? Would we lose all our house points if we got caught? But then I thought, hey, I have a Marauder's map. What's there to be afraid of? So off we went. We decided to check out the restricted section of the library and return the book I had borrowed titled Close Your Mind. At midnight, the 4 of us sneaked out of the common room draped in black cloth. When we got to the library, Ink used the map to keep watch while we searched for books, and I took the opportunity to put the book back in its place. However, we had to even flip through 2 pages when Ink whispered, "Run. Filch is coming." Great, we came for nothing, having found nothing. We had to sneak out with our tails between our legs. George, not giving up, suggested, "How about we go to the kitchen for a midnight snack? I know how to get there." Absolutely had to agree. We followed the twins to a painting of a fruit bowl. Fred said that to get into the kitchen, you had to tickle the pear. He reached out and tickled it, and the pear giggled, turning into a doorknob. When the door opened, at least 100 house elves were bustling around inside. It was quite a sight. My classmate Imk's jaw nearly dropped. An old elf named Akusu came over to greet us, and he immediately served us a huge spread of delicious food. Imk is such an honest kid. Seeing the little elves' humble demeanor, he directly asked them if they had salary. Let me tell you, the expression on that old elf Akusu's face was as shocked as if someone had said the earth was flat. I quickly covered his mouth. If he kept talking, we might get kicked out as heretics. After eating our fill, the little elves packed us a lot of snacks and warmly sent us off, saying we were welcome to come again next time. This kitchen adventure was simply a royal feast. We sneaked back to the dormitory, completely satisfied. In the following days, I originally wanted to continue studying quietly, but then something big happened. My paper on transfer spells was published in today's Transfiguration. Suddenly, I became the center of attention at Hogwarts, and the annual Most Promising Newcomer Award was already reserved for me. Now it's great. Everywhere I go, people point at me like they're watching a giant panda. Many big names in Transfiguration wrote to me, saying they wanted to communicate. Of course, there was also a little hater, I don't know who sent me a letter full of insults, saying I didn't deserve it. I thought, go ahead and curse me. The angrier you are, the more famous I become. The next day, the Daily Prophet also joined in the fun, blowing my paper up to the skies, as if I could single-handedly save the world with a nuclear bomb. I was truly amazed. How could this rag get so many readers? It annoyed me to death. Being watched every day, even missing my time to go to the room of requirement. On the day the newspaper was published, Professor Dumbledore, a huge fan of Transfiguration, saw it. Guess what he did? He got so excited that he awarded Gryffindor a whole 50 points. 50 points, folks, just because of my silly paper. Our house shot up from last place, instantly ranking right behind Slytherin. The entire Gryffindor common room exploded. Hats were flying everywhere. And those two Weasley twins probably thought this score would let them party for weeks. But me? I was almost dying of annoyance. I was so mad my hands were shaking. I just wanted to be a small, transparent person, quietly making money, you know? Why not leave the spotlight for Harry Potter? Who will come next year? Now it's worse. In class, professors call on me, and after class, classmates surround me. Even in my most hated astronomy class. Standing in the tower, blowing cold wind and stargazing, the professor insists on picking me to answer questions, and I almost crashed on the spot. Now I feel like a thief when I go out. I need my chubby friend Imp to open his arms and act as my bodyguard, protecting me like an eagle catching a chick. You think this is the end? More ridiculous things are yet to come. George and Fred, those two business geniuses, actually compiled a little booklet about my favorite foods and quirks, selling it for 1 silver sickle to curious little witches. I'm really amazed. Can money really be made like this? Then, all sorts of bizarre letters started pouring in like snowflakes. Let me tell you, the most outrageous one? An over 100-year-old lady wrote to me, saying she wanted to introduce her granddaughter to me. She started by saying, "Young man, as long as you date my granddaughter, I'll give you 10 gold galleons a month for living expenses, and after graduation, all our family fortune will be yours." I thought, wow, a rich lady offering me 50? The conditions sounded quite tempting. So I replied and asked what her granddaughter was like, requesting a photo to take a look. When the photo came, I almost blacked out. Folks, she was 38 years old, weighed 280 pounds, and had a face full of pimples. She was even bigger than me. She looked like she could squish me flat. Older than my mom. I quickly replied, saying, "Grandma, I'm still young. My mom doesn't let me date. Please find someone else." There was an even crazier one. A shady businessman selling unbranded skincare products wanted to use my name for advertising, claiming his products were developed with my advanced transfiguration techniques. Guess how much he offered? 10 silver sickles. Not gold galleons, but silver sickles. I really thanked him, as if he thought I was a 3-year-old child. I burned the letter on the spot. Fortunately, after a couple of days, everyone's attention finally shifted away from me. Why? The Quidditch finals were coming, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw, which was a life-and-death match for the House Cup. On the day of the match, the whole school went crazy. Imp ran out with a banner shouting. Me? I didn't T1 join the frenzy. While everyone rushed to watch the game, I finally slipped into the room of requirement to enjoy some peace and quiet. Let me tell you, that feeling was amazing. When I came out, wow, the common room was already having a celebration party. We won. We won the House Cup. George and Fred rushed over and gave me a bear hug, shouting that it was thanks to my previous guidance that they beat Ravenclaw 230-70. After that, things finally calmed down for a month, and everyone's focus shifted to the Easter holiday and final exams. I thought I would go home for the holiday and would stay at school to catch up on classes. Otherwise, I'd really be in trouble for finals. But it seemed the professors had all agreed to pile on the homework like a mountain. Even Snape started assigning me essays just because I forgot to turn in my last assignment and deducted 10 points from me. This is just unfair. When the holiday arrived, the library was filled with study kings, each one looking deeply troubled as they crammed for exams. Imp was struggling to memorize the 12 uses of dragon's blood, pulling his hair out, while George and Fred were yawning nonstop. Finally, George couldn't take it anymore, slammed the table, and said, "Let us go fishing. I can't stand this place for another second." I originally didn't want to go. My fishing skills were terrible, but I couldn't resist their dragging. George and Fred were so bold. They ran into the room of requirement and conjured a storage room, pulling out a few fishing rods. And we marched off to the Black Lake. On the way, they joked about me being Professor McGonagall's proud disciple, saying that her face lit up like a flower during my classes. When I heard that, I thought, oh no, how could I stay low-key with this reputation? I quickly told them to shut up. If they kept talking nonsense, I'd suggest to Professor McGonagall that she return to her strict ways. Imp immediately backed down, swearing he wouldn't mention it again. When we reached the lakeside, we started fishing. Imp got so into it that he bet a gold galleon with the twins to see who could catch more. Guess what he pulled up? A broken shoe. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard I almost lost it. His face turned green, and he angrily tossed the shoe far away. Just as we were mocking him, his fishing rod suddenly plunged down. It felt like he was snagging a cow. Imk was straining with all his might, but couldn't pull it up, nearly getting dragged into the water. I couldn't watch it anymore. I pulled out my wand and cast a spell at the water. Whoosh! A shadow shot out of the water, knocking Imk and George to the ground. When we looked closely, my goodness, this thing was so ugly. Its skin was iron gray. Its hair looked like seaweed, and it had big yellow teeth. It was alive. Imk had caught a mermaid. Its tail was injured with the fishing hook stuck in it, and it was babbling at us. As we stood there, wide-eyed and unsure of what to do with this thing, something shiny suddenly emerged from the water, getting closer and closer. I had my wand ready, and when that thing popped out of the water, oh my goodness, it was our defense against the dark arts professor. Professor Leanloss. The shiny thing was his bald head. He looked at us, then at the mermaid on the ground, and said, "Wow, it's Red and the Weasleys," and he seemed to forget Imk's name. Imk quickly introduced himself. "Imk, let's go, Professor." The professor responded with a sound of realization, as if he just remembered, shaking off the lake water from his hair, and I tell you, that water splashed all over us. He immediately said, "All right, look at my memory, hello, let's go." And you all, we could only awkwardly laugh and say, "Hello, Professor." As a result, this professor, whether his eyesight is really poor or he's just pretending, didn't even notice the huge mermaid lying on the ground, crying out, and instead asked us, "What are you doing here?" Imk, being an honest kid, replied, "Fishing, Professor." Goodness, this professor got into the act, even playing along. Wow, how's the catch? Not bad. Caught a few, we have dinner now. I was thinking, why is this conversation getting weirder and weirder? Leanloss squeezed his soaked robe, water gushing down, muttering, "Speaking of dinner, I really am a bit hungry." I was just about to faint. Who understands family? You're at least a professor. Can't you use a simple drying spell? Just standing there squeezing? With your level of professionalism? I really would be grateful. Suddenly, he seemed to discover a new world, grabbing the tattered shoe that Imk had caught, shouting, "Hey, look what this is." Imk honestly replied, "It's a shoe we caught in the lake." The next second, I was completely stunned. This professor actually put that wet, tattered shoe on his foot, still looking delighted, saying, "Oh, I was wondering where my shoe went. Turns out you guys fished it away." I was completely baffled and directly asked, "Professor, what were you doing in the lake just now?" A professor, in broad daylight, running into the lake to swim naked. Oh no, taking a paid day off? As soon as the professor heard this, he immediately began to build up his emotions, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and started. It's a long story. Today the sun is just right, the breeze gentle. Looking at the shimmering lake surface, it reminded me of my childhood. At that moment, my inner thoughts were, "Here it comes, he's starting." Sure enough, this guy gave me a nostalgic monologue on the spot, talking about how he used to swim with geese in the river back in his hometown, swimming happily. But then, as he spoke, he even choked up. His face was drenched in water. I couldn't tell which drops were lake water and which were tears he squeezed out. Imk, the silly kid, really believed it and quickly comforted him. "Professor, don't be sad. It's okay. The professor waved his hand, continuing his performance, saying that in middle age, one is always prone to sentimentality, and he couldn't help but swim a couple of laps. George, that little rascal, immediately chimed in, "Professor, you have to be careful. I heard that there used to be a defense against the dark arts professor who was dragged down by a giant squid while walking by the lake. Couldn't swim when he got older, and the outcome, TSK. Guess what? This professor actually believed it, nodding repeatedly. Really? I'll definitely be careful next time. Thank you for the reminder." After saying this, he seemed to finally notice the mermaid on the ground, dramatically pointing and shouting, "Merlin, is this a mermaid? How'd it get hurt?" Dude, your acting skills could be outdone by a script written by AI in 2025. A living creature has been crying out at your feet for so long, and you just noticed it? Your reflexes could circle Hogwarts Castle 3 times. Imka, hearing that the professor finally got to the point, quickly explained, "Yes, Professor, we were fishing. Who knew we would catch it?" Professor Leanloss nodded seriously. "Oh, so that's how it is. It must have been your bait that was too delicious, and it got dazed and was caught." I almost rolled my eyes to the sky. Dude, look closely, the hook is stuck in a mermaid's back, who uses their back to eat bait. With your ability to speak nonsense with your eyes open, you could have been a con artist. As a result, the Weasley duo, those lively treasures, actually went along with it and started promoting, Professor. This is our Weasley family's exclusive secret bait. 100 years of heritage. Want some? 1 galleon for a big jar. Guaranteed you won't regret it. I was really impressed. These two understood business. Professor Leanloss smiled, declined their offer, and then pointed at the mermaid, saying, "All right, You all go back to the castle. I'll help you release this mermaid." As soon as he finished speaking, the mermaid on the ground screamed even louder, desperately trying to shrink away from us. Seeing this situation, my heart sank. Something was definitely off. I immediately stopped him. "Professor, there's no need for that. We caused this trouble ourselves. We'll handle it." "No problem. Students' time is precious. Let me help you." He actually insisted. I quickly exchanged glances with George and Fred. Those two were clever enough to catch on immediately and joined in to persuade him. In the end, seeing our firm attitude, the professor had to reluctantly leave, looking back 3 times as if we had taken something precious from him. Once he walked far away, George immediately leaned over. "Chris, did you figure something out?" I nodded, looking at the mermaid, which was obviously relieved, and began my analysis. Think about it. Would a normal professor jump into a lake in his clothes to swim just because of some nonsense about reminiscing about childhood? And how is he breathing underwater? With his level of skill, I wouldn't believe he could use a bubblehead charm. Imp also realized, right? Unless he went crazy. Also, I continued, "Didn't you notice?" As soon as Leanloss showed up, the mermaid looked like it had seen the Grim Reaper, scared out of its wits. The moment he left, it immediately calmed down. Fred slapped his thigh. "Exactly. I noticed that too." George stroked his chin and speculated. "So, was it Leanloss who scared it in the water?" "Not just that." I pointed at the deep hook embedded in the mermaid's back. "Think about it. With such a small hook, could it normally catch a mermaid? Why didn't it swim away after getting hooked, but instead struggled desperately towards the shore? It has hands. Couldn't it just pull out the hook?" Imp scratched his head. "Could it be afraid of water?" "It's not afraid of water," I said decisively. "It's afraid of something in the water. Something that just entered the water. The snotty professor. Professor Leanloss." We all exclaimed in unison, and the truth dawned on us. This mermaid was being chased by Leanloss in the water, panicking and accidentally getting caught on our hook, preferring to be hooked on the shore rather than return to the water. But then the question arises, what was he after? What good could come from abusing magical creatures? Unless this person has a severely twisted mind and enjoys the process. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but shiver. Imp, filled with a sense of justice, shouted that he wanted to expose the dark wizard and protect Hogwarts. I quickly restrained him, saying, "Buddy, calm down. We're just a few lower-year students. Let's not get involved. We can just report this to a reliable professor later." But this kid was like he was on adrenaline. "No way. Chris, you are a well-known student of Gryffindor. We should uphold the spirit of bravery and fight against the dark forces to the end." The Weasley brothers were also fanning the flames, saying something like Hogwarts Brotherhood. "Let's mobilize." All right. I guess I can't argue with them. I sighed. "So, do we need to deal with the one on the ground first?" We discussed it and decided that I would attract attention from the front while Imp would go behind to remove the hook. I walked up to the mermaid, clear my throat, and try to communicate. Hello, Connie?" The mermaid looked at me with its dead fish eyes, filled with disdain, as if to say, "What are you barking at, dog?" All right, communication failed. I had to change my strategy and threatened it fiercely. "Listen, we're here to save you and help get that hook out. If you dare to move, you'll find out what it means to be cooked in an iron pot." Surprisingly, this tactic worked. The mermaid immediately froze in fear. Imp tiptoed up behind the mermaid and reached out to pull the hook. George, who was nearby, was getting anxious. "Merlin, Imp, you're a wizard. Use magic. Don't you think using your hands is disgusting?" Imp seemed to wake up. "Oh right, I'm a wizard." Only then did he pull out his wand and cast a levitation charm, and the fishhook wobbled out of the mermaid's flesh. Goodness, the blood was flowing, and the mermaid was screaming in pain. Seeing this miserable sight, my maternal instincts kicked in, and I pulled out a small, very expensive bottle of healing potion from my bag for Imp to apply. George and Fred immediately started teasing. "Wow, Chris, you're so generous. The kind-hearted genius child of Hogwarts." Mr. ChrisRed. I held my head in my hands, truly a loss with these two clowns. Once Imp nervously finished applying the potion to the mermaid, the bleeding finally stopped. I looked at that silly guy and shook my head, saying, "All right, take a break and don't get back in the water until you're healed. But don't come looking for me if the wound opens again." Imp, the foodie, was already distracted, his mind full of the fish we had caught. "So, can we go now?" Grilled fish. The house elf's grilled fish is so delicious. As soon as he heard about food, he dashed off faster than anyone else, rushing towards the castle with a fish bucket. We all laughed at his antics. Before I left, I glanced back and found the mermaid actually had her hands clasped together, as if expressing gratitude. Hey, it seems our good deed wasn't in vain. However, the matter with Leanloss still had too many doubts. This grudge was definitely formed. But for now, it was time to eat. I heard the black pepper and cumin grilled fish in the kitchen was a must-try. On the way back to the castle, my popularity was off the charts. Everyone greeted me along the way. Imp was feeling sour beside me. Chris, I really envy you. Look at your popularity. If I had your connections, the Weasley products would have sold out at Hogwarts. I can only sigh, you don't understand my struggles. Being the center of attention everywhere is exhausting, you know? The others rolled their eyes at me, saying I was taking advantage of the situation. After we passed by, I could vaguely hear 2 Hufflepuff senior girls behind us squealing. Wow, did you see that? It's Chris. He even said hello to us. Oh my god, I love this little cutie. I just want to hug him. I felt goosebumps all over. When we got to the kitchen, the house elves were incredibly nimble, and soon the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, making Imp drool. I held a cup of hot cocoa and wanted to analyze today's events with them, but all they could think about was the grilled fish. Imp was the first to grab a piece, and Fred wasn't going to be polite, as it was every man for himself. George was cheering from the side. Imp, don't forget today's bet, grilled fish 4 for 1 galleon. Haha. Imp jumped up in anger, but still obediently pulled out a galleon, then hugged his grilled fish, munching away with grease all over his mouth, not forgetting to offer me a piece, afraid the Weasley brothers would snatch it away. I looked at his chubby figure and couldn't help but tease. Look at you. You're about to turn into a ball. You should lose some weight. But this little guy, with his big belly, proudly replied, what do you know? This is the mark of a noble descendant of the Acadian kingdom. It's called being fat. I rolled my eyes at him. Sure, keep boasting. He got even more excited. Don't you wizards study world history? Ever heard of the Sumerian Akkadian civilization? I laughed and gave him a little history lesson. The ancient civilization of West Asia originated in the river valley, and Babylonia was divided into the south and north. The south was Sumer, and the north was what you mentioned, Akkad. Fred and George immediately applauded me, shouting, wow, Chris truly deserving of being a role model at Hogwarts. I was genuinely scared of these 2 clowns. I had no way to deal with them. Chapter 86. It's me, pay up. All right, listen to me. Chris, you're not wrong, but you're still not clear, and you don't know as much as I do. Legend has it that the Akkadian Empire, from BC 2371 to BC 2191, was initially just an ordinary place until a great monarch appeared. He is King Sargon, the ruler of the 4 corners of the world. You must not know this person, Imp said proudly, tilting his head. Well, indeed, if you ask me about something modern, I could chat with you. But this ancient history you're talking about, we really are ignorant. Chris shook his head. Exactly, we wizards don't understand these muggle world things either. The most I know is the story of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Fred chimed in with a grin. TCH, you guys are hopeless. Just listen to me. I, Imp Lesko, am not called a history encyclopedia for nothing, especially since I know my ancestors' history very well. Seeing that everyone was clueless, Imp became even prouder. Kids are always like this. It's not worth mentioning that they can't compete with Chris in learning magic. After all, they're not on the same level. However, when Imp asked the Weasley brothers about their grades last year, he was dumbfounded to find they were surprisingly good, which instantly crushed the little chubby boy's confidence. Now at last, he had something to brag about, and he was thrilled to share it with everyone. My ancestor, the great King Sargon, during a time of chaos, saved the people from fire and water and unified Sumer and Akkad. His subsequent achievements were even more remarkable. He constructed irrigation systems, preventing many crops from being flooded and significantly reducing crop failures. Moreover, he standardized weights and measures, expanded foreign trade, established new government positions, and created a centralized state, famously known as One Mouth for the entire nation. Truly remarkable. What you don't know is that this was the first unification of the southern Mesopotamian region in human history. Imp was very proud. Wow, that sounds amazing. You muggles are really something, George exclaimed, having never heard of muggle history before. I think you should tell my dad about it. He loves muggle stuff and would have a great conversation with you. Fred added. After hearing this, Chris realized that the great King Imp spoke of was indeed impressive, somewhat like China's Qin Shi Huang. Both established a centralized state and unified the entire nation, with many similar experiences. However, this monarch still seemed less powerful than the first emperor. After all, his achievements surpassed those of the 3 sovereigns, and virtues exceeded those of the 5 emperors. That's no exaggeration. In short, Chris felt that history might have surprisingly similar patterns, whether in the East or the West. Certain periods of development seemed to follow a similar direction without deviating too much. Some might think that the greatness of a nation or an era comes from individual factors. But that is a one-sided and incomplete view. Individuals do play a role in history, but as the great wheel of history rolls forward, It is still driven by the society and the trends of the times. Personal heroes undoubtedly have their impact, but they are merely products of their times, riding the waves of history. Therefore, when we encounter such matters, individual heroism and historical nihilism are undesirable. We should fully utilize dialectical thinking and view issues objectively and contextually. Recognizing that things are in continuous development and change, we should follow the Marxist historical materialism and scientifically and comprehensively view these matters with a developmental perspective. Of course, this is also the perspective of the Muggle world. In the magical world, living for 1,000 or 800 years is no problem. Maybe that King Sargon hasn't even died yet. So, Chris thought, since magic exists in this world, perhaps the alchemists of the East could really create a potion for immortality, and thus, the first emperor might be lying in his tomb, waiting for you to unfreeze him with $500, at which point he would give you 100 million taels of gold as a thank you. Actions speak louder than words. Hurry up. I, Qin Shi Huang, need the money. Hey Chris, what are you thinking? You're about to drop the fish on the ground. Is my story that boring? Imk asked, looking puzzled at Chris, who was lost in thought but had a strange smile on his face. Oh, sorry, Imk, I was thinking about something else. Please continue, don't mind me. What you're saying is great. I didn't expect you to have royal blood. How wonderful, amazing, I envy you. Chris complimented perfunctorily. Hey, you're making me blush. I'm just an ancient royal descendant, nothing special. Imk, not picking up on Chris's insincerity, thought he was genuinely complimenting him and happily covered his head, laughing. This kid, hopeless. Chris felt helpless in his heart, not knowing what to say. But Imk, what you're talking about is so random. What does it have to do with us? I think your story is not as good as this roasted fish. George said, a bit confused. TC, kids raised in your magical world just don't get it. Let me give you an example. Those Slytherins, with their pure blood nonsense, noble bloodlines, and so on. Aren't they saying the same thing? Therefore, I want to say that if I encounter that despicable Slytherin who calls me a fatso and looks down on me again, you all better introduce me properly and help me confront him. Imp said fiercely. So that's what you meant. I didn't expect you to hate that Slytherin guy so much. George understood now that all this was just about a bad Slytherin. He keeps bullying me. If it weren't for Chris, I probably would have been bullied to death by him. Sigh. The little chubby boy felt that his life was just too hard. Hello everyone. I, Qin Shi Huang, need your votes to help me revive. At that time, 1 vote can be exchanged for 1 tael of gold. Thank you. Chapter 87. What can you do to me? Why you never told us about these things? Fred was a bit confused about how someone so open-hearted and optimistic could be driven to this point. I can't say. It's too embarrassing. During class, Chris is there, and he can't do anything to me, so he doesn't bother me. But after class, or when I'm alone, it's different. One time he cornered me on the way and spat at me, calling me a fat loser, a filthy mudblood, saying I don't deserve to live, let alone study at Hogwarts. At this point, Imp became a bit sad, and his voice choked up. What? How dare he? Chris was furious. Exactly. That kid needs a lesson, right? I think we should teach him a good lesson, so he knows Gryffindor is not to be trifled with. The majesty of the lion cannot be easily offended. George and Fred were also very angry. Huh? No, it's fine, it's nothing. Just endure it and it'll pass. Let's not do this. Imp was a bit hesitant. What are you afraid of? If you don't stand up to him, then I will. That kid deserves a beating. Didn't I get him a good hit during flying class last time? And during the Quidditch match, didn't I take a lot of galleons from him? Chris said, indignant. He couldn't stand such humiliation. If that kid had cornered him, he would have already taken him down. Sometimes Chris was reluctant to stir up trouble or seek the limelight. But now his good friend was being bullied, and that despicable guy was actually using the dirty term mudblood. If he didn't know, it would be one thing. But now that he did, how could he endure it? If he could endure it, wouldn't that make him coward? We don't provoke trouble. But we're not afraid of it either, right? Chris was right. Imp was just too nice and kind to others. You can't be like this. It's easy to be bullied by such despicable people. George added angrily. Yes, it would have been fine if you hadn't said anything, but since you told us, we have to take action. Fred chimed in. Thank you. Thank you all, you are so kind. Imp could no longer hold back his inner grievances and began to cry with gratitude. All right, it's nothing. We're here for you. We are good friends, right? Chris comforted him. Yes, the Hogwarts Brotherhood must help our brothers. Otherwise, how can we survive at Hogwarts? Hogwarts Brotherhood, let us strike. Everyone took this matter very seriously, so much so that in the following discussion, they focused entirely on how to address this issue, forgetting about the mermaid incident that had happened earlier that day. So, you mean tomorrow night, We lure them out and have a fair fight on the Hogwarts lawn to completely resolve this issue? George confirmed with Chris. Yes, exactly. I think we don't need to drag this out. Let's take him down in one go so he won't dare to act up again. Ha ha, yes, Chris. That's a great idea. Very direct, very Gryffindor. No hesitation, just do it. What are we afraid of? With the four of us working together, we will be invincible at Hogwarts, right? Especially with our excellent Chris here as our trump card. But what if they aren't as familiar with the school as we are and get caught by that old filch? Wouldn't that drag us down? Fred was a bit worried about this. Haha, what are you worried about? If they get caught, that's even better. If that despicable guy dares to drag us into it. It doesn't matter. They have no proof that we lured them out for a duel. If they get caught, as long as we aren't exposed when asked, we could just say they went out to play and got caught. Since they don't have a good relationship with us, they would be framing us. Chris was not worried at all. As long as they were fine, they could handle it. All right, Chris, I have to praise you again. Your analysis is indeed very comprehensive. Fred had no doubts left. However, if we're going to do it your way, we absolutely cannot use any written documents that could incriminate us. We can only inform them in person. So who is willing to go? George asked. I'll go. You all have done so much for me. This little thing is nothing I can't handle. Imp patted his chest and said, but what if he sees you and then makes things difficult for you or mocks you? Imp fell silent. He was also a bit worried. He had just mustered the courage to speak up. Never mind. I'll go with you. I doubt he would dare to mess with me. Chris said readily. Thank you, Chris. Imp was extremely moved. All right, no more talking. Let us hurry back and see if there are any powerful curses we can use tomorrow to teach him a lesson for his filthy mouth. George said, Hey you. Yes you. Come over here and talk. Early the next morning, Chris, filled with anger, stopped Dorian Purse, who was heading to the Great Hall for breakfast. What? Red, are you still half asleep? Are you crazy? Why are you blocking my way so early in the morning? Hurry up and get out of the way, or I'll have someone beat you up. Although I come from a poor family, I can still hire a few upperclassmen to deal with you. Dorian Purse said menacingly. All right, stop using your threats on me. Do you think they could take me on? I can't be bothered to waste more time with you. Just a few words, and then we'll be on our way. What do I have to say to you and that fatso? I've been busy with some matters lately, and Haven T had time to deal with you. Are you itching for fight? Dorian Purse said disdainfully. You really? What you said about Lesko being a mudblood is true. ISNT it. Yes, what I say is the truth. What can you do about it? Dorian Purse tilted his head and said, Chapter 88, Night Battle. All right, you're still somewhat of a person. Since you dare to speak, I won't hold back either. You trash with no skills at all. Just think about it. If I tell the professor about this, what kind of punishment do you think you'll get? Of course. I won't do that. After all, snitching is something only kids do. Let us find another way to solve this. What do you think? Dorian Pussy turned pale when he heard Chris was going to tell the teacher. A kid is always afraid of teachers, so he put on a brave front, stammering. Why you say what method? You're not trying to ask for money again, are you? How much? Is 10 galleons enough? Chris couldn't help but laugh when he heard this guy's words. What? You think you can pay me off with galleons? Huh? Do you take me, Red? For someone who would just settle for a bit of pocket change? Do you know the saying, pearls are as common as dirt, gold as iron? I'm not like you, pretending to be poor. I have money. I live in a palace of white jade and ride a golden horse. Even in a bountiful year, I can handle a heavy snow, Chris deliberately boasted. So what do you want? If you don't want money, what is your aim? Also, what you just said was a bit confusing. Dorian Pussy's pale face showed a hint of confusion. Nothing, we just want to challenge you to a duel tonight. On the Hogwarts lawn. It'll be me, Lesko, and 2 second-year students, totaling 4 people. You can bring a few more if you want, and we can have a good talk, Chris said with a smile. Fine, let us do it. I want to see what tricks you can pull. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Good dogs don't block the way, so get out of my way, Dorian Pussy replied. Chris and Imp stepped aside. Honestly, this guy's mouth was really foul, but it didn't matter. By night, I'll stuff something in his mouth and make him see who's boss. Really, who does he think he is, acting all high and mighty every day? If someone didn't know better, they might think his father is Lord Voldemort. It was absurd enough to make one want to spit blood. During the day, Chris and the others had no intention of reviewing their lessons. They practiced some spells that might come in handy at their secret base in the Room of Requirement. Chris even taught everyone the hanging charm to expand their spell repertoire. Better to sharpen their blades before battle. However, George and Fred were very interested in this spell. It was incredibly fun and perfect for pranks. Chris warned them not to use it on girls, or the consequences will be dire. He recalled how Harry's father, James, had used the spell on Snape in the original story, and that scene was truly, a bit tragic. At night, The excited group sneaked out of the castle using the Marauder's map, while Filch was patrolling the 4th floor. George and Fred were well prepared. They even brought Quidditch protective gear, claiming that if anything happened, it could serve as protection to avoid injury. Chris wasn't too worried at all. They were just a few little wizards. A strong spell from him could probably turn them to dust. Moreover, Chris had the defensive ring gifted by Professor McGonagall. So what was there to fear? Dark curses? How bad could a kid-s spell be? It wasn't like he'd end up dead from a minor incident, right? So, what was there to be afraid of? Don't be timid, just go for it. When they arrived at the lawn, Delry and Pussy hadn't shown up yet. Was he scared? Too afraid to come? What a loser. George, check the Marauder's map and see if their people have arrived. If they're too scared to come or have already been caught by Filch, we should respond quickly, so we're not just standing here waiting. Chris asked. Don't worry, I checked. They're almost here, 4 of them. Besides him. There's 1 first year, 1 second year, and 2 third years. Oh, they brought quite a few people, knowing that our side has mostly 1st and 2nd years. They even called 2 third years to fill the ranks. Very Slytherin-like. Haha, must be scared to death. What a coward, Chris. Can we do this? I'm a bit worried, Imk said, not very calm, his hand shaking with the wand. Don't be afraid, Imk. I'm here. We'll charge in directly. Just stay behind me for support. I know you're still a bit scared, but it's okay, I'll protect you. Chris reassured him. Okay, thank you, Chris, for standing up for me. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. I might have dropped out by now, Imk was very touched. Look, they're here. Fred pointed at several figures. Oh, finally. If you had taken any longer, I would have fallen asleep. I was wondering if you could even make it. Is this how Slytherin behaves? Can you even handle this? I was almost convinced you got caught by Filch or a cat. Who was so arrogant during the day? Why is it so hard to leave the castle? Do you still want to mix in Hogwarts? If not, go home and farm. Chris deliberately teased. His words a bit crude. Enough with the talk. Just tell us the procedure. Delry and Pussy rushed over, still catching his breath. Just a few 1st and 2nd year brats dare to provoke us. Pussy, don't you look in the mirror and see what you're capable of? Stop just talking big. A 3rd year, Slytherin scoffed. Right, don't be all talk with no action. Is your reputation just a facade? You call yourself a genius at Transfiguration. But you're just useless. Haha, another 3rd year student added. Faced with such provocation, Chris was immediately furious. This was impressive. He and T realized Slytherins could be so crude. All right, today they would witness the wrath of Gryffindor. Let us fight. Chris was ruthless and said little, directly signaling everyone to ready their wands and attack. No need for fancy moves or duel etiquette. Was this a play? Fighting should be straightforward, not filled with unnecessary chatter and flashy actions. Calaportu, Calaportu, Colioportu, Colioportu. Chris unleashed a series of binding charms. Chapter 89, I Dare Not Anymore. The several Slytherins across from Chris were caught off guard. They hadn't even drawn their wands when Chris's spell bound them. However, 1 3rd year Slytherin managed to react in time and dodge Chris's spell. Of course, it wasn't necessarily because he was so skilled. It was likely because Chris had already hit the first 3 people with a series of spells, so the 4th person, no matter how slow, wouldn't be unaware of the need to dodge. Fortunately, he avoided it. The 3rd year Slytherin quickly drew his wand and cast a Petri Ficus Totalis at Chris. But he should have considered who he was dealing with. Did he think a mere petrifying spell could take care of him? Chris deflected the spell effortlessly, and George followed up by casting a flipping charm, suspending the guy upside down. The 3rd year Slytherin was terrified. He didn't understand what was happening and found himself floating backwards. The world turned upside down, and he screamed in fear. Chris, feeling annoyed, cast a spell to silence him. Really annoying. What a joke. He is not that impressive. Where's all that bravado from earlier? Are you sure you're not here for a laugh? This, 3rd year? Is this the level of Slytherin students? 3rd year? I bet a 3-year-old child could do better. They might explode an ant with a magic surge, but you? I doubt you could even squash a bug. The suspended Slytherin blushed from embarrassment. It seemed he was extremely uncomfortable. Not only was he hanging there, but he also had to endure a few insults. It was truly humiliating. As for you, Dorian Pusey, weren't you supposed to be impressive? Didn't you call yourself a young master? Yet you claim to come from a poor family? Who are you showing your poverty to? Chris walked over and kicked the immobile Dorian Pusey, then stepped on his face. Chris had really had enough. This guy was just too arrogant. What else with this pure blood superiority nonsense? Just like a racist or someone who believes in bloodlines. ISNT, the husband of the woman Leonardo DiCaprio's character likes in The Great Gatsby, someone who calls himself an upper-class person, a noble, and looks down on Gatsby for being from a peasant background? Even though Gatsby is rich now, his origins are still poor, just like them. They look down on others as dirty, lowly mudbloods. There's nothing more poisonous than that. Therefore, Chris found it hard to bear, to the point where the lion's fury overcame his reason, making him especially angry tonight. Dorian Pusey, humiliated by Chris, shed tears of grievance. Oh, you're crying. You trash. Ah, let me see. That's a nice outfit you have. Where did you buy it? It wouldn't be custom made, would it? TSK, really nice. Being rich is great. After saying that, Chris lifted the spell from Dorian Pusey and said to Imk, come on, go back and show him how you were bullied. The others were astonished at Chris's display of power tonight, not understanding what had gotten into the usually gentle and kind Chris, making him so irritable. Imk timidly walked over, and looking at the lying Dorian Pusey, felt that he didn't hate him so much anymore. Children, after all, have kind hearts, even if someone had bullied them. Seeing that person in a miserable state could soften their hearts. Imk was just like that. He didn't know what to do now. Should he punch him? I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I don't dare anymore. I promise I won't dare again. Please let me go. Imka, I shouldn't have insulted you. I won't bully you again. I beg you. I know you're a good person. Please say something for me. I truly made a mistake. Dorian Pusey cried, pulling on Imk's pant leg, begging for mercy. Imk looked troubled. He didn't know what to do either. He scratched his head and looked at the indifferent Chris. Chris, what should I do? I don't seem to want to hit him anymore. Should we just let them go? Chris looked at the unsure Imk and the tearful Dorian Pusey on the ground. Really? Dorian Pusey quickly nodded. Yes. I absolutely won't dare to provoke you again. I'll just walk around you in the future. George and Fred, what do you think? Chris didn't answer, but continued to ask for the Weasley twins' opinions. I think he has learned his lesson. He probably won't dare to act up anymore. So why not just let them go? Yes, I really won't dare again. Dorian Pusey nodded vigorously. Okay, you can go. Remember what you said today. If you dare to cause trouble again, it won't be as easy as today. Watch your heads. Chris threatened harshly with words, and also released the spells on the others. Take it slow on your way back. Don't get caught by Filch, and even if you do, don't spill on us or... Okay, don't worry, I won't dare. Dorian Pusey said as he climbed up from the ground, nodding and bowing. Get lost. Chris flicked his wizard robe and ignored them. The several Slytherins hurriedly crawled back to the castle. Oh my, is it that easy for me? Putting on such a fierce face, I can hardly contain my laughter. I really want to laugh. Haha, after the Slytherins left. Chris finally couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. Wow, Chris, you really pulled it off. You had us fooled completely. We didn't expect that we thought you were genuinely fierce just now. But it turns out you were just pretending to scare them. You really are something. George and Fred found it very amusing and understood Chris's performance earlier. Yeah, Imk, what is up with you? Weren't you the one who hated him the most? Didn't you say you were going to punch his teeth out? How come you were so merciful in the end? Chris asked in confusion. I don't know, I just felt a bit soft-hearted seeing him looking so pitiful. I thought he was really bad, but not so bad that he couldn't be saved, so I let him go. Imk stammered. All right, you really are soft-hearted. Chris said helplessly. Exactly, Imk. Such a good opportunity. Next time if this guy continues to bully you, let us see what you do. George said with disappointment. Chapter 90. Can you speak English? Haha. With this incident, I believe they wouldn't be stupid enough to continue bullying me, right? If they dare, then what's the difference between them and those brainless giants? Imp replied. All right, your choice. We have no right to interfere, Chris shrugged. Then, the few of them, with their arms around each other's shoulders, planned to return to the Gryffindor dormitory to sleep. Just then, a familiar voice came from afar. Woo woo, gurgle gurgle. What the hell? You guys listen. George, with his keen ears, was the first to hear the sound. Yeah, I heard it too. Do you think the sound is familiar? I feel something is wrong. Chris also heard the sound and hurriedly said, Hiss, isn't this from yesterday? Yes, it's that mermaid. Right, but what's wrong with him? Didn't he go back to the water and get killed? Imk asked in confusion. I don't know, it's really strange. Chris, what do you think? Should we go have a look? George asked. Well, I think we should go take a look. After all, we treated him yesterday, and if something happens, it would weigh on our conscience, don't you think? Chris actually didn't want to go. He didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble. However, he felt that they should go see, or else he wouldn't be able to let it go. Yes, I think the same. Exactly, let's go. All right, I'll follow you guys. With everyone in agreement, they hurriedly headed towards the Black Lake, as the sound was indeed coming from that direction. When they arrived at the spot from yesterday, they found a mermaid, but it seemed to be a different one, a much uglier fellow. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? This is definitely not the mermaid from yesterday. How strange. George and Fred found this very puzzling. Yeah, what's happening? Could the mermaid from yesterday have transformed? Just changed its appearance? Hello. Can you understand human speech? Can you speak English? What happened to you? Imp stupidly attempted a tentative conversation with the mermaid. To their surprise, the mermaid actually spoke. You good is, gurgle is I, huff huff. Kind you wizards good? What the heck is this? Speak clearly, seriously. What the hell? If you can't speak, then don't say anything. I can't understand a word. Imp was speechless after talking for so long. He couldn't understand anything. Don't worry, Imp, this mermaid. Take your time speaking, George advised. You kind gurgle, we, you friends, need help. Ah, you mean we are kind wizards? And you want to be friends with us and need our help? Chris seemed to understand a bit. The mermaid nodded and then shook its head. It seemed that its answer was both yes and no, which was truly perplexing. In any case, you want us to help, right? Fred, being perceptive, directly summarized what the mermaid was trying to say. Yes, gurgle, thank you. The mermaid nodded. Help, what can we help with? Help you take a bath? Or cure you? Imp was a bit slow to react. Water, lake, woo-woo, below, bad, gurgle, one, gurgle, bad, killing us. Oh, the mermaid clawed excitedly as it spoke. You mean there is someone below who is killing you? Chris understood. The mermaid nodded again. Is there really someone so idle? Killing mermaids for no reason? Ha! This is really interesting. What kind of person is awake at night killing mermaids? They must have some mental illness, right? My Merlin, the snot professor. The snot professor. Yes, that's him. Chris and the Weasley brothers immediately realized, leaving Imp looking completely bewildered. What? How could this be? Imp was a bit confused. I never expected this guy, with a human face and a beast's heart, would do such shameless things, insane, utterly insane, to not be afraid of the cold and dive down to kill mermaids. Yeah, just think about it. These defense against the dark arts professors. Are they all like this? Each year, there are all sorts of oddballs. Exactly, there are oddballs every year, but this year is particularly odd, unbelievable. George and Fred were utterly speechless about this snot professor. Why not do something else? Go kill mermaids, is that interesting? Seriously, it's a joke. No, it can't be that simple. Just because he's mentally ill and has nothing to do, he goes to kill mermaids? George and Fred, do you think a lunatic would do that? I think even if he had nothing to do and was crazy, he wouldn't go through the trouble of diving into the Black Lake to kill magical creatures, right? Why not go to the Forbidden Forest? Wouldn't that be easier? Chris said calmly. He vaguely felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Then what do you think? George asked in confusion. I think he must have ulterior motives. Maybe he wants to get something. Chris replied. What? The mermaid's fork or its torn pants? Ha ha, Chris, you're really funny. Fred laughed. Treasure. The mermaid no longer used any strange words and directly stated the main point. It seemed to have been listening carefully to Chris and the others' conversation. What? You mermaids have treasure? Merlin's big pants, I don't believe it. What treasure? Your leader's flower pants. George said with a grin. No, good, woo-woo, good, treasure. The mermaid hurriedly said. Good treasure, Chris, do you believe it? George was still skeptical. I think it's entirely possible. Otherwise, what would the snot professor be plotting? A person who can teach normally. Do you think he's a lunatic? Dumbledore is not stupid. Would he bring a lunatic into the school? Oh, now that you mention it, I do think it's possible that this snot professor is up to no good. Of course, I don't believe he is a complete lunatic. I believe in Professor Dumbledore. He would never let a lunatic into the school. So, he must be looking for that mermaid's treasure and then slaughtering mermaids, interrogating them about the treasure's whereabouts. Merlin, what is going on here? I simply don't understand what is happening. What has happened? Imp, having listened for a long time, still didn't understand and was still very confused. Chapter 91 Adventure, forget it. Imp, you don't need to understand. Just follow us. George said. George, what are you planning? I didn't analyze all this just so you could go on an adventure. Chris replied. Oh, come on, Chris, since we already know about this. We absolutely can't just stand by and do nothing. Protecting animals is everyone's responsibility, don't you think? At a critical moment, they came to us for help. And you can't back down now. Is this still Gryffindor? Fred said in a flurry of words, making Chris's head hurt a bit. Chris originally didn't want to get involved in this matter. He was just explaining so everyone understood what was happening, not to solve the problem. What good is personal heroism? It would just lead to disaster. He was the main character, right? What is the point of acting like a hero? Well. Chris still hesitated a bit. All right, Chris, let us go. Don't be a wuss, let us do it. George said excitedly, patting Chris on the shoulder. Fine, I can agree to go with you to see this mermaid. After all, I'm not heartless, but there is one thing you all need to think carefully about. How are we supposed to get down? Chris asked calmly. This. George and Fred were stumped by Chris's question. They had made the decision impulsively and didn't have a good idea on how to get down. Gurgle, eat this, we could go underwater. The mermaid pulled out a long, flat cylindrical stem about 20 to 35 centimeters long, with a dark yellow-green to dark brown upper surface, a gray-green or gray-brown lower surface, noticeable joints, and a long petiole that formed a sheath with the stipules at the base. What is this? Imk asked, taking a closer look at the herb. I don't know. It seems like some kind of herb, Fred said, a bit confused. If I'm not mistaken, this should be gillwort, Chris said, looking at the herb in Imk's hand. Huh? Gillwort? What is that? What is it used for? They all asked in confusion. Yes, this thing can indeed help us breathe underwater after we eat it. I saw its introduction in 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. I heard it's quite hard to obtain. Apparently, just one of these is worth a galleon. Chris explained patiently. If we crush it, we can smell a fishy odor, which is how it got its name. Furthermore, if we eat it, we can grow gills like fish and webbed fingers and toes. This way, we can breathe underwater without issue, absorbing the oxygen just like fish do. It's definitely a necessity for working underwater. It's much safer than using some other spells that could lead to accidents for wizards. However, cultivating and growing it is not easy, hence the price isn't low. I see. It would be great if we could get more of it. Yes, exactly. George and Fred were completely focused on the value of the gillwort, as if in their eyes, there were only valuable and worthless things. All right, you two. Stop thinking about the gillwort. Since we're going underwater to take a look, let us eat it quickly and get going. Chris interrupted the Weasley brothers' fantasies. After all this time, he had gotten to know these two quite well. He could tell what they were thinking. Then everyone took off their jackets and shoes and tossed them aside on the shore. Wow, it's really cold tonight, Imk said, hugging his arms and stamping his feet. Hey, Imk, are you okay? All that meat you have is for nothing? Look at Chris. He is so skinny and isn't cold at all. You're too weak. Ha ha, ha ha. I've cast a warming spell on myself, so I won TB cold. You all are wizards. What is the biggest advantage of being a wizard? Magic. Why don't you use magic to make yourselves a bit more comfortable? Chris shook his head and cast warming spells on the others to prevent them from freezing. All right, on my count. 1, 2, 3, eat. Everyone quickly ate the gillwort in their hands. Okay, everybody, let us get into the water, Chris said. The few who had eaten the gillwort hurried into the water. Wow, my chin hurts so much, Imk exclaimed, covering his chin. Don't panic, just hold on, it'll all be fine soon, Chris reassured him. In no time, gills and webbed fingers and toes began to grow on everyone. Merlin, this is amazing. George marveled at his fingers and toes. Chris tried to submerge his head in the water and felt the current flowing through the gills that had just grown, with air being filtered and drawn into his lungs. Indeed, magical herbs were truly incredible, turning the impossible into possible. All right, Mr. Mermaid, take us to see what is going on, Chris said to the somewhat dazed mermaid. The mermaid nodded to indicate that it understood. Everyone, pay attention, hold your wands tightly, follow this mermaid closely, be careful, safety first. Don't end up needing help from them while putting yourselves in danger. Chris reminded them, still a bit concerned. Okay, no problem, Chris, don't worry. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Then they all submerged into the water, following the mermaid to the incident site. The group had just started to adapt to their new state and were still a bit clumsy, unsure how to increase their swimming speed. So they could only swim slowly forward, which was frustrating for the guiding mermaid, who was calling out to urge them on. Chris and the others realized that if they kept going at this pace, they wouldn't reach their destination for ages, so they also tried their best to swim forward. They navigated through some troublesome seaweed and saw many creatures they had never encountered before. About 20 minutes later, Chris and the others passed through a curtain of water and arrived at a different place. Chris noticed that due to the barrier of the water curtain, the water inside only reached their calves, and the upper half was empty, just like being on the surface of a lake, allowing them to speak freely. Chapter 92. Sin, this place is quite extraordinary. I wonder if it's their mermaid colony, Fred exclaimed in admiration. Yeah, look at this water curtain. It really seems so. I think some kind of magic must have been used to isolate this place. It's impressive. George agreed. Soon after, everyone continued to follow the mermaid forward. Before long, they heard some noises ahead. Damn it. These damn mermaids, there are so many of them. All of you die. Petri ficus, totalis. Stupefied. Reducto. In the distance, Professor Snivellis was using his wand to launch a massive attack on the ugly mermaids with their mouths wide open, exposing their incomplete yellow teeth. Spells were continuously shooting out from his wand. One by one, the mermaids holding tridents were knocked down and injured, and some of the unluckier ones were directly hit in the head by shattering spells, their heads exploding like watermelons, which was truly a gruesome sight. Imk, who was beside Chris, immediately bent down upon seeing this scene, feeling nauseous and wanting to vomit. But after gagging for a while, he still couldn't throw up. Oh my God, look. It really is Professor Snivelis. Imk exclaimed in surprise, covering his mouth with wide eyes. Yeah, we truly didn't expect such a friendly bald professor to slaughter mermaids like a devil. It's simply insane, George said, his face filled with rage and disbelief. Outrageous. It's intolerable, Fred agreed. Chris also felt that Professor Lienrez was being quite extreme in doing such inhumane things to the mermaids. Although these mermaids were ugly, it was still unacceptable to carry out such a reckless genocide against them. It was simply too much. Wah! Ah! The guiding mermaid turned red-eyed at this scene, screeching as she picked up a stone and charged at Professor Lienrez. What should we do? Brothers, should we stop him? Imp felt a bit reluctant seeing the silly mermaid rushing up without any regard and wanted to follow and stop Professor Lienrez's illegal actions. Let us go. We need to stop him, George and Fred agreed, as these two were almost fearless. Wait, don't you think this is strange? These mermaids have a pact with Hogwarts. Theoretically, as long as they behave, Hogwarts would protect their lives, which means that Professor Dumbledore is safeguarding them. So why would Professor Lienrez do something that offends Dumbledore and could even get him expelled from Hogwarts? Chris analyzed calmly. Everyone listened, a bit confused, not quite understanding what Chris was trying to express, looking at him with puzzled faces. Ugh, what I mean is Professor Lienrez isn't stupid. Would he do something that has 100 harms and no benefits? Would you do it, Imp? Or you, George? Would you? I wouldn't. Imp thought for a moment and said, I wouldn't either. Who would do such a thing? George replied, exactly, unless he is not a normal person. Fred chimed in. Chris was a bit speechless. How did the conversation get sidetracked? He felt like he was making things more confusing. He regretted immediately coming down to listen to the mermaid's plea. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Really, why couldn't he have been calmer at that time? The mass slaughter of mermaids was indeed big news in the wizarding world. Such things shouldn't be up to him to handle. He should have gone directly to inform Professor Dumbledore about the situation and left this mess for the headmaster to deal with. As a student, why did he have to get involved in this? Sigh, he really regretted it. No, what I mean is there must be some profit in what he is doing. Just like when we sold maps before. Do you understand? Before selling the maps, we explored Hogwarts and made so many preparations just to make money. That has profit. And Professor Lienrez slaughtering mermaids must also be for his own benefit. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Chris explained patiently. Oh, I see, I understand. So what should we do? Professor Snivelis's behavior is simply unforgivable. Chris, you have a lot of ideas. Tell us what to do. Imp said straightforwardly. Fred and George also agreed. They were very willing to accept Chris's opinion. I think, Imp, I want you to complete a daunting task alone. But I'm not very sure if you can do it. Chris said uncertainly. You say it, Chris. I can do it. Imp looked at Chris with his determined little eyes. Actually, it's not hard. You just need to return to the Hogwarts castle alone and call Professor Dumbledore. He is the only one who can help us now. Imp hesitated upon hearing Chris's words. He felt that Chris thought he was too weak to be of any help and just came up with this idea. Hey, buddy, don't overthink it. You need to know that Professor Snivelis is so evil. He might just be a dark wizard infiltrating Hogwarts. Even if we might become powerful in the future, we're still just 11 or 12-year-old kids now. How can we compete against an evil dark wizard with unclear intentions? Chris expressed his thoughts. Imp gritted his teeth. Fine. I will definitely call Professor Dumbledore for you. You all go ahead. Trust me, Imp can do it. All right, brother, we're counting on you. Everyone encouraged. Imp waved goodbye to everyone, stepping out of the water curtain, swimming back towards Hogwarts Castle. Chris, what should we do next? Should we go up and stop him? George asked. No, what we need most now is time. We can't let this guy continue like this. We must hold him off and wait for Professor Dumbledore's rescue. Once he arrives, we'll have succeeded, Chris said calmly. And then? Thank you to the friends who are still here. Please vote for recommendations. Chapter 93. Duel. All right. I'll charge at him first, and then find a way to buy some time. You two should find a good spot to hide. If you see that I'm unable to hold on, come out immediately to help and attack him when he's caught off guard. We absolutely cannot all come out at once, or else it'll be dangerous when he catches us all at once. Chris replied, Okay, that's a great plan. George and Fred both agreed with Chris's proposal. Chris gritted his teeth and charged towards the snot professor. Stupefy, stupefy, stupefy. Chris cast 3 powerful stunning spells in quick succession. Unfortunately, one missed, one hit a hapless mermaid, and the third accurately hit the snot professor. However, it wasn't that Chris was weak. The snot professor was just exceptionally strong. His vigilance was incredibly high, and he had learned a rebounding spell, redirecting the stunning spell onto a nearby injured mermaid. The poor mermaid collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Well. Look who is here. The snot professor stopped attacking the mermaid and looked at Chris, who had charged up to stand opposite him, and smiled. The famous Mr. ChrisRed. TSK, the transfiguration genius of Hogwarts, the pride of Gryffindor, a standout among young wizards. On a late night like this, please tell your dear snot professor why you are here. The dark arts professor, Madhav and Leanloss, initially spoke in a light tone, but by the end, he stared wide-eyed and shouted at Chris with a fierce expression, his words twisted with malice. Ha! Professor Leanloss, what's wrong with you? I'm just here to learn from you. Just like you enjoy swimming. I couldn't sleep at night, so I came to swim by the Black Lake, but unexpectedly, how unfortunate that we ran into each other. Ho, so awkward. My spells just now were to help you drive away those nasty mermaids. Look at them. How ugly they are, really. Chris said with a smile to Leanloss. Is that so? I don't believe you. What proof do you have that what you say is true? Leanloss said with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. Oh, come on, you're being so formal. Between us teacher and student, why bother with such distinctions? What is true or false? Look, it's getting late. Why don't we head back to the castle together? Let us not mess around with these trashy mermaids. Chris deliberately suggested. Of course, the stupid mermaids immediately changed their attitude upon hearing Chris's words. When Chris first approached them, their ugly faces showed signs of happiness. But now, upon hearing Chris call them stupid and ugly, they didn't realize it was a deliberate remark and not directed at them. Therefore, the intolerable mermaids bared their teeth at Chris, and some wary ones even picked up tridents aimed at him. At this moment, the snot professor spoke up. ChrisRed, put away your little tricks. What do you want? Don't I know? It's just a bit of cleverness and scheming, right? You're just making a fuss here, trying to call for help. I'll tell you, it's useless to shout your lungs out here. Professor Dumbledore 1T come. Do you know why? Because I timed my plan for when he was out today. If you underestimate me because of that, you're wrong. But as the saying goes, there is always a flaw in perfection, and that flaw is you, ChrisRed. Damn it, you usually call me bald, snot professor, and I've tolerated it. It's no big deal. For my grand ambitions, I can endure for now. But today, you better get out of my way now. Immediately get lost. Or don't blame your teacher for being ruthless. Madhav and Leanloss smirked and raised his wand. Shattered to pieces. Obstacle heavy. Chris, quick-eyed and quick-handed, did not wait for the snot professor to cast his spell. He took the initiative and cast a shattering spell fiercely at Madhav and Leanloss. Then quickly cast an armor charm on himself. No matter what, Chris had to protect himself. Just some little tricks. Madhav and Leanloss disdainfully brushed Chris's spell aside. Chris truly didn't expect that the snot professor was so formidable. He had already put 70% of his magical power into his spell. It had no effect on him at all. Even if he used all his strength to cast spells, it would likely be futile. If he cast spells with all his might and exhausted his magical power, wouldn't he be left helpless? Severing charm. Chris took advantage of the moment and unleashed his strongest spells, the ones created by Professor Snape. The first spell hit the snot professor's left hand, successfully severing one of his fingers. Super armor charm. However, it was clear that Madhav and Leanloss was not to be underestimated. He immediately used a super version of the armor charm, blocking Chris's second and third severing charms from getting close. Chris's severing charm was indeed powerful. The two spells managed to break through the super armor charm. Damn it, what spell is this? The snot professor looked at his bleeding left hand and started to panic. Expulso. Madhav and Leanloss shot out a blasting spell, but its effect wasn't very good because the ground was wet, and the spell couldn't achieve its intended effect on the surface. Therefore, the use of spells was still worth noting in terms of the environment. A suitable environment combined with a spell-less enhancement is undoubtedly powerful, while using a spell in such circumstances was unwise for the snot professor. However, this unknown dark wizard was definitely not to be trifled with. He quickly realized this problem and hurriedly used a smoke charm. Yes, the one he had taught Chris and the others in class. Chapter 94. Olivia, it must be said that Professor Snivel truly concealed his skills. The smoke screen spell he used here quickly produced a large amount of black smoke, rapidly spreading throughout the mermaid space. Far more effective than the smoke screen spell used in class. Its effect was at least 100 times stronger. It might even have reached the level of the old wizard mentioned in the story who used the smoke screen spell to protect the tavern. Of course, it's possible that the protagonist of that story is none other than Professor Snivel himself. Look at my smoke screen spell, kid. If you can break it, then you deserve to be my teacher. Madhav and Leanloss smiled insidiously amidst the swirling black smoke. It was clear that Professor Snivel used this spell to create chaos. Hoping to quickly check if his injury could still be treated, perhaps there was still a chance for rescue. Damn it! Chris cursed under his breath as he knocked away a mermaid that was foolishly trying to stab him with a fork in the obscuring smoke. The situation was very unfavorable for him. He had no idea where Professor Snivel had hidden himself, and it was hard to determine the positions of George and Fred. He truly didn't know what to do. Chris cautiously tried some methods to disperse the smoke or to see clearly, but unfortunately, all failed. He didn't dare to use bright spells to illuminate the area. After all, Professor Snivel was lurking in an unknown corner, watching him intently. If he dared to use such spells, he would undoubtedly become a target. He would probably be taken down in an instant by Professor Snivel. Thus, Chris could only carefully and quietly feel his way in one direction, planning to leave the area enveloped by the smoke before figuring things out outside. He hoped to see clearly once he got outside. Otherwise, being in such a passive situation was too disadvantageous. He hoped Snape's spells were powerful enough. Hoped that the damned Professor Snivel couldn't stop the blood flowing from his left hand, and hoped the Weasley brothers would be safe. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to absolve himself of the blame. Chris carefully dodged a careless mermaid in front of him. He had to say, these mermaids really served as good cover. Each one moved clumsily and made a lot of noise due to the smoke, helping Chris better hide. After a few minutes, Chris felt like he had touched something soft and smooth right in front of him, like the water curtain from earlier. He was suddenly overjoyed and rushed toward that spot. Ouch, what are you doing? Suddenly, Chris felt himself collide with the water curtain in front of him, causing him to fall to the ground. What the hell is this? Hey, talking creature? Chris was a bit puzzled. Little wizard, how did you find me? The creature spoke, its voice weak. Hello, it's too dark here. I can't see. Sorry, what's going on? Why are you here? It's a bit dangerous. You should hurry and hide, Chris warned, fearing Professor Snivel would hear them. He sensed that this was likely a female mermaid capable of speaking human language. Hide? Where should I hide? This is my home. That damned dark wizard is trying to seize the treasure of my mermaid clan. As the leader of the mermaids, I certainly can't give him this treasure. His desire to obtain it is nothing but a delusion, the mermaid said. Chris was a bit shocked. He hadn't expected to inadvertently encounter the leader of the Hogwarts mermaids. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear. Otherwise, he'll come looking for the source of the sound. Chris hurriedly reminded her, listening to her unabashed tone. The mermaid clan is never afraid, and I, Olivia, am certainly not a cowardly mermaid. The mermaid, who called herself Olivia, declared. Then why didn't you come out when I was fighting him for your sake? Chris felt a bit irritated by her bravado. Here I am, risking my life, fighting a dark wizard who could easily massacre a street of people. And you're just sitting back and watching, right? What do you think that the clam and the sandpiper will fight and the fisherman will benefit? Is there really such good fortune in the world? If there is, bring me a dozen. Of course not. I was just injured by his magic while fighting him. I think my life is about to end. Although I've lived for 285 years, I'm quite satisfied. The only thing that saddens me is that I might not be able to continue guarding the glory of our mermaids. At this point, Olivia appeared somewhat saddened, and Chris could faintly see tears welling in her dull eyes. Sigh. It's okay, maybe this is fate. Cough, cough. Thank you, kind little wizard. I originally wanted to send Deli to find powerful wizards from Hogwarts to help me. Cough, cough. But I didn't expect this guy to call you here. I'm really sorry for dragging you into this. Olivia said gratefully yet apologetically as she coughed. It's all right. We also can't bear to see this guy treat you so cruelly. But right now, our school as headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, ISNT at school. And with just a few of us little wizards, we can't defeat this guy. So, do you have any good ideas? Chris felt that since he had already been dragged into this, he shouldn't regret or discuss whose fault it was. The most crucial thing now was to quickly deal with the damned Professor Snivel. Cough, cough. Do you know why this evil dark wizard is treating us this way? Olivia didn't answer Chris's question, but instead asked him. Well, I really don't know, but I think he must have something to gain from it. Otherwise, he wouldn't randomly launch a bloody massacre against you, right? Yes, that's right. Cough, cough, cough. Although we are all referred to as mermaids by your wizards, we are actually divided into different races, just like the Selkies of Scotland and the Marrows of Ireland, spread across waters worldwide. We mermaids are an intelligent species, qualified to become human, but we actively reject this classification. Book friend Succubus, your favorite character has appeared. Did you see it? Please give me some recommendation tickets. Thank you. Chapter 95. Treasure in 1811. Minister Groggenstump of the Ministry of Magic redefined human, making mermaids eligible. However, we actively chose to forego the opportunity to become human because we do not wish to be associated with filthy vile dark creatures like the harpy and vampires. You do not understand the level of our wisdom and civilization. Ahem. We mermaids have our own language, and are even capable of creating music, which is our most common hobby. The history of mermaids can be traced back to ancient Greece, when we were known as sirens. But now, only those mermaids who possess the beautiful appearance of the legendary mermaid queen can be called sirens, and as far as I know, there is probably no other mermaid in the world besides me who has such noble blood. Yes, that's right. Pure, perfect, elegant, noble siren. That is me, Olivia. Ahem. Cough, cough, cough. Ahem, ahem. At this point, the mermaid leader Olivia clearly became somewhat agitated. Chris listened and didn't know what to say. In the dark, how could he verify her noble and beautiful lineage? Who knows if she had big yellow teeth while boasting about herself? In thousands of years of history, we mermaids have a prosperous culture. We happily live together in highly organized communities, using stones to meticulously construct our homes. Additionally, we domesticate creatures such as grindylows, the horse-headed sea monster, and lobo worms, using lobo worms as weapons. We create jewelry and weapons that you human wizards like, craft sculptures and other artworks, and communicate basic messages through gestures. How great, how remarkable. Unfortunately, today, the last legacy is about to be buried in the hands of my last empress, Olivia. After listening for a while, Chris understood that the mermaid leader Olivia seemed to want to stage a drama about how his great Qing dynasty was doomed. It was truly bewildering, making it hard for him to know what to say. So, young and kind little wizard, would you be willing to help me? Help me protect our mermaid clan. I can't do it anymore. I can only rely on you now. Cough, cough, cough. From the duel you had with that dark wizard earlier, I can see that you are a kind-hearted, excellent little wizard. I really can only rely on you now. Well, Chris was a bit speechless and didn't know what to say. Honestly, he didn't want to get involved. What benefit would it bring him? The snotty professor was so difficult to deal with that he might not even win against him, even if he had 10 lives. Don't worry, I have a way to help you defeat him. Olivia's eyes seemed to grow determined in the dim smoke. Then she pulled out a box from somewhere and slowly opened it, revealing a teardrop-shaped object that was crystal clear and emitted a blue glow. The light was dazzling, instantly illuminating the area where the two were. Hey, what is this? Quickly put it away. Be careful, or our location will be exposed. Martiplin Leanlas will kill us. Chris saw this scene and hurriedly closed the box containing this magical item without even looking at the beautiful Olivia. Don't panic. He should have been injured by your magic earlier, and he probably hasn't recovered yet, so we still have a little time. Ahem, cough, cough, cough. This item is the treasure of our mermaid clan, and the dark wizard came for it. I remember that day, I was sleeping, and he tried to break in to kill me and seize this treasure. Fortunately, our brave mermaid soldiers held their ground. He probably feared that the noise would attract attention, so he retreated. If you are willing, I can give it to you. Chris vaguely noticed that Olivia's face seemed a bit flushed at that moment. He couldn't tell if he was mistaken or if it was truly a fleeting moment of vitality. "Sigh, what use do I have for it? Mainly, I really can't defeat him." Chris sighed and said, "Listen to me, little wizard. This treasure is the tear of our first mermaid empress. In ancient Greece, our mermaid empress fell in love with a handsome young noble from the city-state of Athens. They secretly pledged to be together forever, but the good times didn't last long. The young man lost his life bravely fighting Spartans in the Peloponnesian War. When the mermaid empress learned this bad news, she was heartbroken and sang while shedding tears that turned into shards and disappeared into the world. The core of this treasure is the tear of our mermaid empress. The story is nice, but what good is this tear?" Chris remained calm. He was not a little girl to be fooled by such fairy tale-like things. "Listen to me. Her tear has powerful magic. Just wearing it for a long time can nourish your magic, making it stronger. If you drink it, you will gain even greater power and easily defeat this dark wizard." Olivia stated very confidently. "Such a good thing? Why don't you use it yourself?" Chris asked in confusion. Olivia shook her head regretfully and said, "I can't. This tear was shed for that human noble, and only you humans can use it. If a mermaid were to use it, the magic would instantly break through their body and they would die. Moreover, I am already at my limit. Even the great mermaid god would find it difficult to save me, so I can only rely on you now. Kind little wizard, drink it and defeat him. Stop our race from being completely exterminated by him. I beg you," Olivia earnestly pleaded. Chris felt he had no choice. The person was so humbly begging him that unless he was as hard-hearted as a stone, he should agree. "Sigh, fine, I'll try my best. If I can't even save my own life, then I'll have to leave. Don't blame me for being heartless." Chris replied, "Okay, thank you, little wizard. I knew you would agree," Olivia said gratefully. "Waha, look, what did I catch? Ha ha, a little red-haired bunny. At this moment, just as Olivia was about to break the mermaid empress's tear to give it to Chris, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 96. Crisis. It was Madhav Leenras. It seemed he had captured George or Fred. Since Chris was a bit far away, he couldn't tell for sure, just by the sound, whether it was George or Fred. "Let me go, you damned dark wizard," came the distant voice of Weasley, struggling in anger. "Petrie Ficus Totalis." After a flash of red light, another voice shouted, "Hey, you damned sniveling professor. Let George go." It was clear that the person captured by Leenras was George, but unfortunately, Fred's petrification spell had missed its target. So he too had been caught by this dark wizard. "Damn it, let us go," the Weasley brothers shouted in frustration. Noisy. Silencio. Leenras, annoyed by their shouts, used a spell that Chris had once used on Dry and Persay, silencing both of them. "ChrisRed, where are you? Damn it, show yourself," Leenras shouted, sounding somewhat unhinged. "Quick, there's no time, drink it now." Aloe opened a teardrop-shaped blue crystal and said. Chris didn't think much of it. For George and Fred's safety, he hurriedly took it, ignoring whether it tasted good or not, and gulped it down. Instantly, a magical energy that felt like power filled his body. This magic wasn't exactly gentle, but it was also not overly violent. Soon, this power merged into Chris's own magic. In an instant, Chris's already abundant magical power surged significantly. He felt that his vision, hearing, and physical strength were all much stronger than before, as if any spell he cast could unleash powers multiple times greater than before. It seemed that this mermaid treasure was indeed as remarkable as rumored. "Go on, little wizard. Our survival depends on you." Before Aloe could finish, a green light flashed, and the beautiful mermaid queen fell silent. At that moment, Chris, whose magic had surged, realized that Leenras had arrived. "Damn it, how'd he get here so fast?" Chris cursed under his breath. Not having time to mourn for the mermaid leader he had only known for a few minutes, he hurriedly left his previous position. It was a close call. A spell exploded right where Chris had just been standing. Had it not been for Chris's current max abilities, he might have been blown to bits by that damned sniveling professor. At this moment, the dark mist had vanished, probably because the sniveling professor had stopped the bleeding from earlier. "Haha, little brat, let's see where you run." The sniveling professor, with one hand guiding the two red-faced Weasleys and the other holding his wand, sneered. However, as he approached, he could no longer laugh. You dare. Why, you damned mermaid. You'd rather waste the Queen's tears on some insignificant little wizard than give them to me, Leenras. Damn it, how despicable. Reducto. D. Leenras was furious, his once amiable face now twisted with rage. He couldn't understand why the mermaid leader he had blown to bits was so defiant, willing to waste the treasure on a little wizard instead of giving it to him. "Oh, damn sniveling professor, look at what you've done. Your heart is so wicked. You won't even spare now that Aloe is dead. How could you?" Chris watched as Leenras blew Aloe's body to pieces, feeling an immense rage inside. After all, this mermaid friend had kindly given him such a mermaid treasure, and now it was reduced to nothing by the sniveling professor. This was truly infuriating. Reducto. Sniveling professor. The one who should die is you. Chris returned the favor, casting 2 consecutive shattering spells at the sniveling professor, using all his strength. Clearly, after drinking the mermaid queen's tears, Chris's spell power was quite impressive. Although the first spell was deflected by the sniveling professor, it forced him back a few steps to regain his footing. However, as the second spell came in, he found it somewhat difficult to withstand. While it didn't physically harm him, it blew off half of his sleeve, leaving the sniveling professor looking somewhat disheveled. "Fred, you're good. You become quite powerful now. But don't forget, your friends are still in my hands. If you dare to attack again, don't blame me for being rude." Madhav Leenras threatened, sensing the situation was turning against him. To be honest, he had just forgotten he had these 2 trump cards. He didn't believe Chris would choose to attack without considering his 2 friends. Then, Madhav and Leenras lifted the silencing spells from the Weasleys and tossed them to the ground, probably tired from holding them up for so long. However, George and Fred were still unable to move because the sniveling professor had transformed something into 2 thick, long ropes that bound them tightly. 2 little red-hair brats, shout for me. Scream loudly. Let your friend surrender, or I'll kill both of you. Madhav and Leenras said viciously. "Chris, don't worry about us. Just take him on." "Yeah, Chris, we're fine. Just take down this damned, evil, inhumane dark wizard." George and Fred shouted at Chris. "Ha, good. Crucio. Leenras laughed maniacally. It hurts so much. The The Weasley brothers were tortured by the wicked Leanras to the point of excruciating pain. Chris, witnessing such a critical moment, truly didn't know what to do. What to do? What to do? On one side were two good friends who shouldn't be suffering like this, and on the other was the damned sniveling professor. If he surrendered, not to mention whether the sniveling professor would spare him, he had promised the deceased Aloy he wouldn't know what to do. It was truly tormenting. Just as Chris stood there in thought, at a loss, Leanras seized the opportunity to attack. A flash of red light passed, and Chris's wand was instantly knocked away by Leanras's disarming spell, landing in the hands of the dark wizard Leanras. Chapter 97, Death. Weak read. I thought you really wouldn't care about your friends. I didn't expect you to be so pathetic. If you could have cast a spell on me without hesitation just now, I might have thought a bit higher of you. But now, haha, you're just like this. Leanras was holding his own wand in one hand and Chris's wand in the other, extremely pleased. Now, unarmed as you are, tell me, what can you do to me? Leanras said arrogantly, with the Weasley brothers lying unconscious at his feet. Chris looked at him with bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. It was really infuriating. Why was he so weak? Just like that, he lost his wand, like a soldier who had been disarmed on the battlefield. What could he do? Wow, charge. Kill the dark wizard. Gurgle. Gurgle. Whoa. At that moment, several mermaids emerged from behind Leanras, including the one that had guided them earlier. Clearly, they had seen the dire situation of Chris, who had been highly anticipated by their leader. Therefore, in order to ensure the survival of their race and to eliminate the evil wizard who had killed their leader, they were willing to risk everything. Life? What is life? Is life more important than revenge and the continuation of their race? Several mermaids rushed at Leanras with various weapons, and the outcome was clear. The snot professor effortlessly knocked them down, with one being blown to pieces, a gruesome sight. Of course, in that brief moment, Chris seized the precious opportunity for his life. He summoned all the magical power within him, casting wandless magic to manipulate the water plants near Leanras, quietly spreading towards him while Leanras dealt with the mermaids. In the instant Leanras finished the battle, Chris tightly bound him. At that moment, Chris displayed incredible power, using transformation magic to turn the water plants into ropes as hard as iron, instantly binding Leanras tightly and rendering him immobile. It should be noted that Chris had been silently practicing silent casting, and while he had attempted wandless magic before, he hadn't succeeded with many spells, only some very basic ones. So, achieving something as remarkable as today was truly a first for him. He didn't know if he could cast again in the future, but this time he did it. He succeeded. He defeated the evil mermaid slayer, the sinful dark wizard, the despicable infiltrator, the notorious bald professor, the snot professor, Medorpin Leanras. Chris slowly walked over to the tightly bound figure and took back his wand, also retrieving Medorpin Leanras's wand. At this moment, Medorpin Leanras was in a very bad state. Everything had happened too suddenly, and he hadn't even understood what was going on before the situation flipped. He, who was on the verge of success, had become a prisoner. Who could bear that? Kid, you're quite cunning. You may have one now, but don't forget Medorpin Leanras, am not to be trifled with. As long as I'm alive, just wait and see. Be careful. Medorpin Leanras threatened weakly. You cruelly murdered hundreds of mermaids, used unforgivable curses to torture my friends, and plotted to infiltrate Hogwarts. I want to ask you, can I still let you live? Chris said, looking at the unconscious Weasley brothers on the ground, filled with rage. You understand now. Huh? What? What do you mean? Leanras initially thought his threats were effective, wanted to say that those who know when to yield are wise, but upon hearing Chris's words, he panicked. He hadn't expected such a boldness from a young wizard. It seemed he was going to be killed. This simply wouldn't he do. He still wanted to grow stronger, still wanted to bring honor to his family. How would he die? Medorpin Leanras was a bit flustered. He hurriedly said, "What are you doing? I tell you, don't act rashly. I'm a professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore and the others don't know about this. If you do anything, you can't escape unscathed, and you'll be finished too. Your slaughter of mermaids and what you did to the Weasleys, each and every one of them, aren't they the best proof? So, do I still need you to prove anything?" How ridiculous. Chris replied. Medorpin Leanras was now frightened. This, you can't kill me. You're still young. You should uphold martial ethics. You need to respect people. After all, I am your teacher. Young man, think carefully. Moreover, I'm still useful. Do you know why I wanted to slaughter these mermaids? Do you know how I got this information? I can tell you all of this, but you must spare me. I don't care how you know. You just covet the treasures of the mermaids, right? What else is there to say? Medorpin Leanras was somewhat speechless, his eyes wide in shock. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes, as if he had thought of something else. He hurriedly said, "Don't you love learning? I have many exclusive spells. I can tell you all of them. Please spare me." "Forget it. Who would want to learn your evil tricks?" Chris was getting impatient. He was already very tired from continuous fighting, and he had no idea how the Weasley brothers were doing. He couldn't afford to waste more time with this garbage. As the iron-like ropes around Medorpin Leanras tightened more and more, he trembled in fear, his voice weakening as he begged, "Please, please, spare me. I won't dare again. I can be your servant. It hurts. I will obey." A sharp spike pierced through Medorpin Leanras' neck, and the blood of the evil dark wizard sprayed out. The mermaid slayer, the sinful dark wizard, the despicable infiltrator, the notorious bald professor. The snot professor, Medorpin Leanras, met his end. Chris didn't even glance at the despicable man, helping George and Fred up. Fortunately, they still had breath. They should be able to save them. Chapter 98 Comatose. Then Chris looked around the environment, tidied up a bit, and said to the only surviving mermaid who had guided them, "I'm sorry. Although I helped you deal with that dark wizard, I'm really sorry I couldn't save your leader. Please accept my condolences. If you need anything in the future, you can still come to me, and I'll do my best to help you." Thank you. The mermaid said, "All right, I'm leaving now. They're in danger, and I need to hurry back with them. Please take care, and I'll come see you later." Without waiting for the mermaid to say anything else, Chris quickly used magic to lift the Weasley brothers and hurriedly swam back to Hogwarts along the path they came. To be honest, he really didn't expect such a thing to happen today. He had killed someone. Although that person was a dark wizard, it still made him feel a bit uncomfortable. After all, he had never done such a thing in 2 lifetimes. It was quite an achievement for him. Generally speaking, not only would an average person not kill others, but they would also be fortunate enough not to get killed themselves. Of course, what Chris just said to those mermaids was sincere. After all, he had received such great benefits from their leader. Although that mermaid had no choice in the matter, since he had received their kindness, he really had no way to avoid helping them in the future. Otherwise, wouldn't that be an ungrateful act, worse than a beast? In fact, Chris also wanted to stay and see if he could help with anything, considering so many of their kin had died. There should be quite a few things to deal with, right? However, the Weasley brothers had been tormented enough by that snotty professor, and Chris was afraid they might not survive if he didn't get a doctor to look at them quickly, so he hurried away. As soon as Chris helped the Weasley brothers climb out of the lake, he saw several people running towards them from a distance. "Quick, hurry, Severus. I hope nothing has happened to these kids." When the people got closer, Chris saw that it was Imp, along with Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and old Filch carrying his cat. "See, Chris, I couldn't find Professor Dumbledore, but I brought Professor McGonagall and the others." Imp ran over, sweating and panting. "How are you, kid? Are you all right?" Mr. Lestrange ran out rashly and shouted in front of the headmaster's office, only to be bumped into by Professor Snape. "And then he got brought here to me. That's when I found out you were in trouble." Professor McGonagall was nervously looking at Chris, her eyes filled with worry, a stark contrast to her usual serious demeanor. It seems our little genius Mr. Reed doesn't need us anymore. It appears he has handled the situation himself," Snape said coldly from the side. "Professor, the Weasleys, they were hit with the unforgivable curse." Chris stammered, but before he could finish, he fainted. After all, first, he had a fight with those Slytherin brats. Then he swam for half a day in the Black Lake to have a life-and-death struggle with an evil dark wizard, witnessing the slaughter of mermaids and killing someone himself. The experience had been terrifying and intense. When Chris woke up again, he had no idea what time it was. All he could see was the bright sun and the white sheets of the infirmary. Just as he was lost in thought about everything that had happened, a voice came from beside him. "Oh, child, you finally woke up." Chris turned his head to see Madame Pomfrey, the Hogwarts nurse who was skilled in healing, potions, herbs, and other medicinal therapies. "Oh, madam, hello. Could you tell me how long I have been asleep? Is there anything wrong with my body?" Chris quickly asked as he regained his composure. "Oh, child, you've been asleep for over 10 hours, but don't worry, you're fine. You just overuse your magic, and your body couldn't withstand the massive impact of the magic, causing some damage and temporary fatigue. You're already better now. After a bit of rest, you could be discharged." Madame Pomfrey said kindly, clearly patient with her patients. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, madam. Do you know where George and Fred have gone?" Chris remembered his other 2 friends and wondered how they were doing. "You mean those 2 poor Weasleys? Although these kids are known for causing trouble, encountering such a situation is truly terrifying. Merlin, I can hardly believe it. Unforgivable curse. They have already been sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for treatment. I hope they are okay." Madame Pomfrey said, her her expression revealing her shock. All right, your friends seem to be waiting for you. You can go ask them if you have any questions. Okay, thank you, madam, Chris politely replied. To be honest, upon hearing how badly the two Weasleys were doing, Chris didn't know what to say. It was all that damned snotty professor's fault. He hoped George and Fred would recover and not end up like Neville's parents, otherwise. Hey, Chris, you finally woke up. I was really worried about you. Imp jogged over with a worried look on his face. After saying that, he scrutinized Chris up and down, as if afraid he was missing a piece of flesh. Hey, buddy, it's fine. I was just too tired, that's all. Madame Pomfrey already said, I'm okay now, and I could be discharged soon. So don't worry about it, Chris said with a smile, brushing off Imp's probing hands. That's good, that's good. I was so worried. I tell you, I really feel guilty. I couldn't find Professor Dumbledore yesterday, no matter what. I shouted in front of his office, but it didn't work, and I ended up getting caught by Snape and Filch. Then I told him about your situation, and damn, he didn't believe me at all. Then they were going to drag me to see Professor McGonagall, but thankfully she was more open-minded. She agreed to come with me to see the situation first. But she said if she found out I was lying, I would be in for it. Fortunately, we ran into you right away. Imp chattered on about his experiences from yesterday. I didn't mean it like that. You know, it wasn't just a coincidence. Anyway, it's all my fault. I should have come earlier with people. If I had, George and Fred wouldn't have ended up like that. Imp looked anxious, clearly not knowing how to express himself. Chapter 99. Fanatical fans all right. Imp, I understand what you mean. I don't blame you. You came at just the right time. Not too late. If we're going to blame someone, it should be that damned snotty professor. Chris shook his head and said, Yeah, that damn guy. What's happened to him? After we came back, Professor McGonagall sent people to his office to find him, but they didn't discover anything. He is dead, Chris said resentfully. Ah, he. Imp's eyes widened in shock, clearly surprised. That's right, I killed him, Chris said. Oh my gosh, Chris, you really. Imp didn't know what to say. He slaughtered mermaids, tortured George and Fred with unforgivable curses, and even wanted to kill me. What else was I supposed to do? Chris replied calmly. This. I don't know. I just thought it would be enough to leave him to the professors. Killing him seems a bit. Imp stammered. You're too soft-hearted, Imp. You have to understand, this world is not the same as our original Muggle world. This is the wizarding world. Dark wizards, vampires, werewolves, and so on. These are not just stories. Do you understand? Maybe in the future, we'll encounter all sorts of problems and disasters. Darkness and abyss are never far away. Do you understand? Imp, I know you're kind, and I know we're still young. But what I'm saying is not just empty words. You've seen it for yourself, right? George and Fred nearly died, and even I'm in danger too. Remember, when facing dark wizards, it's either you die or I live. You must not have even the slightest mercy. Otherwise, it's you who will die. If you can't accept this, I advise you to go back to the Muggle world early. This place is not suitable for you. Chris spoke fiercely to Imp. This was probably the first time Chris lost his temper at Imp. Chris had always been calm and gentle, but this incident really made him furious. How the hell did this happen? Why did this mess have to involve him? He and T even wanted to get involved. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life at Hogwarts? Why was it that he just wanted to learn magic, see a different big world, and live well? But now he had to deal with all this chaos? Why couldn't these problems stay away? It was really annoying. Sigh. Chris was truly at a loss for words. After he calmed down a bit, he realized he had been too harsh with Imp. After all, this guy was different from him. He was just an 11-year-old child who didn't understand much. Although he said all this to help him see things more clearly, it was still a bit over the top. All right, Imp, what I said just now might have been a bit harsh, but I sincerely stand by my position. If you can take it in, then do so. If you can't, it's okay. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Don't take it too much to heart. No, Chris, I know. I've always known. You're right. Maybe I'm just too foolish. I can't do anything and always hold you back. I don't have enough courage. It's all my fault. You're right. Maybe I shouldn't be in Gryffindor, Imp said with a hint of a cry. Sure enough, Chris's words were indeed harsh. Look at how he almost made the little chubby kid cry. What'd it do? What can be done? Better comfort him quickly. Hey, Imp, don't be like this. You're very brave. You're just too kind. I just hope you can be tougher. Don't be afraid, be strong. Understand? Hearing Chris's comforting words, Imp suddenly broke down and cried out loud. This time, Madame Pomfrey, who had been holding back her anger for a long time, was furious. You two, what are you doing? Two boys making noise here. If you have nothing to do, hurry back. Upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's words, Imp immediately stopped. This guy was clearly quite afraid of teachers and elders. Just one word from her scared him to death. All right, take it slow. Chris shook his head. Since it was the Easter holiday, not all the students were in the school, so there weren't many people in the corridors. But that didn't mean they weren't well informed. They had already started discussing. Wow, look, Chris is out. A little girl at the entrance of the hospital wing shouted as she saw the door open, revealing Chris and Imk. Ah, Idol, are you alright, Idol? A little fan of Chris blushed and excitedly shouted when she saw him. Ah, Chris, this is my comforting gift for you. Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let us in, so I couldn't give it to you. An unknown older Hufflepuff girl handed Chris a box of chocolates. This is mine, Chris, brother, for you. Don't snatch it. Let me give it first. Why should be you? I came first. Nonsense. I came early in the morning. I. These little girls and older girls were arguing over who would give gifts to Chris, almost to the point of fighting. Chris and Imk stared at each other, not knowing what to say. To be honest, he really didn't know he was this popular. Why were these people being so nice to him? They were almost forming a fan club. Oh my gosh, is the wall of Hogwarts about to collapse? How could the news spread so quickly? Speechless. What to do now? Chris glared at Imk, hoping he could help think of something. Imk looked at Chris with an innocent expression, as if to say, what? Who am I? Where am I? What's going on? This was truly giving Chris a headache. All right, quiet. What's wrong with you all? Is there too little homework assigned for the holiday? Why are you all so idle, blocking the way? Hurry up and leave. Be careful. All deduct your points. At this moment, a stern voice came from the other end of the corridor. Needless to say, it was Professor McGonagall. As soon as the girls saw it was the strict and hard-to-approach Professor McGonagall, they hurriedly left, leaving a relieved Chris and a still confused Imp behind. Thank you, Professor, Chris said with a smile. Little wizards, do you still have votes? Please cast 2, thank you. Chapter 100 Meeting Dumbledore. Oh, it's nothing. My poor child. Are you all right? Professor McGonagall asked with concern. Don't worry, Professor, I'm fine. I wanted to ask about George and Fred. Do you know how they are? Oh, rest assured, dear. They have been taken to St. Mungo's for treatment, and will be all right. Come with me. Professor Dumbledore has heard about this, and wants to see you, said Professor McGonagall. What? Professor Dumbledore? Wants to see me? Oh my. Chris felt a bit flustered again. He had thought that something as big as this would definitely prompt questions from Professor Dumbledore, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. To be honest, Chris wasn't ready at all. He was worried that he might slip up, which would be disastrous. Thus, Chris nervously followed Professor McGonagall to the 8th floor. At the end of the spiral staircase, Chris saw a shining oak door with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Guarding the door was a gargoyle, an incredibly ugly stone beast. Only by saying the correct password would the gargoyle move aside, allowing passage to the slowly ascending spiral staircase hidden behind it that led to the headmaster's office. Treacle Tart, Professor McGonagall said. The password was correct. The gargoyle spoke, then jumped aside, and the wall behind it split in two, allowing access to the hidden staircase. Following Professor McGonagall, Chris entered the legendary headmaster's office. It was a spacious, beautiful circular room filled with various whimsical sounds. On a long-legged table lay many odd silver objects, spinning and emitting small puffs of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, who were chattering away. As Chris listened closely, he could hear a sharp and high-pitched which exclaimed, "Oh, look, it's an excellent young wizard," another ancient voice replied, "Hey, I don't think he is so special, just a reckless Gryffindor lion." "Humph, Black, are you Slytherins any better? What is wrong with Gryffindor?" Another voice complained. "Oh, come on, you all." Chris was at a loss for words hearing these portraits discuss him. Did they really think they could judge him after just one meeting? These portraits seemed to have nothing better to do, as if they had never seen a person before, and probably had something to say about anyone they saw. Chris didn't feel like arguing with the portraits and continued to observe this rare headmaster's office. There was also a huge table with clawed legs. On a shelf behind the table sat the sorting hat, and in a nearby glass case was a sword, which Chris assumed was the sword of Gryffindor. It was indeed a fine item. Across from a glass case, there was a black cabinet displaying the pensive. Dumbledore's phoenix, Fox, perched on a high gilded perch behind the door, was sleeping. He seemed a bit old and weary, likely nearing another cycle of rebirth. One had to say, a phoenix was truly an essential companion for home and travel, a pet Chris had always dreamed of. It was said that whenever a member of the Dumbledore family needed help, the phoenix would come, which was truly enviable. Chris surveyed the headmaster's office and thought it was indeed impressive. Like many things at Hogwarts, the headmaster's office seemed to have its own will. In 1996, after Dolores Umbridge was appointed headmaster by the Ministry of Magic, she found herself unable to enter the office. According to the former headmaster, Phineas Nigellus Black, no one could enter this office except the legitimate headmaster. This indicated that even with the ministry's appointment, the office did not recognize Umbridge as the legitimate headmaster of the school, which was quite remarkable. Ahem. When Professor Dumbledore standing by the window and thought, made a sound. Chris immediately snapped back to reality, and the portraits quickly quieted down, pretending to be asleep. "Oh, Albus, I brought Mr. Red," Professor McGonagall said. "Thank you, Minerva. I believe I need to have a serious talk with Mr. Red about what happened last night," Dumbledore said kindly, looking at them. Chris quickly started to activate his mental shielding, knowing that this old man was quite cunning and he couldn't let his guard down. "All right, you two chat. I'll step out for a moment," Professor McGonagall said with a smile, nodding at Chris as she left the office. Now, only Professor Dumbledore and Chris remained in the room, and the portraits were quiet, not making a sound, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Mr. Rudd, you don't need to be so nervous. Relax a bit and sit down. Just think of it as chatting with this old man," Dumbledore said with a smile. Okay, Professor," Chris said, sitting down nervously. Faced with this world-renowned wizard, he naturally couldn't afford to be the slightest bit careless. So he only dared to perch half of his bottom on the chair. Dumbledore, being quite perceptive, noticed Chris's nervousness. He walked over and sat down across from the desk, smiling as he lifted a plate of cockroach clusters and said, "Would you like to try this? It's a delicious sweet and helps to relax the spirit." Okay. Thank you," Chris said with a smile as he took it, chewing without thinking. To be honest, it was indeed incredibly sweet, but not unpleasant. It was just that the appearance of the cockroach was a bit off-putting. However, he could accept it since he had eaten plenty of insects in his past life. Like cicadas, he remembered his trip to Yunnan, where there was a dish in a restaurant that featured 18 different kinds of insects. A local specialty that was fried to perfection and tasted amazing. Now, this cockroach-shaped candy was nothing to worry about. It was a small matter. Plus, there's a saying that goes, "A gift from the elder should not be declined." Therefore, Chris accepted it without hesitation, which also conveyed an attitude. As a Gryffindor student from a Muggle family, he had great trust and respect for you, Headmaster Dumbledore. So during the conversation that followed, you should trust your student a bit more too. Chapter 101. Conversation anyway. That's what Chris thought. How does it taste? Professor Dumbledore watched as Chris straightforwardly ate the snacks he had given him, looking quite pleased. "It's quite good. Thank you, Professor," Chris replied politely. "Well, if it's good, eat more. No need to be polite." Okay. Chris picked up another piece, but he didn't plan to eat it right away. He intended to hold it in his hand and eat it later. "So, Mr. Red, I've gathered some understanding about what happened yesterday. But I know it might not be comprehensive. So, could you please tell me everything that happened here in detail?" Professor Dumbledore asked directly, without beating around the bush. "Sure, Professor. It's like this. Previously, Imp Lesko was bullied severely by a few students from Slytherin, led by Dorian Pusey. Such situations are referred to as bullying in our Muggle world. And reporting it to the teachers only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. I believe you might have heard a bit about it. Therefore, we arranged to have a good talk with Dorian Pusey on the lawn to clarify the matter. So we violated school rules and talked to them on the school lawn at night, hoping they would behave themselves. Of course, the conversation went smoothly, and nothing unexpected happened. The Slytherin students were quite understanding and said they would no longer do anything to Mr. Lesko. So, after this matter was successfully resolved, we planned to go back to rest. After all, even though it was unavoidable, we still violated school rules and felt guilty about it. Chris elaborated in detail, deliberately explaining why they were outside the castle at that time and expressing his deep guilt for breaking the rules, showing a sense of remorse that made it easier to gain forgiveness. "Okay, I understand. Please continue," Professor Dumbledore said after hearing Chris's account. "Then, we heard a sound by the Black Lake. I was cautious and didn't want to go, but George Weasley and Fred Weasley thought that as members of Hogwarts, it was necessary to investigate for the safety of the school. After all, Hogwarts is my home. Safety comes first for all of us. So we went to the edge of the Black Lake. At the edge of the Black Lake, we saw a mermaid. This mermaid was surprisingly able to speak a little English and asked us to follow him to the mermaid base in the Black Lake. This mermaid happened to be the one that Mr. Lesko had caught while fishing there. Professor, I think you might not believe that such a thing happened, but it was really just that coincidental," Chris explained, fearing that Dumbledore would think he was making up a story. Dumbledore didn't say anything, but nodded for him to continue. That day felt very strange already because, after all, a mermaid is a magical creature with its own intelligence. How could it be so easily caught by a few first-year wizards like us? There must be something unusual about it, but at that time, we didn't dwell on it. However, next, something astonishing happened. Professor Madalpin Leanras appeared. He claimed he was swimming in the Black Lake, but he hadn't even taken off his clothes, and even lost a pair of shoes while swimming. Can you imagine? Is that normal? Of course, as students, we wouldn't gossip about a professor's peculiar habits, so we didn't pay much attention. Then, that night, we weighed the pros and cons and decided that for HogwartsLetter, we had to check out where this mermaid wanted to take us. So when we followed the mermaid to their location, guess what I saw? Before Dumbledore could respond, Chris continued. It was Professor Madalpin Leanras, who surprisingly didn't act like he usually did. His power was incredibly strong. He was mercilessly slaughtering those mermaids. Yes, Professor. It was slaughter. The mermaids had almost no power to fight back against him. Such a terrible situation was naturally beyond what we a few young wizards could handle. So after discussing the situation, we sent Mr. Lesko back to ask for your help. But who would have thought you weren't there? We were truly caught in Madalpin Leanras' trap. Chris described the scene at that time in great detail, including how he met the mermaid leader, obtained their treasure, how the Weasley twins were injured, and ultimately how Madalpin Leanras died. However, he didn't mention that he was the one who killed him. He only said that he was overconfident after winning a battle and was ambushed by the mermaids. And then Chris took the opportunity to bind him, ultimately leading to his demise by the mermaids. Chris had to say it this way. He was just an 11-year-old child. How could he say he killed someone? Even a dark wizard couldn't say that. After all, he was still a person. You say you killed someone. That's quite a big deal, isn't it? How could you let others think about it? Especially Professor Dumbledore. How would he view you? At that point, you might just be done for, right? Therefore, it was better to push it on to the mermaids. Fortunately, he wasn't afraid of Dumbledore discovering the truth, as Madalpin Leanras was torn to pieces by those enraged mermaids after his death. Moreover, before leaving, he instructed them to say that with his help, the mermaids bravely killed this evil dark wizard. The mermaids readily agreed, as Chris had helped them kill the vile dark wizard and inherited the mermaid's treasure, promising the mermaid leader to take care of the mermaid tribe. Thus, even though they didn't know why, they were happy to help. After Professor Dumbledore listened to everything Chris had to say, he smiled. Very well, Mr. Red, I didn't expect you to be capable of such greatness. Truly, you are a standout among first-year wizards, a genius in transfiguration at Hogwarts. You have great talent. Facing Dumbledore's unreserved praise, Chris appeared shy and said, No. I just got lucky and obtained the mermaid's treasure. Chapter 102. Newspaper announcement without a doubt. Kid, you're doing great. Olivia, I know, is a very interesting mermaid. But what a pity. Sigh. All right, Mr. Red, I understand the situation now. Choosing Madalpin Leanras to teach at the school was indeed my mistake, and I sincerely apologize for the losses caused. Still, thank you, Red. There are many kinds of courage. To face an enemy, we need superhuman bravery. To stand up for a friend requires even greater courage, Professor Dumbledore said earnestly. So, Professor, do you know how Fred and George are doing? Chris asked anxiously. Oh, don't worry. Their injuries are only minor. After a few days of rest, you'll be able to see them when the holidays end, Dumbledore said with a smile. Having finished discussing everything and knowing Fred and George's condition, Chris was unwilling to stay any longer with this old bee, so he hurriedly took his leave. But Professor Dumbledore was still very enthusiastic, saying with a smile as he left that he should come by often. Upon hearing this, Chris almost stumbled while walking. Come by often? He couldn't wait to never come back. What could come from it? Unless it was to stir up trouble. When else would he go? So, he just wanted to settle down, not stir up trouble, and definitely not come back. Otherwise, it would really be too much for him to bear. Finally, after enduring so many hardships, Chris returned to his bedroom. To be honest, this experience surprised Chris quite a bit. He never knew he could kill someone or face dangerous difficulties with such strength and bravery. He always thought of himself as a rather incompetent person, but unexpectedly, at a critical moment, he was able to remain calm and successfully turn the tables on the dark wizard. Still weak, lying in bed, Chris couldn't help but exclaim, if only he were a powerful wizard, that snotty professor would be nothing. With a single spell, he could take him down, and that would be truly impressive. He could hardly imagine what would happen to a wizard of his level when facing Voldemort or Dumbledore. He would probably be doomed the moment they pointed their wands at him. Perhaps he could resist a little against minor characters like Peter Pettigrew, but if he encountered someone stronger, he would probably be done for. Although he was just a first-year wizard who had achieved some trivial accomplishments. Facing a not-so-strong, ordinary dark wizard like the snotty professor nearly led him to disaster. How could he protect himself if he encountered someone even more powerful in the future? So no, he had to get stronger. He had to work hard. He needed to study magic diligently. Through this life-and-death battle, he realized that his magical power had made significant progress compared to before. But what he mainly lacked was mastery of more advanced spells and a deeper understanding and application of magic. along with the combat skills he needed to learn. That's right, combat skills against wizards or other magical creatures. After all, not only wizards can pose a threat. What if he encounters a werewolf in the future? If he wasn't careful, he might get infected. At that time, would he choose to be a humble werewolf or take his own life? Thinking of this, Chris couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was terrifying. The magical world was indeed not something ordinary people could handle. Chris also didn't understand how the protagonists in those stories became so powerful. Unlike himself, who felt like nothing, he still needed to keep improving and learning. Only by becoming stronger could he pursue the life he wanted with more confidence, right? Now, his situation was probably not much better than before. He had entered Dumbledore's line of sight. Who knows, he might end up becoming a pawn charging forward for Harry Potter in the future. By then, just like Cedric, he might not survive even one book. That would be really tragic. He still had so many wonderful things to do, so much of the world's beauty to explore. And he hadn't even had a chance to fall in love yet. So miserable, so tragic. Simply beyond comprehension. Feeling restless, Chris lay in bed, unable to sleep. There was no way around it. He had to drag the equally unwell and still downcast Imk to the room of requirement to study together. Imke, if you want to get stronger and not end up like this again, you have to work harder and become more powerful. Understand? Chris said, pulling Imk along to the room of requirement. Imk had no choice. He felt very guilty and thus patted his head, cheering himself up and nodding to show that he, Imk, would definitely work hard. However, today Chris planned to read some books. After all, he had expended a lot of energy and magic fighting yesterday, and it wasn't suitable to practice magic now. He needed to supplement his theoretical knowledge and solidify his foundation to go further. The next morning, Chris arrived at the Great Hall as usual. The atmosphere today was different from yesterday. Everyone looked at Chris unusually as he walked in and took his seat. Chris was a bit puzzled. What was going on? These people had been so enthusiastically surrounding him yesterday, chattering away, but today, even though their eyes looked like they wanted to eat him, they didn't come close to talk or flirt. It was indeed a bit strange. Hey, Red, didn't you see today's Daily Prophet? Penelope from Ravenclaw approached, holding a copy of the Daily Prophet. What's going on? What big event happened? Well, you'll find out when you look. Penelope handed Chris the copy of the Daily Prophet. Chris took it curiously and opened it. The huge headline and photo on the front page made his eyes widen. Hogwarts in crisis. Dark wizard intrusion. Hogwarts transfiguration prodigy achieves remarkable feat. And the photo beside, it was one he had taken after winning an award last time. At this moment, Chris didn't have time to think about anything else. He hurriedly continued reading. He was eager to know what this conscientious newspaper had reported. According to our reporter, Jack Lott's in-depth report during the Easter holiday, a shocking incident occurred at the famous wizarding school, Hogwarts, leading to unpredictable, terrifying consequences. Please see the detailed report. Recommendation votes. Folks. Chapter 103. Percy is angry. Chris understood from the beginning of the article that this was the usual tactic of these unscrupulous newspapers. They first say some flashy and insubstantial things to attract your attention, and then proceed to describe the situation without revealing the true nature of events. Anyway, it's always fine to read it as a story. As a top reporter for the Prophet and a main news digger for this incident, I learned of this horrifying event from my little informant at Hogwarts. On the night before yesterday, Hogwarts transfiguration prodigy, first-year Gryffindor wizard ChrisRed, along with his companions or partners, arranged to have a wizard duel with several noble-blooded Slytherin wizards on the Hogwarts lawn. The final result was that several Slytherin wizards lost to this prodigy, and one must say that Mr. Red truly outplayed them. Chris shook his head helplessly. This newspaper was really something. What kind of nonsense was this informant talking? What was the message being conveyed? Ridiculous. And this reporter was clearly a pure-blood elitist. In the article, he only highlighted the nobility and bloodlines of those Slytherin students, beautifying them, making it seem like they were impressive even in defeat. Anyone who didn't know would think it was really like that, not knowing that Chris had easily taken them down with a single spell. Thus, this matter should have ended there. But something unexpected happened. A mermaid crawled ashore, roaring like a storm, informing Mr. Red that they were being brutally slaughtered by a powerful dark wizard. Hearing this news, the beacon of justice, Mr. Red, could not stand by and watch the mermaid's tragic fate. He, filled with righteous indignation, jumped into the Black Lake with his companions, only be shocked by what they saw. At the gathering place of the mermaids, Madaplin Leenras, this year's defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, was laughing maniacally, howling, and waving his evil wand, casting incredibly dark abyss-like magic on the ignorant mermaids who only knew how to wield forks. Watching the mermaids fall one by one, ChrisRed's eyes turned red with anger. He bravely charged forward, shouting, "Stop! As a member of Hogwarts, I want to allow you to do this. You damn bald black wizard, heartless and ungrateful. I was wrong about you." Thus, the righteous ChrisRed confronted Madaplan Leanras in a surprising turn of events. The current youth really do not follow the rules of combat. He defeated the 49-year-old professor without giving him a chance to fight back. Just at that moment, when ChrisRed was about to defeat the mad dark wizard, several of Mr. Red's friends, seeing this, could not stand idly by. They wanted to share in the glory and make their mothers proud. So two red-haired boys rushed forward. However, they did not know that battles among skilled wizards are ever-changing, and because of their involvement, ChrisRed's spell failed. The despicable and truly unscrupulous dark wizard Madaplan Leanras cleverly seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to escape. He cast an unforgivable curse on the two red-haired boys, who were reportedly named Weasley, torturing them into unconsciousness. He advised ChrisRed to drink some rat-tail juice to replenish his brain. Naturally, Mr. Red could not watch his companions suffer such a tragic fate, so he became furious once again. Invincible, unstoppable, ChrisRed used all he had learned in his life, and, amidst the shock, defeated the dark wizard Madaplan Leanras, saving his two red-haired companions and leaving a spark of hope for the still-living mermaid tribe. One must say that ChrisRed is excellent in character and studies, upright in thought, brave and fearless. His spirit of fighting against dark forces is worthy of emulation by the wizarding community. He is a typical representative of Gryffindor, our heroic role model. Learn from Red. Loyal to the school, loyal to magic. This is the heartfelt report brought to you by the Prophet. Chris gritted his teeth and bore with it, finally managing to read through the entire report. What can I say? He really felt somewhat helpless. What was going on? Is the Prophet filled with oddities? Or are there just too many oddities in the wizarding world? Why can't they write a proper report? Seriously, look at what this rubbish is saying. Deliberately vilifying George and Fred is truly despicable. The two of them are still in the hospital, fighting for their lives. They are so brave. Has this reporter's conscience been eaten away? How dare he? Chris was so angry at this point he wished he could just squash this incompetent reporter with a big bite. Now, the Prophet's news is also puzzling. It's so well-informed, yet this report has been distorted so much. But overall, it's still isn't too far from the truth. I wonder which students so unscrupulously pass these things along. Sigh. Chris could already foresee that his life ahead would definitely not be peaceful. The troubles brought by this fame were sure to follow. What a mess. Why were the peaceful days so short-lived? Just as Chris was lost in thought about these chaotic matters, suddenly a newspaper hit him in the face. Dazed, Chris looked up to see an angry Percy Weasley. "Humph. Look at the good things you've done. If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't tea." Percy's face was red with anger as he shouted, "I'll tell you, if anything happens to my brothers, just wait and see." Chris looked at Percy's anxious, red-rimmed eyes, feeling a bit ashamed. Not knowing what to say, he had always thought Percy was just a sycophant, incredibly selfish, but unexpectedly, he still maintained a bit of innocence and cared a lot for his brothers. "Hey, all right, Percy, don't be like this." The little black boy Jordan couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Percy aside. Chapter 104. The Power of Words as Good Friends of George and Fred. I felt very sad and upset that they were hurt by the despicable snot professor. However, I knew we shouldn't blame Reed. Without him, perhaps George and Fred would have already lost their lives. Yes, Percy, I think you also know what those two are usually like. So why do you have to make things difficult for Reed? If it weren't for Reed, who knows what kind of trouble that snot professor would have caused? Have you thought about that? A senior nearby couldn't hold back and spoke up. That's right, he should take a look at himself before saying anything about Reed. This Percy is really funny. Reed, don't let him get to you. Be good, don't get angry, and your sister will give you some candy later. These are two little fans of Chris, and they can't stand anyone saying anything bad about him. If someone dares to say even a little something negative about Chris, they will argue back fiercely until they leave you completely battered. All right, stop talking. Percy, it's my fault. I admit that my skills are lacking. If I were stronger, I could have taken that guy down in one blow, and this wouldn't have happened. Chris hurriedly tried to defuse the situation for Percy, thinking that if he didn't say something soon, Percy might be verbally attacked to the point of despair. However, Percy didn't appreciate it. He thought Chris was mocking him. His face flushed with anger as he thought, "What nonsense is this? What do you mean your skills are lacking? If you were strong, you would have taken that guy down. Are you saying you can outdo the professor? Can you outdo a dark wizard? Don't joke around. Who knows how you won, huh? It's really laughable to think that just because you have a bit of fame, you can stir up trouble in Hogwarts and Gryffindor. A first-year brat dares to talk big here, huh? Of course, this was just what Percy thought in his heart. He wouldn't say it out loud. After all, Chris had so many supporters. If he dared to express his true thoughts, he could forget about fitting in at Hogwarts. Percy forced a dry smile and said, "Yes, I'm sorry, Chris. I was just a bit anxious. In the heat of the moment, please don't take it personally, it's okay. I'm also very sad inside. I apologize to you, and I hope they recover soon," Chris said sincerely. After hearing this, Percy smiled, said nothing, and turned to leave. Who does this Percy think he is? Really clueless. After Percy left, another boy named Bitterbow spoke out indignantly, earning nods of agreement from those around him. Chris knew that if he didn't say something for George and Fred now, it would be hard for them to get by in the future, and he would feel guilty about it. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet, listen to me. Chris stood up and spoke loudly to everyone. I know everyone thinks I'm great, that I've done well in Transfiguration, defeated the dark wizard hiding among us, saved the mermaids, and I'm quite handsome. Cough, cough, just pretend you didn't hear that. Ha! Chris's humorous opening drew friendly laughter from the crowd, and even a little which murmured that he was already handsome. But you all need to know that George Weasley and Fred Weasley are not at all like what the newspapers report. You must see the reality. We shouldn't spread rumors or believe them. As classmates in the same school, we should stand united. How can we look down on or even despise our fellow classmates? What do you all think, right? Yes, that's right. Exactly. Everyone agreed with Chris's point of view, and those who had spoken ill before lowered their heads in shame and fell silent. Now, I also want to tell everyone that George and Fred are not cowards, and they're not like what the newspapers say, fighting over some so-called vague glory. They are true fighters, brave enough to face the evil dark wizard. They charged forth to defeat him, not the nonsense reported in the papers. So, I hope everyone can talk about this properly and not let people be misled. As someone who is directly involved, I believe what I say is more accurate and trustworthy than what those reports say. Right? Chris asked rhetorically. Yes, we believe you. The onlookers expressed their support and agreement with Chris's words. Seeing this scene, Chris nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his fame wasn't completely useless. At least there were people who supported and believed in what he said. After wrapping up this morning's events, Chris returned to his dorm to read and do homework. He really couldn't appear in the library or any public places anymore. Good grief. People were surrounding him like he was a monkey in a zoo, which was really overwhelming. Even now, Chris was still in a daze, as various newspapers were reporting on the Hogwarts incident, which made his fame soar even higher than before. Although he wasn't as famous as the Savior, who solved the #1 terrorist in the magical world, he still had some popularity. However, it was just temporary fame, much like a celebrity. If you don't appear on screen or keep making headlines, in 2 years, who would still remember you? So, Chris wasn't worried. He thought that once the Savior arrived next year, the waves would naturally rise again, and by then, the Savior would have one big news after another, making it impossible for him to find peace. The attention of the magical world would shift entirely to them. Wizards, like people, were just here for the excitement of the news. They still had to live their own lives. Nothing was more important than what was in front of them. So soon their focus would no longer be on him. Thus, Chris had come to terms with it and felt no pressure. However, the current difficulty was that even though he was hiding in his dormitory, various packages and letters were still being delivered by flashy owls, piling up a lot. Chapter 105 Unexpected Letter. Some owls simply refused to leave Chris alone, as if their owner had given them a death order if Chris doesn't reply to their messages. They seem determined to stay here forever. It's frustrating. Chris really wants to find a few cute, round-faced little fat chickens to have some soup. Imp Merlin, you finally returned to study. Quick, can you help me? Look at this, what should I do? Chris said to Imp, who had just entered and looked equally bewildered. Oh my god, I can't believe this, Chris, what are all these? This is too terrifying. Imp exclaimed, wide-eyed, pointing at the packages on the floor, the letters on the table, and the rows of owls outside the window. Yeah, you see it too, right? Look at those owls. They are pooping on our window. It's really. So, what do you think we should do? I really don't know what to do about this either. Imp admitted. Sigh, forget it. Just come help me open the packages. No, I'll open them myself. Otherwise, if there's some other dark magic item that hurts you, that wouldn't be good. Huh? Is it that terrifying? Who could be so wicked as to send you dark magic items to harm you? Well, I'm just guessing. What if this snotty professor has some kind of gang? What if they hate me now? Sending me a dark magic item wouldn't be surprising, right? Oh my this. Imp was frightened and didn't know what to say. So, you might as well help me check the letters on the table. If you can reply to any of them, please do, so those owls outside won't stick around. As Chris spoke, he opened another bag filled with candy. In fact, Chris wasn't too scared about it. After all, dark magic items aren't that easy to come by, and it wouldn't be so unlucky as to stumble upon one and meet a bad end, right? Moreover, he had already mastered a very useful spell that could detect whether items contained magical traces and the strength of their magical power. So Chris could use this spell to check the contents of the packages, and if he found anything, he would definitely not touch it. As for how to handle it, it would certainly have to be reported. He still had to thank the wise one from the wish-granting house who left him this spell. He wondered if this wise person had ever encountered similar troubles as he did. Just as Chris was about to finish unpacking these packages, Imp, who was writing letters, handed him a different letter. Chris, look at this letter. The sender claims to be a friend of the mermaid leader, Olivia. Oh. Chris took the unusual letter from Imp, and upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that the signature at the bottom was actually Newt Scamander. This was quite an extraordinary figure. He wondered why Mr. Scamander, who was now quite the elder, would write to him. Chris couldn't help but feel curious, sitting up straight to carefully read the content of the letter. Dear Mr. Red, I hope this letter finds you well. I have learned about your situation from the Daily Prophet and have inquired with my old friend about some details regarding this matter. Through this understanding, I must thank you for your actions. Your efforts to protect the mermaids have deeply moved me. I am also very pleased that Hogwarts has someone like you who dares to stand up against schemers who harm those kind magical creatures for their own benefit. As an elderly wizard with some research into magical creatures, I had many experiences similar to yours when I was young. I visited over 100 countries across 5 continents, observing magical creatures in various places, slowly learning about their habits and abilities, helping them solve problems, and striving to earn their trust. Therefore, in my opinion, your actions are commendable. However, I also express my sympathy and mourning for the tragic fate of Hogwarts mermaid leader, Olivia. I remember when I was studying at Hogwarts, I was very interested in mermaids and once wanted to explore their tribe, but they were not very friendly to me, perhaps thinking I had ulterior motives, so they drove me away. However, at that time, I met the young Olivia, who kindly and warmly welcomed me and even gave me some precious aquatic plants. In return, I taught her a language. I never expected time to pass so quickly. With a wave of my hand, my old friend has already left me. Saying this brings tears to my eyes, and I hope you don't mind an old man's emotional display. My life philosophy is that worrying means suffering once more. The main purpose of writing this letter is to express my gratitude to you. Additionally, if you're interested in magical creatures, I will be delighted to discuss them with you. In my view, they are not just magical beings. They're unique individuals with their own intelligence and behaviors. They're no different from us, and we should naturally treat them well. Just like now, my wife and I live in Dorset, where we have 3 pet cats named Hobby, Millie, and Mahler. I do not see them as animals. Rather, I regard them as family. Finally, I express my highest respect for your contributions to the mermaid race. And I hope you will remain true to your original intention and treat all magical creatures kindly and benevolently. Thank you. Sincerely, Newt Artemis Fido Scamander. After Chris finished reading this rather long letter, he was somewhat surprised. Indeed, Chris had never thought that Newt Scamander would pay attention to this matter and write to him. It's worth noting that Mr. Scamander was the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and the first wizard to successfully capture Gellert Grindelwald. In 1947, he was also the one who established the Werewolf Registry. Even more impressively, he was behind a 1965 law prohibiting the feeding of magical creatures for experimental purposes. This ban effectively curbed the trend of creating new, untrainable magical creatures within Britain. Mr. Scamander had also worked at the Dragon Research and Restriction Bureau, giving him many opportunities to travel abroad. Chapter 106. Easter Daily Life during this time. He collected a large amount of information for his best-selling work Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which is now in its 52nd edition. As a result of Newt Scamander's contributions to the study of magical creatures, or magizoology, he was awarded the title of Second-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin in 1979. However, this was all information that Chris had learned beforehand. After arriving at Hogwarts, he discovered even deeper insights by reading additional books. Overall, Newt Scamander is a very focused individual who tirelessly researched for fantastic beasts and where to find them and continued to do so even after retirement. He is also an excellent writer and an indefatigable worker, having made extensive records of every creature he discovered. Newt is capable of handling emergencies and dares to face the most dangerous magical creatures and the most evil dark wizards of his time. As an authority in the field of magizoology, he is respected throughout the magical world. However, to others, Newt seems somewhat eccentric. He appears more comfortable around magical creatures than with people. Newt admits that most people find him annoying. He is a principled person who does not judge others based on their background or beliefs. He is very polite to non-wizards, such as Mary Lou Barebone and Jacob Kowalski, and even became good friends with Jacob. He possesses a strong moral compass, expressing shock and discontent at pathological cruelty, such as using the obscurial for personal gain or killing children. Nevertheless, Newt himself acknowledges that his judgment was poor when he was younger. One example is when he attempted to release a Thunderbird in America, even bringing a box of magical creatures into the country, which is strictly prohibited. Therefore, overall, Chris's admiration for this old gentleman is like a never-ending river. Surprised, Chris quickly took the paper and pen from Imk's desk and wrote a letter in response, expressing his love for magical creatures and his intention to continue helping these lovely beings in the future, while also conveying his care and congratulations to Mr. Newt Scamander. In the following days of the Easter holiday, things were as usual. Students studied when they needed to and played when they wanted to. If you wanted to find something different, it would probably be Chris. Wherever he went, people pointed and whispered about him. Some enthusiastic and bold little fans continued to express their strong feelings towards him even after he rejected them. To be honest, this Westerner is quite precocious. Even children who haven't fully grown up know what they like, which is a bit hard to comprehend. Additionally, during the remaining time, Chris did not forget to visit the Black Lake again to check on the poor mermaids, who were now in a very low and sorrowful atmosphere after losing their leader. They were holding some rituals of their own to mourn the deceased mermaids. Although the mermaids did not have a formal leader to guide them through this time, the talking mermaid they had rescued last time was subtly taking on a leadership role, and honestly, they were managing to lead the remaining mermaids to continue living in an orderly manner. Olivia's death also made Chris realize that many things are indeed not as simple as they are portrayed in the original text. Perhaps there are many aspects that the original did not mention, but they are real occurrences. This is a vivid world, not a facade constructed with insincerity. So every blade of grass and every creature here truly exists. Therefore, this matter also indicates that the mermaid tribe that appears in the Triwizard Tournament is indeed the one without Olivia, and Professor Snevelis may have already succeeded. He might have been killed by a curse from Professor Dumbledore, rather than dying at Chris's hands. We cannot know these things, and Chris did not want to delve deeper into them. After all, it was over, wasn't it? Of course, speaking of the mermaids, we must mention the mermaid tears Chris obtained. They are indeed a treasure. Chris felt that his magical power has increased significantly lately, and if he encounters an opponent of Professor Snevelis' level again, he may not find it as difficult to deal with as this time. During the remaining time of the holiday, aside from doing these things, Chris also studied magic knowledge with Imk, learning new spells and practicing. Chris knew that his biggest problem at the moment was his insufficient experience in practical combat. The spells he was good at were only a few. Therefore, he practiced some combat skills with Imk when he was tired of studying. Of course, Chris defended while Imk attacked. Currently, Imk's spellcasting ability was still too weak, and Chris could easily counter it without any effort, but Chris did not say anything. After all, he was just a first-year little wizard, and he had only been exposed to magic for less than a year. It was already quite remarkable to have made such progress. Naturally, Chris had to calculate separately. However, during this holiday, although Chris tried his best to make it fulfilling and filled with activities, he still inevitably thought of that scene. To be honest, it was his first time killing someone. Unless one is extraordinarily mature and capable, he believes that anyone who is killed will feel strange and indescribable emotions, regardless of how evil that person may be. Every time Chris thinks of these matters, he feels immense pain and sadness for George and Fred's fate. If only he could have persuaded them not to get involved in this matter sooner. It wouldn't have mattered if Professor Snevelis killed all the mermaids, or if he had great magical power and was lurking in Hogwarts with ill intentions. What could have changed? If the sky falls, there are powerful giants like old Dumbledore to hold it up. What does Chris amount to? He would rather not have any superficial fame or anything at all in hopes that his closest friends and family can be safe and sound. Please recommend tickets, everyone. Thank you. Chapter 107. The little champion of Hufflepuff. There are too many various temptations in the world, and I'm just an ordinary member among the masses, so what right do I have to discipline these people and these matters? As long as the ones I care about can be safe and happy, that's enough. The rest, let it go. Let it go. The Easter holiday ended in such a chaotic manner, if it can even be called that. The young wizards returned to Hogwarts one after another. Unfortunately, Chris didn't know when George and Fred would be back at school again. He really hoped they could get better soon. It was indeed a bit uncomfortable without the two jokesters. Not only did Chris miss them, But Charlie Weasley, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, also missed them very much. With the end of the Easter holiday, the Gryffindor team intensified their training, preparing for the final Quidditch match. This time, Gryffindor made it to the final Quidditch Cup competition thanks to the efforts of the Weasley brothers, who had saved the day. Since Slytherin lost to Gryffindor last time, this match would be Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff team had developed quite well, and among them was a young player named Cedric Diggory. This new addition to the Hufflepuff Quidditch team had sharp eyes and agile movements. In a fully powered state, he caught the Golden Snitch in just 20 minutes during the last match, leading his team to victory. Although he didn't have much experience yet, he was indeed a talented Quidditch player. Of course, Chris did not deny Cedric Diggory's excellence. When you have to choose between the right path and shortcuts, please do not forget a righteous, kind, and brave boy who met Voldemort by chance and suffered such a tragic fate. Always remember Cedric Diggory. This was part of the eulogy given by Albus Dumbledore for Cedric after his death, and Chris still remembered it vividly. The fact that Dumbledore gave him such a positive and good evaluation should show you the extraordinary qualities of this young man. Indeed, Cedric entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's Hufflepuff House in 1989. During his time there, he was chosen as a prefect and captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, serving as the Seeker. In his 6th year, Cedric entered the Triwizard Tournament but unfortunately lost his life. Cedric's death brought great sorrow to the entire school. On June 26, 1995, the theme of the end-of-year feast was changed to commemorate Cedric Diggory. Usually, the Great Hall would be decorated with the colors of the winning house during the end-of-year feast, but that night, a black curtain hung behind the staff table to show respect for Cedric. Dumbledore expressed his respect for Cedric in his speech and told all the students that although the Ministry of Magic did not want him to do so, he still wanted to tell everyone what really happened. He informed all the students that Cedric Diggory was killed by Voldemort. However, the Ministry of Magic, led by Cornelius Fudge, refused to believe Harry Potter's words and denied that Voldemort had returned. They wanted to cover up Cedric's death, attributing it to an accident during the Triwizard Tournament. Fudge even began to think of Harry Potter as a liar, spreading rumors, and that Albus Dumbledore was getting old and confused. Cedric's death shocked many students at Hogwarts. His death was enough to make even those who did not like Harry Potter start to believe that Voldemort had truly returned. In the following school year, the Ministry of Magic sent senior official Dolores Umbridge to serve as the new defense against the dark arts professor, using her position to monitor everything happening at the school. She constantly told students that Harry was lying about Cedric's death and refused to teach them any practical magic. This led to student rebellion. They formed Dumbledore's army to oppose Umbridge while practicing defensive magic to prepare for the rise of Voldemort. At D meetings, Cedric was always the focus of attention, as everyone wanted to know how he had died. Cedric's former girlfriend, Cho Chang, also came to find Harry, believing that if Cedric had learned these skills, he could have survived. Harry told Cho that Cedric could do these things, but if Voldemort truly wanted to kill you, you wouldn't stand a chance. Harry believed he had survived merely by luck. It wasn't until the end of the school year, when undeniable evidence of the Dark Lord's resurrection appeared, that Fudge finally believed Voldemort had indeed returned, and that Cedric had been murdered. In the end, Harry kept a badge supporting Cedric Diggory to commemorate him. Therefore, his handsomeness, charm, loyalty, and kindness had always been qualities that Chris admired. If possible, Chris truly did not want this guy to repeat the tragic fate. That ending was just too sad. Chris could not forget the shock and regret he felt when he saw that guy die in his previous life. It was truly a case of talent being wasted. Of course, Chris believed that Cedric Diggory's excellence was also due to his father's upbringing. This was evident in the character of his father, Amos Diggory. Amos was extremely proud of his son. In 1993, after Cedric defeated Harry Potter in a Quidditch match, he loved to tell others about it, indicating how outstanding his son was. Although Cedric always reminded him that he won because Harry was affected by a Dementor and fell from his broom, Amos dismissed it, saying, "But you didn't fall, right?" He thought his son was particularly humble. Wasn't this similar to the way some parents feel when their child scores 100 on a test? During the Triwizard Tournament, Amos was very angry to see that the Daily Prophet only reported on Harry Potter and completely ignored that Cedric was also a champion of Hogwarts. Even though Cedric told his father it wasn't Harry's fault, Amos felt it was a mistake for Harry not to take measures to correct them. Chapter 108, Rehabilitation from this. It can be seen that his father places great importance on his son's studies and achievements and will inevitably impose strict requirements on him, forcing him to study diligently and improve himself, while naturally not allowing him to participate in other matters. However, the good thing is that Cedric did not become a person like his father. On the contrary, his thoughts and actions are a model of Hufflepuff behavior, which can truly feed the Hufflepuff spirit. So at this point, Chris cannot deny that Charlie Weasley is indeed under considerable pressure. Hufflepuff is truly a formidable opponent. Even though Charlie Weasley has been a seasoned player for many years, he cannot let his guard down. A moment of inattention could result in defeat. The little wizards also know the level of their school's team, without the Weasley brothers relying solely on a few substitutes. There is undoubtedly little hope of victory. If that happens, Charlie's greatest wish to win another Quidditch trophy before graduation would be in vain, ending in regret. There is no way around it. Who let such an unscrupulous professor appear at the school? Now, the defense against the dark arts class is being taught by Snape temporarily, as this semester is drawing to a close. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore thinks that finding a new professor might not be worth it if something were to happen again. Wouldn't it be a waste of half a year's time? Snape's defense against the dark arts class has also become much simpler than before. No longer filled with bizarre spells to learn and perform. It is straightforward, just reciting the textbook. The subsequent assignments are similar, based on what was taught in class. Writing reflections and the like pose little difficulty for Chris, but it is not the same for other little wizards. They're all scratching their heads, unsure of how to put this together, which is truly taxing for them. As for other subjects, it is the same. Chris remains the brightest one. It is worth mentioning that McLaggen accidentally hurt himself again during class, causing his classmates to burst into laughter. This guy's become a laughingstock now. It's hard to believe how he later joined the Slug Club, probably due to his uncle's influence. Time flies, and the school still appears calm on the surface, with no setbacks. Everyone is in the midst of their intense study life, welcoming the Quidditch finals. 2 days before the match, George and Fred finally returned to school. The two of them waved cheerfully at their classmates like heroes, drawing friendly cheers and applause from everyone. Everyone is very concerned about the two of them. After all, the outcome of being hit by an unforgivable curse is well known. Hey, did everyone miss us? Cut it out, no, not at all. The classmates joked with smiles. How sad that is. Look, my heart is about to break. George pretended to be heartbroken as he said, "Ha ha," seeing George and Fred, who were just as cheeky and carefree as before. Chris knew that these two troublemakers had come back unscathed, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, little brother, how are you? I heard you made quite a splash while we were resting. Fred walked over to Chris, draping an arm over his shoulder and smiling as he asked, "What about you two? How are you feeling? Better?" Chris laughed as he punched him lightly. "Ah, don't worry about us. Who are we? We're fine now. If it weren't for Mom worrying about us, we would have been back at school last weekend." George added, "That's good to hear. That's good to hear. This time, it was my fault. If I'd been a bit smarter and stronger, you wouldn't have." Chris said, feeling guilty. "This is not your fault, Chris. You did great. It was us who were careless and got caught by that guy. It has nothing to do with you." George said dismissively, "Yeah, Chris, don't think too much about it. We actually owe you our gratitude. If it weren't for you saving us, we might really have been done for. You are our savior." Fred echoed, "I also realized that I was a bit impulsive at the time. If it weren't for you being so powerful and defeating him, we would have really been in danger. Mom has educated us deeply about this, and she even said to thank you on our behalf." George smiled and said to Chris, "Ha ha, that's unnecessary. As long as you guys are fine." Chris waved his hand at their thanks. Oof. Standing aside, Percy, who was initially happy to see his younger brother's return, now had a change in expression. He felt quite angry. This Chris just knows how to stir up trouble, getting into messes and enjoying flaunting his reputation. They actually didn't say to return to their senses early and stay away from such people, but instead thanked him here. What was there to be thankful for? Fuming, Percy left without stopping, heading up the stairs. To be honest, Chris, when the spell was cast on me, I felt a bone-chilling pain, a heart-wrenching agony that made me want to die. It was truly terrifying. I never want to experience such a thing again. I can't believe there are such terrifying spells in the world. Yeah, my dad told me that if the spell is continuously cast, the victim will be tortured to madness or even death. His two good friends were driven mad by this curse, and the one who used it will be imprisoned for life in Azkaban. George and Fred looked fearful at the thought of this curse. Although Chris had never experienced it, he was also aware of its power. The reason it is called the Unforgivable Curse is because of its severity, just like Harry Potter, who was tortured by this curse in his 4th year. In his 5th year, at the Ministry of Magic, he faced Bellatrix, who killed Sirius, and in his 7th year, he used the Cruciatus Curse against Electo, but because the Ministry of Magic abolished the charge of using unforgivable curses on people in his 7th year, he was not sent to Azkaban for it. Even though Harry had used the Cruciatus Curse, His spell effects were usually not strong, only succeeding in his 7th year out of anger. This shows that using such spells requires great ruthlessness. Big shots, please cast your votes. Shelf announcement, it has not been easy since August. This work is finally about to go on the shelves. Due to my personal issues, there was a long hiatus. So after going on the shelves, there won't be full attendance or anything like that in terms of income, which means I can only rely on the subscriptions and rewards from all the readers to support me. As a newcomer, I don't have a fixed reader base. And after a period of hiatus, many friends have left, putting me in a somewhat awkward position, which is just adding insult to injury. However, as my first real book, I have indeed put in a lot of effort. Some people like it, while others think it's terrible, and I understand both perspectives. After all, as a bookworm with nearly 10 years of experience, I also read based on my own preferences. There are some works on the bestseller lists that, despite their great success, I just can't get into, while others may not perform as well, but I still enjoy them thoroughly, cheering loudly during the climactic moments. As the saying goes, in the eyes of 100 people, there are 101 versions of Hamlet. Everyone is different. I have also been a fan of the Harry Potter series since childhood and have imagined what stories would unfold if I were to travel to that world. What experiences I would have. Therefore, I want to write it down as best as I can to present a good version to everyone. I'm very grateful to those few friends who silently support me every day, voting and tipping. Please rest assured that I will see this through to the end and finish this book. Thank you all. I also ask again for subscriptions. I've heard that the first subscription results are very important, so I hope those who are reading can subscribe to a chapter. Thank you. There won't be an update tonight, but there will be a big update of tens of thousands of words during the day, starting around 12 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 109, The Quidditch Final. The number of people who escaped the spell was also very few. This time, George and Fred were lucky. They were only slightly affected and were rescued by Chris shortly after being hit by the spell. Otherwise, their fate would have been dire. Sigh, indeed, thinking back, it's quite scary. What if I had? Perhaps we would only see each other in the next life. Chris shook his head, feeling that this was just fate. All right, let us not talk about it anymore. It's fine, it's all in the past. Let it go, brother. We're all fine now, aren't we? Seeing Chris's slightly gloomy expression, George quickly comforted him. Right, it's all in the past. Welcome back. Chris smiled happily and gave the two a big hug. With the return of the Weasley brothers, Gryffindor's Quidditch training intensified, as these two had been off for so long that they needed to practice quickly, or they would be out of shape. Yes, even though these two hadn't trained, Charlie still planned to let them play, as this sport does require some talent. The two substitute players, though they were older than George and Fred, already fourth-year students, could only remain substitutes due to their technical issues. However, George and Fred did not disappoint. Despite not flying for so long, their foundational skills were still there. After a bit of familiarization, they felt like they were back in the game. They could already fly quickly and well. This time I will show Hufflepuff how strong Gryffindor is. From now on, as long as we Weasleys are on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, we will never lose. George Weasley declared proudly as he took off his gloves. Ha! That depends on your skills. Charlie laughed from his side. Don't worry, we brothers are united, and our strength is unbreakable. There will be no problem. That evening, during dinner, Chris and the others happened to run into Cedric, who had just finished eating. Hey, George and Fred, how are you doing? Are you all right? Cedric said with a warm smile. It was obvious that the still somewhat immature Cedric was already a standard handsome boy, although he was still a bit behind Chris. Ha, of course, Diggory. Don't underestimate us. Tomorrow's championship will definitely belong to Gryffindor, George said with a grin, patting Cedric on the shoulder. Haha, that's good. I'll take my leave now. You all enjoy your meal. Cedric smiled kindly at everyone and walked off with a few of his Hufflepuff friends. Cedric, good luck. Chris encouraged him before he left. Haha, thank you, Mr. Red. Cedric was surprised by how friendly this recently high-profile Gryffindor was being towards him, and he couldn't help but laugh as he patted his chest twice and pointed at Chris to express his thanks. TCH, this guy's quite arrogant. Imk muttered discontentedly. All right, don't talk about him. I think he is a great guy. Imk, you don't understand. Besides, so what if he is arrogant? He not only plays Quidditch well, but is also good-looking, and he is ranked first in academics among his Hufflepuff peers, highly favored by Professor Sprout. So, a guy like this, I think he is not inferior to me. Imk, what do you think? Chris explained. Well, okay, I was wrong. I spoke without understanding the situation. Imk said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he fiddled with the hem of his clothes. However, I still think we're almost guaranteed to win tomorrow's match. As long as we win, the Quidditch Championship and the Quidditch Cup will be ours. And with George and Fred around, We've already beaten Slytherin. Why should we fear Hufflepuff? Imp became excited again as he spoke. By the way, George, once the match starts, keep an eye on Cedric and try to use the bludger to distract him as much as possible. Chris reminded. Haha, don't worry. I'll keep a close watch on this kid. George replied with a smile. The next day, the weather was surprisingly good. It's rare to have such nice weather in England. The little Lions of Gryffindor were quite excited and got up early. After all, they hadn't won a Quidditch trophy in many years, and this time they had such hope. It was truly an opportunity not to be missed. The little wizards of Gryffindor all had golden lion stickers on their faces, holding signs and flags. Some upperclassmen even transformed a fake lion that could only roar and brought it to the Quidditch pitch. Seeing this, Chris felt a bit itchy. He wanted to make the lion more lifelike, but he was worried it might scare the little kids. Speaking of this match, Chris couldn't be sure whether Gryffindor would win, as the original plot had Slytherin winning the Quidditch Cup and Charlie graduating with regrets. But now Slytherin couldn't even make it to the finals, so this match was hard to predict. Gryffindor go, 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 Hufflepuff go, go, go. With the cheers of the little lions and badgers, the match began. It was clear that the Hufflepuffs were aware of the Weasley brothers' skills. They sent players to closely monitor Charlie from the start, and also intercepted George and Fred S-balls, successfully scoring 10 points. The current score was 10 o'clock in favor of Hufflepuff. However, George and Fred were not easy to deal with. With their close cooperation, the Hufflepuffs began to struggle. The score reached 50-60, with Gryffindor in the lead. After all, the Hufflepuff Badger team was quite upright and didn't resort to underhanded tactics like Slytherin. If they were up against Slytherin, the situation would have been quite different. Now that the situation was under control, it was up to Charlie, the captain, to see if he could catch the golden snitch. Chris was also looking forward to it, wondering if this experienced veteran could outplay Cedric, the new brave young player from Hufflepuff. Everyone look, Charlie Weasley has spotted the golden snitch. This soon-to-graduate Gryffindor veteran truly has sharp eyes and quickly saw the golden snitch. The commentator said passionately, almost spitting with excitement. Chapter 110, the upcoming final exams. Oh, it's Hufflepuff Cedric Diggory, who is closely following and seems to have spotted the golden snitch. The situation on the field is tense, and the players' attention has shifted to these two seekers, no longer focused on the bludgers. Cedric Diggory is gaining ground and getting closer. Charlie Weasley is trying his best to get ahead, but his equipment isn't good enough, and he can't speed up, leading to this dangerous situation. The Gryffindor Lions are wide-eyed, and there's no more shouting. Everyone's heart is racing. Oh look, Cedric Diggory has passed Charlie Weasley. He's about to catch the golden snitch. The situation is just like that. Cedric is in the lead, and it seems that for a moment, the golden snitch is about to be caught. Oh my, what is that? The commentator exclaims in surprise, the first to notice the situation. It's a bludger. A bludger is speeding towards Cedric, who is reaching for the golden snitch. Naturally, at this moment, Cedric also notices the bludger heading straight for him. He doesn't want to be as brave as Harry Potter, risking injury or even death for the sake of victory. To avoid the bludger, Cedric has to give up his chance to catch the golden snitch and win the game. Oh my, that was Fred Weasley. The commentator excitedly explains. The little lions also notice Fred, who is proudly waving to the audience from the other side, and they cheer loudly. Taking advantage of Cedric's departure from the field, Charlie Weasley quickly seizes this hard-won opportunity created by his brother. Soon, he locks onto the golden snitch's position, accelerates, sprints, and catches it. Yes, Charlie Weasley has used all his experience to successfully catch the golden snitch, winning the game. This also fulfills his last wish at school. It's truly remarkable. In the end, the score between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor is 50-210. Gryffindor wins. The little lions jump up, cheering and celebrating. The whole place is in an uproar. Even Professor McGonagall can't hide the smile on her face. Chris is also genuinely happy for Gryffindor's victory and for the Weasley brothers' success. Who would have thought they actually did it? It's astonishing. After returning to the Gryffindor common room, food and drinks have already been laid out. And Chris has even asked George and Fred to find a few barrels of butterbeer. This stuff is delicious. He's getting more and more addicted to it. However, Chris isn't worried about ruining his health at such a young age. That would be ridiculous. Were we? Wizards? Those little ailments? Are they even real illnesses? Voldemort could come back to life. These minor issues, one potion and they'll be cured. Chris is even planning to try some British cigarettes and cigars when he gets the chance. Wouldn't that be delightful? But he thinks he's not at the right age for that yet. He'll wait 2 more years to talk about it. Otherwise, if his mother, Lisa, finds out, he won't have a good time. Of course, at school, he can indulge a little, like having some butterbeer, after the celebration following the match, the students' moods, like the weather, become increasingly unpleasant growing more and more restless and irritable. Because there is a very unfortunate piece of news. The final exams will take place on June 7th. In all the recent classes, all the professors have stopped teaching new material. Instead, they have given ample time for the students to review what they learned over the past year. Recently, Chris has spent most of his time by the Black Lakes lawn with Imk, George, and Fred. They bask in the sun, munching on snacks from the kitchen. And when thirsty, they take big sips of ice-cold juice, all while sadly reciting the long and tedious history of magic. Among the review material, perhaps the easiest thing for them is practicing the wand movements for a few spells. Of course, sometimes when tired, Chris simply closes his eyes to rest. As the weather gradually becomes more humid, the exams are approaching. Chris feels even hotter sitting in the exam hall, where the teachers have handed out special feather quills for the tests, all of which have been enchanted to prevent cheating. However, Chris finds that writing with these quills is much more difficult than with a fountain pen or ballpoint pen, and the writing looks much worse. They aren't very useful at all. To be honest, the written exams are quite simple. They cover the material that the professors have emphasized repeatedly in class. As long as you pay attention, getting a good score is absolutely easy. Chris thinks that if he makes a mistake, it's a real blunder. There are also practical exams. Professor Flitwick calls them one by one into the classroom to see if they can make a pineapple dance a tap dance across a desk. Chris doesn't quite understand how to make a dance. He doesn't even know what a tap dance is. How can a pineapple dance without feet? So, Chris uses his imagination, waves his wand, and uses transfiguration to give the pineapple 2 feet, then makes it bounce and dance across the desk. Professor Flitwick is eager to see Chris's performance, and at first, seeing Chris's confused state, he wonders if this child also doesn't know what tap dancing is. After all, the previous students who came to take the exam were just as clueless. Just as he was about to say something to remind Chris, he sees Chris give the pineapple 2 feet, and Professor Flitwick's beard twitches in surprise. It's clear that he's impressed by Chris's level of transfiguration at such a young age. Well done, Mr. Reed. I can tell you your charm's exam score now. Absolutely full marks. Professor Flitwick says with a smile. Oh, thank you, Professor. Chris smiles and bows as he leaves the exam room. As soon as Chris steps out, Imk rushes up to him, asking, "How was it, Chris? Was it okay? Not too difficult, right?" Seeing the little chubby boy's lips trembling, Chris knows he must be nervous. It's fine, don't be anxious, it's just the basics. Chapter 111. Transfiguration Exam. Imk nodded and entered with a pale face. Of course, Imk's final result was not bad, except for the last step. He was so nervous that his hands shook, accidentally causing the pineapple to fall. Professor Flitwick showed a look of regret, wrote a number on the report card, and let him leave. When it was time for the Transfiguration exam, Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box, the more exquisite the box. The higher the score, if there were still mouse whiskers on the box, points would be deducted. Chris chatted with the students who had just finished their exams, and they said that as long as the transformation was successful, it would count as passing. If someone transformed a snuff box of the right size and added exquisite vintage patterns, they could get the highest rating. Chris was no longer anxious. Transfiguration was his strongest subject. Just wait and see how he would make a flower for Professor McGonagall. ChrisRed. Professor McGonagall's voice came from the classroom. Chris collected his thoughts and walked in. The spacious classroom had only a long table, with Professor McGonagall writing something on a form, probably the score of the previous student. "Professor McGonagall, may I start?" Chris said, taking out his wand from his sleeve, eager to try. "Of course, I don't think this exam should be too difficult for you, right?" Professor McGonagall looked up at Chris, her eyes showing satisfaction. Exams, when it comes down to it, are really just a way for professors to assess whether their students meet the learning standards. And this exam clearly couldn't test Chris's true level. "Well, what if I don't take the exam?" Chris joked. "Oh, that certainly won't do. However, I have prepared another test for you. How about trying to turn a rabbit into a slipper?" Professor McGonagall pulled out a live little white rabbit from another cage and promised that whether or not Chris succeeded in the transformation would not affect his exam score. Chris nodded. He knew this test was a spell that second-year students at Hogwarts would learn before the final exam. In 1993, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley had learned this spell in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, but due to the serious threats facing the school at the time, neither of them could concentrate and successfully practice the magic. Chris felt that Professor McGonagall might be underestimating him. He had already been able to successfully cast this spell before. However, that was fine, as it aligned with his desire to conceal his abilities. Should he transform it in 1 minute or 2? Or maybe take a bit longer? Thus, Chris began to think through the steps of the transformation in his mind. Professor McGonagall had been watching for a long time. a bit puzzled as to why Chris hadn't started yet. Was this magic a bit too challenging for the boy? But given the newcomer award he had received, he should have the ability, right? Just as Professor McGonagall was about to say something, she suddenly saw him wave his wand, gently touching the rabbit. Transforming a rabbit into a slipper was indeed a bit more challenging than transforming a mouse and required the wizard to concentrate even more. Many third and fourth year students might not be able to do it, and even some graduated wizards who no longer practice the transfiguration spell regularly could not manage it. There was no way around it. Learning magic is like regular learning. If you don't advance, you regress. If you don't review, you forget. The principle is the same. Practice makes perfect also applies to the study of magic. As Chris moved, the poor little rabbit was continuously stretched and transformed into the expected shape. Professor McGonagall kept her eyes fixed on the rabbit, and about a minute later, a rather nice pair of white plush slippers was placed on the table in front of her. However, Chris slowly exhaled and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Professor, but the size of these slippers seems a bit off." Chris had only practiced this spell until he became proficient and hadn't used it since. As mentioned earlier, if you learn something but do not review it, you will eventually become unfamiliar with it. That's already very good. You have done far beyond my expectations, Professor McGonagall said, looking at the slippers on the table with satisfaction. She thought that even her most admired Dumbledore would not have been able to achieve ChrisRed's level in his first year. "Mr. Red, I have always had high hopes for you. I think in a few years, you will be able to attempt a Nimigus transformation," Professor McGonagall said with a smile. A Nimigus? Chris's eyes lit up. He was very interested in this, but he had not attempted it thus far because the transformation was somewhat dangerous. A little carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences, turning oneself into a monster, which was terrifying. If he could have an experienced person teach him and learn Animagus, even if he accidentally did something wrong and was wanted, he could escape calmly like Black. It would be essential for saving his life. Yes, Animagus is an extremely advanced transfiguration spell, but you should not attempt it alone, as the consequences of a failed transformation could be unimaginable. If you are truly interested, in 2 years, when your level of study and experience has reached a certain point, I might be able to guide you. Professor McGonagall understood that excellent students like Chris would inevitably attempt Animagus transformation experiments in the future. She also knew that rather than letting Red secretly try it, it would be better for her to teach him. Chris naturally agreed without hesitation. He would be foolish enough to try it himself, as Animagus transformation was so dangerous. What if he messed up and ended up in trouble? At Hogwarts, he also did not want to have too much contact with Dumbledore. Therefore, the highest level of transfiguration would have to be Professor McGonagall, and besides, she herself was an Animagus. Perhaps Harry's father and the others had even consulted Professor McGonagall about transformation experiences. It would be a waste not to make use of such a good resource. All right, since you agree, we'll settle this. You can focus on studying, and when the time is right, I will let you know, Professor McGonagall reminded him. Chris nodded in agreement. Please remember the original domain of this book. Chapter 112. The Tragedy of Imk Before Leaving. Professor McGonagall was a bit worried about whether Chris could maintain his current attitude towards studying and keep it up. After all, boys at this age are still very playful. It's hard to say now, and it may not be the same in the future. She had taught for so many years and had seen many excellent individuals fade into mediocrity afterward. Therefore, she reminded him that when the holidays come and he returns home, he should not forget to review what he has learned and read more books, as well as keep up with the latest developments in transfiguration, which would be beneficial. Chris nodded. He wouldn't be proud of his current level and think he was the strongest. He knew that there were many with abilities like his in the magical world. Just like when he dealt with Professor Snively, Chris had already realized his own weakness. Even when his magical power was enhanced, he had relied significantly on luck to defeat Snively. If he faced a slightly stronger opponent, he feared he wouldn't even have a chance to resist before being taken out. So, Chris had made up his mind early on that during the holiday after leaving school, he would study magic every day, accumulating knowledge to become stronger. After all, gaining skills is not something that happens overnight. Now is the time to build a solid foundation, and he absolutely could not let his guard down. When Chris walked out of the classroom, Imk, who had been waiting outside for a while, thought he had done poorly on the exam and hurriedly approached to comfort him. "Chris, are you okay? It's okay to have an off day. I wasn't that great in my charms exam either, far worse than you. I believe that even if you didn't perform well, Professor McGonagall won't make it hard for you. So don't worry." One of Chris's little fans also came over and chimed in, "Yeah, Red, don't be discouraged. Everyone knows your transfiguration is the best in our year. It's fine if it didn't go well. We all understand. Don't be sad." Chris felt helpless. What were these guys thinking? He had just taken a bit longer. How did it turn into a misunderstanding that he hadn't performed well? But it was okay. He couldn't always maintain the genius persona. He had to come from the crowd and integrate into the group. That was the best approach. Chris quickly told everyone, yeah, I just didn't control the scale of my transfiguration well, and the size of what I transformed was quite right side. Everyone comforted him again upon hearing Chris's words. Some students who hadn't taken the exam yet became even more nervous. If even the strongest Chris couldn't meet Professor McGonagall's expectations, what chance did they have? Wouldn't that mean they were even worse? Several students who hadn't taken the exam turned pale with anxiety. When it was time for the potions exam, the little wizards desperately recalled the preparation process for the forgetfulness potion. Snape stood behind them, closely watching. They could feel his breath on the back of their necks, making them extremely tense. The forgetfulness potion, as the name suggests, allows one to forget everything after use, and there is no antidote. Only time can wear off the effect. In truth, it's not very difficult. Chris had already learned how to prepare this potion and finished all the steps in just 15 minutes. When he handed in the potion, Professor Snape examined the vial carefully for a while, but still couldn't find any faults. The herbology exam was equally easy. Chris had already memorized the names and characteristics of those herbs and how to care for them. However, the good times seemed to be coming to an end, as the upcoming exams might not be so lucky. In the astronomy written exam, Chris didn't do very well. He hadn't paid much attention during class, didn't take notes, and even pretended to be sick once to skip. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in observing celestial phenomena. So, karma caught up with him. During the exam, he forgot the orbit of one planet. On the day of the flying exam, it wasn't Chris who was unlucky, but Imk. Just as Imk mounted his broom and was about to take off, snap, the broom broke under him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and avoided a disaster. Madam Hooch angrily shouted, "You!" Retake. Imk was already startled, and his face turned pale, unable to utter a word. When they returned to the Gryffindor common room, the incident from the flying exam had spread throughout the school. A chubby first-year Gryffindor student had broken a broom during the flying exam, becoming the first wizard in nearly a decade to have to retake the flying class. It was truly a shocking story. Imk was pointed at wherever he went, utterly embarrassed. Chris suspected this incident spread so quickly partly because of his old rival from Slytherin, Dorian Pusey. This guy dared not confront him openly, so he resorted to underhanded tactics. The so-called Hogwarts informant from the last issue of the Daily Prophet was probably him, without a doubt. This guy was really disgusting. Sigh. Chris didn't know what to do. The Gryffindor crowd was helping Imk by saying anything good and was instead mocking him. Angered, Chris had to scold a few of them before they stopped. At this moment, Chris's reputation was somewhat useful. Those students who were jeering quieted down a bit. Mocking others is one thing, but they didn't dare to provoke Chris. Otherwise, if they got on the bad side of Chris's little fans, they would be in for a world of hurt. At this moment, Chris felt somewhat gratified. The power of fans really was a good shield. Sigh, who would have known? How could this happen? It really was. Imk bore the ridicule of everyone, feeling quite miserable. It was not his intention at all, and he didn't know how such a thing could happen during the exam. Why'd it have to break then of all times? What kind of lousy broom does the school use? Can I be blamed for that? Ha ha ha. Imk, come on, if you had just paid a bit more attention. This wouldn't have happened. George and Fred teased with laughter. Chris knew they meant no harm and were just joking, but poor Imk was in a terrible situation, and it was best for his good friends not to say such things at that moment. Chapter 113. Fred, all right, you two, hurry up and review your stuff, and stop talking about Imk. He didn't mean it. Imk, you two don't think too much. Since it's already like this, just focus on reviewing for the upcoming exam. We can talk about the past later. Just thinking about it makes me more annoyed. The remaining exams are just ridiculous. The practical exam for defense against the dark arts and the history of magic exam. It's just too overwhelming. Hey, do you think that with the professor being out of the picture, Snape will still conduct the exam? He hasn't taught us any practical spells, right? In class. You just read from the textbook. So, tomorrow's exam won't just be a reading competition, right? Seeing who reads better? Who knows? Chris shook his head, as he too didn't know how Snape's practical exam for defense against the dark arts would be conducted. The next day, the practical exam for defense against the dark arts arrived as scheduled. Sure enough, it was Snape conducting the exams. Each student whose name he called entered the classroom alone, facing him, and a few minutes later they would come out, and the next student would go in. Everyone was extremely anxious, terrified even. It was Snape after all. To have to face him alone in a classroom was just terrifying. Some little wizards had cold hands and feet. Some were so scared their lips turned blue. Some couldn't say a word and were shaking, and some could barely stand. Every student who came out had the same expression on their face, relief. Merlin, Chris, what do you think this exam is like? Just facing Snape is scary enough. I can't even imagine having to take an exam. I don't know if I'll be so scared I won't even dare to move, let alone think about the exam. Imp was also very nervous at this moment. He had never been very brave, and now his legs were shaking. It's okay, don't be like this. You've been studying well, and besides, didn't I teach you a lot about this? Just be a little braver during the exam. I'm not asking for you to perform exceptionally. As long as you can perform at the level you usually show, I believe you'll be just fine. For some reason, the wait for the practical exam in defense against the dark arts felt incredibly long, as if it had been ages. ChrisRed. Professor Snape called his name. Hello, Professor Snape. Chris politely greeted Snape. Stop dawdling there. Get ready, the famous Mr. Red, Snape said with a cold face. So, Professor, what is the content of the exam? Chris didn't mind Snape's attitude. Snape didn't say anything else, just waved his wand. And several snakes appeared right in front of Chris. Use the Petri ficus totalis, petrify them, Snape said tersely. Petrify them all. Petrify them all. Petrify them all. Chris didn't say much and directly raised his wand, casting spells at the snakes that were slithering toward him. With several flashes of red light, the snakes seemed to freeze in place and could no longer move. All right, you can leave now. Snape looked at Chris's decisive actions without surprise or further comment. Chris bowed to Snape, and just as he turned to leave, Snape spoke again. Remember to return my book tonight, Mr. Red. Don't you feel ashamed as a thief? Chris was instantly stunned. How'd he find out? He remembered that when he took Snape's book that belonged to the Half-Blood Prince, it should have been seamless. Moreover, he didn't believe a professor would have nothing better to do than rummage through old books. So, Chris was now utterly bewildered, at a loss for words. After all, taking someone else's belongings and being caught was really embarrassing. He stood there, mouth agape, feeling uncomfortable. Fortunately, Snape quickly spoke again. Do you want to know how I found out? Let me tell you, Mr. Red, if you want to keep something a secret, you must not do it in the first place. Do you think I wouldn't know about that incident at the Black Lake a while ago? Do you think I'm as foolish as you, utterly clueless? Now Chris understood. Snape's spell was one of his trump cards. So he had used many nonverbal spells that day, some of which missed, causing a lot of destruction. And as someone whom Dumbledore trusted greatly, Snape must have investigated the scene, especially since a dark wizard had died. Surely the Ministry of Magic and the Wisengamot would have to get involved, right? It's likely that with Dumbledore covering for him, they didn't make things difficult for a first-year wizard who had done a good deed. However, the necessary investigations were probably still conducted. When Snape investigated, he would have seen the traces of the nonverbal spells. Most people wouldn't recognize them, but as the creator of the spell, he would be very familiar with it. If he recognized it, it wouldn't be difficult. Therefore, Snape must also know that Chris had learned this spell without him passing it on to anyone. This couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Even a fool would know that the only remaining possibility was from the book he had taken. And Chris, being a first-year student who had just started learning potions, wouldn't have access to advanced potion books. The only possibility was the one he secretly took. Now he was really in a situation where he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. I'm sorry, Professor. I took your book without your permission. I'm really sorry, but I have my reasons. What reasons could you have? A thief is just a thief. Snape snorted disdainfully. It's because I've already mastered all the potions we're learning in class. So, I wanted to learn about more advanced potions. Even if I don't try to make them myself, I can still expand my knowledge of potions. Today, as 5 updates have been completed. Many friends may have already switched to read the pirated version, and I regret that only by writing it here can you see it. I still hope everyone can support me. My full attendance benefits are gone, so I can only rely on subscriptions and rewards. I hope everyone can spend a dime, at least to give me a good first subscription result. Thank you. Please remember this book as first release domain. Chapter 114, Snape's Office. Moreover, I didn't know that it was your book, and then I accidentally learned some spells while I was in it. Chris tried to explain. Snape naturally knew that Chris's potion-making skills were quite good, so it wasn't surprising that he sought a more advanced potion book to study. However, what a coincidence that out of so many books, he picked this one. Snape felt that there weren't that many coincidences in the world, and Chris's behavior truly made him suspicious. Nevertheless, this was just his conjecture. Snape didn't say much more, only coldly reminded him to return the book. After Chris came out, he was still in a daze, really not expecting this. How meticulous and sharp he had to be. Indeed, being a spy is different. There's a level of skill here that he really couldn't handle. Now it's all messed up. Just for learning some knowledge, Snape has fixed his gaze on him, making him a thief. Even if he doesn't go report it, he will still have to face the consequences in the future. What to do? Chris didn't know what to do for a moment. So, for the rest of the day, Chris remained in a distracted state, lacking the mood to review for the remaining history of magic exam. He wore a constant frown, always in a state of despair. The only thought in his mind was, why is this happening? Even Imk was too scared to speak, thinking that Chris was upset about his exam results. Seeing Chris looking gloomy, he felt a bit frightened and could only sit alone at the table studying, sometimes making silly gestures in an attempt to make Chris laugh. However, Chris, who was preoccupied with thoughts of doom, had no mood to pay attention to him. As evening approached, Chris had no choice but to take the book belonging to the Half-Blood Prince and brace himself to walk out of the Gryffindor common room to find Professor Snape to properly admit his mistake and apologize. There was no way around it. He would have to be under this person's supervision for 6 more years, and if this matter wasn't resolved well, he would surely face consequences later on. Knock, 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 Professor Snape. This is your book. I'm sorry. Please forgive my passion for potion making. Thank you, Chris said rather politely and briefly. Since you said you want to learn more advanced potion making, then you must be familiar with the contents of this book, right? Professor Snape, sitting at his desk, shot a cold glance at Chris. Yes, Professor, Chris hurriedly replied. Then, as the renowned new star of Hogwarts, Mr. ChrisRed, please explain to me what is stated in this book about the third law of gobbledygook. Professor Snape tilted his head, his hooked nose pointed directly at Chris, his cold eyes fixed intently on him. Chris felt a bit of mental block. He had thought he would be facing a storm of reprimands or even physical punishment, like Harry Potter did when he had to prepare a month's worth of materials. But instead, he was met with a question. This Snape truly had a strange personality. What's the matter? Didn't the genius just say he learned it? Snape scoffed derisively. No, the third law of gobbledygook states, the antidote for a mixed poison is greater than the sum of the antidotes for each individual component. Seeing Snape's disapproval, Chris quickly responded. It's a law concerning the creation of antidotes. If we have correctly analyzed the potion's components using Scarpin's revealing spell, our primary goal is not simply to select the antidote for each individual component, but to find additional components that can transform various unrelated ingredients through an alchemical process. The antidote for a mixed poison is not simply the combination of the antidotes for each single poison. Therefore, the number of ingredients in the antidote for a mixed poison must be greater than or equal to the total number of ingredients in the antidotes for each individual poison. In fact, the content related to the third law of gobbledygook was included, but it was not explained in detail, and what Chris just said belonged to those aspects that were not mentioned. As for how Chris knew this, it was naturally based on what Professor Slughorn said in the original work. Whether it was correct or not, he didn't know. There was nothing he could do about it now. Snape was already there. What else could he do? He had to say something. Actually, in Harry Potter's 6th year, they learned this law and were required to create an antidote based on it. Professor Slughorn had even praised Hermione Granger for reciting the law at lightning speed. Creating an antidote based on this law was quite challenging. In potions class, Hermione Granger had created a half-finished antidote using 52 ingredients based on this law. Meanwhile, Harry Potter had boldly used dung bombs based on the Half-Blood Prince's notes and succeeded. Therefore, it was indeed something profound enough to stump Hermione Granger. Snape listened to Chris's eloquent explanation, momentarily unsure of what to say. The boy before him, as a child from a Muggle family, truly had talent, including Snape himself. He couldn't have grasped such a wealth of potion knowledge at Chris's age, not to mention that Chris didn't just excel in potions. As far as he knew, his transfiguration and charms were even better. Such an outstanding boy really resembled. He didn't know how Dumbledore planned this. To be honest, he didn't know what to do with Chris right now. Although he thought this way, he couldn't act on it. Snape still wore a cold expression. Well, it seems you haven't wasted your time. You may leave now. Remember, don't do such things in the future. I'll be watching you. If you want to keep something secret, you must not do it yourself. Chris was still a bit dazed. What was going on? Was this a case of thunder and little rain? Even if this matter was over now, he felt too nervous to last through the night, leaving with a face full of confusion. Could it be that you and I are under the clueless tree? Wait, remember, don't use that spell recklessly in the future. Just as Chris was about to leave, Snape called him back again and handed him something, a plain piece of paper. Chapter 115. Review when Chris was called. He was so scared that he almost knelt down, thinking something was wrong again. It must be said that Snape's aura is indeed too powerful. It's better for ordinary people not to provoke him. This also strengthened Chris's resolve to never cause trouble again. With Snape watching him, how could he have a good life? After Chris nervously walked out of Snape's office and carefully closed the door behind him, he opened the note that Snape had handed him. Upon opening it, there were only a few words, which seemed to be a spell. This looks like a counter curse? Counter curse. Counter what? Chris couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled, momentarily unsure of what Professor Snape meant by this spell. Counter curse, counter curse. After thinking carefully, Chris finally figured it out. It was the counter curse for the Sectum Sempra. After all, this spell belongs to a reversible magic spell with a counter curse. The area harmed by this spell cannot regenerate by any means, but it can heal through the counter curse. This is also why Malfoy healed while George did not after being hit by the same curse. Just like in the 7th book of the original work. When Molly Weasley said that after the Sectum Sempra curse cut off George's ear, she couldn't make it grow back because it was taken by dark magic. This is considered a kind of covert, malicious, yet very powerful and effective magic. It must be said that Snape's level of spellcasting is indeed remarkable. He was already able to create such high-level spells while he was still in school. Chris felt that he was far inferior to him and wondered when he would reach such a level. If he could reach that level, that would be amazing. When Chris returned to his bedroom, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his spirit relaxed. Today was another day of miraculous experiences without danger. Seeing Imk still struggling with his magical history studies, Chris laughed. You guy, you're still at it. Stop studying, it's useless. Just get up and have some fun. Imk rubbed his tired eyes and was puzzled. This guy, who looked so disheartened and melancholic during the day, how come he was fine at night? What's going on? Feeling down during the day and lively at night? This is different from others. Confused, Imk put down the book and asked, "Aren't you usually the most studious? The exam is tomorrow. Why aren't you nervous? This is magical history. It's long and boring. I really can't remember those things." Sorry, actually, I'm doing fine in my studies. Stop. I know what you're going to say. It's obviously not because of the ghost professor's class, but because of my usual study habits, Chris replied. Imk, listening to Chris, was a bit confused. You actually read this stuff? Are you crazy? I think potion books are more interesting. No, let me tell you a little trick. Just treat them as stories. They're all about things that happened in the past. Besides those specific dates, there's nothing else that's hard to remember. You can think of those events and the processes as a touching and heartwarming story. I think if you treat them as stories to memorize, it should be much easier, right? It's actually not difficult. Just put in a little effort, and you won't find it hard. Chris patted Imk on the shoulder, expressing his optimism for him. Hey, you make it sound so easy. Who knows if you actually remember it that way, or not in the end. Imk, listening to Chris's confident talk, felt a bit unconvinced, pouting and rolling his eyes. TCH, you brat, what? Still not convinced? You don't believe me? Then let's see if I can quiz you. If you can answer, I'll be convinced. Imk raised the book in his hand. All right, let's give it a try. Chris was equally unyielding. Okay, here we go. Please answer. What is it? This. It's a set of rules established by the British Ministry of Magic in 1637 that outlines the responsibilities of werewolves, such as locking themselves up during the full moon to avoid harming others, right? Chris said, a bit uncertain. Continue. Imk raised an eyebrow, not expecting Chris to get it right at once. But in the end, the result was still unsurprising. It ultimately failed. The reason was, no one signed the guidelines because no one was willing to walk into the Ministry of Magic and admit they were a werewolf. After all, werewolves are seen as a great disgrace in our magical society. Chris stated methodically. Wow, you're good. Chris, didn't he expect that? All right, let me quiz you on one more thing to see if you can do it. Imk was still unconvinced. Hey, am I afraid of you? Bring it on. Chris was not willing to back down. Please give a detailed account of the peculiar wizard, Yorick. Imk, are you sure this will be on the exam? Chris thought this topic didn't seem like a test point. How would I know? I'm not that ghost professor. You ask me. Who should I ask? Isn't that right? Anyway, I'm just asking you this, so just say if you know it or not. Imk was now being a bit unreasonable. Chris felt helpless, but didn't want to admit defeat. So he summarized, this peculiar wizard, Yorick, was a medieval sorcerer who became famous for his eccentric behavior. For example, he wore a jellyfish as a hat and slept in a room filled with over 50 pet auguries. He is considered one of the strangest wizards in history, thus often becoming the punchline in wizard jokes. He was born in the British Isles in 982 or later and graduated from Ravenclaw at Hogwarts. At some point, Yorick became famous for wearing a jellyfish as a hat. Aside from other things, this left the deepest impression on people. Yorick also slept in a room with 50 pet auguries. The auguries would make a special, low, quavering sound, and people once thought this sound foretold death. However, in fact, the auguries only cried out before heavy rain. On a rainy winter day, the moaning of the auguries made Yorick feel as if he had died and was now just a ghost. He tried to walk through the walls of his house, which resulted in a 10-day concussion. Chapter 116. New candy when Chris reached this point. Imp let out a pig-like laugh. Ha ha ha. This person is really too funny. Chris, how do you know so much? Why isn't it in my book? Mr. Newt Scamander mentioned it in his book. Haven't you read it? No. I haven't even mastered the spells yet. How can I have time to read these books? Come on. Hurry up and continue, don't dawdle. Imp was eager to hear more. All right, I'll continue. Chris felt helpless. There was a time when the oddball Ulrich tried to prove that the call of the augury was actually beneficial to human health. After listening to the augury's calls for 3 months, he presented his findings to the Wizarding Council. However, the council was unmoved because when Ulrich appeared at the council meeting, he was wearing nothing but a small top wig, which, upon closer inspection, turned out to be a dead badger. The exact time of Ulrich's death is unknown. To commemorate his eccentric behavior, a short biography of him was featured on a chocolate frog card. At one point, Rodolphus Pitamon wrote a biography of Ulrich. Well done, Chris. You said it really well. It seems you really remembered everything. Sigh. Then you don't have to worry about tomorrow's exam. Unlike me, I didn't remember anything. I'm doomed. After listening to Chris's commentary, Imp now believed that Chris had indeed memorized everything, but he felt desolate because he couldn't remember anything. Oh, come on, that's not true. As long as you follow the method I gave you, you'll definitely be fine, just like polishing your wand before the exam. It may not be powerful, but it will shine. Chris comforted him with a smile. The next day, the last exam arrived as scheduled, which was, of course, the history of magic that they had reviewed the night before. The young wizards only needed to hold on for 1 more hour and answer the strange historical questions about the wizarding world, such as which peculiar old wizards invented this self-stirring cauldron. Then they would be free to play for an entire week until the exam results were announced. When Professor Binz's ghost told them to put down their quills and roll up the parchment, Chris couldn't help but cheer with the other students. It had not been easy. A difficult year of hard study was finally over. What a relief. Oh, dear Merlin, it was much easier than I thought. The code of conduct for werewolves from 1637 that I asked you about last night was exactly on the exam. See, isn't this divine assistance? Imp said with a smile, feeling much lighter after finishing the exam. So they leisurely walked down the slope to the lakeside and plopped down under a tree. How nice. No more reviewing. Imp sighed happily, stretching out on the grass. Ha ha ha, don't forget your flying class. You'll have to retake it next year with the first-year Little Wizards. Just wait and see how you'll manage. To be honest, Chris's reminder was really a bit mean. After finally finishing the exam and relaxing, it made him think of his most troublesome issue. Ah, Chris, I'm going to kill you for bringing that up. Imp stood up in a huff and punched Chris hard. On their way back to the castle, they happened to run into George and Fred, both of whom looked quite upset, as if the sky had fallen. Hey, George and Fred, what's wrong? Who lost money? Chris asked curiously. Well, not exactly, but we definitely messed up today's History of Magic exam. George sighed, then turned his gaze to Fred. It's all your fault, Fred. I told you to put the research aside and focus on reviewing a few days before the exam. Now look what's happened. If we do poorly, our vacation will be ruined, and Percy might even embellish things in front of Mom. What if she gets angry? I really don't want to see her angry. Hey, can you blame me? Did you even study yesterday? You told me learning was a waste of time. Fred retorted defiantly, rolling his eyes. Well, I was just trying to help us earn some extra activity fund for Hogwarts. Unlike you. George argued back. TCH, as if I didn't know that. But you said it was time to study those things. Don't we need to pass exams? You dragged me into this research. And now look, we both flunked. Fred said, clearly unhappy. All right, it's fine. I heard from others that Professor Binz is actually pretty decent. As long as you write enough and your answers aren't too far off, you should be able to pass. Chris interjected to calm them down as their argument grew more heated. Exactly. What's the use of arguing now, right? Imp also tried to mediate. So how's your research going? Chris asked, still quite interested in that area. Let me show you this. Fred pulled something out of his pocket and handed it to Chris. Chris took a look and saw it was another poorly wrapped candy, probably similar to the last nosebleed nougat they had made. Is this similar to that last candy? What effect does this have? Chris asked, holding the candy without eating it, knowing that consuming it would definitely not feel good. He didn't need to torture himself. This is a means to vomit, and its effect is different from the last one. You'll know once you try it, George said with a mischievous grin. TCH, I'm not falling for your tricks. Does that mean it makes you vomit? Chris asked. Yes, as long as you eat this candy during class, you'll vomit uncontrollably. Guaranteed to bring up everything you ate the day before. The effect is absolutely amazing. That's right, ditching class, you deserve it. George and Fred introduced the candy with great enthusiasm, as if they were performing a comedy act. Chris thought they were quite talented. If they learned to perform comedy from a teacher, they would definitely be a hit. Okay, so you didn't find anyone else for human trials this time. right? Chris said, pretending to be serious, unsure if the two had changed their bad habit. Chapter 117. Exam results. Although Chris knew how popular and best-selling this candy would become in Hogwarts in the future, and that it was expected to be sold to various wizarding schools, it was important to note that after Fred and George left Hogwarts, many students began using this skipping class candy to pretend to be sick, allowing them to leave the classroom during Dolores Umbridge lessons. Umbridge was furious about this and wanted to investigate the source of these mysterious ailments, but the students insisted that it was Umbridge syndrome, leaving her at a loss. However, using other students for experimentation was simply inhumane. What was the difference between that and the actions of dark wizards? Just think about it. If someone had a minor issue that could be treated, that would be fine, but what if it couldn't be cured? What should be done then? What if someone ended up dead? Therefore, Chris took this matter very seriously. Oh, Chris, don't worry. We know our limits, and besides, you already gave us the toad for testing last time. It was just that we didn't have the money to buy this stuff before, which is why we use people for experiments. Now, thanks to you, we have what we need for experiments, so why should we use people anymore? Fred and George said earnestly. All right, that's good. This matter is no joking matter. If you were to harm someone, could you take responsibility? It would involve your families as well. Chris repeatedly reminded them. Oh, all right, enough already. You're starting to sound worse than our mother. Let's go eat dinner. Fred and George couldn't stand Chris's nagging any longer and hurriedly pulled him toward the Great Hall for dinner. After a week of anxious anticipation among the young wizards, where they claimed to be having fun but were actually worrying about their exam results, the results were finally announced. To be honest, the most pressing concern for the young wizards upon hearing the news was not to check their scores, but rather a sense of relief that their torment was finally over and summer vacation was approaching. Chris's results were quite good. He received O in Transfiguration, Potions, Herbology, Charms, History of Magic, and Defense Against the Dark Arts, which represented the highest achievement. As for his grades in Flying and Astronomy, they were slightly less impressive but still very good, achieving E. It should be noted that Hogwarts has a total of 6 grading standards. Outstanding, O. Exceeds expectations, E. Acceptable, A. Poor, P. Dreadful, D. And Troll, T. In this year, there weren't many top students, so Chris naturally placed first in his year. This was great. The academically excellent Chris became quite popular. Regardless of whether it was a muggle school or a wizarding school, good students always attracted attention. Not to mention, Chris had done so many things that were seen as impressive by his peers. Even some of those who had previously looked down on Chris had to concede. This was a real final exam, and if their scores were lower, they had no justification. If they were envious of him, blindly challenged him, and then ended up saying he was unreasonable, was that fair? Now that they had lower scores than Chris, what could they say? They might as well just shut up. As for Imk, his results were hard to classify as either good or bad. He received O in Transfiguration, Herbology, Charms, and Astronomy, and E in Potions and Defense Against the Dark Arts, but only managed to barely pass in History of Magic with an A. His score in Flying was the lowest, AT, Troll level, meaning he would have to retake the class with the new first years next year. Look, there he was, sitting at the table and complaining. Ugh, I'm really at a loss. What is going on? I won't even mention Potions. Aside from Chris, there are barely any others who got O. But what happened in History of Magic? I really thought I answered well. At least it should have been an E, right? How'd I end up with an A? Was it that close to being AP? Well, I don't know how you answered. Did you not write clearly? Chris wasn't too sure either. How could that be? Let me ask you. What did you write about the demon Emmerich? That's the only part I'm not too sure about. Latch me finky. I remember he was a short-lived, but very powerful wizard. He was once the master of the Elder Wand and ruled with terror in southern England during the early Middle Ages. He was killed during a duel with the beast Egbert, right? Wait, what? That's him? Oh no. Merlin, help me. Everyone else confuses the demon Emmerich with the creature Uric, and I ended up mixing him up with the desperate Elfric. I was so confident I had written it correctly. Clearly, this was where I went wrong. Such an important essay question, and I must have gotten 0 points. No wonder I only got an A. Ugh, I really deserve it. Imp sighed deeply, feeling utterly foolish. Come on, look on the bright side. At least you passed, right? George, who was playing wizard chess with Fred, couldn't listen to Imp's complaints any longer and interjected. Hey, you guys are saying that about me? You two should have scored higher than I did, right? Imp said unhappily. Ah, you got that wrong. Our other scores are either O or E, but only in History of Magic did we get AP. Just barely failing, probably just a tiny bit away from an A. Fred moved his piece on the chessboard. Yeah, tell me who else worse off. When we go home, we won't even know how to explain this to our mom. George captured Fred's night. Well, I can give you a good idea. When you go home, If your mom asks about your scores, just say that you were sick for a while and couldn't study properly, and that you fell behind in many classes during your illness. Scoring what you did is already quite impressive, and I'm sure your families will understand. What do you think? Imp said, looking quite proud of his suggestion. Indeed. I didn't see that coming, Imp. You're quite experienced. Tell me, have you done this before? George slapped his thigh, surprised that he hadn't thought of this approach. Chapter 118. Final dinner, no. No, isn't this just the way I'm thinking for you? You don't need to worry so much. As long as this method works, it's good, right? Imp said with a laugh. However, after the grades came out, the deadline for the holidays was approaching quickly. Chris also wanted to rest well and have some fun, but he couldn't, for the sake of his own life. He had to become stronger, so he showed no intention of relaxing at all. So far, Chris had been doing quite well. But the coming year would be more dangerous than the last, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Therefore, Chris had to spare no effort to improve his strength and knowledge as much as possible in the remaining time to barely protect himself. He did not seek fame among legendary wizards, only to survive at Hogwarts. At the end of term summary dinner, Chris, along with a group of Gryffindor students, donned their wizard robes and arrived at the Great Hall for the feast. The Great Hall had already been decorated with the green and silver representing Slytherin to celebrate their victory in winning the House Cup once again. This was already their 6th time winning the House Cup. A huge banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the podium. Students and teachers arrived in succession, filling the entire hall. The young wizards looked at the sumptuous dishes, excited and noisy. The Slytherin students, who had won the House Cup, were talking loudly, their words filled with joy and confidence from their victory. On the other hand, most Gryffindor students had no joy at all. After all, their rival Slytherins had once again won the House Cup. Look, what does it matter how powerful your ChrisRed is? In the end, the House Cup still goes to us, Slytherin, a Slytherin student who had once been dealt with by Chris said mockingly. Some Gryffindor students turned red with anger, clenched their fists, wanting to say something but not knowing how to respond. As most people had arrived, Principal Albus Dumbledore gestured to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall tapped her goblet with a fork, signaling everyone to quiet down. Gradually, the hall fell silent, and Principal Albus Dumbledore stood up, smiling at everyone. Before you all enjoy these delicious dishes, I must trouble everyone to listen to this old man's cliches, Professor Dumbledore said gently. Day after day, year after year, a school year has come to an end like a fleeting moment. This year has been quite different from previous years, with so many wonderful events taking place. One exciting year it has been, and I'm sure your little minds have become more enriched than before. Ahead of you lies a whole summer vacation, which will give you time to digest all that you have learned and clear some space in your minds. Now, as far as I know, we must first hold the House Cup awarding ceremony. The specific scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff, 355 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor, 408 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, 452 points. Slytherin, 497 points. A thunderous cheer and stomping erupted from the Slytherin table. Chris saw that Drian Pusey was almost jumping with excitement. Another Slytherin win. Angelina muttered dissatisfiedly. Ever since Snape became the head of Slytherin, they have been first every year. Look at how happy they are. There was no way around it. Snape was always finding reasons to deduct points from students of other houses in potions class, while Slytherin students were not particularly bad, often receiving points from him. Even in exams, it was the same. In the entire first-year potions class of Gryffindor, only Chris received an O. Imp. As Chris's partner in potions, successfully brewed quite a few potions and accumulated rich experience. But even his potions, while not perfect, were at least impeccable. Yet he only got an E. Meanwhile, Drian Pusey, who did much worse than Imp, managed to get an O. Therefore, under the fair conditions maintained by the other 3 heads, Slytherin scores have been easily higher than those of other houses in recent years. Currently, Ravenclaw students were probably feeling the most complex and frustrated in the hall. They had always been the eternal second, overshadowed by Slytherin, which was truly unavoidable. Even geniuses were afraid of others cheating. As for the Hufflepuff students, they really didn't care. After all, they hadn't won the House Cup in a long time. In fact, Hufflepuff was the real victim because their number of students was the highest, and the points deducted from them were also the most every year. Most of the students were not particularly keen on showing themselves in class, so they couldn't earn too many points. Thus, not many points were added, and they lost quite a few, leaving them with the last place. As for Gryffindor, Chris alone contributed over 100 points to the house this year. But these little lions of Gryffindor seemed to squander points like they were candy. Whatever you contributed, they could waste just as much. Maintaining a second-to-last position was already quite commendable, It was indeed a rarity. Yes, Slytherin performed very well. Chris heard Dumbledore add, however, the incident that occurred during Easter must also be taken into account. The young wizards momentarily did not react. Easter was a holiday, right? What was wrong with the holiday? Hiss. All right. It was that incident. What does this mean? Just as everyone began to understand, but were still puzzled about Professor Dumbledore's intentions. He cleared his throat and continued. So, there's still some points to be distributed. Let me see. Yes, the first item, Mr. Imk, let's go. Imk, sitting next to Chris, looked a bit dazed, not knowing what was happening, feeling confused, wondering why he was being called. Courage. What a confusing thing it is. Its power seems to be endless, yet it can take many forms. Dumbledore said with a smile. Chapter 119. The House Cup to deal with enemies. We need superhuman courage, and to make another choice for our friends is not retreat. It also requires great courage. Therefore, I must award Mr. Imk Lesko 20 points. In the face of the most terrifying and darkest existence, he was still able to maintain his remaining sanity and bravely relay the message to the professors at the school. The little lions erupted in cheers upon hearing Dumbledore's announcement of points, nearly shaking the enchanted ceiling. They truly did not expect such an outcome. Chris was the same. He was frozen in place, his expression blank, mechanically applauding Imk with his hands. He really didn't see this coming. Dumbledore was indeed clever. To give points to Gryffindor and ensure their victory, he executed this clever strategy perfectly. Next, the second item, Mr. George Weasley and Mr. Fred Weasley. Dumbledore continued. These two young men undoubtedly demonstrated the great spirit of bravery and fearlessness of Gryffindor. When faced with the threat of dark wizards, they did not compromise, showing us what it means to not abandon or give up. Ultimately, this led to the dark wizard using cruel black magic to torture them, but they still bravely upheld what they believed in, with an immortal faith in their hearts, and the fire of courage burned brightly. For this, I must award Gryffindor 40 points. The Gryffindor students were once again ecstatic, jumping up and down at the table. One could hear Percy Weasley excitedly pulling a younger student from another house and shouting loudly. Did you hear? Weasley. 2 Weasleys. This is my brother, you know. We're all Weasleys. Ha ha, this is great. The younger student being dragged along by Percy was unable to escape his enthusiasm, his face nearly twisted in a knot. Chris watched this scene, knowing that this was not over yet. Wait until it was his turn. Sure enough, Dumbledore spoke up again, the third item, Mr. ChrisRed. The hall suddenly became exceptionally quiet. In the face of the threat from dark wizards, our young man stood at the forefront of fighting against such lawless individuals with his small frame. He proved himself to be a just, kind, and brave Gryffindor through his actions. For Mr. ChrisRed's bravery, I will award him 60 points. As Dumbledore's words fell, the noise became deafening. All the Gryffindor students fell into endless celebration. Gryffindor's current score was 528 points, while Slytherin had only 497 points. They truly did not expect to overtake Slytherin on the last day of the semester. On the podium, Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall shook hands, indicating a handover. Their forced smiles as awkward as could be. The cheers from the Gryffindor table rose and fell like waves. Everyone stood up to cheer loudly. Even little Imk was suddenly engulfed by the crowd that rushed to hug him. Chris smiled and took a sip of orange juice, looking at the Slytherins, who seemed like a pack of lost dogs. So, this also meant that Dumbledore had to shout loudly to drown out the thunderous cheers, because even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were celebrating Slytherin's sudden defeat. We need to make some small changes to the decorations here. Professor Dumbledore clapped his hands, and immediately, the green hanging streamers turned bright red, the silver ones turned gold. The giant Slytherin snake faded away, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Now, let the banquet and celebration begin, Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. Countless varieties of food suddenly appeared on the table. The Gryffindor students were all talking loudly, enjoying delicious food, their words and actions filled with the joy and confidence of winning the House Cup. In contrast, their neighbors in Slytherin showed no sign of joy at all. It was no wonder they couldn't be happy. Slytherin had won the House Cup championship for 6 consecutive years, and now they were unexpectedly defeated, especially by their most despised Gryffindor. How could their mood be good? Did you hear? Just now, Principal Dumbledore praised me. He said that I maintained my remaining sanity in the face of the most terrifying and darkest existence, and bravely relayed the message to the professors at the school. This is a compliment from Principal Dumbledore. What an honor. I estimate that out of so many students in the school, there aren't many that Principal Dumbledore could remember, right? But he remembered me and praised me. See how impressive I am. Imk, who was praised by his most admired Principal Dumbledore, was now extremely proud, even a bit carried away. If that's the case. Then aren't we even more impressive? We demonstrated the spirit of bravery and fearlessness. Are you as strong as us? George interjected. Yes, you're right. Imp was speechless. Actually, this matters just like that, to quote a famous legendary figure in the Chinese magical world, Master Ma, the master of Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji Chuanjia magic. He said, earlier, a friend from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff asked me, Chris, what happened? I asked in confusion, what is going on? Then I learned today in the hall that, oh, it turns out that a few days ago, there was a dark wizard, a man in his 40s, a madman weighing over 80 kilograms who became obsessed with learning magic, wanting to improve himself, and ended up messing up his brain, going to kill mermaids for treasure, hoping I would help treat his insanity. As the vanguard of Gryffindor, I naturally couldn't refuse. I said okay. Then I told him that the way he learned magic was all brute force and not useful, and he was unconvinced. At first, I told him, bald old professor, you bring both your hands with wands to try against me with one wand, and he couldn't do it. He said that this was useless. I said mine is useful. Traditional magic emphasizes skill over brute force. Don't you know that? A 200-pound British strongman, with one feint, he would easily be done for. Aha! This dark wizard, hearing this, was unconvinced, using the excuse of slaughtering mermaids to insist that I try my hand against him again. And I said, okay, let us give it a try. Chapter 120. Vacation time. Hey, while I was speaking, I quickly cast a spell, and then came a shadowless strike. One fell unconscious, and another was smashed to bits. Chris transformed attack into defense, using defense as offense. Next, according to the traditional magic rules, one should stop at the right point, and it should be that way. My shadowless strike almost took him down, but I still valued harmony, smiled, and prepared to put away my wand, hoping he could stop in time and repent. After all, according to the traditional magic principle of stopping at the right point, he had already lost. If I sent this wand forward, it could take his life in an instant. But this guy was unreasonable. He suddenly attacked George and Fred to threaten me. Sigh. It was my negligence. I didn't protect them well. To prevent them from being bullied by this guy, I said stop, but he used the unforgivable curse to cruelly torture George and Fred. He truly was inhumane. In the end, Chris, could only slay him with tears. Afterward, I reflected carefully on the incident. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Clearly, he had been in contact with dark magic for at least 3 or 4 years and was absolutely prepared. This bald man, the snot professor, had no martial ethics, coming to deceive and sneak attack. I'm just an 11-year-old kid. Is this okay? It's not okay. Therefore, the current magical world is truly filled with people who want to climb to the top in one go. Dark wizards have gone mad to the point of insanity, using every means to improve themselves. So, as an excellent student representative of Hogwarts, I still want to advise these dark wizards to think twice and not to commit such petty tricks again. Hogwarts is not a place for you miscreants to run wild. Of course, the entire British magical world should value harmony, uphold martial ethics, and not engage in infighting. That is the right way. The day after the year-end banquet, Chris woke up and found his wardrobe empty, and his bookshelf also bare. All his luggage had been packed into their respective suitcases without his knowledge. It should have been done by the house elves, and they would also take care of transporting their luggage to the train. Chris couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful life at Hogwarts was. He didn't have to tidy up, could eat and drink freely, and didn't need to clean up at all. What a joy. Once he got home, it would be a different story. He would have to wash dishes and clean his room. Now that he was home, he couldn't use magic either and had to do many things by himself. Truly a headache. Yes, the summer vacation notice had been distributed to every student, warning them against using magic during the holiday. According to the Reasonable Restraint on Underage Wizards Act, a rule issued by the Ministry of Magic in 1875, it is prohibited for minors to use magic outside of school. This rule is enforced by the Ministry's Office for the Prevention of Magical Abuse. The group restricted by this Restraint Act consists of those under 17 who still bear traces of magic. However, the ministry does allow minors to use magic in certain specific situations, such as for self-defense when life is threatened. Additionally, preschool children or those without wands are not subject to this law, as they generally cannot control their magic. Overall, the ministry typically uses this law to restrict minors from using magic in front of muggles. As indicated in the third section, deliberately using magic in the presence of muggles in muggle residential areas constitutes a criminal act. However, Article 7 of this law also states that magic can be used in front of muggles under special circumstances. including when the life of the wizard or other wizards or muggles present is threatened. In summary, you cannot use magic in places where there are muggles. If there is a magical disturbance where you are, it is considered you are using magic, and you will break the law. This law is essentially set for the little wizards in muggle families. It is somewhat discriminatory. The trace of magic can only detect the magical fluctuations around underage wizards and cannot determine who released the magic. Therefore, the ministry often makes serious misjudgments, such as the hovering spell in the second book, which was actually the work of the house elf Dobby, not Harry Potter's actions, but the ministry had no idea. Why? Because you were the only wizard living nearby? If there was an adult wizard in your home, you could easily shift the blame onto them. Moreover, if you had a wizard at home, they wouldn't track it back to you, clearly just bullying the children of muggle families. This is indeed a frustrating matter. However, after Chris returned home, he could still use some small spells because his sister had not yet started school. You see, preschoolers or children without wands are not subject to this law, right? So if they dare to trace it back to me, I'll just say it was my sister's magic. What can they do to me? What do you call that? A reasonable evasion of your law. Once Hagrid led them onto the boats crossing the lake, they were now on the Hogwarts Express. With vacation time, everyone was in a good mood. Chris and the others chatted and laughed along the way, watching the countryside outside grow greener and tidier. The train passed through Muggle towns as they ate Birdie Bott's every flavor beans, took off their wizard robes, and changed into jackets and short tops. Finally, the train stopped at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. It took them a long time to exit the platform. A gaunt old guard stood at the ticket gate, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time, so that a large crowd wouldn't attract the attention of muggles. Hey, Chris and Imk, if you're free this summer, you can come to our house, George said with a smile. That's right. You both come over. I'll send an owl to invite you. Fred chimed in. Sure, thank you. I think I'll be great. Chris smiled, genuinely wanting to see what a wizarding family was like. Moreover, this was the famous burrow. He was truly eager to take a look. Chapter 121. Can I have 2 wands? As they walked towards the exit to return to the Muggle world, people continued to squeeze past them. Some shouted, "Bye, Red. See you, Chris. You better miss me. Look at that. Being famous is great. People are saying goodbye to you." Imp said, grinning at him. Come on, why don't you do it for me? Chris joked. Then they all passed through the exit together. I think I see them. Mom. They're over there. Mom. They're over there. Look. It seemed to be Ginny and Ron, along with George and Fred's siblings. Don't shout so loudly, Ginny. Girls should be more ladylike, Mrs. Weasley said, smiling down at them. Oh, George, Fred, my dears, how are you feeling? Are you still in pain? She asked worriedly. Oh, Mom, don't worry. We're both doing great. George raised his arms, flexing to show how strong he was. All right, Mom. I want to introduce you to my 2 good friends, ChrisRed and Imk. Let's go, Fred said, pointing to Chris and Imk. When Chris heard Fred introducing him, he quickly smiled and said, Hello, ma'am. Thank you for the Christmas gift. I really liked it. But I'm also sorry I couldn't rescue George and Fred in time, which led to them getting hurt. I'm sorry, Mrs. Weasley. Oh, that's nothing, dear. Mrs. Weasley waved her hand and said with a smile. On the contrary, you should know that I'm actually very grateful you saved George and Fred. I know exactly what they're like as their mother. I may not understand the real situation, but it must have been their encouragement, right? Hearing this, Chris didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, Mrs. Weasley didn't press for details. She continued, so, I'm very grateful that you stepped in at a critical moment. Otherwise, we might never see them again. At this point, Mrs. Weasley had tears in her eyes, clearly showing how much she loved her children. Oh, Mom, don't be sad. We're all fine. George quickly comforted his mother upon seeing her reaction. Yeah, Mom. There's so many people watching, Ron said, feeling nervous and embarrassed as he noticed the crowd staring at them, turning bright red and wanting to leave. Yes, ma'am, it's what I should have done. George and Fred are my good friends too, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to them. Chris quickly added to lighten the mood. Oh dear. Mrs. Weasley, feeling emotional, hugged Chris tightly. Chris didn't know what to say at that moment. Mrs. Weasley was just too warm-hearted. After bidding farewell to the Weasley family, Chris and Imk walked outside to the station. Chris's father, Inat, was also there, but since parking was difficult at the station, he waited on the street outside. Imk, aren't you going home? Yeah, I have to wait for a train that goes straight to my grandpa's house. There's no way around it. My dad hasn't forgiven me yet. You know how stubborn he is, thinking I should follow his plans and go to a proper high school instead of some ragtag school for tricks. Imk said sadly. The conflict with his father had been unresolved for a year, and he was still living at his grandpa's house, unsure of what to do. He felt like his father might have already forgotten about him. Just maybe, my dad has started a new character to level up. It's okay. Don't be sad. We'll be able to see each other again after a while. Remember to study hard when you get back. Don't slack off. Chris consoled him. Sigh. I really don't understand why the school prohibits us from learning magic. It's ridiculous. We can't practice, just read books, and I feel like it has no effect. Imp said, scratching his head in frustration. By the way, do you think if I find a way to get another adult wizard wand, I could use magic? Then I could show it off in front of my dad, and they shouldn't oppose it, right? Imp suddenly exclaimed with an idea. How could that work? Imp, I advise you to give up that thought early. It's definitely not going to work. If you do that and get expelled, I won't be able to help you. Chris hurriedly tried to dissuade Imp from this foolish notion. Huh? Why not? Imp didn't understand. Wands have nothing to do with traces. Imka, if any fool told you that using someone else's wand to cast spells would bypass detection, they are wrong. Changing wands doesn't mean there's no trace. It's just to avoid leaving evidence when you do something you don't want anyone to know about. Plus, you have to make sure that wand isn't found by the Ministry of Magic, or you're in trouble anyway. Chris said sternly. You know about the wizarding school in Africa called Hogwarts, right? I think I've heard of it. Imp replied uncertainly. It's a magic school located in the Moon Mountain of Uganda, Africa. It's the largest of all wizarding schools because it enrolls students from all over Africa. However, wands are a European invention. Although we started using one a long time ago, you also know how things are in some parts of Africa. So, it wasn't until the last century that African witches and wizards began to see wands as useful tools. Consequently, at Hogwarts, they have gotten used to not using wands, and many spells are cast using finger gestures or hand movements. Then, when some disobedient students at Hogwarts used magic outside school and were accused of violations, they had a strong excuse. I was just waving my hand. I never meant to dislocate his jaw. You think you can compare to them? Just like here, many wizards never master wandless magic in their entire lives, let alone underage wizards. Moreover, even if you can perform wandless magic, you can't use that excuse too often, especially not in your own living area. Otherwise, does the Ministry of Magic think they're fools? They'll still investigate you. Chris thoroughly explained this to Imp. He really didn't want this guy to act on impulse and use magic. If it got too serious, who knows, he might not see him again next year. Please remember the original domain of this book. Chapter 122, The Real Magical World Sigh. It seems that won't work. Imp shook his head and sighed, looking quite frustrated. Actually, there's still a way, which is to stay in places full of wizards. How do you say that? Imp's eyes brightened. Just like Diagon Alley, Hogmeade, or at least in the home of some wizard. Remember, you can't just find any random place. If a minor wizard is in a place surrounded by adult wizards, the Ministry of Magic won't be able to tell who is casting spells. In those situations, they can only rely on self-discipline. I believe nobody would be bored enough to go to the Ministry of Magic to accuse you of violations. So, as long as you're not accused, there won't be any trouble. This is a legal loophole. This is the welfare of wizard families that we can't envy, Chris said, shrugging. Okay, fine. What you said is no different from saying nothing. I still can't use magic. Imp thought he had no need to go to those places just to use magic. That would be quite idle. In short, just don't use magic recklessly. Of course, if you encounter a life-and-death crisis, that's another matter. After all, the Ministry of Magic is extremely strict about this. If you're caught casting spells outside of school, the first time is a warning, the second time is expulsion, and the third time is breaking your wand. Imp, I'm not joking. Chris reminded him again, genuinely afraid that this guy wouldn't take it seriously or would forget one day, casually casting a spell and ending up in trouble. Children from Muggle families like them have no support or background and are not famous like Harry Potter. If someone really wants to target you, the outcome will definitely be tragic. There's no way around it. A child from a Muggle family has a hard time surviving in the wizarding world. Chris had read a report recently that investigated the situation of wizards from Muggle families after graduating from Hogwarts. 1/3 of the graduating wizards couldn't find suitable jobs in the wizarding world and had to return to the Muggle world to live and work. The jobs waiting for them are low-paying and not very decent, unless their Muggle families are very powerful or wealthy in the Muggle world. Naturally, such cases are very rare. Another third of wizards, due to excellent academic performance during school and outstanding exam results, have hope of getting a decent job in the Ministry of Magic or similar organizations. As for the remaining third, these graduated wizards either end up as low-paid magical laborers in places like chocolate frog factories, barely making ends meet, or working as waiters in some shops, always at risk of being fired. Otherwise, they can only sell themselves to some wizarding groups like those wizard families, becoming their subordinates and cannon fodder, serving them. In summary, the number of successful wizards from Muggle families is truly scarce. The wizarding world is an exclusive one. Children who grow up in wizard families also struggle to find good jobs after graduation. So why should it be any different for you, a muggle? It's like applying for the same job. If both of you have the same work ability, and you might even be slightly more capable, but the other person graduated from a prestigious university while you graduated from an ordinary one, then the one who gets hired will be that person, not you. It's cruel, but that's the reality. The wizarding world is cold and indifferent. Only when you leave Hogwarts do you realize how well they were protected by Dumbledore during their student years, with almost no bad influences penetrating from the outside. When Umbridge later appeared, stirring up trouble at Hogwarts, contrasting sharply with the previously warm and friendly environment, you would understand how hard-won everything used to be. So, Chris still feels that he must first study magic well, accumulate his own strength, so that he has the ability to protect himself. Then, after graduation, it would be best to stay away from these troubles, achieve financial freedom, and live the life he wants. Wouldn't that be delightful? Oh, Chris, darling, why did you take so long to come out? Chris's mother, Lisa, had already been waiting outside for quite a while. Mom, long time no see. ISNT Dad coming? Chris smiled and hugged his mother. It's just that there are too many cars here, hard to park. Your dad parked the car on the other side of the road, and if the police come, he can quickly drive away to avoid a ticket. Lisa explained, patting her now much taller son. All right, this city of London is either congested or has bad parking. It's really tough. Chris sighed. Yeah, unlike you wizards, you can go wherever you want without worrying about parking. Lisa laughed. When they reached the car, Chris's father, hurriedly got out, lifted Chris's luggage into the trunk, and said anxiously, hurry up and get in. What if the police come? Once the car headed home, started chatting with his son, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. So how is it, son? You can stay home for quite a while during the summer vacation, right? Yeah, about 2 months. School doesn't start until September 1st, Chris replied with a smile. Ha. That's great. Our family can go out and have some fun. Your sister has been nagging to go to Paris to see the Eiffel Tower, said while driving. That is fine, but why didn't she come today? Is school still in session, or does she not want to come pick me up? Chris was a bit curious. He hadn't seen his noisy sister for a long time and honestly missed that little troublemaker. Why would she want to pick you up? She has been looking forward to it for a long time, but it seems their school has some activity this year. So she'll be late for a couple of days, Lisa said, looking back at her son from the passenger seat. I see, well, that is fine. She'll be coming to Hogwarts next year. She should focus and not think about playing all day. If this guy comes to Hogwarts, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause? Let us just hope it doesn't get out of hand. Being a person, it's better to be low-key. Having a sister like her is indeed a headache. Ha. Your sister is just brave at home. Once she goes out, she is no different from a little quail. Don't worry about it. Didn't take it seriously. Chris pouted, but didn't say anything else. He just let his dad say what he wanted. Chapter 123. The story of going home upon returning home. The first thing Chris did was to play with the cat. Sure enough, Nana had gained some weight, and her face had gotten bigger as well. Hey, little kitty, your eyes have gotten rounder. Chris was simply overjoyed with his cat, petting her vigorously, which scared the little kitty into stillness. Since it had been a long time since they last met, it seemed like the cat didn't quite recognize Chris and was very reluctant to be petted. Fortunately, Chris had bought Nana the best-selling gold medal catnip from the wizarding world. This catnip is a different breed from the kind muggles have, and it has a strong attraction for cats. Moreover, this catnip not only has no side effects but also helps enhance cats' immunity, makes their fur smoother, and can strengthen the bond with their owners. You should know that this stuff costs 7 silver sickles for a can. If Chris didn't really like Nana, he wouldn't have bought it. That would be a waste of money, right? In fact, you wouldn't believe it, but running a pet business in the wizarding world is quite profitable. Every year during the Hogwarts enrollment period, most families of young witches and wizards who aren't financially strained will buy a pet for their children to bring along. After all, everyone else has one, and the parents and children have a serious sense of competition. If your child has one, mine can't be left out. Therefore, everyone, according to their financial capabilities, will buy a pet for their child, more or less. As a result, during the enrollment season, the pet shops in Diagon Alley make a huge profit, and some merchants even take the opportunity to raise prices, charging 3 to 5 galleons for a small toad. This is still considered reasonable. Those without a conscience might even pass off inferior goods as better ones, and before the little pet even reaches Hogwarts, it might have already passed away. Additionally, if you want to raise a pet, you have to occasionally buy it good food, drinks, and useful items like Chris does, right? You absolutely cannot just throw it aside. Otherwise, when it gets sick, the cost of seeing the vet and buying potions would be enough to buy another one. In short, Chris thinks that if he can manage a pet shop well with some connections, it would definitely be profitable and could provide job opportunities in the wizarding world. It truly is a business that guarantees profit. Hey, big brother, you've grown taller. Diana, who had just returned home, couldn't wait to barge into Chris's room without knocking, and immediately started comparing heights with Chris, who was busy tidying up. No way. I'm only a year younger than you. How can you be so much taller? I want to accept it, Diana said, looking up at her brother, who was almost half a head taller than her, feeling unjust. Ha ha ha. Come on, little radish, I believe you will grow taller. By then, my sister will definitely be tall, slender, and beautiful, and all the boys who like you will be circling around Hogwarts, Chris said happily, looking at his unchanged, still playful and cute sister. She was a bit mischievous, but she was cute, and that was enough. Hee, of course. I don't even know what the boys at Hogwarts are like. But I still like our school S. Roberts. He is super handsome and always brings me strawberry cheesecake, made by his grandma. Dinah seemed to recall something, her eyes squinting into crescent moons as she smiled. Oh my goodness, you're so young, and already have boys fawning over you? Sigh, the world is going downhill. And people's hearts are not what they used to be. You kids nowadays are so mature at such a young age. TSK. Chris shook his head, pretending to be an elder. TCH, as if you're that much older than me. Who knows? Maybe someone has gone wild after leaving home without anyone to care for him, and might end up finding a sister-in-law at Hogwarts. By the time he graduates, he might even walk out of school with a family of 3, Diana said, indirectly criticizing Chris. Are you looking for a fight? Diana, you're getting more and more disobedient. Chris pretended to be angry. Diana made a funny face and giggled as she left. From a distance, Chris could still hear her teasing the cat downstairs. Oh, Nana, I'm back. What delicious food are you eating? Meow. Half a month later, the family of 4 had completed their passports for going abroad and boarded a plane heading to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, France. To be honest, there are many flights from the UK to France, and they are very convenient. Chris felt that this didn't feel like going abroad. It was just like traveling between provinces with no sense of leaving the country at all, except for the awkward English spoken by the French during customs checks, which felt like having phlegm stuck in his throat. Chris couldn't speak French. There was no way. That language was not easy to learn, and he didn't really enjoy studying languages. He didn't have much talent in that area either. However, his father, Inat, spoke fluent French, and communication was completely barrier-free. Chris thought that it wasn't really necessary to know French. If you could speak English, that would be enough. Although the French people English isn't great, they can still understand you if you speak it reasonably well. All right, Diana, be careful and don't get lost. Do you see that black guy over there? He might abduct you. Lisa pointed at a suspicious-looking black man loitering at the airport entrance, trying to scare Diana. At first, Diana was a bit scared when she heard her mother Lisa's words, but then she thought that she wasn't just any ordinary child, so she defiantly said, I'm not afraid. Watch out. I'll use magic on him. I'm a magical girl. Chris was taken aback. Wow, this girl has gotten brave now. Daring to talk back to her mother. He gave her a playful knock on the head. All right, no more nonsense. Seeing that her brother had spoken, Diana pouted but didn't say anything further. After waiting at the entrance for a while, their father, Inat, finally drove up in a rented Renault car. All right, everyone, get in the car, Inat said as he got out to take everyone's luggage and stuff it into the trunk. What kind of car is this? It's not as good as ours. It's so narrow I can't stretch my legs. Diana started her complaints again after getting in the car. See, you don't understand. Renault is the second largest car company in France, mainly producing Renault cars, government vehicles, and sports cars. Renault cars are among the most exported to Germany, and their quality and reliability are considered top-notch. Today, Renault is the largest state-owned enterprise in France. The cars they produce have pretty good performance, Diana. You can't just keep talking nonsense. If a French person hears you, you better watch out. Inat explained with a hint of warning. Please remember the first publication domain of this book. Chapter 124, Robbery. Okay, I know. Diana pouted. Soon, they arrived at a rather ordinary hotel, Hotelibus Disperspercy, which was very close to the Eiffel Tower and didn't seem to have anything special about it. The family booked 2 adjacent rooms, one for Chris and Inat, and the other for Diana and Lisa. Just as they entered the room, the girls started complaining again. I want to stay in a big hotel. Chris replied, you should be grateful for what you have. Do you know how expensive things are in France? We're trying to save money while traveling. This hotel is already a 3-star standard, and you're still not satisfied? If that's the case, I might as well send you back. Chris was quite unhappy with his sister's spoiled attitude, always finding fault and being dissatisfied. How do things go on like this? Diana was someone who feared the strong and bullied the weak. If you spoke to her nicely, she wouldn't listen, but as soon as you got a bit tough, she wouldn't dare to throw a tantrum. At noon, A few of them casually found a restaurant on the Champs. Lissy yes to have lunch. Chris ordered a double cheese beef burger with fries and sausage. He didn't know if it was because he was hungry or because the moon was rounder abroad. But Chris found it delicious. Taking a big bite, the cheesy flavor mixed with the beef was absolutely amazing. And the fries were so crispy and flavorful that he could just sprinkle a bit of salt on them and eat them without any dip. It was simply delightful. In the afternoon, they strolled towards the Eiffel Tower. At that time, there weren't too many people around, and most of the tourists had yellow skin and black hair, likely from the Ming Empire. Chris didn't expect that the world and history were different from his previous life. The Ming dynasty had not fallen in 1644, but had continued to thrive to this day. They were still a world power, having weathered the blood and fire of the colonial age, standing tall in the east as a massive empire. The current emperor, Zhu Xianshun, was just 20 years old. But there were no problems since they had long been a constitutional monarchy, and the emperor was merely a symbol. Although Chris had no ties to the people of this country in this life, he still felt genuinely happy and proud for their strength and resilience. Before reaching the Eiffel Tower, they passed by the Arc de Triomphe. Chris felt a bit disappointed. It seemed nothing special, just a gate surrounded by traffic, with tourists taking pictures nearby. If it weren't for Lisa dragging him to take photos, he wouldn't have wanted to. In the distance, a few ragged-looking gypsy girls, around 11 or 12 years old, surrounded a Korean tourist. One of them was holding a tattered sign, not sure what it said, but it was clearly a request for donations. Meanwhile, a couple of others were openly rummaging through the tourist's backpack, clearly robbing him under the guise of soliciting donations. The Korean man struggled to get away, but one girl blocked him while another held him and two others grabbed his arms, leaving him unable to move. The Korean man, probably kind-hearted, didn't dare to act rashly, not understanding the situation and fearing that he might hurt the little girls or cause trouble. He could only allow them to do as they pleased. Around them, the tourists were silent, merely watching or pretending not to see. Chris felt it was necessary to intervene, but he couldn't use magic in France, and it was inconvenient to act. He was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to help. Just as he hesitated, his father and Not pulled him aside, warning him not to get involved, saying, "These people are dangerous. If you meddle, you might get into trouble. They might just latch onto you. We're here to travel, not to be heroes." Chris thought his father was right. As an ordinary person, he might not even be able to protect himself, let alone help the weak and be a hero. Isn't that what heroes are for? To avoid being foolish? Fortunately, Chris didn't intervene, and a few Ming nationals stepped in, pulling the girls away from the Korean man and rescuing him. The girls, unwilling to back down, glared at the Ming nationals but didn't continue their actions. Perhaps they were off to find another target. A strong country makes a difference. Everyone knew that Korea had been a subordinate country of the Ming for hundreds of years. Even the country's name was given by the founding emperor. Naturally, Koreans in a foreign land would seek help from their big brother when in trouble. However, it must be said that Ming nationals traveling abroad were not to be trifled with. These gypsies probably had suffered losses at the hands of Ming nationals before, so they dared not act recklessly when they saw them intervening. Although Chris didn't stop the incident, he felt relieved since everything seemed to be all right afterward. Currently, Paris gave Chris a chaotic feeling, with street vendors selling counterfeit goods and cheating tourists. Some delinquents loitered under the bridges, while others were involved in various illegal organizations, displaying banners on the streets, clearly indicating a lack of stability in this old capitalist nation. By the time the family arrived at the Eiffel Tower, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The sun was scorching, and Lisa's neck had turned red. Under the Eiffel Tower, there was a large lawn where many people spread out mats, chatting and having picnics, which felt somewhat pleasant. To go up the Eiffel Tower, you needed to buy tickets. But Chris was indifferent and too lazy to go up. He stood not far away, watching 2 young Frenchmen racing their luxury cars, a yellow Lamborghini and a fiery red Ferrari. Money is great, Chris couldn't help but exclaim, thinking that once he graduated from Hogwarts with stocks in hand, he could live a lavish capitalist life. By then, he could buy 10 of them and change cars every day to make others envious. After Diana and the others came down from the Eiffel Tower, Chris and his family headed back to the hotel. However, because Diana forgot to bring her slippers and the hotel didn't have any, he needed to buy her a pair. Otherwise, this little girl would start causing trouble again, which was quite a headache. Chapter 125, Diary of a Trip to Paris. Sorry, what did you say? The convenience store owner did not understand what Chris meant. Well, slippers, they're slippers. Chris pointed to his own feet and said, I don't quite understand. Are you talking about socks? The convenience store owner touched his own socks and asked, No, I mean shoes, they're slippers. Chris explained again. What shoes? Ah, I'm sorry. Could you talk to this British kid? The convenience store owner said to a customer in French, apparently someone he knew. The handsome young man smiled and asked Chris, "Hello, what do you want to buy?" "Hello, I want to buy slippers." The young man frowned, confused, and shook his head at the convenience store owner. Chris then realized that they didn't understand the English word slippers at all, and he wondered what it meant to them. "Can you tell me where the nearest supermarket is?" Chris had to change his approach. The supermarket? It's already closed, and this is the only store nearby." The owner quickly replied, and then he started speaking rapidly in a mix of English and French. The owner understood, but now it was Chris's turn not to understand. This guy's English was really poor. However, he roughly understood the owner's meaning. There was nothing around here. Chris had to retract his earlier statement that speaking English in France was not a problem. Sigh, Chris was helpless about it. What could he do? He couldn't just magically produce a pair of slippers. It was really frustrating. With no other choice, Chris had to continue searching, but unfortunately, he still couldn't find anything. In the end, he had to go a bit further. As he passed through a nearby park, he saw a few smokers gathered around a metal barrel, and one of them smiled at him. This really frightened Chris. He thought these guys might be up to no good. "I have killed before. What am I afraid of?" Chris suppressed his fear and comforted himself not to be scared. To be honest, being in a foreign country, even at 8 in the evening, felt no different from midday due to the long days and short nights, and he still felt a bit scared. Those who were not afraid were probably very brave. But not Chris. Fortunately, Chris soon spotted a grocery store that only sold flip-flops. He spent €30 to buy a pair of pink women's slippers, feeling as if he had been ripped off by the owner who spoke decent English. But it was better than nothing. If Diana was not happy, she could come by her own. He was exhausted and felt a bit bitter. Thankfully, when Chris returned, Diana did not express any doubt about his choice. On the contrary, she loved the pink slippers with cherry blossom designs on them. The next day, a few people took a yacht along the Seine River for sightseeing. The scenery on the river was quite nice. Chris took photos of Notre Dame Cathedral and the Bastille with his camera. However, unfortunately, a white-haired old lady blocked his view, posing in a very annoying way. Chris thought it would be nice to introduce this lady to Dumbledore as a girlfriend. In fact, he had to admit that these French people really knew how to enjoy life. It was obvious that many people along the river were lounging on deck chairs or just laying on mats, soaking up the sun without any cover. Young people were enthusiastically sharing a few bottles of beer, while families with little kids who couldn't even walk were also out enjoying the sun. On the evening of the second day, Chris's family had dinner at a cruise restaurant by the Seine. Chris thought the food was okay, but after a long day of walking, he was simply too tired to eat. However, Diana was very picky about the restaurant's food, especially the big pork knuckle, which was greasy, and she didn't eat a single bite. She just kept whining for her brother to buy her strawberry ice cream. Chris was reluctant. Things along the Seine were so expensive. A freshly made ice cream scoop cost €10. If he agreed to Diana, she would definitely take advantage of it and ask for 5 scoops before she would leave. At that point, he would have to buy it. If he didn't, she would definitely cry. By the third day, the family set off to visit the Louvre to admire the masterpieces of Muggle artists. Chris finally got to see the real Mona Lisa. To be honest, the size of this painting was surprisingly small. It was not easy to see this painting. First, you had to queue to enter the exhibition hall, and once inside, you could see a large hall displaying just this one painting. The painting was surrounded by hundreds of people, and there was a barrier in front of it, so you could only look at it from distance. Want to take a closer look? Forget it. The security guard would probably come and grab you for looking too closely, thinking you wanted to steal it. Chris had once thought about how nice it would be if a wizard came to steal this painting and then sell it for a high price in the Muggle world, allowing him to live a comfortable life. However, he quickly dismissed that ridiculous and impractical idea. In this exhibition hall, Chris could confirm that there were at least 5 aurors from the French Ministry of Magic visibly present, and there were definitely others patrolling in other exhibition halls. Additionally, Chris felt some faint magical fluctuations around the painting, likely indicating that this area prohibited apparition and had protective magic in place. Want to steal? You'd have to be Voldemort or Grindelwald or someone of that caliber. As for other famous works, Chris followed along to see them, but he wasn't very enthusiastic, so he just glanced at them and took a few photos before finishing. In the following days, the Reed family visited other attractions like the Palace of Versailles and the Galeries Lafayette, which were actually quite nice. However, the department store was a bit of a trap. The entire 3 large buildings connected by aerial bridges resembled a vegetable market. Various Muggle luxury brands were packed with people, and except for some very high-end stores that limited entry, the other brands felt nothing like the high-end atmosphere Chris had seen before. It was more like a clothing wholesale market. Chapter 126, Brewing Potions. Additionally, there are many people from Ming country here, carrying large and small bags, having bought quite a lot of things, not sure if for themselves or to take back for their relatives. The luxury store employees are the same, all speaking Chinese fluently, afraid of not being able to keep the Ming country people. Just a moment ago, Chris saw a big uncle from Shaanxi, Ming country, speaking in Shaanxi dialect. He had bought so many things that he couldn't carry them. So he immediately turned around and went into a Prada store to buy a big backpack to stuff his things in. This scene made Chris exclaim, "Being rich is so good." A week later, after a pleasant trip to France, the Reed family finally returned home, and Chris's real vacation had begun. As for his vacation plans, Chris intended to read some books and brew some potions. Brewing potions doesn't require waving a wand or chanting spells. As for practicing some spells, he would have to give that up for now. There really was no way to proceed. Even if he could use his sister Diana as an excuse, it would be easy for the Ministry of Magic to catch on. Chris felt it was better to play it safe and wait until he thought of a better plan. Moreover, Chris believed he still had a lot to learn, not just in the area of spells. Therefore, even if he didn't conduct potion experiments these days, what difference would it make? He would still be busy and could still improve his overall strength. Chris had already thought of it. He could take this time to brew a batch of polyjuice potion. This is a potion that allows the drinker to take on the appearance of another person. Brewing such a complex and challenging potion is also a challenge for adult wizards. This potion is very advanced, and the entire brewing process takes a month. With such a long time, it's really not easy at Hogwarts. Just like Hermione Granger in her second year, when Harry Potter and Ron Weasley suspected Draco Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin. To investigate, Hermione suggested using the polyjuice potion to transform into Slytherin students to directly ask Malfoy. To realize this idea, Hermione first obtained the potion's recipe and stole 2 rare potion ingredients from Snape's storeroom before starting the long brewing process. Now, Chris didn't have to go through what she did. Through the sales of the essence of white ginseng, he had reached a certain level of cooperation with the apothecary owner. Now Chris was also very different from before. He could handle this bit of potion-making materials. However, the brewing method for the polyjuice potion is very complex. The required ingredients include lacewing flies, leeches, fluxweed, powdered bicorn horn, and fragments of African snakeskin. In addition, a lot of preparation work is needed before brewing the polyjuice potion. For example, lacewing flies need to be brewed for 21 days, and fluxweed can only be harvested on a full moon. Therefore, the entire process requires at least a month to complete, and only at home can Chris avoid being disturbed. As for brewing in a room of requirement or something, it's also possible, but it's hard to guarantee that you can keep an eye on the brewing every day. If progress is delayed due to unexpected matters, then the result would be wasted effort. So, Hermione's ability to brew polyjuice potion in the girls' bathroom for a month without failure is indeed a combination of skill and luck. Chris believes that brewing some polyjuice potion for backup or to sell is a good choice. For instance, when you encounter danger, you can use it to transform into another person and swagger away in front of others. In most cases, people using the polyjuice potion to change form won't raise suspicion, indicating that it remains a relatively rare potion. Of course, Severus Snape, upon discovering that someone had stolen ingredients for brewing from his storeroom, directly suspected Harry Potter. More likely, he was just used to doing that rather than having any solid evidence. Therefore, the safety of using the polyjuice potion is beyond doubt. The only thing that disgusts Chris is that the polyjuice potion requires a part of the person being imitated to be added before drinking. This substance is usually hair, but sometimes toenails, dandruff, or worse. Obviously, obtaining these items requires ensuring that the person being imitated is still alive. Just like Barty Crouch Jr. had to keep Alastair Moody alive to continue brewing the polyjuice potion. Before adding this last ingredient, the polyjuice potion looks like a thick sludge slowly bubbling. But after adding a bit of something from the person being imitated, the potion's color will change, and this color varies from person to person. If the person being imitated is good-hearted, then the polyjuice potion will appear more appealing, and conversely, it will be repulsive. For example, Harry Potter's polyjuice potion is a clear golden color, while Gregory Goyle's polyjuice potion is a muddy yellow, resembling dry boogers. Therefore, the taste of the polyjuice potion may vary from person to person. Chris just hopes that when he uses it in the future, he definitely won't feel that kind of disgusting sensation. Otherwise, it would really be. In addition, the effect of a single dose of polyjuice potion lasts between 10 minutes to 12 hours, depending on the quality of the potion brewed. Drinking the potion continuously before the transformation effect wears off can extend the duration of the transformation until the effects of the new potion also wear off. For instance, Hermione's potion in her second year lasted an hour, which is quite good. After all, considering the harsh brewing conditions and the fact that she was just a second-year witch. It was her first time brewing the polyjuice potion. Under such circumstances, achieving an hour of effect is indeed quite impressive. As for other effects of the polyjuice potion, if a person dies before the effects wear off, like Mrs. Crouch, that person will remain in the transformed state and not revert to their original form. Of course, people can also use the polyjuice potion to transform into the opposite sex. It can also mimic the age of the person being imitated, as well as any injuries that person has sustained. When Barty Crouch Jr. impersonated Alastor Moody, he needed to use his magical eye and wooden leg. The innate conditions of the person will also be replicated, as Hermione, after transforming into Harry, could only see clearly by wearing glasses. Chapter 127. The meeting. As for the cases of failure, it was still like Hermione. She had prepared the potion well, but mistakenly used a cat's hair instead of a unicorn's mane. As a result, Hermione transformed into a cat-like figure while still retaining her human form. Since the potion couldn't be used for animal transformations, she couldn't automatically revert back after an hour. She stayed in the school hospital from Christmas until early February before fully recovering, and it must be said that it was truly a tragic sight. A good girl turned into a cat girl. Well, so, to sum it up, potion brewing must be done with the utmost caution. Just like some dangerous experiments in the Muggle world. A slight mistake could lead to consequences far beyond life-threatening issues. By the time the potion was nearly finished, Chris was also able to visit the Weasley home, stepping into a wizarding family and further experiencing life in a magical world. To be honest, this was what Chris looked forward to the most during the holiday. As for other things during the holiday, it was undoubtedly helping his sister Diana with her studies, which was indeed quite a headache. Diana was really quite poor in her studies. Well, how should I put it? I can't say she's bad. She's just too careless. She lacks focus in everything, be it transfiguration, potions, and so on. Chris had previously taught her some spells used by first-year witches, and she almost set the house on fire, causing smoke to fill the room. As a result, their neighbor, who was a bit of a busybody, actually called the fire department for them, which was truly helpless. Of course, this incident happened after Chris had taken Diana to Diagon Alley, having received a letter from Hogwarts to buy some essential items and also some random trinkets. There was no way around it. The money was for Diana's living expenses and pocket money from Lisa, which the little girl could manage herself. No matter how great Chris was, he couldn't just take away the little girl's money, right? Why would you want to take from her? Are you up to no good? Should I serve you some rat tail soup? Thus, helplessly, Chris could only let her buy what she wanted. Luckily, this girl wasn't fond of studying and went to the bookstore, only to find that the books were quite expensive. She hesitated to spend that money on new books and reluctantly agreed to use the old books that Chris had used last year. Chris thought helplessly, if you don't want to use them, then don't. You have no idea how many people at Hogwarts wanted to use my old books. You still want to get a bargain. Who knows, when you get to school, your books might get swapped or even stolen by those guys. Naturally, Chris also bought the second-year textbooks. Fortunately, Lockhart hadn't arrived yet, so there was no need to buy his overpriced nonsense. They only needed to buy some standard textbooks like these, which wouldn't cost much. As for Diana's wand, it was made of dogwood and unicorn hair, measuring 8.5 inches long. According to what Chris heard from Ollivander while accompanying Diana in the wand shop, finding a master for a dogwood wand was indeed an interesting affair. Dogwood wands are peculiar and mischievous. They have a playful nature and insist on seeking out those who can bring them excitement and fun. Well, that fits Diana perfectly. Of course, due to using magic, Chris received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. However, Chris was not afraid. Rules and laws are not meant to be violated. Rather, they are our best protection and can be utilized. Therefore, Chris pushed all the blame onto his sister and had a prior agreement with Diana, using 3 strawberry ice creams as a price to settle everything. In the end, the matter was left unresolved, just like Ron said to his father. These were trivial matters not worth excessive attention, unless someone deliberately brought them up to nitpick. Thus, it seemed like they received tacit approval, and the Ministry of Magic seemed to have forgotten about it, no longer pursuing the issue. Naturally, Chris was well prepared for this as well. He taught his sister that sometimes she could simply not use his wand, demonstrating some simple wandless spells and using her wand for the more difficult ones. This way, it avoided any meticulous scrutiny from those in the ministry who might want to investigate with a backtracking spell, preventing him from facing punishment. There was no way around it. Being cautious is always the safer route. Otherwise, if those who love meddling got involved, you wouldn't have anywhere to cry. After all, this is a real world, not a child's play with sticks where you poke each other. If something goes wrong, it could be life-threatening. The holiday time really passed quickly, making potions, studying, reading, teaching his sister magic, and dining with family at nice restaurants, enjoying wonderful days. It felt really good. Sometimes in the evenings, the family would gather on the couch, eating snacks and chatting, petting the cat, and watching movies and British dramas. Before long, it was the end of August one morning, which was the day Chris had arranged to visit the burrow with Imk, George, and Fred. Chris was unsure how to get there. George had just asked for their home address and said to wait in the morning. So he just waited to see what tricks they were up to. Early in the morning, after preparing the potions and packing the rest of his belongings, Chris was already in the living room eagerly waiting. Beep, beep. Not long after, Chris heard the sound of a car outside the window. Chris, is that your friend? I think I see them coming, Diana said, peering out the window. Really? Chris put down his cup of tea and sat up to look outside. The first person he saw was that chubby Imk. Wow, he's gotten fatter again. Hey, Imk, your grandparents must feed you well, Chris exclaimed excitedly, rushing to open the door and giving Imk a pat. Well, it's nothing. It's just that the countryside has a good environment and there's more food to eat. Maybe I just unknowingly gained a little weight. Imk replied happily, chatting nonstop with Chris. How did you guys get here? Chris asked curiously. Well, did you see that? Imk pointed to a car parked by the street. Chris looked where Imk was pointing, and it was a blue Ford Anglia. George and Fred were parking there. Chapter 128. I'm an experienced driver. Driving? What do you mean? Chris asked in confusion. He didn't think these guys could drive a muggle car. Hee, this is not just any car, George said with a smile as he walked over. Exactly. Fred followed closely behind. Goodness, it can't be. Chris suddenly thought of something with surprise. That's right, a magical car, George said straightforwardly. I heard that George and Fred's dad went to work today, so they drove it here to pick us up. Let me tell you, this car is fast and can even turn invisible. You know, it took less than an hour from my grandpa's house to yours, Imp said proudly, as if it were his own car. Really? Can you guys handle it? You know, in our muggle world, kids your age can't drive yet. You still have to wait a few more years. Luckily, my parents are busy with business and aren't home today, or they would definitely stop us from going, Chris said, worried about their driving skills. After all, they still had a year before they could drive. Don't worry. We've got this. We're experienced drivers. George patted his chest and said confidently. All right, I'll trust you this once. I'm going to go get my luggage, Chris said with a smile. Let's go together. Imp clapped Chris on the shoulder. Let me introduce you to my sister, Diana Reed. You could just call her Diana. She's starting Hogwarts this year, too. Chris pointed to Diana, who was leaning against the door watching them. Oh, what a coincidence. My brother is starting first grade this year, too. I can introduce you when the time comes. Diana. George greeted her with a smile. Hey, George, don't go scaring the poor girl. Our silly brother Ron is really something. Fred joked, teasing George. Hello, what's up with your brother? Is he a new student, too? Diana asked curiously. Yeah, he is supposed to be in the same class as you. If you both end up in the same house, that would be great. But I'm worried he might not get into Gryffindor. Exactly. This kid, doesn't he look much like a Weasley? George said with a grin. But Diana, I'm sure you'll be fine, just like your brother. Hey, don't say that. My sister thinks I'm the worst. She would T1 like me. Chris laughed. I'm definitely better than Chris. 100 times better. Hee. Diana made a silly face. Ha. Everyone laughed. All right, Diana. I'm heading to your house to stay for a few days. When school starts, we'll meet at King S. Cross Station. Make sure to bring all your luggage. Don't forget. Chris reminded her again. Okay, I know. Just go already. Once you're gone, it'll be peaceful. Bye. Diana pushed Chris out the door, smiling and waving to the others before closing the door and going back inside. Chris shook his head helplessly, not knowing what to say. Your sister is just like before. No change at all. She graduated from elementary school and still hasn't grown up, Im commented. Ugh, what a disappointment. Chris sighed and shook his head like an elder. But your family is really nice. Don't you have any ancestors who are wizards? Otherwise, how could you and your sister both be wizards? You know, even in wizarding families, there are squibs, and it's pretty rare for a family to have two wizards. George shared his thoughts. I don't know about that, Chris said. My dad never mentioned it. I guess it's just a coincidence, haha. The world has its coincidences, so it's not strange, right? At this point, Chris really didn't know, but things had happened, and their family had two wizards. What could he do? It was just fate. Wait, what'd I say, squib? Imka asked, confused. A squib is someone born into a wizarding family who can't use magic. George explained. Seeing Imk's puzzled expression, he continued. Essentially, a squib is a wizard born to muggles. They are quite rare, and to some extent, looked down upon by some wizards, especially pure-blood wizards. However, squibs have their differences from muggles in many aspects. They can see things that muggles can't, and can use certain magical items and creatures that help them. Like that guy from our school, Argus Filch. You know he is a squib, George said. Imk was shocked. He never expected that Filch was a squib. How do you know that? Chris asked, curious. He had heard anyone say that Filch was a squib at Hogwarts. Do I need to say? Have you ever seen him use a wand? No. Actually, this isn't a secret at Hogwarts. Everyone knows about it, George explained. Chris had some understanding of squibs. They were a group caught between wizards and muggles. Neither truly wizards nor muggles, and they lived very pitiful lives in the wizarding world. The Ministry of Magic doesn't keep records of squib births, which is a sign of how the magical society generally neglects them. However, they could determine if someone was a squib by checking their parents' names, just like what was done when Harry Potter was tried in 1995. Usually, squibs are sent to Muggle schools in childhood to encourage them to integrate into Muggle society. This is much more merciful than trying to find them a place in the magical world, because they would always face discrimination there. However, some squibs choose to stay in the magical world. Of course, some pureblood families, like the Blacks, would remove squib members from their family tree, just like they erased the name of Marlene Black. Even those who can accept Muggles and Muggle-born wizards in their families don't seem to accept squibs very well. Even the Weasleys, who are friendly with Muggles, don't talk much about their squib relative who works as an accountant in the Muggle world. Chapter 129, The Flying Car. Additionally, many wizarding families are eager to see early signs of magical abilities in their children. If a child is suspected of being a squib, they will be very disappointed. For example, Neville Longbottom was thought to be a squib by his family and relatives because his magical abilities were not strong enough in his childhood. Similarly, Mellop Gunter was derogatorily called a squib by her father, Mavilo. Under her father's pressure, Mellop's magical powers seemed unable to be fully realized. However, in the magical world, there are organizations established to support squibs, such as the Squib Support Association. Voldemort's attitude towards squibs is unknown. He has always expressed that his goal is to eliminate Muggle-born wizards because they steal magic. However, since Argus Filch remained at Hogwarts after being controlled by Death Eaters, they may not be treated as harshly as Muggle-borns. In summary, there's a sad group that knows about the magical world but cannot use it. A lifelong regret that is even worse than that of Muggles. All right, enough chatting. We should get going. We still have quite a way to go, and it's best to arrive before Mom gets home, or else she'll definitely twist our ears. Fred urged as he saw the others chatting animatedly. Okay, let's get in the car. Chris, have you got everything? George snapped back to reality and asked. Don't worry, I've got all. Chris replied with an okay gesture. Good, then let's get in. Off we go. Fred started the car, beginning their journey to number 12 Grimmauld Place. Chris sat in the back seat, carefully examining the flying Ford Anglia. This blue Ford Anglia 105E Deluxe was indeed impressive. Arthur Weasley had modified it to enable flight, and it could also become invisible through a device called the Invisibility Booster. Additionally, the interior space of the car was expanded, allowing it to easily accommodate 8 people. And Chris and Imk felt no sense of crowding in the back. The trunk was also spacious enough to hold their belongings, with room for 6 large trunks and 2 owls besides Chris and Imk's things. Chris couldn't believe that the Weasley family had the audacity to drive this car out to pick them up. However, Chris thought the modifications were really well done, and he couldn't help but wonder how Mr. Weasley achieved such high quality and performance in the car. You have to admit, Mr. Weasley is quite a master in this regard. It's worth noting that in the summer of 1992, Fred, George, and Ron drove the car to number 4 Privet Drive to pick up Harry. At that time, Harry was locked in the house by the Dursleys, while the house elf Dobby had cut off all correspondence between him and the magical world in order to protect him. So when they arrived at number 4, George and Fred drove the car up to Harry's window, woke him up, and then used the car to break the safety railing outside the window. Look at this car. It can do anything and isn't afraid of breaking down. Later, at the start of their second year, Dobby again tried to prevent Harry from returning to school by blocking the entrance to platform 9 3/4. As a result, Harry and Ron missed the train, and Ron felt unsure how long it would take for their parents to find them. So they decided to drive the magical car to Hogwarts. Upon arriving at the school grounds, the car broke down and ultimately crashed into the Whomping Willow. After throwing Harry, Ron, and all their belongings out, the car drove itself into the Forbidden Forest. The crash was quite severe, and normally, a car would be totaled, but not this one. Later, while wandering in the Forbidden Forest, the car surprisingly did not run out of fuel and was able to rescue Harry, Ron, and Hagrid's dog Fong from Aragog's family. All of this was accomplished by the car itself. Therefore, it can be inferred that the magic on the car not only granted it some level of sentience, but also included other magical properties. making it feel almost like an alchemical creation. So this flying car is really impressive, and Chris is very eager to discuss the magic used in it with Mr. Weasley when he gets the chance, so he can modify his family's car as well. Imagine how wonderful it would be for the whole family to take a flying car out for a trip, feeling safe, comfortable, and happy. About an hour later, the four of them were finally nearing their destination, number 12 Grimmauld Place. The house was located in Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon, England. As Fred lowered the car a bit, they could see fields and clusters of trees forming a dark pattern below. Our house is just a little outside the village, George said. As the car flew lower, Chris could already see the rough outline of Grimmauld Place. We're landing. Hold on tight, Fred shouted as the car gently shook upon touching the ground. They landed next to a dilapidated garage surrounded by a small yard. It seemed there used to be a stone pigsty, and later some rooms had been added, making it several stories high and looking somewhat crooked, as if it was built with magic. On the red roof, there were 4 or 5 chimneys, and a sign leaning in front of the house read Grimmauld Place. Next to the door were some high-top leather boots and a rusty cauldron. A few brown, plump chickens were pecking around in the yard. All right, we've arrived. Everyone can get out. Fred cheered. The house might be a bit messy, so don't mind it. All right, I'll go park now. And George, you take them upstairs quietly. Fred said, when Mom comes back, we'll come out. If she asks how we got here, just say, we used flue powder at the leaky cauldron. That way, no one will know we used the car. All right, Chris and Imk nodded in agreement. However, before they could move their luggage from the car, Mrs. Weasley came striding across the yard, causing the chickens to scatter. Surprisingly, this plump, kindly-looking woman resembled a tiger showing its teeth. Oh no, Fred exclaimed. Merlin's beard. George's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 130, Angry. Mrs. Weasley stood in front of them with her hands on her hips, scrutinizing each guilty-looking face. She wore a floral apron and had a wand tucked into her pocket. Well, look at you. You've really grown up. Impressive, Mrs. Weasley said angrily. Good afternoon, Mum, George said in a tone he clearly thought was light and cute. Do you know how worried I was? Mrs. Weasley said in a chilling, low voice. I'm sorry, Mum, but we were just. George and Fred were trembling as Mrs. Weasley's anger erupted. When I came back this morning, you two were gone. No note left. I thought you were off playing in the village, but when I asked Ron, I didn't even know the car was gone. It might have been an accident. I was going crazy. Did you think about that? I've never. Just wait until your father comes home to deal with you. Bill, Charlie, and Percy have never done anything like this. Percy is the model, and Ron is the snitch. Fred muttered. You should learn from them. Mrs. Weasley shouted, poking Fred in the chest. You could have fallen and hurt yourselves. You could have been seen. You could have ruined your father's job. After what felt like hours, Mrs. Weasley finally turned to Chris and Imk. Oh, hello, Chris and Imk. I'm so glad to see you, she said. Come in and have some lunch. Kid, she turned to go back inside, and Chris and Imk didn't move. To be honest, they were both quite frightened by Mrs. Weasley's outburst. It was really terrifying. Chris looked at George and Fred, who were still standing there, having just received a scolding, and at that moment, they had no reaction. What do we do? Imk asked hesitantly. Chris shook his head, indicating he didn't know what to do either. Luckily, George was the first to react. He wiped his forehead and said, Wow, that was really scary. All right, it's fine now. Let's go inside, Phew. Fred also came around. However, before they could enter the burrow, George grabbed Ron, who was hiding at the door, eavesdropping. Hey, you little brother, you should learn from Percy. Not be a snitch. Oomph. You're starting school this year, and you've offended the Hogwarts Brothers Club. Do you still want to hang out with us? Ron turned pale, staring into the house, and shouted, Mom, look at them. George, let go. Seeing that it wasn't good, George hurriedly released Ron's ear and covered his mouth. What are you doing, you idiot? With no other choice, George had to let Ron go first and let Chris and the others enter. Inside the burrow, it was a bit messy, but at the same time, Chris felt it was very cozy and had a homey feel. They first arrived at the Weasley family's kitchen for lunch, which served as the social center for the Weasley family. The kitchen had a front door leading to the front yard and a back door leading to the backyard. The perch used by the family owl, Errol, was near the back door of the kitchen. A few steps led from the kitchen to the front yard. The kitchen was quite small and rather crowded, with a clean wooden table in the middle and a few chairs. There was also a fireplace that connected the Weasley home to the Floo network. Do you usually eat here? Imk asked, squeezing into a chair that could barely fit him. Well, when there are a lot of us, we sometimes eat outside in the yard, George replied. Chris was looking around, curious about everything in the burrow, especially when he noticed a clock on the opposite wall. This clock only had one hand and no numbers. Instead, it had phrases like time to brew tea, feed the chickens, and you're going to be late. This clock had many pendulums and seemed to strike the hour and quarter hour with 3 bells at the top to announce the time. It was likely used by Molly Weasley to remind herself of what to do each day. On the mantelpiece, there were 3 cookbooks, Cooking with Magic, Easy Meals, etc. All about cooking with magic. Next to the sink, an old radio was playing. The upcoming musical magic program is performed by the famous witch singer, Celestina Warbeck. Mrs. Weasley was serving lunch on plates, occasionally glaring at her sons as she did so, muttering, "I can't believe what you boys were thinking. Oh, Chris and Imk, I don't blame you," Mrs. Weasley said as she placed a perfectly cooked steak in front of Chris. "It's okay, ma'am. It was indeed a bit dangerous, and I should have stopped them. It's not your fault," Chris said politely. Yes, we were wrong. We're sorry, Ma Am." Imk chimed in. "Oh, you're such good kids. Just eat," Mrs. Weasley said, patting Imk on the head with a smile. Then, she waved her wand over the sink, and the dishes started washing themselves, making a clattering sound like background music. "Oh, Mum, we were wrong too. Please forgive us," Fred said. "No talking at the table," Mrs. Weasley said sternly, her face instantly serious. "Mum," George protested. "You be quiet," Mrs. Weasley replied. Just then, a little figure in a long nightgown with red hair ran into the kitchen. "Oh, are there new guests?" "This is Ginny, our youngest, a year younger than Ron," George introduced. "Hi, I'm Ginny, and these are my brother's friends, Chris and Fred." Chris put down his fork and smiled. Hi, I'm also your brother's friend, just call me Imk," Imk said with his mouth full of potato, mumbling. "Oh, hello. I've heard my brothers mention you," Ginny said with a smile. Chris thought the little girl was quite cute, and her voice was pleasant. George and Fred smiled, about to say something, but when they saw their mother's glare, they immediately buried their heads in their plates and stopped talking. The atmosphere became a bit awkward as they ate in silence, and soon their plates were cleared. Chapter 131. The Burrow. I'm so tired," Fred said as he slumped into the chair, putting down his knife and fork. "I think I need to go to sleep." "So tired? Who told you to drive? You brought this on yourself. If you didn't drive, you wouldn't be so tired," Mrs. Weasley teased. "Oh, Mom." Fred rubbed his forehead, not knowing what to say. "All right, since you've all finished eating, quickly take Chris and Imk to put away their luggage and belongings. Think more about your friends, Fred," Mrs. Weasley said. "Okay, Mom." Fred had no choice but to stand up. "It's all right, ma'am. I think we can manage ourselves. But may I take a look at your house? You know, it's my first time visiting a wizard's home as a guest." Chris politely expressed his curiosity about the Burrow. "Oh, of course you can. Just don't mind me. To be honest, this house is a bit old," Mrs. Weasley said, a bit embarrassed. "It's all right, ma'am." Chris smiled. "To be honest, this house is very meaningful. The Burrow was once home to 9 Weasleys, Arthur and Molly Weasley and their 7 children. As the children grew up, some had moved out. Despite the Weasley family's modest means, none of them felt ashamed of their home. On the contrary, they enjoyed the comfortable, relaxed atmosphere. After Albus Dumbledore's death in 1997, the Burrow replaced number 12, Grimmauld Place, as the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore had once kept Grimmauld Place secret, but his death weakened the effects of the Fidelius charm. Anyone to whom Dumbledore had revealed the location of Grimmauld Place became the new secret keeper, including Severus Snape, who killed Dumbledore. To prevent enemies from discovering and invading the headquarters, the Order was moved to the Burrow. In July 1997, the Order decided to relocate Harry Potter from number 4, Privet Drive, before he turned 17. The Burrow became the final gathering point for the various groups in the Seven Potters operation, to protect Harry and the Weasley family from Voldemort and Death Eater attacks. A significant amount of protective spells was added around the Burrow. After the Battle of the Seven Potters, it was revealed that George Weasley had lost an ear and that Alastor Moody had been killed by Voldemort. Subsequently, Bill and Fleur Delacour's wedding was held at the Burrow, and everyone gave the Burrow a thorough cleaning. Mrs. Weasley used the excuse of cleaning the rooms to prevent Harry, Ron, and Hermione from gathering to discuss their plans to find Voldemort's Horcruxes, hoping to stop them from doing something dangerous. However, Molly's efforts were not entirely successful. Although the wedding preparations kept everyone busy, they still held a 17th birthday party for Harry on July 31st. The Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, interrupted their party to read Albus Dumbledore's will to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Each of the 3 received an item that Dumbledore had left for them, and each was crucial for destroying Horcruxes and defeating Voldemort. On August 1st, 1997, the day after Harry's birthday, the Burrow hosted Bill and Fleur's wedding. The Weasley family and the Delacours were relatives, and members of the Order of the Phoenix and friends of the Weasley family all came to attend. Harry drank Polyjuice Potion to transform into a red-haired muggle boy from Ottery St. Catchpole, pretending to be a member of the Weasley family. Just as the wedding was halfway through, Kingsley Shacklebolt, a Patronus, suddenly appeared to inform the guests that Voldemort and the Death Eaters had taken control of the Ministry of Magic and were heading towards the burrow. With the Ministry's backing, the Death Eaters managed to break through the protective spells around the burrow and disapparate into the wedding venue. However, thanks to Kingsley's warning, many guests were able to escape in time, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione also managed to get away before the Death Eaters broke in. The Ministry of Magic, knowing the Weasley family had connections to Harry, subjected them to long interrogations at the burrow, but they did not obtain any useful information. During the Christmas holidays in 1998, the Weasley family was forced to evacuate the burrow because the Death Eaters had discovered that Ron was helping Harry destroy Horcruxes at Malfoy Manor. Before this, during the summer of 1997, Ron, with the help of Fred, George, and their father, had transformed their home school into a version of himself with the pox as an excuse to avoid going back to school. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione were captured and taken to Malfoy Manor, Ron's true whereabouts were exposed. The Ministry had long been secretly monitoring the Weasley family, considered the largest pure-blood traitor family, and had confirmed their open support of Voldemort's enemies. To prevent Voldemort and the Death Eaters from finding them, the Weasley family moved to Aunt Muriel's house in Shell Cottage, using the Fidelius charm for protection. Thus, it is unknown whether the burrow still exists. It is very likely that it was destroyed by the Death Eaters after the family evacuated. It is truly regrettable that such a significant place was damaged. Our house isn't really that impressive, George said, leading Chris on the tour with a pout. Right in front is that little yard, which has a chicken coop. Also, there's a garage for storing my dad's car and other products. Those are his masterpieces, and he usually doesn't allow us to touch them, Fred introduced. On the first floor, there's the kitchen and living room. You just saw the kitchen, which is where we eat, and this is the living room. George pointed to the other side. Chris followed the twins into their living room. The Weasley family's living room was a cozy room furnished with a sofa and several chairs. There was also a large fireplace, a wooden radio, and a particular clock on the sofa that automatically knitted sweaters with knitting needles. Upon seeing the clock, Chris's attention was immediately drawn to it. This clock was famously known as the Weasley clock. Indeed, it was placed in the Burrow's living room, but it didn't serve to tell time. This clock was a special one that could show the whereabouts of each family member with 9 gold hands, each engraved with the name of a Weasley family member. The clock face had no numbers but displayed the possible locations or statuses of each family member. Chapter 132, Visiting. For example, home, school, work, on the road, missing, hospital, and prison, and at the ordinary clock, the position at 12 o'clock reads deadly danger. Just like in 1996, sometimes after Voldemort began to act openly, the Weasley clock had 9 hands pointing to deadly danger. Worried about her family's safety, Molly Weasley had kept the clock with her during this time. Where did you buy this clock? Chris asked, curious about its construction. Oh, that? It's a family heirloom. As long as there are members of the family, it will display their status. It seems like our family has had this clock since I was born, George explained. This clock is really amazing. Haven't you two studied it? Chris asked with a smile. George and Fred exchanged glances and shook their heads. No way. If we take it apart, it should break. The magic inside is probably quite intricate. Look at this part. It's still an ancient magical pattern. We thought about studying it, but we're afraid Mom would kill us if we broke it, so. I see. That's really a pity. Although Chris was also eager to understand the structure and magic of the Weasley clock, he knew his own abilities were not up to par. Just looking at the magic on it was not enough. He couldn't risk breaking it and wouldn't be able to fix it or afford to pay for it. Haven't you heard? It's an antique, a family heirloom. As for the second floor, there was only Ginny's room, and Chris and the others didn't want to intrude on a young girl's room, so they went directly to the third floor. Fred and George's room was on the third floor, and they shared a room. Their room was quite messy. A large area of the floor was piled with all sorts of clutter, and apart from that, the room only had a wardrobe, a table, and a bedside table with a lamp. Chris could tell that the Weasley twins often conducted various experiments there, and there was a lingering smell that resembled gunpowder that hadn't dissipated yet. As for Percy's bedroom, the door was tightly shut, indicating that he wasn't welcoming Chris and the others at all. The fourth floor was where Charlie and Bill's rooms were. During these days, Chris and Imp would be staying in their rooms. There wasn't much to say about the fifth floor. It was where Mr. and Mrs. Weasley stayed. As for the sixth floor, that was Ron's room. Chris had thought about going in to take a look, but Ron, being a bit shy, declined the visit. Upstairs, there's nothing left. Above that, we have an attic, and there's a ghoul, George said, pretending to be scary. Huh? Oh my gosh, aren't you afraid? How terrifying. Will it eat living people? Imp was obviously startled. Ha ha, no, we really like it. It's like a pet. Otherwise, Hogwarts wouldn't let us bring it to school. George said with a wink and a smile. What? Are you guys insane? That's unbelievable. How can you treat it like that? You don't actually feed it, do you? Ink seemed to have thought of something, perhaps imagining his own bloody corpse being fed to the ghoul. Ha, guess what? Fred teased with a laugh. Ink looked horrified, as if he wanted to flee. All right, you guys stop scaring him. Look at him. He seems like he wants to run away. Imp, you should read more books. It's good for you. It's a creature that looks really ugly, sticky, with buck teeth like a little goblin. They usually live in the attics of wizarding houses or in barns. They're not very dangerous creatures. They just tend to be annoying because they always make noise. Plus, ghouls are simple-minded and eat spiders and moths. They constantly moan and occasionally throw things around, Chris explained. Oh, I see. That really scared me. George said, I'll kill you. Imp punched George hard, making him wince in pain. All right, enough of that. Does your house have any other fun places? Chris laughed and pulled the two apart. There's still a backyard, but it's a bit messy. I don't think you'll like it, Fred said. What's wrong? You'll see when you take a look, Fred said. When they arrived at the Weasley family's backyard, a dilapidated little stone shed came into view. This is our broom shed. We store our flying brooms inside. By the way, Imp, don't you need to retake flying lessons? After you're done, do you want to practice in my house? I can teach you well, George said. Ugh, can we not talk about this? It's too discouraging. Imp sighed. Ha ha. No, you definitely need to practice. I'm afraid you might be worse than my sister. You know, Ginny has been sneaking into the broom shed to steal our brooms since she was 6. Her skills are quite good. Oh, my gosh, then Imp felt that he might not even be as good as a little kid who hadn't even started school and didn't know what to say. Don't worry. We'll give you special training later. It won't be a problem. George patted Imp on the shoulder. The Weasley family's kitchen led to the garden, where many rusty cauldrons and Wellington boots were placed near the large door, while the garden was a large, overgrown area surrounded by various twisted trees and plants that Chris had never seen before, with many frogs around a big green pond. Huh, what is that? It seems to be moving. Imp pointed at something in the grass and asked. Oh, that's a goblin, I guess. Fred said nonchalantly. A goblin? The kind that can make magical items? Imp seemed unaware. Huh, we haven't heard of that. They are quite mischievous and good at causing trouble. Our garden is home to a large number of goblins, so our family has to periodically clear them out and toss them outside the hedges. However, the goblins always sneak back because Dad is too lenient and thinks they're quite fun. Fred explained. You guys haven't seen goblins before, have you? At that moment, Ron came out of the house and asked curiously. No, we don't have these things in the Muggle world, Imp replied. Hearing this, Ron walked over, bent down, and buried his head in the peony bushes, which looked like chubby little Santas holding fishing rods. Chapter 133. Goblin Tossing Contest. A burst of fierce, struggling sounds echoed as the peony branches trembled. Ron straightened up and said, Look at these goblins. They live in the underground caves of my garden, constantly digging and eating plants and roots, leaving the ground covered with little mounds and holes. It's terrible. Let me go. Let me go, screamed the goblin. In fact, the goblin Ron was holding looked nothing like Santa Claus. Small, with rough and tough brown skin, it had a disproportionately large bald head that resembled a potato. Ron extended his arm, holding it up as it kicked and struggled with its little feet. He grabbed it by the ankles and held it upside down. You have to do it like this, he said, lifting the goblin over his head and starting to swing his arm in big circles like he was lassoing. Seeing Imp's surprised expression, Ron felt very proud and said, This one T hurt them. Just spin them around, and they won't be able to find their goblin hole. With a loosened grip, the goblin flew 20 feet and landed with a thud behind the hedge in the field. That was terrible, Fred said. I bet I can throw it over that stump. How about we have a contest to see who can throw a goblin the farthest? The winner gets a gold galleon as a prize. Chris said playfully. Wow, really? A gold galleon can buy so much. I could sell it, and I still wouldn't have a gold galleon. Ron was in disbelief. Really, you little slug, I'm not lying. Chris laughed. Oh, poor naive little brother. You don't know that a gold galleon could bury you. George exaggerated. Bury me? Merlin, how much would that be? Ron stared in shock, as if he could already see so many galleons. If that's true, then I'm joining in. I can win all your galleons. Ron said fiercely. Ha, great. Chris looked at the young Ron, thinking he was much cuter than when he grew up. Are you all this cruel? Imp felt a bit heartbroken. Come on, Imp. You won't feel that way in a bit. These despicable pests are not worth any sympathy. George said. Indeed. Soon Imp no longer felt sympathy for the goblins. He had initially decided to gently toss the first goblin outside the hedge, but the goblin sensed weakness and bit him hard on the nose with its sharp teeth, and he couldn't shake it off. In a panic, Imk nearly cried, and, in a moment of desperation, he punched the little goblin, knocking it out cold. Then, filled with rage, Imk threw the creature away with all his might, leaving its fate unknown. Wow, Imk, you're ruthless. That goblin probably won T survive. George laughed, holding his stomach at Imk's actions. Damn, these guys really aren't worth sympathy. I even offended them, and look what happened. They bite me. Do they think I'm easy to bully? Even you guys wouldn't dare mess with me. Watch me throw you to your death. Imp grabbed another goblin and threw it out again. Soon, the garden was filled with flying goblins. See, they're not that smart, George said. Then he grabbed 5 or 6 goblins at once, and when they saw humans around, they all ran over to check it out. Still not having learned to be a bit smarter. Look at me, rapid-fire goblin toss. George tossed all the goblins in his hand at once. But they didn't go very far. Before long, the contest was declared over, with Imk being the victor. He was tall and strong, and when he got serious, he was incredibly powerful, having thrown one a full 70 feet. It was simply unbelievable how strong his hatred was. Well then, I'll award this gold galleon to Imk, Chris said with a smile. Of course, at that moment, he also noticed Ron, whose expression showed his mouth agape in disbelief as he looked at the gold galleon in Chris's hand, filled with desire. But he hadn't won, so he couldn't have it. Chris, feeling a bit sorry for him, continued, so Ron Weasley performed well too and got second place. So I think he deserves a silver sickle as a reward. Huh? Really? You're not kidding me, are you? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chris. Of course, I say what I mean and never lie. Chris smiled as he handed the silver sickle to Ron. The little guy jumped 3 feet in the air, overjoyed, knowing he had never gotten anything so easily, not even a Canute. Naturally, Ron, being a bit simple-minded, also drew closer to Chris, no longer as reserved as when they first met, and chatted away. Soon, the remaining goblins in the field lined up and walked away, their little shoulders slumped. They'll be back, Ron said as they watched the goblins disappear behind the hedge. They like it here. You can't drive them away. Just then, the front door slammed open. They're back, George exclaimed. Dad's home. They hurried across the garden and into the house. Mr. Weasley was slumped in the living room chair, having taken off his glasses and closed his eyes. He was a thin man with a bit of a receding hairline, but the remaining hair he had was as red as his children's. He wore a green robe that made him look worn out. What a day at work, he mumbled as he reached for the teapot, and the children all sat around him. That old coot Mike in the next apartment has been idle all day, just causing trouble. Really? Mr. Weasley took a big sip of tea and sighed with relief. The guy who loves poking people with his wand, Mike? Fred asked curiously. Yes, today he actually poked Justice Pillowickle's grandson. You tell me, what is wrong with him, messing around with his wand? This incident is very serious. Mr. Weasley said solemnly. What do you mean? Fred continued to ask. Well, Justice Pillowickle used to be the head of the Magical Law Enforcement Office. He was a person of integrity and did things very fairly and openly. He was well respected, and being the head is quite rare. He was an outstanding individual, but... Chapter 134. Sadness. Mr. Weasley took another sip of tea and continued. But he is the grandson of his son, and they are famously difficult people. Justice Pillowickle was able to manage them when he was alive, but ever since Justice Pillowickle passed away, they have let themselves go and are no longer restrained. Moreover, Justice Pillowickle helped many people during his lifetime. So many wizards are grateful for his kindness and cannot repay it. Naturally, these connections and social resources have passed on to his son and grandson. However, his son and grandson are not easy to deal with. They have always been petty and mean-spirited, and now it has come to a point where old Mac was poked, though it wasn't too serious. But this incident has already made their family hate him. I estimate that tomorrow the Ministry of Magic will put a dismissal letter on old Mac's desk. After Mr. Weasley finished speaking, he shook his head and sighed. Isn't that good? This Mac has always been a bit crazy, affecting your work. If he leaves, one to you of peace. Ah, children, you are still young and don't understand, he said. While that is true, it's also quite sad. Besides, he was once very good at fighting the Dark Lord. It's just a pity he was injured in the head by a smoke wizard using smoke magic. Everyone pities him and respects him, so they kept him in the Ministry of Magic for retirement. Ah, such is life, Mr. Weasley lamented. My dad is in the most boring department, the Office for the Prohibition of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. It's an affiliate of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It prohibits the use of magic on Muggle-made items for fear they might return to Muggle shops or homes. Staff members need to conduct regular surprise inspections to ensure no smoke magical items appear on the market. There's a law that prohibits using magic on Muggle items with the intention of enhancing their functions. Ron quietly explained to Imk and Chris. Unexpectedly, His words were overheard by Mrs. Weasley, who walked in. Like a car, right? She interjected. Mrs. Weasley held up a poker like it was a sword. Mr. Weasley opened his mouth, looking guilty as he gazed at his wife. What about Arthur's car, dear? Yes, Arthur's car. Mrs. Weasley's eyes were blazing as she recalled a wizard who bought a rusty old car and told his wife he just wanted to take it apart to see its internal structure. But in reality, he used magic to turn it into a flying car. Mr. Weasley blinked. Oh dear, I think you will find that what he did wasn't illegal. Although he probably should have told his wife the truth in advance. You will find there's a loophole in the law. As long as he doesn't intend to fly it, the fact that it can fly doesn't. Arthur Weasley, you wrote the law and deliberately left a loophole. Mrs. Weasley shouted, just so you could tinker with those muggle things in your shed. Tell your sons today that George and Fred's friend Chris, an imp, just took that car you don't intend to fly. Huh? Mr. Weasley said, bewildered. What? He looked around and saw Chris and Imp and immediately jumped up. I've heard George and Fred mention you, and I finally get to meet you. Welcome to the Weasley home. Saying this, Mr. Weasley warmly shook hands with Chris and Imp. Your son flew that car to pick up his friend today? Mrs. Weasley shouted. What do you have to say about that, Really? Mr. Weasley quickly asked. Did it fly well? He started to say, but upon seeing the fire in Mrs. Weasley's eyes, he quickly corrected himself. That's very wrong, children, very, very wrong. Mrs. Weasley puffed up her chest like a bullfrog. Here we go again. Let them argue. George and Fred quietly exchanged glances with Chris and said, let us get out of here. They slipped out of the kitchen and back to their respective rooms to rest. Lying on his bed, Chris thought about what Mr. Weasley had just said. He felt that the Ministry of Magic was indeed chaotic and disorderly, with no rules to speak of, and the officials were neglecting their duties, only thinking about their own petty interests. This was the current state of the British Ministry of Magic. In such circumstances, how could they stop the activities of smoke wizards and ensure the safety of ordinary civilians? This was exactly the reason for the chaos in the British wizarding world right now. The director of the Office for the Prohibition of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts was himself misusing items, embodying the hypocrisy of only the state officials can set fires. But the common people cannot light lamps. Although Mr. Weasley was very creative and had good ideas, capable of producing excellent magical items, on the other hand, as a government official, he did not lead by example, but instead took the lead in causing trouble. It was really hard to say whether he was more good than bad. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement was the largest department in the British Ministry of Magic and one of the most important among many departments. Except for the Department of Mysteries, all other departments had to obey the orders of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Just like the Auror Office and the Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic, all were subordinate to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. In such a situation, a capable and outstanding director would naturally possess a wealth of connections and use them to wield power. In fact, they were just like second or third generation officials. But what about the Minister of Magic in the UK? His situation might be even worse than that of his director, right? And what about those pure-blood aristocrats? The hidden manipulators of the wizarding world? How dark could they be? This was something that could not be determined. The magical world is not as simple as we might imagine, nor does everything revolve around Hogwarts. Once you leave Hogwarts, who cares about you? Perhaps now, as a student, one does not come into contact with those dark aspects, but after graduation, staying in the wizarding world, one might experience the hardships of life. Of course, Chris wouldn't be foolish enough to stay here and be at the mercy of others. This dark world felt almost hopeless if you stayed. You might also taste the bitterness of life where you might die without anyone to collect your body. Chapter 135, Ron's Troubles. In the past few days, Chris has fully experienced the magic and surprises at the Weasley household. Imp had the same feeling. He was startled by the mirror on the kitchen mantel. The first time he looked in the mirror, it suddenly shouted, "Wipe that cream off the corner of your mouth. You messy little fatso." If the ghoul in the attic felt that the house was too quiet, it would howl loudly and bang on the pipes. The small explosions in Fred and George's bedroom were considered completely normal, and Chris couldn't understand why the toad he gave them had such a fate. Besides their own research, Chris reminded the twins to remember to improve the Hogwarts map, as first-year wizards would be coming soon, and there would be a great business opportunity then. Now that the map has gone through 3 versions, they were gradually improving it with detailed descriptions. It would then depend on how much purchasing power these new first-year wizards would have. They were all kids, just leaving their parents, bringing pocket money to school. Who would hesitate to buy a map? I bought one, he bought one, your neighbor bought one. How could you not buy one? Of course. The key locations and secret passages were secrets of the Hogwarts brothers that couldn't be revealed, but other less important details were fine to share. Benefiting the Hogwarts community was also a good deed. As for Mr. Weasley, he loved to ask Chris and Imp about Muggle life, inquiring about how plugs and post offices work. Incredible. After Chris explained how to use a phone, Mr. Weasley sighed, "What a genius. Muggles have come up with so many ways to live without magic." After living at the Burrow for about 5 days, the start of the Hogwarts school year was approaching, and everyone was very excited. However, one thing made Ron Weasley feel incredibly sad. He was even beginning to feel a bit hopeless. He wanted to go to school. The problem was, he still didn't have a decent school uniform. Yes, Mrs. Weasley had prepared a uniform for him, but it was the leftover one that Charlie wore, which had been altered for Ron. Now the uniform felt particularly awkward on him. No matter how he adjusted it, it just didn't fit right. The thought of going to Hogwarts, the place he most wanted to be, wearing such clothes made him feel so sad that he couldn't find the words to express it. So, Ron could only take out his anger on the gnomes, throwing a small, potato-like gnome out of the garden. Only by doing this did he feel a little better. "Hey Ron, what's wrong? You don't seem happy," Chris, who was having coffee with Imp at the kitchen door, asked Ron with a smile. I'm Fine. I'm just helping with pest control at home." "Yeah, that's it." Ron was caught off guard by Chris's sudden concern and felt embarrassed to reveal the truth. So he said this instead. "Come on, just tell me what's going on. Your brother can help you." Imp, unable to stand by any longer, patted his chest confidently and said, "Yeah, Ron, don't be shy. If you need help with anything, just say it." Chris added, Could you lend me 2 silver sickles? I want to go to the secondhand shop to see if I can find a decent school uniform. This outfit, it's really, Ron said shyly, his little face turning red. Huh? Imp's eyes widened. He had never thought it would be like this. Although he didn't live in luxury, he had never had to wear secondhand clothes. Chris felt the same. He sympathized with Ron's situation, but there was nothing they could do. Their family's financial situation was really poor. Chris estimated that even Mrs. Weasley probably hadn't bought a good piece of clothing in many years. Mr. Weasley's brown suit was almost faded from washing. How about this, Ron? I have some other wizard robes and uniforms I can give you to wear. I only wore them for a year last year, so they're still quite new. What do you think? Chris said. Yeah, I can give you mine too, but the fabric might not be as good as Chris's. Imp said without hesitation. Huh, is that appropriate? What about your clothes? Ron asked, surprised. Haha, don't worry. We grow pretty fast, so last year's clothes don't fit us anymore. We've already ordered new clothes for this year, and those old clothes would just go to waste if we don't wear them. It's perfect for you, Chris said with a smile. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ron jumped up in excitement, accidentally kicking 2 gnomes away in the process. Here, you can wear this one first. I've already asked Rupert to write home and have Diana bring my new ones when school starts. I'll give it to you then. Chris handed Ron a beautifully crafted school uniform. Okay. Thank you, Chris. If you need anything in the future, be sure to let me know. Otherwise, I would feel bad just taking your things, Ron said, running his fingers over the smooth fabric of a uniform, hardly believing that such a nice piece of clothing was now his. Huh, really? Chris asked in surprise. He never expected Ron to say such a thing. He seemed quite righteous and grateful. Yeah, just tell me what you need. Ron immediately nodded. How about this? Why don't you join us in selling the maps? For every portion you sell, I'll give you a share. What do you think? Chris proposed. Huh, can I really earn money? Ron was astonished. He thought it was already great to have such a wonderful uniform. Doing a little work should be expected, but now they were even offering him money. He felt as if happiness had suddenly fallen from the sky, leaving him dizzy. How about you join the Hogwarts brothers as well? Imp chimed in at that moment. Do you think I would work? Chris was a bit uncertain, as he didn't know how George and Fred would feel about it. I think it could work. He is George and Fred's brother. After all, Imp nodded in agreement. What club? Ron asked, confused. Oh, it's just a small group we formed. It's nothing much. Imp waved his hand dismissively. All right, Chris now understood. Imp was about to start bragging again. Sure enough, our Hogwarts Brothers is a supportive, friendly, and open organization at Hogwarts, led by Chris, Fred, George, and me, Imp. At this point, Imp puffed out his chest proudly. Chapter 136. Finally meeting Harry Potter. So what use are you? Ron didn't quite understand. Hey, we are very useful. We study magic to fight monsters, protect Hogwarts, ensure peace, and bring health, happiness, and pride to every Hogwarts student. Wow, you are amazing. Ron was captivated by Imp's words. Ha ha ha, of course. Do you know about the dark wizard hiding in Hogwarts who harmed mermaids this year? Of course. Who doesn't know about that? Not to mention my brothers got hurt. Even my 195-year-old distant aunt knows about it. Ron said, then you understand that we, the Hogwarts Brotherhood, discovered, stopped, defeated, and exposed this matter. And your brother is a true fighter in our gang. That's their great motto. Imp said proudly. At this moment, Ron was completely taken in and immersed in what Imp was saying, already envisioning himself as a hero of Hogwarts, the center of attention on that day. I must join, Ron said, his eyes sparkling. Chris face-bombed, thinking it's over, he's completely fooled. Sure enough, afterwards, Ron eagerly pulled Imp and Chris to find George and Fred to discuss this matter. Thus, the Hogwarts Brotherhood held a third special meeting, unanimously approving Ron's membership in the Brotherhood, making him possibly the only member. The Hogwarts Brotherhood had established their new rule. There is no leader, and all matters are decided by a joint meeting. 5 elders participated in the joint meeting: ChrisRed, George Weasley, Fred Weasley, Imp Klesko, and one position was temporarily vacant, waiting for a future member who makes outstanding contributions to the gang. Among them, ChrisRed served as the executive director of the joint meeting and held a veto power. I must say, they really did manage to make it look somewhat official, aside from the few gang members. September 1st at King's Cross Station. The Red couple and Diana had been waiting for Chris and the others for quite a while. Hey Chris, why are you so late? Don't you fear being late? Diana was already unhappy. Otherwise, she might have entered the station long ago to wait for Chris. Ah, that's my responsibility. I might have delayed a bit. It's to send the kids to school, Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. Ah, I'm sorry, ma'am. This child has always been a bit clueless. I apologize on her behalf. Lisa glanced at Diana reproachfully and said with a smile. Ah, you must be Chris's mother. I must say, you have done an amazing job raising such an excellent little wizard. Mrs. Weasley didn't think there was anything wrong with Chris's Muggle parents. On the contrary, she was very warm and chatted with Chris's parents. Oh, Mom, we should hurry. There's so many Muggles here, Ginny said impatiently as she watched the adults talk. Okay, it's true, but you're not going, so why are you the most anxious? Mrs. Weasley was happily chatting with Lisa, but was interrupted by her daughter, naturally displeased, but they couldn't delay the train. So she politely said goodbye and urged the kids to get ready to enter the station. All right, let's go together then. See you during the holiday, Chris said to his parents with a smile. Oh, child, remember to take care of your sister, Lisa said with concern. I'm already going to magic school. I'm a big kid now. I know how to take care of myself. Diana interrupted Lisa's words, dissatisfied. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her, Chris said, glaring at Diana with his eyes. Diana rolled her eyes in disdain and walked away. At platform 9, by the pillar, Ginny was holding her mother's hand, raising her voice, saying, Mom, I really can't go. Can I? You're still too young, Ginny's mother said. Now don't talk. Percy, you walk at the front. Percy heard this and rushed in without saying a word. All right, Fred, George, Chris, Imp, you guys can go in now, Mrs. Weasley said. Okay. Mom George was the first to rush in, followed by Fred. Chris was also about to rush in when a cart with an owl cage came over. And in the cage was a snowy white owl. A small boy approached, looking weak and scruffy, with messy hair and those iconic round glasses that indicated he was none other than the famous savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter. Chris's eyes widened as he watched this scene. It was absolutely classic and eternal. It was a moment not to be missed. Sorry, Harry said to Mrs. Weasley. Hey, dear, it's her first time at Hogwarts, right? Ron is also a new student. She pointed at Ron. Harry said, I don't know how to get to the platform. Mrs. Weasley kindly said, and Harry nodded. Don't worry, she said. Just walk straight between platforms 9 and 10 through the ticket gate. Don't stop. Don't be afraid. Just run straight in. It's very important. If you're feeling nervous, just jog. Chris suggested. You can demonstrate for them. This kid can go with Ron. Oh, okay, Harry said. Chris nodded and didn't say much more before rushing in, with Imp following him. Then they didn't wait for Harry to walk in together or anything. Harry had just asked for directions, and it felt a bit rude. Mrs. Weasley patiently and warmly told him how to get there. But he didn't say a word of thanks, only acknowledged her a couple of times. Chris thought this kid was a bit lacking in manners, but he didn't have much time to think because they had already arrived at the Hogwarts Express, and the young wizards noticed him, coming over to talk to him or stare at him. Oh, Red, he's here. Wow, Chris, I have a seat here. Do you want to come over? A senior girl patted her thigh and said, Hey, how shameless. Chris is coming to me. Another girl criticized the first one, but did the same thing herself. Chris helplessly shook his head and smiled politely at them. Wow, he looks so good when he smiles. He seems to have grown taller. He's even more handsome now. Oh my, I can't take it. The little fans blushed and jumped around, discussing Chris with their friends. Chapter 137, Who is that boy? Chris sighed helplessly. With this, what's wrong? It's been so long. Shouldn't we change our idol? Stop biting on me. Harry Potter has come. Their new idol's debuting. And those of you sisters should soon turn your affection towards him, right? By then I, Chris, will just be an old piece of meat, and no one will pay attention to me. feeling content with that. Just one word. The first few carriages were already packed with students. Some were leaning out of the windows, talking to their families, while others were playing around in their seats. As Chris was about to board the train, he passed by a carriage door where a round-faced boy was shouting outside to an elderly woman, "Grandma, something bad has happened." His grandmother curiously asked, "What is it?" "My dear grandson, I lost my toad again," the little grandson replied. "Oh, Neville," the old lady sighed, not knowing what to say. Chris curiously glanced at the little boy, not expecting it to be Neville. Neville Longbottom, the only child of Frank and Alice Longbottom, was raised by his grandmother. Neville's parents were highly respected Aurors and founding members of the Order of the Phoenix. When Neville was born, 16 months later, his parents were tortured to madness by 4 Death Eaters using the Cruciatus Curse and subsequently admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. While Neville was raised by his grandmother, for most of his school life, Neville gave the impression of being a shy, clumsy, and introverted boy, often scolded by his grandmother for not being good enough to match his parents. However, Neville also possessed immense courage and tenacity. He was an important member of Dumbledore's army and participated in the Battle of the Ministry of Magic and the Battle of Astronomy Tower. During the Battle of Hogwarts, he rejected Voldemort's temptation to become a Death Eater and used Gryffindor's sword to behead Nagini, destroying the 7th and final Horcrux. Additionally, during the trio's time away from school, Neville was one of the leaders of Dumbledore's army. After the Second Wizarding War, Neville briefly worked as an Auror before becoming the herbology professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and marrying Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff House. He could be considered a young man who did not disgrace his wise and outstanding Gryffindor parents. Just as Chris was about to say something to the little chubby boy, he was interrupted by his friend Imk. "Chris, why are you in such a hurry? Wait for me. Can you help me check my luggage? My shoelace is undone." Imk bent down to tie his shoelaces. After Imk tied his shoelaces, Chris and the others walked toward George and Fred, who had indeed found a good spot. "Hey George, where's Diana? Didn't she come with you?" Chris asked as he entered the compartment. "Huh? No, what happened?" George asked in confusion. Chris scratched his head. "That girl doesn't know where she ran off to. Really, she hasn't even arrived at school yet and is already causing trouble. I don't know where she went. Can everyone help me look? The train is about to leave," Chris said helplessly. "Okay, let's go." The group put down their luggage and went outside the compartment to search. As they just stepped out of the train door, they saw Harry Potter struggling to push his luggage onto the train with his slight and frail body, which made it somewhat difficult for him to drag the large, heavy wooden trunk. Chris, eager to find his sister, didn't have the heart to help. But George and Fred kindly lent a hand. "What's that?" George seemed to suddenly notice something while helping and pointed at Harry Potter's head. "Oh my gosh!" Fred exclaimed in shock. "Could it be you?" He hesitated and asked, "You know?" "What?" Harry didn't understand. "Harry Potter," the Weasley brothers said in unison. "Oh, him," Harry said. "Yes, indeed, it's me." The two brothers stared at him blankly, making Harry feel his face turn red. At that moment, a loud voice called from a distance, "Chris? Fred? George? Where are you?" The loud voice was unmistakably Mrs. Weasley, and Chris also walked over to find Mrs. Weasley pulling the reluctant Diana. "Ah, Jenna, where have you run off to? I've been looking for you for ages," Chris said discontentedly, patting Diana on the head. Diana made a face of disdain. "This child just ran under the train tracks. Luckily, I saw her, otherwise it would have been very dangerous," Mrs. Weasley said. "Thank you, ma'am," Chris politely thanked her. "It's nothing," Mrs. Weasley smiled and replied. Chris was helplessly bewildered, thinking that this girl was truly like a madman, running around and shouting, suddenly breaking free from her parents' restraints. And he didn't know how wild she would be at Hogwarts. "Sigh, how should I discipline her?" "All right, you all hurry and get on the train," Mrs. Weasley urged as she saw the time was almost up. "Oh, right, Ron. You've got something dirty on your nose." Mrs. Weasley took out a handkerchief and was about to wipe Ron's nose, but he stubbornly tried to dodge. However, how could he escape Mrs. Weasley's grasp? She grabbed him and wiped his nose tip. "Mom, let go of me." Ron struggled. "All right, Ron, you little rascal. Your nose is all dirty again." George laughed. "Shut up," Ron said. "Well, kids, I wish you a successful term," Mrs. Weasley said to Chris and the others. Then she turned to the twins and said, "Now it's your turn. You two need to behave this year. If the owl sends me a message saying you blew up a toilet or blew up a toilet," "We've never blown up a toilet," they said. "That's a good idea. Thanks, Mom. This is not a joke. Take good care of Ron, understand? Don't worry. Ron won't be in trouble with us." "Shut up," Ron said, embarrassed, as the spot Mrs. Weasley wiped was still red on his nose. "Oh, by the way, Mom, guess what? Guess who I just met on the train? You know that boy with the messy hair who was standing next to us at the station? Do you know who he is? Who? Harry Potter. George pretended to be shocked and said. Everyone was stunned, except for Chris and Diana. Chapter 138. All petrified. At this moment, Ginny excitedly said, "Oh, it's Mom. Can I go on the train to see him? Please, Mom. You've already seen him, Ginny. That poor child." "Is he really Harry?" asked George. "How do you know?" "I asked him. I saw his scar. It's really there like a lightning bolt. Poor child. No wonder he's all alone. I was wondering about that. Don't worry about it. Do you think he will remember the mysterious person's appearance?" Their mother suddenly grew serious. "You must not ask him. You dare to ask. Do you want him to think about that on his first day at school? All right, don't get angry." At that moment, the train let out a whistle. "Hurry," Mrs. Weasley said as everyone hurried onto the train. Their little sister, Ginny, started crying again outside. "Don't cry, Ginny. We will send lots and lots of owls to find you. Yeah, we will send you a Hogwarts toilet seat." "George, stop joking, Mom." The train started moving. Ginny was crying and laughing as she ran alongside the train until it sped up, leaving her behind as she kept waving at them. "Such a crybaby," Diana said disdainfully as she watched this scene. "Shut up," Chris said a bit angrily. "That brat is really getting more and more uncouth and reckless." "How can you say that? Their sibling relationship is so deep, but you act like this? I didn't see you like this when I left. You really disappoint me," Chris said, frustrated. "How have you changed like this?" "Well, I'm like this. What can you do about it?" Diana shouted. "All right, if that's the case. I have to teach you a lesson." Chris really didn't want Diana to continue to act so spoiled and unruly in front of everyone. "I really don't know how this girl has already entered her teenage years. I heard little girls mature early, but isn't this a bit too early? It's really too unreasonable. How can such a refined person like him have such a sister? This is truly absurd. Petrify." Chris cast a spell on Diana. "All right, you can go to Hogwarts like this today. Reflect on yourself. This is truly outrageous." Chris withdrew his wand and said expressionlessly. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to say. "Isn't Chris being a bit too harsh?" Im said first. "Ah, she's still young and doesn't understand. We didn't take it to heart." This is a bit inhumane," George and Fred advised. My sister does cry a bit too much, and what she said wasn't wrong." Ron also tried to intervene. Chris didn't know how to respond to them because they were all too soft-hearted over Diana. In his view, it was completely unnecessary. It was just a small punishment after all, and maybe in a while, he would soften and release her. "You guys don't need to worry about this. Just sit down." Chris waved his hand. "All right." Everyone was unsure of what to say. It was indeed a bit awkward. "Then I'll find another compartment. It's a bit cramped here." Ron looked at the compartment, and with him, there were already 6 people sitting, so it was indeed a bit cramped. And the air was a bit stuffy, so he planned to leave. "Oh, right, Ron, you can start selling maps soon," Chris reminded him. "MHM." Ron nodded. Then Chris took Nana from Diana's arms. The little kitten might have seen too many different things today and was a bit scared, so it didn't run around or meow. Just curled up there. "It's a bit too miserable," Chris said, feeling sorry for the little kitten, and fed it some good food, which made it feel better. "Your sister is making us so awkward. Let's go sell the maps," Imp said, feeling uncomfortable. "All right, you guys go. I'll watch her here." Chris said he just wanted to give Diana a small punishment, but didn't expect everyone to be so soft-hearted. On the other side, Ron indeed sat together with Harry again, eating the snacks Harry bought, and the two chatted happily, completely forgetting about selling maps, only remembering how delicious the food was. Moreover, Ron wanted to show off a bit of his magic in front of the famous Harry Potter, who couldn't do anything. So he rummaged through a suitcase for a long time and pulled out a very old wand, with some places peeling off, one end still glowing white. The unicorn hair was about to show. However, just as he raised the wand, the compartment door opened again. A little girl opened the compartment door without greeting. She had thick brown long hair, and her brown eyes were worth noting. She had a pair of big front teeth that looked a bit like a spell had been cast, and she had already changed into a new Hogwarts robe. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Never lost a toad," she said, her tone sounding a bit arrogant. "Oh, Merlin, we've already told him we haven't seen it," Ron said, a bit impatiently, but the little girl completely ignored him and just stared at the wand in his hand. "Oh, are you casting a spell? Then let's see it." She sat down. Ron was clearly taken aback and a bit at a loss. "Oh, all right." Then Ron performed a useless spell, and Hermione talked a lot with him, which made Ron really impatient. Suddenly, he thought these two could be great resources for selling maps. So he hurriedly took out the Hogwarts map he was supposed to sell to him. Sure enough, Hermione and Neville were very interested and each bought a copy. With the money in hand, Ron was extremely happy, almost at a loss for what to do. "I really didn't expect it to be this easy," Ron said happily to Harry. "I also want to buy a copy. I actually can't remember the way very well," Harry said shyly. Actually I can." Ron hesitated. "No, you can't. Ron's words were interrupted as George and Fred arrived. Hey, Mr. Harry Potter, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm George, and he's Fred. We're Ron's brothers. Chapter 1, 39 Witnesses to Death. After listening, Harry enthusiastically shook hands with George and Fred, and he had quite a good impression of the two boys. Listen, Harry, we have an even better map, one that truly deserves you, although it's a bit pricey. I wonder if you can accept it? George continued. But don't worry, this map is different from the one Ron sold. This one was carefully crafted by us, and it contains some little secrets of Hogwarts. Look, these are the secret passages, and these are the classrooms and other places that are rarely visited. Once you have this map, you won't get lost in Hogwarts at all. You can walk freely, Fred excitedly said, holding up the 3rd edition map to Harry. It's only 1 galleon. George winked. Wow, only 1 galleon? Then I'll take 2. Harry laughed as he pulled out 2 galleons and handed them to George. George was surprised. Harry Potter was so generous and wealthy that it made him feel a bit embarrassed, so he gave Harry an extra copy of the map. By evening, the train seemed to slow down. Everyone took off their outer robes and changed into their school uniforms. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will take it to the school for you. A voice echoed through the train. Chris then released the spell on Diana. Diana, freed from the spell, felt a bit uncomfortable. She felt her stomach churning and her face turned pale. Do you understand your mistake now? Chris asked. At this moment, Diana was extremely angry. How dare you? How dare you? Just wait. I will definitely write to Mom and Dad. Chris shook his head helplessly, thinking that Diana had certainly not learned her lesson today. Your brother is doing this for your own good. Him try to mediate. Mind your own business. If you have that much free time, you might as well lose some weight, you big fatso, Diana said without recognizing good intentions. Say that again. Chris coldly pulled out his wand. You're just a coward who bullies your own sister. Diana shouted at Chris. Enough. Now get out immediately. Chris exploded. Seeing this, Diana felt a bit intimidated and hurried out of the compartment. But since she had been petrified for so long, she stumbled a bit. The train slowed down and finally came to a stop. The young wizards pushed and shoved, all rushing towards the door, flowing forward with the crowd in the aisle, and got off onto the platform. Then, a lantern swayed above the students' heads, and Chris heard Hagrid's voice shouting, First-year students. First-year students, come over here. Harry, come over here. How are you? So we don't have to take the boat this year, right? Imk asked. Ha, of course not. That's for the first years. We have magical carriages that move by themselves. Come with us, just right for the 4 of us. George laughed. Wow, that's amazing. Imk was very excited. Chris smiled upon hearing this. He noticed that his sister had already quickly boarded a small boat. Sighing, this girl, really? All right, there's no one here. Hurry up and get on. George pointed to a carriage. What's wrong? Chris, you hurry up and get on. Imp said, looking at Chris, who was still staring at the front of the carriage without moving. Chris was indeed captivated by the Thestrals, which was why he was slow to react. Standing between the shafts of the carriage were some animals that looked a bit like reptiles. They had no flesh on their bodies, and their black fur was tightly pressed against their skeletons, with every bone clearly visible. Their heads resembled dragon heads, with white, pupil-less eyes staring unblinkingly. Wings sprouted from the raised areas between their shoulder blades, large black, tough wings that seemed to belong to huge bats. These animals stood completely still, silently in the deepening night, looking strange and ominous. I was just a bit surprised to see the pulling animals. Chris quickly boarded the carriage after realizing. What? What animals? I don't see any. Exactly, don't joke, that's not funny at all. Everyone looked closely at the front, but found nothing. They're Thestrals, Chris replied. What were those? Imk asked, confused. Thestrals are a breed of flying horses. Only those who have witnessed death can see them. Chris answered simply and directly. Huh? Those who have seen death. You, because of... Imp didn't finish, feeling a bit scared. That's right, because of that snotty professor. I have also witnessed death, so I can see what they look like, Chris confirmed. My goodness, they're actually Thestrals. Fred found it unbelievable. Yes. They're extremely rare and classified as dangerous creatures by the British Ministry of Magic. Thestrals have a chilling reputation. For centuries, they have been seen as symbols of bad luck. George added, feeling it was a bit too much. What do they look like? Imk asked curiously. They look like those Wraith Riders, you know? Just like the horses they ride, Chris said, not knowing how else to explain it. That sounds pretty scary. Imp shrank his neck. All right, let's not talk about that. How about the map sales just now? Chris asked. If you hadn't mentioned it, we would have just pocketed your galleon. George laughed. This time was a big harvest. We sold 36 galleons and 15 sickles. We expect to make a bit more money once we get to school, George continued. That is pretty good. Chris smiled. Currently, Chris no longer cared about the single-digit galleons being given to him. He had accumulated a considerable amount through the living allowance from his parents and the galleons earned from selling potions. He had around 700 or 800, which, while not a huge amount, was enough for him to use. He just needed to buy materials to brew potions again and sell them later. To be honest, Chris felt that earning money on his own through potion sales was quite lucrative, while selling maps was really just a drop in the bucket. The Thestrals ran quickly, and before long, everyone arrived at Hogwarts. Chapter 140, Ironclad. Hogwarts, we're back, Imp shouted loudly. The students all looked at the chubby boy. It wasn't a big deal as long as he had thick skin. However, tragically, Professor McGonagall happened to hear it. Mr. Lesko, mind your influence. You're already a second-year student, so act accordingly. Imp blushed with embarrassment at Professor McGonagall's reprimand. It's okay, at least you didn't lose any points, George said with a laugh. Then everyone took their seats in the Great Hall. They hadn't seen each other all holiday and were eager to catch up, chattering excitedly about their holiday experiences. Quiet down, the first years are waiting outside. I don't think you want them to see you like this, Professor McGonagall said sternly as she walked in. Upon hearing her words, the students quickly quieted down. Wow, another year, and this time we're seasoned veterans. Chris said, do you remember, I was almost scared silly last year? I wonder how the first years will be this time. I hope they won't be worse, huh? At that moment, Imp seemed to take on a tone of authority, enjoying the spectacle. Oh, by the way, I wonder which house your sister will be sorted into, but I feel like she is very much a Gryffindor, Imp speculated. Then we're really in trouble in Gryffindor. To be honest, she's just a spoiled child who needs some proper discipline, Chris sighed. On the other side, Hermione was reciting spells she had learned, trying to decide which one to use. Ron was nervously rubbing his hands outside, eager to join Gryffindor, but afraid he wouldn't make it, which would shame his family. Harry was also anxious. How can they accurately sort us into houses? He asked Ron. I think it's always through some sort of test, Fred and George said. It's supposed to be quite intense, like fighting a troll or something, but I think they were joking. The nearby younger wizards felt a chill run down their spines. Fight? In front of the whole school? They were terrified and nearly trembling. Harry Potter felt the same. He thought he didn't even know any magic yet, and he hadn't expected such a twist when they arrived here. I'm not scared. I'll definitely take down any troll, a little girl said proudly, raising her chin. The young wizards looked at this girl, unsure if she was boasting or serious. Are you really that tough? Who gave you that confidence? A platinum-hair boy, who was also quite arrogant, asked. Harry recognized him as Malfoy, the boy who had insulted Ron on the train, and they had met at the tailor shop. Oof. You white-hair brat, what did you say? Diana scoffed. It should be noted that Diana had just been reprimanded by her brother and was feeling frustrated, eager to vent. Oh, you dare insult me? You're asking for trouble. Malfoy was enraged and motioned to Crabbe and Goyle beside him, planning to teach this unknown girl a lesson. After all, how could he, young Master Malfoy, make a name for himself at Hogwarts if he let this go? Hey, don't cause trouble, she asked ChrisRed's sister. You know Red, right? Ron couldn't stand it anymore. He was worried that if something happened to Chris's sister under his watch, he wouldn't be able to face his Gryffindor mates anymore. What Red? Green? I've never heard of it. Malfoy sneered at Ron's words. He thought, what good could come from associating with a pauper like Ron? A garbage fighter? Ridiculous. Everyone quiet down. I believe if anyone doesn't want to attend school, I'd be more than happy to send them home. Just then, Professor McGonagall returned, her gaze fixed on the troublemakers. Malfoy and the others immediately quieted down, not daring to act up. They then lined up, walked out of the room, through the foyer, and entered the lavish dining hall through a set of double doors. The young wizards in the Great Hall couldn't help but chatter excitedly upon seeing the first years. Soon, the sorting hat began to move. A wide seam opened at the brim, like a mouth. The hat started to sing. You can make your top hats black and shiny, make your high hats smooth and upright. But I'm a magical hat used for testing at Hogwarts, naturally superior to your hats. Any thoughts hidden in your mind cannot escape the magical hat's keen gaze. Put me on for a try, and I will tell you which house you belong to. You may belong to Gryffindor, where there is buried courage in your heart. Their bravery, spirit, and generosity make Gryffindor stand out. Perhaps you will enter Slytherin, where you may find true friends. But those deceitful and cunning ones will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Come, we're me. Don't be afraid. Never panic. You are absolutely safe in my hands because I am a thinking hat. After the hat finished singing, the hall erupted in applause. The hat bowed to each of the four tables and then stood still. The first years breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the Sorting Hat song. It turned out they just had to wear it, which was quite scary. At this moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. I will call out names, and whoever's name is called will put on the hat, sit on the stool, and await their sorting, she said. First up, Hannah Abbott. Finally, the long-awaited Hannah, known as the ironclad Hannah, the leading lady of the moment, made her appearance. The rosy-cheeked little girl with 2 golden braids stumbled out of the line, put on the hat, which just covered her eyes. She sat down. After a moment's pause, Hufflepuff, the hat shouted. The Hufflepuffs on the right cheered and applauded, welcoming her to their table. Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Soon, it was Chris's sister, Diana Red's turn. She walked up without fear. The sorting hat barely touched her before it shouted Gryffindor. She successfully became a new Gryffindor, and the farthest table on the left erupted in cheers. Chris's sister is also in Gryffindor. Ha ha ha. A Gryffindor girl applauded enthusiastically, happier than if she had been sorted into Gryffindor herself. Chapter 141. The Feast. Ah, his sister is so cute, like a doll. I really like her. I have a big brother-in-law now. A boy from Gryffindor said. A senior boy next to him, possibly his brother, asked curiously, what? Your big brother-in-law? It's ChrisRed. He is my big brother-in-law. The boy replied, Oomph. Let us not even talk about whether he would look at you or not. You? You think you're Chris's brother-in-law? Dream on. His brother ruthlessly shattered this young boy's dreams. The sorting ceremony continued. Susan Pence. Hufflepuff. The hat shouted again. Susan quickly ran to sit beside Hannah. Terry Boot. Ravenclaw. This time, the second table on the left applauded. When Terry joined them, a few Ravenclaw students stood up to shake his hand. Next, Millicent Bulstrode became a new Slytherin student. Hermione Granger. Hermione almost ran to the stool, hurriedly placing the hat on her head. Gryffindor. The hat shouted. When Draco Malfoy's name was called, he swaggered over and immediately got his wish. As soon as the hat touched his head, it screamed, Slytherin. Malfoy went to join his friends Crabbe and Goyle, looking very pleased with himself. After that, there weren't many left, mourn. Not Parkinson, then a pair of Patil twin sisters. Finally, it was time for Harry Potter. Chris could clearly feel the sudden buzz of whispers in the dining hall when Professor McGonagall announced this name, like the sizzling sound of little flames. What? Potter? Is she calling Potter? Is it that Harry Potter? I don't know. The hall was crowded. Everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse of him. And those little fangirls who had been staring at Chris shifted their attention to Harry Potter instead. Chris chuckled to himself. Great. Let them focus on the savior. That way I can relax. Gryffindor. After a while, the hat finally shouted. The Gryffindor table erupted in the loudest cheers and applause. Head boy Percy stood up and shook Harry Potter's hand tightly. George and Fred shouted loudly. We have Potter. We have Potter. Even the ghosts happily patted Harry Potter's arm. And Hagrid, the guest of honor on the high table, was so moved he looked like he might cry. Chris couldn't help but shake his head. This is the charm of the protagonist, to have such a presence just by appearing, unmatched. The sorting continued, and only 3 people were left waiting to be assigned. Lisa Turpin became a new Ravenclaw student. Next up was Ron Weasley. This silly boy looked pale at this moment. However, in the blink of an eye, the hat shouted, Gryffindor. Very good, Ron, excellent. Percy Weasley said in an exaggerated tone. At this time, the last remaining student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away. Chris's attention was already elsewhere. He didn't dare to look directly at him to avoid raising suspicion, so he had long since locked onto that person with his peripheral vision, Quirinus Quirrell. Yes, it was him, the new defense against the dark arts teacher, the temporary Horcrux of Voldemort, who attempted to help Voldemort steal the Sorcerer's Stone and ended up dying after touching Harry Potter. Although the original text portrayed this guy as incompetent, almost a useless villain, Chris didn't dare to underestimate him at all. You see, he was famous for his talent, and his theoretical knowledge was very solid, but he hoped to gain first-hand practical experience. Therefore, he traveled to the Forbidden Forest, where he got into trouble, publicly claiming he encountered a few vampires and witches. In the end, he met Voldemort while traveling in Albania. At that time, Voldemort was undoubtedly inhabiting some small rodents. This truly caught Quirrell off guard, and he was persuaded to become part of the Dark Forces, becoming Voldemort's servant. Chris estimated that this person's dark magic was no less than that of the previous defense against the dark arts professor, the stuttering professor. Despite being a bit silly, he still had some skill in magic. For instance, in the first Quidditch match of the year, Quirrell used dark magic on Harry's broom, trying to knock him off. However, Severus Snape cast a counter curse to help, but the result was just a standoff, with Harry Potter suspended in midair, unable to move. And neither of them could overpower the other. Had it not been for Hermione setting fire to Snape's robe, causing Quirrell to trip, this incident might not have been so easy to resolve. What a tough school year it would be. Chris felt a bit at a loss. He just hoped all this wound tea affect him. In the center of the guest seating, Albus Dumbledore sat in a great golden chair. The old man's silver hair shone like the ghost's. Soon, Albus Dumbledore stood up. He smiled broadly at the students, extending his arms, as if nothing made him happier than seeing the students gathered together. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome everyone to Hogwarts for a new school year. Before the feast begins, I would like to say a few words. That is, fools, crybabies, scum, twist. Thank you, everyone." He sat back down. Everyone applauded and cheered. Chris sighed. He finally said this classic line. Last year he thought Dumbledore would say this, but unexpectedly he didn't say it, and today he finally did. "Is he a bit crazy?" Harry Potter on the other side commented. "Crazy?" Percy whispered beside him. "He is a genius, the greatest wizard in the world. But you're right, he is a bit crazy. Want some potatoes, Harry?" At this moment, Harry Potter was extremely happy. He didn't care about whether it was crazy or not. He had never eaten so much delicious food, and now his attention was entirely on the plate in front of him. "Can you eat properly? Don't poke at your food with your fork. Look at what you've done to that dish. Can anyone still eat it? Diana, what's wrong with you? How did you become like this?" Chris was truly helpless. After this girl sat down, she couldn't stay still at all, pouring various drinks into a blanket, making everything in the cup turn black. Chapter 142. Shifting focus, then she had to make the little chubby one, Neville, drink it, and the poor kid was so scared he looked like he was about to die. He thought if he drank that Diana brand potion, he might not survive the night. Luckily, Chris stopped such wickedness just in time. But then she started poking each dish with a fork or sticking in and taking it out again, which was truly rude, crude, and nauseating. Chris really didn't know if this girl was under some soul-stealing curse, transforming into this current state. If she really was cursed, he would definitely seek help from Professor Dumbledore to break the spell. He absolutely couldn't tolerate her like this now. "Who are you to manage? The head boy hasn't said anything. So who do you think you are?" Diana first disdainfully spoke to her own brother, then in a little girl-esque voice. She coquettishly addressed Percy. Chris felt a chill listening to it, while Percy seemed to enjoy it, and he already disliked Chris. So he put on an official tone, cleared his throat a couple of times, wiped his greasy fingers on a napkin, and slowly began, "Yes, Chris, as head boy, I have the right to deduct points. What if you frighten our new students with such a fierce tone when speaking to classmates? They just arrived, and you're leaving them with a bad impression of Gryffindor? I say, my sister, who are you to manage?" Chris was too lazy to waste words with this pompous guy. "Oh dear, Chris, this is your fault. As an excellent student of Gryffindor, you should set an example. Why can't you speak kindly to your sister? Moreover, as head boy, it's my duty to manage everything in Gryffindor. I naturally have to address your inappropriate behavior, don't you think?" Percy rambled on in his official tone, leaving Chris speechless. Everyone else was attracted by Harry Potter, and no fans were paying attention to this situation, so no one spoke up for Chris. Chris felt helpless and decided to ignore it. Whatever, someone would eventually correct her bad habits. After everyone had filled their bellies, the remaining food vanished from the plates, which became spotless again. After a while, the pudding was served. There were all kinds of ice cream flavors, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate souffle-s, fried jam donuts, wine-soaked fruit jam puddings, strawberries, and jellies. Chris felt this year's feast was much more sumptuous than last year's. He wasn't sure if old Dumbledore had noticed that Harry Potter had suffered for so many years and had become so thin. So he specially prepared a good meal to improve it, allowing the child to enjoy himself. After the little wizards had helped themselves to plenty, the pudding also disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore stood up again. The dining hall fell silent. "Oh, now that everyone is full and satisfied, I want to say a few more words. At the beginning of the semester, I have a few points to remind everyone. First-year students, please note that students are strictly prohibited from entering the woods on campus. Some of our older classmates should also remember this well." Dumbledore's bright gaze swept over the Weasley brothers. "We don't even like going to the Forbidden Forest now, right, George?" Fred said with a laugh. "Exactly. What is so fun about that place? We're already bored of it." George also looked uninterested. "Also, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, wants me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will be held in the second week of this semester. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must tell everyone, those who do not wish to encounter accidents and suffer a painful death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." Led by the Weasley brothers, several people laughed heartily, feeling that Dumbledore was joking. He couldn't be serious, could he? After Imk finished laughing, he looked at Chris, who wasn't laughing, and asked uncertainly, I think this is definitely not baseless. It's not groundless. If he can say it, there must be a problem. So we'd better not get close, Chris whispered to Imk. Okay. Imk nodded. However, Diana overheard this and a glimmer flashed in her eyes. She smiled but didn't say anything. Now, before everyone goes to bed, let us sing the school song together, Dumbledore said loudly. The teachers and some students who didn't like singing the school song froze at this terrible news. Dumbledore was still the same. He flicked his wand lightly, and a long golden ribbon floated out, twisting and curling like a snake above the long dining table to form lines of text. Everyone choose your favorite tune, Dumbledore said. Ready, sing? So all the teachers and students sang loudly. After singing the school song, it was time for bed, and the first-year little wizards had already followed Percy out. Shall we go back too? Imk asked. Of course, I'm exhausted. I'll have a cup of hot milk, and then sleep. Chris was truly worn out after being tormented by this silly sister all day. The next day, Chris noticed that very few people were staring at him or following him around as usual. Students' attention on Harry Potter remained high. The students were very enthusiastic about the new darling, Harry Potter, and Chris's goal was achieved. Now the attention on him had sharply declined. Look over there. Which one? Next to that red-haired boy, the one wearing glasses. That boy with glasses? I can't believe it's him. Did you see his face? Did you see that scar? That's the best evidence. But I still don't believe it. He seems far inferior to ChrisRed, the Gryffindor. These whispers followed Harry Potter closely. Students were lining up outside the classroom, each on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse of his true face. In the corridor, they walked past him, then turned back, staring at him intently. Thus, Chris felt very good at the moment. Finally, no one was staring at him anymore, and a delightful campus life was about to begin. Sigh. If only Diana were a muggle. Chapter 143. The spirit of fearlessness today, Chris heard something quite headache-inducing because his sister, Diana Reed, stole the show in Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall asked them to transform matches into needles, marking the first attempt at Transfiguration for the first-year wizards. The result? As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, Diana transformed her match into a needle. Not to mention how delicate and beautiful it was. At least its shape was quite impressive. This truly shocked everyone. Hermione Granger's eyes widened. She really didn't expect someone to be this outstanding. She thought she would be the first to achieve it. But who knew there were others even better? Professor McGonagall was also very surprised. She didn't expect Diana to surpass her brother, and she was pleased to award her 10 points. Diana, feeling proud of her accomplishment, didn't realize that just casually learning a couple of tricks from her brother could make her so impressive. She knew her brother had some talent, but she didn't expect him to be even better. But what did it matter? She still couldn't forgive him for daring to use a spell on her, which was truly unforgivable. After the first-year Transfiguration class ended, Ron pulled Harry aside, whispering, "Did you see Granger's face? She was so green with envy. She probably didn't expect to lose to another girl, right? Ha ha ha. That Reed seems pretty capable." Harry replied that he thought he and the others were only a step apart. He felt that many people here, like him, came from Muggle families and never imagined they would be wizards. They had so much to learn, and even someone from a wizarding family like Ron wasn't that far ahead. Yet, to have someone like Reed and Granger, both from Muggle backgrounds, be so outstanding was unexpected. TCH, she's nothing. Her brother, Chris Reed, happens to be friends with my brothers. Except for Percy, they all praise him. Even my parents like him and have invited him over to our house. Of course. I think he's pretty nice too, Ron said, after hearing Ron's words. Harry was filled with curiosity. He had no idea there was such an excellent person at Hogwarts. Let me tell you all about it. Ron, seeing that Harry was interested, began to elaborate on Chris. Chris's first class today was Defense Against the Dark Arts. The little wizards were extremely excited, believing this course was the most interesting one, always meeting new teachers, which felt refreshing, and they could find some fun through their complaints about it. This was something the little wizards enjoyed greatly. As expected, the class they anticipated with Professor Quirrell turned into a bit of a joke. The classroom was filled with a strong smell of garlic, and everyone said it was to ward off a vampire he encountered in Romania, fearing that the vampire might come back for him. He told them that his large scarf was a gift from an African prince, who thanked him for helping him escape from a zombie's clutches, but no one really believed his story. First of all, when the egg-loving McLaggen eagerly asked Professor Quirrell how he defeated the zombie, the professor turned beet red and vaguely started talking about the weather. Secondly, they discovered that his large scarf also emitted a strange smell, and the little wizard speculated that it must be stuffed with garlic. So no matter where Professor Quirrell went, He had protection. Chris thought it was not bad. This Professor Quirrell's timid demeanor meant he wouldn't cause him any trouble, and he wouldn't even pay attention to him, which made Chris feel quite comfortable. He liked being an ordinary bystander, not wanting to meddle unnecessarily. Chris also wondered if his sister Diana, with her personality, would be foolish enough to try to peel off Professor Quirrell's large scarf, which would be disastrous. But fortunately, Diana found the smell nauseating and had no such thoughts, which relieved Chris. He felt anxious ever since Diana came to school. Honestly, aside from worrying about Diana, his life was quite pleasant. In his second year, he didn't have many additional classes, and even with one less flying lesson, he had more time to do his own things. Of course, Chris spent most of this time reading, lying on the large, soft Gryffindor bed on a rainy day, sinking into the down pillow, holding a book, with a cup of hot tea or coffee on the bedside table. Chris felt he could lie there for 10 years. It was truly delightful. On Saturday morning, Chris went downstairs to eat with Imk. The table was already filled with a large amount of pumpkin porridge, Wellington ham sausages, sliced bread, and plates of golden fried eggs with crispy bacon. The golden fried eggs were probably McLagan's favorite. He arrived early, sitting at the table, and had already eaten about 10 fried eggs, yet he still wasn't satisfied and continued to stuff himself. "Good morning, Chris. Did you hear about what happened in potions class yesterday?" Fred and George sat down with bowls of pumpkin porridge across from him. "You two usually like to sleep in on Saturdays. Why are you up so early today?" Chris didn't answer. Instead, he asked first. Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you heard." George asked. "No, what happened?" Chris exchanged a glance with Imk, confused about what the Weasley brothers were talking about. "We heard that there was a big incident in potions class yesterday." George and Fred exchanged looks before slowly speaking up. "How should I put it? In potions class yesterday, Harry Potter was bullied by that old bat Snape. He asked Harry 3 questions, and he couldn't answer any of them. Then Snape deducted points from Harry, and the other students were too scared to lift their heads, let alone say anything. Then, the key point is your sister spoke up at that moment. She stood up, just like you protect us, to defend Harry. She boldly refuted Professor Snape, speaking up for Harry. She showed the same fearless spirit of Gryffindor as you did," George said, appearing extremely excited. Chapter 144. Mandrake. Upon hearing this, Chris became a bit anxious. "So what was the result?" "Well, it wasn't too good. She was deducted 15 points by Professor Snape and was punished to go to his office every day to process materials for half a month." "Oh, that's nothing. Keep eating and chatting." Chris felt relieved. Everyone thought this was a bit unbelievable. After all, it was the terrifying Dark Lord Snape. How could you not be worried at all? Even if your sister is naughty, she's still your own sister, right? Why does it seem like it has nothing to do with you? On Sunday, Chris, along with George, Fred, and the eager Imk, arrived at the Quidditch pitch. They planned to give Imk some special training so that he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of the first-year students during the flying class next week. Yes, Imk had to retake the flying class, which meant he would have to attend with first-year students. This was indeed a very embarrassing matter, and Imk was very reluctant to let the new students point at him and say, "Look, this is what happens when you don't study hard." The group practiced with Imk for the entire afternoon. There was some progress, but it was almost negligible. "Hey, Chris, Charlie has left. There's an open spot for a seeker on the team this year. Don't you want to give it a try?" "I'll go tell Wood. It should be fine. After all, your skills are pretty good," George suggested. "Forget it. I'm not interested in that." Chris shook his head. "What a joke. That position belongs to Harry Potter. Why should I join in the fun? As if my popularity isn't high enough already. I'd rather have 2 stakes instead." And so, Chris's first weekend of his second year at Hogwarts quickly passed by. He was quite comfortable and enjoyed this kind of school life. On Monday, Chris and the others had herbology as their first class. "Good morning, everyone. Today, we will be repotting mandrakes," Professor Sprout said with a smile. She then brought out a large box containing dozens of earplugs and looked around at everyone, saying, "The cries of the mandrake can cause fainting at best and death at worst, so we need to be mindful of this while taking care of them. Put on your earplugs. It's important for your safety during this lesson." The little wizards nodded in agreement. Professor Sprout, seeing everyone so obedient, smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Now, can anyone tell me about the characteristics of the mandrake?" She looked towards the students in the greenhouse, first ignoring McLagan's raised hand and turning to a Hufflepuff student instead. The mandrake, also known as mandragora, is a powerful restorative herb. It is used to return those who have been transfigured or cursed to their original state. It is also a crucial ingredient in many antidotes. Of course, the mandrake is very dangerous, and we need to be cautious. Just like the famous potion master, Mr. Moldy Swish, who died because he forgot to wear earplugs while using mandrake in his potion. Great answer. 10 points for Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout said. Indeed, the mandrake is very useful but also very dangerous. However, that's normal. Most dangerous herbs are quite useful. Of course, our mandrakes here are still quite young. Hearing their cries will probably only cause you to faint for a while, not die, so there's no need to worry. Zachariah Smith's herbology skills are pretty good. Imp whispered to Chris. I heard his dad is a master herbalist. Katie Bell, nearby, chimed in. No wonder. I wish I could be that amazing too. Imp looked as if he understood. Next, Professor Sprout handed out earplugs to everyone. Your task is to repot them. She pointed to a row of deep containers. Everyone leaned in to get a better look. There were about 100 green and purple seedlings lined up. When I tell you to put on your earplugs, make sure to cover your ears tightly. I don't want anyone fainting because they didn't wear their earplugs properly, Professor Sprout said, giving a thumbs up. She continued, when it's safe to remove the earplugs, I will give you a thumbs up, just like this. All right, now everyone put on your earplugs. Professor Sprout was the first to put on her earplugs, rolled up her sleeves, and firmly grabbed a mandrake by its leaves, yanking it out of the pot. Suddenly, a chorus of screams erupted in the classroom. Of course, since everyone was wearing earplugs, no one heard the screams. What was pulled from the soil wasn't a root like a beet, but a baby with pale green skin. And Professor Sprout was holding it by the leaves on its head. As soon as this little guy was pulled out, it started screaming loudly. Now, everyone understood what Mandrake's cries sounded like. Although they couldn't hear it, they only saw the little creature's mouth open wide and struggled, which was quite amusing. Professor Sprout grabbed a larger pot and forcefully stuffed the mandrake into it, quickly covering it with moist compost and soil, leaving only the leaves exposed. She dusted off her hands, gave everyone a thumbs up, and then removed her earplugs. I'll emphasize again, when you operate on your own later, make sure to wear your earplugs, Professor Sprout reminded loudly. I don't think you'd want to miss this lesson. For people per pot, there's still many large pots over here. Compost is in those bags over there. Be careful of the venomous tentacula. It's showing its teeth. She slapped at a deep red plant with sharp thorns, making its tentacles retract from reaching toward her shoulder. Once everyone was ready with their earplugs, Professor Sprout signaled that they could start. Watching Professor Sprout do it so easily earlier was misleading. It was not that simple. The mandrakes did not want to be pulled from the soil, but they also didn't want to go back. They twisted their bodies, kicked their legs wildly, and waved their little fists, gritting their teeth. Chris got a particularly chubby mandrake. This little guy was very mischievous and wouldn't listen at all, wriggling around. Chris had no choice but to treat it quite roughly, so it would obediently get stuffed into the pot. By the end of class, Chris, like the other students, was covered in sweat, aching all over and dirted with soil. There was no way around it. This was hardly about learning magic. It was completely physical labor. Chapter 145. Remake Imp was quite worried these days because there was something that made this 12-year-old boy very unhappy. He discovered that a notice had been posted in the Gryffindor common room stating that flying lessons would begin on Thursday. Gryffindor students would have classes together with Slytherin students. What bad luck, Imp said dejectedly. Maybe I'll make a fool of myself riding a broomstick in front of the first-year students. Sigh, don't say that. We might not be any better. You might embarrass yourself less than I do, Ron said at the Hogwarts Brothers gathering. That's impossible. No one could be worse than me. Imp denied. You know that Slytherin Malfoy, right? He talks about flying all the time. He loudly complains that first-year students aren't qualified to join the house Quidditch team and tells a lot of long-winded, self-aggrandizing stories, always ending with how he narrowly escaped from a Muggle helicopter. I don't believe it. If he's that good, I'll eat my rat, Ron declared confidently. That's really unnecessary, Imp said, feeling embarrassed. However, as Ron said, it's not just Malfoy who talks big. From the way Seymour Finnegan, the master of explosions, talks, it seems he spent most of his childhood flying around on a broomstick in the wilderness. Every child from a wizarding family was chattering about Quidditch, except for Neville, who was very honest and said he had never ridden a broomstick in his life because his grandmother never let him near one. As for Chris's sister, Diana, it's pointless to say. She simply didn't care. She was feeling quite inflated, thinking she was invincible, and a mere flying lesson was a piece of cake for her. On Thursday morning, apart from this group of first-year little wizards and Imp, everyone else was having their usual breakfast in the Great Hall, chatting about interesting things as usual. After Chris put down his today's transfiguration, he saw an owl bring a small package from Neville's grandmother. Neville excitedly opened it and showed everyone a glass ball the size of a large marble, which seemed to be filled with white smoke. This is a memory ball, he explained. Grandma knows I always forget things. It tells you if there's something you forgot to do. Look, you hold it tightly like this, and if it turns red, oh. He suddenly elongated his face because the memory ball turned bright red, as if he had forgotten something. Neville desperately tried to remember what he had forgotten when Draco Malfoy passed by the Gryffindor table and suddenly snatched the memory ball from his hand. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley jumped up. For some reason, they both hoped to confront Malfoy. But before they could say anything, the memory ball floated back into Neville's hand, much to Malfoy's astonishment. Naturally, this was thanks to Chris. Malfoy quickly noticed what had happened and was about to say something, but Professor McGonagall, more astute, sensed that something was wrong and appeared in the blink of an eye. What happened? Oh, it was Malfoy who just stole my memory ball, Professor. Malfoy, with a gloomy face, saw that the professor had arrived and knew he couldn't do anything more. He could only give a resentful glance at Chris, who had helped, and hurriedly left, followed closely by Crabbe and Goyle. By the afternoon, poor Imk was dragged by enthusiastic Ron to the lawn for flying lessons. All the way, Imk had a long face, appearing extremely nervous, which made some of the Gryffindor little wizards uncomfortable, as they thought the lesson was terrifying since a second year had already taken it. All right, what are you all waiting for? Madam Hooch is here. She then said sternly, everyone stand next to a broomstick. Hurry up, time is running out. You in the second year, go to the back. Imk heard this and stood at the very end. Clearly, Madam Hooch didn't like this talentless chubby boy. The broomsticks were no different from usual. They were old and worn, with branches sticking out haphazardly. All right, everyone extend your right hand over the broomstick and say, up, up. Everyone shouted. This time, it was better. Perhaps Imk had practiced this action enough, as the broom jumped into his hand the second time he said it, making him extremely happy. So far, only he and Harry Potter had managed to do it. Hermione Granger's broom just rolled on the ground, while Neville's broom didn't move at all. Diana's broom jumped into her hand after she called for it 4 or 5 times, which was decent. As for Ron, he was too eager, and when the broom jumped up, the handle hit his nose, causing the little boy to whimper, while Harry Potter, next to him, laughed heartily at the scene. Then, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broom without sliding off. She walked up and down the line, correcting their grips. Diana was doing it wrong the whole time, which made her extremely annoyed. She felt it was her freedom to hold it however she wanted, and was truly irritated that she had to change her grip. She almost wanted to punch the old professor. Okay, when I whistle, you kick off the ground with both legs. You have to push hard. Hold the broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward and come back down vertically. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. Just then, something unexpected happened. Neville was so nervous, afraid of being left on the ground, that he kicked off hard before the whistle even touched Madam Hooch's lips and flew up. Come back, child. Madam Hooch shouted, but Neville shot straight up, like a cork popping out a bottle, 12 feet, 20 feet. Then he looked down in terror, his face pale as he watched the ground rush away from him. He opened his mouth to gasp for air and began to slide off the broomstick, and then, bang, a loud crash, and Neville landed face down in the grass, curled up. Chapter 146. Stepping forward, his flying broomstick continued to rise higher and higher, then began to slowly drift toward the forbidden forest, disappearing from sight. Madam Hooch bent down to look at Neville, her face as pale as his. The young wizards were also frightened. They hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Tears streaked down Neville's face as he clutched his wrist, while Madam Hooch wrapped her arm around him. Then, she instructed the young wizards not to move around and helped the limping Neville toward the infirmary. After they had walked a short distance, Malfoy burst into loud laughter. Did you see his face? That silly fatso? His fellow Slytherins echoed him. Shut up, you white hair brat, Diana said. Huh, you're defending Longbottom? Pansy Parkinson chimed in with disdain. What, do you like him? Get lost, you ugly girl. Diana, not one to mince words, cast a spell at Parkinson's face, making her front teeth grow incredibly large, making her pockmarked face look even more disgusting. You're going to pay for this. Parkinson panicked immediately. She hadn't expected this Gryffindor to retaliate for just a few mocking words, and she quickly ran away. TCH. Diana sneered at the fleeing Parkinson. Malfoy, watching the scene, had a changing expression. He was unsure whether he should continue to cause trouble for these Gryffindors. After all, this girl seemed quite formidable, but soon, his malicious thoughts overpowered his earlier rationality. Malfoy picked up Neville's memory ball from the grass, which sparkled in the sunlight. Give it to me, Malfoy. It's Neville's, Imk said. Everyone stopped talking and looked at him. That's right, it's Imk. He actually spoke up and bravely stepped forward. Malfoy grinned maliciously. Big fatso? What's wrong? Are you anxious? Is the other idiot your brother? Tell me, if I throw it away, will you go fetch it like a dog? Ha ha ha. Imk grew angrier. He raised his wand, pointing it at Malfoy, recalling a year ago when that Slytherin pussy had been as insidious and disgusting as Malfoy was today. However, Malfoy's movements were quicker. He jumped on his broomstick and took off, hovering parallel to a tree, shouting, "Come and get it, big fatso." Imp was in a dilemma. His flying skills were too poor to keep up with Malfoy. Yes, a second-year retake student was no match for a first-year. Imp's face turned green and red, unsure of what to do. At that moment, it seemed a gust of wind rushed past him with great force. No, it wasn't wind. It was a person. A person who, like Chris, stepped forward in his time of need. He was on a flying broomstick, the air rushing through his hair, his robe billowing behind him, soaring higher alongside Malfoy. All that remained beside Imp were the screams and gasps of the girls, along with Ron's admiring shouts. That's right, it was the boy who survived. Harry Potter. Malfoy was now panicking. He threw the glass ball high into the air and quickly descended to the ground. Harry Potter leaned forward, pointing his broomstick downward. Within the blink of an eye, he accelerated and dove down, chasing the glass ball. Then he caught the glass ball just a foot above the ground, straightened his broom, and gently landed on the grass, firmly grasping the memory ball in his palm. The young wizards cheered for him, shouting. They had never expected that this famous boy was indeed as extraordinary as rumored. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall arrived. In all my years at Hogwarts, never. She was so astonished she couldn't find the words, her glasses gleaming with anger. How dare you? You could have broken your neck. It wasn't his fault, Professor. Be quiet, Miss Red, but that Malfoy. Diana continued defiantly. Enough, Potter. Come with me. Professor McGonagall interrupted. Harry Potter then followed Professor McGonagall, leaving the young wizards exchanging glances. White-haired brat. If anything happens to him, it's your fault. I won't let this go, Diana said angrily, feeling a bit of admiration for Harry Potter after what had just happened. While she had no good feelings toward the troublemaking Malfoy, well, that's his own doing. It has nothing to do with me. We have nothing to settle. Malfoy, looking at the angry expressions of the Gryffindors led by Diana, felt a bit scared and weakly said. Afterward, news spread that Harry had become a new seeker for Gryffindor. Indeed, the youngest player in a century had emerged. The other young wizards who had not experienced the afternoon's events found it hard to believe. They thought Harry must have gotten in through the back door, which was unfair. Those who raised such doubts were immediately shot down by those who had witnessed it firsthand, making them dare not speak out again, even if they still had doubts in their hearts. I feel our chances for the Quidditch Cup are looking good this year. Charlie graduated, and I thought our Gryffindor team was done for. I didn't expect Harry to be so talented. We're sure to win. Gryffindor's team captain, the unscrupulous Wood, commented after practice. This also dispelled some of the doubts among the skeptics and led to a wave of praise. He really is impressive, Imp remarked in front of Chris. Chris shrugged and said nothing. This was to be expected, and he wouldn't be surprised. On the contrary, he should be worried if Harry hadn't made the team. However, Diana's actions left Chris unsure how to evaluate her. She was too conspicuous, daring to use a spell against a Slytherin girl in front of so many people in class. It was truly. However, he seemed to forget that he had done something similar last year, publicly punishing that loose-tongued pussy. Hey, Chris, we're going to duel with Malfoy and the others tonight. Do you have any powerful spells you can teach me? Even though I'm not afraid of him, I'm still a bit worried. In the evening, Ron quietly said to Chris, who was reading a wizard adventure novel in a corner of the common room. You guys are going to duel? Chris asked, putting down the book. Chapter 147. Levi Corpus, yes. Malfoy is still brooding over today's events. That guy is really wicked. So he invited Harry and me to a duel between wizards. We were planning to say. Ron explained. Chris naturally knew about this, but he didn't expect Ron to come to him asking him to teach him some spells. Can you really teach this stuff in a single go? Not to mention whether it can be taught or learned. It's pointless for you to go. Malfoy wouldn't even show up. He's just messing with you two fools, making you all nervous. Chris didn't know what to say. All right, I'll teach you the spell of a corpus. How does that sound? Chris asked. What's that spell? I've never heard of it. Is it powerful? Ron asked curiously. It's a dark curse. If you use this spell, you can make your opponent hang upside down. Then you can do whatever you want. So, do you want to learn it? Wow, that sounds amazing. I want to learn it. Ron eagerly nodded in agreement. Okay, repeat after me. Levi Corpus, remember. The ending should be a bit prolonged, like this. Levi Corpus, Chris demonstrated with his wand aimed at Ron's little mouse. Liber Corpus. Immediately, Chris used the counter curse, letting the bell drop and placing the little mouse back down. Wow, that's simply amazing. Ron was in awe of Chris's actions. He even imagined himself using it to hang Malfoy from the ceiling and give him a good beating. Well, practice hard. Good luck, I believe in you, Ron. Chris encouraged. Ron nodded gratefully. He never thought someone could be so kind to him, providing him with nice clothes, giving him a part-time job, and teaching him useful knowledge, standing up for him in times of trouble. He felt that Chris treated him much better than his brothers. Chris felt more like a real brother to him. At this moment, Ron was practicing the spell, repeatedly trying it on his little mouse, but unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded yet. The little mouse, scared, was just squeaking and didn't dare move. It's 11:30. Ron whispered, "We have to go." "All right, Ron. Are you confident?" Harry asked a bit nervously. "Don't worry. I learned a powerful spell from Chris." Ron patted his chest confidently. They put on their robes, grabbed their wands, and quietly made their way through the castle's corridors, down the spiral staircase, and into the Gryffindor common room. The fireplace still had some embers glowing softly, and the armchairs seemed to have turned into dark shadows. Just as they were about to reach the portrait passage, they heard someone speaking from the nearest chair. "I can't believe you did that, Harry." A lamp suddenly lit up, revealing Hermione Granger. She was wearing a pink nightgown and frowning. "You," Ron said angrily, "go back to sleep." "I almost told your brother," Hermione shot back coldly. "Percy, he's the prefect. He will stop all of this." "Ha, prefect, I'm not afraid of him," Ron replied. "Don't mind her. Let's go," Harry Potter said to Ron. He pushed aside the fat lady's portrait and crawled through the entrance. But Hermione wouldn't let it go so easily. She followed Ron through the entrance, hissing at them like an angry goose. "Don't you care about Gryffindor? Only about yourselves? I don't want Slytherin to win the House Cup again. And I don't want you to lose all the points I got from Professor McGonagall with your disarming spell. Get lost." "Fine, but I warn you. When you sit on the train home tomorrow, don't forget what I said. You're really two." "What two?" They didn't know. Hermione turned to the fat lady's portrait. Wanted to crawl back in, but found the painting empty. The fat lady had gone out visiting, and Hermione was locked outside the Gryffindor castle. "Oh no, what do I do now?" she shouted. "That's your problem," Ron said. "We have to go. We're going to be late." Before they could reach the end of the corridor, Hermione caught up with them. "I'm going with you," she said. "You're not allowed to come. Do you think I would stand out here waiting for Filch to catch me? If he finds the three of us, I'll tell him the truth, that I was trying to stop you, and then you can vouch for me." "You got some nerve," Ron said loudly. "Shut up, you two," Harry said sternly. "I hear something. It's a hissing sound." "Is it Mrs. Norris?" Ron asked, holding his breath and squinting into the darkness. "No, it's Neville." He was curled up on the floor, fast asleep, but as they approached, he woke up with a start. "Thank goodness you found me. I've been out here for hours. I can't remember the new password, so I can't go to bed." "Keep it down, Neville. The password is pig snout, but it won't help you now. The fat lady has gone who knows where." "How's your arm?" Harry asked. "It's fine," Neville said, raising his arm to show them. "Good. All right, Neville, listen, we're going somewhere. See you later. Don't leave me behind," Neville said, getting up from the floor. "I don't want to be here alone. The ghost of Bloody Baron has passed by here twice." Ron glanced at his watch and glared angrily at Hermione and Neville. "If either of you gets us caught, I will definitely use my newly learned spell to teach you a lesson." They walked briskly down the corridor, moonlight streaming in through the high windows, casting beams on the ground. They hurried up the stairs, reaching the third floor, and stealthily made their way toward the trophy room. Malfoy and Crabbe weren't there. The crystal display cases glimmered under the moonlight. The four of them moved along the wall, eyes fixed on the doors at both ends of the room. Ron took out his wand, just in case Malfoy suddenly charged in, and time ticked by. "Huh, he's late. Maybe he's too scared of me," Ron whispered. After a while, Filch came in with his cat, and the group was terrified, quickly running away. They dodged around pillars and dashed through corridor after corridor. Harry was in the lead, not knowing where they were or where they were running to. Chapter 148. Forced experience. In the end, they emerged near the library, far from the trophy room. "I thought we've lost him," Harry gasped. Ron leaned against the cold wall, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Neville bent over, panting in frustration. "I told you," Hermione gasped, clutching her shirt to the chest. "I told you. We have to go back to the Gryffindor common room," Ron said. "The sooner the better." "Malfoy tricked you," Hermione said to Harry. "Do you understand? He never intended to meet you up there. Filch knows someone is going to the trophy room. It must have been Malfoy who tipped him off." Harry thought Hermione might be right, but he didn't want to admit it. "Let's go." However, things are not that simple. They had only taken about 10 steps when they heard a doorknob rattle and something burst out from classroom in front of them. It was Peeves. As soon as he saw them, he let out a shrill, happy scream. "Shut up, Peeves. Please, you'll get us expelled." Peeves cackled, annoying first years, wandering around at midnight. "TSK, TSK, TSK, naughty, naughty, you'll be caught. We won T as long as you don't betray us, Peeves, please." "Ha ha, I won T, I won T." Peeves laughed heartily. "Wadawasi." Suddenly, a spell shot out, and Peeves was knocked away. The few of them were still bewildered, not knowing what had happened. "Ah, it's Chris. What are you doing here?" Ron said in surprise, looking at Chris holding a wand, feeling saved. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Aren't you supposed to be in the trophy room, dueling? How did you end up over here by the library? Chris said somewhat helplessly. He had come to return a few dark magic books he had borrowed from the restricted section last time. Yes, dark magic books. As Chris deepened his studies in magic, he also started reading some basic dark magic books to expand his magical experience and knowledge. These things are very useful. You never know when you might need them. Moreover, ISNT had expected for an excellent wizard to read some dark magic books and corroborate them with what he has learned. Naturally, these things could be overlooked, but what was troubling him now was that he truly didn't know how he ended up meeting this group of people. According to the original plot, they shouldn't have come this way. Who knew how they could have taken a detour here? Chris had come out for this reason. After all, once the book was read, it should be returned promptly, and he needed to get some new books to study. Time is precious. Everything is urgent. But unexpectedly, how did he end up here and get dragged into this? Oh no, we have to run. Chris, there is no time to explain. Filch is right behind us. Ron seemed to have heard something suddenly, and he was as quick as a rabbit, pulling Chris to run. Chris thought about the secret passage nearby. They could take that route, but he didn't even have a chance to speak before Ron tugged him into another corridor. There was no choice. Chris had to run along. As they ran, Chris vaguely felt that this scene seemed somewhat familiar until Harry led them into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Chris realized that things were looking bad. No, I don't want to go. What are you doing? Don't drag me into this. Quick. Get in. Filch is coming. Neville panted, pulling Chris inside, while Hermione slammed the door shut, and Harry quickly locked it. That should keep Filch out. Harry sighed with relief. Yes, but we can't get out either, Chris sighed as he looked down the corridor. To be honest, Chris was a bit panicked now. He really had no idea if his half-baked singing could deal with that big dog. Everyone was somewhat confused about what Chris meant, but soon Ron felt something sticky on his shoulder, turned around, and discovered 3 huge heads staring at him. Its gaping mouth released a foul-smelling breath, and yellowish saliva occasionally dripped from the edges of its mouth, splattering onto his clothes. Hermione screamed in fright. It stood there motionless, 6 eyes fixed on them. The only reason they hadn't died yet was that their sudden appearance had startled it, but it was quickly regaining its composure, and the deafening roars were all too clear. Find it quickly! Find it quickly! Find it quickly! Chris's voice rang in everyone's ears. The 3-headed dog was immediately restrained there. Move fast. This spell won't hold for long, Chris hurriedly said. At that moment, the quickest to react was Harry Potter. He dashed to the door, pulling hard on the handle, only to find the door was locked. Alohomora! Seeing this, Chris cast a spell that unlocked the door. They all escaped as quickly as possible and managed to shut the door just in time before the 3-headed dog could come out. Once they were a distance away, listening to the distant sounds of banging and roaring, the few of them let out a sigh of relief. That monster won't break down the door and come out. Will it? Ron said anxiously. It should, Chris replied. I think you should remember that at the beginning of the school year, Dumbledore told us that we shouldn't be here. If we hadn't broken the school rules and come out at midnight, we wouldn't have ended up here. It's all your fault, Hermione said angrily. Harry and Ron knew that Hermione was about to start a long lecture. All right, Chris. I haven't thanked you yet. Really, if it weren't for you, we might have been eaten by that thing. Ron cleverly diverted Hermione's nagging. Hearing Ron say this, Hermione and the others hurriedly expressed their thanks. By the way, Chris, how did you end up there? Hermione asked. Ron, I was a bit worried after hearing about this in the afternoon, so I came to find you guys. Chris lied. He certainly couldn't say he sneaked into the restricted section to get books at midnight, right? Harry and the others felt even more ashamed. Where have you all been? The fat lady asked, looking at their long robes hanging off their shoulders and their flushed, sweaty faces. Don't ask. Pig snout, Harry said impatiently, and the portrait swung open. Chapter 149 New paper and awards. They stumbled into the common room, trembling and collapsing into the armchairs. For a long while, no one spoke. What about Neville? He looked like he would never speak again. What were they thinking? Keeping such a thing locked up in the school. Finally, Ron said, if any dog needs training, it's that one. You guys, what are your eyes for? She said angrily. Didn't you see what it was standing on? On the floor? Harry guessed. I didn't look at its feet. I was too busy looking at its head. No, not on the floor. It was standing on a trapdoor. It was clearly guarding something. She stood up, glaring at them in anger. We almost got bitten to death, or worse, expelled from school. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed now. Ron stared at her back, mouth agape in surprise. Go to bed. We don't mind, he said. What is this all about? As if we were dragging her away. Immediately, Hermione tossed Harry and Ron aside and began discussing what the 3-headed dog was guarding. speculating about what was hidden inside. Finally, Harry shared that he had once gone with Hagrid to retrieve a package from Gringotts before school started. It seemed Harry had figured out the whereabouts of that dirty little package from Vault 713. They also sought Chris's opinion, but Chris absolutely refused to get involved. So he just said he was tired and wanted to sleep, appearing exhausted as he returned to his room. The next day, Harry and Ron were still very interested in last night's experience, whispering excitedly, even wanted to pull Chris into a discussion. However, Chris's reaction was the same as Hermione S. and Neville S. He seemed disinterested, so they had to give up. Here, a special cup of milk tea just for you. Chris handed a glass of iced cheese milk tea to Diana, who was petting a cat in the common room. Since coming to Hogwarts, his tea-making skills had significantly improved. There was no milk tea available here, so he could only make it himself. As for teaching the house elves how to make milk tea, Chris had tried that, but he always felt it lacked something, so he could only attempt to make it himself. However, compared to the milk tea from certain brands he had tried before, there was still a big gap. After all, homemade was never as good as the exclusive recipes. To eliminate Diana's recent grievances toward her brother, Chris's action was somewhat of a way to please or seek forgiveness. Fortunately, children are children and don't hold grudges easily. With a delicious cup of milk tea, Diana's resentment towards her brother diminished significantly. Feeling a furry sensation suddenly at his leg, Chris put down the cup and looked down at Nana, who was rubbing against him, bending down to pick her up. Wow, she has gotten fat recently. Chris gently patted this little one. Since coming to Hogwarts, this cat must have been fed a lot by other little wizards and had unknowingly put on weight. How have your classes been lately? Chris asked. Oomph. Diana huffed, not answering Chris's question. It was no use. The little brat wasn't easy to deal with, clearly still sulking. After some coaxing, the little girl finally gave Chris a bit of a better attitude. Once he had calmed her down, Chris went back to his own tasks. Yes, he had another important task to complete recently. Professor McGonagall had given him a new assignment. This task involved some new applications of intermediate transfiguration, such as when students in their 5th year use transfiguration spells to turn an owl into a small telescope, which is quite challenging and has been a question in ordinary wizard-level exams. Professor McGonagall felt that Chris's transfiguration skills had reached this level, even handling it with ease. So she decided that this year, Chris would submit content to today's transfiguration discussing some new points and applications regarding this topic. Undoubtedly, this was not an easy task, and Chris had been researching a lot of materials and conducting experiments. You see, learning something and being able to use it skillfully is a natural outcome of effort. However, if you want to conduct research and delve deeper into analysis, it's not an easy endeavor. Thus, Chris had to put in considerable effort. It was like ink. Who didn't he understand the point of it and thought it was a waste of time? The answer was, of course, negative. Through research and deeper understanding, setting aside superficial learning, Chris's skills and foundational knowledge in transfiguration became more profound. Learning a subject, if you only learn it at a basic level, is undoubtedly not that difficult, as long as you put your heart into it. However, if you want to move from the first layer to the second, that is definitely a process of sublimation. You will achieve a qualitative change from quantitative change. And Chris is currently accumulating such knowledge, and once he reaches a certain level, his skills will elevate to another tier. Naturally, this will also benefit his future advanced studies in transfiguration. Time flew by, and when Chris completed the paper and submitted it to Professor McGonagall for revision, polishing, and submission, it was already the eve of Halloween. Chris's paper delved deeply into the effects of spells, which was indeed remarkable. A second-year Hogwarts wizard was continuously creating new papers and proposing different structural ideas, undoubtedly dropping jaws everywhere. Especially the new understanding and application of spells showcased the author's comprehension and insight into the field. Once published, the paper immediately attracted a lot of attention, especially after people learned that Chris was the winner of last year's Best Newcomer Award. Some older wizards felt a sense of the new generation pushing the old aside. As for whether there would be awards, that was a certainty, but since Chris had already received the Newcomer Award last year, he would not receive such an award again this year. Chapter 150. The cat is lost this year. He would receive the Best Inspiration Award, which was much better than the Newcomer Award, with a prize of 200 galleons. However, this also drew the attention of the little wizards towards him, which truly gave Chris a headache. As for the famous savior, the little wizards also noticed that apart from his exceptional talent in flying, this savior was no different from other students in other aspects. Now, no one would gather around Harry Potter, nor would they want to see his lightning scar on his forehead in person. Those who were familiar with Harry Potter treated him like an ordinary person. The little wizards felt that Harry Potter seemed to pale in comparison to the well-known, gentle, handsome, talented, and kind ChrisRed. Chris's recent win in a prestigious transformation magazine made them realize that this young genius was still as brilliant as ever, dazzling and radiant. Thus, these little fans returned to Chris's side once again, constantly inquiring about him, which made Chris quite uncomfortable. Naturally, this deeply affected Diana because of Chris. She felt like a little bird under his wing, with people only referring to her as ChrisRed's sister instead of calling her Diana Red. This was a significant blow to her, a strong and outstanding girl since she arrived at Hogwarts. She had never thought that her older brother would be so popular and sought after at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, she felt like an ugly duckling, insignificant as dust. Chris also noticed Diana's disappointment. He thought it was a good thing. He hoped this girl could change her personality a bit and recognize herself better. Hogwarts was truly not a place for ordinary students to show off. A slight misstep could lead to a bad outcome, blending in with the crowd. Wearing a protective facade or just being an ordinary student wasn't bad. Was it? Why stick out like a sore thumb? To welcome the upcoming Halloween, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was already decorated with jack-o'-lanterns, enchanted by the professors to emit a continuous, eerie glow. The mischievous Peeves was hiding in one of the unknown lanterns, and whenever an unsuspecting little wizard walked by, Peeves would suddenly jump out to scare them, laughing as he darted into another lantern. It was truly infuriating, just like Imk, who had been scared once last year and was caught off guard again this year. So furious that the chubby boy wished he could rip Peeves apart. But from then on, whenever Imk saw the glowing jack-o'-lanterns in the castle, he would instinctively keep his distance. Today, Chris always seemed to have something on his mind. Yes, just as you thought, a troll incident would happen tonight. The friendship of the Savior Trio would also begin from today. Although Chris knew the plot, it didn't mean he wanted to get involved, being the vanguard against Voldemort. It wasn't bad to wait until graduation, learn magic well, and then escape. Therefore, Harry Potter was still very important. Besides, there was nothing wrong with things unfolding according to the original plot. Thus, Chris was unwilling to get involved. In the evening, Chris followed everyone into the Great Hall, where colorful Halloween decorations were displayed. 1,000 bats fluttered on the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining table, causing the candle flames inside the pumpkins to flicker. Delicious dishes suddenly appeared on golden plates, just like at the feast at the start of the term. Chris didn't care much about anything else now. He just wanted to eat. Otherwise, if something happened later, he wouldn't get to enjoy all this food. Sure enough, not long after, Professor Quirrell suddenly burst into the dining hall, his large scarf askew on his head, his face filled with terror. Everyone stared at him as he staggered towards Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning on the table, gasping, "Troll, in the dungeon, thought you ought to know." After that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The dining hall instantly erupted into chaos. Professor Dumbledore had to make his wand emit several loud fireworks before everyone quieted down. "Head of house," he said in a low voice, "immediately take your students back to the dormitories." Percy Weasley, the head of Gryffindor, was naturally familiar with such matters. "Follow me. Don't get separated. First-year students, don't be afraid. As long as you listen to my commands and follow me, there is nothing to fear from Troll. All right, stay close behind me. Make way. First-year students need a pass." "Excuse me, I'm the head of house." Chris followed the crowd towards the common room. "How can a troll get in here?" Imk asked as they climbed the stairs. "Who knows?" Chris pretended to be clueless and said. On the way, they encountered some people rushing in different directions. When they squeezed past a group of confused Hufflepuff students, someone suddenly grabbed Chris's arm. "Chris, Nana," Diana said anxiously. "What's wrong with her?" Chris asked in confusion. "She's lost. I was looking for her before dinner, and then Ron told me he heard a girl saying Nana was with Hermione this afternoon, so I felt relieved. But just now." Chris didn't need to hear the rest of Diana's words. He already understood. Hermione had taken the cat and was crying. This clever girl had always loved kittens, especially Nana. Whenever she saw Nana's silly and adorable appearance, she couldn't help but hug the resistant Nana, and a significant part of Nana's plumpness was due to her feeding. So she often spent time with Nana, and both Chris and Diana knew this. They just never expected that today this girl would take Nana away. Perhaps the kitten could provide some comfort for her wounded heart. But today, a situation. Alas, this really wasn't the right time. Why did she have to do this now? Nana was just an ordinary golden tabby, not a clever cat with cat-bear lineage. This silly creature would follow anyone with food. And if it got too scared by the troll and couldn't move, what would happen if it got smashed by the Trollus Club? Even if it didn't get killed, having a stress reaction would be troublesome. Chapter 151, Brave Battle with the Giant. Chris cared a lot about this cat. It had lived in Red's house for many years, and everyone regarded it as part of the family. If anything happened to it, wouldn't the family be heartbroken? Those who have raised pets know how important they are. The same principle applied here. Chris had to go. Imk. Take care of Diana and send her back to the lounge. I'll go. Without caring much, Chris hurried towards the direction of the giant. When he arrived near the giant, a terrible stench invaded his nostrils, a mix of smelly socks and an unclean public toilet. Then he heard a low grumbling sound and the sound of huge feet dragging on the ground. At the end of a left passage, a massive creature was moving towards him. Chris quickly retreated into the shadows, watching it slowly walk into a patch of moonlight. The sight was horrifying. It stood 12 feet tall, with dull, grayish skin like granite. Its massive, clumsy body resembled a heap of enormous rubble, topped with a small head like a cocoa bean. Its short legs were as thick as tree stumps, with flat, rough, calloused feet. The stench emanating from it was nauseating. It clutched a thick wooden stick, its long arms dragging it on the ground. The giant stopped beside a door, peering inside. It wiggled its long ears, made a decision with its small head, then lowered itself and slowly entered the room. Chris swallowed nervously, feeling a bit scared. He thought that such a massive creature could make even an adult wizard tremble. It was even worse for a second-year wizard. Chris couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't rashly charged in to give it a 5-hit whip. If he were struck by the giant's club, it would likely be more than just a fracture. As Chris pondered what to do, he noticed Ron and Harry sneaking around. Oh no, they were going to lock the door. Hermione and Nana were in that room. Absolutely not. No, Chris urgently shouted to stop them. Just as Harry and Ron were about to ask Chris, a voice came that nearly made their hearts stop. A piercing, terrified girl's voice and a cat's frightened howl. It came from inside the room. Hermione, Harry, and Ron exclaimed in unison. Nana, Chris shouted. Then he pushed past the two blocking his way and rushed into the room. Hermione Granger was huddled against the opposite wall with Nana, looking as if she might faint at any moment. The giant was advancing towards them, bumping the sink away from the wall as it walked. It stopped just a few steps away from Hermione. Clumsily, it turned around, stupidly blinking its eyes, trying to see what had made the noise. Its ugly little eyes spotted Chris. It hesitated for a moment, then turned and approached Chris, raising the wooden stick in its hand. In a critical moment, Chris knew that when facing such a powerful, magically resistant yet intellectually deficient creature, he couldn't be reckless. Besides, he had never intended to deal with the giant. So now he had to find a way to handle it without using dark magic or other highly destructive spells. This was not an easy task. After all, he was only there to save a cat and had no need to reveal his cards, risking the professor's shock or suspicion. So what should he do? Chris fell into confusion. As the giant's club was about to come crashing down, Chris remained unmoved, which worried Ron and Harry at the door. Hey, big idiot, Ron shouted from the other side of the room, throwing a metal pipe at the giant. The giant seemed to ignore the metal pipe hitting its shoulder, but it heard the shouting and stopped, turning its ugly nose towards Ron. Chris seized the opportunity to dodge and sneak around behind the giant. He immediately used his best transfiguration spell, turning some of the broken wooden door pieces into thick vines that started wrapping around the giant. However, the giant wasn't foolish. Feeling something wrapping around it, it abandoned its target of Ron and began to tear at the entangling vines. Chris intensified his magical output, causing more and more vines to wrap around the giant, tightening and strengthening. The giant roared, using all its strength to tear, and Chris was starting to struggle. The force was too great, and his control was clearly insufficient. After all, Chris's approach was akin to trying to capture the giant alive, something an ordinary wizard couldn't achieve. At that moment, Harry did something very brave. He lunged forward and wrapped his arms around the giant's neck from behind. The giant was too busy tearing at the increasingly tight vines to notice Harry hanging on it. But if he stuck a long piece of wood up its nose, the giant would certainly feel that. As Harry jumped, he held his wand. He thrust it straight into one of the giant's nostrils. The giant howled in pain, twisting its body and swinging the stick in its hand, trying to knock Harry off. Harry's actions created a great opportunity for Chris. He increased his magical output, causing even more vines to wrap around the giant, tightly and securely. Gradually, the giant lost its ability to resist. Panting, Chris stood to the side and threw a few quick binding spells at the creature, then used the levitation charm to lift the giant's club high into the air, slowly turning it around. Then it came crashing down, striking the giant on the head with a thunderous sound. Okay, successfully captured a giant. Harry got up from the side, trembling and panting. Ron stood there, staring in disbelief at what everyone had done. Finally, Hermione spoke first. Is it dead? I don't think so. It's probably just knocked out, Chris replied. Chapter 152. Victory. He took a breath, gently took Nana from Hermione's arms. Oh, little kitty, are you okay? Let's see. You're so good. Chris slowly stroked the little creature in his arms. It was initially very scared but had calmed down a lot now, purring softly. Everyone was a bit speechless at this scene. They thought Chris had come along because he was worried about them, but now they all understood. He was here for the cat. Hermione's face was flushed. She had thought it was as she previously imagined, that everyone was concerned about her. But unexpectedly, Red was here for the cat. At that moment, Harry Potter was awkwardly bending down, pulling his wand out of the troll's nose, which was covered in large globs of gray goo. Ugh, troll's nose gross. He wiped his wand on the troll's pants. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door and heavy footsteps, and the 4 people and 1 cat in the room all looked up. They hadn't realized how much noise they had made. It must have been the people downstairs who heard the violent crashing and the troll's roars. A moment later, Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll and let out a weak sob, sitting on a toilet and clutching his chest. Snape bent down to examine the troll. Professor McGonagall looked at the group, her expression furious, her lips pale. "What on earth are you all playing at?" she said, her voice icy with anger. It seems that aside from this savior of the wizarding world this year, the veteran Transfiguration genius still hasn't lost their touch, even accomplishing what some teaching professors can't. Snape looked at Chris with a blank expression, but his words were dripping with sarcasm. Quirrell remained in his usual timid posture, hunched over and looking worried. At Snape's words, he only shuddered and did not react further, as if the professor he mentioned was not talking about him at all. Then Snape shot a piercing glance at Harry. Harry looked down at the floor. At that moment, a low voice came from the shadows. "Please don't do that. Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger." Hermione finally struggled to stand up. "I came to find the troll because I thought I could handle it alone, because I read about them in books and know a lot about them." Hermione Granger told a colossal lie to a teacher. "If they hadn't found me, I would have definitely been dead by now." Red used magic to trap the troll and knocked it out with its own club. Harry stuck his wand up the troll's nostril, and Ron helped out a lot too. They didn't have time to look for help. When they got here, the troll was about to swallow me whole. Harry and Ron tried hard to act as if they were already familiar with this story. Chris found it quite funny and secretly smirked. However, McGonagall caught sight of it and angrily said, "Red, what are you doing? Why did you bring a cat here? How arrogant have you become? Do you think your transfiguration has reached its peak?" She was shaking with anger. Professor, I was wrong. It's all my fault. How could I possibly have the kind of thought you mentioned? It was just a moment of panic. I forgot to put the cat back," Chris said with a wry smile. "Oh, if that's the case." McGonagall took a breath, looking at them, pondering. "Miss Granger, you silly girl. How could you think you could handle a troll as big as a mountain by yourself?" Hermione lowered her head. Harry and Ron were at a loss for words. Hermione was the least likely person to break school rules, yet now she had lied to get them out of trouble. This was almost as unbelievable as Snape starting to hand out candy to everyone. "Miss Granger, for this incident, Gryffindor will lose 5 points." McGonagall said, "I am very disappointed in you. If you're not injured at all, you should hurry back to Gryffindor Tower. The students are all enjoying the Halloween feast in their houses." Hermione left. McGonagall turned to Chris, Harry, and Ron. "Well, I still have to say you're lucky. Not many students can face an adult troll. Chris, your use of transfiguration was indeed impressive. I have to admit, your skills in transfiguration are better than I imagined. I will give you 20 points. "Thank you, Professor, but Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Ron Weasley helped a lot too. Otherwise, I might not have been able to do it alone," Chris said with a smile. "All right then, you both also earned 5 points for Gryffindor. I will inform Professor Dumbledore about this. You may go now," McGonagall said. They hurriedly followed Chris out of the room, silently climbing 2 flights of stairs. Finally, the awful smell of the troll was gone, and they breathed a sigh of relief. "Hermione is really great. She stepped up and got us out of trouble," Ron whispered to Harry. "But don't forget, we did save her. If we hadn't locked her in with that thing, she might not have needed anyone to rescue her at all. Besides, it was Red who did the heavy lifting," Harry reminded him. They arrived in front of the fat lady's portrait. Pig snout. Chris was the first to say the password and slipped inside. The common room was packed with people, noisy and bustling. Everyone was eating the food that had been sent up. "Hey, mate, did you find a cat?" Imp asked. "Found it. I mean, are your eyes not working? How could you not see this big thing in my arms?" Chris replied, speechless. "Hey, I'm just concerned about you." Imp laughed. "Here, Diana. Make sure to keep an eye on Nana from now on. Don't lose the cat again." Chris handed Nana to Diana with a frown. Diana took her with red-rimmed eyes, saying nothing. She knew that when it mattered most, she could still rely on her brother. If it hadn't been for him this time, she might never have seen Nana again. At that moment, Hermione walked over, simply saying, "Thank you, Red," before hurriedly heading back to her plate. Chris shook his head helplessly. What a mess. Chapter 153. Goodness. Quiet down, everyone. At this moment, Fred suddenly stood up on the table and shouted, "Just now, my brother told me that under the leadership of our strongest genius in Gryffindor, ChrisRed, and accompanied by the indestructible savior Harry Potter, they together defeated the troll that had invaded the school. They earn us points. Cheer, everyone. Cheer for the heroes of Gryffindor." The nearby little lions of Gryffindor excitedly joined in the cheer. Our genius, Reed the indestructible troll boy, Harry Potter. Chris curled his lips upon hearing this nickname, wondering what kind of names these were. Soon after, the enthusiastic little lions lifted Chris and Harry up. They were tossed around by the crowd, nearly falling apart. And after a while, when the excitement faded, the little lions finally put them down. Chris found out that it was Ron who, in order to brag about his heroic deeds in battle, had embellished the story of how they defeated the troll and saved Hermione after returning to the common room. Because of the troll incident, the little wizards who could only spend Halloween in the common room suddenly heard such explosive news, and it spread quickly. One person told 10, 10 told 100, and it became more and more exaggerated. Naturally, the mischievous Weasley brothers made this public and even gave it such a clumsy nickname. Thankfully, they didn't call themselves the Troll Geniuses. After understanding the whole story, Chris couldn't help but sigh that this was the era creating heroes. Originally, he didn't want to get involved, but unexpectedly, these little lions were really something else. Some little witches were giving him flirtatious glances, and a few bold ones even approached him to ask about the details of how he killed the troll, their enthusiasm nearly making Chris cry out in overwhelm. The energetic little lions of Gryffindor kept the noise going until late at night, and considering there were classes the next day, they finally returned to their respective dormitories. As the main character of the welcome party, Chris was already too exhausted to handle it. Goodness, really something. As Chris was supported by Imk walking to the bedroom, he couldn't help but complain. The next morning, the still tired Chris, under Imk's urging, reluctantly got out of bed for class. He had expended quite a bit of magic yesterday, and still hadn't recovered. After a night of fermentation, the news that Chris had defeated the troll seemed to have spread throughout the entire school, causing Chris to hear the whispers of those little fangirls who had always followed him wherever he went. Even Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff came over to congratulate him with admiration. Yes, that's Cedric, born in 1977, who at 17, in his 6th year, put his name in the Goblet of Fire and was ultimately selected as a champion representing Hogwarts. He was a year above Chris, but 2 years older. This guy was more of an acquaintance to Chris, but he was very thoughtful and came personally to congratulate Chris, expressing his admiration. No wonder he had such good relationships. Really nice. This made Chris quicken his pace, hurrying to the charms classroom to avoid running into so many people. Otherwise, it would be unbearable. To be honest, he didn't really like dealing with such matters. The other little wizards from Gryffindor arrived even earlier than Chris and Imk and were already sitting quietly in the left seats, some playing around, some eating eggs, and the front seats were all taken. Chris had no choice and didn't want to sit in the seats that the little girls had offered him, so he could only sit at the back with Imk. All right, children, class is starting now. Please return to your seats. Professor Flitwick walked in right on time. Had he not spoken, no one would have noticed his arrival. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat and addressed the little wizards who were already seated, saying, "I believe you have all heard that yesterday, Mr. Reed successfully defeated a troll in the corridors of Hogwarts with his superb transfiguration skills and outstanding intellect." As soon as Professor Flitwick finished speaking, the little wizards below began to chatter again, especially the Hufflepuff wizards, who were discussing animatedly, and Chris, sitting in the back, suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. Although many little wizards had heard this news before, it had come from Gryffindor, which might not be credible. But now that the professor said it, it must be true, suddenly praised by Professor Flitwick. Chris couldn't feel happy at all because he thought this wasn't a good thing. Then Chris heard Professor Flitwick continue. However, I must remind you that trolls are very powerful and dangerous creatures, absolutely not something a little wizard who hasn't graduated can defeat. Mr. Reed is, of course, an exception. After all, even Professor Quirrell, who teaches your defense against the dark arts class, fainted out of fear at the Halloween feast. Ha ha ha, the little wizards laughed uncontrollably upon hearing Professor Flitwick's remarks about Professor Quirrell's performance. All right, quiet down. Let me continue. Just like what Mr. Reed did. He merely restrained the troll and did not find a way to eliminate it. Therefore, defeating a troll is not as easy as you might think. You must not try to defeat a troll like he did, otherwise. Professor Flitwick rarely became serious, scanning the little wizards with a gaze. And the little wizards below fell silent in unison. So, in today's class, I will teach you a very useful spell that can help you a lot. And that is the freezing charm. Now, what is the use of this spell? Hufflepuff S. Marlowe asked curiously. Good question, Mr. Marlowe. This is a spell that can freeze the target and stop its movement. This spell can be used on magical creatures to prevent them from running around. And it can also disable objects with special functions, like Muggle burglar alarms. For example, take yesterday's troll. If you had learned this spell, you could use it on it. Even if you can't completely freeze it to stop its movement, at least you can slow it down, which means you would have more time to think about how to deal with it or to escape. Chapter 154. The New Year's match. The same principle applies. If used against an enemy, it is also a very good spell. Professor Flitwick said. The young wizards were all intrigued, sitting up straight and listening attentively to Professor Flitwick's explanation, as they had always been interested in useful offensive spells. Chris couldn't help but admire Professor Flitwick's teaching method, first illustrating with an example, then expanding on the lesson's content, fully engaging the students' enthusiasm before proceeding with the explanation. This approach was far more effective than simply lecturing directly. As Chris continued to study hard, time passed quickly, and soon it was November. The weather had become very cold. Every morning, just by looking out from the frost-covered windows upstairs, one could see Hagrid, wrapped in his moleskin coat, sweeping snow from the Quidditch pitch with a big broom in preparation for the upcoming Quidditch match. During this time, the Weasley twins were also extremely busy as third-year students. They had many more classes than in their first and second years. With their heavy coursework and training with Wood, the Quidditch fanatic, they had recently been less inclined to drag Chris along on their adventures. However, today was the first match of the year between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and they were feeling quite uncertain. Chris, do you think we can defeat Slytherin today? Fred asked nervously, voicing his concern. Chris naturally knew the answer, but he pretended to ponder for a while before slowly saying, "We can win. Harry Potter should be able to catch the golden snitch and bring us victory. Of course, you two will play a significant role as well." Upon hearing Chris's words, the others let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, they didn't know why. But as long as Chris believed they could win, they felt confident too. I can't wait to see the expressions on Slytherin's faces after they lose. Those guys were absolutely furious about last year's defeat, like rabid dogs. George said. As 11 o'clock approached, all the teachers and students began heading to the Quidditch pitch. This year was a bit different, as Lee Jordan was serving as the commentator for the Quidditch match. Last year's commentator had graduated, which was unavoidable, and the young wizards found it quite unaccustomed to the new change. However, Lee Jordan, the black commentator, spoke with great flair and successfully won the young wizards' favor. "It's so cold." Imp shivered after sitting down. "Yeah," Chris agreed, thinking that if it weren't for wanting to witness Harry Potter's classic snitch-catching move, he would still be enjoying his time in the dormitory. Above the pitch, Ron, Hermione, Diana, Neville, and Seamus, the young Gryffindors, were preparing a surprise for Harry by creating a huge banner with a bedsheet stained by the little rat scabbers. It read "Potter must win." The artistically talented Dean even painted a large Gryffindor lion at the bottom. Then, Hermione cast a clever spell to make the colors on the banner shimmer with different hues. It was quite a creative touch. Meanwhile, in the changing room, the Gryffindor players were putting on their bright red Quidditch uniforms. Wood cleared his throat to get everyone to quiet down. "All right, lads," he said. "And ladies," Chaser Angelina Johnson added. "Yes, and ladies," Wood agreed. "It's time. This important moment," Fred Weasley said. "The moment we've all been waiting for," George Weasley chimed in. "Shut up, you two," Wood said. "Last year, under our former captain, Charlie Weasley, Gryffindor returned to glory and won the Quidditch Cup. And this year, under my leadership, we will maintain this brilliance. Let us uphold this honor and continue to write our new glory. Let everyone see the might of Gryffindor. Now, let us go." Wood's words were very inspiring, and the young wizards felt their blood boiling. They excitedly walked out of the changing room and headed towards the cheering crowd on the pitch. However, Harry looked a bit pale. He was a little nervous, as this was his first match, and he just hoped his knees wouldn't buckle. "Listen, I hope everyone participates in the match fairly and honestly," the referee said. Her words seemed to be directed at Slytherin's captain, sixth-year student Marcus Flint. "Please mount your broomsticks." Everyone hopped onto their broomsticks, though Harry took a moment longer to mount his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with all her might. 15 broomsticks shot up into the air, soaring high into the sky. The match had begun. The quaffle was immediately seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson. What an outstanding chaser she was. And she was also quite charming. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. Look, she's flying up there, making a beautiful pass to Alicia Spinnet, who was spotted by Oliver with last year's talent. She was just a reserve player last year. The ball was passed back to Johnson. And then, oh no, Slytherin seized the quaffle. Slytherin's captain Marcus Flint got the quaffle and zoomed off. Flint was soaring like an eagle. He was going to score, no. Gryffindor's keeper would made a fantastic move and intercepted the ball. Now, it was Gryffindor's turn to take possession. The chaser, Katie Bell, was darting around the pitch, weaving skillfully around Flint. Ouch, that must have hurt, getting hit in the back of the head by a bludger. Now, the quaffle was intercepted by Slytherin. There goes Adrian Pusey racing toward the goalpost. Who would have thought that this guy, who had once suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of our Gryffindor-esque ChrisRed, could have such excellent Quidditch talent? But he was knocked down by another bludger. The bludger was deflected by either Fred or George Weasley. It was hard to tell the two apart. The Gryffindor beaters took down Adrian Pusey for their good buddy. Well done. What a strong bond of Gryffindor brotherhood. Ahem, Jordan. Professor McGonagall reminded sternly. Sorry, Professor. Chapter 155. Something big has happened. Now, Johnson has regained the quaffle. With no obstacles ahead, she runs desperately, truly like flying, dodging a bludger. The goalpost is right in front. Good job. Angelina, the keeper, Blatch, dives in, but misses. The Gryffindor team scores. The cheers of the Gryffindors echo in the cold sky, mixed with the Slytherins' roars and groans. The game continues. Lee Jordan comments as the Seeker, Dorian Hughes, ducks under two bludgers, evading the Weasley brothers and Chaser Bell. And one has to say, this guy's too crafty. Oh no, Dorian Hughes has the ball. He's heading toward... Wait a minute, is that the Golden Snitch? Dorian Hughes has noticed it as well. So he turns to look at the golden flash whizzing past his left ear, missing the quaffle, and whispers ripple through the crowd. Harry Potter has spotted the snitch too. He feels a rush of excitement, diving down to chase the golden glimmer. Slytherin's Seeker, Terrence Higgs, has also seen it. The entire Quidditch pitch falls silent as everyone notices the two's actions, standing up to watch the impending contest, wondering who will claim it. The two rush side by side toward the snitch. The chasers seem to have forgotten their own tasks, hovering in the air, watching. Harry's speed is faster than Higgs. He can see the tiny round ball flapping its wings, darting ahead. He accelerates again. Bang! It seems something next to Harry has been hit. He turns to see Marcus Flint deliberately colliding with him, and a roar of anger rises from the Gryffindors below. However, his actions are thwarted. George and Fred, the strategists, successfully predicted Flint's malicious intent and managed to stop him. They successfully intercepted Marcus Flint. Harry Potter no longer pays attention to these distractions. He continues to charge toward the golden snitch. Closer, closer. It's almost within reach. Just as Harry is about to catch the snitch, his Nimbus 2000 suddenly goes out of control. The Nimbus 2000 sends Harry crashing toward the ground. The events unfold quickly. Harry Potter has been completely focused on the snitch's every move, never anticipating that his broom would malfunction. He falls straight down, just like that. He lies flat on the pitch-esque grass. Everyone is stunned, unable to believe what has just happened. All eyes are on Harry Potter. Chris is also startled. He remembers it shouldn't be like this. The boy who lived can't just die like this, right? How is the story supposed to continue? This is really, truly unbelievable. However, no one notices that at this moment, Professor Quirrell has a strange smile on his lips. Everyone is a bit panicked, rushing over to check on the situation, but before they reach Harry Potter, he jumps up. This frightens everyone. They thought he was dead. I caught the snitch. Harry yells, pulling the golden snitch from his mouth and holding it high above his head. And just like that, the match ends in chaos. He didn't catch the snitch. He almost swallowed it. Flint, the Slytherin captain, continues to shout in frustration, but it's all pointless. Harry hasn't broken any rules. Lee Jordan is still joyously announcing the match result. Gryffindor wins 170-30. After the match, aside from feeling a bit sore from the fall and being a bit dazed when he hit the ground, Harry is fine, but everyone is still concerned, gathering around him to check on him, which makes Harry, who often lacks affection, feel warm at this moment. No one notices that the smile on Professor Quirrell's face has vanished, replaced by a look of anger. Those who don't know might think he is a supporter of Slytherin's victory. Chris doesn't join the crowd. He is thinking about what went wrong that caused these unusual changes. According to logic, at that moment, Harry Potter should have been knocked down by Flint. Then, he would have lost sight of the golden snitch and continued searching when his broom malfunctioned, causing him to almost fall, and then, because Hermione set fire to Snape's robes, Quirrell would have been knocked over, allowing Harry to win. Not like this. There's a missing piece in between. This situation doesn't align with a normal trajectory. Without suspicion toward Professor Snape, could they still succeed? Chris can't help but fall into doubt. He carefully considers the sequence of events and realizes that the cause lies with him. The root of the matter is that he initially taught the Weasley brothers a different tactic to help Gryffindor win the Quidditch Cup last year for the sake of earning Pew's galleons. And the result of all this is, today, Weasley brothers are no longer who they used to be. Indeed, their close collaboration, enhanced by Wood's constant training, has significantly improved their skills. Thus, they successfully intercepted Flint this time, helping Harry catch the golden snitch. In the end, Quirrell feared the match would end, leaving him with no opportunity to sabotage, so he acted as Harry caught the snitch. Chris has to admit this was a good timing. Most people might have truly been done for, but Harry Potter, for the most part, is fine. This is luck. This is the destiny of the protagonist. Chris thinks Harry Potter could say, "I am the destined one." Who could disagree? Who would dare to disagree? So in the end, the result remains that Harry Potter caught the golden snitch with his mouth, winning the match. But the process is just as important as the result. Chris feels he should do something, help things get back on track. In the afternoon, Chris drags Imp with him to visit Hagrid. In fact, visiting Hagrid is a pretext. Chris knows that normally Harry Potter should be discussing this matter with Hagrid, but he is uncertain whether they will discuss it now. If things change differently, it could lead to something big. Overall, this matter is the result of the cause Chris has sown, leading to such an outcome. Therefore, Chris feels it's necessary to slightly assist them, ensuring things don't veer off course just because he, a mere butterfly, fluttered his wings, altering the grand scheme of things. Chapter 156 Twist. Hello, Hagrid, are you there? Imp, and I came to see you. Chris knocked on the wooden door. Creaked, the door opened. Hagrid's fluffy big head poked out from inside. Ah, it's you two. Come in quickly. Hey, Imp, look at your little belly, huh? You've gained quite a bit. I'm worried you might catch up to me one day, Hagrid said, puffing out his own big belly. Ha, no way. By the way, we brought you some delicious cream cake, Imp said, lifting the item in her hand with a smile. Just in time. Harry and the others are here, too. Come on, come in, Hagrid said with a grin. Sure enough, when Chris walked in, he saw Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley all there. Ron's face looked rather bad at the moment, probably because he was holding a large pancake from Hagrid that he couldn't seem to bite into, making him feel very awkward. Hey, how are you guys? Did you come to see Hagrid too? Chris asked with a smile as he sat down. Yeah, Ron replied. In the room, there were a total of 6 people including Hagrid, but the atmosphere was a bit awkward. There was no way around it. Although they had been through quite a lot together, their usual interactions were relatively few, so they weren't very familiar with each other, making things feel quite awkward. So what were you guys talking about just now? Chris asked during the moment Hagrid was pouring tea for the two of them. I was just telling Harry that he used to be a little kid, and now he can catch the golden snitch just like his dad. It's really impressive, Hagrid said cheerfully before Harry and the others could respond. Chris was struggling to find a way to bring up the competition that morning, but since Hagrid mentioned it first, it was a good opportunity. Yes, Harry is indeed very good. I think he flies better than Charlie, Chris praised. Hearing the compliment, Harry Potter felt a bit embarrassed, while Hermione nodded, not knowing who Charlie was. As for Ron, he somewhat disagreed. He was sure his brother Charlie was still a bit better. But since it was Chris who said it, he didn't say much more. Indeed, after all, Harry joined the team his first year. Such brilliance is rare. Imp said confidently. Yeah, but what happened at the end? Harry, why did you fall? Was it because you couldn't ride the broom properly? Chris asked tentatively. I don't know. I was fine, and suddenly my broom just acted up. Otherwise, I would have definitely caught the golden snitch without falling. Harry insisted. He hadn't thought about these things before. He was quite confused, but one thing was certain. It definitely wasn't his fault. Did anything like this happen during training? Imp asked curiously. No, not at all. No way. We all thought it was because you fell without paying attention. It turns out it was the broom's problem? This Nimbus 2000 isn't that great after all, Ron exclaimed, setting down the pancake in his hand. No way. Harry was also a bit bewildered. Could it be someone did it on purpose? Hermione, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Chris's eyes lit up. This girl was clever and immediately hit the nail on the head. Everyone looked a bit incredulous. I read in Quidditch through the ages that some wizards use such dirty tricks to prevent the opponent from winning. Hermione said somewhat uncertainly. That must be it. Exactly, Ron affirmed. Is that really possible? Chris pretended to be surprised. Yeah, how could there be such wizards at Hogwarts? Hagrid also thought it was impossible. There are definitely Malfoy, Snape, and the like. They absolutely wouldn't want Harry to win. Ron said, Malfoy couldn't possibly be that powerful, right? Would he even use such spells to cause trouble? It's definitely Snape. Ron insisted. Nonsense. Hagrid didn't believe it. Why would Snape do such a thing? He's the head of Slytherin. He wouldn't want Gryffindor to win. He has always hated Harry, and besides. What besides? Hagrid asked. Ron didn't know how to tell him, so he looked at Harry. Harry hesitated as well, but decided to tell the truth. Because I've discovered some things about him. He said to Hagrid, on Halloween, he tried to get past that three-headed dog. It bit him. We think he was trying to steal whatever the dog was guarding. Hagrid heavily put down the teapot. How do you know about Fluffy? He asked. We accidentally took a wrong turn last time and saw it. This matter, Ron, Hermione, and I, as well as Chris and Neville, all saw it, right, Chris? Harry asked. Chris, looking for Harry's confirmation, could only nod. By the way, what did you say about the three-headed dog? Harry continued to ask Hagrid now that Chris had vouched for him. Ah, it's mine. I bought it from a Greek guy I met last year at a hotel. I lent it to Dumbledore to guard. What? Harry asked eagerly. Enough. Don't ask any more questions, Hagrid said gruffly. That's a classified secret, understand? But Snape wants to steal it. Nonsense, Hagrid said again. Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing. Then why does he want to harm Harry? Hermione asked loudly. The events of that morning and her initial suggestion seemed to make her very certain that Snape was the villain, leading to a significant change in her view of him. If I see a wizard with bad intentions, I can recognize them. I've read all the descriptions about them in books. You have to make eye contact with them. Snape didn't blink at all, I saw it. I tell you, you're wrong, Hagrid said irritably. I don't know why Harry's broom acted that way, but Snape would never want to harm a student. Now, you three listen to me. You are meddling in things that have nothing to do with you. It's very dangerous. Forget about that three-headed dog. Forget about what it is guarding. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Aha, Harry said. So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, right? Hagrid was furious. He was angry at himself for revealing so much. Chapter 157. Snape strike back. All right, Hagrid, don't be angry anymore. Everyone calm down, don't rush. Chris hurriedly stepped in to mediate as he saw the two getting increasingly agitated. Hagrid huffed as he sat down, clearly still quite upset. Okay, let's leave it at that. I don't want to say anything more, Hagrid stated. After that, he fell silent. No matter how Harry asked, he wouldn't speak again. With no other option, Harry had to take his leave. Chris and the others followed suit. Ah, what a situation. Imp sighed, not expecting to witness such a drama just by visiting Hagrid, learning quite a bit of unbelievable things. Make sure you don't spread this around when we get back. Chris reminded, not wanting any further complications from this incident. At this moment, Chris felt a sense of relief. It seemed the kids finally understood the situation, and things should be back on track now. As long as they were back on track, everything else would be easier to handle. Alas, there was no way around it. These were just some things that Harry Potter, the main character, had to experience. Christmas was approaching. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts woke from its slumber to find several feet of snow covering the ground and the lake frozen solid. Unfortunately, the Weasley twins had been punished. They had enchanted a few snowballs to chase after Quirrell, hitting him on the back of his turban. Incredible, Chris thought, truly admiring their courage. Really? Who gave them such guts? Was it that Leon surname wizard from the Muggle world? They were throwing snowballs at a big shot, Voldemort. Chris felt the twins now had something to brag about. Like when someone doubted them, they could just say, I threw snowballs at Voldemort. You don't believe me? You're glaring at me? I'll say it again. I threw snowballs at Voldemort. Dare you? Let us see if they still dared to act tough or not. Back to the topic, December at Hogwarts was indeed quite cold. Even Diana had been feeling down lately, not wanting to join in the fun. It was said that a few owls flew through the snowy skies, delivering mail, coming back frozen like fat chickens after enduring the harsh weather. They needed Hagrid's care to regain their strength before they could take off again. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to the holidays. Although the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall were filled with roaring fires, the corridors, with their drafts, had become bone-chillingly cold, and the glass windows of the classrooms rattled under the fierce winds. The worst part was that Professor Snape's classes were held in the dungeon classrooms. Just by breathing, they would form puffs of white mist in front of them, forcing them to huddle close to their warm cauldrons. In this lesson, they were learning how to brew a swelling solution. This potion could cause the part of the body that came into contact with it to swell, and its main ingredient was the eyes of a pufferfish. Of course, such trivial skills were no challenge for Chris. He had long been adept at these low-level potions. However, Snape seemed to be well aware of Chris's capabilities, But this year he didn't ignore him like he did last year. Instead, he frequently called on Chris during class, often with tricky questions and sarcasm. Chris suspected he knew the reason. His sister, Diana. This girl had absolutely no talent for potions. She had no patience whatsoever and often argued back at Snape. Even when punished, she wouldn't back down, continuing to challenge him. This left Snape with no way to deal with her. Losing points was useless. Scolding her just made her retort, and punishing her didn't change a thing. What could Snape do? He couldn't just beat or kill a student, could he? He wasn't that cruel. Truly a Gryffindor warrior determined to fight against Snape. Many Gryffindors admired and respected her greatly, including Harry and Ron, who didn't have the guts to stand up to Snape. This resulted in Chris getting dragged into the mess as well. Alas, there was no way around it. And once again, Snape went on the offensive. Red, explain the steps for brewing the swelling solution. Snape said coldly. First, add 2 spoonfuls of dried nettle to the mortar. Then add 3 parts of pufferfish eyes, grinding them into a medium fine powder. Next, add 2 parts of the mixed powder to the cauldron and heat at a medium temperature for 20 seconds. Then wave your wand and simmer for 60 minutes. You missed something. Did you know that? Snape sneered, clearly hoping Chris would make a mistake. It depends on the type of cauldron. While yours is indeed like that, how about theirs? Have you been studying potions for so long that you still don't know that potion making should be adjusted according to the situation? Because of your oversight, someone might have an accident while brewing potions. Therefore, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Snape stated mercilessly. Chris smirked. It was indeed his fault, and he had nothing to say. You continue, he said. Next, add 1 part of bat spleen to the cauldron, stir counterclockwise 4 times, then heat at a low temperature for 30 seconds, and finally, we can wave our wands to complete the potion. Chris replied. This time there were no issues, and Snape couldn't find any fault. Then Snape instructed everyone to start brewing the potion, and initially, everything went smoothly. However, during the potion-making process, a small incident occurred when McLaggen did something very foolish. He had caught a bit of a cold due to the recent weather, and though he was feeling a bit better, the cold classroom temperature made him feel quite uncomfortable, especially wanting to sneeze. But because of Snape's terrifying reputation, he was afraid that sneezing would cost him points. So he held it in until he was ready to brew the potion. As he relaxed, a sneeze came out naturally and coincidentally landed on the face of the classmate at the next table. This guy was startled by McLaggen's sneeze and, in a panic, accidentally threw the freshly ground materials from his hand. This was bad. His throw was quite skillful, landing directly into the cauldron of Slytherin's Dayran Pusey. Immediately, Dayran Pusey's cauldron began to boil violently, splashing onto his handsome face. Soon after, Dayran Pusey's face started to swell rapidly, and he was so frightened that he screamed. Chapter 158. He really looks like a dog. Idiot. Snape was furious. He never expected this group of second-year students to cause so much trouble. They were still as careless as the first-year students, leading to such accidents. In his anger, Snape deducted 20 points from Gryffindor. Haha, that's too funny, Chris. Did you see the look on Dorian Pusey's face? Honestly, I was about to die laughing. This is more satisfying than beating him up. After class, Chris and Imp were walking back to the Gryffindor common room, and Imp's face was nearly crooked from laughing. Chris shook his head helplessly. He didn't feel any satisfaction. After being severely taught a lesson by Chris last year, Dorian Pusey had become scared and no longer dared to trouble Chris and the others. Therefore, Chris naturally didn't care to deal with him anymore. The only regret was that he could no longer make money from this young master. What a pity. As Chris and the others passed through the hallway, they were blocked by a large fir tree, and there was a quarrel happening nearby, with everyone gathered to watch the commotion. Hey, can you move aside? You're blocking the way, Master Malfoy said coldly, dragging out his words. Oh, and you? Are you trying to earn some pocket money? Weasley? I guess you hope to guard the hunting grounds after graduating from Hogwarts, right? Hagrid's hut must seem like a palace compared to your old home. Master Malfoy said disdainfully. Ron next to him was furious and charged at Malfoy. Just then, Snape shouted from behind Chris and the others. Weasley! Ron froze for a moment and quickly released his grip on Malfoy's shirt. Someone provoked him first, Professor Snape, Hagrid said, peeking out from behind the tree. Malfoy just insulted his family. Regardless, hitting someone violates Hogwarts rules, Hagrid, Snape said smoothly. 10 points from Gryffindor, Weasley. You should feel lucky it wasn't more. Now off you go, all of you. After saying that, Professor Snape left. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle rudely squeezed past the tree, knocking pine needles everywhere while laughing smugly. I want to teach him a lesson, Ron said through gritted teeth, looking at Malfoy's back. One day, I'm going to teach him a good lesson. No need to wait. I'll help you out right now, Chris said with a laugh, patting Ron on the shoulder. Then, he quietly cast a spell on Master Malfoy's left leg. Suddenly, Malfoy stumbled and fell flat on his face. Ha ha, look at him, he looks like a dog. Ron and Harry laughed uncontrollably. Damn it, who did that? Malfoy yelled angrily. Did you trip me? Malfoy turned to look at Ron and the others. No, of course not, Ron said, trying to hold back laughter. Harry nodded in agreement. Draco, it seems like you just lost your balance, right? Goyle said, looking confused. Yeah. Crabbe nodded. Really? Malfoy asked, slightly suspicious. Yeah, Crabbe repeated. It was those two disgusting guys who made me mad. Just you wait. I won't let this go. Malfoy imitated his father and viciously flicked his luxurious wizard robe, walking off with Goyle and Crabbe. However, he had fallen hard, and he was limping a bit as he walked. Ha ha, he looks even more like a dog now, Imp said, laughing. Yeah, Ron mimicked Crabbe. Everyone was in stitches. Ugh, I really hate those two, Harry said, referring to Malfoy and Snape. Come on, cheer up. Christmas is almost here, Hagrid interjected, as he had not stopped Chris's actions because he also found Malfoy unpleasant. By the way, guess what? Come with me to the dining hall and see. It's simply wonderful. The group curiously followed Hagrid and his fir tree into the Great Hall, where Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busy setting up Christmas decorations. Ah, Hagrid, the last tree has arrived. Can we put it in that corner? The hall looked beautiful and grand, with walls adorned with garlands made of holly and mistletoe, and 12 tall Christmas trees stood around the room, some adorned with sparkling icicles and others with hundreds of flickering candles. Ah, Chris, you're here. Perfect. Can you help me magically decorate over there? Professor McGonagall asked as she saw Chris enter. Oh, I'd be happy to, Professor, Chris replied with a smile. He immediately got to work. How many days until the holiday? Hagrid asked, putting down the big tree. Only one day, Imp said excitedly. Oh, that reminds me, Harry, Ron, we have half an hour until dinner. We should head to the library, Hermione suddenly said. Oh, yeah, you're right, Ron said irritably, then shifted his gaze away from Chris, who was casting a spell to create a stream of golden bubbles and hanging them on a Christmas tree branch. The library? Hagrid asked curiously. Aren't you working too hard? Then, as they chatted, the group left the Great Hall, which was none of their business. Oh, we're not reviewing lessons, Harry said cheerfully. Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to figure out who he is. What? Hagrid looked very alarmed. Listen to me. I told you drop it. That big dog is guarding something that has nothing to do with you. We just want to know who Nicholas Flamel is. Nothing more, Hermione said. Would you be willing to tell us, so we don't have to go through so much trouble? We've flipped through at least 100 books, and we haven't even caught a glimpse of him. Just give us a hint. I know I've seen his name somewhere. I won't say anything, Hagrid said tersely. Then we'll have to find out ourselves, Ron said. They hurried to the library, leaving Hagrid standing there, looking furious. Indeed, ever since Hagrid let something slip, they had been searching the books for Flamel's name. What other way could they find out what Snape was trying to steal? Chapter 159. Staying at school, of course. They had asked Chris and the others, but everyone claimed they didn't know, hadn't heard of him, and didn't understand. Chris was naturally being deliberate, while the others genuinely didn't know. So now, it was hard for them to know where to start, not knowing what outstanding achievements this LeMay had that warranted being written about. He was not in the great wizards of the 20th century, nor in contemporary famous wizards directory. Additionally, his name could not be found in major discoveries in modern magic or research on the development of modern witchcraft. Of course, just the scale of the library's collection was daunting, with thousands of books, hundreds of shelves, and narrow passages, making it exceedingly difficult to find such a person. This Christmas, Chris did not plan to go home. For some reason, he was indeed reluctant to be around the troublesome Diana. So while she went home for the holiday, Chris decided to enjoy some peace and quiet at school. The common room after the holiday was much less crowded than usual, leaving the remaining students to occupy the few comfortable armchairs by the fireplace. At this time, adorable little ones like Harry and Ron sat there, eating everything they could poke with a roasting fork, bread, pies, mushrooms, while devising plans to get Malfoy expelled. Although these plans were impossible to implement, discussing them was always enjoyable. As for Chris, he was continuing his studies with Imp in the room of requirement. There was no way around it. He couldn't forget about studying while doing anything else. Imp was practicing the hardening spell that Chris had just taught him, a spell that could turn objects to stone. Of course, most students seem to only use this spell to damage their classmates' backpacks or to turn someone's pumpkin pie to stone before they took a bite. It was unwise to attempt such silly tricks on your teacher. This could be quite useful in awkward situations, Like during the Battle of Hogwarts when Hermione Granger used this spell on a tapestry in the castle, successfully knocking out 2 Death Eaters chasing Harry and Ron. Chris, on the other hand, was studying a more profound spell, the Water and Fire Repelling Charm. This spell could make the target immune to water and fire. However, there were nuances. If your mastery of this spell was not sufficient, or if your magical power did not meet the requirements, you might only be able to use it like Hermione did during a Quidditch match in Harry's 3rd year, using it to waterproof Harry's glasses in the rain. Or like the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team, using it during practice to prevent water from hitting their faces. A more adept use would be like when Hermione tried to protect herself, Ron, and the Goblin Bogrod from the scorching treasures in the vault. This was a very useful spell, and Chris couldn't guarantee whether he would encounter such situations in the future. So what he was doing now was mastering and learning more advanced spells before conducting further research. He believed there were no useless spells, only foolish wizards. Thus, Chris spent Christmas Eve in continuous study and research. The next day, Imp excitedly got out of bed, put on his morning robe, and happily said to the sleepy Chris, "Merry Christmas." "Oh, happy," Chris replied drowsily. Immediately, Imp didn't disturb him anymore and went to unwrap his gift. Of course, compared to Chris's nearly overflowing gifts, Imp's presents were only a few. How pitiful could it be? However, the chubby boy was still very optimistic. He never compared himself to others, thinking, "Your happiness and what you have are not mine, so what does it matter to me?" Thus, Imp's open-mindedness made him very happy. Look, this guy was wearing a red sweater, round and fluffy like a pom-pom. "Did Mrs. Weasley knit you one of those special Weasley sweaters?" Chris asked. "Yeah. How is it? Pretty good, right?" Imp replied happily. Yeah, let me see mine." After rummaging through his package for a while, Chris finally found his gift. When he tore open the wrapping paper, he saw a thick, bright red hand-knitted sweater and a large box of homemade fudge. "This is really nice. How about we wear this out today?" Chris said with a smile. "Sure, no problem." Then Chris started unwrapping his gifts. Most of them were the same, as usual, candy. There were also chocolates, various types of chocolates, and some trinkets that felt tasteless, yet too good to throw away. Chris had no use for these things. However, he thought that if he gave these items to Ron, he would definitely be very happy. This year, Chris didn't receive any particularly special gifts, which was unavoidable. You couldn't expect others to give you high-value items every year, or you would be dreaming. Just then, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open, and Fred and George Weasley rushed in. "Merry Christmas." Yes, that's right. Since the Weasley parents were going to Romania to visit Charlie, the Weasley kids stayed at school. Wow, look, they also got Weasley sweaters. Fred and George were wearing blue sweaters, one with a large yellow F and the other with a large yellow G. "Those look better than ours," Fred said, holding up Chris's sweater, clearly indicating that their mom had put more effort into making sweaters for those who were not family. "Ha, not really. I feel like they're about the same." Chris laughed. "Exactly." Imp nodded. "Ha, Imp, that sweater really suits you," George said with a laugh. "Right?" Imp continued to nod. Ha. The few of them joked and played around as they prepared to head to the hall for a hearty lunch. Just as they were going downstairs, they ran into Ron and Harry, who were also excitedly talking about something, gesticulating wildly. "Hey, little brother, why don't you put yours on?" George asked. "Yeah, Ron, go back and wear it. This sweater is both pretty and warm." "Oh, well, I don't really like dark purple red. It's a bit," Ron half-jokingly complained. Chapter 160. Chris's sudden inspiration. What's all the noise about? Percy Weasley came down from upstairs, looking very displeased, with the air of a prefect. He had a bulging sweater draped over his arm, which Fred snatched away. P stands for prefect. "Put on, Percy, hurry up. We've all put ours on. Chris, Imp, and Harry got one too. I don't want to wear it," he mumbled, but the twins forcibly pulled the sweater over Percy's head, knocking his glasses askew in the process. "And you can't sit with the prefects today," George added. Christmas is a family day. They pushed Percy into the common room. His arms were trapped in the sweater, leaving him unable to move. Upon entering the great hall, Chris was astonished by the sight before him. He had never seen 100 plump roasted turkeys, mountains of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, large platters of delicious sausages, bowls of peas mixed with butter, and heaps of thick gravy and cranberry sauce. Every few steps along the dining table, there were piles of wizarding party poppers waiting for you. These marvelous party poppers were nothing like the pathetic muggle ones, which contained only cheap plastic toys and flimsy paper hats. George and Fred pulled one of the party poppers, and instead of a dull bang, it erupted with the sound of cannon fire, engulfing them in a cloud of blue smoke, along with a wizard's hat and several lively little white mice. At the head table, Dumbledore had swapped his pointed wizard hat for a floral women's hat, laughing heartily after Professor Flitwick told him a joke. After the turkey came the bright red Christmas pudding. Imp found a crescent-shaped silver coin in his piece, nearly cracking a tooth on it. Hagrid, the head table, kept asking for more wine, his face growing redder, and eventually, he kissed Professor McGonagall on the cheek. Surprisingly, she laughed and turned red. Her tall black hat askew. When everyone left the table, they were all holding a bunch of things that had popped out of the party poppers, including a bag of non-exploding sparkling balloons and a small device that mimicked a tumor. As for the little white mice, they were nowhere to be found. Perhaps they had become part of Mrs. Norris's Christmas dinner. The next few people went outside to have a snowball fight, playing crazily for the entire afternoon and having a great time. Eventually, they were so exhausted that they returned, panting, to the warmth of the common room fireplace. They then began to play wizard chess, but Chris, Harry, George, Imp, and Fred all lost to Ron. This was truly surprising. Chris knew that Ron was very good at wizard chess, but he had never expected him to be this impressive. He managed to defeat everyone. It was truly remarkable. Chris thought perhaps no one at Hogwarts could beat Ron. This guy was probably the wizard's chess king of Hogwarts. Therefore, he wondered if he could take advantage of this. Without hesitation, Chris decided to hold a special meeting of the Hogwarts Brotherhood. That evening, in Chris and Imp's room, the five of them held this secret meeting. So, I witnessed Ron's wizard's chess skills today, and honestly, I was amazed. I think there are very few people at Hogwarts who could win against him, right? Ron looked really shy. Ron said, I think so. My brother has loved playing wizard chess since he was little. Except for when he just started learning. He hasn't lost much, George asserted. Right? Imp nodded. So, how about we organize a Hogwarts wizard chess tournament? Everyone looked puzzled. Here's the thing. I plan to use my fame to host this tournament, calling on all students to participate, even the Slytherins. The winner will receive a prize of 50 galleons, second place 30 galleons, third place 20 galleons, and from 4th to 8th place, 5 galleons each. That's a total of 120 galleons. I, as the host, will put up 100 galleons. Imp, you have saved quite a bit of money, right? Can you contribute 20 galleons? Chris asked. Sure. What about us? Yeah, what about us? The Weasley brothers asked. I know your funds are limited, so I won't ask you to contribute money, but I want you to help organize the event to create a lively atmosphere. And since you both like to gamble, this is a perfect opportunity to set up a betting game. Oh, how so? The Weasley brothers were intrigued. Ron is our secret weapon. He is our solid foundation for winning. We can use the tournament to set up a betting scheme, attracting all the students to place bets. For example, if I bet 1 galleon on Ron to win, with odds of 110, if Ron actually wins, I will get 10 galleons back, Chris explained. So, you mean we act as the bookies? To make money off them? George asked. Yes, we should make Ron pretend to be a novice. So every match he plays seems very difficult, making everyone believe he is barely winning, encouraging them to bet on other players. We should also act like we really believe in Ron, keeping his odds low while raising the odds for his opponents, causing them to lose everything. Isn't that a bit too harsh on our classmates? Imp disagreed with the idea. Of course, we won't cheat our classmates. Our main target is those Slytherins. Huh? Imp was confused. Those rich kids have plenty of money, and you know that. Our Gryffindor house has never been on good terms with Slytherin. We can use this opportunity to provoke them and stir up their resentment, making them focus on the tournament. When they all bet on their own players, we can definitely make a huge profit. Chris, have you thought this through? Everything you're saying depends on Ron winning. What if Ron loses? Then not only do we not make money, but we might even lose a lot. Your sponsorship money would be lost, and we could end up paying even more. Chapter 161. Let's go, Ron. George and Fred were quite wise about this. They were not overwhelmed by the profit scheme proposed by Chris, but instead conducted a calm analysis. Right? Imp chimed in. Chris was also impressed. This chubby guy, always agreeing with whatever anyone said, was like a parrot. Of course, I've thought about it. So this matter isn't without risks. Now I need to ask Ron what he thinks. Everyone turned to Ron. Ron felt the pressure as everyone's gaze fell on him. He wasn't happy but rather overwhelmed, as it was the first time someone placed such importance on him. His face flushed like he had drunk 2 pounds of rum, and he stammered, I think you might be overestimating me. I'm not confident. Ron said slowly. Chris stood up and walked over to Ron, patting him on the shoulder. Ron, do you know why I've always seen you differently? Ron was stunned. Didn't he know why? To be honest, Chris had helped him so much that he didn't know how to repay it. At first, he thought Chris was helping him out of consideration for George and Fred. But later Chris's various actions made him feel that Chris cared about him for more than just his brother's sake. He wasn't foolish, but he couldn't understand why Chris would do this for someone who felt he was just an average little wizard and couldn't do anything well. Every person is unique. In this vast world, We are all independent individuals with our own joys and sorrows. No one is mediocre, no one is worthless, and no one is without merit. Ron, you need to know they all have their own highlights. So do you. Just like you're good at wizard chess. That's your highlight. You shouldn't belittle yourself, Chris said with burning eyes as he finished what he wanted to express. At that moment, Ron was deeply shocked. He had never thought someone would encourage him like this. With so many children in his family and so many excellent brothers, he had always felt overlooked and thus had a deep sense of inferiority. He really didn't expect anyone to value him so much. Really never. At this moment, Ron was so excited he couldn't speak, just nodding heavily. He felt invigorated. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be trusted. However, the following days were not so easy for him. He had to study chess games and practice under everyone's supervision every day, which was quite painful. But thinking of Chris's encouragement gave him endless energy. It was truly a contradiction. Meanwhile, Chris and the Weasley brothers were also busy making flyers, promoting, and doing all sorts of things. They were indeed working tirelessly. The promotion for the competition went very smoothly. Almost all the little wizards could play wizard chess. Even children from Muggle families like Chris would be taught when they came to Hogwarts. After all, this was one of the few entertainment options for the kids. And everyone was very interested in the wizard chess competition hosted by Chris. Therefore, during the promotion, many interested little wizards signed up. The registration wasn't free. It cost 100 nuts per person, which was a very low price compared to the prize money, so those interested wouldn't be stingy about such a small amount. Right now was just the promotional stage, and there weren't many little wizards in the school. So they needed to wait until the Christmas holiday was over and all the little wizards returned to school. The first match would be on the third day after school started, so Ron still had time to deepen his wizard chess skills. Therefore, this little guy was really exhausted lately. When he returned to the dormitory, he would just collapse onto the bed and sleep without caring about anything else. Harry felt helpless seeing Ron like this. Recently, he had discovered a great treasure while sneaking out at night. But unfortunately, Ron came back and just fell asleep. He wanted to show it to Ron, but now he couldn't. Indeed, it was something he found in an unused classroom. In that classroom, many desks and chairs were piled against the wall, casting a large dark shadow. And there was also an overturned wastebasket, but on the wall facing him. There was something that seemed out of place, as if someone had temporarily placed this treasure here due to lack of space. It was a very imposing mirror, reaching all the way to the ceiling, with a luxurious golden frame, supported by two claw-like feet at the bottom. At the top, there was an inscription, Eristra eru oit ubek hafru oit onwoser. Inside the mirror was a very beautiful woman with deep red hair, smiling yet crying at the same time. Standing next to her was a tall, thin man with black hair who wrapped his arm around her. The man wore glasses. His hair was messy, and a tuft of hair at the back of his head stood up stubbornly, just like Harry's. They waved at Harry with smiles, and he was captivated by the mirror, sitting there for hours every day. He wanted to introduce his parents to his best friend, Ron, like other kids did. But unfortunately, Ron was too busy, always disappearing during the day. And when he came back, he was already asleep, leaving Harry with no opportunity. Chapter 162. The match begins that night. He arrived in front of the mirror as usual, but unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore had discouraged him and revealed the truth, which left Harry feeling quite down for a while. It turned out that everything was fake, all an illusion, all a nightmare, none of it was real. Recently, without a single friend by his side, Harry felt extremely lost and sad. On the eve of the school opening, the little wizards returned, gathering joyfully, laughing and playing. And the hottest topic of conversation was the wizard chess tournament hosted by Chris, which had a prize of 50 galleons. With so much money, what couldn't you do? Even if they didn't win first place, there were prizes for the other rankings from 2nd to 8th. Kids always have a high opinion of themselves. They all believed they could be the champion. Thus, once the students returned to school, registrations surged. Out of every 10 little wizards, 6 or 7 signed up, with 1 or 2 hesitating and the remaining 1 or 2 simply uninterested. Therefore, this tournament was sure to gather all the wizard chess experts from Hogwarts. To ensure that Ron could win more smoothly and not end up in a difficult situation, Chris thought of a slightly different approach, a house knockout tournament. The competition was divided into 4 regions: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw. After the matches in each region, 2 contestants would advance to the final championship. This meant that participants would first need to defeat their opponents from their own house before competing against contestants from other houses. This was indeed a bit unfair. If a region was full of novices, they would merely be battling among themselves, while another region consisted mostly of experts. allowing only the best to advance. This was unfair to the non-advancing experts in that region. After all, with their skills, they would undoubtedly win against novices. But the division of regions led to their hopelessness in advancing, which was truly lamentable. However, this also undoubtedly increased Ron's chances of advancing, reducing their risk of loss. Meanwhile, George and Fred had secretly started a betting pool, currently focusing on who could secure a spot in the house knockout. Many little wizards were very interested, with 9 out of 10 participating in the betting, and many narcissistic ones even placed bets on themselves. Due to their lack of understanding of the skill levels of contestants from other houses, they dared not set the odds too high, for fear of being caught off guard by a sudden dark horse. Despite this, they had already collected about 782 galleons in bets, with Slytherin's young masters holding the largest share, many of whom had placed their bets on Draco Malfoy. Chris wasn't very sure about Malfoy's chess skills. It was hard to tell if everyone betting on him was genuinely seeing profit or if they were just being fooled by Malfoy. On the third day of school, the tournament commenced as scheduled. Chris had already found 4 empty classrooms in advance, each with 2 opposing tables, and each table equipped with a timer, pen, and paper. Each match in the Wizard Chess Tournament allowed a maximum of 90 minutes per player. After making their moves, each little wizard would press the timer button to stop their time, followed by their opponent's turn, alternating moves in this manner. The pen and paper were provided for players to record their moves, analyze the board layout, and calculate their steps. All right, I hereby declare the Hogwarts Wizard Chess Tournament. Gryffindor region officially begins. All contestants, please stand and shake hands. Good, sit down. Start. This announcement echoed simultaneously in the 4 classrooms as the tournament began. Naturally, this match drew everyone's attention, and even Professor Flitwick appeared interested in observing the competition. Other non-participating little wizards also gathered to watch the matches, cheering for their boyfriends and girlfriends. Chris walked around the venue with keen interest, observing the matches. He found that many of the older wizards were indeed formidable, defeating their opponents decisively. Of course, age did not determine skill. Ron's opponent was a strong 6th-year student. However, Ron held his own, trading blows with his opponent and seeming quite at ease. In contrast, Harry was struggling greatly. He had lost his knight, and his castle had been breached, putting him in a dire situation with almost no chance of turning the tables. Hermione, on the other hand, was quite impressive. She calculated each move carefully, leveraging her brilliant mind to outmaneuver her opponent, leaving them in a cold sweat. Imp also participated in the tournament, but lost to a 4th-year girl within the first 10 minutes. In other matches, Ravenclaw's Eddie Carmichael, Roger Davies, Dave Chambers, and Penelope Clearwater were all strong competitors. Hufflepuff Cadwallader, Summers, Val Stebbins, Chubby, Zacharias Smith, and Cedric Diggory were also quite good. As for Slytherin, the levels of Dorian Pusey, Miles Bletchley, Rabaston Lestrange, Montague, Vass, Bull, Derek, and Draco Malfoy were not to be underestimated. Chris couldn't help but exclaim how risky it was. Fortunately, he had opted for the house knockout format. If it had been an all-out competition, Ron might not have made it to the end. In that case, Chris felt he needed to pull out the big guns. That evening after the matches, Chris pulled Ron aside and quietly handed him a book titled Latest Western Chess Opening Strategies. Ron was puzzled. This is the latest strategy from the Muggles in America that I bought just before Diana's Christmas break ended. They used it to defeat the Soviets a few years ago. Take a good look at it. You've secured your spot in the knockout rounds, but the final is still uncertain. Since you have some time before the final, study hard. You can do it. Is this going to work? Ron was a bit skeptical, wondering if Muggle strategies would be effective. Just open it and see for yourself, Chris smiled. Ron hesitantly opened the book, but it wasn't long before he was engrossed in it. The strategies for chess and wizard chess were almost identical, but the thought processes were quite different. He had never seen such methods before. In no time, Ron was amazed by the book. Wow, can this really be done? Ron exclaimed in excitement at the brilliant parts he discovered. Chapter 163. Unexpected Cleverness. Harry, who shared a dormitory with him, was extremely frustrated. Ron had recently shown no interest in playing with him at all, always engrossed in a Muggle book by himself, which was really infuriating. In 2 days, during the final of the Inter-House Championship, the winners from Gryffindor were Ron Weasley and Kenneth Toller. Speaking of Kenneth Toller, no one expected this 3rd-year wizard to have such skills, and he instantly became a favorite to win the championship. As for Ron, most people thought he was too young. Although he had great talent in wizard chess, his lack of experience meant he would likely just be a filler in the final. So not many people had high hopes for him. The winners from Ravenclaw were Roger Davies and Penelope Clearwater. Penelope Clearwater's victory was expected. Her wizard chess strategies were calculated to the point where she could almost anticipate her opponent's every move, making her a master of the game. The winners from Hufflepuff were Zachariah Smith and Cedric Diggory. Similarly, their victory was not surprising, as they were both strong players, and Cedric seemed to have the upper hand. His strategy was usually steady and methodical, making it difficult for anyone without a surprising move to disrupt his plans. However, the result from Slytherin was a bit unexpected. The winners were Dorian Pusey and Draco Malfoy. This was truly surprising to everyone, because Montague was also quite skilled, and many assumed he would definitely have a place among the Slytherin winners. Yet, he unexpectedly lost to Dorian Pusey's subordinate, which was quite unpredictable. Of course, there were rumors that Dorian had bribed Montague to intentionally lose to him. According to some intelligence provided by friends from Slytherin, Dorian aimed to win the championship to embarrass Chris. That was indeed Dorian's intention, and he was quite pleased with himself at the moment. Since he couldn't find a way to challenge Chris in other areas, he thought of this tactic. Since he couldn't shake Chris, could others resist his financial influence? Besides, he had already made back that money. Yes. Who was Dorian? He was a business tycoon in Slytherin. Chris and the others had set up a betting game in Slytherin, which Dorian cleverly exploited. He both bribed his opponent and placed bets on himself, with the money he used to bribe the opponent coming straight from his winnings. And he even made a little profit. Dorian was feeling triumphant. He hadn't spent any money and had instead earned both money and fame. On the other hand, Chris learned of this unexpected news and felt somewhat helpless. Dorian really knew how to play clever tricks. It was quite embarrassing that his own game was being exploited by a pawn in it, but he couldn't do anything about it right now. If he accused him of cheating, he would need solid evidence, but he had none to prove that Dorian had bribed the competition to win. So what could he do? The only thing he could do now was wait. When the final came, he would make sure Dorian coughed up the money he had taken. The final was set for the following Saturday morning on the lawn. He had consulted a senior student skilled in astronomy, and it was predicted to be a fine day, so there would be no problem. Recently, Ron had been absorbed in learning new chess strategies, so he had almost given up on going to the library with Harry and Hermione to find LeMay. Harry, however, continued to search diligently. But since Harry also had to endure the grueling Quidditch practice, the burden of this task fell solely on Hermione. On Wednesday evening, while Chris and the others were watching Ron practice his wizard chess matches in the common room, Neville suddenly tumbled into the room. No one could figure out how he had squeezed through the portrait hole, as his legs were stuck tightly together. Everyone quickly realized he had been hit with a leg locker curse. He must have hopped up the stairs like a rabbit to enter Gryffindor Tower. Everyone laughed at his ridiculous appearance, and Chris chuckled as well, pulling out his wand to lift the curse. Neville's legs sprang apart, and he stood up, trembling all over. What happened? Harry asked. Malfoy, Neville said, his voice shaking. I ran into him outside the library. He said he was looking for someone to practice that curse with. Go tell Professor McGonagall. Hermione, who was flipping through a book, said angrily. I can go beat him up for you. Diana, who was petting a cat, said fiercely, pulling out her wand. Ahem, Chris said, deliberately coughing a couple of times at Diana. Neville looked at Diana and involuntarily shivered. I don't want to cause more trouble. He mumbled. You have to face him bravely, Neville. Ron suddenly stood up and said, he's always been overbearing. We have no reason to submit to him and let him have his way. What skills does he have? He's not as good as Harry at Quidditch, not as good as Hermione in other subjects. And today, I dare say, he's not as good as me at wizard chess. Just because he made it to the finals doesn't mean anything. He hasn't faced me yet. Just wait, I will definitely crush him. Ha ha. Some who heard Ron's declaration couldn't help but laugh. They thought he was just boasting, and they didn't believe Ron could defeat Malfoy at all. Ron was furious at their reactions and wanted to say more, but remembering Chris's advice, he swallowed his anger and sat down. Just wait, I will definitely win. Ron shouted in his heart. Yeah, you're all so amazing, so excellent, and I'm just a useless waste good for nothing. Neville choked out. Seeing Neville like this, everyone didn't know what to say, so Harry took the initiative to walk over. He reached into his robe pocket and pulled out a chocolate frog, the last one from the box Hermione had given him for Christmas. He handed it to Neville, saying, In my heart, you are better than 12 Malfoys. The Sorting Hat put you in Gryffindor, didn't he it? Where's Malfoy? In that annoying Slytherin. Chapter 164. No participation allowed. Neville opened the horseshoe-shaped chocolate, his lips twitching as he revealed a weak smile. Thank you, Harry. I think I want to go to bed now. Do you want the card? You collect cards, right? After Neville left, Harry looked at the famous wizard card. Another Dumbledore, he said, the first time I saw it. Suddenly, he gasped, staring at the back of the card, then looked up at everyone. I found him. He whispered, I found LeMay. I told you I had seen that name before. I saw it on the train coming here. Listen to this. Dumbledore's well-known contributions include defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his fruitful collaboration with partner Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. Hermione jumped up. Wait, she said, then ran upstairs to the girls' dormitory. Before Harry and Ron had a chance to exchange confused glances, she rushed back, cradling a huge, old book in her arms. I can't believe I didn't think to look here, she said excitedly in a low voice. I borrowed this a few weeks ago from the library to read for fun. For fun? Ron said, but Hermione shushed him, wanting to look something up. She started flipping through the pages quickly, muttering to herself. Finally, she found it. I know now. Can we talk now? Ron said irritably. Hermione ignored him. Nicholas Flamel, she said in a theatrical whisper, is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. What stone? Diana, who was nearby, asked with interest. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione explained. She pushed the book towards everyone, and Harry read. Ancient alchemy involved the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a magical substance with astonishing properties. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, which grants immortality to anyone who drinks it. For centuries, there have been many reports about the Philosopher's Stone, but the only remaining stone belongs to the famous alchemist and opera enthusiast Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and is currently living in hiding with his wife, Perenelle, in Devon. Got it? Hermione asked after Harry finished reading. Wow, that's amazing, Chris Imk exclaimed, still not believing such a thing existed in the world. Immortality. Doesn't that mean eternal youth? Diana seemed to see a treasure, her eyes sparkling. You're thinking about peaches, Chris said from the side. You, Diana, shot Chris a glare. That big dog must be guarding LeMay's Philosopher's Stone. I bet LeMay asked Dumbledore to keep it safe for him because they are friends and he knows someone is after the stone. That's why he moved the stone out of Gringotts. A stone that can turn into gold and make you immortal. Harry said, no wonder Snape is after it too. Who wouldn't want it? No wonder we can't find LeMay, Ron said. Since he's 665 years old, that can't be considered modern, right? Yeah, I really didn't expect that. When it was time to go to bed, Chris stopped Diana, who had just learned about this. Chris took her to a corner. Listen, about this Philosopher's Stone thing, you should stay out of it, understand? Why? On what grounds? Diana asked, puzzled. It's a complicated matter. I think there's more to it than meets the eye. You're just a first-year witch. Why get involved? Chris countered. Diana didn't know how to respond. Anyway, you can't go wrong listening to me, Chris said seriously, looking into Diana's eyes. Fine, Diana said reluctantly. Chris nodded and went back to the dormitory to sleep. Diana usually didn't go back on her word, so Chris felt that as long as she agreed, everything would be fine. That way, the matter had nothing to do with him. He just needed to sit back and watch the storm unfold. By Saturday, the weather was indeed sunny and clear, a perfect day. Chris and those preparing for the competition arrived early at the venue to set up. They also invited Hogwarts house elves to help prepare some food, laid out on long tables covered with white tablecloths like an outdoor buffet. Before they were ready, many little wizards had already gathered to watch, most of whom had placed bets. I'm gonna make a killing. Ha. A fourth-year Hufflepuff student said excitedly. Hey, are you out of your mind? You bet on Diggory? He's nowhere near as good as our Kenneth Toller. A disgruntled Gryffindor girl retorted. You guys, don't you know how powerful our Roger Davies is? He has a prestigious family. His grandfather even won the champion of wizard chess at the Leaky Cauldron. A Ravenclaw student was unconvinced. What? Some unknown hick? Daring to boast here? That's just ridiculous and astonishing. A pockmarked-faced Slytherin upperclassman mocked. You. The Ravenclaw student was so angry he couldn't speak. You what? Isn't it true? Our Slytherin's Percy and Malfoy families have deep roots and are truly impressive. You might as well keep your insignificant stuff to yourself to avoid embarrassing yourselves. The pockmarked-faced student proudly raised his head, as if he were talking about himself. The Ravenclaw student was so furious he almost exploded on the spot, wanted to punch the pockmarked-faced student to show him what was impressive, but as a Ravenclaw, his reason prevailed over emotion, so he angrily unclenched his fists and said, We'll see. The pockmarked-faced Slytherin didn't care at all, sneering and looking elsewhere. Honestly, I think there's nothing to argue about. The results will tell everything, right? It's just. Nearby, McLaggen was enjoying the carefully prepared food by Chris and the others, appearing like a master of the world, calmly chatting with a first-year little wizard. Chapter 165. Such a match, yes, you're right. So who did you bet on? The little wizard seemed to be quite taken by this, respectfully peeling a boiled egg for McLaggen. He was clever. He knew that McLaggen was in the same year as Chris and his friends from the same house. So he must have insider information. Who did I bet on? Do I need to bet? No need for me to brag. Who am I? I'm someone ChrisRed looked up to back in the day. He treated me to eggs just like you're doing now. McLaggen said proudly. The little wizard's eyes widened immediately. Is that true? Hey, you don't believe me? I believe. But did you really not place a bet? I already told you no. I wanted to bet on myself, but I didn't qualify. McLaggen finished off the egg in his hand. The little wizard was unwilling to give up. He wanted to pry out a bit more information. So who do you think can win? I still believe I can do it. You should know in my match, hey? It was a real battle. The sky turned dark and the sun and moon lost their light. McLaggen rambled on about his wizard chess match. Little did he know, the little wizard had already seen through him. He was just a fool who knew nothing and loved to brag. Just eat your egg. You think Chris is treating you to eggs? You're just overthinking it. At that moment, the little wizard could no longer hold back and angrily swished his sleeves and left. Hey, listen to me before you go. About 20 minutes later, the competitors arrived at the venue surrounded by their supporters. The crowd was lively, and the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. How's it going with what I asked you to do? Said a well-dressed, impeccably groomed, handsome young man. Don't worry, Master Pussy. 300 galleons, all on you. A boy with acne on his forehead leaned in with a grin. Such things were numerous. The young ladies of Slytherin had placed substantial bets on the competitors, but none were as wealthy as Dorian Pussy, who bet a full 300 galleons. He had bribed the two most capable competitors, making his advancement in the match a sure thing. As for Malfoy and Weasley, he didn't even take them seriously. They were just first-year kids. What were they worth? The final victory would undoubtedly belong to him. Master Pussy, Red, just wait to be slapped in the face by me. Dorian Pussy clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. On the other side, Malfoy was similarly confident. He wore a tasteful suit to the match, and many young Slytherin girls were starstruck by him, especially a girl named Pansy whose face was covered in freckles, nearly drooling. Go for it, Draco. Pansy leaned close to Malfoy, her little hands occasionally touching him. Malfoy felt utterly disgusted, but his good, noble upbringing forbade him from speaking ill of a girl from a powerful family. So he could only force a smile and moved between Crabbe and Goyle to escape Pansy's clutches. Ron, don't be nervous. I believe you can do it. Chris encouraged. That's right, we all believe in you. You will be Gryffindor's unmatched glory. Imp shouted loudly. Hearing Imp's words, many people showed disdain. They certainly didn't believe a first-year kid could win the match. Hello everyone, we meet again. I'm also somewhat skilled in wizard chess, so I'll be the host for this match. Cheer, shouted a young boy with dark skin. Lee Jordan, standing on the stage, revealing a big white smile. Woo, yay, the little wizards shouted in excitement. All right, before the match begins, we invite Mr. ChrisRed, the sponsor of this match, to say a few words. Please welcome. Red, Chris. Some little fans cheered and screamed. Hello everyone. I originally didn't plan to say anything, but since the host insists, I will say a few words. The reason I organized this match is not as grand as everyone thinks. I just feel that as wizards, we should inherit the excellent traditions of our predecessors. And wizard chess is one of them. Wizard chess has a long history and culture, and as outstanding students of Hogwarts, we naturally cannot forget our roots. These excellent and beneficial things should not be forgotten. And the significance of this match is to reignite our love for wizard chess. Together with your parents, elders, classmates, and friends, let's play a game of wizard chess. Good, well said. The little wizards applauded thunderously. Of course, many people scoffed, thinking he was just seeking fame. All right, I now declare the final match officially begins. First up in the first seat, it's Ravenclaw, Roger Davies against Slytherin, Dorian Pussy. Let's welcome them with applause. Dorian Pussy smiled slightly. As expected, it was all set. He faced the audience, lightly waved his arm, exuding noble charm, then adjusted his collar, shook out his luxurious wizard robe, and coldly ignored Roger Davies' outstretched hand, simply sitting down. This left Roger Davies in an awkward position, unable to do anything but retract his hand in embarrassment. In the second seat, Hufflepuff, Zachariah Smith against Gryffindor, Kenneth Toller. The little lions of Gryffindor roared with excitement upon seeing their most outstanding competitor. The two were relatively friendly, shook hands, and sat down. In the third seat, Ravenclaw, Penelope Clearwater against Gryffindor, Ron Weasley. This time, the cheers from the little lions weren't as loud as before. Perhaps they had shouted too hard earlier and were now out of breath. However, the support group consisting of Harry, Hermione, Neville, Seamus, and others stood out, holding up banners and shouting loudly, Ron, You are the strongest. You are the king of wizard chess. Ron looked at the beautiful older sister, feeling extremely shy, and gently shook her hand before sitting down. In the fourth seat, Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory against Slytherin, Draco Malfoy. Both of them had quite a few fans cheering them on. They seemed harmonious, probably due to Cedric's high likability, as Malfoy didn't utter any harsh words. As the competitors took their places, the match smoothly began. Chapter 166. Confrontations from all sides. So, how should we describe the current situation? It's still quite chaotic. Darian Pusui has been cutting down enemies and capturing flags along the way, causing Roger Davis to flee in disarray. The outcome is already quite evident. This has left those who bet on Roger Davis in a panic, extremely anxious. They can't understand how someone who has fought through numerous challenges to reach the finals could perform so poorly today. This is simply a money pit. The match between Zacharias Smith and Kenneth Toller is more intense. Kenneth Toller plays aggressively, charging forward decisively. But Zacharias Smith, on the other hand, is exceptionally steady. His setup appears casual, yet it's filled with defenses. The situation is as impenetrable as a copper wall and iron arm, making it difficult for Kenneth Toller to break through. He can only watch as his pieces fall one by one, leaving behind a scene of desolation. The duel between Penelope Clearwater and Ron Weasley is quite intriguing. It's obvious that Penelope Clearwater's setup is like a net that captures everything, making it difficult for Ron to escape. However, he seems to have a miraculous ability to evade her traps. If that were all, it would be fine. But Ron not only manages to escape Penelope Clearwater's calculations, but his moves are also exceptionally fierce, full of killing intent, even willing to harm 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own. This puts Ron right on target. As Penelope Clearwater watches her meticulously crafted layout, boasting of a 6-sided net, 8 directions of flags, and 10 ambushes, get dismantled, she begins to feel anxious. In the meantime, she scribbles and calculates on paper, seemingly trying to set a new trap, but with Ron constantly pressing her. It's difficult for her strategy to take shape. Sweat beads as big as beans drip onto the paper, and her expression no longer holds the vibrant charm it had moments ago. No one expected Ron's chess skills to have reached such a level. It's truly remarkable. As for Cedric Diggory and Draco Malfoy, it's a different story altogether. Cedric Diggory maintains his gentlemanly demeanor as always, but Malfoy takes advantage of Cedric's nobility, thoroughly outplaying him, and gradually taking control of the situation. The spectators are in awe, exclaiming that one should never underestimate the youth. Chris, however, is not focused on the matches at the moment. He's quietly chatting with George and Fred about who knows what. Most people have placed their bets on the upperclassmen with strength, and very few have bet on Ron, with amounts around 10 galleons. That's nothing to worry about. Chris laughs. How much is the total amount now? Fred asks. The total bets have reached 1,385 galleons, with most placed on the 2 Slytherin competitors, primarily from Slytherin students. Fred replies, "These young masters and misses really have money. Yes, I didn't expect to receive so many galleons. As long as Ron wins the championship, we'll basically have all that money. We're going to be rich. This is much more than we earn from selling maps." George is grinning from ear to ear. Let us not rush. Let us see if Ron can win first. Chris waves his hand. Time ticks by, and the results are quickly out. The 4 players advancing are Gryffindor, Ron Weasley, Hufflepuff, Zacharias Smith, Slytherin, Darian Pusey, Slytherin, Draco Malfoy. This result sends the Slytherin students into a frenzy of joy. Our house truly is full of talent. ISNT that, right? Look at the Ravenclaws, who pride themselves on being smart. What is the outcome? None of them advanced. And look at our house. 2 have made it through. Yes, I tell you, I bet 5 galleons on each of them. So no matter who wins, I'm guaranteed a profit. Hee hee. You're really crafty. I admire you. I feel like I'm falling short. You're a year older than me. The older the ginger, the hotter the pepper. No, you're quite good too. Being able to join us in Slytherin. Ha ha, the 2 Slytherins are overjoyed at this situation. Naturally, where there's joy for some, there's sorrow for others. The Ravenclaw students are feeling quite dejected. They don't dare to say anything to their upperclassmen and can only vent their frustration on Roger Davis. What are you thinking? What terrible moves? Is this your level? Exactly. You're probably worse than my 3-year-old brother, and you still dare to call yourself a Ravenclaw? Exactly. Roger Davis couldn't care less. He is too lazy to deal with this. After all, Master Pusey has given him a full 30 galleons. He never hoped to win the championship for 50 galleons, and he thought getting second place was a stretch. Now someone is offering him this much money just to lose to the opponent. Why would T go for it? He knows that with his poor family background, he can only buy second-hand textbooks, and now with 30 galleons. He won't have to worry about book fees for next semester, or even the one after. Roger Davis is extremely happy. The matches continue. And the next ones are Gryffindor, Ron Weasley against Slytherin, Draco Malfoy. Slytherin, Darian Pusey against Hufflepuff, Zacharias Smith. It must be said that Darian Pusey's previous match was won easily, and many believe he must be hiding his true strength. Darian Pusey feels quite pleased. He thinks this is the pinnacle of his life. He shakes his robe and arrogantly glances at Zacharias Smith before sitting down. He understands that he is about to claim the title of Wizard Chess Champion. On the other hand, Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy are at odds with each other. A handshake? They'd be lucky not to spit on each other as hands, let alone shake hands. Once the match begins, their confrontation is truly heart-stopping. Neither holds back at all, and the initial cautious probing is gone. Malfoy is laying traps everywhere, and Ron can't afford to be careless. One slight mistake, and he loses a piece. However, Malfoy finds no advantage against Ron either. Some of Ron's innovative tactics are completely new to him, and he loses several pieces to Ron. On the other side, Darian Pusey is not having such an easy time. He can see that Zacharias Smith is not holding back. This makes him a bit anxious and flustered. Does this guy think he can take the money and not deliver? Is he trying to get himself killed? Chapter 167, The Reversal of Infinity. But soon, the situation turned around. For some unknown reason, Darian Pusey's seemingly random moves suddenly breached the enemy's defenses, leading to a massacre. The situation was unstable. Zacharias Smith's face turned pale, and he exclaimed in shock, You actually broke my exorcism slaughter formation. You concede? Darian Pusey widened his eyes in disbelief. This is possible? Good. What a dedicated actor. Much better than the previous one. He must get a raise. Before long, Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy also determined the victor. Just a moment ago, Malfoy's trap had cornered Ron's pieces, but under such circumstances, Ron gritted his teeth and made a risky move that surprisingly led to victory, completely dismantling Malfoy's layout. Young Master Malfoy's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected the red-haired Weasley to have such profound chess skills. He was even better than his father. How could he possibly lose to a nobody? He couldn't believe it. This must be a dream. On the other hand, Ron was different. He hadn't expected to give Malfoy a good show. This was a wonderful experience he had never felt before. This feeling was simply marvelous. So exhilarating, right? He looked at the surrounding Gryffindor students, at Harry and Hermione, who were all beaming, and he vigorously waved his arms, receiving cheers in return. Thus, the delighted Ron and equally happy Pusey came together to prepare for the final match to determine who would be the Wizard Chess King of Hogwarts. However, Darian Pusey didn't care at all about this so-called nobody from the poor Malfoy family. He always thought that these poor folks existed only to waste space and resources in the wizarding world. He never regarded such things highly. Darian Pusey straightened his robe again. Sitting coldly opposite Ron, let us get started. Ron looked at this guy, feeling he was just as infuriating as Malfoy. But his pre-match ally Lesko had warned him to be extremely cautious when facing this guy. After witnessing Malfoy's wizard chess skills, Ron figured that if this guy was even better, he couldn't underestimate him. After all, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Now, this little Gryffindor lion was up against a Slytherin snake. How could he not give it his all? Little Weasley, considering your brother's slight favor, you should concede early. That way, I might spare you some dignity. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Pusey was wary of Chris, so he had to give the Weasley brother some face. But as for this grinning redhead in front of him, Ron was furious at this guy's even more disgusting emphasis than Malfoy's. He swore he would teach this guy a lesson, just like he did Malfoy, making him remember it. Seeing Ron's silent fury, Pusey understood that this time, it was inevitable. He was just a lucky fool who had made it this far. Just a mere chicken. Since you were so ungrateful, let you taste my power. Let's begin, Darian Pusey declared, waving his sleeve. Good. Young Master Pusey, make him taste some bitter fruit. The Slytherin spectators cheered. The match began. Ron looked at Darian Pusey's very ordinary layout, feeling puzzled. Is this it? No, wait. This guy. There's definitely something wrong. Could this be his exclusive strategy to set himself up? Ron hesitated, growing more suspicious. Of course, this guy had made it to the championship match, so he must have some skill. Furthermore, a person of his reputation cannot be underestimated. Perhaps he was playing possum? I'm not a tiger, so this guy must have some ulterior motive. Maybe the next move could be fatal for me. At this moment, Ron was sweating coldly, deeply worried about the unexpected move this guy might make next. You're just a small fry. Why not surrender quickly? Delry and Pusey looked at Ron across the board, feeling that this first-year little wizard was truly naive. His mental fortitude was so low. Look, he hadn't even begun, and he was already scared like this. Sigh. Gryffindor truly has no one left to inherit its legacy. Seeing Pusey's increasingly arrogant demeanor, Ron understood that this guy dared to talk so big only because he had a backup plan. Since that was the case, he might as well test him out first to see what his scheme was. Immediately, Ron made a bold move, capturing 3 of Delry and Pusey's pieces. Delry and Pusey was stunned. This isn't how you play. Just a moment ago, he was deep in thought, and now suddenly, Ron was so aggressive. What was going on? Could it be that he didn't want to lose too badly, fearing he would be driven to despair, thus making a desperate struggle to save face? Kids are just kids. It's truly laughable. Delry and Pusey was not flustered at all, shaking his head with a smile, appearing like a master. Oh dear, could young Master Pusey be losing? The situation doesn't look good. One spectator exclaimed in shock. What nonsense! This is our Slytherin wizard chess king. Look at his confident demeanor. He was just smiling a moment ago. How could he lose? A staunch Slytherin supporter immediately retorted. The person who had spoken was left speechless, feeling that the rebuttal held some truth. Facing Ron, he was now somewhat uncertain. He truly didn't know what kind of trap this Delry and Pusey was laying. He had already captured several of this guy's pieces. Logically, any formation should be beyond saving. Yet this guy didn't seem like someone who was about to lose. With that inexplicable smile, could anyone be so happy about losing? Nonsense. It couldn't be that he was using the strategy of turning despair into hope. Yes, that must be it. This guy was indeed as cunning as Lesko said, extremely treacherous and must not be underestimated. Since that's the case, I can't be blamed for not giving you the chance to turn despair into hope. You see, in wizard chess, it's crucial not to leave a snake alive. Strike first to gain the upper hand or suffer the consequences, and you must eliminate the roots. Following that, Ron launched several fierce assaults, flowing like a torrent, making the spectators exclaim in excitement. At this moment, the one suffering was young Master Pusey. He was already dumbfounded. This isn't right. Chapter 168. Check. What's going on? Wasn't like this just now? Weren't you supposed to be making a last-ditch effort? How come it looks like you're about to lose? Dorian Pusey wasn't stupid. He could tell something was off. He had thought that this guy was going down, but unexpectedly, this guy was even less reliable than Wood from Gryffindor, bullying an older senior by a year. Really? It's infuriating. Check. As soon as Ron finished speaking, the outcome of the match was settled. Chris and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Winning this round wasn't easy at all. Ron, you're the strongest. You're the king of wizard's chess. Ron, you're the strongest. You're the king of wizard's chess. With the match over, the whole crowd cheered this phrase, and Ron was lifted up like a great hero, thrown into the air and then caught again before being tossed up once more. At this moment, Ron had just received the prize for first place in the competition, 50 galleons. Ron felt dizzy. He had never had so much money before, and being celebrated by his classmates made him feel like he must be dreaming. Meanwhile, Dorian Pusey was on the verge of tears. He had spent nearly 400 galleons for the championship, but what was the return? Not even a tenth of that. That money was all his savings. It was truly devastating. How was he ever going to maintain his status in Slytherin after this? Hey, Harry, Hermione, and Neville, did you see Malfoy's dumb face? Yes, he really looked like a dog. At this moment, Neville was very excited. He remembered how Malfoy had humiliated him a few days ago, and unexpectedly, Ron had avenged him today. Well done. Harry smiled and patted Ron's shoulder hard. Ron's smile became even brighter. Afterward, during the most enjoyable part of dividing the money, Chris initially planned to split it evenly, but everyone felt that this wasn't appropriate, so they decided to divide it according to who contributed more. Chris invested 100 galleons and was also the organizer of the event. Plus, he proposed a great plan, so he should get 35 of the share. Imp contributed 20 galleons and also ran around, so he got 25. George and Fred were the main operators. Without them, this event wouldn't have happened, so they each deserved 20. As for Ron, having already received 50 galleons as a prize, he was very satisfied, but everyone felt he should be given a little extra reward, so they gave him an additional 20 galleons. Ron looked at all this money, so happy that he didn't know what to say. Ron, now that you have so much galleons, how do you plan to use it? George winked, asking curiously. Well, Ron, suddenly receiving so much money, hadn't even considered this question. How about you give me the money, and I'll keep it safe for you? George said with a smile. That's right. It's too unsafe for you to have so much money. I think you should let your brothers take care of it. Fred agreed. Chris looked at these two and didn't know what to say. They were even trying to trick their own brother. Really, shameless. I won't. Ron decisively rejected his brother's suggestions. I have my own plans. George and Fred wanted to insist, continuing to talk to Ron about it. However, when it came to money, Ron was very shrewd and immediately didn't want to say more, quickly running away, leaving his two brothers behind in the wind. Sigh. The younger brother has grown up and is no longer cute at all. Yeah, he has learned how to spend money. Although the Wizards' chess match had ended, the Quidditch match was coming up. On the day of the match, as the start time approached, Harry was getting more and more nervous because Snape was going to be the referee. Ron and Hermione were also worried. Ron even thought about practicing the levitation charm that Chris had taught him. So if Harry fell, he could use that spell to suspend Harry in the air, which would be better than letting him fall to his death. In Gryffindor's locker room, Wood pulled Harry aside. I'm not trying to put pressure on you, Potter, but we need to catch the snitch as quickly as possible today. We need to end this quickly and not give Snape time to overly favor Hufflepuff. That's right. This match is Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. All the students from the school have come out. Fred Weasley peeked out the door. George quickly followed, saying, oh my goodness, Dumbledore is here to watch the match. Harry's heart flipped. Dumbledore? He said, rushing to the door to confirm. Harry confirmed it. That silver-white beard could not be mistaken. Harry felt a huge relief and almost burst out laughing. He was no longer in danger. If Dumbledore was present to watch the match, Snape would definitely not dare to harm him. Indeed, the match quickly ended, and the snitch was firmly grasped in Harry Potter's hand. The audience erupted in cheers as Harry Potter set a new record. No one remembered a match where the snitch was caught so quickly. Chris watched as Harry jumped down from his broom at just 1 foot above the ground. Indeed, Harry Potter's Quidditch talent was extraordinary. He lasted less than 5 minutes, and the match was over. But that's great. He could continue practicing magic, as he had learned a powerful spell yesterday that he still hadn't mastered. This won't do. In the evening, Chris was exhausted from practicing magic all day and was about to drag Imp to the kitchen to get some food from the house elves when he ran into Diana. Come on, let's go have a late-night snack with your brother. Late-night snack? What late-night snack? Diana asked curiously. You'll find out when we get there. Chris smiled. Mysterious. Diana murmured, but she still followed him, very curious about where Chris could take her. Before long, they arrived at the kitchen, and after enjoying the enthusiastic service of the house elves, Diana was extremely happy. She really didn't expect Hogwarts to have such a place. She felt like a princess here, and she loved this place. I have to say, brother, you did a great thing. Awesome, Diana said happily. Not happy when you're down, but happy when you are? Chris said with a smile. Chapter 169. Joining the fun, all right. Hurry up and eat. It's getting late, Chris said with a helpless smile. Okay, Diana replied nonchalantly. Then she took a bite of bread and said, oh, right. Today I heard Harry and Ron talking about something. They said Harry saw a hooded figure sneaking down the castle's main entrance stairs, clearly trying not to be seen, and then quickly headed straight for the Forbidden Forest. So, let me finish. Harry said he recognized the sneaky gait of that figure. It was Snape. He slipped away to the Forbidden Forest while everyone was having dinner. Guess what he wanted to do? How would I know? Diana rolled her eyes at Chris and continued. Harry jumped on his broomstick and silently glided over the castle. He saw Snape running into the Forbidden Forest, and then he followed him. But the trees were too dense, and he couldn't see where Snape went. He circled lower and lower, skimming the treetops until he finally heard. Can you get to the point? You're just rambling about trivial details. Why are you in such a hurry? Harry heard someone talking, so he quietly flew over and landed silently on a tall beech tree. Then he carefully climbed along a branch, gripping his broom tightly, looking down through the leaves. And below, in a shadowy clearing, stood Snape, but he wasn't alone. Quirrell was there too. Harry couldn't see his expression, but he was stuttering more than ever. Then Quirrell said, I don't know why you want to meet here, Severus. Oh, I don't think this is something that should be public after all. The students shouldn't know about the Philosopher's Stone. After finishing, Diana took a sip of milk, and she was quite talented at mimicking the scene. Seeing that Chris was no longer urging her, she nodded in satisfaction and continued. Snape then asked him, have you figured out how to subdue Hagrid's beast? Professor Quirrell nervously replied, but, Severus. Diana imitated Quirrell's stuttering, making it quite funny. Then Snape said, you wouldn't want me as your enemy, would you, Quirrell? Professor Quirrell could only say, I don't know. You know exactly what I mean. Then an owl hooted loudly, and Harry almost fell from the tree. Once he steadied himself, he heard Snape say, "Your little secret tricks. I'll be waiting, but I don't very well." Snape interrupted him, "Before long. When you have time to think it over and decide whom to pledge your loyalty to, we will talk again. That's it. That's all. That's all," Harry said. Snape pulled his cloak over his head and strode out of the clearing. By then, it was almost completely dark, but Harry could still see Quirrell standing there motionless, like a statue. "Okay, I reminded you last time, this is not something you should be involved in. Did you forget?" Chris asked seriously. "But this is serious. I know you've always been the hero and genius in everyone's eyes. Shouldn't you care about such a serious matter?" "Diana, after all these years, don't you know me?" Chris suddenly stood up and said sternly, "What I know about you? I only care about the people I care about. I only care about the people I have relationships with. Other people and matters, I couldn't care less." Chris pressed his hands firmly on Diana's shoulders. "Why are you like this? You should understand. That thing is the Philosopher's Stone. Snape wants to force Quirrell to help him get that stone. He asked Quirrell if he knew how to subdue Fluffy, and mentioned Quirrell's little secret tricks. Everyone speculates that besides Fluffy, there are probably other defenses guarding that stone. Likely a bunch of magical spells. Quirrell might have cast some counterdark magic spells, and Snape needs to undo them. So the stone will only be safe when Quirrell can resist Snape." Diana continued to express her thoughts on this serious matter. It was clear that this was the result of the trio's discussions, but Diana insisted on getting involved, and it ended up reaching her. Unfortunately, Chris didn't want to hear any of it. He shouted, "I don't care, I don't want to care, and I won't allow you to care. We're just students. We're here to study. This is the teacher's business, the adult's business. When did it become the responsibility of a bunch of kids to worry about this? Diana, I tell you, as long as I'm here, you won't get involved. Fine, if you don't, then you're just a hypocrite. So many people admire you, believe in you. But what have you done? When something big happens, you actually ignore it. All right, fine, if you won't care, then I'll take care of it for you." Diana stood up and walked away. Chris hurried after her, worried that if he didn't lead the way, she'd get caught by Filch. On the way back, no matter what Chris said, Diana remained silent. Chris could only smile wryly. The girl had grown up and was determined to get involved in trouble. Sigh, what could he do? Should he intervene or not? Or maybe he shouldn't get involved. After all, nothing would happen, right? Is that really okay? At this moment, Chris was very hesitant. On one hand, he hoped Diana would learn from her mistakes. On the other hand, he didn't want her to get into any trouble. It was tough, really tough. Chris continued to focus on his studies and work hard to improve himself, and soon it was time for the Easter holidays. As for Diana, there was no other situation, which was a good thing. Recently, Fred and George were also very busy. After getting that pile of galleons they had acquired earlier, they threw themselves into tight research, disappearing all day long. A few days ago, Chris invited them to go fishing, but they turned him down. Really, have they forgotten their brothers now that they have money? However, recently something caught Chris's attention. The day before yesterday, when he ran into Hagrid on the road, he actually asked Chris some questions about dragons. He said he knew Chris had a wealth of knowledge and even knew experts like Newt Scamander, so he wanted to ask Chris about raising dragons. Chapter 170. Hagrid's Dilemma. As soon as Chris heard this, he understood that Hagrid had probably managed to get that dragon egg and wanted to raise it properly. Without further ado, Chris directly recommended a few books for him to borrow from the library, such as some excellent dragon-raising guides. Hagrid was overjoyed and said he would definitely treat Chris to try his latest rock cakes next time, which are made with a brand new recipe and absolutely delicious. Crunchy enough to make anyone drool. The little wizards next door were practically crying with envy. Chris naturally smiled and agreed, but when they would eat was another matter. However, unexpectedly, the next day Hagrid rushed to find him, not saying what it was about, and just pulled him to the little hut. "Chris, I need to tell you something, but I ask that you don't tell anyone else. Is that okay?" Seeing Hagrid's pleading eyes, Chris nodded. "It's like this, I want a dragon egg." Hagrid said, "A few days ago, I was drinking in the village and playing cards with a stranger. To be honest, that guy probably wanted to get rid of it. I was quite proud of myself," Hagrid said. "And then you won it?" Chris feigned surprise. "Yes, but now there's a bit of a problem. The book says that to raise a dragon, you need to put the egg in the fire because it's like their mother breathing on them. Look, it says so right here." Hagrid held up the book to show Chris the exact words. That's true. And then? Chris asked curiously. "But now it has hatched, and I still don't know what kind of dragon it is. Each type of dragon has different dietary preferences, and if I can't figure out what kind it is, I won't be able to prepare enough food for it in advance, and that would be terrible. The little guy will definitely starve." Hagrid began to cry at this point, then picked up a cloth to wipe his tears and continued, "So, I wanted to ask you for help to see if you could help me figure out what kind of dragon this is. Then, Hagrid took out the large, black, muddy egg that was resting in the middle of the fire and asked Chris to identify it. All right, I've recognized it. Quickly put the egg back. It can't be away from the fire, Chris said, pretending to look closely, and hurriedly advised. Really? Do you know what kind of dragon egg it is? Please tell me. Hagrid was overjoyed to hear that Chris had quickly solved the problem that had been troubling him and urged him to explain. This is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg, Chris said firmly. Really? How do you know? Hagrid was puzzled. The Norwegian ridgeback dragon's egg is black. Also, look at this black pattern on the egg. It's unique to the Norwegian ridgeback. Other dragons don't have such patterns, Chris explained. Oh, I see now, Hagrid said, enlightened. However, the Norwegian ridgeback's egg is somewhat similar to the Hungarian horntail's egg, but yours, I think, looks more like a Norwegian ridgeback. When they grow up, their appearances might be somewhat similar, but the ridgeback doesn't have spines on its tail and has a black ridge on its back. But Hagrid, you need to be careful. Although this fire dragon is currently one of the rare dragon species, it is very aggressive. Its sharp teeth are venomous, and, as an adult, it preys on large terrestrial mammals. Additionally, it also hunts aquatic creatures, which is quite rare among fire dragons. It's hard to raise. So powerful. Hagrid's eyes widened like saucers upon hearing Chris's explanation, realizing that this dragon was indeed extraordinary. Chris could see from Hagrid's expression that he didn't take the danger he had just mentioned seriously and only thought the dragon was impressive. Sure, it was impressive, but it was also quite ferocious. The book said that a newly hatched Norwegian ridgeback looks like a wrinkled black umbrella. Its wings, covered in spikes, seemed quite large compared to its slender black body. Hagrid found information about it in the book based on what Chris said about the Norwegian ridgeback. He then pointed out a section to Chris, noting that the young dragon has a long nose with white nostrils, horn-like bumps on its head, and protruding orange-red eyes. Compared to other types of fire dragon hatchlings, the ridgeback hatchling develops its fire-breathing ability relatively early. That's really impressive, Hagrid exclaimed. In about a week, it can blow out puffs of smoke from its nostrils, and within 1 to 3 months, it will be able to breathe fire completely. The hatchling grows rapidly, tripling in size within a week after hatching. Moreover, female Norwegian ridgebacks are much more aggressive than males. That's remarkable. I hope it's a female, Hagrid said excitedly, looking at the egg in the fire. Well, Hagrid, this dragon is indeed impressive, but I do have a small question to ask you, Chris sighed. Go ahead, Hagrid said with a smile. You've seen what the book says. This dragon will grow quickly. Raising dragons is illegal. How long do you think you can keep this a secret? No, it won't be a problem. If it gets too big, I'll just release it into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was momentarily stumped by Chris's question, but he quickly thought of a solution. Chris shook his head at this. Hagrid was indeed Hagrid, always throwing everything into the Forbidden Forest. The spiders were already running rampant, and he wanted to throw a dragon in there too. Next, he might even think about keeping a giant brother in there. That forest is truly terrifying. It's no wonder it's called the Forbidden Forest. The forbidden is absolutely well-deserved. I think. Chris wanted to say something to advise him, but at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Hagrid, are you in there? We came to see you, a voice from outside said. This was definitely Harry Potter's voice. Oh no, Chris, you mustn't mention the dragon egg, Hagrid said, looking flustered and a bit at a loss, worried that his dragon-raising secret would be discovered. When the door opened, 3 little heads peeked in. Ron looked around and asked, Hagrid, what are you doing? Oh, Chris, you're here too. Yes, Chris came by to chat with me, just like that. What brings you guys here? Chapter 171. A trip to Azkaban. Hagrid was afraid Chris would say something wrong, so he hurriedly spoke up, but he wasn't good at lying, and his stammering only made him more suspicious. The 3 of them sat down under Hagrid's warm hospitality, but the small cabin was stiflingly hot. Despite being such a warm, sunny day, there was a roaring fire still burning in the fireplace, making them quite uncomfortable. After seating everyone, Hagrid quickly made them tea and brought out some weasel sandwiches, which they all politely declined. This was just a bit too much for them. Hagrid, are you feeling sick? Harry asked with concern. No, not at all. Hagrid was a bit bewildered, not understanding why Harry would ask such a thing. Then why is your house so hot? It shouldn't be that cold yet, right? I remember you weren't afraid of the cold, Harry said, puzzled. Well, I'm feeling a bit unwell, Hagrid said, his face turning red, not sure if it was from the heat or from lying. Then didn't you go to the hospital wing? Hermione asked. No, it's nothing. I'll be fine soon enough. Let's not talk about that. Did you come to ask me something? Yes, Harry thought it was unnecessary to beat around the bush. We don't know if you can tell us, besides the fluffy, what other protections are there for the Philosopher's Stone? Hagrid frowned at them. Of course I can't say. First, I don't even know. Second, you already know too much. So even if I didn't know, I wouldn't tell you. That stone is here for a reason. It was almost stolen from Gringotts. I guess you figured that out too? I really don't understand how you know about Fluffy. Oh, Hagrid. You probably don't want to tell us, but you surely know. Is there anything that happens here that could escape your notice? Hermione said in a sweet, flattering tone. Chris and T expected Hermione to speak like that, not knowing if she learned it from Diana. Really, why can't she learn good things instead of all this flowery nonsense? But they were really good at it, weren't they? They learned to talk to Hagrid like this. Sigh, really. Sure enough, Hagrid's beard twitched, and it was obvious he was quite pleased with those words. Everyone could see he was smiling. Actually, we just want to know who designed those protections, Hermione continued sweetly. We want to know who Dumbledore trusts to help him besides you. At this last sentence, Hagrid puffed out his chest. Harry and Ron exchanged satisfied smiles at Hermione. This is really something, taking advantage of honest people? Hagrid, such a good person, was being put on the spot. Chris couldn't help but sigh. Now it was bad. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chris, especially the trio who were watching him closely, worried he might say something that would make Hagrid realize the situation. Ahem, it's nothing. I'm just a bit hot. You all continue. I'll drink tea, drink tea. Chris quickly forced a laugh and took a sip of tea. Well, it wouldn't tea hurt to tell you, let me think. Hagrid said. He borrowed Fluffy from me, then asked a few other teachers to cast spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall. He counted on his fingers. And Professor Quirrell. Of course, Dumbledore himself cast a spell too. Wait, I almost forgot someone. All right, it was Professor Snape. Snape? The trio exclaimed in unison. Yeah, what? Are you still suspicious of him? Look, Snape helped protect the Philosopher's Stone too. He wouldn't go stealing it. You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy, right, Hagrid? Harry asked eagerly. You won't tell anyone, right? Not even the teachers? Except for me and Dumbledore. No one else is to know, Hagrid said proudly. That's good. That's good, Harry murmured to the others. Hagrid, can we open a window? I'm boiling hot. Chris just can't take it anymore either, right? Harry looked at Chris. Yeah. Chris could only nod. No, children, I'm sorry. Hagrid quickly glanced to the fireplace. Although Harry was nearsighted, his observation skills were still quite sharp, and he turned to look at the fire as well. Hagrid, what's that? Actually, Harry Potter was asking knowingly. He was very smart, having already guessed quite a bit when he ran into Hagrid in the library that day. Hagrid fidgeted nervously with his beard. That is, where did you get that, Hagrid? Ron stood up and walked over, squatting by the fire to take a closer look at the large egg. Must have cost you a fortune. Won it, Hagrid said bashfully. But what are you going to do when it hatches? Hermione asked. Why are you asking the same thing Chris just reminded me of? But I don't want to think too much about that right now. I want to wait until it hatches. The book says to feed it a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. Oh, right. Chris told me I got a Norwegian Ridgeback. Quite rare, Hagrid said proudly. Sigh, Chris felt it was really tough. Hagrid had just hoped to keep his mouth shut. But in the blink of an eye, he spilled everything. Really? Yeah, I just said this question. If someone finds out Hagrid is illegally raising a dragon in his little cabin, that would be bad. He might end up in Azkaban. I just said. But Hagrid wouldn't listen. You really should talk to him. Chris quickly said. No way. Hagrid trembled at the mention of Azkaban. That's hard to say. This is a dragon. Secretly raising a dragon. Chris said ominously. Well. Hagrid was a bit flustered. Seeing Hagrid's expression, Chris wondered if he might have gone too far and scared him, but it was for Hagrid's safety after all. Even though in the end, nothing went wrong, what if? His arrival might cause some consequences, and that would be terrible. Hagrid was too good, too kind. Chris really didn't want him to get hurt. However, such matters could be big or small. If it were those wealthy and well-connected, pure-blood wizard families, raising a dragon for some other purpose, they could probably spend a fortune and use their connections in the Ministry of Magic to smooth things over. Chapter 172. Times have changed, but how can we be that powerful? What if some malicious people reported you? Then it would really be hard to say if you'd have to take a trip to Azkaban. Oh dear, that would be terrible. Hagrid, maybe you shouldn't raise it after all? Hermione was also frightened. She wasn't sure if the Ministry of Magic had such a ban, but since Chris spoke so convincingly, she believed it. Yes, Hagrid, Harry also advised. To be honest, Harry didn't understand why Hagrid always liked these ferocious creatures in others' eyes. First it was the acromantula, and now with the dragon. Chris's words should be mostly accurate. There was indeed a risk in Hagrid's actions. Ron also chimed in, saying he had heard from his dad that Charlie Weasley, the director of the Dragon Research and Control Department, was a formidable guy, although this department is a subordinate of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Due to the rampant hunting of wild dragons by dragon hunters in recent years, they have their own dragon protection team. Private dragon ownership is also under their jurisdiction, and if they come after you, it wouldn't end well. No way then, what should we do? Hagrid was a bit anxious. Hagrid, don't worry. I have a good idea. Do you want to hear it? Seeing Hagrid's distress, Chris hurriedly said, hurry up and tell me. Hagrid grabbed Chris's hand, a bit too excited, causing Chris some pain. My idea is, why not just not hatch it? Send it to the Dragon Research Institute, and when the time comes, you can say you found it in the Forbidden Forest. After all, they won't check the Forbidden Forest. This won't do. I must let the little guy be born. After hearing Chris's words, Hagrid hesitated at first, but before Chris could say anything else, he immediately became resolute. He felt that if he didn't hatch and raise this dragon, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. There was no way to dissuade him, and a few people shook their heads and sighed as they walked from Hagrid's hut towards the castle. This matter is tough, Ron said while shaking his head on the way back. Everyone felt the same, but there was nothing they could do. Once Hagrid was set on something, it was generally hard to persuade him. Well, let's go back and study hard, Hermione said. Speaking of this, it really gives me a headache. Just thinking about it was excruciating for Ron, especially since Hermione had already started making study plans for Harry and Ron, which was driving him crazy. When they reached the Gryffindor common room and said goodbye to Chris, he pulled Ron aside. What's up? Ron asked, puzzled. Chris didn't say much, just pulled him to a corner of the lounge where there was no one. So, has Diana been asking you guys about the Philosopher's Stone lately and bothering you? Chris was still worried about his sister, but since he wasn't too familiar with Harry and Hermione, he had to bring it up with Ron. Yes. She kept asking a few days ago, but she hasn't said much to us these past few days. Ron replied truthfully. Well then, if she brings it up again in the future, you must stop her and don't tell her anything more, okay? Chris was a bit confused about this girl's actions. He also wondered why she was so close to the three of them a few days ago and then suddenly disappeared. He really didn't know what this girl was up to. Okay, but why? Ron was a bit confused about why he couldn't tell Diana. He thought Diana was pretty nice, much better than that Hermione. It's like this girl always likes to do some foolish things by herself, like going directly to Snape, thinking she can defeat him on her own. Do you think that's possible? That's just nonsense. Really? That definitely won't work. Ron believed him. Yes. So you all must never tell her these things again. Otherwise, she might really do something like that. Chris said seriously. Okay, don't worry. All right with your word. I'm at ease. Ron, I've always had high hopes for you. Just like your talent in wizard chess, you will definitely do some amazing things in the future. Go for it. Chris encouraged. Ron loved hearing this, and he was instantly very happy, nodding repeatedly and promising to keep an eye on Diana so she wouldn't find out about this matter. During breakfast one day, Chris and the trio received a note from Hagrid. It only wrote 4 words. It's about a hatch. Do you want to go see? Chris asked. I don't really want to. We have classes, or we'll get into trouble. If someone finds out what Hagrid is doing, he'll be worse off than us. Hermione wasn't very willing. Hermione, how many times can we see a baby dragon hatch in our lifetime? Harry countered. Yes. Ron also expressed his desire to see the dragon. He even didn't want to attend herbology class and wanted to head straight to Hagrid's hut. What about you, Chris? Don't you have many classes? Don't you need to study? Hermione suddenly asked. Well, it's okay, it's just watching a dragon. It won't take much time, right? A little sharpening doesn't hurt the work. Chris smiled and made a roundabout answer. Exactly. Ron excitedly nodded. Shoo, be quiet. Malfoy is coming. Harry turned around and saw Malfoy nearby, reminding them. What are we afraid of? What is he? Ron said disdainfully. Hey, defeated general. What are you here for? To eat peaches? Ron shouted at Malfoy. What does it have to do with you? Malfoy's face turned a bit ugly after Ron's words. You got some guts now? You're the kind of person who can't even make it to the finals of wizard chess. What are you? White hair brat. Ron said contemptuously. Malfoy had no way to argue about his failure. Losing is losing. What can you do? Young Master Malfoy's face turned pale with anger, and he turned around without saying anything more. Look at him, he backed down, right? Harry, let me tell you, I can laugh at him for 10 years because of this. Ron said proudly. Ever since he won the Wizard Chess Championship, he had money and fame. He was simply reaping both fame and fortune, and naturally, he felt a bit inflated. Previously, he didn't have any special talents or strengths, and he couldn't compete with Malfoy. But now, it was different. The current Ron was definitely not the Ron of the past. Chapter 173, Who's There? Now, he could buy 2 lollipops and eat one himself while giving one to Harry. The Ron who could only eat Harry's things is gone for good. All right. Look at Malfoy's expression. He clearly hates us and might be thinking about how to get back at us. Harry was a bit pleased to see Malfoy like this, but he still felt that Malfoy must be brewing some bad ideas to deal with them. So, are you guys going to see the dragon? Chris asked, knowing that Malfoy must have heard about the dragon. However, Chris thought it wasn't very important if Malfoy reported this, so he didn't want to bother with it. Hermione, Ron, and Harry both looked at her. Hermione felt a bit awkward and didn't know what to say. Hermione, that's a dragon, a powerful magical creature in the wizarding world. How can we miss it? Ron said again. Fine, fine. Hermione shook her head helplessly. Yay, that's great. Harry and Ron were incredibly happy. This was indeed a big deal. After finishing their morning classes, the group bounced their way to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was very cheerful today. It was clear he was looking forward to the birth of the little dragon. The doors and windows of the hut were sealed, leaving only a few small openings for ventilation, and the hot furnace by the table was continuously emitting heat. Once everyone entered, their eyes were immediately fixed on the table, where the dragon egg lay, already with a deep crack and occasionally shaking. It's about to come out, Hagrid said excitedly. Everyone moved their chairs closer to the table, holding their breath and watching closely. Soon, they saw the crack in the eggshell suddenly widen, accompanied by a sharp sound, and the egg cracked open, revealing a bare, skinned triangular head poking out. It wasn't beautiful. The dragon looked like a crumpled black umbrella. Chris thought that such a small creature would grow up to become a powerful fire dragon. Life is truly amazing. It's beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid murmured. He reached out a hand to touch the little dragon's head. The little dragon bit his finger, showing its sharp teeth. Oh my, look, it knows its mother. Hagrid said, This is really... Ron stared at the little dragon, having witnessed the miracle of life. He was dumbfounded. I named it Norbert, how about that? Hagrid asked. Sounds good. Chris nodded in agreement. Just as Hagrid was about to say something, his face suddenly changed. He leaped up and ran towards the window. What's going on? Who's out there? What's wrong, Hagrid? Harry asked. Someone just peeked through the curtain. A boy. He's running towards the school, Hagrid replied. Hearing this, Harry dashed to the door and looked outside. Even from a distance, he would never mistake it. It was that Malfoy guy. He saw the little dragon. What should we do? Harry was a bit worried. Hopefully, he won't tell anyone. Ron shrugged. Sigh, this is really... Harry sighed. Hagrid, Harry's concerns are justified. That kid is full of bad intentions. I suggest you move the dragon away as soon as possible. This could lead to disaster. Don't you remember what I told you yesterday? Chris asked. Hagrid thought about Chris's words and was still very worried, but seeing this little creature, he couldn't bear to part with it. He slowly shook his head. Just let it go. Harry also advised when he saw Hagrid's expression. Let it go. This matter is already known to others. If he starts spreading rumors at school, more and more people will find out, and it will be over. I can't, Hagrid said. It's too small. It will die. Sigh. Harry sighed, unsure of what to do. Hagrid, Hermione also spoke up. Didn't you read in the book? Baby dragons grow quickly. In 2 weeks, Norbert will be as long as your house. Plus, Malfoy could go to Dumbledore at any time. It's fine if he goes to Professor Dumbledore, but what if he tells his dad? Just think, if he tells his dad and his dad reports it to the Ministry of Magic, the consequences. Chris added. Hagrid seemed frightened. He bit his lip. I know I can't keep it forever, but I can't just throw it away. I can't. Then how about I help you find someone who can take care of it? Chris suggested. Huh, you can do that? Hagrid was a bit surprised. Yes, Ron's brother Charlie. You know him. He's doing well in Romania, studying dragons. Why don't we send Norbert to him? Charlie can take care of it, and then release it back into the wild. What do you think? Chris suggested. Before Hagrid could say anything, Harry excitedly said, That's great. What do you think, Hagrid? This. Hagrid hesitated a bit. This is the best choice. Hagrid. All right. How about you first send an owl to ask Charlie? He might not want it. Hagrid said. Chris could clearly see that Hagrid was reluctant. Sending an owl was also a way to delay for a few days since it would take some time for the letter to go back and forth. But this was understandable. After all, the little dragon had just been born, and who would want to send it away? However, this thing was indeed a hidden danger. Who knew if something unexpected would happen? It would be less worrying to send it away sooner. After everyone returned, Ron immediately wrote a letter to Charlie. In the days that followed, the three of them felt like they were living through years. They worried whether Charlie would take in the dragon, while Malfoy's hidden malicious grin made Harry, Ron, and Hermione very uneasy. Previously, Ron had been quite confident after winning the match, but now it was different. Malfoy had something on them, and Ron didn't dare to provoke him anymore. This made Ron so angry he was jumping up and down, complaining to Chris several times. What could Chris do? Beat up Malfoy? That wouldn't be good. That would be bullying a kid, right? How would it look for a second year to pick on a first year? What happened to martial ethics? So, Chris could only comfort him that once they sent the dragon away, he could go back to being that confident boy. Therefore, for the sake of achieving this, Ron was determined to return to his former proud self, dragging Harry to spend most of their free time in Hagrid's dim hut, laying out the facts and reasoning with him. Chapter 174. The little dragon. Time passed just like that, and the little dragon grew quickly. In just a week, it had already tripled in length. Puffs of smoke could be sprayed out from its nostrils, looking quite impressive. Hagrid now had to set aside his work of guarding the hunting grounds because the little dragon was causing him chaos. His small cabin was littered with empty brandy bottles and chicken feathers. When people came to see the little dragon, Hagrid looked at it with teary eyes and said, "I'm really so happy. Really, it actually knows me now. Look. Norbert. Where's Mommy?" However, one thing left Chris a bit speechless. Hagrid was now feeding the dragon dead mice packed in wooden boxes, and Norbert was eating them quite happily, managing to gulp one down after another, and after finishing, he would spit a bit of fire at Hagrid before continuing to eat. Ron, on the other hand, found it a bit unbearable since he had a pet mouse himself. The scene was quite tragic. "Oh, it bit me," Ron exclaimed, showing them his hand, which was wrapped in a blood-stained handkerchief. "Honestly, I really don't understand. It seems like it doesn't he really like me?" I was a bit confused. "Well, great, now I can't write for a week. So I guess I won TB study." How is that possible? You injured your left hand." Hermione rolled her eyes and said, "It's fine. I'll put some ointment on it for you later," Hagrid said, looking at Ron's finger, which looked like a carrot. Chris pouted, thinking that this was quite something. Indeed, very impressive. Later that night, there was a knocking sound on the dark window. "It's Norbert," Imk said, and he hurried over to let him in. "Chris, what did you send him? He looks really tired," Imk asked curiously. "Oh, it's nothing. I just sent him to deliver a letter to a friend of mine." Chris didn't tell Imk the whole truth. He was reluctant to complicate things by telling too many people and causing any unexpected issues. Chris walked over and took the note off Norbert's leg. The note read, "Hello, Chris, how are you? It's been months since we last met. Thank you for writing to me. I'm very happy to have adopted that Norwegian Ridgeback, but it's not easy to get it here. I think the best way is to send it to a few of my friends first. They're coming to see me next week. The trouble is, we mustn't let anyone see them illegally transporting a dragon. So, could you please bring the Ridgeback to the highest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take the dragon away under the cover of darkness. Please let me know as soon as possible." After reading the note, Chris felt a bit at a loss for words. This was troublesome. He had sent the letter himself, so wouldn't he have to personally deliver the dragon then? Although it counted as helping Hagrid, making this trip still carried risks. At the time, he had let Malfoy go, thinking that this matter had nothing to do with him, and it wasn't necessary to talk to him about it. But now it was different, now that this matter involved him. He still had to have a heart-to-heart with that little brat. He hoped that Malfoy could behave himself and not cause any trouble. When Chris told the three friends this good news, they were absolutely thrilled. This was the most distressing thing for them lately. They feared that if things went wrong, Hagrid would end up in Azkaban, and at that point, taking care of a dragon would be the least of their worries. Ron was having a rough time. After Hagrid's herb treatment, the hand that had been bitten not only didn't get better, but had swollen to twice its original size. He wasn't sure if it was appropriate to go find Madame Pomfrey. Would she realize it was a dragon bite? However, by the afternoon, he had no other choice. The wound had turned a nasty green color. It seemed that Norbert's teeth were poisonous. After Chris accompanied Ron to the infirmary for treatment, he bumped into Malfoy, who was trying to go inside. How bold was this guy, going out without even bringing his 2 bodyguards? Hey, what a coincidence. Immediately, Chris dragged this little classmate to a corner. This might just be what they called school bullying. Malfoy naturally resisted, but how could he stand against Chris? There was no choice. He could only be pulled over there by Chris. "W, what do you want? I know you're quite capable, but I haven't offended you, right? You don't have to do this," Malfoy said, both angry and a bit scared. "I just want to have a little chat with you," Chris said with a smile. It was originally a quite gentle smile, but to Malfoy, it felt a bit terrifying. "What do you want to do?" I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. You better be careful, otherwise I'll tell my dad, and he will definitely," Malfoy said, trying to sound tough but faltering. "All right, I'm too lazy to waste my breath with you. I'll just tell you 2 things, so listen carefully. Don't mention the dragon thing again. Don't stir up trouble. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. If you don't believe me, just ask Dorian Pusey," Chris said, pressing his wand against Malfoy's throat. This scared the little guy. He had never encountered such a situation before. Malfoy turned pale, not daring to say a word. Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Chris left, leaving Malfoy looking terrified in the corner. Next, Chris planned to head to Hagrid's cabin. He hadn't had a chance to tell Hagrid about this matter yet, and he believed Hagrid would be very upset to hear it. But there was no way around it. It was bound to come out eventually. Some things were better to know sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it would only be more upsetting later on. When Chris arrived at Hagrid's cabin, he found Fong sitting outside the door, his tail wrapped in bandages. Oh dear, what a pity. Such a lovely dog had also suffered a cruel fate. This really had to be said. Norbert, you are truly vicious. Hagrid opened the window and spoke to Chris. I can't let you in. He panted. Norbert is very hard to deal with right now. I can't handle him. Chris had to stand outside and tell him about Charlie's letter. Hagrid's eyes were filled with tears, though this might also be because Norbert had just bitten his leg. It's fine. He only bit my boot. He was just playing. It's still a little baby. After all. However, this little baby was banging its tail against the wall, making the windows rattle. Well, this really is quite something. Chapter 175. Transportation after notifying Hagrid. Chris returned to the Gryffindor common room. It had indeed been quite busy lately. Now, all that was left was to get the dragon delivered, and it could be considered nearly over. He could finally rest a bit and focus on his studies. Sigh. Having Harry Potter at Hogwarts really was a time of troubles. Various incidents always seemed to follow one after another, and he could never seem to escape them. What the heck? Was he under the influence of Harry Potter's aura? Chris thought it might be better for him to keep his distance from Harry in the future, to avoid any more trouble. But then again, even if he stayed away from Harry, the people around him would still come knocking. It was impossible to escape it. There was no way around it. What is a blessing may also be a curse. Hey Chris, what have you been up to lately? Imp said. You seem all mysterious. Come on, tell us. What bad things are you plotting? While Chris was sorting through his thoughts regarding these matters, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. He turned to see George and Fred. It's nothing much. You guys are overthinking it. Chris chuckled. George and Fred exchanged glances, and then George said, Chris, that's not fair. Do you think we're idiots? Ha ha ha. I see you two aren't idiots. You seem more like two gossip mongers. Chris joked. Get lost. George laughed and scolded. Seriously, I heard you took Ron to the hospital wing today. We just want to visit Ron, and wow, his hand looks like it was bitten by something. It's swollen like a radish. Fred said, yeah, we were just wondering what could do that without hurting someone. If we could figure it out and create a cream that could make a hand swell just by applying it, it would definitely sell well. George said, his eyes shining. Chris stifled a laugh at George's words. These two could always think about making money. Their brother was injured, and instead of worrying about him, they were thinking about profit. This was really something. So you have to tell us. If you consider us friends, George said seriously. Chris hesitated about whether to tell them. But these two were indeed quite reliable, usually handling matters neatly and not talking nonsense. Moreover, he didn't need help with this situation. Relying solely on himself while trying to avoid being discovered and quietly getting the dragon to the rooftop was no easy task. As for involving Ron and the others, Chris and T considered it. Those three just didn't seem reliable enough, and he felt it was unnecessary to take that risk. Thinking this way, Chris felt that telling them about the matter might not be a bad thing after all. Okay, I'll tell you. I actually need your help, Chris said seriously. Then hurry up and tell us. Chris looked around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, then motioned for the brothers to come closer. He continued, you guys mustn't freak out when you hear this. Here's the thing. What? Hagrid actually has a dragon? And he's sending it to Charlie? Merlin, I must be dreaming. The brothers lowered their voices, looking incredulous. This was truly astonishing. They never expected Hagrid, true to form, would dare to raise a dragon at Hogwarts. Keeping a dragon privately was a serious crime. This was truly shocking. So, we just need to help transport the dragon? George asked. Yes, that's right. Chris nodded. Great. How hard can that be? With the Hogwarts brothers helping out, is there anything we can't handle? Fred thought it would be easy. As long as we move quickly and get it done, this won't be discovered. We need to do it stealthily. George said, all right, then we'll bring Imp along, and the four of us will act according to the plan. Chris nodded in agreement. Afterward, Chris told the three little ones about the situation, hoping they wouldn't get involved. Hermione obediently agreed. She had worried enough already, and now that there were suitable candidates, there was nothing more to say. Ron also agreed, feeling no one could be more trustworthy than Chris and the others. As for Harry Potter, he was very eager to get involved and personally deliver the dragon. Chris had to persuade him not to participate. He wondered how this guy had such a strong sense of responsibility. He truly was a born savior. It was a dark night, shrouded in clouds, when they arrived at Hagrid's hut a bit late. There was no choice. It was all because of that old man, Filch, who always seemed to be wandering around their path, making them avoid him and wasting a lot of time. Hagrid had long since packed Norbert into a large crate, ready to go. Sigh. I prepared a lot of mice for him and some brandy. That should be enough for the journey, Hagrid said in a somber tone, clearly unhappy. I even put his teddy bear in there so he wouldn't feel lonely. However, the tearing sounds coming from the crate suggested that the toy might have already become rags. "Goodbye, Norbert," Hagrid said, sniffling. "Oh, my precious little dragon. Mommy won't forget you," Hagrid said reluctantly. "Chris, I'm leaving Norbert in your hands. Tell the person receiving him to take good care of him," Hagrid said, looking serious. "Okay, don't worry, Hagrid," Chris replied. Next, it was time to move the crate to the tower. This wasn't difficult. Chris used the levitation charm to lift it while Imk kept an eye on things. George and Fred were checking the situation with the Marauders map and keeping a lookout. As midnight approached, they carried Norbert up the marble steps of the entrance hall and through the dark corridor, up one floor, then another. Despite using magic to transport it, it was still quite exhausting. Chapter 176. Caught. Finally, they were almost there. They arrived at the corridor on the level below the highest tower, and Imk said, panting. Soon, everyone reached their destination, coming out into the cold night sky. While a few waited, Norbert was moving violently in the box. This dragon was quite a handful. About 10 minutes later, 4 brooms suddenly descended from the darkness. Charlie's friends, being cheerful people, quickly tied several ropes so they could suspend Norbert among them. Once they had safely secured Norbert with the ropes, the 4 shook hands with them, and Chris expressed his gratitude profusely. Finally, Norbert was gone. Gone. Out of sight. Then, Chris and the others quietly descended the spiral staircase, avoiding the patrolling Filch, and returned to their respective dormitories. The smooth conclusion of the night made Chris breathe a sigh of relief. With Norbert safely gone, it was like getting rid of a hidden bomb, solving a problem that Hagrid didn't even think was a problem, and now he could sleep soundly. Chris had been lying when he said he wasn't anxious. He had been worried something would go wrong during the transport, but now everything was fine, and this was the best outcome. By the next day, things seemed to have changed. As the Gryffindor students passed the giant hourglass recording the House Cup scores, they thought there had been some mistake. Gryffindor had lost a whole 150 points compared to yesterday, and Slytherin had lost 50 points too. What on earth was going on? Who had been docked points? But how could so many points be deducted all at once? This was unbelievable. However, there are no secrets that can be kept forever, and soon the news spread. Harry Potter, the famous Harry Potter, the hero of 2 Quidditch matches, had caused them to lose so many points, along with 2 other foolish first-year students. The story went like this. After receiving Chris's warning, Malfoy naturally dared not meddle with the dragon anymore. But how could the great Malfoy just let it go? If he didn't take revenge, how could he still be the Malfoy who commanded respect? Thus, he harbored resentment. Then, last night, he overheard a student returning late after being punished by Professor Snape for handling ingredients, who mentioned that he had encountered a Gryffindor fool who seemed lost and had wandered over towards Slytherin's common room. Malfoy, being clever, pointed this idiot in the direction of Filch's office, laughing at how foolish it was. Hearing such an amusing story, Malfoy laughed heartily and asked the student who it was. The student, seeing Malfoy personally interested, felt compelled to share, although he didn't really know the Gryffindor student well enough to provide a name. Only a description of his appearance. Upon hearing the description, Malfoy immediately thought of who it was. Wasn't this the idiot, Neville? Great, now I can't deal with you, Weasley, but I can take care of one of Harry's friends. Surely he can't interfere with that. It was just unfortunate for Longbottom to run into Malfoy when he was in a bad mood. So how could he not take care of it? So excited, Malfoy rushed out without a single bodyguard, only to run into the patrolling Filch. Just like that, Malfoy's scheme failed, and he was caught by Filch. Meanwhile, Harry's situation was even more absurd. It was said that he was worried about the little dragon and wanted to take a look before Chris and the others sent away, insisting on bringing Hermione along. As a result, he didn't get to see the dragon, but instead encountered a lost Neville, and all 3 of them accidentally got caught. And Harry Potter's invisibility cloak? Don't even mention it. Originally, Hermione, Harry, and Ron would have been fine, but with Ron replaced by Neville, one part was exposed, and while they were running, they got caught. It was just a series of unfortunate events. When Filch brought these guys before Professor McGonagall, the old witch was nearly driven mad. She never expected that 3 students would dare to break school rules and run around the school, especially Hermione. This student had always been obedient and studious, but even she. This was truly a disappointment for Professor McGonagall. Therefore, she severely deducted 50 points from each of them. The result of this incident was that Harry, once one of the most popular and respected figures in the school, suddenly became the target of everyone's scorn. Even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff did not give him a good look, as they had been hoping to see Slytherin lose the House Cup. As for Malfoy being docked 50 points, it wasn't a very serious matter. Slytherin was still in second place, 17 points behind Ravenclaw. And it really wasn't a big deal. They could easily earn that back in 2 potions classes. So now, thanks to Chris and the others' hard work, the points they earned for Gryffindor had been reduced to mere crumbs. This left Chris's fans feeling utterly intolerant. They spontaneously organized themselves to launch personal attacks on Harry. Now, wherever Harry went, people pointed at him and openly insulted him without lowering their voices. On the other hand, whenever he passed by Slytherin students, they would cheer, clap, and whistle, shouting, "Thank you, Potter, you've really helped us out." Regarding the situation, Chris felt a bit speechless. The world's timeline repairability was really strong. Logically, since Harry and the others hadn't participated in the dragon transport, they shouldn't be punished, yet they still got caught. This was really hard to accept. It seemed that Harry and the others' Forbidden Forest adventure couldn't be stopped. Poor them. Of course, seeing Harry being targeted like this, Chris felt a bit sorry for him, so he stepped in to advise those people. When the fans heard Chris speak up for Harry, they were incredibly moved. It was just wonderful. How could Red be so kind? Yes, Potter deserved it. All the points Chris worked so hard for were deducted because of him, and yet Chris still spoke up for him. Yes, let us hope he learns his lesson and doesn't act so ungrateful again in the future. Chapter 177. Disillusionment Charm. Because Chris stood up for Harry, things improved a little. At least no one spoke ill of Harry in front of him. However, some people supported Chris, while others did not. During Quidditch practice, the other team members refused to talk to him, and if they had to mention him, they called him a seeker. Harry truly regretted it. He didn't know how he thought of it. Originally, Red had said it was up to them, but he insisted on taking a look. In the end, he didn't catch a dragon and got caught instead. This was just terrible. Naturally, Hermione and Neville's days weren't as hard as Harry's. After all, they weren't as famous as he was, but no one wanted to talk to them either. Hermione no longer stood out in class, always keeping her head down and studying quietly. However, this wasn't too difficult, as the final exams were approaching. So those who usually didn't study seriously had to bury themselves in revision, which allowed Harry and the others to temporarily forget their troubles. The three of them, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, always studied together late into the night, trying to memorize complex potion recipes, spells, significant magical inventions, and the dates of the Goblin Rebellions. Chris, of course, wasn't focused on these matters. He had things he needed to do. In addition to reviewing knowledge he had already mastered, he was continuously learning new magic. Recently, he was tackling a difficult spell, the Disillusionment Charm. Yes, this is a spell used to disguise the target. This charm allows the disguised person or object to become like a chameleon, matching the color and texture of the environment behind and around it. This spell is very useful, and Chris thought of it after seeing Harry and their experiences. After all, walking by the river often leads to wet shoes, right? He was someone who often went out at night to do things. If there were any emergencies, the Disillusionment Charm would be the best solution. Just cast it on himself, and no one would see him. Perfect. Just like those wizards with sphinxes and winged horses. They need to regularly cast the Disillusionment Charm on them to prevent muggles from noticing their strange features. Also, one of the methods for making an invisibility cloak is to cast the Disillusionment Charm on an ordinary travel cloak, although the effects of this charm diminish over time. Moreover, since the big shots are using this charm, it proves its usefulness. Just like Professor Dumbledore, who once told Harry that he didn't need an invisibility cloak because his Disillusionment Charm was sufficient to disguise himself. Professor Dumbledore also mentioned that Gellert Grindelwald didn't need an invisibility cloak, indicating that he might also use the Disillusionment Charm. And then there was Voldemort, who used the Disillusionment Charm in the spring of 1998 to avoid being noticed by people in Hogwarts Castle when approaching Albus Dumbledore's grave. Voldemort was very skilled at using the Disillusionment Charm, so much so that he couldn't even see himself. After all, for an ordinary person casting this charm, they wouldn't actually become invisible. They would merely match the colors and textures of the surrounding scenery, becoming a human chameleon. Therefore, Chris had no reason not to study this spell diligently. However, this spell was somewhat difficult. Chris could only slightly lighten the color of his body for now. If one wanted to master this spell, it would definitely require continuous practice to succeed. However, casting the Disillusionment Charm also consumed some magical energy, and this consumption was quite significant. So, under these circumstances, Chris could only devote all his time to this spell, neglecting other matters. Unfortunately, he didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always found him. One day, after he returned to his bedroom, intending to brew a cup of red tea and enjoy it, Ron came knocking on his door. "What's wrong, Ron? Is your injury better? Do you want a drink?" Chris asked, comfortably leaning on the sofa and smiling. "Ah, Thanks, Chris, but no thanks. My injury is better now. I came because there's something I think I should tell you, Ron said, showing an unnatural expression on his face. What is it? Chris asked. Well, today while we were revising in the library, Diana came to find us. She asked us some questions about the Philosopher's Stone. Ron stammered. You didn't tell her, did you? Chris sat up and stared into Ron's eyes. Of course, I didn't say anything, but Harry. He told Diana something. I had reminded him before, but he seemed to have forgotten, so he accidentally revealed it to Diana. Ron said, feeling embarrassed. What? What was it? Chris asked seriously. Well, that afternoon, Harry came out of the library alone to get some fresh air, and he heard someone crying from a classroom nearby. He walked closer and recognized it was Quirrell's voice. Quirrell said, No, can't do it anymore, please. It sounded like someone was threatening him. Then Harry moved in a bit closer to listen more carefully. After that, he heard Quirrell sobbing. Next, Quirrell hurried out of the classroom, adjusting his scarf. He looked pale, like he was about to cry, and walked away quickly. And then, Chris wanted to understand the situation better. Then Harry felt that Quirrell didn't even notice him. So, he waited until Quirrell's footsteps faded away before peeking into the classroom, but it was empty. However, the other door was slightly ajar, and he thought he saw Snape leaving the classroom. From the sound of his footsteps, Snape seemed to walk away quickly. Apparently, Quirrell had finally given in. Then when Harry returned to the library, Hermione was testing me on astronomy. Harry told us what he had just heard. At that moment, Diana came to ask if there was any new information, and Harry discussed this matter in front of her. Based on this, we thought Snape had finally succeeded, especially if Quirrell had just told him how to break his counterjinx. Ron said, Hermione thought we were worrying unnecessarily. After all, there was still the use of the counterjinx. But I felt otherwise. Who knows? Maybe Snape already knew how to deal with the counterjinx and wouldn't even need to ask Hagrid. Ron said, Chapter 178, Drinking Blood? Then Hermione suggested that we should just leave this matter alone and go find Dumbledore. If we acted alone again, we would definitely be expelled from the school. Yes. I also suggest you go to Dumbledore. He will surely give you a satisfactory answer, Chris agreed. But we have no evidence. Based on our analysis, that Quirrell is scared to death and definitely won't come out to testify for us. If Snape just says he doesn't know how that troll got in on Halloween and claims he wasn't near the 4th floor, who do you think they will believe? Snape or us? Besides, our dislike for Snape is no secret. Dumbledore would think we made up this story to get Snape expelled. And if Filch's life is threatened, he won't help us either. His relationship with Snape is too close, and he probably thinks that the more students get expelled, the better. Also, don't forget that we shouldn't know about the Philosopher's Stone and the troll. Explaining that would be too complicated. Chris thought Ron made a valid point. It was clear Ron did not agree with telling Dumbledore about this. However, Chris felt that it would be pointless to tell Dumbledore, as he believed this matter was very likely arranged by Dumbledore himself. So, if you, as an actor, went to find the director who planned this scene, what do you think the director would do? He would definitely want you to continue performing, right? As an actor, if you don't cooperate, what are you doing messing around? Therefore, Chris thought this was not a big deal. It was Diana, that silly girl, who, whether out of heroism, unnecessary worry, or to deal with Snape who had always been against her, was completely out of place by getting involved in this matter. Do you want to get involved? Have you asked Dumbledore? Be careful he doesn't kick you out. Really, Cy, what should we do now? Well, Ron, thank you for telling me about this. No problem. We're friends. It's just a pity that Diana found out. I didn't really help. Ron said awkwardly. It's okay. Just telling me is already great, Chris said. After Chris gave Ron a big box of chocolate and sent him off, his good mood from drinking red tea was shattered. He didn't know what to do now. At most, he could just keep an eye on Diana when the last few people went on the adventure, making sure she didn't run around aimlessly. As long as she didn't get involved in this matter, she could investigate as much as she wanted. It didn't matter, right? Chris shook his head, no longer thinking about these bothersome matters, picked up a wizard adventure novel, and began reading while sipping his red tea, feeling quite leisurely in content. 2 days later, while Chris was having breakfast, Im told him that he heard that Harry and a few other first-year students who were punished encountered someone drinking unicorn blood while patrolling in the Forbidden Forest. Imk expressed that he also wanted to try it. He was quite curious about what the blood of this legendary creature tasted like, as he heard it could extend life and increase magical power. I advise you to give up that idea as soon as possible. That's extremely vile, Imk. Whether you're joking or serious, you absolutely cannot do that. Chris said very seriously. Well, what's wrong? Im seemed a bit confused. Let me tell you, unicorns are sacred, pure beings. For example, their horns are a potion ingredient used to make ordinary antidotes. Their tail hair can be used to make potions, like beauty potions, which can be bought in the apothecary in Diagon Alley for 10 galleons a bag. They can also be used to make wands. And such wands produce the most stable magic, rarely experiencing fluctuations or blockages. Everything I just mentioned, you can touch, but blood, you cannot. I don't know if their blood can increase magical power, but it can indeed extend life. However, the moment their blood touches your lips, you become a half-dead, cursed being, and you must pay a heavy price for it. Unicorns are symbols of holiness, and if you touch their blood, your soul will be tainted. Is that true? That's too terrifying. Imp shrank his neck, a bit scared. He never knew unicorn blood was such a horrifying thing. Believe it or not, I'm not interested in unicorns, but I'm quite curious about where you heard about this, Chris asked, puzzled. Well, I heard it from Ron, Imp said shyly. All right, Chris understood. It seemed they had encountered Quirrell drinking blood in the Forbidden Forest. After a few days, when the exams were over, this matter would also come to a final conclusion. At that time, he must keep a close watch on Diana's movements and absolutely must not let her get involved. Oh, by the way, Chris, this year's history of magic is so difficult. I haven't memorized anything yet. What should I do? Imp worriedly asked. It's fine. Just follow the method I taught you last year. It will definitely work. How's your preparation for the flying class exam this year? Upon hearing Chris ask this, Imp's spirit lifted. Hey, don't worry. Absolutely no problem. I've been practicing with George and the others every week. If I still don't pass, what am I even doing in school? Seeing Imp so confident, Chris nodded, hoping so. These guys really, none of them are reassuring. Soon, the final exams approached. Chris felt he did quite well overall. There were basically no problems. Just like in the charms exam. Their practical exam spell this year was the tickling charm, which is a spell that makes the opponent laugh uncontrollably, rendering them unable to move. This spell is usually used as a distraction in duels. Just like in 1992, when Harry Potter used this spell against Draco Malfoy during practice in the dueling club. This spell is not very difficult. The challenge lies in mastering the strength of the spell. It must not be too strong or too weak, or it won't yield good results. It must be cast within the appropriate range. Chris's performance goes without saying. He could do it well even with his eyes closed. So Professor Flitwick gave Chris a full score. Imp, however, was not so outstanding. He only received a score that was somewhat acceptable. Chapter 179, Defamation. As for the potions exam, it tested the making of a potion that can make the drinker's hair stand upright. One of the ingredients for this potion is rat tails. Such a simple potion is absolutely no challenge for Chris. The potions he makes are perfect in both color and effect. This result left Snape quite dissatisfied as he tried his best to find some issues. Unfortunately, he often singled out the details Chris got wrong during potion making in class. Therefore, Chris learned from these lessons and naturally made no mistakes in the exam, leaving Snape somewhat helpless, so he had to give Chris a perfect score. In the History of Magic exam, Chris performed well, while Imp had a bit of a rough time. He forgot some details about the International Wizarding Conference of 1289. It wasn't difficult. It was a wizarding conference held in 1289. The content and decisions made during this conference are still unknown, and a special group of wizards from Sardinia participated in it. But now that the exams are over, there's no need to worry about that. It's better to relax and rest. The weather in June is very pleasant. Chris, Imp, George, and Fred agreed to meet under a tree by the Black Lake. They enjoyed cold watermelon juice while joking and playing around, feeling quite content. By the way, Imp, you should pass your flying class this year, right? George asked. I think so, Imp replied uncertainly. What? Aren't you flying well? George wondered. Not really. I'm just flying a bit too slowly. Madam Hooch wasn't too pleased, so I'm not sure if I can pass, Imp admitted. Oh, that should be fine. Imka, you need to have a bit more confidence in yourself. Fred encouraged. Okay. I think I can manage. Even if my score is a bit low, I'll accept it, right? Anyway, the exams are over now. Who cares? What do you guys think? Imp said lazily while lying on the grass. Ha, exactly. We should just enjoy ourselves. Fred and George agreed. After enjoying themselves, in the evening, Chris returned to the Gryffindor common room and used the disillusionment charm to sneak into Diana's bedroom. Fortunately, she was the only one there, along with the cat. The girl was still asleep, quite lazy. However, Chris wasn't sure if she was sleeping to prepare for an adventure with Harry Potter and the others at night, or just because she was tired. But it didn't seem matter. As long as Diana was here, nothing was going to happen, right? Chris slowly moved over, took out a vial of potion from his pocket, and carefully fed it into Diana's mouth. He almost woke her up in the process, causing Chris to tremble with fear. He had never done anything like this before. This was truly nerve-wracking. Now, with the potion down, she wouldn't wake up until tomorrow morning, so there was no need to worry about her going on any adventures. After giving the cat a quick pet, Chris tiptoed out of Diana's room and returned to his own. That was it for now. Tomorrow, everything would be settled, and the truth would be revealed. By the next day, the news had spread all over the campus. It was unclear how everyone found out, but the stories were vivid. Did you hear? Harry Potter defeated Professor Quirrell. Huh? Professor Quirrell? What happened to him? Yeah, I heard that last year's Professor Quirrell didn't die. He possessed someone and came back, and this time he was defeated by Harry Potter. What about Voldemort? Didn't he make a move? Huh, what can he do? I heard he knew about this, but was too scared to act. Our new hero is Harry Potter. He truly deserves to be our savior. Indeed, he defeated the Dark Lord. Shoo. Keep it down. Such discussions filled Hogwarts, and the admiration for Harry Potter was overwhelming. As for Chris, he had been sidelined by everyone. Why? Naturally because of Diana. The girl woke up the next day, right around noon, and she had missed the opportunity to go see Harry and the others. She was furious, having missed such a heroic event, and she blamed it all on Chris. This was simply unforgivable. Angrily, Diana told her classmates about how despicable her brother was, saying he didn't dare to intervene and even stopped her from going. The result? She overslept and couldn't help at all. The young wizards, initially skeptical, believed her once they heard Diana's words. After all, she was Chris's real sister. How could her words not be trusted? Now, Chris had become a pariah. Everyone wanted to criticize him. They shot him disdainful looks as he walked down the hall, and one of Harry's fervent fans even spat at him. Chris couldn't stand it and lightly punished the guy, but this only intensified the backlash against him. What a scum. A disgrace to Gryffindor. Coward. Damn mudblood. Coward. I don't know how he still has the face to live. What a lowlife. Such derogatory and discriminatory remarks came from various people. There was no way around it. School is a small society with all kinds of people. Many lacked manners or harbored grudges against Chris for his spotlight-stealing ways. People are always quick to believe bad things. They revel in your misfortune, as it serves as the best remedy for their own insecurities. Chris's loyal fans were filled with disappointment. They never expected him to be such a person. They praised him when he was shining bright, but when he faced adversity, they were quick to kick him while he was down. This is real. This is reality. If Chris didn't have some skills, those people might have even tried to eat him alive. This is a bloody, treacherous real world. Warmth and sunshine are reserved for those who shine brightly. And now Chris was experiencing the coldness of humanity. Chapter 180. Listening to Ron's adventure story, Chris thought it was best not to do anything. That staying out of it was the right choice, but he didn't expect these people to be so bored and to take every rumor seriously. He had intended to just live a simple life and learn, but who knew he would be pushed to the forefront instead? Those who knew understood that he had not participated in the matter, so how could there be talk of retreating or being timid? As for those uninformed bystanders, they would only use malicious words to slander and harm him. But what could be done about it? Whether it was a good reputation or a bad one, he would still live his life, right? He was here to learn, not to compete and show off who was stronger or more heroic. George and Fred were quite rational. They came to ask Chris about what had happened. Chris naturally told them that he felt the whole incident was purely a figment of Harry and the others' imagination. He had thought from the start that Snape could not possibly be involved, and as for Professor Quirrell, no one had noticed anything amiss. So why should he be any more perceptive? Therefore, they held another meeting of the Hogwarts Brotherhood regarding this matter. During the meeting, Ron stated that Chris indeed had not been involved in the issue, and they hadn't informed Chris about anything, so it wasn't fair to blame him. Most of the current rumors seemed to have originated from Diana, which was truly uncountable. George and Fred asked Ron to recount their actions, showing great interest. It went like this. That day, Harry's scar hurt a lot. He said he had felt pain before, but never as frequently as now. Hermione thought they should go see Madame Pomfrey, but Harry said it wasn't an illness. He believed it was a warning, meaning danger was imminent. But I didn't think so. I thought he was just too hot, and I advised him to relax a bit after the exams. I also agreed with Hermione that as long as Dumbledore was around, the Philosopher's Stone would be safe. Besides, we hadn't found any evidence that could confirm Snape had learned how to subdue Fluffy. He had nearly been bitten in half last time. He wouldn't rush into danger again. If even Hagrid betrayed Dumbledore, then Neville could be selected for the England Quidditch team. Haha, and then what? The others found it hilarious when Ron mentioned Neville and urged him to continue. To be fair, Ron indeed had a talent for storytelling. He was very vivid in his narration. Then Harry insisted on going to find Hagrid. Hermione and I were quite confused, but Harry said it was strange that Hagrid, who most wanted a dragon, happened to find a dragon egg in a stranger's pocket. How many people walk around with dragon eggs? That's against wizard law. And besides, weren't they lucky to find Hagrid? Hearing Harry's doubts, we felt he was right. This matter indeed had its suspicions. So we went with him to find Hagrid and asked him some questions, after which we went to find Professor Dumbledore. Ron excitedly recounted. After passing through the three-headed dog, we saw nothing beneath the trapdoor, just pitch darkness, and there were no ladders to descend. With no choice, we had to jump down. Oh, my God, Imk looked astonished. What was below? George asked impatiently. Once we jumped down, I felt the cold, damp air rushing past my ears. My body kept falling, and then, splash. With a strange and dull thud, we landed on something soft. When I sat up and felt around, I could clearly sense that I seemed to be sitting on some kind of plant. Can you guess what was? We didn't know. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they couldn't guess. It's a devil's snare, Ron said dramatically. What? Oh my God, you're still alive. Everyone exclaimed in shock. I remember that mature devil's snare can extend tentacle-like tendrils to ensnare those who come near, causing injury or death, right? George asked. Yes. You must have used fire, right? Fred inquired. Upon hearing this, Ron felt a bit embarrassed. He had thought he was going to die. If it hadn't been for Hermione using fire to save him, he might have been done for. Yes, Ron mumbled. After we got through the devil's snare, we heard, besides our footsteps, the sound of water droplets slowly dripping down the walls. Then we descended the slope of the corridor, where soft rustling and clinking sounds seemed to come from ahead. Could it be a ghost? Imp suggested. No, I think it must be a group of ghosts. George said. You guessed wrong. It was a brightly lit room with a high vaulted ceiling. Countless birds, sparkling like jewels, flitted around the room. Across the room was a heavy wooden door, and if we crossed the room, they would attack us. I think we can use the freezing spell to get through. We can freeze them all. Imp said. Exactly. It seems you haven't wasted this semester, but if we use the freezing spell, it requires quite a bit of magical power. Have you considered that? Chris asked. This. And besides, they were all first-year wizards. How could they use the freezing spell? We only learned it this year. Yes, we all pulled and pushed together, but the wooden door wouldn't budge. Hermione also tried her Alohomora spell, but it was useless. Then we saw. Ron said mysteriously. What? Hurry up and say. Those birds. They aren't for decoration. They're not birds at all. They're keys. Wing keys. And there are flying broomsticks in the corners of the room. We have to go up and catch the key to the door. But you just said there were a bunch of birds, right? That means there are hundreds of keys, right? How are we supposed to do that? Imk asked in confusion. Exactly, I also had that doubt at the time, but for that door's keyhole, we locked onto a quaint, large key that looked like a door handle, Ron explained. Chapter 181. You are a good person. Then each of us grabbed a broom, kicked off the ground, and soared into the air, rushing into the dense cluster of enchanted keys. We struggled to catch and grab them, but those magically enchanted keys dodged too quickly, making it nearly impossible to catch one. However, in the end, Harry proved to be exceptional. As the youngest Seeker in a century, he was not just a name. After maneuvering through the colorful whirl of little wings for a minute, he noticed a large silver key with drooping wings, as if it had been roughly shoved into a keyhole by someone. Then, Harry lunged forward and, with a loud, grating screech, pinned the key against the stone wall with one hand. Wow, that was amazing. If only I could be that good. Everyone cheered for Harry's flying skills. The next room was even more incredible. Ron continued. How should I put it? There was a gigantic chessboard with black pieces in front of us, and those pieces were taller than we were, seemingly carved from black stones. At the far end of the room faced some white pieces. We had to play chess to get to the other side of the room. This was practically made for me, Ron. I never thought being a wizard chess champion would be so useful, Ron said proudly. I admit, this duel was the hardest I've ever faced in my life. It was a brand new strategy I'd never seen before. Moreover, if we lost, we could very well be taken out by their pieces. But I won. I knocked out their king, haha, Ron exclaimed, dancing around in excitement. Well done. You really are my brother. I knew you could do it. Everyone praised Ron, knowing his talent in wizard chess was unparalleled. Chris was also surprised that Ron had improved significantly after the wizard chess competition. A match that was originally very challenging was won without sacrificing any of his pieces. It seemed this guy had made progress. Next, as we entered the next room, a nauseating stench hit us, bringing tears to our eyes. We saw a giant troll, larger than the one Chris had battled last time, lying motionless on the floor, unconscious, with a bloody lump on its head. This meant we didn't need to defeat it to get through this room. After all, it was already taken out, and in a particularly brutal manner. That's why there are rumors that it was the Mermaid Slayer, the snot professor, who did it. Fred pondered. Yeah, you should have seen it. It was horrific. I felt it was even more brutal than the slaughter of mermaids. Ron replied, I must clarify this as a first-hand witness. I can assure you that the snot professor is long dead. These speculations are utterly unfounded. Such cruel methods usually result from the use of dark magic, and dark wizards can do such things. If one associates it with the snot professor, it's only because their methods are quite similar. I highly suspect the person raising the doubt has ulterior motives and lacks common sense. Chris responded. This truly left Chris speechless. What does Quirrell's actions have to do with my snot professor? Can't a dead person rest in peace? This is just... all right. Everyone felt Chris made sense. After all, those rumors were merely malicious conjectures from inexperienced young wizards and were not worth considering. Should I continue? Ron asked. Yes. Hurry up and tell us. After we passed through the troll's room, there was only a table with 7 differently shaped bottles on it. As soon as we stepped over the threshold, a flame suddenly erupted behind us, sealing off the entrance. This flame was unusual. It was purple. At the same time, black flames sprang up at the entrance ahead. We were trapped in the middle. I can responsibly say that I could clearly feel that if you touched this fire, it would burn you to ashes without a trace. Hiss! Imp was frightened. Then, Hermione noticed a roll of parchment beside the bottles. It said, "Danger is ahead. Safety is behind. 2 among us can help you. Drink them. 1 will lead you forward, the other will send you back to where you started. 2 contain potion. And 3 are poison, just waiting in line." What else was there? I can't remember. Oh, sorry. Ron scratched his head apologetically. In short, there are 7 bottles. 3 are poison, 2 are potions, 1 will allow us to safely pass through the black flames, and the other will send us back through the purple flames. Then Hermione deduced that the smallest bottle could be used to pass through, but there was only enough left for 1 person to drink. As a result, Harry said he would drink it. He would go deal with that guy. Let us drink the return potion and send Hedwig to deliver a message to Dumbledore for help. After that, he went, and we went back to write to Dumbledore. And when he returned, he was unconscious and hasn't woken up yet. Ron said, looking somewhat dejected. He felt he ultimately hadn't been able to help Harry much, leaving him in the hospital wing, unaware of his fate, and they couldn't even go see him. Oh, Ron, don't worry. He will be all right. You've done great. You helped them through the wizard chess, didn't you? If it weren't for you, you all might have been trapped there and could never save the Philosopher's Stone. Chris comforted. He will be fine, Chris. Thank you. I know you are innocent. You are a good person. Ron said, touched. I believe in you too. Chris. Imp also firmly stated. And us. We all believe in you. George and Fred chimed in. Thank you. Don't worry. It's just other people's opinions. I won't mind them. Chris smiled. 2 days later, Harry woke up, and everyone went to visit him. When he heard the news about Chris being wronged, he felt quite upset. Chapter 182. Terrifying inside story, extra update for Moo. Ran. This matter has nothing to do with him. Why should he be wronged? Therefore, Harry, like Chris did back then, helped Chris explain everything clearly to everyone. It was all Voldemort's doing, it had nothing to do with anyone else, and Chris was unaware of it. When everyone heard the words of the main character, they gasped. They never expected that such a matter would actually be related to that person. This was truly. At the same time, they realized their mistake. They had wronged Chris. I knew Chris was innocent. Yes, his grades and everything are so outstanding. How could he be a coward? Exactly. This also means Chris didn't know about this matter. Otherwise, he would definitely have been able to beat that person to a pulp. When Chris heard their discussions, he was truly at a loss for words about how to express his feelings. You were the ones who slandered me, and now that you all know the truth. You think I'm amazing? I also have no words for this. However, Diana still held a grudge against Chris for his inaction and for stopping her actions. This made Diana not forgive Chris yet. But this was a small matter. Chris understood that Diana would eventually understand his good intentions. Right now, Chris and the Weasley brothers, along with Hermione, went to the hospital wing to visit Harry and listen to him recount the entire story. The real story was indeed more bizarre and thrilling than baseless rumors. Such situations were very rare, and now it was just like that. Harry told them everything: Quirrell, the Mirror of Ariste, the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort. Everyone listened intently, gasping nervously at every thrilling moment. When Harry described the face under Quirrell's turban, Imp turned pale with fright, and Hermione screamed in shock. So, he hasn't disappeared. He is still hiding somewhere, perhaps looking for a body willing to share with him? Ron exclaimed in shock after hearing Harry's words. Yes, Dumbledore said he isn't truly alive, so he can't be killed. Moreover, at that time, he was only concerned about escaping, completely disregarding Quirrell's life or death. He was ruthless to his enemies and equally cold-hearted to his followers. Harry nodded. Then why can't he touch you? Imp was curious about this. Because my mother died to save me. Dumbledore said that if Voldemort cannot understand something, it is love. He did not realize that a love as strong as my mother's would leave a mark on me. Not a scar, not a visible trace. Being deeply loved by someone, even if that person has died, will leave us with a permanent protective charm. It is hidden in my skin. For this reason, Quirrell cannot touch me. Quirrell is filled with hatred, greed, and ambition, having sold his soul to Voldemort. Touching someone marked with such a beautiful imprint would cause him unbearable pain. Ah, I see. So, aren't you invincible? Imp exclaimed. Well, I don't know, but I think not. So, does this mean it's over? The Philosopher's Stone is gone? Ron asked in the end, is Quirrell about to die? I asked Dumbledore the same thing. But Dumbledore thought, what did he say? For those with a clear mind, death is just another great adventure. I always said he was a bit eccentric, Ron said. He was shocked that his hero had become so unreasonable. I feel like, didn't Dumbledore intend for you to do this? George keenly picked up on something. Ron said, giving you your father's invisibility cloak, guiding you to do that? What do you mean? Harry didn't quite understand. From the origin of this matter, Hagrid brought the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts, and you said you witnessed it with your own eyes. Then there's the three-headed dog and your relationship with Hagrid. Therefore, many things are within your knowledge. The final guards of the Philosopher's Stone, the flying keys, wizard chess, and the final riddle. Aren't they all targeting you? George said with a serious expression. Everyone knew Ron was good at wizard chess, Harry was good at flying, and Hermione was very smart. So solving a little riddle was no problem for her. So this really looked like a trap designed to lead you into it. Fred said, if that's the case, then it really has nothing to do with Chris. The whole thing revolves around Harry's trap and this. Imp also reacted, yes, if that's really the case. What I mean is, that's too terrifying. Hermione also thought of something and Hurley agreed. Everyone felt a bit creeped out, their hair standing on end. This was simply too shocking, but any clear-eyed person could see that this was probably how things were. In an instant, the atmosphere became a bit heavy. Chris was also filled with admiration for George and Fred. He didn't expect them to be so smart and instantly uncover the likely truth of the matter. No, it's not like that. Harry spoke up. He pondered for a moment and said, Dumbledore is a very interesting person. I think he probably wanted to give me a chance. He seems to know a bit about what is happening here. I feel he is very aware of what we intend to do. He did not stop us, but instead secretly taught us many useful things. I think him teaching me the function of the Mirror of Ariste was not a coincidence. It seems he believed that if possible, I should face Voldemort. Upon hearing Harry's words, everyone became even more convinced that there was definitely something wrong here. Perhaps it was because Harry was the boy who lived, the one who could deal with the mysterious man, that this incident occurred. Everyone sat in silence for a while, each lost in thought. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Chris had to break the silence. All right, why think so much? We're just ordinary students. Those big matters are for the adults to consider. The holidays are coming soon. We might as well have some fun and enjoy life. After hearing Chris's words, they also felt there was no need to think so much. Life must go on. Now, let's just have a good time. In an instant, everyone returned to their cheerful state. Chapter 183, I Knew It, at the end of term feast at Hogwarts. The Great Hall was decorated in the green and silver colors representing Slytherin, celebrating their victory in the House Cup Championship once again this year. A huge banner depicting the Slytherin snake hung on the wall behind the head table. It could be seen that nobles like Draconis Pacey were sitting at the table in their finely tailored wizard robes, chatting loudly, occasionally glancing over at Gryffindor with disdainful expressions. What were they so proud of? Imp said angrily. Of course, he wasn't the only Gryffindor thinking this way. Don't forget how we won last year. Maybe we'll have a surprise this year too, Chris said, raising his cup and taking a sip of grape juice with a smile. The little wizards couldn't help but feel hopeful at Chris's words. Yeah, you never know, haha. Harry had also recovered and returned from the hospital wing. As soon as he walked into the Great Hall, it suddenly fell silent, and then everyone began to talk loudly again. He walked over to the Gryffindor table and sat between Ron and Hermione. Everyone stood up to stare at him, their eyes filled with eagerness as if they wanted to eat him, making the young man feel extremely awkward. Chris couldn't help but smile at this scene. Haha, how interesting. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, and the noise in the hall gradually settled down. Another year has passed. Dumbledore said cheerfully, before we enjoy these delicious dishes, I must trouble everyone to listen to an old man's cliches. What a wonderful year it has been. Your little brains must be a bit richer than before. There's an entire summer waiting for you ahead, allowing you to digest those things before next term begins and clear some space in your minds. Now, as far as I know, we must first hold the House Cup awarding ceremony, and the specific scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 327 points. Third place, Hufflepuff, 352 points. Ravenclaw, 426 points. Slytherin, 483 points. Upon hearing this result, a thunderous cheer and stomping erupted from the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy was banging his goblet on the table, looking quite annoying. Yes, good performance, Dumbledore said. However, a few recent incidents must also be taken into account. The hall became very quiet, and the smiles of the Slytherins faded a bit. Just as I thought. The Gryffindors were excited. They knew there would be such a twist. Hey, Slytherins, take that. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I still have a few points left to distribute. Haha, let me see. Right. Hearing this, the usually expressionless Snape curled his lips. This old man is at it again. Professor McGonagall straightened up, smiling as if she anticipated something. The other professors had various expressions. What's going on? The first-year Gryffindors were a bit confused. They hadn't experienced a situation like last year, so they were puzzled as to why everyone suddenly seemed different. Just wait and see. A senior Gryffindor said mysteriously. All right. The first item, Mr. Ron Weasley. Upon hearing Professor Dumbledore call his name, Ron's face turned beet red, looking just like a carrot sunbathing. He played one of the most brilliant games of wizard chess in many years, and for that, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. The Gryffindors immediately erupted into cheers. I knew it. Ha, Ron, the wizard chess king. The wizard chess king. The stars above them seemed to tremble slightly. Percy could be heard loudly telling the other prefects, see, if my brother, my youngest brother, he successfully navigated the giant chessboard. P.S. the wizard chess king of Hogwarts. After a moment, everyone finally calmed down again. The second item, Miss Hermione Granger. She faced the fire, calmly reasoning through it, and I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, as if she was secretly crying. The Gryffindor students around them were ecstatic, jumping up and down at the table. They had just gained a full 100 points. The third item, Harry Potter. Dumbledore said. The hall instantly became exceptionally quiet. He displayed fearless bravery and exceptional courage, and for that, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. The noise was deafening. Those who were hoarse from shouting were still calculating points in their heads, knowing Gryffindor now had 487 points, 4 points higher than Slytherin. They had won the House Cup Championship. Ha, amazing. I knew it. The Gryffindor little wizards cheered joyfully. Dumbledore raised a hand, and the hall gradually quieted down again. Of course, there are many types of courage. Dumbledore smiled. It takes extraordinary bravery to confront enemies, but it also requires great courage to stand your ground in front of friends. Therefore, I award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. If someone were standing outside the hall at that moment, they might think an explosion had occurred. As the cheers from the Gryffindor table rose higher and higher, Neville, at that moment, was so surprised that his face turned pale, completely overwhelmed by the crowd rushing to hug him. He had never earned a single point for Gryffindor before. Harry cheered while elbowing Ron and pointed at Malfoy. Looking at Malfoy, even if he had just been hit with a full-body bind curse, he wouldn't look more shocked or panicked than he did now. Ha, he really looks like a dog. Yes, this means. Dumbledore had to shout loudly to drown out the thunderous cheers, as even the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students were celebrating Slytherin's defeat. We need to make a few small changes to the decorations here. He clapped his hands, and immediately, the green streamers turned bright red, and the silver ones turned to gold. The huge Slytherin snake vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Snape had to stand up, awkwardly shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, forcing an awkward smile on his face. This is really going to be fun. Chapter 184. The outbreak of conflict, joyful emotions are always contagious. Soon, except for the Slytherin wizards, the rest of the young wizards were happily enjoying delicious food and chatting merrily. It was quite a relaxing time. 2 days after the end-of-term feast, the exam results came out, and Chris undoubtedly achieved the top score in the entire year. This made Imk incredibly envious. His grades were barely passing. Fortunately, he managed to pass his flying class, which was a cause for celebration. Chris felt relaxed now, having been on edge for an entire semester. He was truly a bit overwhelmed. It was nice to have a break, as he could finally do some of his own things. However, he couldn't help but worry about the upcoming matter for next year. As a wizard from a Muggle family, what if he got caught up in that? He had to be fully prepared. But that was a matter for the next semester. It wasn't time to think about it just yet. Now, there was something that needed to be addressed. The topic of Animagus. Yes, Professor McGonagall had agreed to teach Chris about Animagus transformation next semester, and during the break, he needed to study well to prepare for it. With a clear rumbling sound, the red steam train slowly came to a stop at the platform, billowing thick smoke. Outside the carriage, the young wizards lined up to get off, but there was no one to guide them, so when the doors opened, it quickly became crowded. Chris held onto a reluctant Diana, trying to prevent others from pushing against them. Then, a few of them made their way through Platform 9 together. "Hey, Harry, you have to come to our house this summer," Ron said to Hermione and Harry. "You both come. I'll send an owl to invite you." "Thanks," Harry replied. "I really need something to look forward to." "Oh, right, Chris, you and him should come too. We'll pick you up in my dad's car." George winked at Chris. Sure. Imp agreed. I might have some things to do during the break," Chris said with a smile. "Oh, that's too bad. Don't worry. There will be other opportunities in the future." "Okay, then bye for now." "Bye." After saying goodbye to his friends, Chris saw his parents waiting to take him and his sister home. "Oh, Diana, I heard you always make your brother angry at school," Lisa said sternly as soon as they met. "If I didn't," Diana retorted defiantly. "Enough, get in the car," Einat said coldly. Seeing her father's attitude, Diana fell silent. Einat drove, and the atmosphere in the car was strange. Not a single person spoke. When they returned home, Einat and Lisa sat seriously on the sofa and asked their eldest son, Chris, to sit down, while Diana was left standing aside. Einat scrutinized Diana seriously. "What? Have you gone wild at school?" Diana bit her lip under Einat's gaze and said nothing. "Do you think you've learned magic and become impressive, so your parents can't control you anymore?" "I didn't say that," Diana whispered. "What? Speak up if you have the guts. Have you really gone too far? Is learning magic so impressive? Look at what you've done. You've tarnished your brother's reputation, and you want to fight dark wizards? Your brother stopped you to protect you, and you still speak harshly to him? Throwing tantrums. Are you our daughter from the Reed family? How can we have such a disobedient and mischievous child? Can you even behave yourself? You all blame me. It's all my fault. Chris is always right. He's been perfect since he was little. He's your good boy. I'm not. I'm not as good as him, not as good at studying, and not as popular. Everyone only knows I'm Chris's sister, as if I am nothing but that." Diana suddenly shouted. You've completely lost your mind. You're unreasonable." Einat was furious, standing up and raising his hand as if to slap her. "Come on, go ahead. Kill me, just kill me." Diana yelled back. All right, Einat dear, don't do this." Lisa pleaded, unable to bear it. "It's all your good daughter's fault," Einat said angrily, storming out. Sigh. Chris watched this scene, unsure of what to say. It had escalated so quickly upon his return. The atmosphere in the Reed household was no longer harmonious as it had been in the past. Diana stayed locked in her room, only eating when Lisa coaxed her to take food into her room. Einat was also in a bad mood. He didn't know where his parenting had gone wrong. Perhaps he had spoiled his daughter too much before, and now this little darling was no longer endearing but rather hurtful. Lisa sighed, unsure how to ease the family's tensions. This state continued for almost half a month, and Chris felt that this couldn't go on. He had to think of a way to ease things. Since Diana held such a strong prejudice against him, it might be better for him not to stay at home for a while to avoid causing her stress. Additionally, he needed to study magic and brew potions. It was quite stifling not being able to practice magic at home. He might as well move out for a while. This way, everyone could calm down. Chris believed that time would heal everything. Diana was still young. Having been spoiled by her family since childhood, she had never faced difficulties or challenges, so she acted impulsively. As she grew older, she would understand. Therefore, the next day, Chris told Lisa and Einat that he would be staying at a friend's house for a while and wouldn't return during the break, heading directly to school when it reopened. Though Lisa was reluctant, Chris still left. Einat said nothing, only handed Chris a good amount of pounds, telling him not to be stingy with spending, and that if he ran out, he would give him more. As Chris sat in the taxi, leaving home, he let out a long sigh. It truly was a pity for all parents. Chapter 185. An unusual holiday life. Hey, little brother, what are you doing at Charing Cross Road? I remember there's nothing there that someone your age needs. The black driver turned his head and asked. Chris didn't want to talk. It wasn't that he thought the black driver was a bad person, but this guy just wouldn't stop talking. He was a real chatterbox. The whole way, he babbled on endlessly, and Chris, not being the most talkative person himself, found it quite annoying. Under the relentless chatter of the black man, Chris finally arrived at the entrance of the dirty, cramped bar, dragging his luggage inside. The place was still as dim and shabby as ever, with a few elderly women, likely regulars, sitting in the corners, sipping from small cups. One of them looked somewhat familiar to Chris. She was the old lady who liked to smoke. The bar owner, an almost bald man who looked like a shriveled walnut, was dozing off in boredom. Hello, Chris said as he approached the bar. Hello. You must be Red, right? I remember you. Did you come alone? Tom lifted his head, shook off his drowsiness, and spoke. Chris was surprised that the owner actually remembered him. Yes, I'd like to stay here for a while. Probably until Hogwarts starts. Alright. Let me see which room is available. Room 11. How's that? Tom didn't ask why Chris, a young wizard, would want to stay out for so long and promptly check the availability for him. That's fine. Chris thought any room would do. Alright. Then I need a deposit of 10 galleons, and I'll adjust it when you check out. By the way, will you need meals here every day? I will. Chris replied and handed Tom 10 galleons. After receiving the galleons, Tom became much friendlier, even helping Chris with his luggage and leading him to his room. Chris followed Tom up a beautiful wooden staircase to the second floor, where each guest room door had a brass number. When they reached the door of room 11, Tom opened it and handed the key to Chris, asking if he needed anything else before leaving. Once Tom was gone, Chris surveyed the room. The bed looked very comfortable, and the oak furniture was polished to a shine. A cheerful fire crackled in the fireplace, and there was even a talking mirror. Not bad, quite clean. Chris was very satisfied. As for why he chose to stay here, there were good reasons. First, there were many wizards here, making it the best choice for him to experiment and learn magic. Secondly, it was very close to Diagon Alley, so it would be convenient for him to shop for things or visit bookstores. Therefore, this was the best place for Chris. The next day, after having breakfast delivered by Tom, Chris went to Diagon Alley. In a secluded corner, he drank a polyjuice potion and transformed into a Hispanic young man. Then he went to a second-hand shop, where he carefully selected and bought a second-hand wand that was in excellent condition and easy to use. Why buy such a wand? Naturally, it was to prove he wasn't casting spells, although he was staying at the Leaky Cauldron, who knew if some nosy person might report him for using magic. It would be terrible if a backfire curse checked his wand. Thus, Chris planned to use this second-hand wand for casting spells during his holiday, ensuring his safety, and even if he were reported, it wouldn't be easy to find out. Afterward, Chris went to a potion shop to buy a batch of potion ingredients from the owner. As for selling potions, he wouldn't discuss it directly with this owner. He had always communicated with this owner through owls. The reason was that, generally, potions sold on the market were made by certified potion masters from the Potions Association. And Chris, being a young wizard, naturally didn't have such qualifications. So how did he sell them? That was naturally reliant on this shop owner. This owner seemed to be engaged in legitimate business, but behind the scenes, it was another story. He bought potions from people who had decent skills but weren't certified or couldn't be certified at prices lower than those from certified potion masters, and then sold them to those unwilling to pay for certified potions at slightly lower prices than the market retail. Of course, this kind of business was done secretly, and Chris suspected that this owner earned much more from these underground transactions than from his legitimate business. On one hand, the cost was low. On the other hand, the sales volume was high, leading to significant daily revenue. Moreover, the quality of these potions was not inferior to those certified, so in such a situation, few people would buy those overpriced potions from the Potions Association. Chris guessed that only someone like Dorian Pusey would buy them. Of course, such actions would severely impact the business of the Potions Association and would definitely face strict crackdowns. But this owner still dared to do so, which meant he must have connections, and perhaps even the Potions Association was involved. Naturally, regardless of how deep the waters were, it had nothing to do with Chris. He just needed to sell his potions. You wouldn't believe it, but the things Chris learned from Master Snape were outstanding. When Chris first contacted this owner and sent him samples of the potions he made, the owner was utterly amazed. Perfect. Whether in efficacy or appearance, these are top-notch. The owner even suspected that some young heir from a potion master's family stole their potions to sell for money. This kind of transaction had been going on for nearly a year, and Chris had accumulated a considerable amount of galleons, much more than he earned at school. Although he earned a lot, it was also tiring because Chris's potion quality was good, so the owner's demand was high. Fortunately, the owner only needed some mid-range potions. High-end potions, like Felix Felici's, were actually hard to sell because they were too expensive and difficult to brew, falling into the category of precious potions. Chapter 186. Someone is missing. Moreover, those with the financial means to make purchases are few, and these individuals do not care much about a few more or fewer galleons. Naturally, they prefer to buy items from the Potion Association for safety reasons instead of spending money on potions of unknown origin. If the potions are effective, that's fine, but if they aren't, it could backfire and cause more trouble, making it not worth the risk. Therefore, the demand for mid to low-end potions is the highest, and they sell the best. Thus, Chris spent his vacation leisurely practicing magic and brewing potions to make money. As the end of August approached, he received the book list needed for third-year classes, a series of books authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. In fact, Chris had already bought this series of books, and while they were all written by the fraud Gilderoy Lockhart, They were genuinely interesting. This guy writes in a very captivating way, and Chris couldn't help but applaud. Lockhart's books are both novel and entertaining, making them hard to put down. No wonder he received so much love from readers. These books should be popular. On Wednesday, Chris woke up early. He had arranged to go shopping for some essential school supplies with the Weasley family and Inc. When Chris met the Weasley family, he politely greeted Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and then he received big hugs from George and Fred. "Hey, mate, we thought you were dead." "Yeah, what have you been up to lately?" "Not much. Just reading and studying," Chris smiled. "You're really hard-working, mate," Imp said. "Ha, it's not that bad." Soon, everyone launched into a heated discussion about their holiday experiences. "What about Harry?" Mrs. Weasley asked. "Yeah? Have you seen him?" Mr. Weasley also looked around but still couldn't find him. "Is he lost? Could he be in Knockturn Alley?" George and Fred joked. "Be serious. Go look for him," Mrs. Weasley said. Everyone quickly walked through the crowded street, calling out Harry's name as they searched. Chris followed along, pretending to look because he knew nothing would happen. "Harry! Harry!" Mr. Weasley seemed to have spotted someone, shouting loudly while panting. "Let's hope you just missed the door." Mr. Weasley wiped his shiny bald head as the person approached. "Molly's going to freak out. She's coming right now." "Where did you come out from?" Ron asked. "Knockturn Alley," Hagrid said with a stern face. "Awesome," Fred and George exclaimed together. "The adults never let us go there," Ron said enviously. "I think it's best not to go," Hagrid said gruffly. "Hey, Hagrid, what are you doing here?" Chris asked, pretending to be curious. "I'm looking for a potion to repel flesh-eating slugs," Hagrid said gruffly. "They're about to ruin the school's cabbages." "Did you find it? Do you need my help?" Chris asked. Don't worry. I've already found it. Thank you, Chris." Just then, before the two could finish speaking, Mrs. Weasley hurried over, swinging a handbag vigorously in one hand, while Ginny struggled to keep up with her other hand. "Oh, Harry. Oh, dear. You could be anywhere." She was out of breath as she took out a coat brush from her bag and started to dust off the soot that Hagrid had missed. Mr. Weasley took Harry's glasses, waved his wand, and returned them as good as new. "Well, I have to go," Hagrid said, but his hand was tightly held by Mrs. Weasley. "Knockturn Alley. Thank goodness you found him, Hagrid," Mrs. Weasley whispered. "Haha, no problem. See you at Hogwarts," Hagrid said nonchalantly. He strode away, towering over everyone on the street. "Guess who I saw in Borgin and Burke's?" Harry asked Ron and Hermione as they walked up the Gringotts steps. "Malfoy and his dad." "Did Lucius Malfoy buy anything?" Mr. Weasley asked cautiously from behind them. "No, he was selling something. He's scared," Mr. Weasley said seriously and satisfactorily. "Oh, I really want to catch Lucius Malfoy in the act." "Be careful, Arthur," Mrs. Weasley warned, as a goblin bent down to lead them into the bank. "That family is not to be trifled with. Don't bite off more than you can chew." "You think I can't handle Malfoy?" Mr. Weasley said indignantly, but his attention was quickly diverted as he saw Hermione's parents standing awkwardly by the counter that spanned the entire marble hall, waiting for Hermione to introduce them. "Ah, you're Muggles," Mr. Weasley said happily. "We must have a drink. What's that you have in your hand?" "Oh, you're exchanging Muggle currency. Molly, look." He excitedly pointed at the 10-pound note in Mr. Granger's hand. Chris felt a bit uncomfortable with this display. Why did it feel like watching Muggles was like watching giant pandas? "Is it that rare?" Chris couldn't understand. "We'll see you here later," Ron said to Hermione, as the Weasley family and Harry were led by another goblin to their underground vault. The goblin-driven cart sped through the bank's underground tunnels to reach various vaults. The thrill of the ride was quite exhilarating, but when the Weasley family's vault opened, it was a pitiful sight. Inside was an unremarkable pile of silver sickles, with only one galleon. Mrs. Weasley had searched every nook and cranny, finally shoving all the coins into her bag. "Well, at least Ron, George, and Fred don't have to worry about tuition or anything like that. Otherwise, Ginny probably wouldn't have anything new. That's really too bad." Please remember the original domain of this book. Chapter 187. Celebrity meet and greet. At this moment, George, Fred, and Ron all cast grateful glances at Chris. If it weren't for Chris, they might still not be able to afford books. "And now, I'm rich, buddy. Richer than my family. Richer than my parents." "What is this?" "This is extravagance." After the Weasley family withdrew their money, everyone went to Harry Potter's vault. Wow, the pile of galleons was like a small mountain, leaving everyone wide-eyed. George and Fred swallowed hard. They had never seen so many galleons in their lives. This made them secretly vow to have just as many galleons in the future. No, even more than this. Then, the group split up on the marble steps outside the bank. The main reason was that Percy mumbled about wanting to buy a new quill, while Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were heading to a store that sold second-hand robes. Mr. Weasley insisted on taking the Granger family to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. We'll meet back at Flourish and Blots in an hour to buy your textbooks, Mrs. Weasley instructed as she left with Ginny. Next, Chris and the others strolled along the cobbled streets. Chris bought everyone big cream, cheese-flavored ice creams. They were delicious, absolutely delightful. Even the little wizard passing by was drooling, tugging at his mother's hand saying, "Mom, I want one." They leisurely enjoyed their ice creams while wandering through the alley, browsing the dazzling shop windows. Ron and Harry, two little rascals, were reluctant to tear their eyes away from the full set of Chudley Cannon's robes displayed in the Quidditch shop until Hermione pulled them into a nearby store to buy ink and parchment. Then, Fred and George dragged Chris to the joke shop. George was particularly interested in the automatic ignition fireworks by Dr. Fiddlesticks, and he and Fred bought quite a lot. It wasn't anything special, just a type of magical firework that ignites when wet. When they reached the second-hand store where Chris had originally made his purchase, they found Percy engrossed in reading a very dull book titled Head Boys of Hogwarts and Their Careers After Graduation. "Wow," Ron exclaimed, reading the back cover aloud, which sounded quite intriguing. "Enough, go away," Percy said with a scowl. Unable to deal with his attitude, the others shrugged and walked away. Of course, Percy was ambitious. He had it all planned out. He wanted to be the Minister of Magic. Chris heard Ron mumbling behind him. An hour later, they headed towards Flourish and Blots, and there were far more people than just them. It was astonishing. A huge crowd had gathered outside, all wanting to get in. A large banner was stretched across the upstairs. Gilderoy Lockhart, signing his autobiography today from 12:30 to 4:30. "Ah, we can meet him in person," Hermione exclaimed excitedly. "Of course, almost all the books on the list are written by him." "Well, that's how it is." Hermione quickly realized she had lost her composure and added, "Sorry." It seemed that most of the crowd were witches around Mrs. Weasley S.H. A weary-looking wizard stood at the entrance saying, "Ladies, please be quiet. Don't shove. Watch the books." Reluctantly, Chris and the others had to push their way in, with Chris leading the charge. Naturally, Imp effectively cleared a path for them. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione slipped through the crowd effortlessly. The winding line stretched from the entrance all the way to the back of the store, where Gilderoy Lockhart was signing books. They each grabbed a random book and sneaked over to where the Weasley family and the Grangers were waiting in line. "Oh, you're here, great," Mrs. Weasley said, breathless and repeatedly patting her hair. "We'll get to see him soon." Gradually, they caught sight of Gilderoy Lockhart. He sat behind a table, surrounded by large photos of himself, all the faces in the pictures winking at the crowd, flashing dazzling white teeth. The real Lockhart wore a long robe the same blue as Forget-Me-Nots, perfectly matching his blue eyes. A pointed wizard hat sat playfully askew on his curly hair. You have to admit, this guy knows how to dress. Chris was curious about where he bought his clothes. They looked really nice. Nearby, a grumpy little man was jumping around with a large black camera, taking pictures of him from every angle. Each time the flash went off, clouds of purple smoke billowed from the camera. "Get out of the way, kid," he shouted at Ron, stepping back to find a better angle. "This is for the photo." "Umph. Unbelievable," Ron grumbled, rubbing his sore foot that had been stepped on. Suddenly, Gilderoy Lockhart looked up, spotted Ron, and then Harry. He stared at Harry for a moment, then jumped up and shouted, "ISNT this Harry Potter?" The crowd parted, buzzing with excitement. Lockhart rushed over, grabbed Harry's arm, and was about to pull him to the front when he noticed ChrisRed. "You are that little genius from Hogwarts?" Gilderoy Lockhart asked, but before Chris could respond, he grabbed Chris as well, pulling both of them to the front. "Hey, everyone, look who it is, the famous savior Harry Potter with Hogwarts' magical genius ChrisRed." The crowd erupted into applause. Chris was a bit dazed, while Harry felt his face burning. Lockhart was patting their shoulders, urging the photographer to take pictures quickly. The little man immediately went into a frenzy, snapping away as clouds of smoke wafted over the Weasley family. "Oh, this is just fantastic." Lockhart flashed his dazzling teeth, saying, "I assure you, the three of us will absolutely be on the front page tomorrow, dominating the headlines." "Ha ha ha." When he finally let go of Harry's hand, Harry felt a bit numb, and Chris was equally bewildered. "What little genius?" "I'm not. I don't have anything. Stop making stuff up." "Sigh. Why'd I have to get caught up in this? Now I'm going to be exposed. What's this all about?" At this moment, both Chris and Harry thought the same thing. They just wanted to slip away and leave this place. Chapter 188, Fight. But before the two could make any further moves, Lockhart spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart waved his hand to quiet the crowd. "What an unusual moment this is. I would like to take this splendid occasion to announce a little something that I have been holding back for a while. Our Harry and Chris walked into Flourish and Blots today, only intending to buy my autobiography, I am willing to give them a copy for free right here. Applause erupted again. But they don't know. Lockhart continued, shaking Harry and Chris vigorously. Chris was fine, but Harry nearly lost his glasses. Soon, they will receive something far more valuable than my humble work. In fact, they will receive a real, magical me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am immensely pleased and proud to announce that this September, I will be the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The crowd cheered, and Chris and Harry held a complete set of Gilderoy Lockhart's works. Oh my, Chris, this is incredible. You'll definitely be in the newspapers tomorrow. Imp said enviously. Come on, Imp, I can see through him. He's just a fame-seeking fraud. Instead of thinking about this, you should consider how to handle the defense against the dark arts class next semester, Chris replied, pouting. Well, I think he seems all right. He should be competent, and we will definitely learn a lot of useful things. Besides, if you say he seeks fame, what can he gain by going to Hogwarts? Can he gain fame? Imp countered. Who knows? We'll find out next semester, Chris shrugged, unwilling to reveal too much. On the other side, Harry Potter finally managed to step out of the spotlight and went to the wall, pouring the books into Ginny's cauldron, mumbling, Here you go, I'll buy my own. Well, look who's here, the famous Potter. You must love this, Potter. It was Draco Malfoy, wearing his usual mocking smile. Look at that, the renowned Harry Potter, Malfoy exclaimed, making it impossible for Harry to enter the bookstore without becoming front-page news. Wow, that's impressive. Don't talk nonsense, he doesn't want that, Ginny replied. This was her first time speaking up in front of Harry, glaring at Malfoy. Wow, Potter, you got yourself a girlfriend. Impressive. I don't have one, Malfoy drawled. Ginny's face turned red. At that moment, Chris and several others who had just bought books approached, all holding a stack of Lockhart's books. Oh, it's you? Little white hair, what do you want? Imp spoke first. Naturally, Malfoy couldn't be bothered to respond. He seemed to have not heard a word. Ron looked at Malfoy as if he had seen something disgusting on the bottom of his shoe. Malfoy, I bet you're surprised to see Harry here. Huh? What surprises me even more is seeing you in the store. Weasley, Malfoy shot back. I guess your parents are going to have to buy a house next month to afford those things. Huh? But with your family shack, I wonder if it's worth a single sickles. Maybe you can beg me, and I might have the mercy to offer you 2 sickles at a high price. Poor boy. Ron's face turned red with anger, and he threw the book into the cauldron, clenching his fists and ready to charge at Malfoy. Harry and Hermione pulled tightly on his clothes from behind. Ron. Luckily, Mr. Weasley squeezed through with Fred and George. What are you doing? Everyone here has gone mad. Let's get out of here. Wow, haha, Arthur Weasley. It was Malfoy's father, with one hand on Draco's shoulder, wearing the same mocking smile as his son. Lucius Mr. Weasley nodded coldly. I heard you've been quite busy with your work. Lucius Malfoy said. So many inspections. I bet they're paying you overtime. He reached into Ginny's cauldron and pulled out a tattered book from the shiny new Lockhart works. It seems not. My goodness, if you can't even get a decent reward. What's the point of being a disgrace among wizards? Mr. Weasley's face was even redder than Ron's and Ginny's. We have very different views on what a disgrace among wizards is, Malfoy, he said. Of course, Malfoy replied. His pale eyes turned to the terrified Granger couple. Look at the friends you keep, Weasley. I thought your family had already fallen to the lowest point. With a crash, Ginny's cauldron flew away. Mr. Weasley lunged at Mr. Malfoy, knocking him into a bookshelf, causing dozens of thick spell books to fall on their heads. Fred and George shouted, Get him, Dad. Mrs. Weasley screamed, Don't do that, Arthur, don't do that. The crowd panicked and backed away, knocking over more bookshelves. Gentlemen, please, please, the shopkeeper shouted. Then a loud voice drowned out all others. Step aside, gentlemen, step aside. It was Hagrid, striding through the room filled with books, but before he could get close, Lucius Malfoy was inexplicably hanging upside down in the air. Ah, who is it? Which bastard Weasley? Is it you? Lucius Malfoy seethed, his hateful gaze piercing through his fallen hair. At that moment, Lucius Malfoy no longer appeared elegant and noble, but resembled a disgruntled woman. Dad, what happened to you? Dad, what do we do? Draco was frightened, rushing over to pull at his father's robes. But the more he pulled, the more exposed he became. Ha, look. Don't they look like a big dog and a little dog? The surrounding people, initially shocked by the events, began to react and burst into laughter, finding it utterly hilarious. There was no way to resist such a scene. Perhaps it was a once-in-a-thousand-year occurrence. The bell rang. Lucius Malfoy pulled out his wand and dispelled the spell on himself. Now that he was back on the ground, he hurriedly fixed his appearance. Mr. Weasley, on the other hand, was doing okay. He only had a cut on his lip, his hair was a bit messy, but otherwise he was fine. Chapter 189. 5th edition plus Max Lucius Malfoy was hit in one eye by the complete guide to poisonous fungi, which was truly unfortunate. Then, he picked up Ginny's tattered Transfiguration textbook and tossed it into her arms, his eyes glinting with malice. Here you go. Little girl, take your book. It's the best thing your father can give you. And, Weasley, this time I remember, just wait. He waved at Draco Malfoy and rushed out of the shop. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. After he left, the shop erupted in laughter. Chris couldn't stop laughing either, knowing that the person who just acted was him. He had wanted to witness this rare fight, but how could he resist when that guy insulted Hermione's parents? Although it had nothing to do with Chris. He and Hermione both came from Muggle families, and Lucius Malfoy's actions made Chris feel humiliated as well. That's why he couldn't hold back and decided to teach that old white-haired man a lesson. The effect was quite good, haha. As for that notebook, Chris seemed not to have seen it, but he wasn't sure if it was in Ginny's bag either. He didn't want to rummage through the girl's things. But what could it matter? Chris had long been prepared. He wasn't worried about any attacks. Ah, you shouldn't pay attention to him, Arthur. Hagrid reached out to smooth Mr. Weasley's robe, nearly lifting him up. I'm really furious. That guy's rotten to the core, and so is his whole family. Everyone knows it. The Malfoys' words aren't worth listening to. Their blood is bad. That's just the way it is. Come on, let's go outside. The shopkeeper seemed to want to stop them for compensation, but his height only reached Hagrid's waist, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. They quickly walked out onto the street, where the Granger couple was trembling with fear, and Mrs. Weasley was furious. What a bad example for the children. Fighting in public. What would Gilderoy Lockhart think? He'd be so pleased. Fred said, "Didn't you hear us when we left?" He asked the guy from the Daily Prophet to include the fight and Malfoy's embarrassment in the report. He said it would create a sensation. By the time they returned to the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron, everyone had calmed down considerably. The Weasley family had to use flu powder to transport their purchases back to their home. The Granger family was heading back to the Muggle street in town. They said their goodbyes at the pub. Mr. Weasley wanted to ask what the bus station was like, but seeing Mrs. Weasley's expression, he quickly kept his mouth shut. Mrs. Weasley also asked Chris if he wanted to go back with him, and the Granger couple asked if he needed a ride home, but Chris declined. He only said that his parents would come to pick him up shortly and didn't mention that he was staying at the Leaky Cauldron. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't say it. He just didn't want to bring up anything else regarding that matter, so it was fine as it was. Soon, the holiday came to an end. Chris arrived at King's Cross Station on schedule and met his parents. The atmosphere in the family was noticeably better now. Lisa cried when she saw Chris, feeling that her son had been wronged because of Diana. Anat also gave Chris's shoulder a heavy pat. As for Diana, she coldly glanced at Chris before pushing the luggage into the station. After Lisa inquired about Chris's recent situation and learned that her son was doing well, she felt relieved. She reminded him to dress warmly when he went to school, eat more, not to neglect his health for the sake of studying, drink plenty of water, let them know if he needed anything, and to write more letters to inform them of his situation so they could feel at ease. After listening to Lisa's nagging, Chris waved his hand with a smile and followed Emk into the station. At that moment, he wasn't impatient with Lisa's endless chatter. On the contrary, he felt touched and warm inside. This was a mother's love for her child. Chris, wow, brother, come look at the new map we just made. After Chris boarded the train, George and Fred pulled him over to show him the newly developed 5th edition plus Max Hogwarts map. After a magical enhancement, this version of the map had achieved a 3D effect. This undoubtedly made the map very attractive. Moreover, under Chris's suggestion, they had turned it into a technologically styled map, which would give young wizards a sense of prestige and make them eager to pull out their hard-earned galleons to buy one. Great. Not bad. Let's hurry and sell them. I hope the purchasing power of the little wizards this year will be stronger. Chris looked at the 5th edition plus Max map with great satisfaction. All right, Ron. This is what you need to sell. Huh. Where's Ron? George nodded, counting 10 copies of various editions and setting them aside for Ron to take. But he didn't see Ron anywhere. Huh. That guy didn't come? Fred also didn't know where Ron had gone. It seems like we haven't seen him. Emk said. Chris naturally knew. That guy was quite something, driving a flying car and probably crashed it into Hogwarts, leaving it in pieces. Forget about him. We should focus on the main business. Let's sell first, and who knows, that kid might just pop up from somewhere. George waved his hand, signaling everyone to act. Sure enough, just as Chris imagined, the 5th edition plus Max map sold very well. Many people who had bought maps in previous years couldn't resist pulling out their galleons again to purchase the new edition. Their earnings for the day amounted to over 300 galleons. That was quite a sum, after deducting the low-cost materials and other expenses. Their pure profit was about 325 galleons. Everyone happily shared the earnings, but there was no share for Ron. Although he was part of the Hogwarts Brotherhood, he hadn't participated. Amidst the laughter and joy, the train arrived at Hogwarts. As usual, everyone sat in the carriages, returning to Hogwarts, which felt like home. Here, it was filled with a profound history, countless mysteries hidden in the dust, and the laughter, love, and conflicts of generations of young wizards. Chapter 190. Which classes to choose? It stood there like a harbor, unwavering and steadfast, always present, whether we were lost or engulfed in darkness. This place was our home. This is Hogwarts, a place that feels like home. Returning to the castle, it gives off a warm feeling just like in the past. Upon entering the Great Hall, countless candles floated in mid-air, illuminating 4 long tables filled with people, causing the golden plates and goblets to sparkle. The ceiling was a starry sky, magically reflecting the outside weather. Chris and everyone took their seats, bustling together to discuss the interesting things from the holiday, and of course, the topic that couldn't be avoided was the elective courses for this semester. After all, starting from the 3rd year, students must take at least 2 elective courses in addition to their required classes. Additionally, 3rd-year students can visit Hogsmeade on specific weekends with parental or guardian consent. Chris, being a 13-year-old, was very much looking forward to visiting Hogsmeade. He had already had Lisa sign the consent form before leaving home, so he didn't have to worry about that like everyone else. What troubled him the most was the issue of elective courses. The required subjects like transfiguration, charms, potions, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, and herbology were straightforward. He just needed to attend classes and study hard. However, for the electives, he needed to choose at least 2 from divination, arithmancy, ancient runes, care of magical creatures, and muggle studies. This meant that 3rd-year coursework was heavier than 2nd year, with not only an increase in difficulty, but also at least 2 new subjects to learn all at once. He asked George and Fred about it, and they told Chris. Divination is about interpreting tea leaves, studying palmistry, flame omens, and crystal balls. Arithmancy involves using numbers to predict the future, including numerology. Ancient runes is a bit difficult, as it requires hard work to learn, and they both would never choose that. Care of magical creatures is quite interesting. It involves learning about magical creatures, including flobberworms and fire lizards. Muggle studies is about how muggles live without magic, such as how they eat and use electricity. Chris felt that ancient runes was a must-choose subject, as it could help him learn about powerful ancient magic. In this course, he would mainly study texts or scripts in runes, focusing on theoretical knowledge, researching ancient magical manuscripts. This was essential for someone who wanted to become a powerful wizard. As for the other elective, Chris felt indifferent. He was interested in divination, but the professor for that subject made him uncertain. After all, Trelawney was an intermittent short-circuit diviner, and it was hard to say whether she relied solely on bloodline inheritance or had genuine talent. Thus, this subject also didn't seem like a good choice. However, Chris thought that arithmancy required using complex number tables and studying numerology and graphology, which was quite demanding. He wasn't very sensitive to numbers, and choosing the subject might lead to failing, so he ruled it out. As for Muggle studies, Chris felt that it was purely a waste of time. Not only would he not learn much, but he would also have to endure the strange views of wizards towards Muggles, which was quite annoying. He thought this subject was completely unnecessary to consider. So, the remaining option was care of magical creatures. This was quite interesting. The current teacher was Sylvanus Kettleburn, who graduated from Hogwarts and has been teaching care of magical creatures ever since. Due to his reckless nature, he was left with only 1 arm and half a leg. Nevertheless, he still visited the Dragon Reserve in his spare time. This teacher was very fond of magical creatures, and his classes should be quite good. Moreover, next year Hagrid would be taking over as the professor, which would make it even more interesting. Chris felt that choosing this course was a no-brainer. In the end, Chris's choices were ancient runes and care of magical creatures. As time passed, the sorting ceremony was about to begin, and Harry and Ron rushed to the Gryffindor table to take their seats. "Hey, where have you been?" Fred asked curiously. "Oh, don't mention it," Ron said, shaking off the dirt from his clothes. "Ron, you didn't sell any maps today, so no galleons for you," George kindly reminded him. I am doomed," Ron exclaimed, feeling 100 points down. Amidst everyone's teasing, a cluster of black-pointed Hogwarts hats appeared at the entrance of the hall, and the Great Hall fell silent. The new students lined up nervously to enter. Ginny Weasley was among them, her distinctive red hair standing out. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, wearing glasses and with her hair tightly styled in a bun, placed the famous Hogwarts sorting hat on the stool in front of the new students. Every year, this patched up, dirty old hat sorted the new students into the 4 houses of Hogwarts. What a laborious task. The sorting began, and a very small, gray-haired boy was called to the front to wear the sorting hat. While everyone's attention was on the hat, Harry and Ron were whispering to each other, and there was an empty seat at the teacher's table. "Where's Snape?" "Maybe he's sick," Ron said hopefully. "Maybe he left," Harry said, because he didn't get to be the defense against the dark arts teacher again. "Maybe he was fired," Ron said excitedly. "Just think, everyone hates him. Maybe—" A cold voice came from behind the two. "He's waiting to hear why you two didn't take the train." At that moment, Severus Snape stood before them, his black robes billowing in the cool breeze. The smile on his face indicated that Harry and Ron were in serious trouble. "Come with me," Snape said. Harry and Ron had no choice but to stand up dejectedly. They didn't dare look at Snape and just followed him up the steps into the echoing, torchlit entrance hall. Chapter 191. Can we still have breakfast properly? "Oh, my Merlin, Harry and Ron have actually been caught by Snape. This is terrible," Imk exclaimed as he watched the scene. "Didn't you hear Snape say? Didn't he take the train?" George said in shock. "How did they get here? Did they fly here?" "This." Fred was also puzzled. Chris smiled and didn't he say anything. "Wasn't he just flying?" "It's just that they didn't fly themselves, but the flying car brought them here." After the sorting ceremony, the little sister of the Weasley family was happily sorted into Gryffindor, which made George and Fred very happy. Next came a sumptuous feast, the speech by Professor Dumbledore, and the school song, after which the young wizards returned to their respective common rooms. As soon as Chris returned to the common room, he noticed a large crowd gathered, discussing something he couldn't quite catch. Clever George pulled his black friend Jordan aside to find out the reason. It turned out that the Daily Prophet had reported something shocking. The Ford Anglia can actually fly. Muggles were astonished. 2 Muggles in London were convinced they saw an old car flying past the post office building. At noon in Norfolk, Mrs. Hetty Bellis was hanging laundry. Mr. Angus Fleet of the Pibbles reported to the police. About 6 or 7 Muggles had witnessed this event. "Wow, this is, should I say cool? Ha ha ha. This is truly remarkable. Our little brother has now learned to drive, although his skills are not great. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have been spotted by Muggles," George said with a grin. "Ha ha ha, yeah. Ron still needs a bit more practice," Fred agreed. After a while, Harry and Ron returned to the common room. Many people in the common room were surprised by the news and hadn't slept upon seeing Harry and Ron. Everyone cheered and clapped. "Fantastic," Lee Jordan exclaimed, "truly impressive. What a wonderful way. Crashing a flying car into the Whomping Willow. People will be talking about it for years." Wu Diana whistled at them. "Well done, Harry." A 5th-year student named Peter was blushing with excitement, so we're patting Harry on the back, as if he had just won a marathon. Fred and George squeezed in front, asking together, "Why didn't you call us back? Our skills would surely be better. That way, you wouldn't have been spotted." Ron was blushing, smiling awkwardly, while Percy looked very unhappy. He stood behind some excited first-years, seemingly about to push through to scold them. Chris also supported Percy. They indeed had many ways to return to school, but chose the dumbest one. Perhaps the little boys wanted to do something cool. Who knows? Harry and Ron felt guilty and couldn't stand the situation, so they hurriedly squeezed towards the other door, which led to a spiral staircase up to their dormitory. Thus, they squeezed to the other end of the common room and ran upstairs in one breath. Chris followed closely, returning to his dormitory to rest. There will always be some people with nothing to do who love to cause trouble, just because of a driving incident. Some compared him to Harry, thinking he was some washed-up genius, spewing all sorts of sour comments as if they were free. Although Chris didn't care, it was still uncomfortable to listen to, wasn't it? Better to go back and sleep early, sigh. The next day, Chris arrived in the Great Hall for breakfast. The ceiling of the hall was a gloomy gray, creating a somber atmosphere on the first day of school. On the long tables of the 4 houses were bowls of porridge, plates of pickled herring, piles of bread slices, and dishes of eggs and bacon. After Chris handed a buttered slice of bread to the sleepy imp, he heard a commotion above. Hundreds of owls swooped in, circling the hall and dropping letters and packages into the crowd of people chatting. A bulging package landed on Neville's head, and shortly after, a large gray owl fell into Hermione's cauldron. Instantly, milk and feathers splattered all over the surrounding people, even getting on Chris. But that was a small issue. A quick spell and a cleaning char would fix it. The only unfortunate thing was that the food on the plates that hadn't been finished was now covered in feathers and mysterious substances, and Chris felt it was inedible. "Oh, Chris, thank goodness you buttered my bread in advance, otherwise." Imp looked at the bowl of butter mixed with who knows what and sighed in relief. "Errol." Ron pulled the soggy owl out of Hermione's cauldron. Errol was slumped on the table, legs in the air, still clutching a soaked red envelope in his beak. "Oh no," Ron exclaimed. It's okay, he's still alive, Hermione said, gently poking Errol with her fingertip. No, not that. Ron pointed at the red envelope. The envelope seemed very ordinary to Harry, but Ron and Neville looked as if it might explode. What's wrong? Harry asked. My mom sent me a howler. Ron said weakly. You'd better open it, Ron. Neville whispered. It'll be worse if you don't. My grandma sent me one once, and I ignored it. And the result? He took a breath. It was terrifying. Clearly, Neville was experienced. He had been through this before. Everyone looked at their terrified expressions and then at the red envelope. At this moment, the corners of the envelope began to smoke. Open it quickly, Neville urged. Only a few minutes. Ron extended his trembling hand, cautiously taking the envelope from Errol's beak and tearing it open. Neville plugged his ears, and a tremendous sound filled the entire hall, shaking the dust from the ceiling. You stole a car. If they expel you, I wouldn't be surprised. Just wait till I get my hands on you. You probably never even thought about how your father and I felt when we discovered the car was gone. It was Mrs. Weasley's voice, 100 times louder than usual, shaking the plates and spoons on the table, with echoes reverberating off the stone walls. Everyone in the hall turned to see who received the howler, while Ron shrank back in his seat, only able to see a bright red forehead. Chapter 192, Who's Giving Out Autograph Photos? Chris couldn't stand the noise any longer. He initially thought it was amusing and wanted to listen, but the volume was just too loud. No way. His ears were hurting. What was that spell to block out sound? How did he forget it suddenly? Damn, it was really noisy. He received a letter from Dumbledore last night. His dad was so ashamed he almost died. We raised you with great effort. And look what you've done. You and Harry almost lost your lives. It's infuriating. Your dad will face scrutiny at work because of you. If you don't start behaving, we'll bring you back. Immediately plug your ears. Chris finally remembered the spell and quickly cast it on himself. Much better now. The world was quiet, but it was a bit late. The shouting had stopped, and the red envelope that Ron had dropped on the floor was burning, curling up into ashes as voices gradually resumed. Soon, Professor McGonagall was distributing the class schedules along the Gryffindor table, and Chris received his schedule too. Indeed, he would be much busier than before starting this year. But it couldn't be helped after finishing the morning charms class and reviewing all the material from last semester. Chris walked out of the classroom with ink. Ugh, this is exhausting. You don't realize it until you're back in school. It's really tiring. I don't want to go to school anymore. Imp sighed. What do you want to do if you don't go to school? Chris retorted. Imp was at a loss for words. As Chris turned the corner in the hallway, he spotted the very thin, gray-haired boy from the sorting hat ceremony last night, clutching a camera. The boy's face was flushed as he approached Harry Potter. He trembled with excitement. Maybe I can stand next to you and have your friend press the button? And could you sign an autograph? At that moment, Harry felt extremely awkward. Autograph photos? Are you giving out autograph photos, Potter? Draco Malfoy happened to walk over, his loud and sharp voice echoing in the hallway. He stopped behind the boy, flanked by his two hulking friends, the fierce Crabbe and Goyle. Everyone line up. Malfoy shouted to the crowd. Harry Potter is giving out autograph photos. I'm not, Harry said angrily, clenching his fists. Shut up, Malfoy. You're just jealous, Colin squeaked, his whole body no thicker than Crabbe's neck. Jealous? Malfoy replied. He didn't need to shout anymore. Half the hallway was listening. What am I jealous of? I don't want an ugly scar on my forehead. Thanks. I don't think getting your head cut open makes you special. I don't believe it. Eat slugs. Malfoy, Ron said angrily. Crabbe stopped laughing and began to crush his knuckles menacingly. Watch out, Weasley, Malfoy taunted. You better not cause any trouble, or your mom will have to come fetch you. He feigned a sharp, screeching voice. If you don't start behaving. A group of fifth-year Slytherins burst into loud laughter. Weasley wants an autograph photo. Potter, Malfoy said gleefully. That's worth more than his house. Ron drew his wand, but Hermione closed traveling with vampires and whispered, be careful. Meanwhile, Chris was hiding in the crowd, not wanting to stand out. It wasn't because he didn't want to help. He was just too scared of the person with the camera. What if he took a picture of himself? Goodness, wouldn't that just make him even more popular? That would go against his wishes. What is going on? What is going on? At that moment, Gilderoy Lockhart strode towards them, his green robes billowing behind him. Who is giving out autograph photos? Harry tried to explain, but Lockhart hooked an arm around his shoulder and cheerfully said, no need to ask. We meet again, Harry. Harry felt humiliated, wedged between Lockhart and the crowd. He saw Malfoy retreating smugly back into the throng. Come on, Mr. Creevy, Lockhart beamed at Colin. A dual photo is more than worth it. We'll both sign it for you. Colin clumsily lifted the camera, just as he was about to press the shutter. Gilderoy Lockhart spotted Chris in the crowd. Hey, Red, you're here too. Come on, let us take a picture. Gilderoy Lockhart said. No, no. Chris smiled and shook his head. It's fine, come on. Don't be shy, young man. Gilderoy Lockhart, swinging his large robe, pulled Chris over. There was no way out. Chris reluctantly posed for a photo with the others. Then Lockhart pulled Harry and Chris aside. Let me give you a piece of advice. Lockhart said, as if he were an old father. Harry, I covered for you in front of young Creevy. If he takes a picture of the three of us. Your classmates 1T think you're too full of yourself, Lockhart. Didn't T listen to Harry's stammering protests and drag them through a corridor filled with students? Up the stairs. The students stared at them with wide eyes. Listen to me, giving out autograph photos at your stage is unwise. Harry, to be honest, it looks a bit arrogant. One day, you'll be like me, needing to carry around a stack of photos wherever you go. He chuckled lightly, but I think you're not quite there yet. And you, Chris, I think you're just too low-key. As a renowned and well-known genius in Hogwarts, you shouldn't be like this. You need to learn to show yourself in public, understand? Gilderoy Lockhart said with a smile. Right, you're right, Chris smiled. Well, you need to learn to present yourself appropriately. You and Harry really are a yin and yang. Unlike me, a Knight of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, and a 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. So, you still have a lot to learn. Keep it up, young man. Gilderoy Lockhart flashed a smile he thought was very charming. Right, you're right, Chris smiled. Chris felt there was no need to talk so much nonsense with this guy who was about to become senile and forgetful. Really, there was absolutely no need to chat with a forgetful person. Chapter 193. Such a professor the next morning after breakfast. Chris arrived at the Ancient Runes classroom. As expected, there were not many students who chose this course. Most were eager Ravenclaw students who loved to study, and there were a few from Slytherin, while Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had only a handful of students. Professor Bathsheba Babbling was the instructor for this course. Once class began, Professor Babbling said, Hello, I am Bathsheba Babbling, your Ancient Runes instructor. You can call me Professor Babbling. In this class, we will study runes texts or rune studies. Our Ancient Runes course is mainly theoretical, focusing on the study of ancient magical manuscripts. You will need to prepare a beginner's guide to ancient runes, the Runes Dictionary, Magical Symbol Collection, and Magical Pronunciation Guide. If you can keep up with the coursework, we will later use advanced rune translation. Of course, that's all for later. For now, please open a beginner's guide to ancient runes. Chris took out this most basic book along with everyone else. To be honest, he had studied some before, but since he was self-taught, there were still many things he didn't understand. Ancient runes were quite profound, and even the most basic concepts were somewhat difficult to grasp. The first lesson focused on the rune for the number 0, which is represented by demi-guise, a type of gentle herbivore known for its invisibility. Because the demi-guise has the ability to become invisible, it represents the number 0 in the rune alphabet. Next was unicorn, which symbolizes the number 1 with its horn, while the grabhorn symbolizes the number 2 with its horn. By the end of the class, the students had learned up to the number 5 and some other vocabulary. Since it was the first lesson, the professor only covered a few concepts to give everyone a basic impression of the subject, and future classes would gradually deepen the learning of runes according to the students' mastery. When Chris returned to the dormitory after class, Imp was still sound asleep. Chris felt a bit envious. He had just spent a serious hour studying while Imp was carefree and still asleep. No way, he had to wake him up. Imp, wake up! Snape is checking the dorms. Chris shouted. Wow, what? Snape? Aye. Imp yelled as he sat up suddenly. His hair a mess, like a bird's nest. Chris, where's Snape? Imp looked around, but didn't see anyone besides Chris. Chris just smiled and said nothing. After a while, Imp realized that there was no dorm check at Hogwarts. Besides, Snape was the head of Slytherin. Why would he check on Gryffindor? If there was a check, it would be Professor McGonagall. No, wait, Professor McGonagall wouldn't be so free to check dorms either. All right, Chris, you really got me there, daring to trick me. Take that. Imp threw a flying pillow at Chris's face, and the two immediately started to laugh and play. By the time they were both out of breath, they realized it was getting late, and it was time to tidy up and grab some lunch before heading class. Sit down. My lovely children. 5 minutes before defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart had already arrived in the classroom, dressed in an extravagant emerald green embroidered robe, looking flamboyant to the extreme, with a smile reminiscent of an ant plastered on his face, and the strange scent of his perfume was overwhelming. Lockhart enthusiastically invited the students to take their seats, and the little girls all blushed upon seeing him. Red, you sit in the front row. Excellent students always like to be closer to the teacher, right? This honor is yours. Upon seeing the tardy Red, Lockhart quickly pulled him to sit in the front row, the closest spot to him. Chris was naturally reluctant. He felt like there were a million flying unicorns in his heart, but there was no way around it. As a cultured and well-mannered young man, he should be obedient. So, he sat down. What was there to be afraid of? Once all the students were seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly to quiet everyone down. He picked up his book, Gaddying with Ghouls, held it up, showcasing the cover with his winking photo. "Haha, I think everyone knows who I am by now," he said, also winking at the cover. The students laughed at his words. "Of course, to ensure the class remains formal and serious, I should introduce myself," Lockhart said with a smile. Chris thought it was ridiculous. If you want to show off, just do it without making excuses. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, third-class member of the Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and five-time winner of the Witch Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't brag about that. After all, I'm not the one who drives away the banshee with a smile. The students laughed in response. "Of course, I see you all have bought my complete works. Very good," Lockhart said, a bit smugly. Chris was even more speechless. "It was because you told us to buy them that anyone would be willing to spend that much money on such expensive books. Now, I think we should start with a little quiz today. Don't be scared. It's just to see how well you've read and understood." He then pulled out some papers and began handing them out to everyone. Once he finished distributing the papers, he returned to the podium and said, "You have 30 minutes. Now begin." Chris looked at the quiz and thought it was ridiculous. Questions like, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Is it pink? Or the green of the lush meadows? And what is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? What is it? To copy books? What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Greatest achievement? Eating melons? Such questions filled 3 whole pages. Since Chris had read Lockhart's books as light reading, he could answer some questions, but others he could only guess randomly. Dealing with a teacher like this was quite unfortunate. After half an hour, Lockhart collected the quizzes and began reviewing them in front of the whole class. TSK, TSK. Almost no one remembered that my favorite color is lilac. I mentioned it in A Year with the Yeti. Some of you might want to reread Weekend with Werewolves. I clearly state in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift is for magical and non-magical people to live in harmony. But I wouldn't refuse a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. Chapter 194. Such a classroom next. He mischievously winked at the students. "Oh my, Lesko, who is Imp Lesko?" Lockhart exclaimed in surprise. Imp dumbly raised his hand, not knowing what was happening, looking quite confused. "You actually know that my secret ambition is to eliminate evil in the world and protect world peace. That's amazing. Although you're not as comprehensive as Miss Hermione Granger's description yesterday, I still have to give you 5 points. Yes, you were right, 5 points. Of course, the rest is to sell my own line of hair products. In fact," Lockhart said excitedly. Imp was thus awarded points in a daze. To be honest, he had just made it up and didn't expect to hit the mark. What does this mean? It means that Imp has turned his life around today. Then, Lockhart smiled and said, "Very well. Now, back to business." He bent down and pulled out a large cage covered with a cloth from behind the podium, placing on the table. "Now, be careful. My task is to teach you to defend against the most evil things known in the magical world. You will face the most terrifying things in this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you will not be harmed. I only ask you to remain calm." "Ha ha." The students laughed heartily at his words. "I bet what's in that cage is still a Cornish pixie," McLagan said with a smile. No. I think it's a fairy," a boy nearby thought. "TCH, what if it's not?" McLagan retorted. "I'll buy you 10 eggs," the boy said uncertainly, seemingly well aware of McLagan's love for eggs. "Okay, it's a deal." McLagan's eyes lit up at the mention of eggs. This guy didn't think he would lose at all. What happened in Lockhart class yesterday was no secret. He had a bunch of Cornish pixies during the lesson. Then, as soon as Lockhart lifted the cover, these bluish, about 8 inches tall, sharp-faced little creatures with very high-pitched, screeching voices began to chatter, jump around, shake the cage bars, and make all sorts of strange faces at the people nearby. As soon as Lockhart opened the cage, chaos broke out. The pixies flew around like rockets. 2 of them grabbed a student's ear and lifted him up. Several others burst out of the window, leaving shattered glass all over the back row of the classroom. The rest wreaked havoc in the classroom, causing more destruction than a rampaging rhinoceros. It was said that these little creatures grabbed ink bottles and splashed ink all over the class, tore books and papers into shreds, pulled down pictures from the walls, overturned the trash bin, and threw backpacks and textbooks out of the broken windows. A few minutes later, half of the second-year students had hidden under their desks, while others swung from the chandelier. Lockhart was utterly helpless. One pixie grabbed his wand and threw it out the window, while Lockhart himself embarrassingly dove onto the podium, far from the proud demeanor he had during his signing events. This incident was already well known. Yet Lockhart continued to pretend he was unaware to fool people. Some clever students guessed something from this, while those die-hard fans continued to speak highly of Lockhart, such as Miss Hermione Granger. The students who came to class today were all well prepared, despite appearing nonchalant on the surface. They had secretly readied themselves to escape the moment Lockhart released whatever was in the cage. All right, enough chit-chat. Let me show you directly. Ding-ding. Lockhart lifted the cloth covering the cage, revealing what was inside. Wow, what is this? What is it? The students were stunned. This was not what they had imagined, but a creature they had never seen before. It looked like a hybrid between a monkey and a frog. Its skin was mottled green. It had short horns on its head and a large mouth that always seemed to be grinning oddly, with razor-sharp teeth. They were making lonely sounds. Ha, surprise, right? This is something I brought from my American friends. They are quite dangerous. Lockhart was very pleased with the students' expressions. These guys are called tree monkey frogs. Did you see their long arms and web hands and feet? These features allow them to move easily among the trees. The tree monkey frog has a large abscess on its forehead, which flashes red when it senses danger. They mainly feed on small lizards and birds. Lockhart began to show off knowledge he had picked up from who knows where. You see, American witches and wizards use tree monkey frogs to warn muggles not to approach. So now you know how formidable these creatures are. All right, now I will release them one by one, and you will subdue them in order. Today's Lockhart clearly learned his lesson and didn't dare to release everything all at once. Instead, he chose to let them out one by one for everyone to handle. The students were extremely eager, especially McLagan, since this was not the fairy his betting partner had mentioned, so he would get 10 eggs. This was simply delightful for McLagan. When faced with these rather novel creatures, the students couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. The first in line was clearly Chris, as he was seated closest to Lockhart. Go for it, Chris, go for it. The little wizards cheered for Chris. Chris helplessly shook his head. As long as these little things didn't bite anyone, it would be fine. Lockhart cautiously approached the cage and opened a small opening, intending to let a tree monkey frog jump out first. But things are never as smooth as one would wish. As soon as Lockhart coaxed the tree monkey frog out, it bit down on Lockhart with its razor-sharp teeth. Lockhart was caught off guard, being overly careless and failing to dodge. Consequently, a large chunk of flesh was bitten off his hand, causing him to scream in pain. The tree monkey frog was delighted, making lonely sounds. Because Lockhart's hand was mangled, the entrance to the cage was opened and the tree monkey frogs rushed out one after another. They continued to make their lonely sounds. Chapter 195. Like a farce, a frog jumped very quickly and landed on Imk's robe. Imk was extremely flustered and hurriedly tried to shoo it away. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. The agile tree monkey frog didn't bite Imk, but tore a large hole in his school uniform. It exposed the fat on Imk's belly. Normally, students would have laughed heartily at such a situation. But now everyone was too busy dodging the frantically hopping tree monkey frogs. Lord, on the side, was still covering his bleeding hand and wailing. And Chris? Chris was a bit dazed. He couldn't understand why such a thing would suddenly happen. It was simply insane. It was outrageous. Because the situation occurred so suddenly, and the speed of these tree monkey frogs was so fast, Chris NT even had a chance to do anything before these creatures turned the classroom upside down. This was really, after dodging a tree monkey frog that was hopping directly toward him. Chris took out his wand and cast a levitation charm to control all the tree monkey frogs bouncing around the classroom. Then he threw them all into a cage, locked it tightly, and cast a sealing spell to reinforce the cage to prevent these creatures from escaping. Awesome. We did it. Chris, you're amazing. Chris, you're so great. The little wizards cheered after seeing Chris's actions. Imk also raised his hands and cheered, but suddenly remembered something and quickly lowered his hands, wrapping his clothes tightly around himself. Quick, look, what about the professor? A girl suddenly thought of the bitten Lowart and hurriedly said. At that moment, Lowart was already sprawled on the ground, his face pale, blood everywhere. He mumbled something indistinctly, clearly in a state of near collapse. Is he about to die? McLagan said in confusion as he looked at Lowart. Nonsense. He is still breathing. A few girls immediately got angry and told McLagan to shut up. Then, four rather robust girls lifted Lowart up and hurriedly took him to the infirmary. Chris was a bit confused. These girls looked like they were enjoying themselves while lifting Lowart, their hands wandering, really. Thus, a class that was even more chaotic than yesterday's defense against the dark arts lesson ended. And such a situation was truly shocking. No one would have expected a professor to be so weak. Lowart nearly lost his life because of his teaching tool. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. By Friday, Ron sought Chris for help. As for why, that naturally had to start with Ron's wand. On the day Hogwarts opened, Ron and Harry missed the Hogwarts Express due to the house elf Dobby's magic. This forced them to drive the Ford Anglia to Hogwarts. At the end of that journey, the car suddenly dropped, and they crashed into the Whomping Willow. As the trees swayed back and forth, they were nearly crushed to death. Later, the car abandoned them and entered the Forbidden Forest, where it remained. Ron's wand also broke in this accident, leading to many troubles in the following school year. For example, when Draco Malfoy insulted Hermione with the derogatory term mudblood, the spell Ron cast backfired. And when they entered the Chamber of Secrets, Lockhart used Ron's wand and accidentally cast the memory charm on himself, causing him to lose his memory permanently. If it weren't for this wand, or if Ron had bought a new one, both Harry and Ron would have lost their memories. The consequences could be terrifying. This might lead to a significant plot twist. Therefore, Chris would not allow such a thing to happen. After all, if this event changed, the future would undoubtedly undergo tremendous changes due to the flutter of a tiny butterfly's wings. Then, Chris would face endless unknowns. Fortunately, Ron had already spent a lot of his winnings from last semester's Wizard Chess and the money from selling maps. In the new semester, he chose to buy new books instead of using the old, worn-out ones left by his brothers. Additionally, Lockhart's books were indeed not cheap. Consequently, Ron's little savings were insufficient to buy a new wand. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. With no choice, for everyone's sake, Chris could only decline, claiming he was also somewhat strapped for cash and couldn't provide Ron with the gold for a new wand. This left Ron feeling a bit down. Chris was the only person he could think of to help him, and if even Chris was powerless, it seemed he would have to make do with this broken wand. However, an incident caused by Ron's wand soon occurred. During the weekend, as Gryffindor Quidditch team practice, the 7 Slytherin players held 7 brand new, shiny, flying broomsticks. The beautiful golden Nimbus 2001 broomsticks gleaming in the morning sun, dazzling the eyes of the Gryffindor players. When Ron and Hermione walked over to see what was happening, Malfoy insulted Hermione with a derogatory term because he couldn't argue against her. Ron was furious. He pulled out his wand from his robe and shouted, "You'll pay for this, Malfoy." He angrily pointed at Malfoy's face from under Flint's arm. However, a loud explosion echoed through the entire stadium, and a green light shot out from the back of Ron's wand, hitting him in the abdomen, causing him to stagger back and fall to the ground. He burped loudly, and several snails fell from his mouth onto his thigh. Amid the laughter of the Slytherins, Harry and Hermione hurriedly helped Ron away. At that moment, Chris was in Hagrid's hut listening to Lockhart talk animatedly. Who knew what this guy came to Hagrid for? Maybe he wanted to show off, or perhaps. As for this guy's illness, it seemed to have truly been cured by Madame Pomfrey's medicine. At this time, Hagrid was already clenching his fists in front of the annoying Lockhart, practically wishing he could punch him. Today, Gilderoy Lockhart wore a light lavender robe. If you've learned it, it's really easy to do. Lockhart spoke loudly to Hagrid. Hagrid, unable to hide his impatience, was already showing a face full of annoyance. Chapter 196. Can you believe there are people who haven't read my book? You should know, water spirits are quite difficult to deal with, and only I, the brilliant and mighty Lockhart, can point you in the right direction. If you need any help, just come find me. You know where I am. Lockhart patted his chest and said. Hagrid was speechless and just nodded. Just like I narrated my experience of driving away the Banshee in one of my books, right? Hagrid shook his head. Oh my God, I can't imagine anyone not having read my book. Well, let me explain. A Banshee is a type of dark creature that can be found in Ireland and Scotland. Its appearance is similar to that of a woman, with long hair dragging on the ground, a skull-like face, and skin that glows green. Moreover, the scream of a Banshee is deadly to those who hear it. It is much harder to deal with than a water spirit, yet I, Lockhart, easily defeated it. Lockhart said proudly. Hagrid, after hearing this, expressionless, wiped the table. In short, I will help you, and I will give you a copy of my book. I am surprised you don't have one yet. I'll sign it and bring it over tonight. Lockhart spoke without noticing Hagrid's dissatisfaction. All right, I'll be on my way. Red, do you want to come along? I think I'll stay a bit longer. You go ahead, Professor, Chris politely replied. Okay, then I'm off, goodbye. After saying that, he pushed the door open and strode toward the castle. Oof, who's he think he is? All that nonsense he spouted is useless. As if I didn't know, he even bragged about how he drove away the Banshee. If even one thing he said is true, I'll eat the teapot. Hagrid was furious, slamming his hand on the table, which shook but didn't break. Chris didn't know what material it was made of, but its quality was surprisingly good. Sigh, Hagrid, you have to relax. There are all kinds of people in this world. You don't need to get angry over one person. Chris advised. Hagrid opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, someone knocked at the door. It must be that jerk again. Hagrid's anger flared up again as he stormed to open the door. When Hagrid opened the door and saw the three little ones outside, he immediately broke into a smile. I was just wondering when you would come to see me. Come in. Come in. I thought it was Professor Lockhart coming back. Harry and Hermione helped Ron over the threshold and entered the small room, where they saw Chris leisurely sipping red tea. After greeting each other, Harry helped Ron sit down in a chair and anxiously talked about Ron's slug vomiting situation, asking Chris and Hagrid if they had any way to solve the problem. Well, I don't have any good spells to fix this. My advice would be to go see Madame Pomfrey. Chris replied. That Harry also felt Chris was right. Why did he come to Hagrid instead of taking Ron to the infirmary? Really, he must have been dazed by Malfoy. However, Hagrid didn't seem too worried, as it's better to throw up than to swallow, he said cheerfully, and then found a large copper basin to put in front of Ron. I think there's no other way but to wait for it to stop on its own. Looking at Ron bent over the copper basin, Hermione said worriedly, even under the best conditions, it is indeed a difficult spell, especially since you have a broken wand, Ron. Is your wand that badly damaged? Chris asked knowingly. Ron couldn't answer Chris's question at that moment. He just nodded with a pale face while vomiting. At this moment, Hagrid was busy making tea for the three little ones, while his big dog Fong dripped saliva onto Harry. What's Lockhart doing here, Hagrid? Harry asked while scratching Fong's ears. Don't mention it. He's just an idiot. Hagrid, who had just calmed down, became angry again at Harry's mention. Harry found it hard to imagine criticizing a Hogwarts teacher. That was completely out of character for Hagrid. Therefore, Harry looked at him in surprise. Hermione, however, said in a slightly higher tone than usual, I think you're being a bit unfair. Professor Dumbledore clearly thinks he is the most suitable candidate. Ha, the only candidate. Hagrid served everyone a plate of cream fudge. I mean the only one. It's very difficult to find a defense against the dark arts teacher now. People don't really want to do it, thinking the job is jinxed. No one lasts long. Tell me, Hagrid turned to look at Ron and asked, who'd want to curse? Malfoy. That bad guy. Harry replied decisively. Bad doesn't he even begin to cover it. He is downright evil. Ron rasped, peeking out from the table, his face pale and sweaty. Malfoy called her mudblood. Hagrid. Ron quickly bent down again as a new batch of slugs came out. Hagrid looked very indignant. Is that true? He shouted at Hermione. Yes, she said, but I don't know what it means. Of course. I could tell it's very rude. It's the most insulting thing he could think of, Ron said, popping his head out again, panting. How dare that guy? I think he needs a lesson. Although Chris had known this incident would happen, facing it for real felt different from reading a book or watching a play, and there was no sense of immersion. But now it was different. Being a wizard from a Muggle family himself, such discriminatory words naturally made him very angry. Hermione is a mudblood, so isn't he too? What is the difference between insulting Hermione and insulting him, Chris? Hermione, mudblood, is a derogatory term aimed at us Muggle-born or half-blood wizards. Generally, this term is used by pure-blood supremacists to refer to those born to Muggle families without wizard relatives. Chris explained, and although there is no difference in magical power between us Muggle-born and half-blood wizards and pure-blood wizards, pure-blood supremacists believe they are an inferior race unworthy of using magic. The term mudblood implies that a person's bloodline is dirty, and therefore it is extremely offensive. Additionally, let me inform you that besides mudblood, there are some other less commonly used but similar derogatory terms, such as dirty scum. Chapter 197. Mudblood. Yes, Chris said. Mudblood is a derogatory term for Muggle-borns, people whose parents cannot do magic. Some wizards, like the Malfoy family, always feel superior to others because they are what they call pureblood. Ron said. Then he let out a small burp, and a slug fell into his palm. He tossed it into the basin and continued. Actually, the rest of us know it doesn't matter at all. Look at Neville Longbottom. He has pure blood, but he can't even place a cauldron correctly. The spells Hermione can't do haven't even been invented yet. Hagrid said proudly, while Hermione blushed furiously. That's a really ugly term, Ron said, wiping the sweat off his forehead with a trembling hand. It means dirty, inferior blood. It's all nonsense. Most wizards are mixed blood now. If we didn't intermarry with Muggles, we'd have gone extinct long ago. He gagged again and bent down. Well, you see, Hermione, the magical world is a completely different realm from our Muggle world. Many ancient wizarding families place great importance on blood purity and refuse to let family members marry Muggles or Muggle-borns. To them, these two groups are far inferior to their own families. And this concept is especially significant among the Death Eaters and supporters of that certain someone, Chris continued. Well, I don't blame you for wanting to curse him, Ron, Hagrid said loudly as the slug plopped into the basin, but your wand malfunctioning might actually be a good thing. If you really cursed that kid, Lucius Malfoy would come storming into the school. At least you didn't cause any trouble. Hearing Hagrid's words, Ron still felt a bit unconvinced, as if he were afraid of Malfoy. What's wrong with my dad coming? I have a dad too. Who doesn't have a dad? However, Ron couldn't say much more, as his mouth was still occupied by the slugs that kept coming up. Harry, Hagrid suddenly said, as if remembering something, I need to settle a score with you. I heard you were giving out signed photos. How come I didn't get one? Harry was so embarrassed. I didn't give out signed photos, he protested vigorously. If Gilderoy Lockhart is still spreading that rumor. Ha, I'm just joking, Hagrid said upon hearing Harry's words, patting Harry on the back with such force that Harry's face hit the table. Chris wrinkled his nose. That must hurt a lot. I know you didn't. I also told Lockhart you don't need to do that. You're already more famous than he is without trying. After chatting about some random things, Harry and Hermione finished their tea. Come see what I've grown, Hagrid said as he got up. In a vegetable garden behind the hut, there were 12 large pumpkins. Everyone had never seen such big pumpkins. Each was at least half a person tall. Pretty good, right? Hagrid said happily. They'll all be used for the Halloween feast. By then, they'll all be big enough. Goodness, Hagrid, you're quite the gardening expert, Chris said, giving a thumbs up with a smile. Hee hee. Hagrid was a bit shy from Chris's praise. How did you do it? What fertilizer did you use? Harry asked. Hagrid looked around nervously to see if anyone was watching. I gave him a little bit of, how should I say it, a little help. Naturally, Chris knew that Hagrid's old wand was hidden in his umbrella, and he could use magic, but it had to be done quietly. It must be an expansion charm, right? Hermione said, somewhat skeptical, but also very interested. Oh, you used it very successfully. Your little sister said the same. Hagrid nodded at Ron. I just saw her yesterday. Hagrid's beard shook as he continued. She said she wanted to take a look around. I think she probably hoped to run into someone in my place. He winked at Harry. If you ask me, she wouldn't refuse a signed photo. Oh, stop it, Harry said urgently. Ron burst out laughing, and a slug sprayed onto the ground. Watch out, Hagrid yelled, pulling Ron away from his precious pumpkins. Well, this is a bit awkward. After looking at Hagrid's pumpkins, Chris said goodbye to Hagrid and walked back to the castle with the trio. Ron still occasionally burped along the way, but only 2 tiny slugs came out. This is really a bit. As soon as Chris and the others stepped into the cool entrance hall, a voice rang out. Potter, Weasley, Professor McGonagall said, nodding at Chris, who greeted her, then approached Harry and Ron with a stern face. You two come with me. They, Hermione, said in confusion. It must be about the start of term incident. It looks like these two are in for a bit of trouble. Chris guessed what it was about. And today, the Chamber of Secrets incident would also begin to unfold. Tonight, Harry would hear the whispers of the basilisk. As for Chris, he naturally wasn't afraid. He had already planned not to wander around the castle at night this semester. And besides, he had brought a secret weapon, a pair of sunglasses and a rooster-crowing alarm clock. Chris had always kept these 2 items with him, planning to wear the sunglasses at night, starting today. Although people might say he was strange, it was better than dying. Naturally, Chris couldn't be sure if these things would actually be useful if he accidentally encountered the basilisk. That was really hard to say, but what else could a little wizard like him come up with? Was he going to steal Voldemort's diary to destroy it? How to destroy it? Gryffindor's sword or the basilisk's fangs? None of these were easy to obtain. If you used the basilisk's fangs, wouldn't that bring you back to square one? To get the basilisk's fangs, wouldn't you have to deal with the basilisk? Otherwise, would it let you pull out its teeth for free? Is that crazy? And fiend fire is indeed a good thing for destroying Horcruxes, but he hadn't learned it yet. If he hurried to learn it, could he guarantee that he could use it well? Could he control it? Don't burn yourself to death. Be careful of playing with fire. Just like in 1998, during the Battle of Hogwarts, Malfoy's henchman, Crabbe, fought against Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger in the Room of Requirement, during which Crabbe used fiend fire, resulting in the fire destroying the entire room and himself being burned to death. Therefore, Chris could never do that. Chapter 198. Care of Magical Creatures. It was another sunny day as Chris and Imk headed to their Care of Magical Creatures class together. The professor for this class was Sylvanus Kettleburn, an elderly British wizard. This teacher could be described as a passionate enthusiast of magical creatures, but due to his personality, by the time he retired in 1993, he was left with only 1 arm and half a leg. Nevertheless, he would still visit the Dragon Reserve during his free time. He had studied at Hufflepuff and was an ardent admirer of Mr. Scamander, which fueled his strong interest in magical creatures. You know, Chris, George told me that Professor Kettleburn has gone through at least 62 probationary periods during his time at school. Imp gossiped. Really? Why is that? Chris asked curiously. I heard it's because he's reckless and has had a tense relationship with the then headmaster, Armando Dippet. One time, there was a silent play that led to an accident. Kettleburn was responsible for providing a giant worm for the play, and he used a magically enlarged fireworm. So the fireworm suddenly exploded on stage, filling the auditorium with smoke and debris. The fireworm laid many giant eggs at the foot of the set, eventually igniting the floor. That sounds quite careless, Chris thought. And then, the two girls playing Anasha started dueling. I think that's what they were called. I can't remember. It was George who said so. After all, I haven't seen the play, Imp said uncertainly. That's fine, go on. Then, Professor Beasley, who was directing the play, got caught up in their battle. The auditorium became chaotic, and the teachers and students had to evacuate urgently. After the incident, the hospital wing was overcrowded, and the acrid smell of burnt materials lingered in the auditorium for months. It took even longer for Professor Beasley's head to return to its normal size, and it was a long time before Professor Kettleburn's probationary period ended. By the time our headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, took over from Dippet, Professor Kettleburn had become much more composed. But maybe that's because he was left with only one arm and half a leg. Wow, I had no idea there were so many incidents, Chris replied, acknowledging his limited knowledge of the professor. When Chris and Imk arrived at the classroom, most of the students were already there. Professor Kettleburn arrived late, using a prosthetic limb. Oh, children, come over here, let's start class. Professor Kettleburn said. Today, we will be learning about the flobberworm. Does anyone know about this creature? He pointed to a creature nearby. Chris looked at the creature next to Professor Kettleburn. It resembled an underdeveloped piglet, with long legs, a short tail, and squinty eyes. What a magical creature. Enough. Nothing can stump clever McLaggen. It was clear that McLaggen had also chosen this elective. Very good, go ahead. Professor Kettleburn nodded. The flobberworm is delicious. My uncle Tiberius once took me and his Ministry of Magic colleagues, Betty Higgs and Rufus Scrimgeour, to Norfolk to hunt flobberworms. Hunting flobberworms is a form of entertainment for us. McLaggen said proudly. This. Professor Kettleburn seemed at a loss for words. He obviously hadn't grasped the situation and called on McLaggen to answer. Never mind, I'll explain. Flobberworms can be found in the countryside of Europe, America, and Russia. They usually sneak into pig pens to suckle from sows, bringing disaster to farms. The longer flobberworms linger, the longer the outbreak of disease on the farm. Remember this. Also, flobberworms are very quick and hard to catch. The only way to prevent them from returning to the farm is to chase them away with a pure white dog. To address this issue, the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has specially bred about 10 white hounds. You all know what white hounds are, right? They are hounds with albinism, lacking pigment in their eyes, fur, and skin. Professor Kettleburn provided detailed information about flobberworms, and then they paired up to feed the creatures. I find it amazing how this thing eats everything, Imk said after feeding a piece of corn to a flobberworm. Even though it's a flobberworm, which is a magical creature, I think you could just treat them like another breed of pig. Pigs, after all, eat anything. Chris laughed as he fed a flobberworm a tomato. Well, that's a good point, Imk nodded. After a class of feeding flobberworms, Chris and Imk were walking back to the Gryffindor common room when they coincidentally ran into Professor McGonagall. Hello, Professor McGonagall, Chris greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Reed. I've been looking for you. Come to my office, Professor McGonagall said. All right, Professor, Chris replied. He then followed Professor McGonagall to her office. Mr. Reed, your performance in Transfiguration class this semester has been consistently excellent, so I think it's time to fulfill the promise I once made, Professor McGonagall said with a slight smile. You mean? Chris seemed to have an inkling of what she was referring to. Yes, just as you thought. About becoming an animagus, Professor McGonagall stated directly. Are you planning to teach me now? Chris was a bit excited. He hadn't expected Professor McGonagall to actually intend to teach him about becoming an animagus, which was undoubtedly a big help. Reed, I admire your talent in Transfiguration, so I'm very willing to teach you about it. But becoming an animagus is different. It's not a trivial magic. Chapter 199. Animagus, you must know that when practicing to become an animagus, one can become obsessed and unable to revert to a normal human, which is why the Ministry of Magic strictly controls it, requiring all animagus transformations and characteristics to be registered in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Professor McGonagall continued. However, many people do not register after they have achieved it, which makes them a legal animagi. Whether you choose to register after you succeed is your own decision. I will not interfere, but that is a matter for later. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Chris felt a sense of relief. His greatest fear was that if he succeeded, he would have to register, making it difficult to avoid drawing more attention. Red, you need to understand that some people become animagi in just a few months, while others take several years. It transforms you into the animal that suits you best. So you must remain humble and patient and be mentally prepared. Additionally, I must warn you that you may fail. After all, transformation requires courage. Therefore, there have only been 7 registered animagi in the 20th century. I understand, Professor. Since I have chosen to practice this magic, I am mentally prepared. Chris nodded in agreement. Professor McGonagall looked at Chris's humble and cautious attitude towards learning with satisfaction. You must have understood that an animagus cannot transform into any animal at will, and that the animal they transform into is related to the wizard's personality and weight, right? Yes, I understand. Each person can only become one type of animal. Also, animagus transformations are usually limited to non-magical creatures. Transforming into a magical creature can lead to unpredictable consequences. Chris acknowledged. Okay, this is for you. You must hold it in your mouth for an entire month. From the full moon this month to the full moon next month. Remember, you must never swallow it or take it out of your mouth if it leaves your mouth. The entire process must start over. Professor McGonagall sternly instructed, taking out the only leaf of mandrake from a crystal box. Chris took it. It seemed that Professor McGonagall had prepared this leaf in advance. All right, I understand, Professor. Chris expressed his understanding, though he felt truly helpless. After all, this task was quite challenging. Holding it for a month made him fear that he might accidentally swallow it while sleeping, which would be disastrous. Next, on the next full moon, you must take out the leaf, fill a small crystal vial with your saliva, and soak the leaf in it to absorb the pure moonlight. If that night is cloudy, you will need to find a new mandrake leaf and start over. Chris felt that this magic was too harsh. It was a gamble with his luck. What if the weather was bad? Then, you must add a strand of your hair and a silver teaspoon of dew to the vial under the moonlight. The dew must be collected from a place that has not seen sunlight or human contact for a full 7 days. Finally, you must add a cocoon of a horn moth. Leave this mixture in a quiet, dark place, and do not look at it or disturb it until the next thunderstorm arrives. Professor McGonagall continued. Okay, I understand. What comes next? Chris nodded helplessly. Good, next. While you wait for the storm, you must point the tip of your wand at your heart at sunrise and sunset and recite the incantation Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, Professor McGonagall instructed. All right, got it. Chris felt increasingly exasperated. I must remind you that the waiting time for the storm can last for weeks, months, or even years. During this time, the crystal vial must remain completely undisturbed and out of sunlight. Sunlight contamination will lead to severe mutations. If you continue to recite the incantation at sunrise and sunset, you will eventually reach a moment when the tip of your wand touches your chest and you will feel a second heartbeat, sometimes stronger than your original heartbeat, sometimes weaker. Everything must remain unchanged. The incantation must be recited the correct number of times, without missing any. Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze on Chris. Chris also solemnly stated that he understood and remembered. Remember, you must go to the place where you buried the crystal vial the moment lightning strikes across the sky. If you correctly complete all the steps mentioned above, you'll find a blood-red potion inside that you can drink in one gulp. Then, you must immediately go to a vast and safe place, ensuring that the transformation process does not attract attention or put your body in danger. Point the tip of your wand at your heart, recite the incantation Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, and then drink the potion. By the way, do you remember this incantation? Professor McGonagall suddenly asked. Yes, I remember. Chris replied. Recite it for me. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Chris recited. Wait, the syllable for Animagus needs to be pronounced clearly. Do you understand? Recite it again. Professor McGonagall's teaching remained as rigorous as ever, allowing no errors, especially since this detail was critical. The consequences of mispronouncing the incantation could lead to irreparable disasters, which Chris wanted to avoid. So after Professor McGonagall pointed out his mistake, Chris felt relieved, recognizing that having a good teacher to notice such details was invaluable. Professor McGonagall's detailed explanation would help Chris learn and familiarize himself with the knowledge related to Animagus transformation more quickly. If Chris were to find a book on teaching Animagus transformation by himself, he might not learn as swiftly or effectively. He could potentially face serious consequences due to issues like the incantation or other details. If something went wrong, he could end up in a situation where he was neither human nor beast, which would be truly hopeless. Chris, if everything goes smoothly, you will experience intense pain and 2 strong heartbeats. Images of the creature you are about to transform into will flash in your mind. You must show no fear, and if you try to escape at that moment, it will be too late. Professor McGonagall continued after confirming that Chris had recited the incantation correctly. Chapter 200. Even with tears, I must hold on. All right, I understand, Professor McGonagall, Chris replied. Well, since that's the case, I won't say much more today. The next part is up to you. I'll emphasize some other matters with you tonight, Professor McGonagall advised. Chris nodded, thanked Professor McGonagall, and left the office. He could tell the old professor was quite exhausted after talking for so long, and her detailed explanation made him understand a lot about the intricacies of Animagus transformation. Soon, he would have to undergo the transformation as required, which made him a bit excited. However, what he needed to do first was to hold the leaf in his mouth for a month, which might drive Chris crazy. That night, with tears in his eyes, Chris stuffed the leaf into his mouth. He really didn't know if this would make him feel miserable. He had to endure it for a whole month. Fortunately, he had cast a little spell to help keep the leaf fixed in his mouth, preventing it from accidentally falling out. As for other problems, there was really no solution. Well, Maclagan, is this your paper on the shrinking solution? It's utterly ridiculous. I can only give you a P for your score. In potions class, Professor Snape was discussing the assignments from last time, and Maclagan happened to be his target of criticism. The shrinking solution was historically tied to a wizard named Samuel Perenkit, who was persecuted by a Muggle village. On his birthday, he poured the shrinking potion into the village well, and then spent the day chasing the shrunken villagers while wearing clogs. And you? Who did you write about? Tell me. Who is this Walrus Pants? Snape scolded. What nonsense. 10 point from Gryffindor. Posey, why don't you tell us about the shrinking solution? Snape turned to Dorian Posey. The shrinking solution was invented in the 16th century by the famous apothecary Sigmund Parch. According to his own words, it's the best of its kind. According to Master Parch's account, he mainly stirred in the shriveled fig, but that wasn't a conventional step. This also made the potion's effect very powerful. He once accidentally spilled a bit of the shrinking potion on the lawn outside his house, and as a result, a lamb shrank to the size of a fluffy little mouse. In the cold winter on Hermetra Island, Master Parch would use these shrunken lambs as earmuffs. He even gave the potion to the Tertius brothers, and they both shrank to the size of beetles, hiding under the cupboard for several days to avoid being caught by their cat. Dorian Posey proudly recounted what he knew. Very good. That's the perfect answer. 10 points to Slytherin, Snape said with satisfaction. This guy. Here we go again. Imp grumbled to Chris. Before Chris could respond, Snape called on Imp. Let's go. Why don't you tell us about the famous apothecary Sigmund Parch? Well, the apothecary Sigmund Parch graduated from Hogwarts. He is a wizard, a famous wizard, and also the most accomplished potions expert in history. He was a quirky, capricious, and vengeful wizard. He left school at the age of 14. After that, he moved to the remote island of Hermetra in the Hebrides, where he lived alone. He conducted numerous experiments and eventually wrote about various potion-making methods. Imp was extremely nervous, stuttering, and not giving a complete narrative. Of course, he was a wizard. You're just a block of rotten wood. I highly suggest you study seriously with your second-year classmate, Neville Longbottom. Don't let your mind be filled with trivial nonsense. Snape mocked. Ha ha. Ha ha, the Slytherin students burst into laughter. Imp was left embarrassed. Red, our renowned genius should know, right? Snape turned the question to Chris. Chris was helpless. He couldn't say he didn't know, nor did he want Imp to stand awkwardly like that. He had to muster the courage to answer Snape's question. In fact, he wasn't very clear about this wizard either, only knowing some general information, so he could only share what he knew. Master Parch was the best student in potions class at the age of 14, even able to correct the teacher on the use of soft-shell shrimp tails in potion making. When he felt he was fully prepared, he requested permission from the headmaster to participate in the school's potions championship. However, the headmaster refused at that time because he wasn't yet 17 and the competition was too dangerous for him. In anger, Parch decided to leave school in protest. He felt that Hogwarts was a school that wanted to stifle him from becoming an outstanding apothecary, and he never regretted his decision. But Master Parch soon realized that only representatives from the school could participate in the competition, and having left Hogwarts, he was no longer qualified. Enraged and pained, Sigmund moved to the remote island of Hermetra in the Hebrides. He lived in a small house with mice, accompanied only by a flock of sheep, and sometimes tested potions on the sheep. He spent a long life there, conducting experiments, improving formulas, and creating new potions. Sigmund also wrote a book, hoping this masterpiece could serve as a legacy for future apothecaries. Chris's narration was vivid and detailed, captivating the small wizards who didn't know about this matter. However, because Chris had the leaf in his mouth, it was somewhat inconvenient for him to speak, making his accent sound a bit strange. Can you speak properly, Red? Snape demanded. Sorry, Professor, my throat isn't feeling well, Chris made an excuse. All right, let's start making the shrinking solution. Snape didn't press Chris further and waved his hand, causing the method for making the shrinking solution to appear on the blackboard, signaling the students to begin their work. Chapter 201. Finding some fun, it was clear that Chris was quite adept at brewing this not-so-complicated potion. Under his careful preparation, the shrinking potion quickly took shape, presenting a bright and dazzling green color. It was obvious that the mixture was correct. If the shrinking potion had failed, it would change color and become toxic. On the other hand, Imp was not so lucky. His shrinking potion turned orange because he added too much leech juice and mouse spleen. Thus, after class, Imp had been sulking because Professor Snape had punished him to write a paper on the shrinking potion, which had to fill an entire sheet of parchment. Oh, Merlin, this is so annoying. I was supposed to go hang out with George and Fred, but now I can't. I guess I'll just have to go to the library and do my homework, damn it. Imp complained. Chris chuckled, his mouth full of leaves, making it inconvenient for him to say much. To be honest, Chris hadn't been able to hold the leave for long, and he was starting to find it unbearable. With just a month ago, he really didn't know what to do. It was truly irritating, but what could he do? This was all part of the journey of learning Animagus. Those accomplished wizards had all gone through this, so how could he avoid it? October had arrived, and a damp chill permeated the grounds, seeping into the castle. A cold was suddenly spreading among the staff and students, leaving Madame Pomfrey in a fluster. Her energizing potions had an immediate effect, but those who drank it would have smoke coming out of their ears for several hours. Chris noticed that Ginny Weasley had been feeling unwell lately and was forced by Percy to drink some energizing potion. As a result, steam was rising from her vibrant hair, making her head look like it was on fire. In the evening, raindrops the size of bullets pounded against the castle windows, and it hadn't stopped for days. The lake was rising, the flower beds were a muddy mess, and Hagrid's pumpkins were swelling to the size of greenhouses. At this moment, Chris, Imp, Fred, and George were gathered around the Gryffindor common room fireplace chatting. Naturally, Chris listened more than he spoke since he still had leaves in his mouth, making it hard for him to talk. However, this situation wouldn't last much longer. There were only a few days until the next full moon, and soon Chris would be free to talk again, which made him quite happy. George and Fred were discussing the situation with the Slytherin team. They had seen the speed of a new Nimbus 2001 broomsticks with their own eyes. Sigh, the current situation is very unfavorable for us. The Slytherin players are now just 7 blurry light green shadows, zooming through the air like jet fighters. Those Nimbus 2001 brooms have really gotten them cocky, charging around recklessly. George sighed. Hey, you're envious. Fred teased. No, I'm not. George denied. Sigh. Honestly, don't say you're not envious. I'm envious too. Flo sighed. Yeah, the Nimbus 2001 comes in black and silver. It looks so cool, and it's slightly shorter than the Nimbus 2000, but the tail section is longer. Also, the footrests on the Nimbus 2001 are bigger and adjustable, while the Nimbus 2000S are fixed, George said. Hey, don't forget, it has a speed boost of 100 kilometers per hour, which is faster than the Nimbus 2000. Imp added. Right? Exactly. George and Fred nodded in agreement. By the way, Halloween is coming up soon. Don't you have any plans? George continued. What will we do, aside from eating and drinking? Imp showed little interest. Hey, you're mistaken. We heard some interesting things from my brother. Just tell me if you want to find some fun. George said, winking. Oh, what? Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. Imp said, looking at George with eager eyes. Chris was also a bit interested and quietly waited for George to continue. You guys probably don't know about the Death Day party, do you? George said mysteriously. What is that? A Death Day party? I know about birthday parties, Halloween parties, Christmas parties, Thanksgiving parties, but I've never heard of a Death Day party. Do people even celebrate that? Imp said, looking surprised. See, you're a bit ignorant. You didn't even know about this. George said proudly. This party is a holiday celebrated by ghosts. It's unique and exclusive to ghosts. You should know I only found out about it with great difficulty, and we gave our brother Ron quite a few good things for it. George explained. Oh, tell me more about how this works, Imp asked curiously. You all know Nearly Headless Nick, right? George asked quietly. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Exactly. Our Gryffindor ghost, Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, is hosting a party on October 31st, 1992, to celebrate his 500th death day, George said, slightly excited. Wow, that's so. Imp's face turned red with excitement upon hearing the news. So, are you guys planning to go? George asked with a smile. Of course. With something this interesting, I definitely want to experience it. But we haven't received an invitation. Imp hesitated. No worries. You don't even know who your brother is. I've already arranged with Harry and Ron. They'll all take us along when they go, George said. That's great. George, you're awesome. Imp cheered excitedly. By the way, Chris, are you going? George turned to ask. Haha, I want to be going. I prefer attending the Halloween feast. I've been craving that Halloween-exclusive pumpkin cheesecake for a long time. I'll just stay at the feast and enjoy the food. Just think about it. Freshly baked pies, sizzling with deliciousness. Chris said with a smile. Slurp. Imp couldn't help but feel a bit hungry upon hearing Chris's words. Okay, I knew you would say that. George said helplessly. Don't worry, you guys go ahead. I'll pack some for you during the feast, Chris replied. That sounds good. Tope honest. I still don't know what ghosts will eat at their feast. Maybe it will be some exquisite delicacies we've never tasted before. Oh, I can hardly wait. Imp imagined the delights of a Death Day party. Chapter 202. Full Moon. Chris couldn't help but shake his head. This guy must be thinking about eating peaches. The taste of the Death Day party would definitely be sour and refreshing. He was already eagerly anticipating the expressions on these guys' faces when they returned from the Death Day party. It would definitely be an indescribable scene. Oh well, you might as well leave them some good food later. Who told him Chris has a kind heart? As Halloween approached, Chris was also looking forward to a full moon night. According to his knowledge of astronomy, tomorrow would be the next full moon. This meant he wouldn't have to keep that damned leaf in his mouth anymore. After a month, Chris could hardly stand it. One time he almost swallowed the leaf while eating. The day passed quickly, and soon Chris found himself waiting for nightfall. As expected, today was indeed the full moon. After waiting for his roommates to fall asleep, Chris secretly cast a disguise spell on himself and quietly slipped out of the Gryffindor common room to a quiet and secluded place. Chris looked up at the bright moon hanging in the sky, carefully took out the leaf, filled a small crystal vial with his saliva, and soaked the leaf in it to let it absorb the pure moonlight. Then, he took one of his hairs and placed it into the vial illuminated by the moonlight, and also retrieved a small bottle of dew, pouring a silver teaspoon of dew into it. This dew was hard to collect, gathered from a place without sunlight or human contact for a whole week. Finally, Chris pulled out a small silver box, took out a moth pupa, and placed it inside. Under the moonlight, the slightly murky potion emitted an unknown glow, and Chris could distinctly feel that something subtle was happening to the potion under the influence of the moonlight. Now, Chris just needed to leave this mixture in a quiet, dark place without looking at it or disturbing it until the next thunderstorm arrived. However, the waiting time for the storm could last weeks, months, or even years, which was a bit torturous. Moreover, during this period, the crystal vial had to remain completely undisturbed and out of sunlight. Sunlight pollution would lead to the most severe mutations. There was no choice. In order to learn advanced magic, Chris had to accept it. Fortunately, he didn't have to keep that leaf in his mouth anymore. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to take it. Halloween arrived, and Chris, along with several Gryffindor classmates like Vicky Frobisher, happily went to the Halloween feast. The hall was decorated with live bats, as usual, and colorful ribbons and monster masks hung from the ceiling. Hagrid's giant pumpkins were carved into lanterns, large enough for 3 people to sit inside. Hey Chris, did you know? I heard Professor Dumbledore booked a skeleton dance troupe for everyone's entertainment. That is going to be amazing. Jeffrey chimed in. Oh, really? I didn't know that. It should be quite fun. Chris replied with a smile. Hey Diana, come here and sit with me. Chris waved to Diana, who was dressed as an old witch in all black. Reluctantly, Diana came over. So, how have you been lately? Studying well? Chris, who had been busy with the Animagus issue, hadn't had the chance to check on his troublesome little sister. Not bad, Diana replied dismissively. All right, Chris nodded, looking at Diana's face that seemed to say someone owed her money, not knowing what else to say. He sighed internally. These Western kids really mature too quickly, entering puberty at such a young age, rebellious and independent, holding grudges. Well, hopefully, she will be better as she grows up. On the other side, Imk and others, excitedly following Harry, were planning to attend the Death Day party. In reality, Harry already regretted it. He felt he had been too soft-hearted to agree to it. He had a feeling this was not going to end well. But when he looked at the excited expressions of the people following him, he didn't know what to say. Harry, a promise made is a debt unpaid. Hermione reminded him imperiously. Harry nodded, looking as if he was bravely heading to his death. At 7 o'clock, Harry, Ron, and Imk headed straight through the corridor, which passed by the crowded hall, decorated with lights and flickering candles, with golden plates laid out enticingly on the tables, but they still walked towards the basement classroom. Meanwhile, in the hall, Chris ignored the problem girl Diana beside him, sipping on a cup of Sri Lankan black tea, enjoying himself while watching the younger wizards play and the older witches and wizards exchanging glances, which was rather interesting in its own way. Soon the party began. and the atmosphere of the Halloween feast was very lively. Dumbledore, indeed, did as he said and invited a skeleton dance troupe. These guys played cheerful tunes on instruments made of bones while performing comical dances. To be honest, Chris couldn't appreciate this otherworldly performance style. Such bizarre aesthetics really weren't his cup of tea. The younger wizards wore satisfied and excited expressions as they tasted the uniquely styled holiday delicacies. Among them, McLaggen stood out, stuffing his face with demon eggs and giant chicken legs, grease all over his mouth. And he still didn't forget to boast to the younger wizards nearby about how fun Halloween used to be at his uncle's house, claiming his uncle had the most sophisticated taste. As McLaggen spoke while eating, crumbs flew everywhere, causing the nearby little wizards to look disgusted but too scared to say anything, fearing retaliation from him. Chris, on the other hand, was savoring his much-anticipated pumpkin cheesecake pie, and the taste was absolutely divine. Since he was still at school, he had to eat a couple more bites. After graduation, where else could he find such food? Unbeknownst to him, time passed quickly, and soon it was 10 o'clock. The younger wizards and teachers gradually put down their utensils, wearing satisfied smiles. However, for Imk and the others, it was not so comfortable. When they arrived at the basement classroom where the party was held, it was dark, filled with tiny candles that flickered with a blue light, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Chapter 203. A ship I've never seen before. Wow. This is truly a ship I've never seen before. Imk exclaimed in awe at the scene before him. As they walked in, the temperature inside noticeably dropped. The group quickly tightened their clothing around themselves. They turned a corner and saw Nick, nearly headless, standing at a doorway, draped in a black velvet curtain. Wow, my dear friends, he said with infinite sadness. Welcome, welcome. I'm so glad you could come. He took off his feathered hat and bowed, inviting them in. The sight before them was truly unbelievable. The underground classroom was filled with hundreds of milky, semi-transparent figures, most of whom were swaying in the crowded dance floor, waltzing to the terrifying and trembling sounds produced by 30 musical saws, with the band playing seated on a stage draped in black cloth. A chandelier above them was lit with 1,000 candles, casting a midnight blue glow. Their breaths formed puffs of mist in front of them, as if they had walked into a refrigeration room. At this moment, Imk was no longer excited. He felt he had been a bit impulsive. Oh, this is really... George also looked unwell. This is quite the fun. Fred tightened his clothing. Shall we look around? Harry suggested. After a while, everyone was almost frozen and their stomachs were growling with hunger. I can't take it anymore. Ron mumbled, his teeth chattering. Yeah, should we just leave? Imk nodded. All right, let's go. Harry immediately agreed. They moved toward the door, nodding and smiling at everyone who looked at them. A minute later, they hurried down the dimly lit corridor with black candles. Pudding probably hasn't been finished yet, Ron said, hopefully, being the first to approach the steps leading to the hall. It's okay, Chris said he would help us bring some food, Imk replied. Oh, thank Merlin. That's the best thing I've heard all day, Fred sighed. Just as they passed through a porch, they encountered Chris coming towards them. Hey, how are you? Was the commemorative party fun? Chris asked with a smile. Hey, Chris, don't mention it. Quick, did you save us some food? Imk hurriedly asked as he approached Chris. Here, I thought you guys would be finishing up soon, so I came to see you. This is what I saved for you. Not sure if it's enough. Chris handed a paper bag to Imk. It's fine. Let us eat first. I'm really cold and hungry. Here, you guys eat some too. Imk took the paper bag, grabbed a pie, and handed the bag to George and the others, who quickly took some food and stuffed it into their mouths. Although Hermione was also very hungry, she politely thanked Chris first. Chris waved his hand with a smile. Then, everyone continued to gobble down the food while walking back. Suddenly, Harry stumbled to a stop, grabbed the stone wall, and focused intently, glancing around and squinting in the dimly lit corridor. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione asked, puzzled. That voice is back. Don't speak, listen, Harry urged, and everyone froze, staring at him. This way, he shouted, taking off, running up the stairs and into the hall. The sound of laughter from the Halloween feast echoed here, making it unlikely to hear anything else. Harry raced up the marble staircase to the second floor, with everyone tumbling behind him. Chris suddenly thought of something. He hesitated whether to follow everyone, but seeing their figures, he decided to go along. Harry, what are we doing? Imp panted out of breath. Shoo. Harry perked up his ears. Suddenly, Harry's stomach growled loudly. It's going to kill me, he shouted, and ignoring the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, he bounded up the next flight of stairs, listening intently amidst his heavy footsteps. Harry dashed around the third floor, with the others following closely behind, until they turned a corner and entered the last empty corridor. Harry, what's going on? Ron said, wiping the sweat from his face. I can't hear anything. Fred suddenly gasped, pointing down the corridor. Look, on the wall in front of them. Something was shining. They slowly approached, squinting in the dark to make out what it was. Between two windows, a foot off the ground, some writing was scrawled on the wall, glowing faintly in the light of the burning torches. The chamber has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. What is that, hanging down there? Ron asked, a bit frightened, and his voice trembled. The group cautiously moved closer, with Chris trailing behind. Leading the way, Harry nearly slipped because there was a large puddle on the ground. They edged closer to the slogan, their eyes fixed on the dark shape below, and as they simultaneously realized what it was, they jumped back in fright, splashing water everywhere. It was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hanging upside down, her tail caught on the torch holder, her body stiff as a board, and her eyes wide open, staring blankly. Seeing this, Chris said, "Let's get out of here quickly." The others hesitated, seemingly stunned, and just as they took a few steps, a low rumbling noise like distant thunder told them the feast had just ended. From both ends of the corridor, the sound of hundreds of footsteps climbing the stairs and the cheerful chatter of satisfied diners echoed. Then, students began to push and shove, crowding into the corridor from both ends. When the newcomers saw the hanging cat, the lively chatter suddenly ceased. "Chris, Harry!" And the others stood alone in the middle of the corridor, and the students fell silent, all pressing forward to witness this terrifying scene. In the midst of the silence, someone spoke loudly. "Enemies of the air, beware. You're next, mudblood." It was Draco Malfoy. He had squeezed to the front of the crowd, his cold eyes brightening, and his normally pale face flushed red. He looked at the motionless, stiff cat hanging there, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Chapter 204, You Dare? Silencing Spell. A spell hit Draco Malfoy, making it impossible for him to speak, causing his already flushed face to turn even redder. "Malfoy, if you dare to say that word again, I promise you will never have the chance to speak again," Chris said coldly, pointing his wand at Draco Malfoy. The surrounding young wizards, already shocked by the scene before them, were taken aback again by this turn of events, and it took a while for everyone to regain their composure, immediately buzzing with discussions. "Merlin, Chris is simply awesome," exclaimed a younger witch. "He actually dared to do this in front of so many people. Impressive." A Hufflepuff, who had been bullied by Slytherins, remarked, "By the way, what about your focus? Shouldn't we discuss the writing on the wall?" A Ravenclaw which said helplessly. After Draco Malfoy finished speaking, Chris lowered his wand. He had acted a bit impulsively, but he really couldn't stand that word, which was filled with discrimination and insult. Then, Chris picked up his wand again and lifted the spell. After all, it was somewhat inappropriate to act like this in public, and the professors would be arriving soon. Although he was justified, as Malfoy had insulted him first, he had acted, and if he were punished by the professors, it would be pointless. You dare. I. Malfoy said fiercely after the spell was lifted. He had long heard from Senior Dorian Prowse how despicable this Gryffindor Chris was. But today he truly witnessed it. This guy was really arrogant. A mere mudblood Gryffindor dared to cast a spell on him. A pureblood Slytherin heir. In front of everyone. Truly outrageous. Our Draco Malfoy was already thinking about how to deal with this despicable Gryffindor. "Hey, everyone step aside. What happened here? What's going on?" Filch was undoubtedly attracted by the shouts and discussions of the crowd, pushing his way through. Then he saw Madame Pants and stumbled back a few steps, fearfully grabbing his face. "Oh no, my cat, my cat," he screamed. "What happened to Madame Pants?" he shouted. At that moment, his bulging eyes spotted Harry. "You," he yelled. You killed my cat. You killed it. I will kill you. I will." Harry looked at Filch's frantic demeanor, feeling somewhat confused. "Wait a minute, Mr. Filch. How do you know it was Harry?" At that moment, Chris stood in front of Harry, blocking the already crazed man. "It's him. Get out of the way, it's him." Filch shouted in madness. "Filch!" At that moment, Dumbledore arrived on the scene, followed by many other teachers. In the blink of an eye, he walked past Harry and the others, helping Madame Pants down from the torch stand. "Come with me, Filch," he said, "and you few, Mr. Red, Mr. Lestrange, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger." Lockhart, seeing the scene, stepped forward with a sycophantic smile, saying, "My office is the closest, headmaster, just upstairs. You can—" "Thank you, Gilderoy." Dumbledore nodded. The silent crowd parted to let them through. Lockhart was very excited, feeling that having Professor Dumbledore go to his office was a great honor, and he hurriedly followed Dumbledore. Then Professors McGonagall and Snape followed. As they entered Lockhart's dim office, there was suddenly a commotion on the walls. Harry saw several pictures of Lockhart hurriedly hiding, their hair still in curlers. At that moment, the real Lockhart lit the candles on the table and stepped back. Dumbledore placed Madame Pants on the polished table and began to examine her closely. Several young wizards exchanged nervous glances and sat in chairs that were out of the candlelight. Watching closely, Dumbledore's long, hooked nose almost touched the fur on Madame Pants. He examined her carefully through his half-moon glasses, gently poking and prodding. Professor McGonagall leaned down, her face nearly touching the cat, squinting to look closely. Snape stood behind them, half of his body hidden in the shadows, appearing eerie. His expression was quite strange, as if he was desperately trying not to laugh. Lockhart wandered around them, constantly offering suggestions. It must be a spell that killed it, likely a transformation torture spell. I've seen others use this spell many times. It's a pity I wasn't there at the time. I just happen to know the counter curse. I could have saved it. Obviously, our Professor Lockhart had started to brag again. Filch's tearless sobbing interrupted his words as he slumped into a chair beside the table, covering his face with his hands, too afraid to look at Madame Pants. At this moment, Dumbledore was quietly muttering some strange words and tapped Madame Pants with his wand. Chris knew that old Dumbledore was trying to lift Madame Pants's curse. Unfortunately, there was no response. Madame Pants remained stiff, lying there like a freshly prepared specimen. I remember a very similar incident happening in Wagadu, a series of attacks, which I detailed in my autobiography. At that time, I provided various protective charms to the common people, and it solved the problem in no time. Lockhart said proudly. Chris noticed that as Lockhart spoke. The pictures of Lockhart on the wall all nodded in agreement. One of them had forgotten to take off his hairnet. Why don't you try to lift Madame Pants's curse? Chris said with a smile. Lockhart paused, clearly caught off guard by Chris's unexpected words and unsure what to say. Finally, Dumbledore straightened up. She's not dead, Filch. Not dead. Filch choked out. The poor man could only peer at Madame Pants through his fingers. Then why is she completely stiff? As if frozen? She has been petrified, Dumbledore said. Yes, that's right. I thought so too. But what exactly is going on, I'm not sure. Lockhart said, looking as if he had just realized something. Chapter 205, who is it? Ask him. Filch screamed, turning his tear-streaked, mottled face towards Harry. A second-year student couldn't have done this. It requires the most advanced dark magic. Dumbledore said firmly. Indeed, it was very clear how an ordinary second-year Gryffindor student could cast dark magic that even the great wizard Dumbledore couldn't identify, let alone break. Moreover, this wasn't something Harry had done. It was him. Filch spat, stubbornly insisting, his fat, sagging face turning purple. He was now convinced that Harry was the culprit. You saw him right on the wall. He discovered, in my office, he knows I'm A. Filch's face twitched terrifyingly. He knows I'm a squib. When Filch said this, he gasped for breath. It was a very difficult statement for him. I didn't even touch Mrs. Norris, Harry shouted, uneasily realizing that everyone was looking at him, including all the portraits of Lockhart on the walls. I don't even know what squib means. Nonsense. Filch roared. He saw my fast spell letter. Allow me to say something. Professor, Snape remarked from the shadows. Dumbledore nodded. Perhaps Potter and his friends simply shouldn't have been in that place at that time, Snape said, his lips curling into a sneer as if he was deeply skeptical. But we are indeed faced with a series of doubts. Why did they go to the upper corridor? Why didn't they attend the Halloween feast? Hearing Snape's words, several people rushed to explain that they had gone to the ghostly Death Day party. Hundreds of ghosts came. They can prove we were there. But after that, why didn't they come to the feast? Snape said, his dark eyes glinting with an inexplicable light. Why go to the upper corridor? Everyone looked at Harry. Because, Harry stammered, not knowing what to say. It's like this, Professor. They went to attend the Ghost Death Day party, and I packed some food to bring to them when the school feast was about to end. And I just happened to run into them as they were coming out. They actually missed the school feast. As for why we were there, it was purely coincidental. And I think it's completely unfounded for Mr. Filch to claim that Harry is the culprit based solely on his own assumptions. What benefit would that do him? Chris timely interjected. Hearing Chris's words, Harry quickly cast him a grateful look. As for why he didn't dare to tell the truth, it was because Harry vaguely felt that if he told them he had been led there by a voice that only he could hear, a formless voice, it would certainly sound implausible. Professor Snape shot a cold glance at Chris, saying nothing further. To be honest, Severus. Professor McGonagall spoke up, also feeling that this matter was dubious. We have no evidence that Potter has done anything wrong. Dumbledore cast an inquisitive glance at Harry. Under the gaze of his bright blue eyes, Harry Potter felt as if he were being seen through. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus, he said firmly. Snape looked extremely angry. Filch was the same. My cat has been petrified. He screamed, his eyes bulging. I want to see someone punished. We can cure her, Filch. Dumbledore said patiently. Madam Sprout has recently obtained some mandrakes. Once they mature, I have a potion that can bring Mrs. Norris back to life. I'll brew it, Lockhart interjected. I've brewed it at least 100 times. I can brew the mandrake revival potion in my sleep. Excuse me, Snape coldly said. I believe I am the potions master of this school. After an awkward silence, Professor McGonagall spoke again, habitually defending her students. Ahem, in fact, I think they might have just heard some strange noises. So, Mr. Red, is that so? Dumbledore adjusted his silver glasses, staring at Chris. Suddenly put on the spot, Chris felt a bit awkward, and, after quickly working out a mental barrier, he said, Yes, Professor. First Harry heard some noises, and then we want to check what was going on. Also, Professor, I'm a bit confused about the writing on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Whose chamber is it? Who opened it? Did Harry open it? And who is this so-called heir opposing him? I think this is definitely not a simple matter. The professors fell silent after Chris's words. They had been at this school for many years and had probably heard many secrets. So they could understand what Chris was trying to express, that this was indeed unlikely to be something Harry could do, and Filch's suspicions and accusations were probably nonsense. Well, you may go back now, Dumbledore told the young wizards. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly quickened their pace to leave, almost running. On the way back, Harry looked at Chris, who was walking ahead. Chris, thank you. Chris shook his head and smiled, saying nothing. Chris, do you think I should tell him about the voice I heard? Harry continued. Before Chris could answer, Ron interjected, No, that's not right. Hearing voices that others can't is not a good sign, even in the wizarding world. Yeah, but I do think we can trust Professor Dumbledore. However, Harry, it doesn't matter if you didn't say anything. I can understand your thoughts. It's your choice. Chris said, Sigh, this is really terrifying. Imp shook his head and sighed. You believe me, right? Harry looked at everyone. Of course I believe you. Ron nodded without hesitation. We believe you too, Harry. George and Fred said. To be honest, I thought that old Filch would suspect us first. I didn't expect him to suspect you. Really, hey, old fool, right? Fred joked. Chapter 206, Chris's Animagus turns out to be. You should know that when practicing to become an Animagus, one can become obsessed and unable to return to being a normal human, which is why the Ministry of Magic strictly controls it. All Animagus transformations and their characteristics must be registered in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Professor McGonagall continued. However, many people who have mastered it do not register, which makes them a legal animagi. As for whether you choose to register after you succeed, that is your own decision. I will not interfere, but that is a topic for later. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Chris let out a sigh of relief. What he feared the most was that if he succeeded in his practice, he would have to register, which would make it difficult for him to avoid drawing more attention. Red, you should know that some people become animagi in just a few months, while others take several years. It's about transforming into the animal that suits you best. You must remain humble and patient, and be mentally prepared. Moreover, I must warn you in advance that you might fail. After all, transformation requires courage. Therefore, there have only been 7 registered animagi in the 20th century. I understand, Professor. Since I have chosen to practice this magic, I am mentally prepared. Chris nodded in agreement. Professor McGonagall was very pleased with Chris's humble and cautious attitude toward learning. I trust you understand that an Animagus cannot transform into just any animal, and the animal they transform into is related to the wizard's personality and weight, right? Yes, I understand. Each person can only transform into one animal. Additionally, Animagus transformations are typically limited to non-magical creatures, as transforming into magical creatures can lead to unpredictable consequences. Chris confirmed. Good. Here's what you need to do. You must keep this in your mouth for a whole month, from this month's full moon to next month's full moon. Remember, you can never swallow it or take it out of your mouth. If it leaves your mouth, the entire process must start over. Professor McGonagall sternly instructed, pulling out a single leaf of mandrake from a crystal box. Chris took it, realizing that Professor McGonagall had prepared this leaf in advance. Okay, I understand, Professor. Chris acknowledged, though he felt quite helpless. After all, this task was indeed a bit difficult. Keeping it in his mouth for a month made him worry that he might accidentally swallow it while sleeping, and that would be disastrous. Next, on the next full moon, you will take the leaf out, then fill a small crystal vial with your saliva, and soak the leaf in it to let it absorb the pure moonlight. If that night is cloudy, you will need to find a new mandrake leaf and start over. Chris felt that this magic was indeed too harsh. It was like gambling with his luck. What if the weather was bad? Then, you need to add a strand of your hair and a silver teaspoon of dew to the vial illuminated by the moonlight. The dew must be collected from a place that hasn't seen sunlight or human contact for a full 7 days. Finally, You need to add a cocoon of a death's head hawk moth. Keep this mixture in a quiet, dark place, and do not look at it or disturb it until the next thunderstorm arrives. Professor McGonagall continued. Okay, I understand. What comes next? Chris nodded helplessly. Very well. While you wait for the storm, each time it's sunrise and sunset, you must point the tip of your wand at your heart and recite the incantation Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, Professor McGonagall instructed. All right, got it, Chris said, feeling increasingly desperate. I must remind you that the waiting time for the storm may last for several weeks, months, or even years. During this time, the crystal vial must remain completely undisturbed and out of sunlight. Sunlight contamination can lead to severe mutations. If you repeatedly recite the incantation at sunrise and sunset, you will eventually reach a moment when the tip of your wand touches your chest, and you will feel a second heartbeat, sometimes stronger than the original heartbeat, sometimes weaker. Everything must remain unchanged. The incantation must be recited the correct number of times, with no omissions. Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze on Chris. Chris also solemnly expressed that he understood and remembered. Remember, the moment lightning strikes the sky, you must immediately go to the place where you buried the crystal vial. If you successfully complete all the steps mentioned above, you will find a blood-red potion inside that you can drink in one gulp. Then, you must immediately head to a vast and safe place to ensure that the transformation process does not attract attention or put your body in danger. Point the tip of your wand at your heart, recite the incantation Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, and then drink the potion. By the way, do you remember this incantation? Professor McGonagall suddenly asked. Yes, I remember, Chris replied. Recite it for me. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, Chris recited. Wait, you need to pronounce the Zin Animagus. Do you understand? Recite it again. Professor McGonagall's teaching was as rigorous as ever, not allowing any mistakes, especially since this detail was crucial. The consequences of mispronouncing the incantation could lead to irreparable consequences, which was something Chris wanted to avoid. After Professor McGonagall corrected his mistake, Chris felt relieved. Having a good teacher meant being aware of these important details. Professor McGonagall's detailed explanation would help Chris learn and familiarize himself with Animagus transformation knowledge more quickly. If Chris had sought a book on teaching Animagus transformation, he might not have learned as swiftly and smoothly. At that time, issues such as incantation and other details could lead to severe consequences. If something went wrong, and he ended up in a state between human and animal, it would truly be a cause for tears. Chris, if everything goes smoothly, you will experience intense pain and 2 distinct heartbeats. Images of the creature you are about to transform into will flash in your mind. You must show no fear, and if you wish to escape at that moment, it will be too late. Professor McGonagall continued after confirming that Chris had recited the incantation correctly. Chapter 207. The Swift fled at this moment. The reflection in the mirror showed that Chris had taken on the form of a bird. Indeed, Chris carefully examined this creature in the mirror. He noticed that it had long wing tips, short feet, folded wings, and that the tips of its wings extended towards the tail. Its beak was short but wide, and it had a dark brown hue. When Chris spread his wings, they resembled scythes, with dense feathers that were dull or glossy gray-brown. And there were light and white markings on its throat, neck, belly, and waist. Wow, is this thing really me? Chris looked at the creature in the mirror, which had a wide body and a short, slightly curved beak. From initial disbelief to now, Chris had somewhat recovered his composure. He carefully observed himself in the mirror and realized that he should be a swiftlet. Why a swiftlet? Because its wings were different from those of a typical swallow. The wings of a swiftlet are relatively long and narrow, appearing to form a curve, with the length of a single wing being about twice the body length, making them look like 2 scythes in flight, whereas a swallow's wings appear angular, with visible wing tips, and are not as long, being roughly the same length as the body. Additionally, swallows belong to the order Passeriformes, and biologists classify them in the family Hirundinidae, while swiftlets, like hummingbirds, belong to the order Apodiformes, also known as swifts, which include the common swift. Moreover, a swallow's tail is forked and scissor-like, remaining spread during flight to help with directional adjustments, and they flap their wings and turn frequently. While a swiftlet's tail is gathered into a bundle during flight and only spreads when adjusting direction, flapping and turning less frequently than swallows. As for why Chris could recognize his Animagus form, it was because swiftlets are commonly found in eastern and southern England, which made them familiar to him. Although the swiftlet did not meet Chris's expectations, it was still quite good. Chris sighed and shook his head. Now that his Animagus form had been determined, it could not be changed, and he could only accept this fact. Moreover, this transformation could bring him many benefits. Now, Chris planned to adapt and try to fly. He flapped his wings, adjusting to his new body, and soon began to fly, albeit somewhat wobbly. After all, it was his own body, so he quickly mastered the normal flying techniques. Not to mention, this creature flew really fast. It is known that the swiftlet is the fastest bird among common animals. The normal flying speed of a swiftlet is 170 kilometers per hour, and at its fastest, it can reach 352.5 kilometers per hour. With its scissor-like tail, it can avoid air resistance, and its round head resembles a ping-pong ball. Its long body makes it fly through the air like an arrow. Such rapid flight is a tremendous advantage, providing much higher safety and maneuverability compared to transforming into other creatures. Besides its questionable combat ability and lack of magical powers. This was truly a remarkable animagus, Chris thought. It was definitely better than turning into some cat or dog. Chris circled above Hogwarts Castle, feeling the breath of freedom and looking down at the castle, a sense of joy welling up inside him. This was fantastic. After soaring freely for a while, he decided to return as it was getting late. Now, to revert to his human form, Chris needed to imagine his human shape as clearly as possible. Usually, that was enough. But if the transformation did not happen immediately, he must not panic. Chris took a breath and slowly transformed back into his human form. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Chris believed that with practice, he would be able to switch between animal and human forms at will, just by imagining the shape of a creature. Only then would he consider this magic to be proficient. The next day, Chris sought out Professor McGonagall to share this good news. Chris felt that Professor McGonagall was trustworthy, and since she was the one who taught him about animagus transformations, he thought he should tell her. "Oh, is that so? Chris, I didn't expect you to master the animagus transformation so quickly." "Well done," Professor McGonagall said, her usual strict demeanor replaced with a kind smile. "No, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for your diligent teaching, I wouldn't have been able to master the animagus transformation so quickly," Chris replied with a smile. "What is your animagus form?" Professor McGonagall asked. "It's a swallow, Professor," Chris answered. "Are you planning to register with the Ministry of Magic?" "Of course. I didn't mean to imply that you must register." Professor McGonagall hesitated. Well, I'm not really keen on registering," Chris replied. Professor McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement, but said nothing further, indicating her tacit approval. In fact, because practicing animagus transformations can lead to a person becoming lost in the magic and unable to revert to their normal human form, the Ministry of Magic strictly controls it, requiring all animagus forms and their characteristics to be registered in the Ministry's office to prevent the abuse of magic. However, many people who mastered it did not register, such as James Potter's stag, Sirius Black's black dog, Peter Pettigrew's rat, and Rita Skeeter's beetle. All of these individuals were illegal animagi, and only 7 animagi had registered in the 20th century. Chris naturally had no intention of registering. He planned to keep this transformation as a secret weapon. Once he mastered it, if he encountered danger, he could quickly transform into a swiftlet and escape or catch his enemies off guard. How great would that be? After discussing this matter with Professor McGonagall, Chris went to Professor Babbling's Ancient Runes class. To be honest, after recent studies, Chris had made great progress in ancient runes. Basic textbooks, like an easy introduction to ancient runes, were now child's play for him. Chris was currently tackling Advanced Runes Translation, a course meant for 6th-year students. Of course, this was also thanks to his good friend, Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw. This young lady, perhaps influenced by Chris's fluttering wings, had previously flirted with Percy Weasley for a few days, but ultimately rejected him when he confessed, leaving Percy heartbroken, which led to George and Fred teasing him for quite a while. Chapter 208. A date? Of course, I have to say, this Ravenclaw senior is really great. She is beautiful, has a good figure, studies well, is quick-witted, and is skilled in various magical techniques. Truly a good friend of Chris, and a great role model for studying. With the help of the Ravenclaw senior, Chris has made remarkable progress. Even Penelope Clearwater praised him for his abilities. Perhaps it won't be long before he surpasses her. Chris couldn't really comment on this. After all, everyone is different, and no one can truly empathize with another. After class, Chris went to the library to study and do homework with Penelope. To be honest, Penelope really admires Chris. She thinks this little genius from Gryffindor truly lives up to his reputation. As a 6th-year Ravenclaw, she often struggles with knowledge from her own year. But when she tried to discuss it with him, she didn't expect that the things that made her want to cry could be easily solved by Chris. For example, This book, Advanced Transfiguration Guide, which is a textbook for 6th and 7th year students at Hogwarts, is also prepared for those participating in NEWT, level transfiguration studies. It includes many spells for transforming objects and animals, as well as aspects related to human transformation, which is quite profound in the field of transfiguration and not something that just any student can master. However, Penelope didn't expect that Chris would understand it so well and could explain it so thoroughly. He truly deserves to be the winner of the most promising newcomer award in today's transfiguration, due to Chris's outstanding academic performance, friendly interactions, endless ideas, and his maturity that surpasses his peers, combined with his slightly revealed handsome appearance. Penelope looked at him with shining eyes. Chris, how about we go to Hogsmeade together this weekend? You third years should just have the chance to go this semester, right? Penelope said softly, resting her chin on her hand. Yeah, but I've already made plans with Imk and the Weasley brothers, Chris replied, a bit surprised. Oh, I see. That's a bit of pity. I was thinking that since you're not familiar with the place, I could show you around. There are quite a few fun spots there. Penelope felt a bit disappointed, not expecting her invitation to be declined. How about next week? Chris thought for a moment and said, oh, sure, no problem. Upon hearing Chris's response, Penelope's disappointment turned into a small happiness. This little brother of hers, why can't he just finish his sentences in one go? She thought she had no chance at all. After hearing Penelope's words, Chris could clearly sense her emotions shifting from anticipation to disappointment and then to joy. He had to admit, the girl was still young. Her emotions were all written on her face, unlike some girls who expect you to guess everything. Can you guess or not? It's really something. When Chris returned to the Gryffindor common room from the library, he encountered Imk and the Weasley brothers, who were playing chess. I have to say, Imk's chess skills have improved. He was actually having a back-and-forth game with George, which was impressive. However, Chris suspected that Imk might be a bit too much in his praise. Just 2 minutes in, and he made a terrible move. He was going to lose. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Imk jumped up in frustration. Damn it, how did I lose again? I was so close to winning this time. Hey Imk, that's 5 nuts for you. No worries, just practice a bit more, George said with a grin, extending his hand. I can't take it anymore. I'm done. Chris, do you want to play a couple of rounds for me? Imk reluctantly counted out a few nuts and handed them to George. No. I just got back from the library. I'm a bit tired. Studying is really exhausting for the brain. I think I'll go back to my dorm and relax. Chris shook his head, politely declining Imk. Chris, you seem to have something going on lately, right? Fred asked with a smirk, winking. That's right, with that Ravenclaw. George chimed in with a grin. But before he could finish, Chris interjected, Enough. You guys, how do you know everything so quickly? What can we say? You still don't know us? What in Hogwarts can escape our notice? By the way, you haven't told us. Is there something going on? George looked at him with curious eyes. What is there to discuss? I'm just studying with Penelope Clearwater. Don't overthink it. Chris denied. Huh, just look at my expression. Do you think I believe you? George laughed. Hey, you little brat. I don't care if you believe me. I told you it's really nothing. Chris replied. Of course. Whether there was something or not, he couldn't let them know. If they found out, it would definitely lead to a storm of gossip. And then how could he have a good time? Don't joke around. All right. Our little Chris is really grown up now, keeping secrets that he can't share with his brothers. George pretended to be deep. Exactly. Our little Chris is into girls now, unlike us little radishes. Fred added. Chris didn't know what to say. These two were really something. By the way, speaking of which, our Percy just got rejected by Penelope not long ago, and he's pretty heartbroken. You better not let him know, or we won't be able to help you. George reminded seriously. Okay, I got it. Don't worry. I know how to handle it. Chris replied earnestly. Yes, Chris was still quite sensible. Even if he was 14 in age, he was still young. He didn't want to rush into dating or anything like that. Waiting another 2 years would be better. Rushing things isn't good. There's plenty of time ahead. In the future, everything will come together. There's no need to rush now, or else when he gets older, all that will be left is tears. Moreover, as a wizard with a long lifespan, he shouldn't be in a hurry at all. It's best to let things happen naturally. As for Percy, Chris thought there was no need to worry. That guy wouldn't retaliate just because he got close to Penelope. Besides, he would have to have the guts to do that. Chris figured that if something did happen, Percy would just give him a cold shoulder and sulk. It wouldn't be a big deal. In time, everything would be fine. Chapter 209. Hogsmeade and the Mirror on the weekend. Chris, Imk, and the Weasley brothers were queuing in the entrance hall, where Filch was checking the signatures of students heading to Hogsmeade. Be honest. Don't even think about sneaking out. If you don't have a signature, you can't go. If I catch you sneaking out, you won't have a good time, Filch said sternly. He had been in a bad mood lately because of his cat situation and had been causing trouble for the students, so no one dared to make a fuss. Otherwise, if he got hold of them, their plans for the day would be ruined. Of course, Chris and the others were not worried at all. They all had their parents' signatures, which didn't cause them any trouble. Thus, under Filch's strict inspection, Chris and the others left Hogwarts and arrived in Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade is the only village in Britain entirely inhabited by wizards. It is a picturesque little village made up of cottages and shops, and the train station where the Hogwarts Express stops is nearby. Hogwarts students can visit here on weekends, and, generally, they mainly hang out on the main street, which has many shops and pubs on either side. Of course, some people also go to take a look at the Shrieking Shack nearby. Hogsmeade has a long history, dating back around 1,000 years. Those who have studied magical history know that in 1612, a fairy rebellion broke out near the village. At that time, wizards used a pub in Hogsmeade as their headquarters. Speaking of which, it was created by Hengist of Woodcroft, a wizard who lived in the Middle Ages. He was born in Woodcroft, Gloucestershire, and entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry at the age of 11, being sorted into Hufflepuff House. The reason he came here was that he had nowhere to go and was driven here by muggles. According to folklore, the Three Broomsticks pub was once Hengist's residence. After Hengist's death, wizards honored him by putting him on a chocolate frog card. He is considered one of the notable figures to come from Hufflepuff, which is quite rare for them. Chris and the others first visited a shop called Dervish and Banges, which sold magical supplies, including mirrors, and also offered repair services for magical items. Indeed, Ink was planning to buy such a mirror to try it out, as he lacked a sense of security and always felt someone was out to harm him. The mirror was invented by the 18th century wizard Edgar Strounger. It is a black magic detector resembling a glass top. If there are suspicious individuals nearby, it lights up and spins. Chris thought this thing was similar to a burglar alarm, except that the burglar alarm protects against thieves, while this one detects dark magic. You have to admit that, whether or not it can detect dark magic, it does serve as a good alarm, and can even be quite sensitive. For example, in 1993, Ron Weasley bought a pocket mirror in Egypt as a birthday gift for Harry Potter's 13th birthday. However, Bill Weasley discovered that it was a shoddy product sold to wizard tourists and was unreliable, as it kept lighting up during their dinner. What Bill didn't realize was that Fred and George had put bugs in his soup. When Ron tried to tie the birthday package meant for Harry to Errol's leg, the mirror also went off because Ron shouldn't have let the elderly owl make a long flight. On the way to Hogwarts on the Hogwarts Express, Harry's mirror also sounded off when Pettigrew appeared nearby, as Pettigrew was actually a Nimigus transforming into Scabbers. To avoid waking Remus Lupin, who was sleeping nearby, Ron stuffed the mirror into one of Uncle Vernon's old socks. Moreover, during Professor Moody's time at Hogwarts, he had a large mirror in his office. However, Moody himself broke it and explained that it was too sensitive, detecting movements within a mile. Not to mention that students were constantly making up lies about not doing their homework. Of course, there was another reason the mirror kept beeping. Even Moody himself was impersonated by Barty Crouch Jr. in 1995 when Dumbledore's army was training in the Room of Requirement. Some mirrors were also placed on the shelves in the training room. Later, on Harry's 17th birthday, Hermione Granger gave Harry a new mirror. During the journey of Harry, Ron, and Hermione to find Horcruxes, when Harry inadvertently spoke Voldemort's name and broke the taboo, Chris thought the detection magic of this item was quite good. It would be great if it could automatically adjust its sensitivity, just like Spider-Man's Spider Sense, to foresee life-threatening dangers. Thinking of this, Chris quickly took out money to buy one, intending to study the internal magical patterns of this thing to see what kind of detection magic it used, and then try to see if he could modify it to achieve the effect he envisioned. After Chris and Imk put away their mirrors, they walked out of the store. "Chris, why are you buying this thing?" "I can understand Imk being timid, but you?" George asked, puzzled. Chris thought for a moment and shared his idea. "Wow, that's amazing. Chris, you always have so many novel ideas. I think this is great. If we could develop it further, it would definitely become a great magical item. Just imagine." George was thrilled after hearing Chris's idea. He thought it was a fantastic notion. "Yeah, Chris, you're really something. We've seen mirrors before, but we never thought it could be used this way." Fred also praised. "But Chris, I think the magical patterns of the mirror should be hard to research, right? Can we really do it?" Imk felt this idea was a bit unreliable. "It's okay, Imk. I think we should give it a try. Worst case, it won't work. But if it does..." George seemed to have already envisioned the moment of their success. "Exactly. Even if it doesn't succeed, we won't lose anything. Plus, we have Chris, this genius. What are we afraid of? We can definitely succeed," Fred said, filled with anticipation. Chapter 210, A Hole Burned in the Tongue, yeah, Imk. While it's good to consider failure before success, We can't just not do anything, right? If we're afraid of this and that, how will that work? Young people should have the courage to forge ahead, face difficulties, and overcome them. That's what the new generation of Gryffindors should be like. Chris said, looking at Imk. That's right. This is our brave Gryffindor. George and Fred shouted, raising their arms in cheer. You're right. I'm cheering for you. Imk was influenced by everyone's enthusiasm and nodded vigorously. The group laughed heartily and happily walked towards other shops. At Chris's request, they headed to the Elegant Wizarding Robes store, a high-end clothing shop with branches in London, Paris, and Hogsmeade. There were all kinds of outfits, including various strange socks. Chris planned to check if there were any new clothes recently, but he was a bit disappointed. The clothes in the store were much the same as what he saw last year, with no new styles. Even if they were just old wine in new bottles, with nothing particularly interesting or appealing. Reluctantly, Chris ended up buying a few pairs of socks to wear when it got cold. Next to the Elegant Wizarding Robe store was the Hogsmeade Post Office, an owl post office located in Hogsmeade Village. There were 200 to 300 different types of owls, from great gray owls to barn owls, perched on shelves, marked with color codes based on their delivery speed. Chris had his own owl, so there was no need for him to go there. Then the group arrived at Honeyduke's, the candy store beloved by young wizards, selling chocolates and all sorts of magical sweets. It was very popular among Hogwarts students and teachers. Once they entered, they found the store packed with customers, making it hard to move. Rows of shelves were filled with the most delicious and juicy candies. Large blocks of creamy almond toffee, shiny pink coconut ice, honey-colored toffees. Hundreds of neatly arranged chocolates, a big tub of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and another large tub of Fizzing Whiz Bees, which were fruit juice jelly balls that would make you float in the air. There was a rich variety. Honeyduke's was run by Ambrosius Flume, a broad-shouldered, bald man who had attended Hogwarts and was favored by the potion's Professor Horace Slughorn at the time. He was also a member of the Slug Club, which meant he had some talent. As a member of the Slug Club, Horace introduced Ambrosius to Cicero Harkis, which led him to his first job. To repay Slughorn, Ambrosius would send him a gift basket filled with candied jackfruit every year on his birthday. This was Slughorn's favorite candy. Later, Ambrosius married Mrs. Flume and ran the Honeyduke's candy store. Hey, Ambrosius, go to the cellar and get some jelly slugs. We're out on the shelves. Mrs. Flume shouted to the bald owner. Okay, dear, the bald owner replied. Chris, did you know? There's a secret passage hidden in Honeyduke's that goes directly from Hogwarts to the candy store cellar. George whispered to Chris. I know, it's on the Marauders map. Chris nodded in response. Really? How come I didn't know? Imp seemed puzzled. Imp. In the third-floor corridor of Hogwarts Castle, there's a large statue of a hunchbacked one-eyed, witch named Gorsmore. If you knock on the statue with your wand and say Descendium, the statue will open up, and the entrance to the secret passage is right there. A stone slide that leads down. After sliding down, you'll land in a narrow, low-dirt tunnel. The tunnel winds and twists, resembling a rabbit hole. After walking for a while, the tunnel starts to ascend, and in about 10 minutes, you'll reach the bottom of the staircase. There are over 200 steps, and at the end is a trapdoor. Outside the trapdoor is the Honeyduke's cellar, which blends seamlessly with the gray floor, George explained. Wow, that's amazing. Doesn't that mean we can sneak out anytime? Imp was thrilled to hear this news. She'll keep it down. Don't let others know. It would be terrible if we got caught. George quickly covered Imp's mouth. I got it. Imp gestured for George to lower his hand. Hey, look, what's this? George then held up a lollipop for everyone to see. Isn't that just a lollipop? Imp questioned. TCH, this is a sour exploding candy. Although it may look like a muggle lollipop you've seen, like most of Honeyduke's foods, it has a uniquely mischievous flavor, as if it's been enchanted. This candy can burn a hole in your tongue. George introduced. My goodness, is it that dangerous? Imp thought it was insane that such a dangerous item could be sold. Yeah, you just don't understand. This is a trendy extreme sport for your taste buds. Even though the sour exploding candy can burn a hole in your tongue, which seems very dangerous and painful to eat, it's still for sale, right? If it were too dangerous, it definitely wouldn't be allowed to be sold. George placed the sour lollipop in the basket to buy later. Yes, and the damage caused by this candy can be easily healed with magic. When Ron was 7, I gave him a sour exploding candy, and his tongue got burned through, making him scream in pain. My mother gave me a good whacking with a broomstick for that, but what does it matter? Ron's tongue healed long ago, and there were no complications or after effects. Now he's as flexible as ever. Fred laughed as he recounted Ron's embarrassing moment. Ha, that guy Ron must have been tormented by you too when he was little. Imp couldn't stop laughing at the story. Well, not really. We still cared for our little brother, right, George? Fred winked at George. Yes, who wouldn't he love our dear little brother? George quipped back. Chris shook his head helplessly and pointed to a cauldron-shaped cake. Who wants a piece? Chapter 211. This thing is delicious. I want a piece. This thing is tasty. The chocolate inside is simply amazing, rich, and delicious. Imp reached out and grabbed 2 pieces from a shelf. And this one, chocolate balls and chocolate cauldrons, are all top-notch treats. Imp casually picked up a few more from the shelf. The chocolate ball is a type of chocolate candy, and these chocolate balls are quite large, filled with strawberry jelly and cream chunks, which Chris found too sweet for his taste. As for the chocolate cauldron, it resembles a cauldron and is a box of chocolate that contains flaming whiskey, with milk filling inside and topped with green foam. Chris remembered that Hermione Vanii had given Harry Potter a box of chocolate cauldrons laced with a love potion, and then Ron Weasley unknowingly ate half a box, thinking it was a birthday gift from someone else. He even asked Harry if he wanted some, but Harry didn't eat any at the time and didn't notice that Ron had taken his box, which nearly cost him his life. How stupid. Chris, aren't you going to have some? Imp asked. Well, I'll have something else. These chocolate balls are a bit too sweet for me. Chris thought for a moment and picked some blood-flavored lollipops, chocolate frogs, cockroach clusters, jackfruit candy, blowing bubble super bubble gum, exploding filling gummies, and Zizzybee candy. Chris felt that there was a good reason why Zizzybee candy was so popular. When people suck on these large snowball-sized candies, their feet can lift off the ground by a few inches, and the sensation is quite amusing. It is said that the reason they can lift off the ground is that they use dried billywig stings to make Zizzybee candy, as those stung by a billywig would float for a short time. The billywig sting is a long, slender sting located at the bottom of the billywig's body. Those stung would feel dizzy and float away, and if stung excessively, they could float uncontrollably for several days. In severe allergic reactions, it could cause a person to float permanently. Dried billywig stings can not only be used to make Zizzybee candy, but can also be used to brew various potions, such as wake-up potions, making them quite good magical materials. Thinking of this, Chris couldn't help but shake his head. He felt he was being silly. Why was he thinking of other things for everything? He was just buying some candy, no need for that. After leaving Honeydukes, Chris and Imp were pulled by the Weasley brothers to their favorite place, the joke shop. This place is also one of the favorite spots for Hogwarts students when they visit Hogsmeade to shop. Many of the prank and magic trick materials sold here are perfect for satisfying Fred and George's wildest ideas. Oh, we might be running low on dung bombs. We need to buy more of these. George held a magic stink bomb that emitted a rotten smell. Quickly put that away, it really stinks. Imp pinched his nose. He couldn't handle it and asked George to keep it away from him. Hey, don't you get it? This is an art piece, the essence of a prank. Without dung bombs, what kind of prank is that? Fred also picked one up and tossed it up and down. Chris, like Imp, quietly moved away from the dung bomb. He really didn't understand why that Abercrombie Gleneyne invented dung bombs. This prank product has remained popular among young British wizards from the 19th century to the 1990s. By the early 1990s, Abercrombie Gleneyne even made it onto a chocolate frog card because of this thing. It was impressive. My goodness, is this really worth selling here? Could be a magical item, like a universal key. That would be amazing. Imp suddenly saw a set of keys, walked over, picked it up, and asked, Ha, Imp, you're such a novice. This is not just a set of keys, and it's definitely not what you call a universal key. This is a shrinking key, George said with a smile. Huh? A shrinking key? What is that? Imp asked, puzzled. It's a magically enchanted key that keeps shrinking until it disappears. Pranking wizards sell these keys to muggles who are unaware of the magical world, and eventually, the key shrinks until it's gone, and when they need it, they can't find it. Of course, it's hard to convince anyone, because no muggle would admit their keys are shrinking. They would insist that they lost them. Haha, isn't that funny? Fred explained. That sounds pretty good. I'll buy one to tease my grandpa. He'll definitely think he is getting old and lost his keys, and then my grandma will surely scold him. Imp seemed to envision the amusing scene and couldn't stop laughing. By the time the group finished browsing the joke shop, it was already late, so they decided to head back to school. They could visit other places later. It wouldn't be interesting if they explored all the fun spots at once, right? When the group returned to the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Harry were sitting by the fire, writing furiously, while Hermione was reading a book carefully. Hey, our little brother, what homework is left unfinished? Do you need your brother to help you? George patted Ron on the shoulder. Go away, I'm busy. Ron swatted away George's hand on his shoulder. Sigh, our little Ron has really grown up. He can't even let his brother touch him now. George pretended to be sad. This made Ron facepalm. He truly had no way to deal with them. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Just focus on your homework after saying that. George pulled Fred away. Imp flopped onto the sofa, feeling like going to Hogsmeade had completely drained him. Chris, how was Hogsmeade? Harry asked curiously, looking up. It was pretty good. You should think of it as a smaller Diagon Alley, just not as bustling since it's a village, Chris replied. That sounds fun. I really wish I could go too, Harry said enviously. It's okay, Harry, we could go next year. For now, let us hurry up and finish our potions paper. Ron nudged Harry with his elbow. Chapter 212. The Suspect in the Chamber. By the way, Hermione, what book are you reading? Chris looked over at Hermione. Oh, this? It's Hogwarts, a history. You wouldn't believe it. This book has been hard to borrow lately. I waited for a long time to get it. Have you read it, Chris? Hermione said, looking up. Of course I have. What's going on lately? Is everyone borrowing this book? Chris asked knowingly. I'm just checking into the legends about the chamber, just like everyone else wants to know. Did you find anything? Chris continued to ask. Sai? No. Hermione said a bit dejectedly. But, in our last History of Magic class, I asked Professor Binns about the chamber, and he said the legend I mentioned is a very sensational, even ridiculous story. Then he said, we all know that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the time. The 4 houses are named after them. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They built this castle together, away from the prying eyes of muggles. Because in those days, common people were afraid of magic, and witches and wizards faced a lot of persecution. Oh, what a terrible time it was. Imk interjected from his side. Yeah, I think if we lived back then, we might have been hanged by muggles. Ron chimed in, no longer doing his homework. Shut up. Ron, let me finish. Hermione said fiercely to Ron. Seeing this, Ron raised his hands in surrender. Hermione rolled her eyes at him and continued. In the early years, the founders worked harmoniously together, searching for young people showing signs of magic and bringing them to the castle for proper training. However, over time, differences began to emerge. The rift between Slytherin and the others grew wider. Slytherin wanted Hogwarts to be more selective in admitting students. He believed that magical education should be limited to pure-blood families. He was unwilling to accept Muggle-born children, thinking they were unreliable. After a while, Slytherin and Gryffindor had a fierce argument over this issue, and then Slytherin left the school. Professor Binns said that according to the story, Slytherin built a secret room in the castle, and the other founders were completely unaware of it. Therefore, according to the legend, Slytherin sealed the chamber, so that no one could open it until his true heir came to the school. Only that heir could unlock the chamber and release the terrifying things inside, to purify the school and eliminate all those unworthy of learning magic. He thought the whole thing was nonsense, and the school had naturally investigated whether such a chamber existed, many times with the most knowledgeable witches and wizards involved. The chamber does not exist. It's just a story meant to scare simple-minded people. Therefore, Professor Binns believes that it doesn't exist at all. No chamber, no monster. Hermione said. I don't believe a word Professor Binns says. He's just a confused old ghost. Ron quickly replied after Hermione finished. And I've always known that Salazar Slytherin was a twisted old madman, but I didn't know he came up with this pure-blood nonsense. Even if you paid me, I wouldn't join his house. To be honest, if the Sorting Hat had put me in Slytherin, I would have gone home on the train without a second thought. Ron said indignantly. Hermione nodded in agreement, believing that there must be some truth to this. As for Harry, he kept his head down, not doing his homework, lost in thought. But who do you think it could be? Who would want to get rid of Muggle-borns and squibs from Hogwarts? Imp spoke up, voicing his inner doubts. Well, I think we need to consider this. Ron put on a puzzled expression. He continued, as far as we know, who thinks Muggle-borns are all rubbish? He looked at everyone, and they looked back at him. If you're talking about Malfoy. Hermione hesitated. Of course it's him, Ron said decisively. You heard what he said. Next is you, mudbloods. Honestly, just look at his ugly rat face, and you'll know it's him. Ron was furious. If Chris hadn't stepped in last time, who knows what disgusting things he would have said. Malfoy is Slytherin's heir? Hermione said skeptically. Look at his family. They're all in Slytherin. He often boasts about it. They could very well be descendants of Slytherin. His father is evil enough. Harry agreed with Ron's point. They might have had the key to the chamber for centuries. Then it's been passed down from generation to generation, father to son. Ron said, yeah, I think that is possible. Hermione cautiously added, I also think that Dorian Pusey could be quite likely. That guy's as bad as Malfoy, full of malice. He might be hiding behind Malfoy, pushing Malfoy in front of us to make us suspect him, while the real mastermind is actually him. This is also uncertain, Imp said with conviction. Harry and the others still felt that Malfoy was the more likely suspect. Regardless, how can we prove it? Harry said somewhat pessimistically. Maybe their essay way, but of course it wouldn't be easy, and it's dangerous, very dangerous. We'd probably break 50 school rules. Hermione said slowly, lowering her voice. Sigh, just say it quickly. Ron said a bit impatiently. All right, it's fine to tell you now. Hermione said calmly. What we need to do is enter Slytherin's common room. Ask Malfoy a few questions without letting him recognize us. That's impossible, Harry said, and Ron burst out laughing. No, it's possible. We just need some polyjuice potion. Hermione looked at Chris as she spoke. Polyjuice potion? What is that? Harry and the others were puzzled. It's a potion that allows the drinker to take on the appearance of someone else. However, brewing this complex and challenging potion is also a challenge for adult witches and wizards. This potion is very advanced, and the entire brewing process takes a month. Hermione explained. Chapter 213, a discount, wanna buy? That's right. The polyjuice potion can transform a person into any age and gender, but cannot turn someone into an animal, nor can it transform non-humans or half-humans. The preparation of the polyjuice potion is very complex and requires rare ingredients including lacewings, leeches, fluxweed, two-ear grass, powdered bicorn horn, and fragments of African tree snake skin. These materials are quite hard to come by. By the way, in addition to that, a lot of preparation work is needed before making the polyjuice potion. For example, lacewings need to be brewed for 21 days, and fluxweed must be picked during the full moon. Therefore, the entire process takes at least a month to complete. Then, before drinking the potion, a part of the person being transformed must be added. This substance is usually hair, but sometimes toenails, dandruff, or worse things are used. Obviously, it is necessary to ensure that the person being mimicked is alive when these things are taken. Chris said with a smile. After hearing Chris's explanation, everyone felt that this didn't sound like a good thing. This potion, is it even safe? Let's not even talk about the materials. Just the fact that you have to add something is disgusting. I don't think this is a good idea. Ron's face turned sour after hearing this, and he was a bit reluctant to try it. Hermione also didn't know what to say. It's nothing, actually. The taste of the polyjuice potion can vary from person to person. It might even be quite good. Also, I want to remind you that the effect of a single dose of the polyjuice potion lasts between 10 minutes to 12 hours, depending on the quality of the potion. Continuously drinking the potion before the transformation effect wears off can extend the duration of the transformation until the effect of the newly consumed potion also fades. Chris patiently explained. With Chris's explanation, Ron wouldn't ask what would happen if he turned into a Slytherin and could never change back. So Chris, since you know so much, you must have the recipe for the polyjuice potion. Hermione looked at Chris with curiosity. Yes, I have the recipe, and I even have the potion. The effect of my potion is also very good, and it can basically reach its maximum efficacy. So you just tell me if you intend to buy it. Chris said straightforwardly. Buy. Definitely buy. Hermione didn't hesitate. Harry nodded in agreement. How much is it in galleons? Ron was the first to ask about the price. The process of making the polyjuice potion is complicated, and the materials used are precious. Since this is top-quality polyjuice potion, the price may not be cheap. For one person's dose, it would be 10 galleons, and for 3 people, that's 30 galleons. Chris said with a smile. Why is it so expensive, Chris? You wouldn't get that much galleons even if you sold me. Ron jumped up anxiously at the sight of such a high price. Chris, can you make it a bit cheaper? Hermione asked. Well, considering that we are all Gryffindors and good friends, and for George and Fred's sake, I'll give you half price, just charging for the materials 15 galleons. You guys should be able to pool that together, right? Chris thought for a moment and said, Oh, really? That's great. We can manage that. The 3 of them were satisfied. All right, since that's the case, just wait a month, and I'll hand it over to you once it's ready. Chris nodded. Does it really take that long? Don't you have any in stock right now? Ron asked. Yes, unfortunately, the last batch I made has already been sold, so you'll have to wait a bit longer. Is that okay? Chris asked. That's fine. The 3 of them nodded in agreement. In fact, they'd already saved a lot of trouble with this. They didn't need to think of a way to get Professor Lockhart to allow them to borrow powerful potions from the restricted section of the library and steal 2 rare potion ingredients from Snape's storeroom, and then begin the long potion-making process. Now they just needed to spend a little insignificant galleons, and Chris would handle it for them. Isn't that nice? Chris was always a decisive person. The next day, he took a few friends to their secret base, the Room of Requirement. Chris first prepared to brew the polyjuice potion and then studied the scrying mirror with George and Fred. George and Fred found that it used a lot of advanced ancient runes, and they thought it would be a bit difficult to improve it further. After taking over their research, Chris discovered that he was still familiar with these things. To be honest, the ancient runes used here were somewhat outdated and not from recent magical research. Chris felt that if the latest runes were used, the effect might be even better, which would mean that the sensing of a scrying mirror would be more sensitive. However, this seems somewhat useless. It would only give people the impression of being overly suspicious or paranoid. In that case, ordinary people would think this thing was broken and unusable. So, such a product could only be used by those who feel like someone is plotting against them every day, and Chris also felt that this wouldn't help him much. Therefore, it was correct for the manufacturers of these scrying mirrors not to use the latest runes. One cannot underestimate the intelligence of some wizards. Just because you have a little cleverness doesn't mean you can treat others as fools. In the end, you might just end up being the fool yourself. Thus, now, through this series of analyses, Chris thought that since innovation was not possible, it would be better to start from scratch. In other words, since the house has become a dangerous building, reinforcing it would only be superficial. The real issue wouldn't be solved, so it would be more practical to demolish and rebuild. After carefully analyzing and planning, Chris decided to use a new system of runes. Previously, when Chris was using an ancient book written in runes, he had seen some incomplete rune methods, and he thought that if he could improve them, he might achieve the effect he wanted, and it would definitely be refreshing. At that time, what was previously said, that it would have magical detection capabilities, could automatically adjust its sensitivity, and could predict life-threatening dangers like Spider-Man's spider sense, should be very possible. So, the first question now was how to improve the previous system of ancient runes. Chapter 214, Me and the Vampire. After careful consideration, Chris gradually had some ideas. He planned to discuss them with George and Fred later, and even chat with Penelope to see if they had any refreshing thoughts and ideas. At that point, Chris could gradually try to implement a series of improvements. Of course, Chris couldn't spend all his time on magical research. His main occupation was a third-year student at Hogwarts, so he still had to study hard and make progress every day. Unfortunately, Chris felt that some classes were not worth attending at all. Naturally, this referred to Lockhart's defense against the dark arts. Ever since he had a disastrous incident on the first day of class every year, he realized that if he continued like this, he might face some embarrassing troubles. Therefore, Professor Lockhart no longer brought living creatures into the classroom. Now, he read large excerpts from his books to the students, sometimes even performing some dramatic segments. In fact, this kind of thing happened in every grade's defense against the dark arts class. In Chris's class, McLagan assisted him in recreating the scene. Initially, Lockhart had invited Chris, but after Chris seriously declined, he had to choose to boast about his uncle incessantly. Lockhart felt that building a good relationship with McLagan was also a good choice. After all, he had that seemingly powerful uncle he talked about, and perhaps he could help him in certain aspects in the future. That was Lockhart's thinking. McLagan was clearly thrilled. He had never thought he would have a day to shine like this. Yes, the unpleasant and ridiculous task that others didn't want was turned into a great opportunity for him. This class was about the story from the book Traveling with Vampires, which mentioned that after encountering Lockhart, a vampire no longer ate anything else but lettuce. McLagan played the role of this vampire. I'm a vampire. I love to suck blood. Young and charming wizard. Come here, let me drain your blood. You want to feel uncomfortable. You will experience supreme joy. You want to feel the pain of blood flowing out of your body. How wonderful that is. McLagan read, Damn vampire. Who do you think you are? Do you think you could defeat me? Do you think you're a blood prince? You are just a little count, and you dare to talk big here. Lockhart displayed rich and colorful emotions. You want to shed tears until you see the coffin, young wizard. McLagan pretended to be fierce. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Do you know who I am? I am Gilderoy Lockhart, a third-level member of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League, and a famous wizard who has won the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly 5 times. Am I afraid of a little vampire like you? Are you joking? Ha ha. Lockhart said with a big laugh. No. How could you be such a powerful wizard? Oh, great ancestor of vampires. You must be joking with me. McLagan's performance was extremely exaggerated. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard that tears are coming out. Yes, my Merlin, are we 3 years old? This class is really funny. The students listened to the amusing dialogue between the two and burst into laughter, with the Weasley brothers laughing the loudest. Such a scene was clearly not what Lockhart, who wanted to earn the students' admiration, desired, so his face immediately turned cold, and that so-called charming smile was gone. If Chris had looked up with his keen perception, he might have discovered the clues, but unfortunately, Chris was focusing on writing and drawing on parchment, studying the mirror magic pattern, and had no interest in what was happening in class. Lockhart keenly noticed this and was furious, deciding to take Chris as an example to teach a lesson, which would definitely serve as a warning to others. ChrisRed, you're not paying attention in class. What are you doing? Lockhart said loudly, looking in Chris's direction. However, before Chris could say anything, Lockhart continued. Yes, yes, I know what you were thinking. He spoke so casually, as if he were already a world-renowned wizard. But when I was in your year, I was just as ordinary as you are now. In fact, I should say I was even more ordinary than you. I mean, some people already know you, right? You are the famous genius of Hogwarts, the best newcomer featured in today's Transfiguration magazine. I know. Although this is not as glamorous as being a third-level member of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League, and winning the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly 5 times. But this is a start, Mr. Red. You must work hard. Accomplishments are not achieved overnight. You need years of continuous effort to make progress and reach a higher level. Sooner or later, you will achieve what I have now, or even exceed me. Keep it up. Of course, one cannot escape punishment for doing wrong, so 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Lockhart pretended to be serious. After Lockhart's speech, not to mention Chris, everyone was stunned. What is going on with this guy? Chris was also speechless. He could only nod helplessly, naturally grumbling in his heart. This guy, does he still consider himself a person? Educating others with such a set of pretentiousness is really outrageous. It's worth noting that Albus Dumbledore was the headmaster of the school when Lockhart was studying, and he happened to know the 2 wizards whose memories Lockhart had erased. So he knew exactly what had happened. He believed that as long as Lockhart was placed in a normal school environment, his deception would be exposed. Therefore, in June 1992, when the Defense Against the Dark Arts position at Hogwarts became vacant, Dumbledore approached Lockhart and offered him a job at Hogwarts. Of course, Lockhart was making money and gaining fame, and the position of Hogwarts professor was just a hassle for him, which he was not enthusiastic about. But who was old Dumbledore? He had long understood human nature, so he hinted that Lockhart could teach the second-year student Harry Potter, and being Harry's teacher would give him more popularity than doing anything else. Chapter 217. A date with Penelope. ChrisRed walked into the Gryffindor common room, his face beaming with the joy of victory. His friend, third-year student Imp Lesko, was already there, holding a cup of hot chocolate, ready to celebrate. Did you see that goal? Harry is a genius, Imp exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, he nearly got hit by the bludger. Fortunately, everything turned out fine, Chris replied, feeling relieved that this Quidditch match hadn't turned into another disaster. The two jumped onto a sofa near the fireplace, which was already filled with other Gryffindor students. George and Fred Weasley were in the corner performing a small fireworks display, while Ron and Hermione were enthusiastically discussing the details of the match. Harry Potter walked in, wearing a victorious smile. Harry, you were amazing. Chris patted Harry on the back. How did you master that flying move? Harry chuckled, shyly scratching the back of his head. Thanks to George and Fred. They showed me that move, he said. Chris laughed. He knew that although George and Fred Weasley were masters of mischief, they were also reliable when it mattered. If it weren't for you, Chris, I might have really been hit by that bludger, Harry said seriously. Did you do anything with your wand? Chris shook his head. No, Harry, that wasn't me. It was probably someone else on the field. Neither of them pressed the issue further, but they both understood that Quidditch wasn't just about luck and skill. George and Fred came over, with George saying, Harry, you really are our hero. If it weren't for you, we might have lost. Harry shook his head. No, we all worked hard together to win. Fred smiled and said, but Harry, your flying skills are fantastic. I think you have what it takes to join a professional Quidditch team. Harry chuckled. Thanks. But right now I just want to focus on studying magic. Quidditch is just my hobby. Chris watched them, filled with emotion. He felt fortunate to be part of such a team, growing alongside so many outstanding classmates. The celebration lasted a long time, until the campus clock struck midnight. Chris felt exhausted, but extremely happy. He stood up. All right, I need to go to bed. We have classes tomorrow. All right, I forgot about that, Imp laughed. Sweet dreams. Chris, back in the dormitory, he lay on his bed, his thoughts drifting back to the match, those exciting moments, and the joyful times with his classmates. He felt very satisfied and happy. In this magical world, he had found his place, true friends, and endless magical knowledge waiting for him to explore. Chris took a deep breath and closed his eyes, drifting into a sweet dream. When ChrisRed woke up, sunlight streamed through the window onto his face. He stretched, feeling exceptionally cheerful. Last night's celebration had put him in a good mood, but today he had an even more special date. Penelope was a very special girl. She was a top student in Ravenclaw, smart, witty, and very charming. Chris had met her in the library while searching for materials for an assignment, and Penelope had offered to help him. Since then, their relationship had gradually become closer. Today, Penelope had invited him to Madame Putafoot's tea shop in Hogsmeade. Chris knew it was a great place for a couple's date, and his heart raced with anticipation for his meeting with Penelope. He put on his favorite robe, checked his appearance to ensure everything was perfect, and then left the dormitory, heading to Hogsmeade. The streets of Hogsmeade were bustling with people, with various shops and stalls lively in operation. Chris walked along the street, feeling joyful and looking forward to meeting Penelope. Before long, he arrived at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. It was an old building that looked quite historic. The interior was cozy, decorated with various magical items and ornaments that filled the air with a romantic atmosphere. As Chris walked in, he quickly spotted Penelope. She was sitting at a window seat, sunlight pouring onto her, making her look even more beautiful. When she saw Chris, she flashed a sweet smile. "Chris, you made it." Penelope stood up, walked over to Chris, and gently hugged him. Chris felt a bit shy, but returned her embrace. "Penelope, you look really beautiful today." After they sat down, they began their date. They ordered some tea and snacks, then started chatting. "Chris, your Gryffindor Quidditch match yesterday was really amazing," Penelope praised. "Thank you, Penelope. Actually, the happiest moment for me yesterday was when you sent me the invitation to come out today." "I thought you were joking at first," Chris said. A faint blush appeared on Penelope's cheeks, and that mix of shyness and anticipation made Chris's heart race. He had never seen Penelope like this, and it made him feel that this date was truly special. "You know, Penelope, yesterday's match with Harry and the others was really thrilling," Chris began, trying to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. Penelope nodded. "I saw it, especially that out-of-control bludger. It was really dangerous." "Yeah, thankfully Harry dodged it," Chris recalled. "Actually, there are many uncertainties in every match, but I believe that as long as we unite, we can definitely achieve victory." Penelope smiled. "You really have leadership qualities, Chris. I believe you will be an outstanding Gryffindor." Chris felt a bit shy. "Thank you for the compliment, Penelope. Actually, I admire you too. You're really outstanding in your studies." Penelope laughed. "Actually, I have many areas where I need to improve. Studying at Hogwarts is really challenging, especially with some advanced magic." Chris nodded. "Yeah, I feel that too. Especially Transfiguration. It really gives me a headache." They began sharing their experiences at Hogwarts, discovering that they had many similarities in their studies. They both had a strong interest in magic and hoped to become excellent wizards. "Have you ever thought about what kind of wizards we will become in the future?" Penelope suddenly asked. Chris paused for a moment. "Actually, I've always wanted to be an excellent wizard. I think any job is a very challenging one." Penelope smiled. "I believe you will definitely become an outstanding wizard. As for me, I hope to become a scholar studying magic. I think there are many unknown areas of magic waiting for us to explore." Chris nodded. "Yeah, magic is really fascinating. I believe that as long as we work hard, we can achieve our dreams." Their conversation flowed from the Quidditch match to their studies at Hogwarts and their future dreams, and they discovered that they had many common interests and pursuits. This date allowed them to understand each other better and brought them closer together. Time passed quickly, and the sun had already begun to set. Chris and Penelope didn't want to end the date, but they knew there were many things waiting for them in the evening. "Penelope, I really had a great time today," Chris said. "Me too, Chris," Penelope replied. The two stood up and walked out of Madame Putafoot's tea shop. They strolled down the streets of Hogsmeade, enjoying this wonderful moment. This was their first date, but they both knew it was just the beginning of their beautiful story. Chapter 218. Memory Potion. Chris Reed's mood has been soaring lately. Every morning when he wakes up, he feels an inexplicable excitement and anticipation. His steps are light, his smiles more frequent, and even mistakes in magic class experiments haven't dampened his good spirits. Imklesko has noticed this change. He and Chris are good friends and have always shared their joys and sorrows with each other. But recently, it seems Chris is hiding something from him. "Chris," Imk said on a sunny afternoon, pulling Chris to sit in the academy's courtyard. "Is there something on your mind lately?" Chris was caught off guard by the question. He tried to mask his feelings. "What do you mean? I'm doing great." Imp didn't believe him. "Your behavior has changed. You seem like you've eaten honey every day. Is something good happening?" Chris chuckled to himself. He knew exactly why he felt this way, but he wasn't ready to tell Imp. His relationship with Penelope was still in a vague stage, and he didn't want too many people to know. "It's nothing." Chris attempted to change the subject. "I've just gained a better understanding of magic recently and feel like I've made a lot of progress, so I'm in a good mood." Imp clearly didn't buy it, but he didn't press further. The two began discussing their recent studies and magic experiments. Chris's daily life was fulfilling. In the mornings, he attended magic classes, listening intently and practicing diligently. In the afternoons, he would go to the potion laboratory to brew various potions. Chris Reed had always had a keen interest in potions. He believed that potions were not just a form of magic, but also an art. Each potion required precise proportions and strict steps. A small mistake could lead to potion failure or even side effects. Recently, Chris began researching a new potion, which he called the Memory Potion. The main function of this potion was to help people improve their memory, making it easier for them to learn and master knowledge. Chris's inspiration came from his own experiences. He found that while studying magic, he often forgot important points, especially before exams when he felt anxious and unsettled. He hoped to develop a potion that could help himself and other classmates improve their memory and better cope with studies and exams. Chris started searching for relevant information in the library. He discovered that some wizards in history had attempted to create similar potions, but the results were unsatisfactory. Chris decided to start from scratch and develop a completely new potion. He first selected some magical herbs and materials beneficial to the brain, such as wisdom grass, memory fruit, and magic mushrooms. Then, he began experimenting with different brewing methods and proportions, hoping to find the best formula. After countless attempts and failures, Chris finally brewed the first bottle of memory potion. He decided to try the potion's effects himself. Chris carefully took a small sip of the memory potion and then began reviewing his magic knowledge. He found that his memory had indeed improved. Many points he used to forget easily could now be recalled effortlessly. Chris excitedly shared his discovery with Imk Lesko. Imk was also very interested in the potion and wanted to try it. Chris gave Imk a bottle of memory potion, and before Professor McGonagall's small test, Imk drank the potion and found that his test scores significantly improved, even exceeding his expectations. News quickly spread throughout Hogwarts, and many classmates wanted to try the memory potion. Chris decided to offer the potion to all students in need, but for a fee. Of course, he still needed to discuss selling it with George and Fred. Chris's memory potion caused a sensation at Hogwarts, and he received much praise. Many teachers expressed their admiration for his innovative spirit and hard work. However, there was one exception. In the corridors of Hogwarts, Professor Snape walked heavily. His black cloak billowed in the wind, and a cold light flickered in his deep-set eyes. The students' discussions about the memory potion echoed in his ears, further darkening his mood. Professor Snape was the potions master at Hogwarts and had profound expertise in potion making. His potions class was always strict and challenging, and he had high expectations of his students. Thus, when he heard that a third-year student had developed a potion that could enhance memory, his first reaction was skepticism. He sought out ChrisRed, hoping to understand the brewing process and principles behind this potion. "Reed," Snape said coldly, "I hear you've developed a memory potion." Chris felt a bit nervous. He knew Snape's reputation, but he mustered the courage to reply, "Yes, Professor. I have indeed developed this potion, and it can help people improve their memory." A cold light flickered in Snape's eyes. "How did you develop it?" Chris detailed his research process to Professor Snape, including the magical herbs and materials he chose, as well as his brewing methods and proportions. Snape listened intently, his eyes never leaving Chris's face. After Chris finished, he paused for a moment and then said, "Your research is indeed creative, but I still have some doubts. How can you ensure that this potion is safe?" Chris answered, "I have conducted many experiments while developing this potion. I have also tried it myself to ensure it is safe." Professor Snape gave a cold smile. "Do you think your experiments can represent everyone?" Chris felt a bit embarrassed. "I know my experiments are not perfect, but I believe this potion has value." Snape looked at Chris. "I hope you continue your research, but I also hope you can be more cautious. Potion making is a serious discipline, and even a small mistake can lead to severe consequences." Chris nodded. "I understand, Professor. I will work harder." Professor Snape turned to leave, but his words echoed in Chris's ears. Chris knew he had a long way to go in his research, but he also believed he had the ability to develop a truly valuable potion. He hoped to continue his potion studies and contribute more to the magical world. Chapter 219. To sell or not to sell? George and Fred Weasley were always curious about any new happenings at school. When news of the memory potion reached their ears, they were immediately intrigued. In their dormitory, George excitedly said to Fred, "I heard Chris developed a potion that can enhance memory. What do you think?" Fred squinted his eyes and smiled. "Oh, that sounds interesting. Shouldn't we give it a try?" George nodded, a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. "Not only should we try it, but if it really works well, shouldn't we consider stocking it and selling it?" Fred added, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, understanding each other perfectly. George and Fred had always had a knack for business, often teaming up with Chris to sell homemade magical items and prank tools at school. If the memory potion proved effective, it would undoubtedly be another great business opportunity for the three of them. They decided to find Chris first to test out the potion. When they found Chris, he was not surprised. He had intended to seek them out to discuss the situation as well. So Chris asked, "Are you also interested in this potion?" George replied with a grin, "Of course. Who wouldn't want to enhance their memory? Especially students who are often punished by professors to copy from books." Chris chuckled and handed them 2 bottles of the memory potion. Give it a try. And if you find it effective, let me know. George and Fred returned to their dormitory and immediately tried the potion as per Chris's instructions. They found that their memory had indeed improved. Many facts they had previously forgotten were now easily recalled. The two decided they would sell the potion in large quantities at school. They approached Chris with their proposal. George said, "Don't worry. We will ensure the quality of each bottle of potion. Plus, we will advise students not to rely solely on the potion. Real learning requires their own effort." Thus, in a quiet corner of Hogwarts, Chris, George, and Fred sat together, spreading out a piece of parchment covered in various numbers and terms. First, George began. "We need to determine the price of the memory potion. Considering its effectiveness and production costs, I suggest a price of 5 galleons per bottle." Chris frowned. 5 galleons? That price seems a bit high. I hope every student can afford it. Fred interjected, "Chris, you have to understand, the effect of this potion is priceless. Given its ability to help students improve their memory, 5 galleons is not high at all. Moreover, we must consider production and promotional costs." Chris thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's go with 5 galleons. But I hope we can offer some discounts, like buy 3 bottles and get 1 free." George and Fred exchanged smiles, with George saying, "We can consider that. However, we also need to confirm production and supply issues." Chris replied, "I can handle production, but I need some magical herbs and materials. Can you help me procure them?" Fred nodded, "No problem. We have contacts with some suppliers and can help you get the best quality magical herbs and materials." George added, "We also need to think about promotion. I suggest we make some flyers and place them in various corners of the school to let more students know about the memory potion." Chris agreed, "I support that. But I want to ensure the quality of each potion, and we shouldn't lower our standards for the sake of profit." Fred said seriously, "Don't worry. We would never do that. Our goal is to help students, not deceive them." Additionally, George suggested, "We need an attractive packaging design so that students can recognize the memory potion at a glance." Chris replied, "I agree. The packaging should be simple yet elegant, reflecting the uniqueness of the potion." Fred pulled out a sketch depicting a deep blue bottle with golden text, "Memory Potion." The cap was pure silver, engraved with a small brain design. "This is my design. What do you think?" Fred asked. Chris and George expressed their satisfaction. They decided to adopt this design and have it produced. Next, George said, "We need a fast and secure delivery method to ensure every bottle reaches the students promptly." Chris suggested, "We could use Outpost. It's the most common delivery method at Hogwarts, both fast and reliable." All three agreed that this was a great suggestion and decided to go with it. George added, "We need to organize some promotional events to let more students know about the memory potion." Chris also suggested, "I propose we organize a memory contest to let students experience the effects of the potion firsthand." George and Fred thought this was an excellent idea and decided to adopt it. After several hours of discussion, they finally reached a cooperation agreement. The main points of the agreement were as follows. The price of the memory potion was set at 5 galleons, with a buy 3, get 1 free offer. Chris was responsible for production, while George and Fred would procure the magical herbs and materials. George and Fred would handle promotion and sales, allowing them to take a certain profit from each bottle sold. All three would ensure the quality of each potion, maintaining standards. If any problems arose, they would share responsibility. All three signed their names, and the cooperation agreement officially took effect. After George and Fred left, Chris sat there, knowing this was a significant opportunity, but also a huge challenge. He hoped they could succeed in providing truly valuable potions for the students of Hogwarts. Thus, George and Fred began to sell the memory potion in large quantities at school and organize the memory contest. The memory contest was an idea proposed by Chris, aimed at allowing students to experience the effects of the memory potion firsthand. This proposal received strong support from George and Fred, who believed it was an excellent promotional opportunity. It was not just a competition, but also an experiment. It aimed to let students experience the potion's effects in a practical context and showcase its magical power for the contest format. The contest was divided into 2 phases. The first phase was the learning phase, where all participants received the same materials covering various topics, including the history of Hogwarts, magical creatures, and potion making. Students needed to study this material within a specified time. The second phase was the testing phase, where participants had to answer a series of questions about the material. Each question had a specific score, and the student with the highest score at the end would win. To ensure fairness, all participants could choose whether to use the memory potion during the learning phase. But they had to declare their choice before the contest started and undergo a magical inspection afterward to ensure no violations occurred. The winning student would receive a certain amount of memory potion and a special trophy engraved with the words "Memory Contest Champion." George and Fred were in charge of promoting the competition. They placed flyers in various corners of the school, detailing the time, location, and rules of the event. They also held a series of promotional activities in the Hogwarts cafeteria and library, which attracted a large number of students to sign up. Chapter 220. The Memory Competition in the Corridors of Hogwarts. A forgotten classroom stood with its door tightly closed. This classroom had not been used for many years, but tonight, it would become the stage for the memory competition. Chris, George, and Fred had started preparing the classroom several days in advance. Once filled with dust, the classroom had been transformed into a neat and bright space through their efforts. They magically enlarged the room to ensure it could accommodate all the participants and spectators. Deep blue curtains adorned the walls, embroidered with the golden words "Memory Competition." In the center of the classroom, they placed a huge round table, which held all the reference materials. Each participant had their own small desk and chair, with parchment and quills provided for answering questions. As night fell, the participants began to arrive at the classroom, their faces filled with nervousness and anticipation. Chris stood at the entrance, handing out numbers to each participant and explaining the basic rules of the competition. Although it was a closed competition, George and Fred still invited some special spectators. They understood that to make the memory competition more impactful, it was crucial to have some distinguished guests present. They carefully selected important figures from Hogwarts, hoping their attendance would add weight to the event. These guests included teachers from Hogwarts and a few student representatives. Before the competition began, George and Fred arranged a brief interaction session for the invited audience. Professor McGonagall spoke first, praising Chris's innovative spirit and expressing her anticipation for the competition. Her words were filled with wisdom and encouragement, captivating everyone present. She was pleased to see the students participating so actively and hoped the competition would proceed fairly and justly. Professor Snape's remarks were somewhat cold, but he mentioned his love for potions and looked forward to seeing the practical effects of the memory potion. Student Representative Harry Potter also spoke, stating that although he was not participating, he was very eager to see how his classmates performed. Once all the participants were in place, Chris walked to the center of the classroom and began announcing the start of the competition. "Welcome to the memory competition," he said. "This is a test of your memory. You will receive the same materials and need to study them within the allotted time. After that, I will ask questions and you will need to answer." With that, he magically distributed the materials to each participant. The participants began to read attentively, and the classroom fell into a deep silence. An hour later, Chris announced that the study time was over. He began to ask questions, each related to the content of the materials. The participants quickly wrote down their answers with quills, each one cautious not to be careless. The invited spectators watched with great focus. They nodded at times and whispered discussions among themselves. When a particularly difficult question arose, both Professor Snape and Hermione Granger displayed thoughtful expressions, seemingly trying to find the answers. Overall, the presence of the invited guests added considerable weight to the memory competition. Their support and encouragement made this event not just a test of memory, but also a stage to showcase the talents and efforts of Hogwarts students. After all the questions had been asked, George and Fred began collecting the answer sheets. They used magic to score them, ensuring fairness and accuracy. Of course, there were always some amusing answers among the sheets, which were not only unique, but also laugh-out-loud funny. 1. Betty Bubble. Question: Please describe the main characteristics of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Betty's answer: "Oh, I know. Gryffindor is the one who always wears a red hat. Hufflepuff likes to grow potatoes. Slytherin is a snake-obsessed person, and Ravenclaw, she must be an early bird." 2. Tom Riddle. Question: Name 3 common magical creatures. Tom's answer: unicorn rabbits, giant goldfish, and flying pigs. 3. Lily Lunette. Question: What potion can cure a common cold? Lily's answer: obviously hot chocolate, and add a bit of chili sauce. 4. Fred Fuzzle. Question: Please describe the basic structure of a wand. Fred's answer: it's just that long wooden stick, with something inside and something outside, and then you shake it, and stuff comes out. 5. Ginny Giggle. Question: What are the 3 forbidden rules of magic? Ginny's answer: no loud talking in the library, no food fights in the dining hall, and no sneaking around at night to eat other people's chocolate cakes. Although these answers were amusing, they had to admit that the participants' imagination and sense of humor were indeed outstanding. This also brought a touch of relaxation and joy to the tense atmosphere of the competition. After half an hour of waiting, Chris finally announced the results. A girl named Gringlass emerged victorious. She demonstrated excellent memory and adaptability during the competition, earning applause from everyone. After the competition ended, Chris, George, and Fred presented Gringlass with a trophy. The other participants received small prizes to encourage their efforts. As the participants left the classroom one by one, they each carried deep impressions in their hearts. It was an unforgettable night. They had experienced an unprecedented competition and witnessed the magic of the memory potion. For Chris, George, and Fred, this was just the beginning. Through this competition, their potion would surely sell well. After the memory competition, Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat down in a quiet corner of Hogwarts to discuss the recently concluded event. Harry sighed and said, "I really didn't expect the competition to be so intense. Those questions were really challenging." Ron nodded in response. "Yeah, I was dumbfounded when I saw those questions. I think I could only answer one or two." Hermione smiled slightly and said, "I think this competition was really meaningful. It not only tested our memory, but also honed our adaptability. I saw many classmates working hard, and that was truly moving." Harry looked at Hermione and said, "You're right. I also saw many classmates putting in a lot of effort. However, I am really curious why Chris wanted to hold such a competition." Ron thought for a moment and said, "I think he might want to promote his memory potion through this competition. After all, this competition is closely related to his potion." Hermione nodded and said, "I think so too. However, I really admire Chris's creativity. This competition is not just a test. It's an opportunity for us to showcase our abilities." Harry smiled slightly and said, "You're right. But if there is another one, I really look forward to the next competition. I want to see what the next questions will be." Ron laughed and said, "No matter what the next questions are, I hope we can participate." This competition was really meaningful. The three continued to chat for a while before walking back to the dormitory to rest. They all knew that this competition was just the beginning for Hogwarts, and many more challenges awaited them in the future. Chapter 2, 21 Love. The popularity of the love potion. Chris was very happy that the potion was well received, but for him, the happiest moments were in the evenings. He would use his owl to write letters to Penelope. The content of their letters was filled with ambiguity and sweetness. They shared their lives with each other, encouraged one another, and offered guidance. Chris sat at his desk, his quill dipped in ink, his thoughts drifting to Penelope. He decided to write her a letter with his owl. He knew that such letters were a special emotional exchange for both of them. Chris wrote, "Dear Penelope, how are you? I know the distance between us is not far, but every time I think of you, I feel that distance becomes vast. I think that's the magic of love. Do you remember our last date at Madame Putafoot's tea house? I remember you said your favorite was the blueberry milkshake there. I think that next time we go, I will order 2 for you. Recently, I have been studying that memory potion. Every time I succeed in my experiments, I think of you because you're my most beautiful memory. I know there are still many unknowns between us, but I believe that as long as we trust each other, we can overcome all difficulties. Please tell me what you have been doing lately. I want to know every little detail about you. Looking forward to your reply. Yours forever, Chris." However, Penelope's reply to ChrisRed, "Dear Chris, I was really happy to receive your letter. Every time I see your handwriting, I feel like you are right beside me. I still remember our date at Madame Putafoot's tea house. That day I was really happy. I think that was the best time of my life. Regarding your memory potion, I really admire you. You are always so hardworking and persistent. I think that is why you are so exceptional. Recently, I have been preparing for that magic exam. You know, I have never been good at it, but I believe that if you are by my side, I could do my best. Please tell me what you have been doing lately. I want to know every little detail about you. Looking forward to our next date. Yours forever." Penelope. The letters between them were filled with ambiguity and sweetness. Each exchange made them more certain that their feelings for each other were real and worth cherishing. Chris loved this feeling. He thought this was true life. He once believed that the magical world was only about study and practice. But now he knew that there was also love in the magical world. Whenever he thought of Penelope, his heart would race. He looked forward to every meeting with her and every exchange. He knew he had fallen deeply in love with her, but he also knew that their relationship was still in an ambiguous phase. He dared not confess easily. He was afraid of rejection and afraid of losing this beautiful feeling. So he chose to wait. He believed that as long as their feelings were deep enough, one day they would come together. Although Imk did not know Chris's secret, he was also happy for Chris. Chris was happy every day, and he felt this was the best time of his life at Hogwarts. He looked forward to the future, to every meeting with Penelope, and to every moment of ambiguity between them. Of course, according to Hogwarts rules, it was impossible for Chris to always be this happy. One night, in the corridors of Hogwarts, there was a deathly silence. The students had gathered in the Great Hall, discussing in hushed tones. Their faces were filled with fear and confusion, because another petrifying attack had occurred at the school. Colin, the always smiling Gryffindor student with a camera, had become the latest victim. He was found in a corner on the 7th floor, his body stiff, eyes wide open, with a hint of fear on his face. His hands were still tightly gripping his camera, as if he had been trying to capture something at the moment of the attack. Professor McGonagall was the first to discover Colin. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with tears. She gently touched Colin's face and then turned to the students, saying, "Go find Professor Dumbledore." The students were panicking, unsure of what to do. Harry, Hermione, and Ron walked over to Colin's side, looking at his stiff body, filled with unease. "What's going on?" Ron whispered, "Why Colin?" Hermione shook her head and said, "I don't know, but I feel this attack is related to the last one." Harry furrowed his brow and said, "We must find out the truth. We cannot let more people get hurt." Just then, Professor Dumbledore walked in. His face was serious, his eyes glinting coldly. He approached Colin, gently touched his face, and then turned to the students, saying, "I know you're all scared, but I assure you, we will find out the truth and protect every student." The students quieted down, looking at Professor Dumbledore. They knew that only he could solve this crisis. Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall and said, "McGonagall, go find Professor Snape and see if he has any way to resolve this attack." Professor McGonagall nodded and quickly left. Dumbledore turned back to emphasize, "I know you are all scared, but I hope you can trust us. We will find out the truth as soon as possible and protect every student." The students nodded and then left the Great Hall. Harry, Hermione, and Ron gathered together to discuss in low voices. "We must find out the truth," Harry said. "We cannot let more people get hurt." Hermione nodded and said, "We must take action. We cannot just sit and wait any longer." Ron also nodded and said, "We must find out the truth and protect every student." The three of them decided they must take action to uncover the truth and protect every student. However, the headmaster's words did not alleviate the students' fears. Every corner of Hogwarts was filled with low murmurs and a tense atmosphere. The incident with Colin loomed like a shadow over every student's heart, turning the once magical and joyful school into an unusually oppressive place. In a corner of the Great Hall, a few Slytherin students huddled together, whispering, "Did you hear?" Colin was petrified. A boy trembled. "Really? Does that mean the monster from the Chamber of Secrets has appeared again?" A girl asked fearfully. "I heard that Colin was attacked while trying to capture something. His camera might have clues." Another boy said mysteriously, "Chapter 222 again." Terror fermentation in the library. Chris was flipping through an ancient magic book while a nearby Ravenclaw student was quietly discussing. "I'm really scared. If even the Gryffindor students aren't safe, who can escape?" A girl said anxiously, "I heard that Professor Dumbledore is investigating this matter. I hope he can find the culprits soon," another boy said. On the playground, a group of students was practicing Quidditch, but they were distracted, each face showing signs of worry. "Do you think this attack is related to the last one?" A student asked. "I don't know, but I'm really scared. I don't want to be the next victim," another student trembled. In the dormitory, Imp Lesko was discussing with several Gryffindor students. "I really can't believe Colin became a victim. He was always so careful. How could this happen?" Imp Lesko's voice choked. "We have to be careful. Who knows who the next victim will be?" A student said nervously. The fear and discussions among the students filled every corner of Hogwarts with tension and unease. Everyone was worried about whether they would become the next victim. In such an atmosphere, every day at school became unusually heavy. This made Chris very concerned about Penelope, wondering if she was scared. So, Chris and Penelope sat by the Black Lake at Hogwarts, the water rippling in the breeze, reflecting Penelope's worried face. Penelope recounted once again the incident of Colin being petrified and the tense atmosphere within the school. Penelope sighed, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "Chris, I'm really scared. This attack was so sudden, and it happened in Gryffindor. I'm worried about your safety." Chris gently held Penelope's hand, trying to give her some comfort. "I know you're worried, but I'll be careful. And Professor Dumbledore and the other teachers are working hard to investigate. I believe there will be results soon." Penelope looked at Chris, a hint of determination in her eyes. "I know you've always been brave, but this matter is really serious. You must be careful and not take risks." Chris smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I won't make you anxious. And I believe our unity and friendship can help us get through this crisis." Penelope nodded, but her eyes were still full of worry. "I know you're confident, but I still hope you can be a little more cautious. This attack was too sudden, and we don't know what will happen next." Chris looked deeply at Penelope, then held her hand tightly. "I know you're worried, but I promise I'll be careful. And I believe our friendship and unity can help us through this crisis." The two exchanged smiles, both knowing that this attack was just the beginning, and more challenges awaited them in the future. But they believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could defeat them. When Chris returned to Gryffindor, George and the others called him over again. They sat together, and Imp Lesko's face appeared somewhat pale. "I really didn't expect Colin to become a victim. He was always so lively and full of energy. This is really shocking." George frowned. This attack is indeed unexpected. But what worries me more is that this is just the beginning. If we can't find out the truth soon, who knows who'll be next? Fred nodded. I agree with George. We can't just sit back and wait. We need to find out who did it and why. Lesko sighed. I know we need to take action, but I'm really scared. I'm worried I will be the next victim. George gently patted Lesko's shoulder. I know you're scared. We're all scared. But we can't let fear control us. We need to unite and find the truth. Fred added, and we have Chris. He's always been smart and resourceful. I believe that as long as we stand together, nothing can defeat us. Chris shook his head. I know you're all concerned about this, but I don't want to get involved. I just want to wait and see how things develop. George and Fred both looked surprised. Chris, how can you say that? This concerns the safety of all of us. Chris sighed. I know, but I feel that acting now might make things worse. I want to wait and see what happens. George quickly glanced at Fred, then turned to Chris. Chris, I understand your concerns, really. But this isn't just about you. It's about all of us. If we don't take action, more people might get hurt. Fred continued. Chris, you're our friend, and we don't want to see you or anyone else get hurt. You know, the Weasley family has always been brave. We can't just stand by. Chris was silent for a moment, then said, I know you all care about me, but I really don't want to take risks. I'm afraid that if we take action, it might make things worse. George took a deep breath. Chris, I know you're scared. We are too, but we can't let fear control us. We need to unite and find the truth. Fred added, and you know, the Weasley family has always been united. We will support you no matter what you decide to do. Chris looked at them, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you. I will think about it. George and Fred nodded, and then they continued to sit there, immersed in their thoughts. They all knew this was a very difficult decision, but they hoped to find the best solution. At that moment, George's mind drifted home, thinking about his family, especially his younger siblings. He knew that if they didn't take action, more people might get hurt. He didn't want to see his family and friends harmed. He hoped to find a way to ensure everyone's safety without regretting it. In Fred's mind, memories of the joyful times spent with George surfaced. They had always been an unstoppable duo, but this incident made him feel unprecedented pressure. He knew they couldn't just stand by. They needed to take action. He hoped to find a way to ensure everyone's safety while ensuring that he and George wouldn't be harmed. Lesko's mood was very complicated. He agreed with Chris's decision, but also understood George's concerns. Additionally, Imp had always regarded Chris as a close friend, and they had shared many unforgettable moments at Hogwarts. He knew Chris was a thoughtful person, but he also worried that this decision might have adverse effects on all of them. He hoped to find a way that could ensure everyone's safety while making Chris feel comfortable. As for Chris, deep down, his worries and conflicts intertwined. He knew that George and Fred were right. They needed to unite, but he was also afraid that his actions might make things worse. He recalled the sweet moments with Penelope, and he didn't want to hurt her because of his decision. He hoped to find a way that would ensure everyone's safety while not making him regret it. Alas, this matter has troubled everyone. It is just too difficult. Everyone knows that this is a very tough decision that requires time to think about. Chapter 223. Dueling Club. The atmosphere at Hogwarts had never been so heavy. Colin's attack had filled every corner with tension and unease. Students whispered to each other. Teachers wore serious expressions, and the entire school seemed shrouded in a shadow. In this situation, Professor Lockhart, the narcissistic and showy defense against the dark arts teacher, proposed a seemingly absurd suggestion to establish a dueling club. Students. Lockhart waved his arms from the podium in the dining hall, his robes billowing and his golden hair shining under the lights. To help everyone relieve stress and enhance your defensive abilities, I've decided to start a dueling club. The students exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Some thought it was a good idea to learn some practical skills. Others believed it was just another of Lockhart's attempts to show off. This dueling club will teach you how to protect yourselves in real duels. Lockhart continued. I will personally guide you and teach you the most practical dueling techniques. Hermione frowned. Is this really useful? Ron shook his head. I think this is just Lockhart showing off again. Harry was even more worried. What if someone really gets hurt? But Lockhart seemed unconcerned about their worries. He had already begun organizing the club's first event, inviting all students to participate. Thus, the first meeting of the dueling club commenced in the Great Hall. As night fell, the atmosphere became more mysterious. The floating candles cast a soft golden light throughout the hall, contrasting sharply with the black velvet of the ceiling. Students chatted excitedly, each looking forward to the upcoming dueling lessons. They speculated about who would be their instructors. Of course, everyone knew Lockhart would show up, but no one knew who he would bring. Hermione's guess intrigued many, as Flitwick had indeed been a dueling champion in his youth. But when Lockhart walked onto the stage with Snape, A wave of surprised murmurs swept through the hall. Snape's appearance caught many students off guard. He had always been a serious, cold potions master, and few knew of his prowess in dueling. Compared to Lockhart, Snape appeared more calm and professional. Lockhart stood in the center of the stage, his maroon robes shimmering in the candlelight, contrasting sharply with Snape's black attire. He waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down, and then began his speech. Come closer, come closer, he shouted, his voice filled with confidence and enthusiasm. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Great. His words elicited laughter from the students. Despite many doubting Lockhart's abilities, his narcissism and self-assured personality always managed to draw attention. Yes, Professor Dumbledore has allowed me to start this little dueling club, Lockhart continued, to train you all thoroughly, in case you ever need to defend yourselves, using the methods I've employed countless times. Students whispered among themselves, discussing Lockhart's words. Some expressed support, believing it was a great learning opportunity. Others thought it was just another of Lockhart's boasts. Chris, sitting in the middle of the hall, kept his eyes fixed on the two professors on stage. He had always known Lockhart was a show-off, and pairing him with Snape, whose personality was completely different, was fascinating. One was a narcissistic braggart, the other a cold realist. Chris found it utterly amusing. When Lockhart introduced Snape, Chris noticed Snape's expression darkening noticeably. He knew Snape disliked such public displays, but he seemed unwilling to refuse. Chris speculated that perhaps Snape had his own plans, or maybe he just wanted to prove his abilities in dueling. Wouldn't it be great if they both ended up hurting each other? Ron's quiet mutter made Chris unable to suppress a laugh. He knew Ron had never had a good opinion of Snape, but he hadn't expected Ron to express it so bluntly. Chris glanced at Harry and saw him smiling as well. Clearly, Harry had heard Ron's comment too. When Lockhart and Snape began to duel, Chris watched Lockhart's exaggerated bow and gestures, then saw Snape's disdainful expression, which made him chuckle. Then, they raised their wands in front of their chests like arrows. As you can see, we hold our wands in the typical dueling stance, Lockhart announced to the silent crowd. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spell. Of course, we won't take each other's lives. Chris had a clear view of everything on stage. When Snape shouted Expelliarmus, he saw the red light shoot from Snape's wand and directly hit Lockhart. Lockhart's body flew backward off the stage, as if struck by a tremendous force. Chris secretly rejoiced. He had always been dissatisfied with Lockhart's narcissism and showiness. Although Lockhart was a magical genius, he was nothing like Chris, who believed true geniuses did not need to boast. Their abilities would naturally shine through. As Malfoy and the other Slytherin students applauded and cheered, Chris smiled slightly. He knew these students shared the same view of Lockhart as he did. He turned to Hermione and found her anxiously watching Lockhart. Despite Hermione's dislike of Lockhart, she still cared about his safety. That was a good fall, Harry and Ron exclaimed. Just as Harry and Ron finished speaking, Lockhart already staggered to his feet. His hat had fallen to the ground, and his wavy hair stood on end as if he had been electrocuted, looking quite ridiculous. All right, did you all see that? Lockhart tried to steady himself, wobbling back onto the stage, attempting to maintain his composure. He pointed to his wand and said, "This is a disarming spell, just as you saw." "I lost my wand." "Ah, thank you, Miss Brown." A girl picked up Lockhart's wand and handed it to him, her face full of sympathy. Lockhart took the wand, smiled slightly, and then turned to Snape, saying, "Yes, Professor Snape, show them that move. What a brilliant idea. However, I must say, your intention to pull that on me was quite obvious. If I want to stop you, it wouldn't take much effort. I think, for their enlightenment, they should see." Snape's eyes filled with menace, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled into a cold smirk. He clearly did not appreciate Lockhart's mockery, but he did not immediately retort. Lockhart seemed to sense Snape's displeasure and quickly changed the subject. "The demonstration ends here. Now I'll come among you and pair you up into groups of 2. Professor Snape, if you would be willing to assist me." Chapter 224. Chris's duel. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became lively. The long dining table had been moved, leaving an open space where students gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing the duel that was about to start. In the front row, a group of Slytherin students eagerly pulled out their wands, with several of them striking duel poses, mimicking the actions of Lockhart and Snape just moments ago, casting spells at each other. One boy shouted loudly, "Expelliarmus," but his spell was clearly not cast with enough skill, causing the hair of a nearby girl to suddenly turn a bright pink, which elicited a burst of laughter. On the other side, a group of Hufflepuff students formed a circle, quietly discussing the conflict between Lockhart and Snape. A bespectacled boy asked, "Do you think Lockhart can really defeat Snape?" A girl next to him replied mockingly, "He can't even hold his wand properly, And he thinks he can beat Snape? Dream on. The Ravenclaw students were more composed, sitting aside and diligently studying their spell books, occasionally exchanging opinions. One girl said, "I think Lockhart just wants to show off. He doesn't understand dueling at all." The boy next to her nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor students were the most excited. Many of them hoped to shine in the duel and showcase their abilities. The hall was filled with the sounds of student chatter, laughter, and magic, creating a bustling scene. Everyone was eager to find out who their partners would be, while Snape's sudden intervention was clearly meant to cause trouble for Harry. His cold smile sent shivers down people's spines, and his words were filled with sarcasm and provocation. Harry nervously gripped his wand, knowing that the duel with Malfoy would not be easy. Malfoy's smug demeanor clearly indicated his excitement about the upcoming duel with Harry. His eyes sparkled with a provocative gleam, as if he could already envision Harry being defeated by him. Hermione was paired with a Slytherin girl, who indeed resembled the depiction of a harpy that Harry had described, but her eyes revealed a sense of indifference and disdain. Hermione tried to remain polite, smiling slightly at her, but she was completely ignored, as if Hermione didn't exist at all. Ron was assigned to stand next to Finnegan, a Slytherin boy who looked frail but had a cunning and clever glint in his eyes. He looked at Ron with a slight smirk, as if mocking him. Neville and Justin Finch-Fletchley were paired together by Lockhart. Both looked somewhat nervous, but made an effort to smile at each other, as if reassuring one another that they would try to cooperate well. Chris stood among the crowd, his gaze moving from Harry to Ron, then to Hermione, before landing on Snape. He was not surprised by Snape's actions. Chris knew that Snape had always harbored resentment towards Harry, and this duel club was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity for Harry to face some setbacks. Chris had a good relationship with Harry. They had talked several times in the corridors and library of Hogwarts, sharing their magical knowledge. Therefore, seeing Harry treated this way by Snape made Chris feel somewhat displeased. He turned to George and Fred, who were whispering to each other, seemingly speculating about what might happen next. Chris walked over and gently tapped George on the shoulder, asking, "What do you think will happen to Harry?" George frowned and replied, "Snape is doing this on purpose. He's always wanted to cause trouble for Harry. But I believe in Harry. He won't be defeated so easily." Fred chuckled and said, "Harry has us. He'll be fine. Besides, I don't think Malfoy is a match for Harry." Chris nodded, saying, "I think so too." However, this duel club is truly a great opportunity to see who the real magic experts are. The three exchanged smiles and then walked towards the stage, preparing to participate in the upcoming duel. However, George and Fred were quickly assigned opponents, leaving Chris feeling somewhat isolated. His magical talent was well known, so many students were somewhat intimidated to duel against him. Snape's gaze swept through the crowd, finally settling on Chris. He smiled slightly, as if he had made a decision. "Chris," Snape said coldly, his voice laced with provocation, "I think you should duel." His gaze moved through the crowd, finally landing on a figure. Miss Parvati Patil. "Well, let's have our genius Chris demonstrate first." Snape sneered. Parvati, a Ravenclaw student, had some skill in magic, especially in transfiguration. She and Chris had had a few academic clashes, but they maintained a decent relationship privately. Parvati looked somewhat surprised, but quickly adjusted her mindset, smiling slightly as she walked to the center of the stage. Chris also stepped up, and they exchanged smiles, seemingly looking forward to the duel. "Are you ready?" Parvati asked softly. Chris nodded. "Anytime." They stood at opposite ends of the stage, wands in hand, ready to begin. The audience held their breath in anticipation of this duel between skilled opponents. Lockhart, never want to miss a chance to show off, immediately took a position at the side of the stage as a judge. He cleared his throat and announced, "Now, we will witness a high-level duel. Both contestants are top students of their respective years. Please adhere to the rules and do not use lethal spells." Chris and Parvati nodded to each other and took their positions at opposite ends of the stage. Their eyes met, filled with competitive tension and anticipation. "Begin," Lockhart announced loudly. Parvati quickly waved her wand, shouting, "Expelliarmus." A red light shot from her wand, heading directly for Chris. Chris nimbly dodged while countering with Stupefy. A blue light flew towards Parvati, but she cleverly evaded it as well. Their movements were incredibly swift, with spells and counterspells flying back and forth, creating a dazzling display of lights that left the audience mesmerized. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in the audience, watching the duel with nervous excitement. Ron whispered, "Chris is really impressive. His movements are so fast." Hermione nodded, but Parvati is no slouch either. Her transfiguration skills are strong. Just then, Parvati suddenly shouted, "Avis!" A flock of small birds shot from her wand, flying towards Chris. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Chris quickly reacted, waving his wand and calling out a puño. The flock of birds immediately turned back to attack Parvati. Parvati, quick on her feet, waved her wand rapidly, casting another spell. Protego, a translucent shield appeared in front of her, blocking the birds. However, Chris did not stop. He unleashed several spells in succession, and the last one, Petri Ficus Totalis, successfully hit Parvati, causing her to stiffen and fall to the ground. Lort walked between the two and announced, "This duel was truly spectacular. Both of you displayed superb magical skills. But today's victor is Chris." The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, cheering for Chris's victory. Chris smiled and extended a hand to Parvati, helping her to her feet, and the two exchanged a respectful handshake. Chapter 225. Excited Penelope sat in the audience, her gaze fixed tightly on Chris on stage. As the duel began, her heart raced, and every time Chris dodged or countered, she nervously clenched her hands, as if she were also facing an opponent on stage. Watching Chris agilely evade Parvati's attacks filled Penelope with pride. She knew Chris's strength, but seeing him perform so excellently in such a public setting brought her immense comfort and pride. When Parvati conjured a flock of birds, Penelope's heart nearly leapt in her throat. She worried that Chris might get hurt, but his quick and decisive reactions made her proud once again. After the duel ended, when Lockhart announced Chris as the victor, a radiant smile spread across Penelope's face. She applauded Chris, her heart brimming with joy. She knew this was not just a victory in a duel, but also a demonstration of Chris's confidence and strength. After the duel, Penelope could hardly wait to approach Chris, her footsteps particularly eager amidst the noise of the hall. Her dress swayed gently with her movements, and her golden hair sparkled under the lights. Her eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation, as if the entire world had paused, leaving only her and Chris. As she neared Chris, a brilliant smile appeared on her face, radiating deep pride and joy. She gently patted Chris on the back. "Chris, you were amazing," she exclaimed excitedly, her voice full of pride. "I knew you could win." Chris smiled slightly, a look of satisfaction and pride on his face. He gently patted Penelope's back, thanking her for her support and encouragement. Surrounding students also came over to congratulate Chris. His victory clearly won over most of the students, especially those who had previously doubted him. Students flocked to Chris from all directions, their faces glowing with genuine smiles and admiring gazes. Some students enthusiastically patted Chris on the back, while others excitedly high-fived him in congratulations. "You were incredible, Chris," a Gryffindor boy exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. "I never expected you to defeat him so easily." A Hufflepuff girl marveled, her voice filled with respect. Even some Slytherin students couldn't help but come over, their expressions somewhat complicated, but they also showed respect for Chris. After all, strength is undeniable. Chris bowed slightly, humbly responding to everyone as congratulations. A satisfied smile graced his face, but his eyes retained that calm and composure. Penelope stood by, watching everything unfold, her heart filled with pride. She knew Chris had not only won the duel, but also earned everyone's respect and recognition. At that moment, the hall was filled with laughter and cheers, all the students surrounding Chris as if he were the center of this moment. "All right, let's continue," Lockhart said. Naturally, this was because Lockhart couldn't stand to see Chris steal the spotlight. Next, the duel between Harry and Malfoy began. Harry and Malfoy locked eyes, the tension between them palpable. "Ready?" Lockhart's voice echoed loudly in the hall. "I will count to 3, and then you may begin casting spells, but remember, just disarm your opponent. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2. But as soon as he said 2, Malfoy had already swiftly waved his wand. Harry felt a tremendous force slam into him, as if struck by a heavy object. He staggered but quickly regained his balance. He swiftly countered, shouting, "Relatio!" A beam of light shot toward Malfoy, making him bend over. Gasping for breath, Lockhart's voice rang out again. "I said, just disarm." But before he could finish, Malfoy was knocked to the ground by Harry's spell, laughing uncontrollably. Harry paused briefly. He knew, according to the rules of the duel, he shouldn't continue attacking now. But he underestimated Malfoy's cunning. Seizing the opportunity, Malfoy aimed at Harry's legs and shouted, "Tarantaligra." Suddenly, Harry's legs began to dance uncontrollably, as if controlled by some magic. Lockhart's scream echoed once more, "Stop!" But this time, it was Snape who calmly commanded, "Stupefy." Harry and Malfoy both halted, both looking somewhat fatigued, but their eyes still filled with hostility. Snape walked between them. his gaze moving back and forth between Harry and Malfoy, as if assessing their condition. He said coldly, "This is not a joke. This is a duel. You both should know the rules." Harry struggled to catch his breath, a determined expression on his face. Malfoy appeared somewhat smug, but there was also a hint of wariness in his eyes. Lockhart approached Snape, trying to maintain his usual confidence and demeanor. All right. We've all seen the abilities of these young wizards. But now, we should move on to the next segment." Snape nodded, then turned to the students. Who else would like to try dueling? In an instant, a cacophony of voices filled the hall. Some students raised their hands to indicate their willingness to participate, while others quietly discussed the previous duel. Chris stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed on Harry and Malfoy. He knew this duel was not just a contest of skills, but also the eruption of a long-standing feud between the two. Following that, in the duels of other young wizards, Neville and Justin seemed to have sustained some injuries, lying on the ground and gasping, clearly having suffered during the duel. Ron hurried over to Seamus, repeatedly apologizing for the trouble caused by his unreliable wand. The duel between Hermione and Millicent appeared to still be ongoing. Millicent had a firm grip on Hermione, making her feel suffocated. Hermione's cries of pain echoed throughout the hall. Both of their wands had fallen to the ground, evidently lost in the fierce struggle. Seeing this, Harry rushed over, trying to pull Millicent away from Hermione. However, Millicent was much larger than Harry, making his task very difficult. Lockhart, meanwhile, wandered through the crowd like a useless tour guide, his eyes filled with surprise and concern. "Oh dear," he exclaimed, trying to help the injured students. "Ernie, get up. Miss Fawcett, don't worry, it's just a little scratch." Chapter 226, Fleeing in Disgrace Diana. As for Imk Lesko, his dueling skills were well known to be subpar at school. So, when he stepped onto the dueling stage, he clearly felt the pressure. Lesko stood straight, his deep eyes fixed intently on his opponent, extremely nervous. "Are you ready?" Lockhart asked loudly. Lesko nodded, his wand tightly gripped in his hand, ready to cast a spell at any moment. 1, 2, 3, Lockhart shouted. The duel began. Lesko's first move was a powerful, disarming charm, but his opponent dodged it just in time. Then, the opponent swiftly cast a binding spell, attempting to bind Lesko's hands. However, Lesko nimbly jumped aside while casting a counterspell, briefly causing his opponent to lose balance. The audience watched in astonishment. They all knew Lesko's abilities, but they didn't expect him to perform so well. The duel between the two became increasingly intense, with magical sparks colliding in the air, producing piercing sounds. Ultimately, Lesko, relying on his excellent skills and strategy, successfully hit his opponent with a powerful stunning spell, causing them to fall to the ground. The hall erupted with thunderous applause. Lesko smiled slightly and elegantly bowed in gratitude. Meanwhile, Chris stood in the crowd, his eyes glued to the dueling stage. When Imk Lesko successfully knocked down his opponent, the applause and cheers in the hall nearly drowned out everything else. But for Chris, all he felt was joy for his friend's victory. His eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a proud and contented smile. He knew how much effort and sweat Lesko had put into this moment, and now, he had finally received the honor he deserved. Chris couldn't help but clap for Lesko, his applause particularly loud, filled with sincere congratulations and pride for his friend. He felt his heart race, as if he were standing on that victorious stage himself. When Lesko walked off the stage, Chris quickly approached and hugged him tightly. Their friendship deepened further in that moment. Chris gently patted Lesko's back and whispered, "I knew you could do it, buddy. I'm so proud of you." Lesko smiled slightly, looking at Chris with gratitude. He knew that behind this victory was Chris's endless support and encouragement. The two shared in the joy and glory of that moment together. Next up was Diana, Chris's sister. Although notorious at Hogwarts for her willful and unreasonable character, her magical skills were well known. In this duel, her opponent was an older Hufflepuff student, a little-known dueling expert at school. When Diana stepped onto the dueling stage, she provocatively glanced at her opponent, clearly underestimating him. Her eyes were filled with confidence, as if she had already envisioned the scene of victory. "Are you ready?" Lockhart announced loudly, as the two stood on opposite ends of the stage. The moment the duel began, Diana swiftly waved her wand, attempting to gain the upper hand from the start. But her opponent was evidently well prepared. He skillfully dodged every one of Diana's attacks and gradually suppressed her. Diana began to feel a bit flustered. She tried to use some complex spells to counterattack, but her opponent seemed to anticipate her every move, easily breaking her offense. In a fierce exchange, the Hufflepuff student used a powerful spell that sent Diana's wand flying from her hand. Losing her wand left Diana feeling helpless, her eyes filled with fear. In that moment, all of Diana's pride and confidence shattered. She didn't even attempt to pick up her wand. Instead, she chose to flee in disgrace, quickly leaving the dueling stage. The hall fell silent, all eyes focused on Diana's retreating figure. Chris stood in the crowd, shocked to see his once confident sister leave so disgracefully. Watching Diana's disheveled back, Chris's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He knew that this failure was a huge blow to her self-esteem. He decided to approach her to offer comfort, hoping to provide her with some support. Diana sat in a corner, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried. Chris gently walked over to her and softly said, "Sister, it's okay. Everyone has their moments of failure. You just need to learn from it, and you'll do better next time." Diana looked up, a flicker of anger in her eyes. She coldly stared at Chris and said, "What do you know? You just want to take this opportunity to mock me, right?" Chris appeared surprised. "I just wanted to comfort you, Diana." Diana scoffed. "Comfort? Well, why do you have to comfort me?" Chris's expression changed, and he took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Diana, I just want to help you. You don't have to treat me this way." Diana sneered. "Help me? You just want to see me in a more pathetic state when I'm at my weakest. Let me tell you, Chris, I don't need your help." With that, Diana stood up abruptly, shaking off Chris's hand, and hurriedly left. Chris's heart was filled with conflict and turmoil. He knew Diana's character well. She was a proud and sensitive girl who always found it hard to accept failure. But he never expected Diana would lash out at him at such a moment, nor did he anticipate her bringing up his past. He recalled their childhood when they were so close, always playing together and sharing each other's joys and sorrows. But as they grew older, their relationship seemed to start changing. Diana became more independent and self-sufficient, while he began to have his own life and friends. Chris took a deep breath, tried to calm his emotions. He understood that although Diana's words were harsh, they concealed her insecurities and fears. She was afraid of losing her reputation at Hogwarts, afraid she would never be able to hold her head high again at school. Chris decided to give Diana some time to cool off, but he also knew that they couldn't let their issues linger for too long. The students at Hogwarts were a bunch of gossip-loving kids, and Diana's failure in the duel would soon become the topic of conversation. He didn't want Diana to become even more closed off and sensitive because of this. He walked to the window, looking out at the Black Lake, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew that both he and Diana meant well for each other, but sometimes good intentions could lead to hurt. His heart was filled with guilt, feeling that he hadn't fulfilled his duty as a brother, that he hadn't given her the support and encouragement she needed most. He resolved that, no matter what, he needed to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Diana, to clear up their misunderstandings and rebuild the closeness between them as siblings. Chapter 227. Harry's talent. Chris had just returned from Diana and was still feeling unsettled when he saw Professor Snape and Professor Lockhart calling Harry and Malfoy to the stage again. He wondered, why are these two back up? But he quickly realized that this duel seemed different from the previous one. Professor Snape appeared even calmer, staring intently at Harry as if waiting for something. Malfoy was obviously full of confidence for this duel. He mockingly looked at Harry and then shouted loudly, "Serpent out of the hole!" With his voice, a huge snake flew out from his wand, rushing straight toward Harry. The students in the hall gasped, many of them standing up, ready to flee from the impending chaos. But Harry was clearly not frightened. He calmly watched the snake and then suddenly began to communicate with it in a strange language. Chris was shocked by this scene. He could clearly see that the snake slowed down upon hearing Harry's voice, its eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Professor Lockhart was evidently taken aback by Harry's performance, his mouth agape as he stared at Harry in disbelief. Meanwhile, Professor Snape maintained a cold demeanor, but Chris could see a glimmer of surprise hidden in his eyes. Malfoy clearly did not expect such an outcome. He stood there dumbfounded, watching the interaction between Harry and the snake, his face showing disbelief. Harry continued to communicate with the snake, his voice calm and firm, as if he and the snake were old friends. The snake, upon hearing Harry's voice, became noticeably more docile, slowly retreating and then shrinking back into Malfoy's wand. The entire hall fell into silence, all the students staring at Harry in shock, as if he were a magical wizard. Harry took a deep breath and then turned to look at Malfoy, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. Harry had just displayed his ability to speak Parseltongue, communicating with a snake accidentally summoned by Malfoy. This scene left everyone present utterly speechless. Parseltongue was a unique ability only possessed by the descendants of Slytherin, a magic deeply rooted in bloodlines. Chris stood among the crowd, feeling the tense atmosphere around him. He knew that at this moment, Harry had become the target of everyone's scrutiny. Many began to whisper, speculating whether Harry was connected to the legendary dark wizard Slytherin. How could he have such an ability? A Hufflepuff student whispered. Could he be a descendant of Slytherin? A Ravenclaw student asked in confusion. This is unbelievable. How could we be associated with a descendant of Slytherin? A Gryffindor student said angrily. Chris looked at Harry, seeing the confusion and fear in his green eyes. Harry clearly did not expect his talent to cause such a commotion. Professor Snape looked coldly at Harry, his gaze filled with scrutiny. Meanwhile, Professor Lockhart appeared somewhat embarrassed, evidently not anticipating such an outcome in this duel. Chris gazed deeply at Harry, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart because he knew the truth. He knew Harry's background, the secrets hidden behind it, and the impact of that thing called a Horcrux on Harry. Looking at the confusion and fear in Harry's green eyes, Chris felt a surge of complex emotions. He wanted to tell Harry the truth, to reassure him that he need not be afraid. But he knew that doing so could change the fate of this world and affect many people's lives. This was the power of the Horcrux. Chris sighed inwardly, knowing that a Horcrux was not just an object. It contained powerful magical forces that could influence thoughts and change personalities. Chris looked at the students around him, filled with doubt and fear towards Harry, and felt a sense of helplessness. If I tell them the truth, will they believe me? Chris thought to himself, but he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that the people in this world would not easily accept his words. Chris was filled with confusion, but he knew that now was not the time to seek answers. What he needed to do was help Harry get through this difficult moment. Chris walked over to Harry and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry." Harry looked at Chris, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, but he quickly lowered his head, appearing somewhat dejected. Chris knew that Harry's feelings were complicated right now. He needed time to process everything, but Chris also understood that they did not have much time, as the hidden enemy was waiting for them. After the event, Ron tightly grasped Harry's arm and quickly led him out of the hall, with Hermione following closely behind, her expression showing signs of tension. As they exited the door, the surrounding students made way for them, as if they carried a dangerous aura. Harry felt confused, not knowing what had happened, but Ron and Hermione had no time to explain. The three of them arrived at the Gryffindor common room, where Ron pushed Harry onto a sofa and said seriously, "Harry, how could you not tell us you're a Parselmouth?" Harry blinked, confused, and asked, "What is a Parselmouth?" Hermione chimed in, "It's someone who can communicate with snakes." Harry recalled the experience at the zoo, saying, "I remember I did talk to a big python once, but I thought it was just a coincidence. The python told me it had never been to Brazil, and then I unknowingly helped it open the glass door." Ron looked at Harry in shock. "Are you saying you really talked to that python?" Harry nodded. "Yes, but I thought it was quite normal in the wizarding world." Hermione shook her head. "No, Harry, that's not normal. Parseltongue is a very rare ability." Harry furrowed his brow. "Then why is everyone so afraid of me? I just told that snake not to hurt anyone." Ron sighed. "Because Parseltongue is usually only possessed by the descendants of Slytherin, and the descendants of Slytherin are the Dark Lord," Hermione added. Harry's face turned pale. He finally understood why everyone was so afraid of him. That night, Harry couldn't sleep for hours. He stared through the gaps in the curtains around his bed at the snowflakes drifting past the castle windows, feeling a sense of confusion in his heart. He tried to shake off the troubling thoughts, but the questions and unease loomed like dark clouds that he couldn't dispel. He recalled the Sorting Hat's hesitation during his first year at Hogwarts, saying he was very suited for Slytherin. However, he had firmly requested not to be sorted into Slytherin because he had heard that the students there were all bad. He remembered the duel with Malfoy and that conversation with the python at the zoo. At that time, he and T realized he was using Parseltongue. It just felt natural to communicate with the snake. But now, all of this was connected to the legend of Slytherin, leaving Harry feeling unsettled. He thought of his parents. He had never truly known them, only that they were two great wizards who sacrificed themselves to protect him. Could they really be connected to Slytherin? Harry couldn't believe it. He thought of Ron and Hermione's reactions. They were his best friends at Hogwarts, but the shock and worry on their faces were so obvious when they saw him use Parseltongue. Harry was scared, afraid that all of this would affect their friendship. Late at night, Harry heard the distant hooting of an owl and the sound of the wind outside the window. He tried to relax and let himself drift off to sleep, falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 228 hissed now, the corridors, library, dining hall, and even the baths of Hogwarts are filled with discussions about Harry. Every time Harry walks by, he can always hear low whispers and pointing fingers. Those discussions are like an invisible curse, always surrounding him. "Did you hear? Harry Potter is a Parselmouth," a younger student whispered to her friend in the library. "Really? Can he talk to all the snakes?" Her friend asked with bright eyes. "I heard he used that ability during a duel. It's so cool." another student said in the dining hall. But not all discussions were filled with curiosity or admiration. Some students began to keep their distance from Harry, especially those who held biases against Slytherin. Did you know that only descendants of Slytherin have the ability to speak Parseltongue? A Hufflepuff student said in the baths. I really started to doubt if Harry truly belongs to Gryffindor. I heard that wizards who can speak Parseltongue are masters of dark magic. Is Harry also? A Ravenclaw student raised her voice intentionally so that those around could hear. Of course, there were also students who found this very interesting. They even mimicked Harry talking to snakes, gathering together to joke and laugh. Hiss, I'm hungry. Give me something to eat. One student imitated a snake's voice, causing a burst of laughter. In a corner of the hall, a few Hufflepuff students were mimicking Harry's dialogue with snakes. One boy contorted his face and exaggeratedly hissed, "Hello, I'm Harry. What do you want to eat?" Another boy pretended to be a snake and replied, "Do you have any mice? Or chocolate frogs will be fine." Two girls whispered, "I heard Harry can talk to the boys' ties in Parseltongue. He said those ties really like to be tied in a Windsor knot." On the playground, a group of students formed a circle, mimicking snake movements, and one student loudly said, "Look, I'm Harry. I can summon my Quidditch broom with Parseltongue." Then they all burst into laughter. Even among the teachers, some joked, "If Harry can really talk to snakes, we should ask him to help solve the pest problem at school." These jokes and discussions spread quickly throughout the school. Although some were afraid of Harry's Parseltongue, more chose to view it humorously, adding a lot of fun to Hogwarts' daily life. So, overall, a tall boy said, "I suggest Justin stay in our dorm for now. I mean, if Potter really bears him ill will, he better be careful." Justin had accidentally mentioned he was Muggle-born before, and since then, he had been worried that this day would come. He even told Potter he had once attended Eton. Such words cannot be carelessly spoken by someone who might be a descendant of Slytherin. "So, Ernie, are you sure it was Potter?" A girl with blonde ponytails eagerly asked. "Hannah," the tall boy said seriously, he could talk to snakes. This is usually considered a trait of dark wizards. Have you heard of any good wizard who has this ability? They even call Slytherin the serpent-tongued. The people around began to whisper to each other. Ernie continued, "Remember the warning on the wall? Beware of the heir of Slytherin. Potter had a quarrel with Filch, and soon after, we learned that Filch's cat was injured. That first year, Creevy offended Potter during the Quidditch match, and even took a picture of him when he fell. Then we heard that Creevy was also injured, but he seems to have always been friendly." Hannah hesitated, "and he is the one who made the Dark Lord disappear. He can't be a bad person, right?" Ernie mysteriously lowered his voice, and those around leaned in closer. Harry quietly moved closer, wanting to hear what Ernie was saying. Harry heard these discussions from behind a bookshelf, his heart racing, and the blood in his face seemed to rush to his head. He never thought that his Parseltongue ability would cause such a stir, nor did he expect anyone to doubt his motives. He took a deep breath and stepped out from behind the bookshelf. When he appeared, the Hufflepuff students were stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Ernie's face instantly turned pale, as if he had been scared out of his wits. "What are you talking about?" Harry's voice was calm, but the anger within was unmistakable. Ernie stammered, "We were just discussing, you and the snakes." Harry's eyes widened. "Do you really think I would harm Justin? You saw. That snake didn't hurt him." Ernie bit his lip, looking very uneasy. "But you talked to the snake in that strange language. It was really scary." Harry scoffed. "That was just an ability I unintentionally showed. I meant no harm. And why would I want to hurt Justin?" Ernie hesitated for a moment, then quietly said, "I heard you don't like living with Muggles." Harry was furious. "That's because they treat me poorly, but that doesn't mean I would harm others." Ernie looked a bit embarrassed. "I know we might have misunderstood you, but you have to understand, many people here are very scared." Harry sighed. "I know, but I hope you can believe me. I am not a bad person." After saying that, Harry turned and left, leaving a group of Hufflepuff students still whispering. On the other side, in the corridors of Hogwarts, Chris encountered George and Fred. The two were quietly exchanging some new prank tools, and upon seeing Chris, they immediately hid what they had in their hands, revealing mischievous smiles. "Hey, Chris," George greeted, "did you hear? Harry is actually a Parselmouth." Fred added, "It's so interesting. We're considering whether we can use this to develop new products." Chris shook his head. "You two are always thinking about how to cause trouble. However, I think everyone's reaction to Harry is a bit excessive." George shrugged. "Well, this is Hogwarts. There are always strange things happening. But to be honest, I think it's pretty cool that Harry can talk to snakes." Fred nodded, "Yeah. If we could learn that language, it would be perfect." Chris sighed. "I know Harry. He is not the kind of person who would harm others. It's really unfair that he is misunderstood just because he has this ability." George said seriously, "You're right, Chris. But you know, Hogwarts students always love gossip. After a while, everyone will forget about this." Fred added, "And we will help Harry. If anyone dares to bully him, We will make them pay. Chris smiled yes. Chapter 229, Another Terrorist Attack. However, it wasn't long after the suspicions about Harry that another terrifying incident occurred. At this moment, the corridors of Hogwarts were eerily silent. Only the occasional footsteps and low whispers broke the heavy atmosphere. The students were discussing the recent events, and this time, the victim was none other than Justin Finch-Fletchley. Justin Finch-Fletchley was a well-liked student, always smiling and friendly. But now he lay on the floor, his body cold and stiff, as if life had been completely drained from him. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. His face wore an expression of deep terror, as if he had seen something indescribably horrifying in his final moments. The students gathered around, some staring in shock at Justin, while others whispered among themselves. But what was even more shocking was the presence of another figure beside Justin, nearly headless Nick. Nick was one of Hogwarts' ghosts, always floating around the school, joking with the students. But now he too had been petrified, no longer the translucent white he once was, but instead completely black, shrouded in smoke, lying motionless just 6 inches off the ground. Half of his head was gone, and his face bore the same expression of terror as Justin's. Such a scene was simply too bizarre, too strange. The students could hardly believe their eyes, speculating about what kind of monster or powerful spell could have caused this. But what was more concerning was that Harry Potter happened to witness this event. This only deepened everyone's suspicions about him. Harry Potter, a name that had become well known at Hogwarts. He was the boy who had defeated the Dark Lord as a baby, but now he was suspected by others because of his ability to speak Parseltongue. Some said Harry was a descendant of Slytherin, while others claimed he had some hidden connection to dark magic. And now, he had coincidentally witnessed the petrification of Justin and Nick, further intensifying the doubts surrounding him. Chris knew Harry's true identity and understood that he was a kind and brave boy. He was with George and Fred when they heard the discussions about Harry. "This is so unfair," George said angrily. "How could Harry possibly do something like this?" Fred nodded in agreement. "Yeah, we all know Harry isn't that kind of person. But this is indeed very strange, and everyone is scared, looking for a scapegoat." Chris took a deep breath. "I know Harry is innocent. But what we need to do now is find out who the real culprit is, not just stand around discussing it." George and Fred nodded. On the other side, the incidents involving Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick filled every corner of the school with fear and doubt. And Harry Potter's name once again became the center of discussion. His talent for Parseltongue, combined with his witnessing of these two events, made him a suspect in everyone's eyes. The impact of this situation had already surpassed the control of Professor McGonagall and the other teachers, even alarming Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, had always earned respect for his profound wisdom and impartial nature. He decided to personally intervene in the matter to uncover the truth. Harry was sitting on a sofa in the common room, feeling heavy-hearted. He knew he was innocent, but he also understood that proving his innocence would not be easy. Just then, Professor McGonagall walked in, her face serious and her eyes filled with concern. "Harry," she said, "Professor Dumbledore wants to see you." Harry's heart raced. He knew that this situation had become very serious. He followed Professor McGonagall out of the common room, down the stone staircase, and all the way to the door of the headmaster's office. The ancient wooden door was carved with various strange patterns, and the phoenix statue at the entrance seemed to be watching him. Professor McGonagall gently knocked on the door, which slowly opened to reveal Dumbledore's spacious office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, holding a long wand, his eyes peering through half-moon glasses, watching Harry. "Come in, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was calm and deep. Harry stepped inside, followed closely by Professor McGonagall. After they sat down, Dumbledore set down his wand and let out a deep sigh. "Harry," he said, "I know your feelings must be quite complicated right now, but I hope you can honestly tell me what happened." Harry nodded and began to describe everything that had occurred in the corridor that day. Dumbledore listened intently, his expression showing no doubt, only deep concern. After Harry finished recounting his story, Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "Harry," he said, "I believe you, but we need to find out who the real culprit is to clear your name." Harry nodded, determined to uncover the truth behind it all and restore justice for himself and the students of Hogwarts. Thus, after meeting with the headmaster, Harry found Ron and Hermione. The weight of Harry's ordeal had made all three of them feel very heavy-hearted. They knew they needed to act quickly to find the truth. And the Polyjuice potion was their key. "We need to find Chris," Hermione said, her eyes determined. "Only he can help us." Ron nodded, knowing Hermione was right. The preparation of the Polyjuice potion required time, and what they lacked most now was time. When they found Chris, he was sitting at a desk, holding an ancient book of spells, seemingly engrossed in his studies. "Chris," Harry said, "we came to ask about the Polyjuice potion." Chris set down the book and looked at the three of them, concern evident in his eyes. "I know you're in a hurry. The potion will be ready soon. Just give me a bit more time." Hermione nodded. "We understand that making the Polyjuice potion isn't easy, but you can see the situation we're in. We really need it." Chris sighed. "I understand, and I'll finish it as quickly as I can." Ron looked at Chris, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Chris." Chris smiled slightly. "No need to thank me. We're all friends." Harry looked at Chris, filled with appreciation. He knew Chris was the key to uncovering the truth. He took a deep breath and said, "Chris, we believe in you. We hope this Polyjuice potion can help us." Chris nodded. "I'll do my best." The three said goodbye to Chris, feeling a bit more relaxed. They knew that as long as they had the Polyjuice potion, they had a chance to uncover the truth. Walking through the corridors of Hogwarts, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were all lost in their thoughts. They knew that the days ahead would be filled with challenges and uncertainties. But they also knew that as long as they stood united, there was nothing they couldn't solve. And Chris would become an important partner in their quest for the truth. Chapter 230. The hilarious class. At this moment, after Harry and the others had left, Chris sat at his dormitory desk, having set aside his magic book. His gaze drifted through the window, looking towards the distant sky over Hogwarts. The sky appeared so profound at this moment, as if it could swallow all secrets and confusions. He felt a mix of emotions. As someone who had crossed over into this magical world, he had been trying to integrate here and find his place. The request from Harry, Hermione, and Ron made him feel his worth and the meaning of his existence. He understood what the Polyjuice potion in his hands meant to them, and he was willing to contribute for their sake. But at the same time, he felt a heavy responsibility. He knew this Polyjuice potion was not just a simple magical potion. It was related to the fate of Harry and his friends, even the safety of the entire Hogwarts. He could not afford any mistakes. Chris took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He knew he could not let his feelings affect the potion's preparation. He had to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to ensure everything was flawless. His thoughts drifted back to Harry and the others. He could feel their anxiety and worries, but he also understood their determination and courage. He knew their friendship was so deep that they were willing to give everything for each other. And he, as an outsider, felt very warm to be trusted and relied upon by them. He decided that no matter what, he would help them and provide the greatest support. Chris sighed softly and then picked up his magic book again, beginning to study diligently. He knew that in the days to come, he would face enormous challenges, but he was also confident that a magical genius was not to be underestimated. The next morning during breakfast, Chris walked to the Great Hall with the other students. He was always captivated by the floating candles and the seemingly real sky on the ceiling. He loved trying various magical foods, although sometimes the taste was not satisfying. The novelty of the experience always delighted him. After finishing breakfast, he arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, and, unfortunately, it was another lesson with Lockhart today. He saw Lockhart dressed in a sparkling pink robe, wearing a matching hat and a string of garlic around his neck. He walked to the center of the classroom, confidently announcing, "Today, I will show you how to easily defeat a vampire." Chris and the other students couldn't help but chuckle. They all knew that Lockhart's abilities were far from what he bragged about. Lockhart had a student dress up as a vampire and then began to demonstrate his skills. He first tried to drive away the vampire with garlic, but the vampire only made a disdainful expression, showing no signs of being repelled. Next, Lockhart attempted to stab the vampire with a stake, but his movements were too slow, and the vampire easily dodged. The funniest moment came when Lockhart tried to use magic against the vampire and accidentally turned his own hat into a bat. The entire classroom erupted in laughter. After Lockhart awkwardly dispelled the transformation, he decided to demonstrate how to deal with ghosts. He confidently declared that he had successfully subdued 7 ghosts during an adventure. He then called upon several ghosts from Hogwarts, including nearly headless Nick, as his demonstration subjects. Lockhart took out a bottle of liquid he claimed was a ghost-subduing potion and loudly announced, "Just spray this, and any ghost will disappear immediately." As he spoke, he sprayed it at nearly headless Nick. However, not only did it have no effect, but it also left some unsightly stains on Nick's clothes. Nearly headless Nick looked at his clothes and said discontentedly, "Professor Lockhart, your magic potion seems to only dye my clothes." The whole classroom burst into laughter again. Lockhart was extremely embarrassed. He had no choice but to think of other ways to at least get through this lesson. He then pretended to be profound and walked to the front of the podium, pulling out a metal cage from behind. Inside the cage, a white rabbit curled up quietly in a corner, its fluffy body and bright red eyes looking quite unusual. "Everyone," Lockhart said in a loud voice, "today, I will demonstrate a very special magic. This white rabbit before you is not what it seems." The students immediately began to discuss, speculating what secret the rabbit might be hiding. Chris and George exchanged glances, both secretly laughing and looking forward to Lockhart's next performance. Lockhart continued, "This white rabbit is actually a transfiguration creature. Its true identity could be a fierce lion or a mighty rhinoceros. Now, I will show you how to revert it to its original form." He began to chant a spell, pointing his wand at the rabbit. However, no matter how he chanted, the rabbit remained a rabbit, motionless as if mocking his incompetence. The students began to whisper, some stifling laughter, others shaking their heads. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense yet filled with anticipation. With each failed attempt by Professor Lockhart, the students' reactions became increasingly evident. The excitement that had initially been felt was gradually replaced by disappointment and ridicule. Among the girls in the front row, a blonde girl whispered, "I really thought he could succeed this time." As soon as she finished speaking, a nearby black-haired girl couldn't help but giggle softly. "You really believe his words?" In the middle rows, a group of Slytherin boys began to snicker. One of the boys imitated Lockhart's movements, making an exaggerated wand-waving gesture, and then said loudly, "Hey look, I can do magic too." His companions laughed until they were doubled over. In a corner of the classroom, two boys exchanged meaningful glances. One shook his head and murmured, "I really thought Professor Lockhart was at least an expert in this area." The other sighed, "Maybe he really is just a pretty face that can talk." Fred and George sat in the back row, passing a note between them. The note read, "Next time we can bring a real transfiguration creature and see what Lockhart will do." The two looked at each other and laughed, feeling that this class was even more fun than they had anticipated. The entire classroom was filled with a relaxed and playful atmosphere. Although everyone tried to keep a low profile, the uncontrollable laughter and whispers clearly conveyed the students' opinions about Lockhart. Chris and Imk Lesko laughed so hard they nearly slid off their chairs. Meanwhile, Lockhart's face began to turn awkward. He tried various different spells, even attempting some that were clearly wrong, but the rabbit still showed no response. Finally, Lockhart had to admit, "Everyone, I must apologize. I may have made a mistake. This white rabbit might just be an ordinary white rabbit." The classroom erupted in laughter. Chris and George laughed so hard they couldn't straighten up. Knowing this was yet another comedy brought to Hogwarts by Lockhart. After the lesson, Chris and his friends all felt that Lockhart's class not only failed to teach them any practical skills, but instead brought everyone joy. George said to Chris, "You know, I think Professor Lockhart should teach a magical comedy class at Hogwarts. I would definitely sign up for it." Chris nodded with a smile, completely agreeing with his opinion. "That's really nice. At least Lockett's comedy class can relieve the terrifying atmosphere of Hogwarts," Chris thought. Chapter 231. The arrival of the holidays finally, after a series of events. The students welcomed their midterm holiday. The winter at Hogwarts always had a special magic, especially at the end of the term. The heavy snow covered the entire castle and the surrounding hills, making the ancient magical school even more tranquil and mysterious. In the cold air, distant cries of magical creatures could occasionally be heard, but most of the time, the whole castle was immersed in peaceful silence. At this moment, Chris was sitting in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, holding a book about ancient magic, completely absorbed in it. The flames in the fireplace flickered, casting a warm glow, and the whole common room was enveloped in this cozy atmosphere. Suddenly, a burst of laughter broke the tranquil atmosphere. Fred, George, and Ginny walked in, their faces beaming with excitement. "Chris," George shouted, his voice full of anticipation, "we have big news to tell you." Chris looked up, put down his book, and curiously asked, "What news?" Ginny eagerly said, "We decided to stay at school for Christmas and not go to Egypt with our parents." Chris's eyes lit up. He knew this meant they could spend a holiday filled with adventure and fun together. "Really? That's great." Fred smiled and said, "Yeah, we think it will be more fun at school. Besides, we have some special plans." George added, "With the school empty, it's like paradise for us." "Chris," George began, "I've always wanted to ask, why aren't you going home for the holidays this time?" Fred followed up, "Yeah, Hogwarts is great, but home is always the warmest place." Chris smiled slightly. He knew this question would come up sooner or later. He took a deep breath and said, "Actually, I really want to go home, but I received a letter from my parents this holiday." He took out an open letter from his pocket, the handwriting clear and familiar. George and Fred leaned in curiously to take a look. The letter was light blue, with "Dear Chris" written in exquisite golden handwriting on the cover. The edges of the letter paper were adorned with delicate patterns, giving it a noble and maternal touch. Hey Red, dear Chris, how are you? I hope you are enjoying your time at Hogwarts. I know you have always liked it there, but I can't help but miss you. Whenever the house is quiet, I think of your laughter and the times you played when you were little. I'm writing to let you know that your father and I have decided to visit your aunt in Edinburgh. She hasn't been well recently, and we feel we should spend some time with her. I know this means you and your sister cannot come home for the holidays, and I am truly sorry. But I believe you will understand our decision. Hogwarts is a magical place, and I hope you find real friends there and have a pleasant holiday with them. Remember to wear warm clothes and don't let yourself get cold. Also, don't forget to eat every day. Don't skip meals because you're having too much fun. I have included some chocolate and special candies in the envelope. I hope you like them. Also, I made you a new scarf. I hope it keeps you warm. Please tell your sister that I miss her too. And I hope they enjoy their time at Hogwarts as well. Finally, wherever you are, remember that we will always love you and support you. Looking forward to your reply. Forever loving you, Mom. Lisa. After showing the letter to George and Fred, Chris sighed. So, I'm also staying at Hogwarts. My parents think it would be safer for us here, and we have friends to keep us company. George gently patted Chris's shoulder. Don't worry, you have us. We'll have a great time during the holiday. Chris smiled. Thank you all. I know I will never be lonely at Hogwarts. And you? Imp, let's go. Why aren't you going home? George asked Imp Lesko, who was eating cake on the side. Fred chimed in, really, you little chubby one, always eating. So why aren't you going home for the holiday? Imp said, oh well. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Chris asked, is there something troubling you? If you don't want to say, we want to push you. Imp replied, no, actually, my house is being renovated, and it's full of dust and workers, so my mom thinks it would be quieter for me at school. George laughed, haha, then just enjoy the peace here. But don't forget to play with us. Imp said, of course, with you guys around, how could I feel lonely? He chuckled, and that smile was really warm. On the other side, Harry sat by the window of the Gryffindor common room, watching the snowflakes fall outside, filled with anticipation. He knew this holiday would be different. Without the noise of other students, they could freely explore the castle, conduct various magical experiments, and even venture into the Forbidden Forest. Hermione sat by the fireplace, flipping through a thick book of magic, her eyes shining with curiosity and excitement. The Weasley siblings gathered together, debating what they should do next. Ginny suggested going to the library to find some books on ancient magic, while Fred and George were more inclined to create some mischief around the castle. We could look for interesting materials in the herbology room, Fred suggested. Maybe we can make some new magical candies. George nodded, adding, or we could go to the potions classroom and see if we can find some interesting recipes. Ginny frowned, countering, you two are always thinking about how to cause trouble. Why not use this opportunity to learn some real useful magic? Fred and George exchanged glances before saying in unison, that is so boring. Chris smiled at this. He knew that this kind of argument between the Weasley siblings would never stop. But he also knew that no matter what they decided to do, it would be an unforgettable experience. Percy sat on the other side of the common room, holding a book, his expression revealing a sense of pride and arrogance. He occasionally glanced at Harry and the others, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. Everyone knew that Percy always considered himself the most promising child in the family. He always tried hard to demonstrate his maturity and responsibility, but everyone didn't care about Percy's attitude. Chapter 232. Gifts on Christmas Day. Chris woke up early, his heart racing with anticipation. He knew that today was Christmas, which meant there would be a pile of gifts waiting for him by his bedside. He quickly jumped out of bed, pulled back the curtains, and sure enough, a stack of beautifully wrapped presents was arranged in front of him. First, there was a large rectangular box wrapped in golden paper. Chris opened it to find a wool sweater hand-knitted by his mother, adorned with a big letter C. This was a traditional gift his mother gave him every year. Although simple in style, Chris knew it represented the warmth of home. Next, there was a small package containing a book titled The Magical World. Chris's friend Imp knew he was interested in fascinating things about the magical world, so she specifically chose this book for him. There were also gifts from George and Fred, a round box that opened to reveal a set of homemade candies, including color-changing chocolate frogs, flying sweets, and other interesting magical candies. They included a card that read, hope you enjoy it, but don't eat too much. Additionally, Chris received a gift from Hermione, a delicate little box containing a magical clock. This clock not only displayed the time, but also reminded Chris of important events. Hermione knew Chris sometimes forgot things, so she prepared this gift especially for him. There was also a gift from Hogwarts, where every student received a chocolate frog and a Christmas card from school. Of course, Chris noticed a small box wrapped in light purple paper, tied with a silver ribbon with a card that said, Merry Christmas from Penelope. He carefully opened the box to find an exquisite magical music box. When he opened it, a little ballet dancer began to spin, accompanied by a gentle melody. The tune seemed familiar, bringing him a sense of warmth and comfort. Chris suddenly remembered that this was the melody of a song Penelope had sung to him one night by the lake when he was feeling down. That night, it was Penelope's song that had comforted him. He was deeply moved. This music box was not just a gift, but a reflection of Penelope's deep care for him. Finally, there were some other gifts from fellow wizards, such as an anonymous chocolate frog in a delicate little box, containing an oversized chocolate frog. The card read, "Hope you enjoy this special chocolate frog. It won't jump, but its taste is top-notch." There was also a magical feather quill, a beautiful quill with a small gem at the tip, said to help the writer produce smoother and more elegant handwriting. The accompanying card had only a red heart and the words, "Guess who I am?" Additionally, there was a magically auto-turning book. It looked ordinary, but once you started reading, it would turn the pages for you without needing a hand. The front page had a small note, "Hope this book can accompany you for a peaceful winter night." There was also a perfume in an exquisite little bottle, containing a light fragrance reminiscent of fresh herbs. The bottom of the bottle was engraved, "Hope you like this scent. It reminds me of you." Another gift was a hand-knitted scarf, vibrant in color with even stitches, clearly made with care. Along with it was a card, "Winter is here. Hope this scarf brings you warmth." As Chris looked at these gifts, he felt a mix of emotions. He was grateful for the kindness behind these presents, but also a bit embarrassed. He decided that once the holiday was over, he would find an opportunity to properly thank those who had given him gifts, even if he might not know who they were. Of course, Chris was a thoughtful and considerate person. He had also started preparing Christmas gifts for his friends and loved ones early this year. He hoped each gift would reflect his care and gratitude for them. He gave Harry a book on advanced magical defense techniques. This book was found in the ancient section of the Hogwarts Library, detailing some rare defensive spells and techniques that would be very useful for Harry, who often faced danger. As for Hermione, Chris knew she loved reading, so he chose for her a set of ancient magical history books that recorded various periods and significant events in the magical world. For Ron, considering his love for Quidditch, Chris gifted him a set of professional Quidditch player cards, including some of the players Ron admired. For George and Fred, Chris gave them a set of rare magical materials that could be used to create new magical candies and toys, which would be very valuable to them. Chris's gift for Penelope was particularly interesting. Considering her interest in plant magic, he gave her a box of rare magical seeds that could grow into some unique magical plants. As for Lesko, Chris prepared a set of books about the history of interactions between the magical world and the Muggle world, helping him better understand the relationship between the two worlds. For Professor McGonagall, Chris knew she had a strong interest in various magical creatures, especially cats. Therefore, he sent her a rare special edition book detailing some magical creatures she might not be very familiar with. For the esteemed Professor Dumbledore, Chris prepared a box of special magical candies. These candies not only had unique flavors, but also produced different magical effects with each one eaten, such as temporary levitation or making certain sounds. He knew Professor Dumbledore had a particular fondness for candies and hoped this box would bring him joy. Lastly, for Professor Snape, who was a serious person, Chris knew he had profound expertise in potions. Thus, he gifted him a set of rare potion ingredients, which were hard to find in the magical world and would be a treasure for Snape. Naturally, Chris had deep feelings for his family, knowing their support and care for him. Therefore, he also carefully selected gifts for them. Chapter 233, Christmas. Chris knew his father was a pragmatist, so he chose a magical fountain pen for him. This pen not only had an elegant appearance, but also possessed special magical functions. It could change the color of the ink based on the user's mood and automatically correct writing errors. For a father who often needed to write, this was undoubtedly a very practical gift. Chris selected a bottle of special magical perfume for his mother. This perfume not only had a pleasant fragrance, but also had magical effects. Each use would make the user feel relaxed and joyful, dispelling fatigue. For a mother who often worked hard for the family, this was a very thoughtful gift. Considering his younger sister was already a beauty-loving little girl, Chris chose a set of magical cosmetics for her. This set not only had vibrant colors, but also had magical effects. It could automatically adjust colors based on the user's mood and outfit, ensuring a perfect makeup look every time. For his sister, this was undoubtedly a very interesting gift. Thus, Chris's Christmas was undoubtedly filled with rewards. He received not only a large number of gifts, but also each one was filled with heartfelt intentions. From Penelope's gift to the various trinkets from Muggle-born students, to the gifts from those who admired him, Each represented his deep connections and wide influence at Hogwarts. These gifts were not just material possessions. They were more about emotional exchanges, representing their recognition and affection for Chris. The gifts Chris gave were equally filled with thoughtfulness. Whether it was magical candy for friends, carefully selected gifts for professors, or special gifts for family, each represented his care and deep consideration for everyone. His gift choices reflected his understanding of each person's personality and preferences, showcasing his attentiveness and thoughtfulness. This Christmas, Chris deeply felt the warmth of being loved and cared for. He was proud of the deep friendships and extensive connections he had established at Hogwarts. At the same time, he felt satisfied and happy to bring joy and surprises to those around him. For Chris, this Christmas was not just a holiday of receiving gifts, but also a celebration of feeling warmth and care. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry always became particularly enchanting during Christmas. As the holidays approached, the atmosphere in the school grew thicker. In the hall, the high ceilings seemed to be enchanted by magic, with large flakes of snow floating down. But they disappeared before touching the ground, leaving no trace. This created a scene of snowfall in the hall, without making it slippery due to accumulated snow. A huge Christmas tree was magically moved into the hall by Hagrid, and each tree was adorned brilliantly. Shimmering ornaments, flying little angels, softly glowing stars, and various magical trinkets hung on the tree, adding endless magical colors to the hall. In the Hogwarts Hall, the flames in the fireplace danced, as if reflecting everyone's heartbeat. The red glow of the flames illuminated the entire hall. Each beam seemed to carry a hint of magic, making this ancient castle feel even warmer and more magical on this special day. By the fireplace, groups of students sat on the carpet, their faces radiating joyful smiles. Some were opening gifts, calling out in surprise. Others were carefully wrapping their gifts, looking forward to giving others a surprise. And some were sharing the fun of newly received magical toys with their friends. In one corner of the hall, several professors sat together, holding steaming cups of magical drinks and speaking softly. Although their topics might be related to academics or school affairs, on this special day, their faces were not without smiles. Occasionally, they would be attracted by the laughter of the students, pausing their conversations to join in the students' joy and share in this special moment. The walls of the hall were adorned with various Christmas decorations, from colorful lanterns to handmade snowflakes, each filled with a magical essence. The floating magical candles added a touch of mystery and romance to the hall. Whenever students walked by, the candles would automatically make way for them, then slowly float back to their original positions. Before the Christmas dinner, Professor Lockhart decided to perform a so-called special magic for the students. He stood in the center of the hall, wearing a sparkling pink robe and a giant Christmas hat that matched, with a moving golden feather atop it. The students began to whisper as they watched him. Some nudged each other, secretly pointing at him, laughing quietly, while others had their eyes wide open, seemingly anticipating what would happen next. "Look at that hat," a Hufflepuff student exclaimed, pointing at Professor Lockhart's enormous Christmas hat. "Does he really think he is Santa Claus?" A Slytherin girl mockingly remarked. "Dear students," he announced loudly, "today, I will demonstrate an unprecedented magic, one that I learned in the Far East, guaranteed to open your eyes." After saying this, he began to chant a spell, and the wand in his hand emitted a bright light. However, to everyone's surprise, the beam of light did not bring any magical wonders, but instead shot directly at Professor Lockhart's Christmas hat, causing the golden feather to suddenly grow gigantic, almost lifting Professor Lockhart's head off. Laughter erupted in the hall. Students held their stomachs, laughing uncontrollably. "Ha, look at him!" A Ravenclaw boy laughed. "He really is a genius." A Gryffindor girl mischievously pointed at the giant feather. "I bet he did it on purpose," another Slytherin student said, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Meanwhile, Professor Lockhart awkwardly tried to remove the gigantic feather, but each time he failed, causing the feather to grow even bigger and more ridiculous. Finally, it was Professor McGonagall who came over, giving a gentle wave with her wand to help Professor Lockhart return to normal. By then, the laughter in the hall had echoed for a long time. Students began to mimic Professor Lockhart's awkward appearance, laughing and pushing each other. "I really wish I had a hat like that," a young Hufflepuff student exclaimed. "Do you want to be the next Lockhart?" his friend teased. Although Professor Lockhart felt a little embarrassed, he still maintained his signature confident smile, saying to the students, "Oh dear, it seems I need to go learn a bit more in the East." This remark drew another round of laughter, and some even stood up to applaud the funny professor. "He really is a natural comedian," a Gryffindor student said. "I hope he brings us surprises like this every year." Another Ravenclaw student said with a smile. Chapter 234. Preparing for action at this moment, Chris and his friend were sitting in a corner of the hall, positioned perfectly to see every move of Professor Lockhart. When Professor Lockhart appeared in his sparkling pink robe, Chris's eyes widened in shock at his outfit. George was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Look at Lockhart. He really knows how to surprise us every time. Fred mockingly said, I bet his wardrobe is full of clothes like this. Chris shook his head and said with a smile, I'm really curious where he buys such unique clothes. Imp Lesko was laughing so hard he couldn't stand up. I really wish I had a hat like that. Then I could be the center of attention at school. Hermione smiled slightly and said, I really admire Professor Lockhart's confidence. Doesn't he fear becoming a laughingstock? Ron shook his head and said, I really don't know what he is thinking, but he certainly has courage. Chris nodded and said, however, I have to admit, he has indeed brought a lot of joy to this Christmas. George and Fred exchanged smiles, and Fred said, maybe we should consider collaborating with Professor Lockhart to start a magical comedy course. I believe it would be very popular. Chris laughed and said, I would definitely sign up. I'm really curious what other surprises Professor Lockhart will bring us. Immediately after, Chris took out a delicate little bottle from his bag, containing a light golden liquid, which was the polyjuice potion he had painstakingly brewed. Hermione's eyes lit up when she saw the potion. Is this the polyjuice potion you mentioned? Chris nodded. Yes. I've brewed it according to the instructions in the book. But you have to remember, this potion is very powerful, so be careful when using it. Ron asked curiously, is this potion really that magical? Chris explained, yes, this potion allows you to become anyone you wish to be, but the effect lasts only 1 hour. Also, you must ensure that no one sees you while using it, or the consequences could be severe. Hermione nodded seriously. We understand. Thank you, Chris. Harry also expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Chris. This potion is very important to us. Chris smiled slightly. You're welcome. I just hope I can help you. But remember to be careful when using this potion and don't let others know. Harry and Ron exchanged smiles, and Harry said, don't worry, we'll be careful. Plus, we have some little plans to use this potion to do something fun. Chris laughed and shook his head. You two are always up to mischief. But still, be careful. Ron waved his hand. Don't worry, we know our limits. Chris reminded them. All right, remember, this potion can only be used once, so cherish it. Also, there may be some side effects after using it, so make sure to use it in a safe place. Hermione, Harry, and Ron all expressed their understanding and thanked him again. Chris smiled slightly, hoping they would succeed. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Professor Dumbledore, dressed in a shiny purple robe, stood at the front of the hall, leading the students and staff in singing his favorite Christmas carols. His voice was deep and powerful, seemingly able to penetrate every corner, immersing everyone in the wonderful melody. Hagrid, the tall gamekeeper, sat to one side, drinking cup after cup of his favorite eggnog. With each cup he downed, his cheeks grew redder, and his voice grew louder. He occasionally sang loudly with Professor Dumbledore and joked with the students sitting next to him, completely absorbed in the festive atmosphere. Percy, the ever-serious prefect, seemed to have relaxed a lot today. However, he didn't notice that his brother Fred had secretly cast a spell, changing the words on his prefect badge to dunce. Every time someone saw the badge, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Percy, however, remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the laughingstock and stupidly asked around, what are you laughing at? Draco Malfoy, the troublemaker sitting at the Slytherin table, didn't miss any opportunity to mock others today. He saw Harry wearing a new sweater and immediately started making loud jokes. But Harry was unfazed. He just smiled slightly, thinking, if luck is on my side, Malfoy will soon get what he deserves. Not long after, Harry and Ron had eaten to their satisfaction, their plates piled high with remnants of their third helping of Christmas pudding. Just as they were about to leave, Hermione suddenly appeared in front of them, eagerly signaling for them to follow. Her eyes were filled with determination and anticipation. Clearly, she was well prepared for the evening's plans. We still need something from the people we want to transform into, Hermione said, her tone revealing a hint of cleverness and mischief, as if she were proposing a little prank, preferably something from Crabbe and Goyle. They're close to Malfoy, and Malfoy will definitely share many secrets with them. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and they could see a hint of doubt and unease in each other's eyes. But Hermione had obviously planned this out well. She pulled out 2 chocolate cakes from her pocket, sprinkled with golden frosting, looking very tempting. I put some sleeping potion in these cakes, Hermione explained. You just need to ensure that Crabbe and Goyle find and eat them. Once they fall asleep, we can easily get their hair. Harry and Ron both looked incredulous. They had never thought Hermione would propose such a bold plan. But Hermione's eyes were filled with determination, as if she had already foreseen the moment of success. Hermione, this is too risky. Harry tried to persuade her. And if we get caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ron joined in the persuasion. But Hermione was clearly resolute. Without Crabbe and Goyle's hair, our plan will fail, she said firmly. The two boys could only helplessly nod in agreement, deciding to support Hermione's plan, hoping everything would go smoothly. Summary: the Daily Prophet recently conducted an in-depth interview with ChrisRed. The article stated, ChrisRed, the greatest wizard of this century. He has transformed the wizarding world and made an indelible contribution to our world. Albus Dumbledore gave him high praise, saying, ChrisRed is our most outstanding student at Hogwarts. And his classmate, Mr. Malfoy, said, oh, my dad says I have to admit he does have a bit of talent.